I am the scion of a wealthy family, yet I met my demise at the hands of a female specter within a game. Upon my rebirth, rather than succumbing to fear, I became increasingly fervent, liquidating my 10 billion fortunes solely to assemble a formidable legion of female spirits. As I opened the eerie game and beheld the return package notification, the regret from my previous life, drained by a succubus, surged within me. This time, I must invest to the fullest extent. I instantly charged the 648 yuan return package, acquiring 500 grade spirits, 50 elite spirits, along with a white ghost candle that grants immunity to attacks below a certain level, all of which I bestowed upon my great spirit, the ghostly maiden, Shizuko. She ascended directly from level 65 to 67. I further invested in 10 daily recharge packages, totaling 31.98 million, exchanging them for 31.980 eerie jade, which I used to fully upgrade the spirits in the shop to nourish Shizuko. Her level soared to 82, catapulting her into the top 1,000 players in the entire server, and her loyalty increased by 10 points. Yet, unexpectedly, Shizuko playfully brushed aside her hair and licked my game character, saying, "You know, what I desire is not this." In an instant, I recalled my pure yang body, which enables me to transmit yang energy to female spirits through physical contact, albeit at the risk of being treated as a forbidden object. Just as I remarked on the distance between humans and spirits, her loyalty diminished by 1 point, prompting me to hastily amend my words to tonight. With only 10 days left until the apocalypse and over 4 million in pocket money inadequate for my ambitions, I contacted Ling Ruoyao, a former associate of my parents, who oversees my 51 stake in the city's leading company. I resolved to divest all shares and liquidate within 10 days. Ling Ruoyao, astonished, nonetheless responded that I could cash out 101.2 billion. I disregarded the potential stock price plummet that could ensue from my sell-off, driven solely by the desire to amass funds for further investment. I returned to the game, spending 5 million to unlock the Halloween night section in the shop, which featured 3 elite spirits: the pig-headed butcher, the ghost bride, and the terrifying clown, each priced at 3 million, with no more than 100 currently owned by players. Just as I intended to select the ghost bride, the system alerted me that my mental space level was too low to contract her. Gazing at the 7-digit eerie jade, I resolutely decided to elevate my mental space, vowing this time to capture all powerful female spirits, ensuring I would never again be victimized by a succubus. The so-called spiritual space refers to the capacity to harbor spirits. In the realm of eerie games, the larger the spiritual space, the greater the number of spirits one can contract. The higher the concentration of spiritual energy within this space, the more formidable the spirits that can be accommodated. Currently, his spiritual space measures a mere 1, allowing for the containment of only a spirit of the lowest tier. To contract a spirit of a higher tier, one must elevate the spiritual space to at least 5. The methods to enhance spiritual space within the game are rather limited, aside from special rewards obtained through dungeon exploration. The most convenient option is to purchase spiritual potions with real money. A single bottle costs 10,000. What a staggering sum. It is indeed more rapid than mere theft. However, for Subai, this is merely a trifling expense, and the expansion of spiritual space is a necessary endeavor. 60 eerie gems were swiftly deducted from his account, replaced by 60 bottles of luminous green potions appearing in his inventory. He proceeded to use them in bulk. As the potions vanished one by one, Subai felt a refreshing clarity, his thoughts sharpening significantly, as if enlightened by an epiphany. Logically, how could a virtual item in a game exert influence over a person in reality? Yet, Subai understood that this was a harbinger of the invasion from the eerie games, steadily intensifying its impact on the real world. Congratulations, your spiritual space has reached level 6, allowing for the contracting of 3 spirits, with a maximum contract level. Eagerly, Subai accessed the Return of Souls night event, watching as 3-tier spirits licked their lips. Purchase. Are you certain you wish to expend 3 million eerie gems to acquire the tier spirit, Ghost Bride? Without hesitation, Subai clicked confirm. Creatures like the pig-headed butcher and the frightening clown could hardly befit the title of Subai, the collector of female spirits. In the next moment, his phone erupted with a chilling melody, accompanied by the mournful wail of a Swona. An ancient mansion, shrouded in ominous winds, swung open its doors with a resounding crash. Inside, red satin billowed, and a large double happiness character, seemingly stained with blood, adorned the interior. Beneath this character sat a ghostly figure draped in bridal attire, her head covered in red. Her hands rested delicately on her lap, the veil swirling with the gusts of wind, and upon her pale, jade-like hands, blood dripped from her crimson nails. Most terrifying of all were the lifeless bodies scattered across the floor of the mansion, one of which, its face savagely clawed, was unmistakably clad in the attire of a groom. At that moment, the ghost bride suddenly lifted her head, revealing a jaw as white as pearls and as gentle as jade, her cherry lips parting as she softly inquired, "Husband, will you remain devoted to me?" Subai swallowed hard, suddenly grasping the grim fate that had befallen that unfortunate groom. The thought of his grand aspiration to collect all female spirits sent a shiver of fear coursing through him. In truth, perhaps the butcher of swine is not so difficult to accept. The emergence of such thoughts stems from Subai being startled by the eerie and horrifying aesthetics of the game. Once he regained his composure, he beheld the ghostly bride's graceful curves, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. A true man should embrace a multitude of wives. Just wait until I become your master. I shall see how I can dominate you. With these words, Subai contentedly drew the ghostly bride into his spiritual space and opened her spectral panel. Entity name, Ghostly Bride. Gender, female. Classification, level, rank, 1. No global ranking yet. Abilities, veil lifting. Upon unveiling, all low-level entities witnessing her visage will perish instantly. Entities of equal rank will be suppressed. Bride's burden, entities not exceeding the ghostly bride's level will be ensnared by her resentment if they turn their backs to her. Forced to carry her. Should they fail to escape within 3 seconds, their hearts will be extracted. Description, the ghostly bride, who discovered her groom's infidelity on the eve of their wedding, yearns for an intimate union. She craves your essence. Loyalty to host. 60, the ghostly bride, indeed a formidable level entity, possesses abilities that are either lethal or terrifically oppressive. In comparison, Sadako seems rather inferior, due to her low level. The ghostly bride has yet to secure a global ranking, yet Subai is confident that she will soon ascend the leaderboard. However, a sudden chill enveloped him, as his vexatious and unique constitution now compelled him into a predicament where even a female ghost desired intimacy with him. He finally understood the feelings of Tang Sung, who had unwittingly wandered into the Spider Queen's lair 7 centuries ago. Despite being a second-generation affluent individual, his earlier life had been devoid of genuine companionship. He certainly did not wish for his first experience to be with a ghost, not counting his past life. Closing the panel, Subai entered the spiritual realm, intending to encounter this spectral female personally. As his character stepped into the spiritual space, an uncanny laughter echoed behind him. "Hee, my lord, were you yearning for me? I too long for you." Subai shivered as a chilling hand reached from behind, caressing his face. Sensing the firmness against his back, he involuntarily swallowed hard. Goodness, this temptation rivals even that of a succubus. It seems that a female ghost can be equally alluring. Just as Subai found himself ensnared in temptation, Sadako's raven black hair suddenly elongated, wrapping around his waist and drawing him closer. "He is mine." Sadako's voice carried a haunting lament tinged with jealousy. Although she was displeased at having her beloved taken from her, the ghostly bride, being only level 1, was no match for Sadako's strength. Thus, in the midst of Subai's astonishment, the ghostly bride reached for her veil, preparing to unveil it. "Wait." Subai hastily freed himself from Jinzi's hair, firmly grasping the restless hands of the ghost bride. "What are you two doing? It is better to resolve enmity than to deepen it. Ladies, let us take a moment to breathe." Jinzi and the ghost bride glared at each other, and before Subai could finish, they were about to clash once more. In a bid to quell the turmoil, Subai swiftly ordered a substantial quantity of ghostly experience packs from the shop, costing hundreds of thousands. "You have fed the ghost bride a ghostly creature. Her level has increased. Congratulations. Your ghost, the ghost bride, has reached level 70. Current level ranking, 1000 in the entire server." The ghost bride contentedly consumed the ghostly creatures, momentarily distracted from her quarrel with Jinzi. Having pacified one side, Subai spent another hefty sum in the shop to procure a level weapon, the white silk 3 feet, for Jinzi. Observing the two spirits settling down, Subai felt as if he were indulging a girlfriend with a gift. Jinzi had calmed, yet once the ghost bride had strengthened herself, she spoke with a sultry tone. "Darling, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Why not unveil my veil tonight?" Subai retreated against the wall, but the ghost bride, with her red veil, leaned closer, whispering in a low, eerie voice, "Darling, you are simply too enticing. I can hardly wait. Let me consume you. Congratulations, player Ghost Collector. The loyalty of the level ghost bride towards you has increased to 80 points, and her possessiveness has intensified. Warning, players must maintain strong mental fortitude, otherwise, you may not be able to subdue the ghost bride. If your mental strength falters and she retaliates, your game account will be deleted. An account is bound to the player's life. Its deletion signifies death." Gazing at the two spirits before him, both fixating hungrily on him, Subai suddenly felt a headache. If merely 2 ghosts could cause such a stir, how would he manage with an entire harem of alluring spirits in the future? This ghost was no easier to handle than a girlfriend. Chapter 4. Liquidating Stocks. Time for another 5 million investment. Having spent 3 million on the ghost bride and 60,000 on potions, with nearly 1 million now devoted to the 2 spirits, Subai's account balance had dwindled significantly. Yet, for the sake of harmony in his harem, he still invested 100,000 in purchasing a ghostly residence. Though modest, the abode contained 3 or 4 rooms, allowing him to assign each spirit their own space, after which he felt secure enough to log off. However, this left him utterly impoverished. The proceeds from his stock sale would not arrive immediately, so he needed to devise a way to acquire funds. Enjoyment could pause, but spending could not. Promptly, Subai called a friend from his circle, and after hanging up, he hurried downstairs. "Aunt Wu, please prepare something for me to eat. I feel as though I might perish from hunger." Subai, clad in slippers and pajamas, descended to the first floor of the villa. "Did you not just have afternoon tea? How can you be hungry again?" The housekeeper chided gently. Aunt Wu has been taking care of Subai's daily needs for nearly a decade. Although she is technically a nanny, she has become akin to family. And thus Subai feels no resentment, only warmth. In his previous life, when the game descended, Subai was unprepared, resulting in Aunt Wu being slain by malevolent spirits upon his successful summoning of Sadako. The opportunity to reunite with a loved one stirs a multitude of emotions within him. This time around, he vows not to let history repeat itself. A smile graces Subai's face as he playfully shakes Aunt Wu's arm. "Isn't her cooking delightful? It has been devoured in an instant. You flatter me. Just sit tight, and I'll prepare something for you right away." Having spent a decade in a bizarre world, struggling to survive, the people were nearly exhausted. Subai, a pampered heir who had never lifted a finger, had scarcely enjoyed a proper meal. Aunt Wu soon brought forth a delectable spread, which Subai relished. Just as he was indulging, an unwelcome phone call interrupted. How disappointing. The moment he saw the caller ID, his previously elevated spirits plummeted. "Hello, Xiaobai, it's your uncle." The insincere voice emanating from the phone was repugnant. "What do you want, uncle? If there's nothing important, I'll hang up." Subai abruptly ended the call. Having seen through his uncle's true character after surviving 10 years in a post-apocalyptic world, there was no hint of civility in his tone. If it weren't for the potential impact on his investments, Subai would have relished the opportunity to confront him directly. Moments later, his uncle called again. "Xiaobai, don't hang up just yet. I wish to discuss something with you." "Spit it out. You abruptly sold your shares without consulting me. Such a significant matter ought to involve family discussion. You're still young and unaware of the complexities involved. As the saying goes, the fat water should not flow to outsiders. Here's the deal. I'll buy your shares for 500 million. This will simplify company management. Surely, you wouldn't want to see the company your parents built from the ground up collapse, would you?" Upon hearing this, Subai chuckled coldly. What a deluded old fool, dreaming of acquiring his 12 billion worth of shares for a mere 500 million. Not a chance. Su Yixing, if you have the capability, go compete in the stock market fairly. What are you babbling about here? In response to Subai's words, Su Yixing was nearly infuriated to the point of combusting. The former Subai, though a wayward youth, had shown respect to his elders. He could hardly believe that this version of Subai dared to speak to him in such a manner. "Subai? You ungrateful wretch. Who taught you to speak to your elders like that?" Not willing to indulge him, Subai unleashed a torrent of vitriol through the receiver. "You, Su Yixing, an old fool who has never nurtured anything, have no authority to speak about my parents' company. If you have no skills, do not come to me for amusement. Your entire family can." Amidst Subai's lengthy tirade, filled with expletives and disdain, Su Yixing eventually hung up without warning. Once his anger subsided, Subai promptly blocked his number. In a past life, Su Yixing's son, Su Buqi, who is also Subai's cousin, was an avid gamer. Yet he invested significantly more money into the game than Subai, leveraging his own notoriety. Su Yixing colluded with his son to establish the largest power in the city through various unscrupulous methods. However, it was not long before he betrayed them and allied with malevolent forces. His treachery led to the city's ultimate downfall, forcing Subai onto a path of escape. Not long after finishing his meal, the doorbell rang. Entering was a poised beauty dressed in professional attire with long, alluring legs. "Sister Ling, you've come." Upon seeing her, Subai felt a pang of guilt. In his previous life, Ling Ruoyao, though not a player, had used her exceptional intellect to guide Subai through numerous life-threatening situations. Ultimately, during their flight from the city, he failed to protect her, leading to her tragic demise. "You are still so thoughtless," Ling Ruoyao chided, her tone sisterly, though she was 6 or 7 years older than Subai, who had just entered university. "Have you been gambling secretly?" Why else would you suddenly need so much money? Selling your shares means you've lost out on millions in dividends for the year. Subai replied, I'm still feeling melancholic, and here you are interrogating me. Do I look like someone who would gamble? True. You do seem to have a bit of a paper doll mentality. Surely, you wouldn't waste this money on a game? You could easily start your own gaming company with that kind of cash. Subai was at a loss for words. If Ling Ruoyao were to discover that he had indeed used the money for gaming, she would likely question her own existence. Just leave it be. Focus on liquidating as quickly as possible. Keep only this one property among several I own. You're selling your house. I'm done with this, after all. You're a wealthy second generation, you 1T starve. Ling Ruoyao playfully scolded before turning to leave. At that moment, Subai received a notification on his phone. Aunt's treasure received 5 million yuan. This was a transfer from a friend within his circle. Luxury cars and beautiful women were the standard for the affluent, and the call he had made earlier involved pawning off his luxury vehicles to a few wealthy friends. With an additional 5 million in hand, Subai immediately logged into the game. You haven't logged in for an hour. The spirits are eagerly awaiting your return. Recharge 648 to receive a welcome back gift. The game practically screamed for players to spend money with its hour-long welcome back package. However, for Subai, this was mere pocket change. He purchased it without hesitation. As soon as he entered the game, 2 female spirits eagerly emerged. Sadako ensnared Subai's wrist with her long hair, which slithered up his arm like a serpent, while the bride ghost had somehow climbed onto his back, scratching circles over his heart with her sharp nails. Sisters, please let go of your little brother. I'll buy you some items. Subai hastily tried to escape the 2 women and opened the shop to order an experience package. As 5 million was poured into the abyss, the strength of the 2 spirits experienced a remarkable leap. Chapter 5. The first on 3 leaderboards. The sole female spirit, the Snow Woman. Congratulations. Your spirit, the white-clad Sadako, has reached level 100. Current server rank, first. Congratulations. Your spirit, the Ghost Bride, has reached level 100. Current server rank, first. Upon reaching the maximum level, both spirits claimed the top position on the server. However, this did not signify that Subai was invincible. Rather, it indicated that the highest level in this game is capped at 100. All fully leveled spirits are ranked first across the server. Thus, being at the pinnacle of the spirit level leaderboard merely marks the threshold of high-tier players. The true value lies in the remaining 2 leaderboards: Spirit Combat Power Leaderboard, Spirit Equipment Leaderboard. At present, the game had not yet captured widespread attention. The real wave of spending would surge a few days later. Consequently, one could acquire top-tier spirit equipment capable of dominating the leaderboards for merely 1 million. With fully leveled spirits and top-notch equipment, achieving the highest combat power was indeed effortless. After expending nearly all of the freshly acquired 5 million, Subai successfully ascended to the top of all 3 leaderboards, prompting an announcement within the game. Congratulations to player Spirit Collector for claiming the top spot on all 3 leaderboards. A server-wide announcement has been made. We hope players continue to strive and reach even greater heights. The minute-long broadcast throughout the game was a thrilling experience for Subai. Even more gratifying was the reward waiting in his inbox for achieving the top rank. Golden Corpse Bag, a bag woven from golden threads. Believed that even if Jesus were to enter, he would not wish to resurrect. Effect: unconditional binding, capable of imprisoning a spirit. The level of the spirit imprisoned is related to the user's mental space level. Weighing the golden and heavy corpse bag in his hands, it was undoubtedly crafted from golden threads. However, Subai was puzzled by the faint scent of urea that lingered around it. The remaining 2 items were a spirit doll and a cursed scarecrow. The doll's effect allowed for 1 death substitution, while the scarecrow could transform into the host's likeness, mimicking actions for 1 hour. With all 3 top ranks converged, Subai triggered a special reward. This was one of the rare recharge rewards offered by this peculiar game. However, the conditions for achieving it were exceedingly stringent. Not only did players need to dominate the top of all 3 leaderboards, but they also had to recharge a total of 10 million to activate this hidden reward. Most crucially, it could only be triggered once. This was a secret Subai had learned in his previous life. Thus, even if it meant incurring losses to sell his car, he was determined to quickly amass this 10 million, fearing it might be snatched away by others. Congratulations to the player for achieving a hidden accomplishment, earning the unique spirit, the Snow Woman. Upon seeing the name of this spirit, Subai was overjoyed. He had heard countless tales of the Snow Woman in his past life, renowned as the foremost combat power of the island nation. When the game arrived, her strength was unparalleled. Thus, his master became the war god of the island nation. However, Subai did not immediately release the Snow Woman, choosing instead to let her remain in a dormant state within the warehouse. Firstly, There were currently no resources available to cultivate the Snow Woman. Releasing her would only allow for a fleeting glance, potentially diminishing her loyalty. Secondly, the two young mistresses at home had yet to be completely conquered. Adding the Snow Woman into the mix might very well cost him his life. The thought of this made Su-bai quite irritable. After having fed so many spirits to Sadako and the Ghost Bride, raising their levels to the maximum and equipping them with the finest gear, what was the result? Their loyalty stubbornly remained stuck at 90, refusing to budge. With a sense of helplessness, Su-bai gazed at the two specters before him. Sadako's hair continually brushed against his cheek, and the single eye that was visible was filled with a profound melancholy. Meanwhile, the Ghost Bride leaned against his shoulder, whispering softly into his ear. Su-bai understood their intentions. To advance further, he would need to supplement the yin with yang. What to do about the ghostly temptations? He was anxiously awaiting a solution. He scrutinized them, noting that although their faces were obscured, their figures were undeniably alluring. Most importantly, he pondered, would it mean he wouldn't need an umbrella on rainy days if he were with ghosts? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he could only silently apologize to Kuching and Jean Dark, assuring them that his heart remained theirs, even as he sought to enhance his strength. With a determination akin to severing one's own wrist, Su-bai embraced the two spirits and entered his chamber. As the saying goes, it is difficult to find water in the vast sea. Beyond Mount Wu, no other cloud can compare. Furthermore, when shall we share the candlelight by the western window? Reminiscing about the night rain in Beishan? 2 hours later, Su-bai emerged, leaning against the wall, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction as he beheld the conspicuous loyalty rating of 100 on his panel. Meanwhile, chaos erupted within the realm of eerie game. Find a lowly to warm the bed. 3-time champion of the daily rankings. Which wealthy fellow has found a new place to squander his money in this obscure game? Fell in love with a sexy aunt at 18. Given the money-grabbing nature of this game, one must invest millions to make any headway. The wealthy should be condemned. Flying a shook plane, millions? I've already invested nearly $1 million, and I'm still not even at level 90. This must be the account of that onion brother. Voices of envy, requests for patronage, and scornful jests filled the channel, all tinged with a profound curiosity regarding the true identity of this ghost collector. On the other side of the city, within a standalone villa, Su-bai clutched his phone tightly, his eyes aflame with fury. He had poured millions into this game, securing the top spots in both level and equipment rankings, and was poised to claim the 3rd ranking when an unexpected rival appeared, intercepting his triumph. A ghost collector, is it? Very well. At that moment, Su-bai seethed with rage, but $1 million was not a trifling sum for him. If he were to spend that amount in the game, his father would undoubtedly break his legs upon discovering it. He is certainly not like that foolish Su-bai, who only knows how to indulge in games. If he were to invest several million more, he would no longer enjoy the luxurious life of playing with his sister for the next few months. At that moment, his phone buzzed. Su-bai received a message from one of his guild's subordinates in the game. Boss, have you seen the game? Some little upstart has taken our top spot. Can you deal with him? You are the wealthiest in our guild. If you step in, we can definitely bring that little brat down. Su-bai hesitated, as their flattery struck a chord with him. Boss, we've discussed it, and if your funds are insufficient, our guild can chip in. We must let him know how formidable the Tianba guild truly is. Upon hearing this, Su-bai could no longer restrain himself. No one could claim he lacked money. Just then, a call from Su Yixing came in. Son, haven't you always wanted to buy a sports car? I'll send you some money right now. Hearing the joyous tone of Su Yixing, Su-bai immediately inquired, Dad, what is making you so happy? That little brat Su-bai, for reasons unknown, plans to sell all his shares. Henceforth, we will be the largest shareholders in the company. We'll also save a significant amount in dividends. That is wonderful, Dad. That brainless fool. Let's see if he dares to act so arrogantly in front of me again. The two exchanged a few hurried words before hanging up, and Su-bai promptly received a transfer of several million. In high spirits, he decided against buying a sports car and instead funneled the money into the game. Brothers, wait and see. I'm about to take that brat down. Chapter 6, 12 million received. A reunion with the campus belle. The next day, Su-bai rose from his bed. Thanks to the upgrade of his mental space, he felt invigorated. However, he felt a bit weak in the legs. It seemed he needed to prepare more 6-flavor Remania pills before the invasion of the bizarre world. Otherwise, how could he manage? Having just finished breakfast, he received a call from Ling Ruoyao. The properties he had entrusted for liquidation had all been sold under Ling Ruoyao's formidable business acumen. However, due to the urgency of time and the requirement for immediate payment, they had depreciated somewhat. In total, there were 3 properties, including a villa, amounting to 12 million. Additionally, your uncle Su Yixing has offered 900 million to buy the shares in your hands. What are your thoughts? Subai scoffed. What a lowly fellow. Thinking he can snag a bargain from me? Tell him that if he wants my shares, he must offer at least one. For billion. Otherwise, I shall sell these 51 shares to outsiders, leaving him to work for others for the rest of his life. I trust that there are still many eager to acquire shares in the leading enterprises of the market. The two exchanged a few casual remarks before ending the call. Subai's request was meticulously calculated, knowing that his uncle still held 1 billion in liquid assets, while 1 billion may seem trivial to true magnates. The distinction between assets and cash flow is paramount. The market valuation is estimated to hover around 111.2 billion, yet should Su Yisheng wish to acquire it, Subai would undoubtedly have to ensnare him in a clever ruse. If he could sell the shares at this price to Su Yisheng, it would not only spare Ling Ruoyao the tiresome negotiations, but also yield a modest profit. Moreover, this would indirectly diminish Su Buki's propensity to funnel resources into gaming, thereby facilitating Subai's revenge scheme. Truly a threefold gain. Subai was acutely aware of Su Yisheng's long-standing desire to assume a formal leadership role in the company. Based on his understanding of his uncle, he knew that once someone expressed a desire to purchase, he would be unable to remain passive. Having finalized the matter, Subai descended to the garage and drove to the university. Amidst the roaring of the engine, the luxury car glided along, leaving a trail of sapphire brilliance. With a sudden brake and a deft turn of the steering wheel, the specially modified luxury sports car came to a graceful halt at the school entrance. Long time no see, old friend. Subai lamented as he caressed his beloved vehicle, memories of racing together on the track flooding his mind. However, his attention was soon captivated by a figure outside, adorned in a floral long dress. The girl exuded grace and elegance. Her neck was as white as snow, her shoulders sculpted to perfection, and with each gentle step, a waft of enchanting fragrance followed. Qing Xin. Unable to contain himself upon encountering an old acquaintance, Subai called out her name. Yao Qing Xin, the belle of the city's transportation university, was the object of Subai's affections in his previous life. Although they were not in the same major, he often found himself in her vicinity. Regrettably, Yao Qing Xin harbored little affection for Subai, frequently advising him to focus on his studies rather than squander time on gaming. The tale of the wealthy heir and the campus beauty naturally stirred quite a commotion within the university, especially considering Subai's earlier penchant for drawing attention to himself. His pursuit of Yao Qing Xin, met with rejection, became a widely known anecdote at the university. At this moment, Subai's sudden call to Yao Qing Xin attracted a crowd of onlookers. Su, is there something you need? She responded with her characteristic calmness, clearly unperturbed by such encounters, as they were not uncommon. At the brink of speaking, Subai found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Though it had only been a few days in the eyes of others, he understood that a decade had swiftly passed, and he had long since relinquished the naive flutter of his heart. In his previous life, Yao Qing Xin had suffered immensely, never even witnessing the full arrival of the game before being ensnared by the peculiar incidents on campus. Never mind, you still look as beautiful as ever. Subai intended to offer a compliment, but the memory of those bizarre occurrences, akin to a fantastical tale, silenced him. I shall take my leave to attend class now. Without waiting for Subai's response, Yao Ning turned and departed. Their reunion after a decade concluded in such a hasty manner, which was unexpected. Subai was momentarily lost in thought before regaining his composure. Shortly thereafter, his friend arrived, handed over the vehicle, and headed straight home. With only 9 days remaining until the impending event, he certainly lacked the leisure to attend class. Upon returning home, Subai's first order of business was to log in. Hesitating for even a second would be a disservice to his investment in the realm of the game. You have been offline for 2 hours. The spirits are eagerly awaiting your return. Recharge 648 to receive the welcome back gift. The familiar notification of the returning gift appeared, and as soon as the two female spirits sensed Subai's presence, they rushed towards him, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his lower back. Subai hastily fled the haunted abode under the watchful eyes of the two resentful specters. Meanwhile, the public chat was abuzz with activity. Bear in green hat. Collector of female spirits. Your top position has been usurped. Hurry and check it out. I want to be a scallion. At merely 16. I seek a master to take me under their wing. I guard the kingdom for my brother. What a mere clown, this spirit collector. True strength lies with our Batian guild. Subai cast a brief glance and instantly comprehended that during his bloody battle the previous night, this so-called Batian guild had supplanted him from the top rank. Had it been the former Subai, he might have engaged in a tussle with them. But after a decade, he had transformed beyond recognition. The most crucial aspect was that he had already obtained the top-tier female spirits. The leaderboard held little significance for him now. Moreover, with 12 million in funds at his disposal, The trifling top rank was nothing more than a plaything for him. Upon opening the rankings, it was evident that he was no longer at the pinnacle of the ghostly combat power leaderboard. It had been claimed by a player known as the King of Ghost Eyes. Even on the equipment leaderboard, the King of Ghost Eyes was swiftly approaching him in second place. Seeing this moniker brought a smile to Su Bai's face. He had hardly paid attention when he reached the top, but now, upon closer inspection, it was none other than the gaming alias of his distant cousin. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the King of Ghost Eyes sent him a private message. Hey, aren't you quite arrogant? Do you really have the financial prowess to compete with me? You seem to possess some talent. How about this? Apologize to me and call me Brother Chi, and I shall allow you to join my Batian guild. Amused by such arrogant remarks, Su Bai couldn't help but chuckle, bemused by how such childish taunts could be uttered. He wondered what expression the young man would wear once he completed his recharge. The thought of Su Buki's impending fury brought a flicker of delight to Su Bai. Although he would eventually seek retribution, it wouldn't hurt to collect some interest in the meantime. Chapter 7. The new top-tier female spirit, the snow woman who can change size at will. Ding dong, ding dong. The incessant notifications heralding the successful recharge echoed continuously. Before long, a staggering sum of 12 million had transformed from Huaxia coins into the enigmatic jade, resting quietly on the game interface. The most lamentable aspect of this game was the absence of a one-click recharge button. Su Bai's fingers nearly ached from the relentless tapping required to complete the transaction. One could only wonder what the scene would be like when the billions from his stock conversions finally materialized. With the enigmatic jade in hand, Su Bai now possessed the means to nurture the snow woman, promptly summoning her from the inventory. Unlike the eerie and frightening cutscene of the Ghost Bride, this animation was imbued with a certain ethereal beauty. Upon a crystalline blue iceberg, snowflakes danced gracefully in the wind, while a cherry blossom tree burst forth in a profusion of pink blooms. The cherry blossoms twirled harmoniously with the snowflakes, as if all of nature had been frozen in time, enveloped in a serene and distant ambience. Amidst the iceberg, a maiden lay peacefully within an ice coffin. She was adorned in traditional Japanese kimono, with two thick red cords elegantly wrapped around her waist and tied into a beautiful bow at her back. Her feet, clad in wooden clogs, were whiter than the snow beside her, subtly hinting at a delicate pink reminiscent of cherry blossoms. A cascade of white hair flowed down to her chest, framing her youthful visage. As the ice coffin slowly opened, the slumbering snow woman awakened, allowing Su Bai to behold her in full. She appeared to be a girl of around 15 or 16, standing approximately 1 meter 50 tall, with large, expressive eyes gazing at Su Bai. A mixture of curiosity and trepidation reflected within them, rendering her utterly endearing. Su Bai was taken aback. The renowned snow woman of Japan, a being of formidable reputation, was indeed an adorable young girl. Upon witnessing the snow woman's appearance, Su Bai felt a tumult of emotions within him. He felt a sense of relief that such an innocuous creature would likely not harbor the insatiable desires of the Ghost Bride, making it considerably easier to enhance her loyalty. Yet, inexplicably, this seemingly joyous realization left him with a sense of melancholy. Cradling the snow woman, Su Bai opened the interface. Entity name, Snow Woman. Gender, female. Entity level, unique level entity. Current level, level 1, no global ranking yet. Abilities, ice and snow enchantment, within the realm. All entities will experience delayed movements, with lower levels affected more significantly. Eternal Frost imposes a freezing effect on entities. Duration dependent on the snow woman's level. Entity description. She possesses snow-white skin, striking beauty, and an endearing personality, yet can mercilessly take lives the moment you betray your vow. Beautiful yet terrifying. Loyalty to host. 60. As Su Bai examined the snow woman's profile, she unexpectedly nibbled gently on his ear, whispering in a barely audible tone, "Will you love me forever?" Startled, Su Bai set the snow woman down. This little creature was not as harmless as she initially appeared. Upon gazing into her eyes once more, they were no longer as clear as before. Instead, they held a glint of cunning intertwined with resentment. The temperature around us seemed to drop significantly. The little one possessed two distinct personas. As I lifted the snow maiden again, the resentment in her eyes dissipated. Though her expression remained unchanged, my heart surged with exhilaration. The snow maiden possessed a unique supernatural ability known as ghostly aura. This phenomenon occurs when a spirit's power reaches a certain threshold, forming a special energy field. It is the hallmark of revived spirits. Following the invasion of the Eerie game, spirits could initially only inhabit their hosts, exerting minimal power. As the host's strength grew, the spirits would gradually awaken. The first stage of awakening allows spirits to separate from their hosts and exist freely in the realm of reality. The second stage grants them the ghostly aura. The fact that the Snow Maiden surpassed the first stage from birth filled me with immense joy. Truly, she was a remarkable entity. The appearance of the Snow Maiden caused discomfort for the other two female spirits. What was the meaning of this? They were already insufficient in their numbers. And now another alluring presence emerged. Especially with the Snow Maiden's seemingly pitiful demeanor, it incited a wave of anger within the two. It felt akin to witnessing one's boyfriend being seduced by a scheming temptress. Unprovoked, the two united in hostility, casting fierce glares at the Snow Maiden, prepared to strike at any moment. Sensing the malevolent gazes from the two, the Snow Maiden shrank her head and nestled into my embrace. I held her tightly, fearing for the safety of this precious entity. The loyalty of the white-clad Jinzi to you is one. The loyalty of the ghost bride to you is one. The loyalty of the two women plummeted, prompting me to hastily set the Snow Maiden down and rush into the shop. With a significant expenditure of eerie jade, the three women momentarily chose to cease hostilities in the face of delectable food. Congratulations. Your ghostly companion, the Snow Maiden, has reached level 100. Current rank, first in the entire server. Tied. Having successfully elevated the Snow Maiden to her maximum level, I waved my hand grandly and equipped her with the finest gear. At that moment, the system notification chimed in. Once again, I ascended to the pinnacle of the three rankings. The server broadcast echoed, and I couldn't help but express gratitude towards Subuki for allowing me to relish the thrill of a server-wide announcement once more. However, none of this was my primary concern at present. A daunting challenge lay before me. The loyalty of the Snow Maiden had stagnated. It was stuck at 90. And as I surveyed this familiar scene, I began to grasp the implications. Yet, as a self-proclaimed model youth of the new era, I found it difficult to act harshly towards such a diminutive, charming spirit. Noticing my prolonged silence, the Snow Maiden suddenly spoke with an icy tone. Do you no longer love me? In that instant, I felt as if I had plunged into an icy abyss, as if death itself had gripped my throat, and uttering a single negative response could lead to my utter annihilation. Love. Between life and morality, Subai decisively chose shamelessness. Yet, upon hearing this, the Snow Maiden's face transformed from gloom to brightness, revealing a sweet smile. Endless snowflakes emerged from the void, gradually enveloping her. When the snowflakes dissipated, Subai gazed at the enchanting beauty before him, his eyes widening in astonishment. The Snow Maiden, who had resembled a sweet, innocent girl, suddenly matured in an instant. Her delicate skin and graceful stature stood tall, as unapproachable as an ice mountain, observing the Snow Maiden's aloof and regal demeanor. A rush of warmth coursed down Subai's spine. I am a person who has transcended base desires. I merely seek to achieve maximum loyalty, as you understand, right? This is a matter of principle. In a flash, Subai hastily spent hundreds of thousands in the marketplace to arrange a lavish suite for the Snow Maiden. A grand suite indeed. Meanwhile, Subuki was boasting to the members of his guild. Brothers, I just spent $1 million to purchase the underworld ghost coffin from a lone player. Once I equip this coffin, I will undoubtedly secure the top position on the leaderboard. This time, there will be no mishaps. No sooner had he spoken than an announcement echoed throughout the game. Congratulations to the player Ghost Collector for claiming the top spot on all 3 leaderboards. This is an official announcement to the entire server. We hope players will continue to strive for greatness. Chapter 8, Sealed Object, Flower-Faced Ghost Mask. Subuki was instantly dumbfounded. Who on earth is this person? He had just invested $3 million, and this fellow had surpassed him in an instant. Money shouldn't be squandered like this. Could it be that the game developers were deliberately trying to irritate him? That couldn't be. He was one of the top players in the game. Would they risk offending him when they wanted to profit? Boss, shouldn't we ambush him? A sycophant chimed in opportunely. Indeed. Let us take him down. How long can a lone player without a guild last? There exists a crucial mechanism in this game. When players are killed by others, they face permanent death. All equipment, including that of ghosts, would be dropped. With over 300 members in our guild, are we truly afraid of a single individual? A single spit from each of us could drown him. All right, arrange for someone to track his location immediately. He has provoked our Bation guild. He must pay the price. Subuki nodded, then poured in more funds to prepare for the impending ambush. After 2 more hours, Subai emerged from the Snow Maiden's suite, exuding an air of calm and composure, if one overlooked his trembling legs. Turning to glance at the now diminished Snow Maiden in his arms, Subai discovered her loyalty was still at 99, not yet maxed out. You still want more? I'm not a bull, you know. Besides, even a bull can't withstand such treatment. Looking over at Sadako and the ghost bride, the resentment they felt was almost palpable. It was not so much jealousy towards the Snow Maiden, but rather the new arrival's voice was simply too piercing. Do you know how they spent the last 2 hours? Su-bai could only soothe the three women. Tonight, definitely tonight. Upon hearing Su-bai's solemn assurance, they finally relented. After resolving the matter with the Snow Woman, Su-bai immediately began contemplating how to acquire the next high-level female ghost. This is not infidelity. It is the grand ambition of a ghost collector. Su-bai yearned to gather all female ghosts around him, ensuring they could no longer wreak havoc on others. If I do not enter hell, who will? This is the noble ideal that a new generation of outstanding youth should possess. Do you understand? Having convinced himself, Su-bai turned his gaze to his system account. Although there were still several million there, he knew that the channels for purchasing high-level female ghosts had been exhausted. As for other available high-level options, they were all grotesque male ghosts. Regardless of whether Su-bai could bring himself to accept one, he was also wary of admitting a male ghost into his spiritual space. What difference would that make to inviting a wolf into one's home? The next method to procure high-level female ghosts would involve unsealing sealed female ghosts. These sealed spirits are powerful female ghosts who have been confined to certain objects for various reasons. Upon acquiring the relevant sealed items, one must gather the materials necessary for the unsealing ritual to form a contract with the sealed ghost. This has its pros and cons. The downside being that the ghost types contained within different sealed objects are uncertain. Should he contract an unsightly male ghost, Su-bai would find himself at a loss. However, the advantage lies in the ability to enhance the quality of the unsealed ghost by increasing the number of unsealing materials. With sufficient investment, one can reliably obtain high-level ghosts. Following the memories of his past life, Su-bai pinpointed a dungeon named Maitsong Temple. Dungeon, Maitsong Temple, difficulty, recommended level, 100. Upon entering the dungeon, Su-bai, accompanied by the three female ghosts, found himself in a desolate area. The chilling wind howled ominously, and the silence of the surroundings was punctuated only by the absence of any living sounds. A slender crescent moon hung high in the sky, casting a foreboding shadow over the entire forest. Before him lay a narrow, winding path, its destination unclear. Su-bai, shedding his usual nonchalance, wore a serious expression, cautiously advancing. Caution is the mother of safety, a lesson learned over a decade in the apocalypse. The three female ghosts flanked him on either side and behind, guarding him closely. Suddenly, a creaking sound startled the three women, causing them to turn and scan the surroundings for any signs of danger. Su-bai felt his face flush with embarrassment as he discreetly kicked a twig aside. Just as he was about to explain, Sadako suddenly dashed into the left side woods like an arrow released from a bow. The sound of blades piercing through the air was soon followed by an eerie silence. Dressed in white, Sadako emerged from the thicket, her dark hair glinting with a metallic sheen, adorned by a translucent, ghostly figure dragging along the ground, barely clinging to life. Outsiders shall not have a good death. With those words, the ghostly figure gradually became transparent, vanishing without a trace. As the trio of spirits delved deeper into their journey, they encountered an ever-increasing number of apparitions. However, the prowess of the three women was formidable, effortlessly dispatching several minor spirits as if they were mere vegetables. After approximately 15 minutes of travel, a dilapidated ancient temple came into view, flanked by two uniquely shaped locust trees, their branches and leaves all withered. Su-bai approached the door and called out, "Is anyone there? Or perhaps a spirit?" After knocking for quite some time without a response, just as Su-bai was about to push open the temple door, it suddenly swung wide, and a gust of eerie wind swept in from behind, as if propelled by some arcane force, pulling even the three female spirits into the temple. Ba, benefactor, do not consort with demons. Lay down the butcher's knife, and turn back to the shore. A shrill voice pierced the cold night air, enveloping everyone. Though it was laced with Buddhist incantations, the tone was so hoarse that it utterly stripped away any semblance of sacred authority. As the dust and sand stirred by the uncanny wind settled, the source of the voice revealed itself. A gaunt old monk sat beneath a headless Buddha statue, exuding a dense aura of black energy accompanied by the stench of decaying flesh. Level 100 Grievous Monk. Before them was none other than the ultimate Grievous Monk of the Maisong Temple instance. Following Su-bai's instructions, the Snow Woman shielded him, while Sadako and the Ghost Bride confronted the monk. Snowflakes drifted from the heavens as the ice and snow spirit activated, enveloping Su-bai in a protective embrace. Sadako's long hair, like a sharpened spear, swiftly lunged toward the Grievous Monk, tearing through the layers of black energy that enveloped him in an instant. The Ghost Bride's figure gradually dimmed, vanishing from sight. In the next moment, a woman adorned with a red veil suddenly appeared on the monk's back. The Ghost Bride's rule-based ability was unleashed. How could a mere level Grievous Monk withstand it? In a matter of moments, the old monk fell silent, rendered immobile. The once majestic instance was dispatched without even a fight, leaving Su Bai somewhat astonished. His female spirits truly were extraordinary. However, winning effortlessly was undeniably the most delightful outcome. You have successfully cleared the Maison Temple instance. The special Maison Temple shop has been unlocked. As the monk's heart was extracted, his body dissipated like sand in the wind, and the system notification promptly followed. Su Bai opened the shop, and indeed, a new section titled Maison Temple had appeared. There were 5 level-sealed artifacts, yet Su Bai didn't even glance at them and directly purchased the Huadan facial mask. Chapter 9. Unsealing the mask. Come forth, ghostly actress. Encased within the Huadan mask was a ghostly actress. With sufficient materials, reaching level cap was undoubtedly achievable. Moreover, the price was quite appealing, requiring only a meager 10,000 ghostly jade. Of course, the true expense of unsealing a ghostly entity lay in the materials. Use level materials. Zombie, severed finger 1. Seal ghostly energy 1. Use level materials. Ghost fetus 1. Seal ghostly spirit 2. Su Bai resolutely accumulated 5 million in materials, causing cracks to appear upon the Huadan mask. Warning: the seal of the Flower Dan mask has reached its limit of ghostly energy and is on the verge of destruction. Su Bai swiftly set up a de-sealing array. Utilizing the vermilion purchased from the marketplace, he meticulously inscribed an intricate formation on the ground, igniting white candles made from corpse oil at the 4 corners, while placing red candles infused with black dog blood in the remaining corners. As Su Bai ignited the exclusive sealing talisman that he had acquired alongside the Flower Dan mask, a chilling aura began to envelop the Maison Temple. Amidst the rustling leaves, a haunting melody of traditional opera echoed, evoking an indescribable sensation. At the center of the formation, the Flower Dan mask began to ooze bright crimson blood and tremble violently. The frequency of the mask's quivering intensified, while the opera's melody surrounding Maison Temple crescendoed, reaching a climactic peak. Crack! As the music reached its zenith, the Flower Dan mask shattered. A fleeting beauty, longing and sorrow entwined, countless emotions, difficult to convey. A decade of yearning, a century of crossing, unable to sever the ties of affection, unwilling to glance back. A milky mist billowed forth from the shattered mask, transforming Maison Temple into a grand stage, from which a mournful operatic tone emerged. The ghostly figure of the opera woman materialized. She adorned a flowing azure gown without pleats, wore a crown of emeralds resembling phoenix wings, draped in garments of crimson clouds and golden koi. Her face painted with delicate hues of pink and white, with captivating brows and eyes that ensnared the heart, with a blend of sorrow and joy. A flick of the sleeve, a frown, a smile, a glance back. She was breathtaking yet heart-wrenching. As the half-verse of the song concluded, even Su Bai, who was unfamiliar with opera, could sense the boundless melancholy contained within. Ghost name: opera woman. Gender: female. Level: current level 1, no global ranking yet. Virtual level: virtual. Abilities: heartbreaking melody, mental attack, affecting the actions and thoughts of ghosts. Effectiveness determined by the level disparity. Double butterfly dance. The opera woman dances, creating illusions. Description: she has long awaited the return of her beloved general in the theater, attempting to have every man don a mask, transforming into the figure of her dreams. She holds a profound interest in you. Loyalty to host: 80. Virtual level: the virtual level signifies a unique state of a ghost, indicating that its power has barely reached a critical threshold, yet remains unstable, fluctuating uncertainly. The current ghostly bride resides in this state, and to stabilize at a higher level, further enhancement is required. In essence, Su Bai's investments have yet to suffice. However, one aspect surprised Su Bai: the opera woman possessed a loyalty of 80 points immediately upon summoning. Such a situation is exceedingly rare, suggesting an innate connection between the host and this ghost, akin to a soulful bond. In the next moment, the opera woman floated beside Su Bai. General, you have finally returned. Allow me to gaze upon you. Unexpectedly, Su Bai felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, compelling him to lean toward the opera woman. Suddenly, a piercing chill from behind jolted him back to reality. As I opened my eyes, I found myself merely a step away from the ghostly actress. Yet my entire being was enveloped in pristine snowflakes. The ice and snow specter. The snow maiden activated her spectral protection, and before I knew it, both Sadako and the ghostly actress stood beside me, glaring at her with palpable hostility, resembling guardians over their territory. In an instant, I became acutely aware of my predicament. The powers of this ghostly actress were formidable. Merely uttering a single phrase had already influenced my actions. What would happen if she fully unleashed her abilities? Surely, even the mightiest would be ensnared. To preserve my dignity, I hastily consumed several 100,000 units of mental enhancement potion. Congratulations. Your mental space has reached level 10, allowing for contracts with 2 specters, with the highest contract level available. The cacophony of alluring whispers in my mind gradually subsided, enabling me to engage with the ghostly actress without the imminent threat of losing my faculties. Hello? I inquired, gazing at the ghostly figure before me. Unlike the previous eager spirits, this one merely observed me in silence, leaving me uncertain of her thoughts. Suddenly, my words seemed to trigger something within her. Tears of blood streamed down her painted visage, her eyes reflecting the joy of a long-awaited reunion. General, it is truly you. Miaoi has finally found you. Though I could not ascertain whether the general she referred to was indeed me, I felt a pang of empathy for the weeping beauty before me. I stepped out from the snow maiden's protective embrace and gently enveloped her in my arms, tenderly patting her back. After a considerable pause, the ghostly actress released me, her cheeks flushing with sudden warmth. General, it is late. Allow Miaoi to assist you in retiring for the night. As she spoke, her gaze darkened as it fell upon the other 3 women. Although it was morning in the real world, this realm was perpetually shrouded in night, leading the ghostly actress to instinctively wish to help me change. In that moment, an unsettling premonition washed over me. Not again. I quickly intervened, opening the marketplace and feverishly ordering experience packs. Having faced such tumult before, I knew that words could lead to missteps. Expenditure, however, would never betray me. Congratulations. Your ghostly specter, the actress, has reached level 100. Current rank, 1 across the entire server. A few minutes later, the ghostly actress successfully met the standards of my faction. However, when it came time to equip her with weapons, an awkward silence fell. Subai. Once again, I find myself devoid of funds. This cursed pay-to-win game had drained my resources. After investing over 10 million, I was nearly bankrupt once more. Return my hard-earned money. Yet, as I calmed myself and beheld the 4 unique specters by my side, my discontent dissipated. The expenditure felt justified. However, I remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Predictably, loyalty had once again become a stumbling block. This time, it was particularly severe, as I had ascended a full 100 levels, yet the loyalty remained stubbornly stagnant at 80 points. Subai's face displayed a hint of distress. Was that the only move available to him? In ancient times, the Buddha sacrificed his flesh to feed the eagle. Now, I, Subai, offer my body to the ghosts. However, descending into hell must wait until nightfall. Having grasped the strength of several female ghosts, Subai resolved to claim his rewards for clearing the level before daring to challenge the advanced dungeon. Congratulations to the player, Ghost Collector, for successfully clearing the Maitsong Temple level dungeon. Evaluation of the clearance. Chapter 10. Unexpected gains and the exploration of the ultra-difficult dungeon. Rewards for clearance. Level 500 Ghostly Essence. Level 50 Ghostly Essence. Level 5 Ghostly Essence. The level dungeon was exceedingly simple, even with the highest evaluation. The rewards were pitifully scant. Were it not for the desire to acquire the Huadin mask, Subai would have scorned entering such a dungeon. It was a sheer waste of time. Just as Subai prepared to exit, the ghostly actress unexpectedly picked up a fragmented mask from the ground, which had long since shattered, and handed it to him. This fragment was distinct from the others scattered about. It shimmered with a faint glow and appeared not as a Huadan, but rather as a formidable warrior's visage. Fragmented ghostly mask, a mask imbued with the ghostly essence and longing of the ghostly actress, transformed into an equipment piece due to the residual power of the material. Effect can alter the wearer's appearance and shield against prying eyes. Effectiveness depends on the user's mental space level, currently at level 3. To his astonishment, this was a usable item. Subai was elated by such unexpected fortune. It is worth noting that the primary focus of this game revolves around cultivating ghosts, and items for player use are exceedingly rare. Apart from the rewards for topping the 3 leaderboards and the ghost candle, he had scarcely encountered any others within the game. This was indeed a remarkable find. Quickly donning the mask, Subai did not alter his appearance significantly, but merely obscured part of his face. He then accompanied the dead ghost to the next dungeon. Dungeon, Chongshan Experimental Hospital, difficulty, high, recommended level, 100. Dungeon description, residing in a single patient room. I have persistently claimed that I have no roommate, yet they all say I am insane. I clearly see nothing. Who is it? Who is lying? This was a dungeon of considerable difficulty, with only a handful of successful clearances thus far. Upon opening his eyes, Subai found himself in a new environment. It was a tidy single patient room, featuring a bed in one corner, a small bedside table to the right, and a standing wardrobe against the wall opposite the bed. On the wardrobe hung a mirror, directly facing the head of the bed. Aside from that, There were merely chairs, a trash bin, and other common hospital furnishings, nothing particularly noteworthy. The only thing that captivated Su-bai's attention was the prominently displayed patient rules on the bedside table. 1. Please follow the doctor's instructions. Take your medication within 10 minutes after lunch, and ensure quietness in the room. 2. After midnight, if you hear someone calling your name, do not respond. That is certainly not a human. In any circumstance, one must coexist harmoniously with fellow patients within the ward. Every day from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. and from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m., designated activity hours for hospital patients require leaving the ward, though one must remain within the confines of the hospital. Should you encounter 2 doctors simultaneously within the hospital, it is imperative to halt your actions until one of them has completely vanished before proceeding. Evidently, this is a set of rules governing a scenario. Within this framework, players are presented with a variety of regulations. Some are designed to safeguard players, while others serve to mislead them. Distinguishing truth from falsehood necessitates players to meticulously unravel clues. Yet it is undeniable that any breach of these rules triggers the game's mechanisms, plunging one into peril. The intricacies of this scenario are quite complex. Firstly, the invisible patient is clearly a pivotal figure, and the simultaneous appearance of 2 doctors similarly offers hints to the players. To navigate this scenario using conventional means demands considerable deductive prowess. Su-bai is undoubtedly capable of this, having previously perused a flawless strategy guide for this scenario from his past life. This guide, crafted by a master after the game's inception, remains effective even prior to its arrival. However, Su-bai possesses an alternative strategy. With a flick of his wrist, for spectral entities materialize beside him. Snow Woman, he calls. Instantly, snowflakes swirl within the room, and the temperature plummets below freezing. In a rules-based scenario, the challenge lies in deduction, but given Su-bai's formidable prowess, he is not bound by the constraints of the scenario's regulations. If his roommate is invisible, then let the entirety of the space reveal itself. Let us see if they dare to emerge. As the temperature in the room continues to drop, the water in the dispenser instantly freezes, and the glass cups begin to crack under thermal stress. Moisture condenses into frost upon the cracked windows, and Su-bai observes that only the mirror facing the head of the bed remains unchanged. With a glance, he signals the Snow Woman to concentrate the power of ice and snow around the mirror. With a crack, it seems to reach a critical threshold, and the mirror shatters with a thunderous sound. From within, a familiar silhouette emerges, another Su-bai. The figure stepping forth from the mirror is clad in the same hospital gown as Su-bai, wearing a matching sunny smile, yet its gaze is inscrutably vacant. Snow Woman, do not cease. The figure from the mirror speaks, its voice mirroring Su-bai's precisely. Yet the Snow Woman exhibits no reaction, seemingly indifferent to this impostor before her. In the hushed ward, an awkward atmosphere suddenly envelopes the space as Su-bai and the specter quietly observe the performance of the figure before them. Trust me, Snow Woman. I am the true Su-bai, that is but a counterfeit. Quickly eliminate him. Your master will reward you with experience packs. Su-bai smiled faintly. Realizing that even the tricks of experience packs had been learned by this figure in the mirror, it appeared he possessed some depth. However, unbeknownst to him, the several female ghosts had developed a unique connection with him, acutely sensitive to the special aura of his pure yang body, and would not be easily deceived. As the ghostly bride put it, he lacks Su-bai's fragrance. Yet, Su-bai failed to notice that among the 4 ghosts around him, one was an exception, the ghostly actress with whom nothing had yet transpired. The ghostly actress gazed at the figure before her, identical to Su-bai, her heart stirring as if this visage held profound significance for her. In her mind, the distinction between true and false had blurred. All she knew was that this other Su-bai stood unguarded by the remaining 3 ghosts. With a graceful step, she lunged toward the false Su-bai. General, yield to Miao-yi. Observing the ghostly actress rushing towards him, the false Su-bai revealed a sinister smile. He seized her by the throat and glared at Su-bai, saying, "Your woman is now in my grasp. Why don't you hurry and unfreeze her?" The ghostly actress stared in shock at this Su-bai, astonished by his actions. Dark, ominous energies surged around her, and her makeup gradually became terrifying. "You are not my general. Who are you?" she suddenly shrieked, her formidable ghostly power propelling the hospital door off its hinges. With a swift kick, she struck the false Su-bai's vital point, causing him to clutch his groin and collapse to the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, lifeless at last. Chapter 11. Ambitions soar, 2 ghostly encounters in one night. Su-bai watched the unfolding scene, a chill sweeping over him. What ferocity! The face of the deceased false Su-bai melted like wax, ultimately solidifying into an ugly visage, revealing the true form of this ghost in hospital garb. How hideous! With a considerate kick, Subai turned the grotesque face of the ghost toward the ground. And then he began to worry. He had inadvertently breached 2 rules right from the start. Rule 1, maintain silence. And Rule 3, coexist harmoniously with fellow patients. He had utterly failed in both. He had merely intended for the Snow Woman to coax the patients out for a friendly exchange. But unexpectedly, the ghostly actress had gone mad and killed someone outright. How could he hope for harmony now? Well, if paper offerings could be burned, perhaps that could still count as amicable coexistence. Forget it. Rules be damned. He did choose to win effortlessly. Immediately, Subai commanded the 4 ghosts to unleash their formidable presence. A terrifying pressure surged from the room, sending the nurses who had approached to investigate the commotion flying back. Such a bold declaration of war also attracted the attention of other players in the ward. What the hell? Who is this guy? He's ready to kill before I've even finished reading the rules. Is he insane? The rule of silence. Did he not comprehend it? It appears he is yet another reckless youth courting death. This is a high-level dungeon, and breaking the rules is tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Moments later, 2 doctors hastened to the doorway. Subai suddenly recalled the 5th rule. Rule 5. Should you encounter 2 doctors simultaneously in the hospital, you must immediately halt your actions until one of them has entirely vanished before you may proceed. Having perused strategies from his previous life, Subai understood that while violations of the earlier rules might allow for redemption, this 5th rule was irrevocable. Once breached, it meant certain death. From beneath the doctors' masks came the unsettling sound of chewing, eerie and macabre, with blood continuously dripping from the seams of their masks. Subai discerned at once that they were not human. He immediately froze in place, akin to a game of red light, green light, paralyzed with fear. Yet, while he remained still, the Bride of Ghosts and Sadako moved. A mournful cacophony of gongs and swona filled the air as the Bride of Ghosts' form once again became ethereal, while Sadako's hair, intertwined with the white silk Subai had offered her, surged toward one of the Dr. Ghosts. As the Bride's claws reached for the back of one Dr. Ghost, the other was ensnared by Sadako's hair around its neck, lifted high. A simultaneous sound of piercing echoed through the air as both formidable Doctor apparitions collapsed. The players gathered outside the ward gasped in unison, sharing a moment of profound realization. At that instant, perhaps the sorrows and joys of humanity resonated with one another. Was this game not a bizarre and chilling puzzle to unravel? How could such entities exist? This individual dared to disregard the rules, taking down one after another, and even a multitude. However, soon a keen observer in the crowd pointed out, "Look, he is not a player. He is imbued with ghostly energy." The crowd followed the direction of his finger, and indeed, among the 4 women and 1 man, the one most resembling a human, Subai, was enveloped in an aura of ghostly essence. It was evident that none of these beings were truly human. Indeed, his status panel was a series of question marks. I understand now. This must either be a dungeon or some unspeakable specter. This hypothesis garnered unanimous agreement among the players, as it was the only explanation for why he could flout these rules. Yet, they could never fathom that Subai was a bona fide player, merely fortunate enough to possess several fully leveled female ghosts and an item that concealed his identity. In truth, he was the only one in this game with such luck. The reactions of the players were of no concern to Subai. He led the 4 ghosts directly upstairs, encountering and vanquishing specters effortlessly along the way. With the most perilous rule already breached, there was no need for caution. He would cut through this dungeon with unrelenting force. Thus, he set his sights on the office of the director of Chongshan Experimental Hospital, the ultimate destination of this dungeon. Bang! With a forceful kick, Subai flung open the door to the director's office, leading 4 female spirits into the chamber with an air of determination. The moment they crossed the threshold, the surroundings transformed instantaneously. The furniture vanished, and even the door behind them dissipated into nothingness. They found themselves enveloped in a void, each step sending ripples through the ethereal space. At the very center of this nothingness stood a middle-aged man, his visage frenzied, clad in a white lab coat, wielding a scalpel. Level Ghost Director 100. A cackling laugh escaped the director upon sighting the intruders, as he manically brandished his 2 scalpels. It has been ages since I encountered such delightful patience. Come, let me dissect your skull and see whether it contains a human or a specter. Fear not. My strikes are swift and painless. Indeed, witnessing the scene firsthand proved far more unsettling than any video could convey. Despite being mentally prepared, Subai was repulsed by the grotesque demeanor of this lunatic director. The Chongshan Experimental Hospital was, in truth, a research facility established by this director to cure his own gradually ghostly form. Cloaked in the guise of healing, he conducted inhumane experiments, transforming all inhabitants of the hospital into monsters. Under normal circumstances, to vanquish this director, one would need to gather several crucial items throughout the hospital, gradually weakening his power. However, Su Bai was clearly unwilling to endure such tedium. Enough of this prattle. Today marks your demise. Allow me to conclude your wicked existence. To perish at my hands is a stroke of fortune for you. With head held high, Su Bai faced the formidable ghost without flinching. His entire demeanor exuding an unyielding resolve, poised to unleash his most potent strike. The atmosphere thickened with tension, prompting the director to furrow his brow, gripping his scalpels with renewed intensity, while the ghostly maid's eyes sparkled, gazing at her valiant commander. And then it happened. In an instant, Su Bai retreated half a step, seeking refuge behind the transformed snow woman, crouching with arms over his head. After nurturing you for 1,000 days, let us unleash you now, my treasures. Charge forth. The 4 female spirits stood motionless, bewildered. Weren't you boasting? Continue. Engage him one-on-one. Why retreat? Even the ghostly maid appeared momentarily dazed, questioning whether this was indeed the legendary commander she had once revered. Left with no other choice, Su Bai resorted to his ultimate move. An apparition strikes twice in a single night. Upon hearing this, the 4 spirits' eyes gleamed with determination as they surged forward, leaving Su Bai behind, tears glistening in his eyes. While others fought for their lives, he battled for the survival of future generations. With flowing hair, snowflakes, razor-sharp claws, and a cacophony of magical assaults, they charged at the director, who desperately defended himself with his 2 scalpels. Moments later, a global announcement resonated through the devices of all players. Congratulations to the player, Ghost Collector, for successfully completing the level dungeon Chongshan Experimental Hospital. Evaluation of completion. This is an announcement for the entire server, encouraging all players to persevere and strive for greatness. Chapter 12 has been cleared, and the news reverberated throughout the gaming community. The Chongshan Experimental Hospital. Nearly every player has heard tales of this dungeon's notorious reputation. And for good reason. It is one of the top 10 most challenging dungeons since the game's inception. Countless wealthy players have faltered within its treacherous confines, with some even hiring private investigators at great expense to aid them, thus barely managing to elevate their dungeon ratings. There were those who boldly claimed that given the dungeon's difficulty, no one would achieve a high rating within a month. Yet now, this female ghost collector, who has astonishingly topped 3 leaderboards in a single night, has created an unbelievable legend. A rating of level. What an astonishing statistic. It is unheard of for anyone to achieve such a rating in a dungeon of this caliber. Su Bai's actions have undeniably propelled his fame to unprecedented heights. Even those players who typically disregard the leaderboards, engrossed in their own quests for secrets and character development, find themselves discussing the name of the female ghost collector. Speculations about her true identity grow ever more enigmatic. Before the screen, Su Buki gaped in disbelief at the announcement that floated past him. He could hardly fathom that the female ghost collector had attained a level rating. In his subconscious, he had considered her merely a somewhat affluent player indulging in the game, perhaps spending some money to climb the leaderboards. Yet, he never anticipated that she could achieve such a remarkable rating in a dungeon that rigorously tests one's intellect, a notion that seemed utterly preposterous to him. While others may be unaware of the dungeon's formidable difficulty, Su Buki, as a former level rating achiever, was all too aware. The challenges posed by this dungeon were almost grotesquely demanding in terms of deductive reasoning, with each area harboring distinct rules, numbering in the hundreds collectively. And to brute force one's way through? Dream on. The doctors and nurses within this hospital possess strength rivaling that of fully leveled monsters, let alone the horrors that parallel 2-level monsters. Without diligently collecting items to weaken their might, what could one possibly use to fight back? Unless one could summon 3-level monsters and equip them with the finest gear. Acquired completion reward, Ghost Soul 1. Ghost Soul, a pure soul from another realm, imbued with immense power, possessing a strong allure for monsters. Effect, can elevate a monster's level, guaranteed to increase by 1 stage for those below level. While for those above, the enhancement depends on the monster's attributes. The better the attributes, the greater the enhancement. Special reward for level completion, sealed item, bandaged mummy. In contrast to the painted masks of a flower maiden, this is a level sealed item. Once unsealed, it will undoubtedly release a level monster. Upon the first completion of a level dungeon, a level monster reward is guaranteed, which could be a sealed item or a weapon. Given Su Bai's level rating, the rewards he receives will undoubtedly be even more formidable. However, the mummy revealed by Su Bai was merely a 5-inch figurine, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Judging by its unembellished chest, it was highly likely that this mummy represented a male spirit, which significantly diminished his interest. He casually tossed it into the storage and returned to the realm of spirits. His dismal mood could only be alleviated by the presence of the charming ghost girls. He handed the soul essence he had obtained as a reward to Sadako, who was overjoyed and expressed her delight by forming a large heart shape with her hair atop her head. This soul essence had the most significant effect on spirits of lower ranks, rendering it merely a delectable treat for the other three spirits. Consequently, they bore no discontent. Rather, having spent time together, they had grown fond of Sadako, the quiet yet understanding younger sister. Therefore, witnessing her promotion brought them great joy. You have used the soul essence on Sadako, elevating her level. Her long hair burgeoned, enveloping her tightly within a cocoon-like embrace. Although Sadako had defeated a doctor within the instance, it was evident that it had required considerable effort, unlike the swift defeat of the ghost brides. Despite being at maximum level and wielding powerful equipment, her personal strength exhibited notable shortcomings. As her hair gradually receded, Sadako successfully ascended to the next level. At first glance, there seemed to be no change, but upon closer inspection, one could discern that her hair had grown longer, and her cheeks had taken on an ethereal beauty, shrouded in a delicate allure. More importantly, what had once been a modest pair of Sadako's now astonishingly multiplied. Subai felt a sudden dryness in his throat. There were nefarious individuals among the crowd, with a countenance of righteous determination. He embraced the newly promoted Sadako and intended to lead her to the luxurious bedroom. The other three girls gathered around, insisting that fairness must prevail. Promises made must be honored. Subai was instantly flustered, hastily attempting to evade the situation. At that moment, a phone call came in, providing him with an excuse to extricate himself. Hello, Xiaobai. Regarding the price you mentioned earlier, my uncle has considered it and is willing to accept. Uncle, you truly possess discerning judgment. Subai scoffed. He had anticipated Su Yisheng's concession, but he had not expected it to come so swiftly. All right. It has been a while since we last met. I will send you my location, and we can meet to sign the contract shortly. Sounds good. See you soon. After hanging up, Subai dialed another number for Ling Ruoyao. Sister Ling, what are you up to? Subai inquired cheerfully. Ling Ruoyao, lounging on the sofa watching a soap opera, rolled her eyes and mimicked Subai's tone, replying, just taking a shower. Are you checking up on me, little brother? How about I give you a video call? Subai chuckled. Since his rebirth, his relationship with his sister had gradually grown closer. The video might not be very appealing. How about you show me in person later? Ling Ruoyao was at a loss for words. Oh, please. Just tell me, what's the matter? Su Yisheng consented, and he would sign the contract shortly. Sister Ling will come to pick me up in a bit. Upon hearing this, Ling Ruoyao sprang up from the sofa with unexpected vigor. He truly agreed? That old fox. Wait, you want me to come pick you up? Where's your car? You haven't sold that too, have you? Subai replied, sold it. What on earth are you doing? Selling the house, the car, and stocks. It's quite alarming. Ling Ruoyao exclaimed, her astonishment palpable. That particular car was Subai's cherished possession, having consumed over half a year for its purchase and modifications. He rarely allowed anyone a glimpse of it. The fact that he had sold it was utterly shocking. With a significant investment and a dozen minor business goals, she scoffed. Business? Please, as if I don't know you. If Subai were adept at business, pigs would be climbing trees. Suddenly, Ling Ruoyao leaped from the sofa, her eyes wide with realization. You aren't keeping a foreign mistress and planning to emigrate, are you? Chapter 13 Ling Ruoyao. Is he maintaining a seductive vixen outside? You might as well keep me instead. Subai was momentarily speechless, realizing that all these years, he had essentially been paying her salary. Haven't I been supporting you all along? Don't be ridiculous. I earn my salary through merit. You can't conflate the two. Subai chuckled heartily. Although Ling Ruoyao was slightly older, the 10 years of apocalyptic experiences had left her in his eyes still resembling an inexperienced girl. How about this, Sister Ling? Why not quit your job and become my personal secretary? He emphasized personal with a meaningful tone, leaving little to the imagination. Surprisingly, Ling Ruoyao felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks. Personal? I refuse to associate with a spendthrift who sells houses and cars. What if you squander all your money? I wouldn't know where to cry. After saying this, Ling Ruoyao hastily ended the call. Dressed in her nightgown, she curled up on the floor, her flushed face buried in her knees. For reasons unknown, her heart raced as she found herself developing feelings for this boy she had practically watched grow up, emotions she had never experienced before. After a while, she collected herself, quickly tidying up and driving to Subai's villa. Once she picked him up, they proceeded to a more secluded CAF, as designated by Su Yisheng. Due to its exorbitant prices, it was a haunt for only the elite. Upon seeing Subai enter, the old fox, Su Yisheng, greeted him with a smile, as if their previous argument had never occurred. Having endured trials in his past life, Subai skillfully concealed his thoughts, observing the mutual pretense between the two cunning individuals, while Ling Ruoyao internally scoffed. The only one out of place was her cousin, Su Byuki, who appeared to still be sulking over the record-breaking incident involving the ghost collector, sitting morosely to the side. Seeing his current demeanor, Subai felt a secret delight. Little one, whether in reality or in the game, your entire family is merely at my mercy. Subai, ever since your parents passed away, you have endured much hardship, and your uncle has seen it with his own eyes, feeling the pain in his heart. I have been preoccupied with managing your parents' business and have not had the opportunity to visit you often. I hope you do not hold it against me. After all, we are family. This old fox's acting was truly masterful, as he even managed to squeeze out a couple of tears. Were it not for my knowledge of his misdeeds, I might have been deceived. Managing the business? More likely, he is contemplating how to swallow it whole. Father, truly. My cousin is too busy gaming to have time for you. Su Byuki mocked. Subai, however, paid no mind, still wearing a cheerful smile. What nonsense, uncle. As a junior, what could I possibly have to discuss? It should be me visiting you often, lest one day you meet your end. Following in the footsteps of my parents. I have heard it said that some live on in body but are already dead in spirit. It is uncertain which comes first. An accident or tomorrow. Would you not agree, uncle? Su Yixing detected Su Bai's discontent and shot a glare at his son. The contract had yet to be signed. No matter what Su Bai said, he had to endure. With a forced chuckle, Su Yixing responded, Haha, my dear nephew. Being in university surely enriches you with culture. Just look at how you quote famous sayings. Your uncle pales in comparison. No worries, uncle. One learns until death, so while there is still time. Read as much as you can, seize the day. In between the lines, Su Bai wished for this old man to depart from this world sooner rather than later. How dare you speak like that? You are merely riding on the coattails of the meager fortune left by your parents. What gives you the right to be so arrogant? Su Byuki, already in a foul mood today, erupted in anger upon hearing Su Bai's words. Su Bai narrowed his eyes and immediately stood up, intending to leave. There was no need to coddle this fool. Su Yixing, anxious, slapped his son on the head and rushed to pull Su Bai back. Little Bai, please do not be angry. Your cousin is simply foolish and lacks eloquence. Do not take it to heart. You insolent brat, apologize to your cousin at once. Su Byuki looked incredulously at his father. You want me to apologize to him? To this fool who only knows how to chase girls and play games. He has the audacity to think he deserves it? Slap. Su Yixing's hand landed on Su Byuki's face, leaving everyone in the CAF stunned. Apologize. He glared at his inept son with a gaze that could bore a hole through stone, suddenly realizing that Su Bai was far more sensible. I'm sorry. Su Byuki managed to squeeze out those 3 words through reddened eyes. Ha ha ha, I was merely joking. Uncle, why take it so seriously? We are family. How could I ever be angry with my cousin? Su Bai laughed heartily as he sat down. The two exchanged a few more words before delving into the main topic. Xiao Bai, take a look at this contract. If everything is satisfactory, I shall proceed with the transfer, he said, passing the document to Ling Ruoyao, believing that such professional matters were best handled by experts. Calm down, Su Byuki regarded Su Bai with a cold smirk, thinking to himself how short-sighted this fool was to sell such significant shares for a mere 14 billion. If his parents were aware, they would surely rise from their graves in indignation at their son's folly. Let him revel in his arrogance for now. The current Su Bai was but a grasshopper in autumn, destined to leap for only a few more days. Little did he know, Su Bai harbored similar thoughts about the two of them. Before long, Ling Ruoyao concluded her review of the contract, finding no discrepancies on Su Yixing's part. Both parties affixed their signatures, their faces alight with genuine smiles. Su Yixing thought to himself, fool, this company is mine from now on. While Su Bai retorted, idiot, your joy will be short-lived. In that fleeting moment, a glimmer of intensity flickered in Su Bai's eyes, and an unsettling aura enveloped him, causing the temperature around them to drop, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Is this Su Bai? Why does he seem different? In the car, Ling Ruoyao inquired. What just happened to you? You suddenly became quite terrifying. Are you experiencing some sort of mental instability? Su Bai was tempted to retort about her questioning his sanity, but the thought of the 4 ravenous female spirits waiting for him at home silenced him. He could not afford to speak recklessly. In truth, the eerie game was beginning to seep into his reality, and with 4 spirits under his command, 3 of whom were of considerable level, he was bound to be the first affected. Seeing Su Bai abruptly halt in his speech only piqued Ling Ruoyao's curiosity further. Did he truly have a woman on the side? Upon returning home, her curiosity remained unabated. Driven by a tinge of jealousy, she secretly examined Su Bai's bank statements. Eerie game? So, this fellow has recently become infatuated with it. She mused. What kind of game possessed such allure that it could compel Su Bai to invest so much money? with a desire to uncover the mystery. Ling Ruoyao decided to download the game herself. Eerie game, welcome to your arrival. Chapter 14, Bounty on the Scalpel, Unknown Location, Wong City. Upon returning home, Subai began to contemplate his forthcoming plans. After all, with a full 14 billion arriving, it would be a disservice to himself and his uncle not to devise a proper strategy. Currently, Subai sought to enhance his strength, either by increasing the number of female spirits under his command or by further strengthening those he already possessed. The methods to acquire female spirits primarily involved purchasing from the marketplace, system rewards, or receiving sealed item rewards through quests. Considering he already had 3 female spirits, along with an unsealed mummy, Subai resolved to first bolster the strength of his current spirits. In the realm of gaming, aside from nurturing experience to elevate levels and equipping formidable gear to enhance the capabilities of spirits, there exists another avenue: synthesis. Identical spirits can amalgamate to ascend their ranks. With a sufficient quantity, one may transform a mere spirit into a formidable entity, but this method bears a significant drawback. It demands an exorbitant amount of resources. Subai calculated that nurturing a single high-tier spirit to reach the pinnacle level requires resources 3 to 4 times greater than simply acquiring a high-tier spirit outright. In light of this, the endeavor appears to be a poor investment. Even Subai, on the cusp of becoming a billionaire, cannot afford such a losing venture. Thus, he turned his attention towards the spirits he already possessed, particularly Sadako and the Bride of Ghosts. After all, Sadako had been by his side for a considerable duration. And as the saying goes, familiarity breeds affection. It was likely that a bond stronger than gold had formed between them. Regardless, Subai hoped she would accompany him to the very end. Moreover, Sadako had already reached a high tier and belonged to a category that the shop supplied in unlimited quantities, making her ascension from high to the pinnacle a far less daunting endeavor, certainly more efficient than delving into dungeons to gather materials for unsealing. On the other hand, the Bride of Ghosts was merely a common high-tier spirit available for direct purchase in the shop at a price of 3 million each, making her full potential easily attainable without incurring losses. While the high tier is currently the known apex, distinctions exist even within this rank. The unique Yukiana and the illusory, ghostly actress exemplify this disparity. Although this difference may not be immediately apparent, it will become strikingly evident following the eerie invasions. Therefore, synthesizing the Bride of Ghosts is undoubtedly a foolproof investment. Subsequently, Subai issued a bounty on the World Channel, Ghost Collector, offering a handsome reward for the scalpel of Sibylle, negotiable price. Urgent inquiries encouraged. Upon the release of Subai's message, a tremor rippled through the gaming community. It is noteworthy that he was the first gaming magnate to conquer the prestigious Chow Mountain Experimental Hospital, securing the top spots on the leaderboard. Fulfilling his request would not only yield substantial rewards, but also forge valuable connections. Even a mere hint of insight from this titan could prove invaluable to the common players. If one could align themselves with such a high-caliber player, they might reap bountiful rewards in subsequent quests. Old Lu, have you heard of Sibylle's scalpel? A big shot is offering a hefty sum. Little Wu, hurry to our guild's warehouse and check if we have that scalpel. A multitude of players frantically messaged their in-game friends, eager to uncover information about this coveted item. Behind the scenes, disparaging Subai was permissible. Calling him a wretched soul was commonplace, as many players poured substantial sums into the game. However, when it came to potential gains, all were clamoring for Subai's words, eager to seize any opportunity. In no time, a flood of messages inundated Subai's chat channel. Among them, there were those who, driven by a sense of reckless optimism, concocted fictitious information in hopes of deceiving Subai to obtain a commission. However, Subai was well prepared. Once the filtering function was activated, apart from the information regarding the surgical knife of Kabert, he had no interest in perusing any other messages. As anticipated, the chat channel was rendered utterly void. This particular item was the exclusive unsealing tool of the bandaged mummy, a reward from Subai's replica. After a span of approximately 10 minutes, a message captured Subai's attention. Walking too flashy twisted his waist. I possess the item you seek, albeit in a broken state. I can also provide you with the coordinates for acquiring this item, along with a screenshot. Upon opening the screenshot, Subai confirmed that it was indeed the equipment he desired. Kabert's surgical knife, broken version. The first surgical knife employed to dissect the pharaoh's mummy. Imbued with unique powers capable of severing special seals. 13. Female Ghost Collector. The item is accurate. How did you acquire it? Subai replied through typing. Walking too flashy twisted his waist. Discovered it while exploring an unknown domain. A Dr. Ghost wielded this surgical knife, which was revealed after our guild vanquished it. Female Ghost Collector, name your price. Walking too flashy twisted his waist. The item and its coordinates total 50,000, no negotiations. To Subai, 50,000 was merely a trifling sum. What mattered was the authenticity of the information. From the counterpart's account, it seemed unlikely to be a fabrication. Yet one must always guard against deceit. Female ghost collector. Agreed, I will provide you with a 5,000 deposit now, and upon acquiring the next fragment, I will pay the remaining amount. However, it is best not to deceive me, or I shall annihilate all your ghosts. The unrefined tongue of the collector naturally believed in Subai's capacity to fulfill such a threat, and the substantial investment in training his ghosts deterred any thought of deception. Unbeknownst to him, Subai was not wielding financial threats, but rather a more profound one, his very life. Although the host could resurrect indefinitely, the ghosts within the game could indeed be slain. Upon death, they would downgrade, and zero-level ghosts would vanish entirely. The most crucial aspect was that if all of a player's ghosts perished, the system would actively delete the player's account. A deleted account would lead only to one fate: death by various bizarre occurrences. Thus, it could be said that should he deceive Subai, his life would be forfeit. The two swiftly completed the transaction. Subai transferred 5,000 as a deposit, and the item was received through the game's trading system. After confirming its authenticity, Subai scrutinized the information provided. The coordinates pointed to an unexplored area in the wilderness, a prime location for outdoor drops. Time was of the essence. Subai, accompanied by 4 ghosts, hastened towards the destination. New map discovered: Wong City. Upon entering this new area and following the route given by the player, Subai arrived at an abandoned psychiatric hospital. Having endured the ravages of time, the psychiatric hospital's once pristine white walls are now marred and weathered, overrun with moss and creeping vines. An ominous aura permeates the air, and the grand entrance is adorned with grotesque symbols drawn in what appears to be blood. Subai gazes at the repugnant substance, a nauseating mix of pus and slime that coats the ground, feeling utterly devoid of any desire to step inside. After all, it is merely a level, incapable of stirring even the faintest ripple. Dear ones, let the sweeping begin. Chapter 15. A billion recharge. You know nothing of the power of spending. The 4 female ghosts received the command. In an instant, they surged into the psychiatric hospital. While outside, Subai could only observe the flurry of dark, snow-like hair dancing about, accompanied by the cacophony of wedding music and opera, punctuated by a continuous stream of reward notifications. Congratulations, player. You have obtained level material broken leg bone X1. Congratulations, player. You have obtained level material ghost flame X1. After a considerable duration, the notifications of fragmented rewards paused momentarily. Congratulations, player. You have obtained special item Kybert scalpel 13. At last. With this, Subai is merely one step away from completion, yet this final piece is not to be rushed. The uncharted area refreshes every 6 hours, and during this interval, he can gather some materials for future use. Coincidentally, in 6 hours, Su Yixing's 14 billion should also be credited. Then, a grand wave shall commence. Subai ambles through the unexplored territory, playfully engaging with the few female ghosts by his side, reminiscent of a leisurely outing, utterly delightful. Meanwhile, Su Buki has also logged into the game. At this moment, he stands at the pinnacle of his life. Recently elated by successfully acquiring Subai's shares, Su Yixing generously presented his son with a check for 10 million. The memory of Lost Face ignited Su Buki's fury, prompting him to invest the entire 10 million into the game, intent on obliterating the female ghost collector who had repeatedly provoked him. Opening the marketplace, he gazes longingly at the 3 coveted level ghosts: the pig-headed butcher, the ghost bride, and the terrifying clown. With fervor, he clicks the button, securing all 3 level ghosts. With 100 competent underlings in his guild, even the female ghost collector would find herself unable to return unscathed. Su Buki's Bation guild stands as a formidable force within the game. To join his ranks, one must possess the strength of a level ghost. Just then, an underling approached with news. Boss, we've tracked him down. Subai is currently in Wong City. It is said that he is farming for a material and will remain there for at least 6 hours. Wong City? Is that the newly unveiled unexplored area? Indeed. Su Buki slammed his thigh in excitement. Excellent. Brothers, follow me into battle. Let us crush the female ghost collector. She may think herself invincible, but we shall demonstrate the might of sheer numbers. Let her witness the consequences of inciting the wrath of our Bation guild. Soon, hundreds of ghosts will reduce her to mere dust. Defeating the female ghost collector and acquiring Subai's company would indeed be a double triumph. At this moment, Su Buki seemed to have reached the pinnacle of his life. A grand army of 100 marched forth, their destination, Wancheng. As they advanced, A message arrived from Zhuolu Tai Saw, who had injured himself while walking. Zhuolu Tai Saw. Boss, are you still in Wanqing? Female ghost collector. What is the matter? Zhuolu Tai Saw. Perhaps you should postpone your quest for that item. I've received word that the King of Ghost Eyes, accompanied by his Batian guild, is laying in wait for you in Wanqing, declaring they will not rest until they have utterly defeated you today. Female ghost collector. How do you know this? Subai found it amusing. Zhuolu Tai Saw. I'm actually the leader of a small guild, so I've been keeping an eye on things. Subai thought this fellow quite intriguing. While others would feign ignorance, he boldly warned him, not fearing the wrath of the Batian guild. Female ghost collector. Thank you. What is your name? Let us play together sometime. Simultaneously, Subai transferred 10,000 coins to him, ensuring he would not make the trip in vain. Zhuolu Tai Saw. Boss, my name is Su Feng, but I cannot accept that money. After all, only our guild knows about your presence here. It must have been one of my subordinates who leaked the information. Female ghost collector. Very well, you're a straightforward person. Subai replied, furrowing his brow. The name Su Feng sounded familiar. If it wasn't a coincidence. There was a grassroots organization in the neighboring city of his previous life, led by someone named Su Feng. As for Su Buki wishing to kill him, that was another matter entirely. If Subai cared even a little, it would be a sign of disrespect towards the 4 female ghosts by his side, wouldn't it? Half an hour later, the bank manager called Subai to confirm the arrival of 14 billion. After all, this was no small sum, and any issues could spell disaster for a mere manager. Just then, within the game, Su Buki's assembled forces finally entered Wanqing. My lord, is my strength adequate? Subai reclined majestically in an opulent chair, his feet resting upon the recently slain pig-headed creature, while behind him, the ghost bride massaged his shoulders. Sadako and the ghost actress took turns kneading his thighs, while the snow woman cautiously maintained the temperature, serving as a human air conditioner. How delightful! Yet only Subai understood the price he would have to pay. If given the choice, he would even prefer to sleep on the sofa tonight. From afar, the sound of footsteps echoed down the street, dust swirling up and painting the thoroughfare a shade of yellow. A thick aura of ghostly energy rose at the horizon, swirling and coalescing into a massive black skull in midair. A silhouette gradually appeared against the sky, followed by 3 formidable-looking specters. Then, countless heads and apparitions emerged from the horizon. It was Su Buki and his Batian guild. Unbeknownst to Wen, a throng of onlookers had gathered in the surrounding buildings, primarily spies dispatched by various guilds. At that moment, the atmosphere gradually shifted towards a grave intensity. Some timid observers even held their breath. 3 high-level specters led the charge, followed by an innumerable horde of lesser specters. At first glance, at least several hundred. Such a formidable formation caused the unwary passers-by to hastily retreat. Observing this, Subai could not help but smirk disdainfully. Is this the extent of the Ghost Eye King's prowess? He addressed Su Buki from a distance, refraining from using his name to conceal his identity. Su Buki did not respond. He was completely absorbed in the imagined scene of Su by begging on his knees. As long as players are not killed, the specters would continuously downgrade and resurrect beside them. Once reduced to level 0, they would vanish. It would certainly be gratifying to wipe out Subai's millions of specters. Watching Su Buki, lost in his fantasies, Subai could not help but sigh. This sort of individual, without his father, might not survive 3 days. Shaking his head, Subai opened the recharge interface. Well then, let us start with 1 billion. Warning, the amount you are attempting to recharge is excessively large. Are you certain you wish to proceed? It was Subai's first time recharging such a substantial sum, and he was surprised by the game's prompt. It seemed to genuinely fear players becoming too formidable. Recharge. 1 billion ghostly jade. He promptly placed an order for 100 ghost brides and 100,000 vengeful spirits in the store. Each ghost bride cost 3 million, while the level 1 vengeful spirit only required 500 ghostly jade, totaling 350 million, swiftly deducted by the system. Suddenly, a chilling wind, seemingly from nowhere, enveloped the entire city of Wang. Chapter 16, The 100,000 Ghost Army, Annihilating the Overlord. The game screen momentarily froze. This was the first occurrence since the launch. In the next instant, a flurry of overlapping notifications flooded the screen, nearly obscuring it in darkness. Warning, your haunted house is full. Warning, your haunted house is full. Warning, your haunted house is full. Like an error message, the notifications formed a dense web. This was pure mental pollution. Block notifications. Subai swiftly silenced the alerts. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming chill pouring over him from behind. The street before him had plunged into complete darkness, akin to the dead of night. The oppressive aura of the specters made it difficult to breathe. Subai turned around. What the hell? Behind him, a multitude of female ghosts swarmed like grains of sand, their wailing piercing the air. Is this the sea of ghosts? The countless specters nearly filled Su Bai's once expansive haunted house domain. In the outside world, Su Byuki also sensed an immense cold emanating from Su Bai. But with so many subordinates behind him, he could not afford to lose face and pressed forward. Surround him. Su Byuki commanded the members of the Batian Guild. 100 demons dispersing to form an immense encirclement, surrounding Su Bai completely. Collector of female ghosts, today marks your demise. If I were you, I would quickly bow a few times. Perhaps, in his good graces, the Lord might let you off lightly. Aren't you quite arrogant? Continue with your bravado. What does being at the top of the rankings matter? Do you see the brothers behind me? This is what we call the game. Upon hearing this, Su Bai merely chuckled. What is there to smile about? Is it because of your few delicate female ghosts? However, if you allow these female ghosts to satisfy my butcher, perhaps I could spare one for your final moments. Ha ha ha. Su Byuki unabashedly displayed his arrogance and hubris. Hearing these words, Su Bai's expression gradually turned icy. You have indeed chosen a splendid path for yourself. A path to death. The members of the Batian Guild erupted into laughter, as if they had heard a most amusing joke. What gives you the courage to presume you can contend with us? Did Liang Jingru grant you this confidence? Let me tell you, today we shall take advantage of our numbers to bully you. We shall exploit your lack of background and power. What can you possibly do? You may be first on the leaderboard, but 4 of the top 10 are in our guild. You have 3 at your level, while we boast over a dozen. Hundreds of others. What can you compare with? You are merely a lone player. Do you truly believe one person can challenge an entire guild? Initially, it was expected that Su Bai would retort, but unexpectedly, he merely nodded. That makes sense. What makes sense? This guy must have lost his nerve. Thus, he declared, I have decided to engage you all in a brawl. With a swift motion of his hand, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The ghostly energy that had coalesced above the Batian Guild was instantly dispersed by a fierce gale. Following this was an even stronger ghostly essence, almost coalescing into a tangible form, staining the entire sky a deep, inky black. A chilling wail erupted, echoing like tumultuous waves crashing upon the shore, as everyone except Su Bai covered their ears, unable to withstand the horrific shriek of souls. The multitude surged forth, flooding every corner of the street with 100,000 female ghosts, akin to quicksand, instantly engulfing the hundreds of members of the Batian Guild. Accompanying this were a full 100 ghost brides, adorned in striking red garments, standing out among the white-clad virtuous spirits in a remarkable display. Whether it was the Batian Guild or the onlookers, all were left in utter bewilderment, momentarily questioning their very existence. Who am I? Where am I? What was I here to do? Outside the fray, some were astonished to discover that the numbers behind Su Bai's combat power ranking were rapidly escalating. On the leaderboard of ghostly creatures, the collector of female ghosts still surpassed the second-ranked ghost I King by several times. A vast area surrounding Wong City was inundated with frantic alerts from the system. Warning! Warning! Please evacuate Wong City immediately. Please evacuate Wong City immediately. What is happening? Is the city of Wong on the verge of collapse? Can any knowledgeable brother spill the beans? I am in Wong City. All I can see is an ominous expanse in the distance, the malevolent aura almost piercing the heavens. I was engrossed in battling monsters when I was nearly frightened to death by a warning. Could it be the revival of some horror? In an instant, opinions were rampant. Some claimed it was the emergence of exceptional equipment, others suggested a world reset, and there were even whispers of a map collapse. However, those who had witnessed the truth were utterly stunned, their minds blank, unable to relay information, let alone perceive any warnings. At the center of this maelstrom, Su Byuki was momentarily oblivious to the very concept of fear. Surrounded by a circle of female ghosts, frozen like sculptures, their jaws nearly grazing their toes, he experienced a rapid descent from exhilaration to despair. This state resembled the moment of a self-indulgent viewing of an adult film, reaching the climax only to discover that the leading lady bore the visage of one's own mother, more thrilling than a roller coaster ride. At this juncture, some onlookers, recovering from their shock, recalled their purpose here and swiftly activated the screenshot function, capturing a flurry of images. Each level of ghostly bride accompanied by 1,000 vengeful spirits. Such a scene would daunt even the most seasoned horror film director. The terrifying army of 100,000 ghosts, rendered with a realism that even special effects could scarcely achieve. As these images circulated into the outside world, it came as no surprise that the eerie game ignited fervor once more. Unlike previous instances, this time all players were, without exception, riveted by this unprecedented spectacle of battle. Simultaneously, a wave of astonishment swept through the gaming community. This was sparked by a piece of news. A board player, utilizing graphic software, quantified the number of specters in the screenshots, checked the marketplace for prices, and ultimately deduced the conclusion. The ghostly bride collector had, at the very least, invested 300 million. What does 300 million signify? It equates to a societal elite earning $1 million annually, who would need to labor for a full century without sustenance to accumulate merely a third of that. And this heartless tycoon had cast such wealth into a game. For such a niche game, the development cost barely reached 100 million. Any rational player possessing such funds would have long since acquired the game. To exchange 300 million in cash for a collection of virtual data, as in Su Bai's case, cannot merely be deemed rare. It is utterly unparalleled. No matter how engrossed one is in gaming, such an act seems inconceivable. A madman. Chapter 17. The conclusion of the great battle and the transaction with Su Feng. With a snap of his fingers, Su Bai set the colossal meat grinder formed by the 100,000 ghostly army into motion. Each level of ghostly bride led 1,000 vengeful spirits, specifically targeting a player from the Batian Guild. In this fierce confrontation, Su Buki commanded the 4 female specters under Su Bai's banner to engage in combat. The phantoms surged forth, almost instantaneously. All the creatures of the Batian Guild dissipated into ethereal smoke. Although Su Bai was not inherently ruthless, he exhibited no mercy towards his foes. Moreover, all members of the Batian Guild had aligned themselves with the betrayers in the wake of the apocalypse. For traitors, Su Bai's only desire was swift extermination. Under his directive, the female specters relentlessly slaughtered the resurrected creatures. Once the specters surrounding a player were vanquished, the Bride of Ghosts would lead the vengeful spirits to deliver the final blow to the players. Su Bai intended to spare none of them. As the female specters showed no mercy even towards the players, the minions of the Batian Guild ignited ghostly candles in desperation. Unfortunately, while the candles could repel the vengeful spirits, they were but a fragile layer of parchment before the Bride of Ghosts. With a mere flick of the veil, the player was left in terror, succumbing to death. As players fell, the spirits hidden in their mental realms erupted forth, ruthlessly slaughtered. Witnessing the demise of his comrades, Su Buki's heart plunged into despair. It became painfully clear that numbers were utterly futile against overwhelming financial investment. If only I had invested enough. Regrettably, Su Bai did not afford him the luxury of contemplation, as the 4 female specters swiftly dispatched his Bride of Ghosts and the frightening clown. Just as they prepared to continue their assault, Su Buki suddenly retrieved a mirror from his backpack. In that instant, both he and the pig-headed butcher vanished from sight. A life-saving artifact, perhaps? Su Bai gazed at the disappearing Su Buki, astonished by his fortune in acquiring such a protective item. Alas, he had escaped death in the game. However, your survival will not last long. In his past life, Su Buki relied on his 3 high-level specters to dominate the Batian Guild's multitude of minions, thus gaining control over the entire city. Now, with 2 of his specters lost and the Guild's peak combat strength obliterated, he could no longer stir any significant turmoil. Wait, traitors! I shall eventually eradicate you all. For Su Bai, this battle posed no pressure whatsoever. As the first player in the entire server to invest over 100 million, challenging a guild was a trivial endeavor. Aside from Su Buki, all the creatures of the Batian Guild were annihilated by Su Bai, and it wouldn't be long before they encountered the most horrifying scenes of their lives, leading to their true demise in reality. Yet, Su Bai paid little heed to such matters. In the hour of the apocalypse, all rules collapsed, and some individuals transformed into monsters more terrifying and devoid of humanity than the specters themselves. To survive, Su Bai had slain no fewer than 1,000 traitors. For him, it was merely a minor spectacle. His cruelty towards these individuals was, in essence, an act of mercy towards others. In a certain sense, Su Bai provided them with the ultimate liberation. At least they no longer had to confront the encroaching darkness of the apocalypse, did they? After vanquishing these adversaries, the spectators outside observed that the once second-ranked king of Ghost Eyes plummeted in rank, akin to a train hurtling downwards, falling beyond the 50th position. The news of the conflict between the 2 factions reached beyond the borders of Wang City, and it became common knowledge that this battle was, in essence, a contest for supremacy between the first and second ranks. There was no doubt that the King of Ghost Eyes had suffered a catastrophic defeat. The repercussions of this battle continued to ripple outward, with the foremost casualty being the Batian Guild. Many who remained at the guild's stronghold simultaneously chose to withdraw and seek new paths. The Batian Guild was left with only a handful of unworthy remnants. Furthermore, not a single guild dared to recruit players from the Batian Guild, fearful of the wrath of the Ghost Collector. After all, this was a formidable individual who had single-handedly taken on an entire guild. Who would dare provoke him? Just look at the fate that befell the Bataillon Guild. Some astute guilds recognized from this incident that this ranking conqueror was, in fact, an independent player. Earlier, there had been whispers about this, but few believed it. Now, with undeniable proof, while various guilds busied themselves dividing the spoils of the Bataillon Guild, they extended olive branches to Su Bai, with some even boldly proclaiming that if he joined, they would make him their leader. Naturally, Su Bai paid no heed to these propositions. Become a guild leader? Was there any joy in spending time with my beloved ghostly companions? Su Bai commanded his army of specters to gather the myriad materials and equipment scattered across the ground, forming a small mountain before him. Although these items appeared as mere scrap metal to him, they were treasures beyond measure for the majority of ordinary players. However, Su Bai had no intention of listing them for sale in the marketplace. The process of consigning items required individual uploads and perhaps even haggling, which he had neither the time nor inclination for. At that moment, he recalled that he had yet to send the remaining payment. He promptly transferred the remaining 45,000 to Su Feng and sent him a message. Ghost Collector. President Su, are you interested in a business opportunity? Walking too swaggerly hurt my back. Boss, I saw the video of you dismantling the Bataillon Guild. You are magnificent. You are powerful. Just let me know what you need from your humble subordinate. Su Feng, upon receiving Su Bai's message, felt immense relief for his earlier decision. See, this was precisely how one connected with a boss. Ghost Collector, the Bataillon lot dropped a plethora of equipment. Could you assist me in handling it? We can split it 70-30. The 70 naturally goes to Su Bai. The reason for offering Su Feng 30% was that these items were essentially a windfall. Su Bai was not particularly concerned, given that he still had over $1 billion in his account and need not worry about financial matters. Furthermore, Su Feng, despite the risks, took it upon himself to inform him. Su Bai is not one to forget kindness. For this reason alone, forging a friendship with him is worthwhile. Where are you getting such notions, my friend? I merely assisted you in selling a few items. How could I possibly ask for 3 portions? One will suffice. After a brief tug of war, Su Bai ultimately conceded to Su Feng, and they reached a compromise where Su Bai received 8 portions. At Su Bai's uncle's residence, a loud crash echoed as Su Buki forcefully hurled his smartphone to the ground, shattering the latest model into countless pieces. The audacity, the sheer audacity. Su Buki's face flushed crimson. He had truly suffered a double loss. Not only did he incur a loss of 6 million for 2 elite monsters, but his once proud guild was also mercilessly wiped out, culminating in the loss of a crucial survival item that nearly cost him his life. Such humiliation was an experience he had never encountered in his 20 years. Yet, he was acutely aware that he could not possibly muster several hundred million for in-game purchases. He had no choice but to swallow his grievances and endure his fate. Chapter 18. The Elite Bride. Su Bai becomes the groom nightly. Having sent a mountain of equipment to Su Feng, Su Bai remained in Wancheng until he managed to gather the 3rd fragment, after which he chose to teleport back to the haunted house. However, he was taken aback to discover that even after such a prolonged conflict, the commands from the haunted house were still being transmitted. The value of 100,000 female ghosts was indeed remarkable. Fortunately, Su Bai had utilized a considerable amount of mental potions while acquiring the female ghosts. Otherwise, commanding such a multitude would have been nothing short of a fever dream. In his haste to eliminate the bothersome notifications, Su Bai swiftly prepared for synthesis. In truth, Su Bai felt quite grateful for the synthesis and enhancement pathway, as it represented the sole opportunity afforded to civilian players by the system. Lacking the means to directly acquire elite monsters, synthesizing and enhancing lower-tier monsters remained their only escape. This pathway, even amidst the bizarre calamity, continued to exist. In his previous life, Su Bai had not invested heavily at the onset, when the apocalypse descended. It was through this very route that he managed to survive for nearly a decade. When monsters devour one another, they absorb the spiritual essence and a certain form of homologous energy. This homologous energy is the key to ascension. Thus, synthesizing identical monsters essentially amounts to mutual consumption. Monsters of the same type harbor the most homologous energy, yet it does not imply that different types lack it. The probability of ascending through the consumption of different monsters, however, is significantly lower. Su Bai clicked on the synthesis option in the system interface. First, he synthesized the unique Sadako. As the sole elite Sadako continuously devoured those of its kind, its spiritual essence growing ever more potent until the last elite Sadako vanished. Su Bai Sadako, now in the guise of a black-haired pupa, had undergone such a considerable synthesis that it was bound to break through its constraints and ascend to the elite tier. However, how far it would reach remained beyond Su Bai's foresight. To be candid, a staggering 50 million was invested to acquire a grade A Spectre. a sum that most would undoubtedly deem excessive. However, Sadako truly stands out as the most considerate among the 4 female apparitions. After a decade, Subai felt that this expenditure was remarkably worthwhile. Moments later, her raven tresses gradually retracted, and the cocoon began to vanish, revealing an even more enchanting figure. It must be said, Sadako is indeed magnificent. Naturally, Sadako has finally ascended to a grade A ghost. And Subai could distinctly sense that the once disadvantaged Sadako now holds her own among her peers. In fact, she may even surpass the mass-produced ghost brides. Witnessing Sadako's growth filled Subai with genuine joy. He immediately resolved to enhance Sadako tonight. First, he instructed her to cleanse herself in the room while he proceeded to synthesize the ghost brides. Prior to this, Subai had never attempted to synthesize a grade A specter. Investing a total of 300 million certainly stirred his apprehension. As the ghost brides dwindled in number, Subai's heart raced to his throat. A blinding white light flashed, and he suddenly found himself outside the haunted house. With a bow to the heavens, a shrill voice echoed. Countless melodies mingled with the cheers of friends and family, the laughter of children, and the clinking of wine glasses. Upon opening his eyes, Subai discovered himself clad in a resplendent red robe, surrounded by paper guests whose faces were rendered in blood-red hues, their smiles eerily twisted. Outside, a paper sedan chair and a chestnut-red horse awaited, while puppet performers enacted their crafts with striking realism. The crimson lanterns illuminated the bridal chamber, an unseen force compelling him to bow towards the inky night sky. With a second bow to the high hall, the voice emanated from a diminutive officiant puppet, resembling a celestial decree, forcing Subai to turn and bow once more to 2 indistinguishable figures. Oh no, my illustrious reputation. Tears brimmed in Subai's astonished eyes. A couple's bow. Turning again, Subai beheld the enchanting figure before him. Indeed, it was his ghost bride, unmistakably so. In that fleeting moment of lowering his gaze, he caught a glimpse. What a visage it was. Her face resembled a peach blossom, her teeth akin to jade, with willow-like brows and apricot-shaped eyes, a delicate nose, and vermilion lips, both as exquisite as a freshly bloomed lotus and as resplendent as a peony in full glory. Undoubtedly, Subai had never encountered such beauty. Even the succubus from his past life paled in comparison. This face utterly dispelled any lingering dissatisfaction within Subai. With such a bride, what more could one desire? This time, before the invisible pressure could engulf him, Subai willingly bowed low. The ceremony concluded. As the officiant's words faded, the illusion gradually dissipated, leaving only Subai and his bride, hand in hand, rooted in place. Upon glancing at the interface, the ghost bride's information had been updated. Ghost name, Ghost Bride Li Shang. Gender, female. Level, grade A. Monster level, 100. Monster abilities, veil unveiling. Upon unveiling the veil, all lower-level monsters that behold her visage will meet instant demise, while monsters of equal rank will be suppressed. Bridal carry, monsters not exceeding the bride ghost level, when facing away from her, will be ensnared by her resentment, forcibly carried on her back. Should they fail to escape within 3 seconds, their hearts will be claimed by the bride ghost. Wedding ceremony, a unique specter of Li Shang. During her wedding, she holds absolute dominion, rendering her invincible. Monster introduction, Li Shang, your bride in this life and beyond, is bound to you eternally. You have completed all the steps of marriage. Only the consummation remains, and her interest in you deepens, yearning for your presence, engaging in a connection that defies distance. Host loyalty, 100. Permanent level. Subai was rendered speechless by the astonishing revelation. This was a tier he had never encountered in his previous life. Perhaps it was simply beyond the reach of his former circles, but this was utterly outrageous. It appeared that beyond this level, there truly existed further stages. Did this imply that even higher tiers awaited? What astonished Subai further was the mention of invincibility associated with that specter. The very thought of standing in the bridal chamber while witnessing monsters perish one after another filled him with a sense of yearning. Moreover, upon reaching this level, the bride ghost had acquired her own name. Yet, the name Li Shang bore a tinge of sorrow, evoking sympathy for a bride abandoned on her wedding night. Subai gazed at the enchanting figure before him, her visage lingering in his mind, and reached out to lift the red cloth that concealed her captivating beauty. Li Shang gracefully retreated a step, evading his advance. Dear husband, we have yet to consummate our union. Why the haste? Tonight, I desire thrice, she teased. Subai was momentarily taken aback. Had he married the bride ghost, destined to be a groom each night? In his past life, he had fallen victim to a succubus, only to find himself surrounded by a multitude of them in this life. Chapter 19. An adorable mummy? Subai's Sichuan opera face changing. Subai retrieved 3 shards of a scalpel and commanded the system to synthesize them. A dazzling array of effects enveloped him as a pristine scalpel materialized before his eyes. Kybert's scalpel, the first scalpel in history used to dissect the pharaoh's mummy, imbued with unique powers capable of severing special seals. Subai found little interest in this likely male specter mummy. However, adhering to the principle of not letting rewards go to waste, he resolved to unseal it, considering it a fine choice to feed to the ghostly actress still trapped in the virtual level. By exploiting the characteristic of monsters consuming each other after devouring this mummy, the ghostly actress would undoubtedly experience a surge in power. The sealed objects of level 100 cannot be further upgraded. The other specters questioned, isn't it better to have yet another level? Moreover, this specter happens to be male, thus posing no threat to her affections. Why not seize such a mutually beneficial opportunity? Subai resolutely interrupted their plans, declaring an emphatic impossibility. Absolutely not. I would rather forge a contract with a female ghost than entertain a male one. This is the dignity of a female ghost collector. With the mummy doll cradled in his left hand, Subai wielded a scalpel in his right, delicately tracing the ancient, tattered bandages of the mummy. The neat fissure erupted with a brilliant azure glow. Freed from its bindings, the mummy's form began to swell. In an instant, Subai found himself cradling a delicate figure, indistinguishable in size from a human. The mummy's body was unexpectedly light and soft, entirely contrary to the anticipated dryness and rigidity. Could it be? Are you truly mine? A frail feminine voice pierced Subai's ears, causing him to startle. It was a female ghost, filled with elation. Subai noticed the envy radiating from the other 4 spirits, who glared at this newfound rival with evident displeasure. As his gaze ascended, Subai furrowed his brow. He sensed a certain lack in one area. Even the young snow maiden seemed to surpass her. Well, there are merits to a modest bosom, are there not? Without a balanced chest, how can one hope to bring harmony to the world? Subai extended his sinful hands toward the bandages concealing the little mummy ghost's face, poised to unravel them, when suddenly a frigid small hand grasped his. Master, having seen my face, you must take responsibility. Responsibility, indeed. At this moment, whatever she demanded, Subai was inclined to acquiesce. The mysterious veil was gradually lifted, and Subai's expression shifted from shock to a state of stupor. Observing his reaction, the remaining 4 spirits brimmed with curiosity. What extraordinary beauty could elicit such a response from their host? As the bandages fell away, revealing a bald head devoid of even a single strand of hair, hollow sockets where eyes once resided, a nose long gone, and ears vanished without a trace. Subai was left aghast. Could this entity even be called a face? Trembling in fear, he instinctively hurled the body from his embrace, sending it crashing before the ghostly actress. The speed of the transformation rivaled that of a Sichuan opera face-changing act. Quickly devour her. It turned out that even among female ghosts, there existed a stark disparity. The difference was indeed extraordinary. Having beheld the stunning visage of Li Shang, encountering the mummy's almost formless appearance was akin to pairing black truffles with canned herring. Utterly intolerable. Subai did not harbor disdain for less attractive female ghosts. Rather, he simply found it unbearable to contemplate sharing his nights with a visage so devoid of humanity. The ghostly actress, delighted at the prospect of consuming a fellow spirit of the same rank, recognized the boon of enhancing her own power while eliminating a competitor. The act of consumption would be executed without hesitation. The corporeal form of the mummy has vanished, and the ghostly actress's aura has surged immensely. Just as her momentum reached its zenith, poised to breach the barrier before her, an invisible shield obstructed her path. Is this not sufficient? Ultimately, the ghostly actress could not transcend the chasm between levels. However, Subai felt no regret. How could a mere level 1 ghost impede the ghostly actress from attaining her realm? Consider the ghost bride, who ascended only after devouring 100 of her kindred spirits. The progress made by the ghostly actress is already remarkable. Her current presence surpasses that of the Snow Woman and Sadako. It appears she is merely a step away from her goal. Moreover, it seems that the ghostly actress possesses a unique constitution. After consuming the mummy, a colorful ribbon adorned her shoulder, depicting the same enigmatic runes found on the mummy's bandages. Flickering and ethereal, a sight to behold. Name of the ghost, ghostly actress. Gender, female. Level, current rank, 100. Ranked first across the server. Abilities, heart-wrenching melody, mental attack. Influencing the actions and thoughts of ghosts. Effectiveness determined by the level disparity. Twin butterfly dance. The ghostly actress moves gracefully, creating illusions. Thousand threads performance. The ghostly actress manipulates ribbons to ensnare her foes. The power of the runes temporarily sealing the enemy's actions. Effectiveness based on strength disparity. Description: she guards the theater, waiting a lifetime for her beloved general to return, attempting to make every man don a mask, transforming into her ideal image. She is exceedingly intrigued by you. Loyalty to host. 100. Upon reopening the ghostly actresses panel, the designation of virtual level has indeed vanished, and an additional entry has appeared under abilities. 1000 threads performance, a name quite appealing, and the description reveals it to be a highly useful auxiliary skill. Now, the ghostly actress wields 3 skills: mental influence, illusion creation, and a binding ability. Her control capabilities are maximized. However, a minor issue seems to have arisen post-consumption. The gaze of the ghostly actress is now infused with desire, a yearning distinct from that of Sadako or the ghost bride. It is more raw, more aggressive, as if she yearns to wholly consume him. Hey, why are you kneeling? Get up. Hands off, no? Not there, absolutely not. We're in the midst of serious business. Stay calm until tonight. We'll deal with you then. After much coaxing, the ghostly actress finally settled down, leaving Sue by in a state of perspiration. The female spirits he has nurtured are certainly not easy to manage. Currently, he has just over $1 billion in funds and is contemplating how to allocate this wealth. It is imperative to continue investing in Sadako, since both she and the ghost bride were acquired from the marketplace, and if the ghost bride can ascend, so too can she. In due course, Subai shall possess dual levels. Regarding the decisions made, Subai has never wavered. At that moment, he expended 100 million to procure another 200,000 Uriai. Chapter 20, Memories of the Uriai, a breakthrough level. Unfortunately, this substantial investment did not elicit any further advancement in the Uriai's rank. It merely intensified the aura of malevolence surrounding her. It is worth contemplating that the ghost bride ascended from one level to another after an expenditure of 300 million spectral gems. It stands to reason that Uriai, in any capacity, could not surpass the ghost bride. There remains a deficit of 200 million, and should a promotion occur under such circumstances, it would be exceedingly unreasonable. Without hesitation, Subai promptly placed an order for 400,000. Another 200 million spectral gems were swiftly deducted from his account, transforming into the ever-flashing 11 beneath Uriai's name within the haunted abode. After the 400,000 Uriai were entirely consumed, the familiar black cocoon re-emerged, albeit with an unexpected twist. Uriai's ebony locks began to extend, encircling her in a colossal sphere. Just as the sphere was about to converge, the ascending Uriai unexpectedly extended a hand, grasping Subai firmly. The overwhelming force lifted him off the ground, propelling him directly into the encompassing sphere of dark hair, where he found himself in a close embrace with the enchanting figure before him. When he reopened his eyes, Uriai had vanished, and Subai found himself in a secluded area on the outskirts, confronted by a dilapidated wooden cabin, overgrown with weeds, suggestive of long neglect. Just as he prepared to step inside, the door swung open, revealing a girl with long, raven-black hair, clad in a white dress. Her face, untouched by cosmetics, radiated the beauty of an exquisite painting, with her oval visage showcasing features that nearly attained perfection. It is no exaggeration to assert that, apart from Li Shang, Subai had never encountered a young woman so breathtaking. However, it was somewhat disheartening to see the girl with red-rimmed eyes, as if she had just endured profound sorrow. Subai intended to offer words of comfort, but to his surprise, the girl seemed oblivious to his presence and turned to depart in a particular direction. He could only follow closely behind. Though he had never seen Uriai's face, he was certain that this woman was indeed the one with whom he shared a bed. As they traversed the narrow path, they ventured further into desolation, with human presence dwindling around them. Subai recalled the stories he had read. This was Uriai's father's home, where her father had succumbed to a severe case of tuberculosis, the reason for her recent tears. If that were the case, Subai's eyes widened. If his memory served him right, the next event was about to unfold. He wished to intervene, yet an invisible force prevented him from approaching Uriai. The two ventured deep into the thicket, and from a distance, Subai spotted a long-abandoned well. Just as anticipated, a shadow suddenly lunged from the nearby woods, tackling Uriai to the ground. This was a man covered in sores, and if Subai recalled correctly, he bore the smallpox virus. Jinzi struggled fiercely against the man who weighed heavily upon her, while Subai's eyes blazed with fury. She had already endured enough suffering. Why must she face it a second time? Stop. In an astonishing turn of events, Subai broke free from the invisible barrier, rushing to the man's rear, gripping his neck tightly, pulling him backward. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Enough, Subai. He has smallpox. Continuing this way will lead to your demise as well. Jinzi spoke softly, her gaze fixed on Subai. In silence, Subai's grip did not wane. Rather, it intensified. Let it go, Subai. You know this is merely a memory. What significance does persistence hold? Upon hearing this, flashes of the past decade filled Su Bai's mind, images of Jinzi protecting herself amidst bizarre occurrences. The bond between them was ineffable, a reaction driven by muscle memory. Instinctively rooted within, he gazed earnestly at Jinzi, his expression calm, yet his eyes radiated an ardent fervor that spoke volumes. What of memories? What of their authenticity? I refuse to let you endure such anguish again. I was absent before, but now, you have me. I, Su Bai, vow to protect you. As these words fell, Jinzi regarded the resolute man before her, and a barrier within her heart shattered completely. The animosity she harbored towards the world transformed into an infinite reliance on Su Bai. The surroundings began to be ensnared in cobwebs, shattering like glass, leaving only Su Bai and Jinzi tightly embraced. With the retreat of Jinzi's black hair, their figures emerged. As Su Bai reached out to part her obsidian locks, he found no resistance this time. In her elevated state, Jinzi had acquired her own phantasm, a well, once desolate, now infused with both her resentment towards the world and her affection for Su Bai. Amidst the withered grass lay a well, cloaked in moss, while the dark sky was woven with phantoms, seemingly poised to ensnare any who dared tread upon it. Su Bai appraised Jinzi in her heightened form. Indeed, her significant attributes had grown. Look at you, always testing the limits. You're quite astute, little Jinzi. With the pressing matters addressed, the four spirits eagerly observed Su Bai, keen to resolve personal matters. Didn't we agree on 2 encounters in one night? This time, the four spirits did not grant Su Bai a chance to evade. They united to hurl him into the lavish bedroom. In the gaming hall, many noticed the female ghost collector's leaderboard score had inexplicably surged, leaving those who once stood a distance behind now utterly outpaced. Yeah, what can you do about me? How much has this fellow spent? Is he cheating? I implore the officials to intervene. Crooked-mouthed Tang San. Alas, I cannot continue this game. The presence of this female ghost collector feels like a mountain pressing down upon me. Witnessing Su Bai's meteoric rise in rankings, the hall erupted in lament. Zhang Xiao was among the mourners. As a member of the Batian Guild, he felt acutely the terrifying dominance of Su Bai. Initially, he had thrived in this game, riding on the coattails of the infamous Ghost Eye King, but unexpectedly, this newcomer, Cheng Yaojin, had single-handedly decimated their entire guild. Now, the high-ranking members of the Batian Guild had been utterly annihilated, with their president, Ghost Eye King, vanishing without a trace. Even when he checked his transfer records, it was evident that he was associated with the Batian Guild, leaving him undesirable to any other guild. His only hard-earned top-level ghost had been reduced to a mere beginner level, effectively sending him back to square one overnight. Originally a struggling university student, he had engaged in this heavily monetized game alongside Ghost Eye King merely to earn a little pocket money from the group fees. Observing the current disarray, it seemed that even this wealthy second-generation player, Ghost Eye King, would have no face left to continue playing. What reason did he have to stay in the game now? Consequently, Zhang Xiao traded away all his possessions within the game, completely uninstalled it, and prepared to spend the night at an internet CAF. Unbeknownst to him, a mysterious, indescribable haze had appeared behind him, silently following his every move. The following day, Su Bai awoke to the brilliance of daylight, supporting himself as he felt a profound fatigue. Aunt Wu, please brew me a cup of goji berry tea, half goji and half tea, and also a dish of stir-fried chives with oysters. At the sound of Su Bai's voice, Aunt Wu emerged from the maid's quarters, her expression somewhat disconcerted. Young master, are you not attending classes today? Not going. Study? What nonsense. How could I possibly have time for classes now? Su Bai replied nonchalantly. His foremost priority was to invest money into the game. Everything else was merely a source of annoyance. That's fine. Aunt Wu wiped the sweat from her brow. Noticing her anxious demeanor, Su Bai inquired earnestly, Aunt Wu, what troubles you? You're not usually like this. If something is amiss, share it with me. I shall help you resolve it. It's nothing. It's just that I heard this morning. As she spoke, Aunt Wu leaned closer to Su Bai's ear. I heard that a student from your school committed suicide last night. Su Bai furrowed his brow. Was it by hanging? Yes. How did you know? I heard it from Sister Wang next door. Her husband is a security guard at your school, and he was the first to discover it. Su Bai fell silent, lost in thought, as memories flooded back to him. The vengeful spirit that haunted the school had emerged days before the impending apocalypse in his past life. This spirit had inexplicably descended upon his school, causing those it ensnared to take their own lives. It seemed to follow a certain pattern, claiming a victim at regular intervals. Unfortunately, Yao Ningxin had been among those who perished in this tragic event, leaving Su Bai sorrowful for a considerable time thereafter. Has it already begun? It seems that due to my own circumstances, this event has undergone a shift, occurring slightly earlier than anticipated. However, This also indicates that the influence of the bizarre game has officially started to permeate the world. Subai can distinctly sense the enhancement of his physical responses. Otherwise, he would not wake each day feeling fatigued and sore. In the early stages, the frequency of the hanging ghost killings was not particularly swift, based on his past experiences. Only one unfortunate soul would meet their demise per day, with the numbers only intensifying in the last 3 days leading up to the arrival. On the final day, as far as Subai is aware, 5 lives were claimed, with the potential for more unknown. Yao Ningxin was one of those 5. Nevertheless, Subai resolved not to attend school until the bizarre game's invasion had passed, thereby ensuring that the hanging ghost could not affect him in any way. Before the bizarre phenomena descended, Subai remained an ordinary individual, devoid of any inclination towards altruism. As for his unrequited love from his previous life, her death would occur on the last day, a matter he need not dwell on for now. Engaging with her at this stage would likely lead to being perceived as insane, which would be counterproductive. At present, Subai understands that enhancing his own strength is the ultimate solution to all problems. He will not slow his progress for anyone. The bizarre, the secret realm instances, the haunting of the mortal world, and the arrival of the ghost realm. These calamities threaten the land of the 9 provinces, as the continents and islands band together, seizing the opportunity to target the 9 provinces. The various internal and external crises of this strange world weigh heavily on Subai's mind, and he yearns to grow stronger rapidly. Although he has reached the pinnacle in the domestic server, there may very well be more formidable ghost tamers abroad. He cannot afford to be complacent at such a critical juncture. At that moment, a phone call came through. "Subai, are you aiming for the heavens?" The furious voice of Ling Ruoyao echoed through the receiver, prompting Subai to hold the phone away from his ear. "You must be rich with nowhere to spend it. Spending billions in the game. Do you really think that with your parents away, no one can keep you in check? You must be the ghost collector. Wait, Ling's sister. You're playing this game as well?" Subai exclaimed in surprise, astonished that this girl had also downloaded the game. He distinctly remembered that in his previous life, Ling Ruoyao had never contracted any spirits. This was likely a consequence of his reincarnation creating a butterfly effect, yet it was undoubtedly good news for him. It would grant Ling Ruoyao a bit of self-preservation ability in this bizarre world. "What's your username? I'll add you." "Oh." The allure of a young boy is simply too delightful. Though she scolded Subai, Ling Ruoyao's body betrayed her true feelings. It was no wonder. The game possessed a certain magic that captivated her. Yet, she still needed to be advised. "I've seen your bank transactions. You've gone mad. Selling your house, your car, buying shares, all just to play a game. Subai, while you have yet to invest all your funds, it would be prudent to cease your actions. Otherwise, you may find yourself in regretful circumstances later. Sister Ling, you chide me. Yet you yourself have also poured money into this venture, have you not? Rest assured, I am not so foolish. I shall ensure that I reserve sufficient funds for my later years." Unable to convey the truth, Subai opted for a benevolent falsehood to comfort Ling Ruoyao. However, upon adding her as a friend, he was astonished to discover that within a mere day, she had attained a formidable level of prowess. Such an accomplishment could not be achieved solely through diligence. Hearing Subai's assurance, Ling Ruoyao felt a sense of relief. For this wealthy scion would undoubtedly not face starvation, while she, as a mere worker, ought not to fret excessively. Repeated lamentations were hardly productive. Yet, her cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. Who could resist the charming design of the male ghost in this game? I couldn't help myself. Subai, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of exasperation. This young lady was evidently captivated by appearances, a fact he had previously overlooked. Nonetheless, it was fortunate that she had downloaded the game, for it would provide her with some means of self-defense when the apocalypse arrived. After ending the call, Subai hastily consumed a few bites of his meal before retreating to his room. Entering the game. Within the game, Subai reclined on his expansive 8-meter-wide bed, a luxury he had specially customized through the system. After all, it is wise to be prepared. At the rate he was collecting female ghosts, it would not be long before even 8 meters might prove insufficient. Removing the small feet obstructing his view, he knew without glancing that they belonged to the Snow Woman, the only one who was ever so untidy in her sleep. Gently pecking at Sadako's delicate face, the young girl immediately opened her eyes. "Have you risen?" Even having attained a significant level, Sadako remained somewhat unaccustomed to speaking. The sun is high in the sky. As their conversation unfolded, the other 3 ghosts gradually awakened as well. However, they did not hasten to rise. Subai, first and foremost, opened the private message marked with a red notification bubble. It was a message from Su Feng, devoid of text, merely a 10-second video. Upon opening the video, it revealed an ancient and quaint little town. The streets were devoid of any human presence, wisps of smoke wafting through the air, and the cobblestone path beneath bore the marks of time. It appeared to be night. The sky a deep blue, devoid of stars, save for a solitary moon. Several homes stood with their doors tightly shut, yet high-hanging red lanterns could be seen, while remnants of firecrackers littered the street corners, and a few red fabric balls lay carelessly discarded. A lion dance head rested quietly beside one door, a somewhat chipped swana standing upright beside it. A gust of wind swept through, scattering the red paper debris everywhere. As the perspective moved forward, a palanquin came into view, accompanied by faint sounds of drums and gongs. At this point, the video abruptly ended. Chapter 22. Another level, The Little Devil. After watching the video, Subai couldn't help but furrow his brow. The scene depicted exudes an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if the protagonist has encountered this setting before. Yet the memory eludes him momentarily. Wait a moment, palanquin, gongs, firecrackers. With these key elements, Subai instantly recalls the location of this quaint town. Indeed, it was within the dreamlike realm where he and Li Xiang exchanged vows. At that time, as he turned to pay homage to heaven and earth, he likely glimpsed the exterior scene, where one of the residences bore an uncanny resemblance to the one in the farthest distance of the video. The architectural style of the other buildings was similarly aligned. Promptly, Subai messaged Su Feng for confirmation. Ghost Bride Collector. Is this the residence of the Ghost Bride? Walking too stylishly and hurt my back. Absolutely. I recall your fierce battle with the Batian Guild in the video. You had quite a number of ghost brides. So I figured this would pique your interest. Indeed, if it were any other unknown location, he might not have cared. But if it pertains to the 4 ghost brides he is connected with, it is an entirely different matter. Such exclusive settings often harbor hidden opportunities. Perhaps the ghost bride could ascend once more? Ghost Bride Collector, name your price. As the leader of a guild, Su Feng would not idly present a video to Subai without reason. Walking too stylishly and hurt my back. Boss, you have no idea how many people and ghosts perished in the pursuit of this place. Do not be deceived by the brevity of this 10-second video. It took the lives of 4 powerful specters to bring it back. Ghost Bride Collector. Subai was at a loss for words. Was he truly such a miser? Go ahead and inflate the price as you wish. I would still respond with, in the future, I shall write Subai's name upside down. Walking too stylishly and hurt my back. Boss, please do not be angry. I was merely venting. Previously, a certain islander offered me 500,000, but I refused to sell. There is no way I would sell to a foreigner. What do you say, boss? Ghost Bride Collector, 1 million. This paltry sum was of no concern to Subai. It was hardly enough for a ghost bride. Was it even worth mentioning? Not only did he refrain from bargaining, but he even doubled the offer for Su Feng. Walking too stylishly and hurt my back. Wow. Boss, you are magnanimous. You are indeed formidable. Ghost Bride Collector, you have your own network, do you not? In his 2 lives, Subai had immersed himself in the realm of bizarre games for many years, yet he had never heard of this place's existence. Clearly, this town resided within unexplored territories. Given that Su Feng could locate it, he likely possessed a sophisticated intelligence network beyond the guild. The map of the bizarre game is vast, with only a fraction currently revealed, while the surrounding expanse remains shrouded in fog, designated as unexplored regions. The city of Wong, where the previous battle took place, was one such unexplored area. Since the game's launch, the size of the explored regions has continuously expanded, yet no one has ever reached the boundaries. Some have claimed that the unexplored area could be 10 times the size of the explored zones. Walking too swagger to hurt his waist, it cannot be deemed a network of connections. It is merely a collection of acquaintances accrued over prolonged engagement in various games. Should the boss require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to voice your needs. Ghost Collector, would you assist me in gathering player items, such as the substitute doll and deceiving scarecrow? The price is negotiable. Previously, the batch of materials and equipment that I had disclosed was swiftly sold by Su Feng within half a day. Receiving this message from him once again clearly indicates his remarkable abilities. Subai, intending to bring him under his wing, thus made this proposition. Walking too swagger to hurt his waist. Rest assured, I will ensure that everything is handled splendidly for the boss. The two concluded their conversation, and Subai proceeded to transfer funds. Shortly after, the location of the mysterious town was sent over, yet Subai refrained from hastily clicking on it, choosing instead to further examine the video. Upon closer inspection, this place undoubtedly bore significant ties to the Ghost Bride, as her spouse. It was only fitting that Subai paid a visit. Apart from places like Wangchong, which had nearly been fully explored, uncharted territories were fraught with peril. To mitigate risk, Subai resolved to contract another ghost. He perused the marketplace, dismissing low-tier ghosts, as they merely served as sustenance for his 4 female spirits. When it came to higher-tier ghosts, he had but one criterion: aesthetic appeal. After all, the distinction between tiers held little significance for Subai. Could a matter worth hundreds of thousands truly be called a matter? After a thorough search, Subai finally made his selection. The marketplace illustration depicted an adorable little girl, adorned with pointed devilish ears on either side of her head. Her doll-like, rosy face bore an endearing mischief, and a heart-shaped black tail waved playfully, inciting an irresistible urge to touch it. Without hesitation, Subai clicked to purchase. Ghost name: Little Demon. Ghost gender: female. Ghost tier: Ghost level: current level 1, no global ranking yet. Ghost abilities: Shadow Companion. The little demon possesses the ability to traverse shadows. Wherever darkness exists, there lies her hiding place. Shadow Transformation. The little demon can transform her body into darkness, existing between reality and illusion, reducing damage taken. The darker the surrounding environment, the greater her damage output. Ghost description: a curious little witch fascinated by all things novel. She delights in disassembling and reassembling individuals, much like one would with toys in childhood. She believes you are perfectly suited to be her plaything. Loyalty to host: 60. With a puff of smoke, the little demon emerged from the shadow before Subai. The petite creature barely reached Subai's waist, resembling a doll. Upon her appearance, she gazed at Subai with a wicked expression and feigned ferocity, declaring, "Foolish mortal, are you prepared to become this demon king's toy?" Before Subai could respond, the 4 female spirits suddenly manifested behind him. A ghost. The little demon resembled a frightened bunny, swiftly hiding behind Subai, trembling in fear. Although Subai was aware that this creature had lived for over 1,000 years, its adorableness was simply irresistible. He turned and gently ruffled the little demon's hair, reassuring her that he would procure delightful toys for her. A sense of relief washed over him as he looked upon the 4 formidable women before him, marveling at the arrival of a well-behaved companion. Such a charming doll deserved nothing but the finest provisions. With meticulous care, he gathered the best experience packs and equipment, ensuring that the little demon quickly ascended to the pinnacle of her kind. Yet, for Subai at that moment, mere elevation was insufficient. If he were to provide, it must be the very best. Drawing upon the experiences with the Ghost Bride and Sadako, Subai prepared a staggering sum of 3.7 billion. And even with the petite stature of the little demon, 740,000 units filled the haunted house to the brim. Without delay, Subai clicked to synthesize. Soon, the tiered little demon emerged. Chapter 23, Mealy's Abilities, Arrival at the Eerie Town. Once again, Subai experienced the unique scenario of a tiered summoning, this time within a grand castle, where the little demon lay amidst a pile of toys like a princess. Subai transformed into a knight on a white steed, vanquishing the light priest to reclaim the stolen toys. This narrative proved exhausting for Subai, as it appeared that the special illusions created during the monster's ascension were birthed from their obsessions. Li Shan's fixation revolved around that wedding. Sadako's stemmed from her profound lack of security, while the little demon's was purely a whimsical imagination of a young girl and her disdain for the light priest. Upon reaching tier status, the little demon retained her adorable lowly appearance, unlike the snow woman, who could freely alter her size. Yet, despite her seemingly innocent exterior, an aura of terror emanated from her. After her ascension, the little demon also acquired a true name and a ghostly domain, seemingly standard for tiered monsters. The little demon's true name was Mealy's, and her ghostly domain transformed the surroundings into a realm of eternal night, casting shadows everywhere. Within her domain, Mealy's could effortlessly traverse as shadows followed her, causing her damage output to reach peak levels. Through the experience of elevating monsters to tier status 3 times, Subai concluded that tiered entities corresponded to the first phase of reality's awakening. After all, both Tier and Phase 1 shared the characteristic of the emergence of a ghostly domain. Therefore, the second phase would correspond to tiered monsters, indirectly validating the existence of tiered entities. After her ascension, Mealy shed her previous timid demeanor, becoming increasingly affectionate toward Subai. It appeared that his valiant actions within the illusion had led Mealy's to perceive him as her gallant prince. With a spirited leap, Mealy's threw herself onto Subai, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck and entwining her short legs around his waist. With a playful smile, Mealy's planted a firm kiss on Subai's cheek. The remaining 4 specters stepped forward simultaneously, their demeanor charged with tension. Mealy embraced Subai, turning provocatively to face the 4 specters, as if to flaunt her audacity. The air thickened with anticipation. The fists of the 4 specters grew resolute. Sensing the impending chaos, Subai hastily separated them. The mission was of paramount importance. "We must proceed without delay," he declared, opening the previous video and presenting it to the ghostly bride. Li Shang, do you recognize this place? As she gazed at the location in the video, a fleeting look of confusion crossed Li Shang's face, but she soon shook her head, indicating her unfamiliarity. Su Bai surmised that this was to be expected. For these spirits, once bound by a covenant, most of their past memories would fade away. Only those with deep-seated obsessions would be able to recall significant matters within the layers of illusion, such as their names. Su Bai examined the coordinates sent by Su Feng. The town lay deep within an unexplored region on the eastern side of the map. Within the fog, the deeper one ventured, the greater the peril. Areas shrouded in such mist often concealed immense horrors, and a moment's carelessness could result in utter annihilation. Thus, Su Feng's previous lament regarding the difficulty of acquiring this information was not mere hyperbole. However, this was merely a concern for ordinary players. With the 5 formidable specters at his command, Su Bai had little reason to fear. The game's teleportation function could only transport players to the boundaries of explored maps, leaving the uncharted territories to be traversed on foot. Though the map appeared engulfed in fog with no discernible paths, based on Su Feng's information, one simply needed to proceed eastward. The principle that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line was not lost on Su Bai. As a great thinker once proclaimed, in the world, there exists no path. It is the mighty specters who carve the way. Warning, you have entered an unexplored area. Please exercise caution. Upon crossing the map's boundary, Su Bai found himself in a dense thicket, where the surrounding flora remained untouched by ghostly malice. Exuding an air of aggression, Sadako, unleash your power. At the command, Sadako instantly manifested her ghostly prowess, causing the sky above them to shift in hue. With countless strands of black hair suspended ominously, the spectral energy surged, and the black hair coalesced into razor-sharp blades, raining down upon the bizarre trees before them. The thunderous impact startled the crows into flight and sent feral hounds fleeing. The ghostly trees were swiftly reduced to splintered remnants, revealing a broad path ahead of Su Bai. Congratulations, player. You have obtained Grade 1 Material Ghostly Wood Branch. Congratulations, player. You have obtained Grade 1 Material Spectral Tiger Fur. In an instant, Su Bai was inundated with notifications of various materials. Under Sadako's relentless assault, any specter below a certain grade was swiftly dispatched. The group's pace was commendable, and before long, they traversed the outermost peculiar forest. Ahead, the sounds of civilization began to emerge, with scattered small houses becoming visible. Within these small houses, various spirits reside, albeit at varying heights and levels of power. After advancing further, they arrived at a lumber mill occupied by a formidable spirit, a masked maniac wielding a chainsaw, known as Jason. Su Bai had heard of his name before. Jason's strength was not particularly formidable. After the 5 spirits launched their assault, only the chainsaw remained, lying quietly on the ground. As they delved deeper, the spirits had already dispatched 7 or 8 lower-tier entities, while those of the same or lesser rank had nearly vanished from sight. Spirits possess a sense of territory. When a high-tier spirit occupies a certain area, it is likely that only it resides within a vast surrounding space. This circumstance saved Su by a considerable amount of travel time. At this moment, the 5 spirits arrived at a small bridge, where Su Feng's provided coordinates came to an end, and the quaint town from the video was nowhere to be seen. Just as Su Bai intended to message Su Feng with inquiries, a distant sound of a suona, a traditional Chinese horn, suddenly wafted through the air. Ethereal and slow, it approached. Moments ago, the surroundings appeared barren, yet with the eerie sound of the suona, the town materialized around Su Bai, as if conjured from thin air. At that moment, he found himself atop a grand horse adorned with a red flower and draped in luxurious fabric. Upon his chest rested a massive floral arrangement typically worn by grooms on their wedding day. Musicians on either side, also adorned with red flowers, played gongs, drums, and suona, creating a festive atmosphere. Villagers from the town lined the path, joyfully congratulating the groom. Su Bai perched upon his steed, while the officiant behind him tossed red envelopes and candies to the villagers from a bamboo basket. 2 children, one holding a candle and the other grasping the fuse of a firecracker, gleefully ignited it. Sounds of crackling, music, laughter, and cheers filled the air. It was a scene of jubilant celebration, yet a chilling detail lingered. Su Bai's attire had mysteriously transformed into a deep red funeral garment. Moreover, the surrounding figures bore no facial features. They were merely voids of profound darkness. Chapter 24. The town's sudden transformation and the missing ghost bride. Su Bai was startled but remained composed. Although the scene was bizarre, it did not instill fear within him. Frowning, he realized that this scenario was indeed complex. In his previous life, he had navigated numerous supernatural events, relying primarily on his remarkable intellect to overcome challenges without the aid of powerful spirits. However, he had never encountered anything quite so peculiar. Abruptly and without warning, he had been pulled into this surreal tableau. The atmosphere felt remarkably tangible, not at all like an illusory dreamscape. Furthermore, he was accompanied by a master of illusions, the ghostly performer. If this were an illusion, surely she would have reacted in some manner. Just as Su Bai was analyzing his predicament, a gap in the sedan behind him was quietly opened, and a withered arm emerged from within. Su Bai felt a sudden chill creeping down his spine and swiftly turned his head, only to see a withered arm draped in a sinister blood-red wedding gown hurtling toward his face. The target was none other than Su Bai's throat. The sharp, blood-stained nails seemed capable of effortlessly tearing through his skin and muscle, severing his arteries. In an instant, Su Bai attempted to establish a connection with his contract, summoning the female ghost under his command. However, his mental energy felt as if it had plunged into a quagmire, encountering far greater resistance than ever before. Clang! Just as the withered ghostly claw was about to graze Su Bai's skin, it was intercepted by a snow-white jade-like hand. With a sharp cry, Sadako struck the ghostly claw back into the bridal sedan. Simultaneously, snowflakes, red candles, ghostly hair, and shadows materialized around Su Bai. With the emergence of the four ghostly barriers, the surrounding environment was instantly isolated. Yet, the once expansive barrier that could envelop half the campus was now suppressed to a mere radius of 2 meters. The ghostly barrier centered around Su Bai, while beyond the 2-meter limit, the sound of the suona and laughter continued as usual. Within the 2-meter radius, the shroud of death that cloaked Su Bai vanished, and the once vibrant horse beneath him shed its flesh, revealing only a skeletal frame trudging forward. The once pristine bridal sedan lay in tatters, its door curtains nearly reduced to mere strips, bearing the marks of time. The 4 bearers behind, though faceless, were still flesh and blood, while the deceased in front had transformed under the ghostly barrier's illumination into a wrinkled, painted paper figure, adorned with an eerie smile. Damn! Su Bai furrowed his brow, realizing the peculiarity of this place. It seemed this was indeed the true form of these beings. Moreover, the abrupt transformation of the surrounding environment corroborated Su Bai's suspicions. He was certainly not ensnared in any illusion. This so-called town likely did not exist in reality. Rather, it was a ghostly barrier. Indeed, Su Bai had now entered the ghostly realm of some malevolent spirit, which was the root cause of his impeded summoning of the female ghost. A ghostly barrier is the manifestation of a spirit's essence and resentment, and only the barrier itself can suppress it. To have constrained his own female ghost's barrier to a mere 2 meters in radius, the level of this ghostly barrier must be extraordinarily high. At the very least, it had to be of a level that could produce such an effect, and it was highly probable that it was of an even higher tier. A fiery glint flickered in Su Bai's eyes. Although he was nearly convinced of the existence of entities beyond the highest level, he had never witnessed them firsthand. Just how powerful could such a level be? The surrounding ghostly barrier bore a striking resemblance to his own ghostly bride, featuring similar elements of suona, bridal sedan, and nuptial themes. Reflecting on the moment when Li Shang advanced in rank, when he had wed her, Su Bai suddenly discerned a crucial detail he had overlooked. For a marriage to take place, a groom and bride must be present. Thus, to unravel this ghostly barrier, finding the groom and bride was paramount. As for the groom, Su Bai was already playing that role. Regarding the bride, his gaze fell upon the half-new, half-worn bridal sedan behind him. As the 5 ghosts guarded his side, Su Bai slowly reached out toward the door curtain. To his astonishment, beneath the faded, mottled fabric, the palanquin was completely empty. What had those claws that had just waved at him been? The female ghost, who should have been seated within the sedan, was nowhere to be found. At that very moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. The once bustling street fell into an eerie silence, as if the entire town had become a graveyard, where even a falling needle could be heard. The paper figures, musicians, the gathered villagers, and the wedding procession all turned in unison, their painted faces displaying a disquieting smile. This macabre grin sent shivers down the spine and raised the hairs on the back of one's neck. Where was the bride? Where had she gone? Quickly, find the bride. Hurry, search for her. The shrill voices erupted from the crowd. The onlookers appeared frenzied, emitting guttural roars from the depths of hell, as if Su Bai would be devoured alive if the bride was not recovered. Warning, level ghost child detected. Warning, level ghost paper bearer detected. Su Bai realized he had triggered some kind of restriction, as the villagers, once as lifeless as corpses, suddenly sprang to life, their bodies radiating a swirling aura of malevolence. The warnings blared incessantly, underscoring the urgency of the situation. The surrounding villagers, even the youngest among them, were of a formidable level, with all manner of terrifying spirits emerging. Among these, the 8 paper bearers of the palanquin bore the most potent ghostly aura, their forms nearly engulfed in a pitch-black mist. Yet, this alone was not enough to instill fear in Su Bai, for with 3 powerful spirits as his guardians, he felt assured that they could not inflict even a scratch upon him. However, at that moment, an elder musician suddenly blew into his suona. The sound pierced the air, resonating with a lamenting cry. Soon joined by the harmonious voices of the other 6 musicians, the gongs shrieked and the cymbals howled, creating a cacophony that pressed upon Su Bai's already constrained spirit. The once jubilant melody morphed into a mournful dirge. Warning, level ghost suona spirit detected. Warning, level ghost gong spirit detected. Warning, level ghost drum spirit detected. 7 formidable spirits. Their ghostly essences seemed to be interconnected, transforming countless musical notes into ferocious hounds, a relentless pack charging toward him. As the music crescendoed, the strength of these malevolent hounds and the 7 musicians escalated at a terrifying pace. The hounds, manifestations of ghostly energy, relentlessly attacked the spirits beside Su Bai, threatening to overwhelm them soon. The little demon, Mealy's, wore an unexpectedly grave expression, while the snow woman, with her complexion as pristine as a mountain lotus, appeared even paler from exhaustion. The ghostly actress, being the weakest among the 5 spirits, found it nearly impossible to breathe amidst the overwhelming pressure. Find a bride. The eldest suona player abruptly ceased his performance, his grotesque visage looming before Su Bai, commanding him with an almost imperious tone. Yet, the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him showed no signs of abating. At this critical juncture, where could he possibly find a bride? Chapter 25. Good gracious. I have just married a ghost bride. A bride? A bride. Su Bai, having navigated life for over a decade in his previous existence, quickly devised a plan. The elusive ghost bride was nowhere to be found, but he had his own. The notion of a joyous wedding night was not mere rhetoric. Li Shang, you shall enter the sedan. Su Bai commanded, and in an instant, the ghost bride, Li Shang, floated into the carriage. As the curtain was drawn, the morose music ceased, and the once terrifying assembly of spirits astonishingly reverted to their original forms. The predatory glances vanished, and the sinister smiles dissipated as if nothing had transpired. In essence, the festivities resumed, the music played on, and the dance continued. Did a bride truly need to exist? Su Bai pondered the rapid transformation before him, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes. Although he had temporarily secured his safety, the secrets of this quaint town grew ever more enigmatic. Given that this was the domain of the ghost bride, rife with formidable spirits, why had she chosen the most perilous path to assault? Strangely, the spirits ceased their aggression upon witnessing the ghost bride enter the carriage. Could it be that the ghost bride was not allied with these entities? Su Bai could not dismiss this possibility, yet the scant clues he possessed afforded him little certainty, deepening his intrigue. With danger averted, he resolved to play along with the unfolding drama, promptly recalling the remaining female spirits. The surroundings returned to normalcy, with jubilant sounds of gongs and drums filling the air. However, in light of the earlier events, the current festive atmosphere felt increasingly sinister. Amidst the musicians' lively tunes, the paper figures re-entered the sedan, led by boys and girls clad in celebratory red garments, slowly progressing deeper into the town. This area was evidently uncharted territory for those who had previously shared the video, as it was clear that they had perished before even encountering the ghost bride. As the procession advanced, the number of welcoming spectators along the route dwindled. Although Su Bai had never wed, he was somewhat familiar with such customs. Logically, the retinue accompanying the bride should swell with each wave of welcoming parties. Yet, the situation unfolded in stark contrast to this expectation. Moreover, he noted that those who had vanished were the very individuals who initially flanked the procession, while the later arrivals, though seemingly joyful, bore a fundamentally different demeanor, as if they were wary of something. As Su Bai contemplated further, the procession suddenly halted at a particular location. The surrounding scenery instantly captivated his attention. A crimson door loomed large, adorned with a pair of auspicious characters, and lanterns flickered with an otherworldly glow. As an unearthly breeze swept through the crowd, ushering them into the hall. Gazing upon the scene before him, so achingly familiar, Su Bai was momentarily taken aback. Could it be? Again? Indeed. Just as Su Bai was lost in thought, the officiant raised his voice, declaring, "Lower the sedan." The brand new sedan descended slowly, and the 8 paper ghosts that had been carrying it dissipated into wisps of blue smoke. Within the sedan, a delicate white hand lifted the curtain, stepping gracefully out. Su Bai's expression grew grave. In the next moment, a peculiar bond drew him toward the enchanting figure before him, allowing him to exhale in relief. Nothing has changed. The ghost before him was indeed Li Shang. The bride approached the fire basin. As the officiant's voice echoed, a fire basin, still adorned with remnants of burnt paper money, materialized in the space before the couple. Having experienced this once before, Su Bai hesitated not, taking Li Shang's hand firmly and striding forward. As they crossed over the fire basin, a wisp of blue smoke wafted from Li Shang, enhancing her already formidable aura. Though puzzled, Su Bai pressed on. What if these ghostly entities went mad again? Step by step, they traversed the ceremonial proceedings, the door wine, the cannon salute. All rituals were duly observed, and they were on the brink of entering the main hall. However, at the very threshold, Su Bai felt the touch of the hand he held change. What had once felt as soft as jade began to dry and wither, and the inexplicable connection between them vanished. Su Bai was alarmed, yet he did not relinquish his grip. They had come this far. He was determined to uncover the tricks of this ghostly bride. With strides swift and purposeful, he advanced directly to the center hall. The bride and groom bowed to the heavens. The officiant's voice rang out with fervor. Su Bai, unhesitant, turned to bow, yet the ghostly bride remained motionless. Bow. At the officiant's command, 4 or 5 minor spirits rushed forth to forcibly compel the ghostly bride to comply. Su Bai's expression darkened. How dare these lesser beings act so boldly? This was no ordinary ghost. Just as he prepared to observe the unfolding drama, he was taken aback as several minor ghosts indeed managed to push the ghostly bride down. Was this yet another rule? Su Bai pondered silently. Second bow to the high hall. As he turned, he was astonished by the sight before him. To his left, the parental figures representing the groom sat in their grand chairs, their expressions vacant yet adorned with a signature eerie smile. Yet to the right, the bride's parents were nowhere to be seen. Only 2 spirit tablets rested quietly on the chair's surface. Even more unsettling were the 2 coffins lying silently beside the grand chairs, as if whispering tales of endless sorrow. Having completed the second bow, it was time for the couple to bow to one another. This time, irrespective of the effort exerted by the small ghosts, the ghostly bride remained immovable. Even through the veil, Su Bai could sense the boundless hostility in her eyes. What did this mean? Was he deemed unworthy of marrying her? Apologies, but I am not one to be trifled with. I still bear the grudge from your earlier attack. He has already grasped the rules of this realm. The ghost bride and the groom are indeed not allies. As long as Su Bai does not disrupt the wedding, the surrounding spirits will not trouble him. Do you not wish to bow? I insist that you do. Immediately, Su Bai summoned Mealy's and Sadako, who took their positions on either side, firmly restraining her. Historically, 2 can hardly contend against 4 hands, let alone 2 advanced spirits. In the next moment, amidst the ghost bride's unyielding resentment, the 2 completed the final bow. The ceremony concluded. They were ushered into the bridal chamber. The sounds of applause resounded, and faintly, Su Bai even heard the joyful tears of the groom's parents from the high hall. Several attendants thus led the ghost bride, still restrained, into the bridal chamber. The room was adorned with red candles, a red bed, and crimson curtains, exuding a festive atmosphere. The attendants laughed as they exited, leaving the ghost bride seated on the bed, motionless. Well, shall we converse? Su Bai gazed at the ghost bride with keen interest. Earlier, during the bowing ceremony, Li Shang had re-established their connection. Perhaps it was at that very moment of entry that Li Shang returned to Su Bai's being. He was quite certain that the person before him was not the Li Shang who had been by his side all along. Suddenly, the figure before him spoke. What? Su Bai inquired, perplexed. I want you dead. Chapter 26. Breaking the Stalemate. The Origin of the Ghost Bride. The ghost bride bellowed with a fierce tone, and then she grasped the edge of her veil, preparing to lift it. What is this? She intends to unveil. As the host of the ghost bride, Su Bai naturally recognized this maneuver. Unveiling the veil. Upon lifting the veil, all low-level spirits witnessing the face are instantly killed, while spirits of equal level are suppressed. This was an exceedingly terrifying instant death skill. Even advanced spirits could scarcely withstand it, let alone Su Bai, a mere mortal. He certainly did not wish to waste his life in this encounter. As the thought crossed his mind, 5 female spirits almost instantaneously revealed themselves before Su Bai. The ghostly energy coalesced, and the realm of spirits opened. Rain fell silently, snow melted imperceptibly, and thousands of snowflakes descended upon the ghost bride's head. Though they appeared as gentle feathers, they bore immense force, weighing down upon her and making it difficult for her to lift her head. Withering thoughts and burgeoning resentment intertwined. A large hand formed from the celestial strands above, firmly pressing down on the veil that was about to be lifted. The night was ablaze, igniting swiftly the dense darkness. Like a silent assassin, stirred waves in the stillness, exuding a murderous intent. Meili suddenly appeared behind the ghost bride, wielding a blade aimed at her throat. Finally, Li Shang appeared, her expression complex as she gazed upon the ghost before her, who bore an uncanny resemblance to herself. With a soft sigh, she revealed her own realm of spirits behind her. The ghostly realms of the two were nearly identical. Divided by Su Bai, they mirrored each other, standing in opposition. Beneath the veil of sorrow, a sigh escaped, and she placed her hands upon the hem of the veil, mirroring the actions of the ghostly bride opposite her. As the veil was lifted, an astonishingly beautiful visage was revealed to the world for the first time, an invisible pressure immediately overwhelming the ghostly bride. With a swift motion, the little demoness Meili's dark dagger effortlessly sliced through the ghost bride's snowy neck, causing malevolent energy to escape as her figure gradually faded away, dissipating into the void amidst anguished cries. Was everything truly over? The ghost bride vanished without a trace, yet the system provided no notifications, and the surrounding scene remained intact despite her demise. Just as confusion set in, a sound akin to a swona echoed from the east. Shouts and the sound of firecrackers. Everything seemed to restart. Resolving the ghost bride did not appear to be the method to conclude this ordeal. Countless images flashed through Su Bai's mind as he pondered the situation, the illogical aspects transforming into snapshots interconnected by colorful threads. The paper figure carrying the coffin, the ghost bride's attempt on her own life, the restrictions triggered by her disappearance, and the peculiar spirit tablet during the wedding. Gradually, a hypothesis emerged in his mind. Stepping out of the bridal chamber, everything indeed began to replay. The lively wedding procession outside, complete with gongs and drums, mirrored the previous occurrence. Even the flower throwing by the ghostly child was identical. Yet, upon the grand steed, the groom adorned with flowers was no longer himself, but rather a paper figure bearing his likeness. An inexplicable sense of eeriness enveloped him. Drawing from his prior experience, Su Bai understood that within this bizarre event, the most formidable entities were the 7 performers of music and song. As long as he evaded them, the other specters posed no genuine threat. A thought crossed his mind, and he began to scan the grand hall. Stone pillars adorned with dragons and phoenixes flanked the sides, friends and family gathered, and red drapery fluttered gently. At the forefront, an 8-immortal table showcased arranged tea, fruits, and red candles. With 4 grand chairs on either side, 2 paper figures seated to the left appeared joyous, while the spirit tablet on the right exuded an unsettling aura. Yet, the most striking features were the 2 coffins, crafted from cheap oak, prominently displaying the word offering affixed to their heads. A faintly putrid odor emanated from within the coffins, suggesting that the elderly couple had not been deceased for long, their bodies not yet fully decomposed. This likely explained the ghost bride's insistence on slaying her husband. In an instant, the 5 ghosts emerged, and the surrounding friends and servants turned to ash. Surprisingly, the strength of these 2 ghostly parents was noteworthy, both reaching a formidable level. However, in Su Bai's presence, they were still insufficient. Ghostly attributes served as the finest measure of a specter's power. Those devoid of such attributes were destined to be swiftly vanquished. Congratulations on vanquishing the ghost father, acquiring the material ghost whiskers. Congratulations on defeating the ghost mother, obtaining the material ghost hair. Having secured these 2 materials, Su Bai turned towards the coffin, his eyes burning with intensity, as if he could pierce through the coffin lid and behold the cold, lifeless bones within. Placing both hands upon the coffin, he sensed a peculiar tremor emanating from it, as if it were beseeching him for something. Dear elders, this is your final resting place. With a thought, Li Shang behind him opened the ghostess tomb. Within her grasp, everything was under her control. In the hall, the spot where the wedding ceremony had taken place split open, revealing 2 great chasms. Guided by Li Shang's paper figures, the 2 coffins descended gently into the pit. The gaping hole sealed, transforming into 2 mounds of earth shaped by sand and soil. At that moment, the surrounding scene began to oxidize swiftly like drifting sand, gradually fading in color. This was indeed the correct method to conclude the ordeal. The narrative was not particularly difficult to decipher. The ghost bride's relentless desire to slay the groom revealed that this marriage was born of coercion. The villagers' frenzied search for the ghost bride, without turning against him, further indicated that this groom was in league with them. All the townsfolk might be the architects of the demise of the ghost bride and her parents. After the parents' death, failing to bury them, and instead bowing before the coffin was a profound act of filial piety. Thus, the ghost bride's obsession became all too clear. Yet, the most challenging aspect of this event lay in the need to retrieve the bride in a timely manner, avoid several ghostly musicians, and extricate oneself from the identity of the groom. Consequently, slaying the ghost bride once, restarting the event, and allowing the paper figure to take her place became imperative. As the surroundings dissipated like sand, aside from a few paper figures carrying the coffin, all other friends, musicians, and such transformed into a carpet of dry bones. On the high mounds of earth, wild grass sprouted, and tombstones were erected. Tomb of revered Father Li Rong. Tomb of compassionate Mother Zhang Lian. The mournful wails echoed like wind and rain, emerging from the lips of the ghost bride, who had unknowingly knelt before the tombstones. Her blood-red wedding dress gradually faded away, revealing a girl clad in coarse linen, her hair tied back in a ponytail, bearing a resemblance to Li Shang, yet appearing youthful and naive. Suddenly, a tear fell from the corner of Li Shang's eye as she gazed upon the two solitary graves. The girl ceased her weeping and slowly turned around. Their eyes met, a complex exchange of emotions that Su Bai found difficult to articulate. Regret? Remorse? A sense of injustice? Perhaps something deeper. The innocent Li Shang gradually dissipated, as if she had never existed. Thus, the supernatural event was resolved, yet the system offered no commentary. Is this your origin? Su Bai pondered, stepping forward to gently ruffle the ghost bride Li Shang's hair. Chapter 27. Resurrection Phase 2. Level Ghost Bride. The ghost bride wept bitterly, her past memories swirling like smoke, gradually returning to her consciousness. Fragments of memories, both painful and beautiful, are now strikingly vivid, transcending millennia, with endless sorrow etched into her heart. She recalls clearly that she once possessed a blissful and harmonious family, until one fateful day when the so-called young master of the Wang family set his sights on her. Her parents, resolute in their defiance, met a tragic end. The townsfolk, cowed by the Wang family's influence, became unwilling accomplices. During those profoundly dark days, not a single soul came to her aid. Instead, they hypocritically celebrated her supposed wedding joy. While her world was steeped in despair, others reveled in their merriment, igniting her loathing for them. To compel her submission, these demons masquerading as humans brazenly displayed her parents' lifeless bodies, awaiting her marriage before permitting her to lay them to rest. Prior to the wedding, she discreetly concealed a dagger within her bridal gown, yet, as a mere woman, she stood no chance against the Wang heir. Her attempted ambush thwarted, she was stripped of any power to resist as those fiends forced her into matrimony. At the moment of the wedding night, the anguish within her became unbearable, and she dashed her head against the table, seeking an end. She vowed that even in death, she would return as a vengeful spirit to exterminate these demons. Perhaps it was divine mercy, or perhaps the pent-up fury within her, but after her demise, she indeed transformed into a vengeful specter. That night, the entire town was engulfed in terror and wails of despair. As dawn broke, she personally extracted the hearts of all those she despised. The night stretched endlessly, and so did her killing spree. Yet the pain in her heart and the guilt towards her parents remained unresolved. Thus, she ensnared the souls of all in the village, creating this realm of phantoms. Countless cycles ensued, awaiting someone to grant her parents a proper burial. In the infinite passage of time, she gradually lost sight of the reasons behind her actions, even forgetting her own name. Li Shang, picking up the shards of past suffering, slowly approached her parents' grave, her knees buckling as she knelt before it, bowing deeply 3 times, weeping inconsolably. After this, Li Shang appeared to have made a solemn resolution, gently waving her hand over the countless skeletal remains scattered across the ground. A chilling wind swept through, causing the bones to dissipate slowly. Su Bai understood that she had exiled the souls that had been bound for millennia. Why? Su Bai questioned, perplexed by her actions. Were it him, he would ensure that those fiends endured eternal torment. Thank you, Su Bai, Li Shang replied, turning to face her master, her words leaving him momentarily astonished. It is all in the past now. I am no longer the ghost bride. I wish to truly embrace the essence of Li Shang. Thank you for helping me fulfill my long-held wish and for granting me a new beginning. For the rest of my days, I wish to be your ghost bride. Su Bai's lips felt parched, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he stepped forward, embracing the enchanting figure before him, gently caressing her back. The beauty nestled against him, her ghostly aura growing ever more potent. The sound of a thin membrane being pierced echoed, and Su Bai felt an ominous premonition rise within him. He immediately accessed the panel of Li Shang, where the rank section boldly displayed its status. Su Bai attentively sensed her aura, and indeed, it was unmistakably the unique essence of a Phase 2 resurrected specter. The level was indeed equivalent to that of a Phase 2 resurrected entity. In his previous life, Su Bai had encountered a Phase 2 specter only once, a moment that had led to his own harrowing demise. His conjecture proved accurate. The level was indeed not maxed out. In his former existence, Phase 2 specters were renowned for possessing the power to annihilate an entire nation. Now, with such a specter at his command, How could Su Bai not be exhilarated? In a mere few days since his rebirth, he had ascended to heights previously unseen. As the emotions of the ghostly bride began to stabilize, Su Bai solemnly bowed before the graves of her parents before turning to depart. This time, the ghost bride's advancement brought unexpected joy to Su Bai. However, an even greater surprise awaited him the moment he exited the area. To his astonishment, he discovered that he still wore the vibrant red flower of the groom upon his chest. It had not vanished with the conclusion of the event, but rather glimmered softly with an ethereal light. Clearly, this was an exceedingly rare player item. Yet, curiously, the system had not retrieved any of its descriptive information. After all, he was merely a game character without any burdens of celebrity. He decided to disregard it and let it rest upon his chest. In a game filled with eccentric attire, his was but one among many. Who knew when this item might prove useful? Upon returning to the haunted house, several ghosts eagerly pulled Su Bai to complete the unfinished wedding festivities. That night, Su Bai noticed that the ghost bride's emotions had notably intensified. How did he come to this realization? Well, that was a matter not fit for outsiders. Suffice it to say, Su Bai was thoroughly pleased. The following morning, Su Bai stood in the yard basking in the sunlight, accompanied only by the 4 ghosts, while the ghost bride remained indoors. To his surprise, Li Shang, having regained her memories, had transformed into a pure young maiden. Although he did not comprehend why the female ghost would experience pain for the first time, Su Bai tenderly encouraged her to rest in bed and ordered a breakfast experience pack from the marketplace. Unbeknownst to him, however, his combat power ranking had undergone a monumental transformation. Players fixated on the leaderboard gaped in disbelief at the astonishing sight before them, exclaiming that it was impossible. For the first time in history, a player's combat power had surpassed the 10 million mark. Just yesterday, Su Bai had held the top rank with a combat power of 30 million, but overnight, the numeral 3 had acquired a 1 before it, an astounding 130 million. Even the player ranked second questioned whether the game had malfunctioned, as they stared at their own mere 3 million combat power, suddenly feeling overwhelmed by a sense of despair. He calculated and was astounded by the result of his own computations. Could it be that this individual had invested nearly 10 billion into the game in one go? Such a thing seemed utterly implausible. Even the wealthiest person in the world would likely be unable to achieve such a feat. He found himself, an experienced player, for the first time feeling utterly perplexed by the game. What had transpired to allow this character, known as the Ghost Collector, to elevate their combat power at such an astonishing rate? Could it be that his approach to the game was flawed? Or perhaps the female ghosts were indeed the core of the game's power, each harboring some mysterious potential. With this thought in mind, the second-ranked player quietly fed all his non-female spirits to the female ghosts. From this moment forward, he too would emulate the Ghost Collector, exclusively gathering female spirits. Meanwhile, Su Bai, blissfully unaware, had inadvertently shifted the entire atmosphere of the game's national server with his modest increase in power. Chapter 28. O spirits, must you always engage in such frivolities? Su Feng gazed at the numbers on the leaderboard, his eyelids twitching. As expected, the video he sent to Su Bai had undoubtedly granted him tremendous advantages. The changes in combat power were the most compelling evidence of this. However, he felt no regret. Not only had he reaped a reward of 1 million, he had also heard whispers of the terrors within that realm. Knowing that only players of Su Bai's caliber could navigate it, he stood no chance. Simultaneously, he solidified his belief that aligning with Su Bai was indeed a promising venture. Such a magnanimous and dedicated player was a rare find. One would be hard-pressed to discover another like him. Following in his footsteps could only lead to success. Too flashy while walking, sprain my waist. Boss, have you completed that script? I noticed your combat ranking has surged significantly. Ghost Collector. Yes, I managed to emerge from it. But there was no completion prompt. Too flashy while walking, sprain my waist. Is there such a peculiar occurrence? It seems this game still has many unexplored avenues. Ghost Collector. Indeed, there are plenty. By the way, what brings you to me? Too flashy while walking, sprain my waist. Esteemed one. Might you have an interest in forming a guild? Though Su Feng himself was merely the leader of a small guild, lacking both strength and funds, he had always been engaged in trivial matters. If he were to have the involvement of a powerhouse like Su Bai, his status within the game would undergo a monumental transformation. This way, he could also better serve the esteemed one, benefit from his prowess. Su Bushi's guild relied solely on his own strength to accumulate combat power, yet even without a single high-level spirit among the others, they managed to rank in the top 20. Just imagine the heights they could reach with Su Bai's involvement. And indeed, Su Bai was of the same mind. His combat power had already reached an impressive level, and it was high time to expand his influence. In a world where strength reigns supreme, personal prowess holds paramount significance. However, possessing one's own faction facilitates the care of cherished individuals, such as Aunt Wu. Subai nodded in agreement. The Ghost Collector. If you share this sentiment, you may assist me in operations, but there exists a stipulation. When recruiting, prioritize local players or those from nearby districts. As for those from distant locations, they need not apply. Su Feng was puzzled, yet as a seasoned player well-versed in numerous games, he maintained his emotional intelligence. He refrained from probing further. Recognizing that the motivations of affluent individuals were often inscrutable, perhaps it was merely to attract romantic interests. Regardless, as long as he could earn money, it sufficed. Too flashy while walking. Understood, boss. I shall attend to it immediately. Subai transferred half of his remaining 100 million ghost coins to Su Feng as operational funds. Concluding their conversation, Su Feng contemplated their dialogue, attempting to discern the enigmatic character of this mysterious benefactor. Moments later, he inscribed a line in the guild name section, Ghost Gathering Place. No sooner had he finished that conversation than another message arrived. The adorable boy really is wonderful. Subai, have you spent more money again? The leaderboard is dazzling to my eyes. You truly are insane. The Ghost Collector. And what about you? Your rank has risen quite swiftly. You must have invested significantly as well, no? Ling Ruoyao felt a flush of embarrassment at Subai's remark. The adorable boy really is wonderful. Who said that? I would never spend money on little ghost boys for clothes. The Ghost Collector. Enough with the denial. This game is genuinely enjoyable, and you should play it more when you have the time. By the way, I have a gift for you. The adorable boy really is wonderful. What kind of gift? Subai packed a multitude of outdated equipment and unused experience packs, sending them all to Ling Ruoyao. As for other items she would find unnecessary, he entrusted Su Feng with their disposal. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Subai returned to the haunted house. Li Shang had already risen, and the spirits were seated together, engaging in a discourse of unknown topics. Subai leaned in closer, eavesdropping. Is the master not performing well? Indeed. I sensed last night that the general seemed somewhat lacking in strength. Should we provide him with some nourishment? Cough. Cough. Given the matter's implications for masculinity, Subai interjected. What do you mean by not performing? A man can never be incapable. It's merely a matter of condition. Nevertheless, Subai recognized that he ought to temporarily slow his pursuit of collecting female spirits. Currently, the Ghost Bride and the Snow Woman had yet to reach their full potential. A single level was far more crucial than hundreds at a lower tier. Subai had already discerned the methods for leveling up the Snow Woman and the Ghost Playgirl. It involved devouring. Consuming a substantial number of high-level spirits of similar origin or proximity would transform quantitative change into qualitative transformation. Subai issued another announcement, seeking to acquire a plethora of flower face masks and related unsealing materials. Concurrently, Su Feng utilized his network to assist Subai in gathering these resources. Countless materials were cast into the magical array, and before long, 100 ghostly actresses appeared before Subai. Devour. With a single command, the 101 ghostly actresses fused into one. Within the illusion, Subai transformed into an elderly performer clad in a general's costume, dancing a duet with the flower girl before him. The melody was somewhat familiar, yet Subai could not recall its origin. On the stage, they were the sole performers, with no audience in sight. As the dance concluded, the ghostly actress drew her sword and ended her life, causing the illusion to dissipate. The ghostly actress successfully ascended in rank, acquiring her true name and ghostly essence. She was named Lanji, and her essence was related to the stage. However, Subai did not linger on her, for the Snow Maiden had yet to ascend. In comparison to the ghostly actresses, the Snow Maiden's advancement proved to be significantly more challenging. Although the ghostly actresses ranked high, there were still numerous female spirits of the same origin, and the Maidensong Temple dungeon could be explored countless times, making collection considerably easier. Yet, the singular existence of the Snow Maiden posed a conundrum for Subai. He could dismiss any thought of similarly named specters, for none existed within the game. He could only turn to specters of a closely related energy form. Subai first ordered a water ghost of rank, reasoning that the Snow Maiden, being situated between water and ice, would likely find some kinship with the water ghost. He attempted to present the water ghost before the Snow Maiden. To his surprise, upon merely catching sight of it, the Snow Maiden disdainfully fled. You dare present me with such a revolting and distasteful creature? What is that slimy substance? Utterly disgusting. And those green algae atop its head, did it crawl out from a sewer? Then, what would you like to eat? Subai inquired, bewildered by the Snow Maiden's reaction. Suddenly, the Snow Maiden licked her lips, her autumn-like eyes fixed intently on Subai. What do you mean by that? Why are you looking at me when I ask what you desire? Did you not just finish eating? The Snow Maiden inched closer to him, while Subai retreated step by step, with the other four spirits also gravitating toward this direction. Wait, no? I haven't recovered yet. Absolutely not. Not in broad daylight. Su Bai, with righteous indignation, found himself caught in a dilemma, wanting to refuse yet unable to resist. The rank ghostly bride effortlessly pulled Su Bai into her embrace. And once again, the banquet of indulgence commenced. Chapter 29. The Peculiar Influence on Reality. Where has Aunt Wu gone? Upon returning to reality, Su Bai felt as though he had inadvertently stepped into the realm of marital life. Alas, this frail body, together with you for 1,000 miles. We shall grow old together. Just then, as Su Bai lay on the bed, he sensed a whisper in his ear. It was the voice of the ghostly bride. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Surely, he had been gaming for too long these past few days, leading to such auditory hallucinations. Although his previous life had been invaded by bizarre games encroaching upon the world, he had never experienced anything like this. Just as Su Bai was in denial, he was astonished to feel a hand unexpectedly emerged, gliding coolly and delicately between his thighs. This familiar sensation gradually led Su Bai into doubt. Could it be that this truly was the ghost bride? Had the complete revival reached a level where it could influence reality? Surely not. If he could summon the supernatural in advance, that would be an egregious act of cheating. Yet, reality swiftly dashed his hopes. Su Bai attempted to connect with Li Shang through his mental faculties, but after a few tremors of his spiritual fibers, they ceased. A failure. Although anticipated, disappointment still lingered within him. However, in an instant, a possibility dawned upon him. Su Bai endeavored to condense his mental fibers into a bundle, akin to a key, unlocking the mental realm accessible only to players who had consumed significant amounts of spiritual potions. Failure. Failure. Yet again, failure. Nevertheless, Su Bai remained undeterred, for he could distinctly sense that the resistance within the mental space was gradually diminishing. On his 7th attempt, even a player with Su Bai's past life experience felt a moment of losing control over the mental bundle. The portal opened, although merely a crack. The relentless surge of ghostly energy instantly filled Su Bai's entire being. The power of the ghost bride, Li Shang, intertwined with this ghostly energy, entered Su Bai's body. This originally tumultuous power recognized the mark upon Su Bai and instantaneously became remarkably docile. Like a fish returning to the sea, it soared freely under Su Bai's guidance. This sensation was all too familiar to him. This was the transformation that a first-stage ghost could bring forth. Drawing on his past life memories, Su Bai harnessed this vengeful spirit's power, and in an instant, his physique underwent a monumental transformation. A swelling sensation coursed through his limbs and veins. Although some unseen force restrained him, Su Bai could wield a modicum of Li Shang's power. Or rather, he acted as a conduit for her strength. The power capable of annihilating a nation was no mere boast. Even a fragment of it imbued Su Bai with an almost superhuman feeling. In a mere flick of his hand, he crushed a 15-pound dumbbell. Observing the twisted, misshapen mass of iron on the ground, Su Bai brimmed with confidence. He then attempted to employ the ghostly trickery, but no matter how hard he tried, an invisible barrier constrained the release of the ghostly arts. The invasion of the bizarre game into reality began to intensify. In truth, the onset of the invasion saw strange occurrences erupting like mushrooms after rain. Those in authority sensed the anomaly but concealed everything to protect the populace. Thus, the common folk remained oblivious, often dismissing supernatural events as mere coincidences, unaware that this was on the verge of becoming the norm, especially for those players who had encountered the bizarre game. The first to undergo transformation from the game's invasion were they. To accommodate the spirits, their bodies formed a certain field that attracted these supernatural entities. However, there exists a protective game mechanism, rendering players difficult to harm. Yet, as with all things, exceptions abound. In this case, the exceptions are those players who have deleted their accounts or uninstalled the game. Their bodies have been subtly transformed by the enigmatic game, now devoid of protective mechanisms, making them immensely attractive targets for the wandering spirits. They are the primary protagonists of all bizarre events that transpire before the full manifestation occurs. As night falls, Su Bai resolves to gather his strength anew, vowing to engage in yet another round against the female specters. The following day, upon rising, Su Bai notices the absence of Aunt Wu. Perhaps she has gone out to purchase groceries. After confirming matters regarding the guild, Su Bai exchanges contact information with Su Feng. Upon opening the green bubble application, Su Bai converses with Su Feng. Progress regarding the guild has been made. The benefits Su Bai offers are substantial, and given his notoriety, players flock to him. Soon, around 20 players from the city arrive, with many more from other locales as well. Su Feng, having navigated the gaming world for quite some time, adeptly filtered through the applicants, swiftly establishing the guild. Naturally, Su Bai is appointed as the president. Su Bai promptly calls Ling Ruoyao. Hello, Sister Ling. I've created a guild. How about I invite you to join? Why on earth are you creating a guild? Subai? I'm not scolding you, but you really ought to refrain from becoming too immersed in the game. At your age, it's wise to save some resources for the future. She rambles on with a multitude of admonitions, yet Subai remains patient. Since the passing of his parents, Ling Ruoyao has been one of the few individuals who genuinely cares for him, continuing to look after him even amidst the apocalypse. Subai recognizes her concern, feeling a warmth in his heart. However, now is not the time for candor. It is best to refrain from voicing any shocking declarations. All right, I understand, Sister Ling. I'll bring you into the guild and appoint you as the vice president. Vice president? That sounds rather appealing. Wait a moment. Are you trying to make me work for you? Ling Ruoyao realizes his intentions. What work? Those capable should bear more responsibility, Sister Ling. Please. As he speaks, Subai transfers her 100,000. This is for the operational expenses. Let us go out for a meal together when you have the time, Sister Ling. After Subai playfully pleads, Ling Ruoyao agrees to join the guild invitation. The guild serves as a strategic move for Subai, allowing him to oversee the city. However, a team assembled in this manner, lacking the trials of the apocalypse, cannot be deemed loyal. Nonetheless, establishing Subai's guild is imperative at this stage. It will enable him to identify promising talents early on and keep abreast of the whereabouts of these players in the city for future contingencies. Having completed his tasks, Subai is puzzled by Aunt Wu's prolonged absence. Concerned, he places a call and learns that something has happened to the caregiver's daughter. Subai offered some words of comfort and inquired if Aunt Wu needed assistance, but she hesitated, seemingly struggling to articulate something. Amid their vague conversation, Subai heard a crackling sound emanating from his phone, a noise he had encountered before, reminiscent of an eerie electromagnetic disturbance. Consequently, he attempted to channel a trace of spectral energy into the device, causing the static to abruptly vanish. Subai furrowed his brow. This sensation felt remarkably akin to an uncanny incident. In light of Aunt Wu's long-standing care and her presence akin to that of family, Subai could not ignore her plight and resolved to investigate. Chapter 30. The premature arrival of the white-eyed ghost princess. The two residential complexes were not far apart, and after hailing a cab, Subai arrived at the Mingzhu community in a matter of minutes. The early autumn sun, still bearing a hint of warmth, was obscured by a cluster of clouds, casting a delicate glow upon the ground that failed to dispel the impending chill. The lingering morning mist stole away the last remnants of warmth. Upon entering the Mingzhu community, Subai sensed an unsettling atmosphere. It was as if some unseen force had cast an influence over this place, with the temperature being approximately half a degree colder than outside. This alteration would elude the notice of most, yet for Subai, it was unmistakable. Despite being merely a wall apart, such a sudden shift in temperature was inexplicable, and simultaneously, he could sense Li Shang issuing a warning to him. However, the sensation felt ephemeral and intangible, difficult to grasp fully. Having visited Aunt Wu's home before, Subai navigated his way with ease. Although he had once been a reckless youth, Aunt Wu's unwavering care for him was etched in his memory, and he frequently visited her residence. In Subai's recollection, Aunt Wu had never had a man by her side, living solely with a girl whom she had adopted. The child, now 14, bore the surname Wu in honor of her adoptive mother, named Wu Shihui. Subai was quite fond of her and always prepared gifts for her on her birthday. Ding dong. After a lengthy wait, Aunt Wu finally answered the door. Strands of gray and white hair were damp with perspiration, her complexion pale, and her eyes appeared red and swollen, as if she had been crying. Upon seeing Subai, she managed a strained smile. I'm sorry, little Su. I rushed back when I learned Shihui was unwell, and didn't have a chance to inform you. Thank you for coming all this way, she said, her tone imbued with a mix of concern for her daughter and guilt. Don't mention it, Aunt Wu. Shihui is like a sister to me, and as her brother, it's only natural that I come to check on her, he reassured her. However, as the door swung open, his gaze sharpened with intensity. This uncanny event seemed to be more complex than it first appeared, and the foreboding sense of unease within him intensified. Aunt, please tell me more about Shihui's condition. I have a classmate studying medicine who might be of assistance, he suggested, though he was acutely aware that he was deceiving Aunt Wu. He was nearly certain that Wu Shihui's affliction was the result of some malevolent force at work. Last night, upon returning home to prepare dinner for Shihui, I sensed something was amiss with her. She appeared to be in a daze, unresponsive to my words. I initially thought she might have encountered some trouble at school and intended to inquire further that evening. However, to my dismay, by the early hours, Shihui's temperature had risen alarmingly. Despite administering antipyretics, her condition showed no signs of improvement. I was just about to take her to the hospital when I felt a surge of guilt. If only I had been more vigilant yesterday. It's all right, Aunt Wu. This isn't your fault. I'll check on Shuhui first, I reassured her. Upon entering the bedroom, an unsettling chill enveloped me, suggesting something was profoundly wrong. On the bed lay a delicate little girl, clad in an adorable raccoon-themed pajama set, her eyes tightly shut, a blue fever patch adorning her forehead. Strangely, the curtains were drawn even in the daylight, and Aunt Wu explained that the moment she opened them, her daughter's face twisted in pain. Indeed, it is said that entities of the initial phase of invasion exhibit a fear of light. I scanned the room for any clues that might illuminate the situation. Suddenly, my gaze fell upon an object on the bedside table, a doll, eerily lifelike, with large eyes and a petite mouth, dressed in an exceptionally clean puffed skirt. However, what struck me as odd was the doll's eyes. Unlike the lifeless, monotonous gaze typical of dolls, this one bore an inexplicable emptiness, a ghastly pallor. I stood frozen, for I recognized this doll. Could it be the white-eyed ghost princess? Although I had lived a life beyond, I was not familiar with everything, nevertheless. The notoriety of the white-eyed ghost princess was inescapable. The mere mention of her name had been a catalyst for the city's downfall. Following the full invasion of the game, the largest organization of spirit tamers in the city had been decimated in a single day by the white-eyed ghost princess. This event allowed Su Yi's organization to dominate the realm of spirits, as the faction of surrender completely capitulated to the ghostly entities. The white-eyed ghost princess emerged as one of the most formidable apparitions in Shuzhou, possessing an overwhelming malevolence and having entered a stage of complete revival, ultimately leading to the city's ruin. Though these few lines encapsulate a vast history of human suffering, on the day of the city's fall, I had the fortune to catch a distant glimpse of the white-eyed ghost princess, though shrouded in a potent aura of malevolence. I distinctly remembered her most distinguishing feature, the very doll before me, with its pallid eyes. To my astonishment, it was indeed her. My eyes widened in realization as I stepped closer to examine the doll. At present, I was shielded by the game's protective mechanisms and the safeguarding presence of the ghost bride, leaving me unfazed. I reached out and grasped the doll, instantly feeling the immense malevolence contained within. Yet, unlike my own aura, this malevolence was sealed within by some form of array, leaking out only in minute traces. Considering the manifestation of Shuhui, it is evident that she has indeed been influenced by the ominous entity before her. It is possible that the leaking malevolent energy has harmed her body, or perhaps the white-eyed ghost princess has taken the opportunity to escape her seal, lying in wait within Shuhui for a moment of revival, or perhaps both scenarios are true. Currently, no definitive conclusion can be drawn. The only recourse for Su Bai is to open a portal within his mental space to absorb the harmful ghostly energy present in the room, hoping that the little one may feel somewhat better. As the malevolent energy from the doll gradually diminishes, Wu Shuhui begins to show signs of response. Her long eyelashes flutter, and as she opens her eyes, a look of fear seems to speak volumes. Though her consciousness has returned, the little girl remains unable to move. Su Bai gently strokes her head. Little Shuhui, do not be afraid. Your brother and mother are here. We will surely drive away all the malevolent entities. You must be brave. Your brother will help you recover swiftly. The little girl blinks, seemingly acknowledging Su Bai, and her fear dissipates somewhat. Aunt Wu, please refrain from visiting me in the next few days. Take good care of Shuhui. I will manage with takeout. I believe this is not a grave matter, and she will recover in a few days. Do not worry too much. Su Bai spoke thus to reassure Aunt Wu, while also intending to utilize this time to discern the nature of Shuhui's predicament. He certainly could not bear to witness such a gentle and endearing child transform into a terrifying malevolent spirit. Moreover, Su Bai wished to ascertain whether he could recruit the once-renowned white-eyed ghost princess to his side. On the return journey, Su Bai pondered that if he could assist Shuhui in enhancing her mental space, it might yield positive results. Yet, as reality had not fully intruded, the young girl was unable to engage in any games, leaving him at a loss as to how he could assist her enhancement. Chapter 31. Suppressing the strange with the strange. After much contemplation, the only viable solution appeared to be the acquisition of an item capable of suppressing the malevolent entity, in hopes of bringing it out of the game to present to little Shuhui. Fortunately, Su Bai indeed possessed such an item. Since returning from the Ghost Bride town, he had been examining the large red flower he had brought back. Although this flower lacked game-specific attributes, it was nonetheless a product of a high-level script. After a night of experimentation, he discovered that the large red flower possessed the ability to suppress malevolent spirits. When he brought the flower near his female ghost, all but one would feel an immense pressure bearing down upon them. Even the ghostly veil would tear at its edges. This was a high-level ghostly veil. While this pressure may not cause tangible harm to the spirits, it would prevent them from exhibiting their full capabilities. If this item could be brought into the real world, it would undoubtedly resolve the issues faced by Wu Shihui. Even a high-level malevolent spirit on the verge of revival would be suppressed. What then of the white-eyed ghost princess, who had yet to begin her revival? As entities at the onset of a strange incursion, their abilities were exceedingly feeble. Consider the haunting specter known as the hanged ghost. At present, it can claim but a single victim each day. However, when the eerie game fully infiltrates, countless classmates within the school will fall prey to its grasp. With the possession of the vivid red flower, Xiao Shihui will undoubtedly be able to subdue the white-eyed ghost princess completely. Yet, the most pressing dilemma remains. How can one transport the game's artifacts into reality? To achieve this aim, one must rely on the ghost bride, Li Xiang, for she is the sole entity capable of transmitting power into the tangible world. Fortuitously, Li Xiang has arrived at a level that allows her to influence reality in advance. Otherwise, Su Bai would find himself utterly helpless in the face of Shihui's predicament. As he enters the game, Su Bai cradles the delicate ghost bride, Li Xiang, in his arms. "This morning, I heard your voice outside. How did you manage that?" He inquires, seeking to understand how she could connect with him. "I'm not entirely certain. I simply longed for you so deeply that I imagined speaking to you. And before long, I sensed your presence," she replies gently. Su Bai nods thoughtfully. "Can you hear my words? Or how do you convey your power to me?" "I can hear your voice, my beloved, and I can feel the messages transmitted through your spiritual essence," Li Xiang responds tenderly, then demonstrates how she channels her power to Su Bai through her ghostly energy. They commence their experimentation. Su Bai first instructs Li Xiang to fully activate her ghostly energy in a certain part of the mental space and attempts to communicate, verifying the clarity of their exchange, which is of utmost importance. If they cannot even converse normally, Su Bai would be unable to harness the ghost bride's power at will. Once the arrangements are made, Su Bai exits the game, standing still as he attunes himself to the faint call that lingers in the air. Initially, the voice is weak, drifting about the room, until Su Bai releases his mental energy, at which point it pierces his being as if it has found a precise anchor. "My beloved, can you hear me?" Li Xiang's melodious voice resonates within Su Bai's heart. Success. Indeed, Li Xiang now possesses the ability to communicate with reality. Her earlier attempt was merely an unintentional act, hence the lack of interaction. After several more practices, their coordination becomes increasingly seamless, to the point where, in the final attempt, Su Bai need not release his mental energy for Li Xiang to articulate directly from the depths of his heart. It is then that Su Bai embarks on the next endeavor. "Li Xiang, see if you can remove this object," he directs. Gesturing toward the dumbbell he has just crushed in his grasp. Unsure if Li Xiang can perceive it, he communicates with her mentally. Suddenly, he feels his spiritual energy being drawn by an unseen force, gradually radiating into the surrounding air. "Li Xiang, is that you?" Upon receiving an affirmative response from the ghost bride, Su Bai comprehends that she is utilizing his spirit to observe the environment around them. Before him, the air begins to ripple, reminiscent of pebbles dropped into a tranquil lake, sending out concentric circles that repeat endlessly. The sound of a swana emerged from the eye of the vortex, followed by the formidable ghostly power of the bride, scattering various objects throughout the room into disarray. Subsequently, the dispersed ghostly energy coalesced, resembling a colossal hand that grasped the dumbbell before it. The immense resistance appeared trivial before Li Xiang, and amidst a cacophony of friction, the dumbbell was drawn into the vortex, disappearing from sight. "My dear, I have succeeded," proclaimed Li Xiang. "Well done, Li Xiang. If it can be retrieved, it can certainly be sent back," Su Bai responded, his excitement palpable. Once tranquility returned, Su Bai ventured into the spiritual realm and, indeed, found Li Xiang clutching the dumbbell. Damaged dumbbell, a piece of trash from an unknown origin. Players are advised to dispose of it promptly. The system had even ascribed a description to this item. After a brief examination revealed no changes, Su Bai cast it aside and produced the bright red flower for Li Xiang. "Li Xiang, try to transmit this to my hand shortly. This matter is of great significance. You must exert all your strength and remain vigilant," Su Bai instructed with gravity, before returning to reality to await the outcome. This time, the air shimmered for several minutes, resonating with a thunderous sound throughout the room. It seemed that transmitting the red flower also demanded considerable energy from Li Xiang. Bang! Bang! In the unseen realms, tremendous force collided with the void's barrier. Li Xiang's ghostly power enveloped the red flower, battering against the enigmatic divide between the game and reality. Even with Su Bai acting as the anchor between the two worlds, immense strength was still required. The ripples intensified, and the sounds of impact quickened. Crack! The air shattered like glass, and within the swirling mass of ghostly energy, a softly glowing red flower emerged. Upon landing, it was indeed the red flower Su-bai had acquired in the narrative. However, unlike its mundane appearance in the game, the flower now exuded a potent, eerie aura. This presence, distinct from ghostly energy, was equally unsettling. To test whether it retained its power to suppress apparitions in reality, Su-bai opened his spiritual space to borrow ghostly energy from Li Shang. With the ghostly energy enveloping him, Su-bai became akin to a weakened specter. Approaching the red flower before him, he observed his ghostly aura, once extending 2 meters around him, now compressed tightly against his skin. Grasping the red flower, the ghostly energy was further constricted within him, unable to escape. It works. Su-bai rejoiced. As long as the flower's power remained intact, little Shi Huai would be saved. He quickly retrieved a backpack to stow the red flower and hastened back to the Mingzhu community. Chapter 32, Little Shi Huai Awakens, instantly levels up in the guild dungeon. Su-bai had not anticipated that a solution would present itself so effortlessly, yet in matters of saving lives, swiftness is always paramount. Upon entering the room, as he observed Su-bai returning, Aunt Wu initially believed he had forgotten something. Aunt Wu, I just remembered that I have a talisman I obtained from a temple. I thought perhaps Xiao Shihuai might be possessed, so I figured it was worth a try. It might prove useful. Su-bai raised the backpack in his hand. Having lived in the countryside before working for Su-bai's family, Aunt Wu was somewhat superstitious, making it easier for her to accept his explanation. After all, it was rather absurd to tie a bright red flower on a young girl for no apparent reason. Upon entering the room, Su-bai retrieved the bright red flower from his bag. Although Aunt Wu's expression reflected some skepticism, she refrained from commenting. Su-bai certainly had no intention of harming Xiao Shihuai. He thought it best to try anything that might help. Placing the red flower beside Shihuai's pillow, it wasn't long before the little girl began to stir. "Mom, water," she murmured. Aunt Wu immediately fetched a glass of water, and as the warm liquid went down, the girl's complexion visibly brightened, the fever she had been suffering from subsiding, and her eyes regaining clarity. "Thank you, Brother Su-bai, for coming to see Shihuai," she expressed gratefully. The little girl was quite perceptive. As soon as she regained consciousness after Su-bai had dispelled the malevolent energy, she immediately thanked him. Although she was still unable to move, she had been observing everything that transpired. "Do you feel better now, Xiao Shihuai?" Su-bai inquired. "Much better. But I'm a little hungry," she replied. Hearing this, Aunt Wu hurried off to prepare a meal for both the little one and Su-bai. Su-bai stood up to close the door and took a seat beside Shihuai's bed. "Shihuai, tell your brother, who gave you that doll?" he asked, pointing to the strange doll on the bedside. "I can't remember very clearly, but I recall it was given to me by a big sister. She wore a dress adorned with floral patterns," the little girl replied. As Su-bai listened to her description, a chill ran down his spine. It matched almost perfectly with his recollection of the white-eyed ghost princess. At that moment, Su-bai was certain that the white-eyed ghost princess had indeed taken an interest in Xiao Shihuai. However, due to the influence of the red flower, the ghostly aura left by the white-eyed ghost princess was suppressed to the point of being nearly undetectable. Moreover, with Su-bai's presence, should the eerie game fully manifest, the 5 ghostly women under his command would likely deter her from approaching. As long as she dared to appear, Su-bai could compel her to sign a contract with Wu Shihuai. If Xiao Shihuai could master her, it would serve as a significant advantage for him. Su-bai instructed the little girl to keep the red flower with her, and after they had lunch, he departed from Mingzhu community. Yet, as he passed through the entrance, he once again sensed the chilling and enigmatic aura, as if there were hidden secrets within the community. While seated in the taxi, the local driver engaged Su-bai in incessant chatter, as if the conversation would never reach a conclusion. Su-bai's phone vibrated slightly. It was a message from Yao Ningxin. "Su-bai, are you well?" He wondered, perplexed at why Yao Ningxin would suddenly reach out to him. "I'm doing well. Why do you suddenly ask?" He replied. "I am relieved to hear you are well. Your absence from school these past few days has caused me considerable concern, especially with the recent influx of police presence. Tragically, another death has occurred within our school, belonging to a student from your class. Your prolonged absence led me to fear the worst. In the past, despite Su-bai's penchant for skipping classes and leaving early, he would unfailingly make an effort to see Yao Ningxin every day, often bringing her milk tea and flowers with remarkable frequency. This consistent attention is what made Yao Ningxin worry for him. Su-bai replied, "I am fine. The situation at school is quite unstable. Please take care of yourself." The two abruptly ended their conversation, choosing not to delve further into the matter. Having experienced the events of his previous life, Su-bai felt uncertain about how to confront the remnants of this love, which seemed to have neither a beginning nor an end. With a sigh, he tucked away his phone. Upon returning to the villa, Su-bai entered the game and noticed an unread message from Su Feng. walking to swaggeringly and straining his waist. Boss, I discussed with the vice president about tackling a guild dungeon. It would be a good opportunity for everyone to get acquainted. Subai pondered for a moment. His newly established guild needed to foster a sense of cohesion. After some consideration, he selected a level dungeon with promising rewards. For Subai, this level of dungeon posed no challenge whatsoever. Even without the participation of guild members, he could easily complete it solo. And bringing the guild along would merely serve to distribute some benefits and enhance their strength. Moreover, Subai had ulterior motives. Female ghost collector. Sure. Let us tackle the frozen spring dungeon. Gather the members, and we shall meet at the dungeon entrance in half an hour. Walking to swaggeringly and straining his waist. Understood. Boss, see you soon. Half an hour later, Subai arrived at the dungeon entrance, where a group of members awaited. Su Feng was instructing them on something. Upon seeing Subai approach, Su Feng's character immediately rushed over. Hello, President. With Su Feng leading the way, the guild members greeted him warmly. Su Feng pointed to Subai and introduced him. This is our guild's president, the illustrious player known as Female Ghost Collector, who has dominated the leaderboards. Subai patted Su Feng on the back and replied enthusiastically, Greetings, everyone. From now on, we are all members of the same guild. I hope we can unite and collaborate harmoniously. I believe our guild will grow ever stronger, aiming for the pinnacle of achievement. With that, Subai led the group into the dungeon. This dungeon contained few puzzle elements, primarily due to the formidable nature of the spectral foes within. The monsters here were all at least level, with their life force tied to their level. Unless defeated, they would perpetually revive. Other guilds typically employed tactics where ordinary members would distract the lower-tier monsters while elite players executed the decisive strikes. However, leading these players was Subai, who possessed 5 formidable female ghosts: the Ice Snow Ghost, the Well Ghost, the Stage Ghost, the Dark Ghost, and the most fearsome of all, the Wedding Ghost. Upon the emergence of the 5 great specters, the low-level apparitions within the entire dungeon space instantaneously dissolved. Within the realm of the specters, they were stripped of even the ability to resurrect. The Ice Child remained momentarily stunned in place, as the assaults of the 5 female ghosts descended upon him, leaving him no opportunity to retaliate. The notification of the dungeon's completion echoed in the ears of the guild members. Congratulations to the guild for clearing the level dungeon, Deep Cold Spring. Completion time, 21 seconds. Outside the game, a girl with twin ponytails gazed incredulously at her phone screen. It's cleared? What did I even do for it to be completed? She began to doubt whether she and Subai were playing the same game, as she had to battle for ages against the specters, yet they vanished in an instant upon confrontation. After a moment, she regained her composure and incessantly typed 666 in the guild channel. Only this could help dissipate the shock within her. Chapter 33. A clean freak? So this is what you are, Snow Woman? Almost instantaneously, a chorus of jubilation erupted among the guild members, encircling their formidable and enigmatic leader, gazing at him in awe. Boss is incredible. The president is magnificent. In reality, even the chubby Su Feng, who fancied himself the most knowledgeable about Subai's prowess, was left utterly astounded by his strength. While others struggle through every obstacle to clear a dungeon, you obliterated it in an instant, didn't you? What are we even here for? I just spent ages explaining strategies and precautions, and then you went and did this. If only Ling Ruoyao had been present today, otherwise, she would have surely berated Subai for spending money unnecessarily. The rewards for this dungeon were quite generous, offering a plethora of materials, and each member was additionally awarded a level specter known as the Frozen Death Ghost. Though named as such, it differed vastly from the chilling corpses everyone envisioned. It was a specter that shimmered with transparency, standing merely 1 meter tall. While its strength was lacking, its appearance was rather appealing. Recalling the previous occasion when he fed a water ghost to the Snow Woman, only to be met with her evident disgust, Subai had longed to acquire a specter of more pleasing aesthetics. This one seemed promising, and he decided to have the Frozen Death Ghost attempted for consumption by the Snow Woman. The crystalline Frozen Death Ghost resembled a humanoid ice block, and this time the Snow Woman did not refuse. Moments later, she consumed it. Did it have any effect? Subai inquired. The Snow Woman nodded. Subai's eyes brightened. Ah, this could be promising. It appeared that ice-type specters could indeed enhance the Snow Woman's abilities. Consuming a multitude of ice-type specters might just be the key to her advancement. Furthermore, they must possess an attractive appearance, for the Snow Woman seemed to exhibit a touch of cleanliness obsession. Subai couldn't help but recall how she meticulously groomed every hair on her body, leaving not a speck of dust, even down to a certain area shaped like a little white heart. The news of Subai's instantaneous clearing of the level guild dungeon stirred considerable excitement in the national server channel. Divorced with 200 kids, 21 seconds? My husband isn't that quick. Corporate level sisterly. Are you really not considering people from other regions? I also wish to join the guild. The previous record for clearing this dungeon was 3 minutes and 17 seconds, ranking third across the entire server. It is said that over 100 high-level specters were dispatched, specifically selected to counter ice-type monsters with fire elementals. No one had managed to surpass this record until now. However, with the emergence of Subai, this record has been shattered, bringing the time down from minutes to seconds. Everyone is in awe, praising the female Spectre Collective for breaking the dungeon record. The female Spectre Collector is truly formidable, walking too flamboyantly and straining my back. Guildmaster, what about those reward items? Though I covet them. This dungeon was cleared entirely by Subai alone, and it feels inappropriate for a few guild members to take them. Yet, they underestimated Subai's wealth. Female Spectre Collector, I have no use for the reward items. You all take them. They are entirely yours. To Subai, these items hold little value, and it is better to hand them over to enhance their strength. As for the reward of the Frozen Death Spectre, Subai raised an eyebrow. This is something Subai urgently needs. However, these dozens of members had painstakingly acquired a high-level spectre, intending to nurture it as a core. And Subai snatching it away seems unreasonable. After all, high-level specters are hard to come by. Excluding the spendthrifts, Subai waved his hand generously, offering 50 each. This price far exceeds market value, as the high-level specters in the shop are priced at 50, yet common players cannot afford to pay 500,000 for them. In private transactions, few would purchase a Frozen Death Spectre, as their power is not particularly strong. They merely appeal slightly more to the tastes of the Snow Maiden. Subai's willingness to buy naturally led them to sell. After all, who wouldn't want 500,000 in a game? A total of 47 players participated in this dungeon run, and Subai transferred 23.5 million, securing the Frozen Death Specters from their hands. The players within the game expressed their gratitude to the benefactor, marveling that while Subai's wealth incited envy, he truly treats his own well, ensuring they profit from his generosity. Joining his guild was undoubtedly the right choice. After the transaction was completed, Subai instructed the little demon mealies to activate the ghost veil, obscuring their vision. After all, it is best not to draw too much attention to the Snow Maiden's advancement. Witnessing the emergence of the dark ghost veil, the members were filled with envy. Although they did not know the level of this specter's ability, it appeared exceptionally powerful. With everyone obscured, Subai utilized all the Frozen Death Specters to nourish the Snow Maiden. With 47 high-level specters, the Snow Maiden, who was already on the brink of evolution, finally ascended to a higher level. The most energy-consuming aspect of evolving from level to level is coalescing the Ghost Veil. As the only existing Snow Maiden, she inherently possesses the Ghost Veil, significantly reducing the energy required. Subai felt a surge of joy. It had not been an easy journey, but he had finally succeeded. Gazing at his 5 female spirits, he reminisced about the moment he had first acquired them. In just a matter of days, they had evolved into such formidable entities. Due to the uniqueness of the Snow Woman, her name was actually her true identity, which set her apart in some regard. What mattered most was her prowess. Her exceptional attributes were indeed the most coveted within the game. Upon her promotion, she exerted a suppressive influence over the other spirits. However, Subai's own combat power had reached a plateau. To continue his ascent, he would need to contract new spirits, yet the game mechanics prohibited such an endeavor. As for acquiring higher-tier spirits, Subai dared not even hope, for such entities were elusive and rare. Just obtaining one was already a stroke of fortune. Nevertheless, having 4 high-tier spirits was terrifying in itself. At present, within the national server, no one could rival him. Meanwhile, within the school, the series of student suicides had become too significant to conceal, forcing the institution to cooperate with police investigations. At that moment, detectives were in communication with the school's security department, noting that the surveillance footage remained intact and unaltered. Strangely, the perpetrator had managed to evade detection, hanging the students in the classroom without leaving a trace. This baffling case left the detectives at a loss. The academic building had no blind spots. How had the assailant escaped unnoticed? The classroom was situated on the 7th floor, making it improbable for anyone to climb up. And there were no marks on the walls suggesting such an action. The consecutive deaths of 2 university students placed immense pressure on everyone. To mitigate the potential for public outcry, higher authorities urged the detectives to solve the case swiftly, yet after 2 days, they had found no leads. Although the incidents appeared to be suicides, both students were known to be lively and cheerful, coming from relatively affluent backgrounds, leaving detectives puzzled over any potential motive for self-harm. Chapter 34. Goodness, are you all filming a blockbuster here? Subai? The detectives perused the student records, thoughtfully vocalizing the name. The second deceased male student was Subai's classmate, and his absence for 2 consecutive days had piqued the detective's interest. Bring in the class advisor. We need to gather more information, one detective instructed the accompanying school official. Shortly thereafter, a young man in his late 20s was summoned into the security office. I would like to inquire about Su Bai, the detective began. I haven't seen him these past 2 days, which is quite unusual. He often arrives late and leaves early, but at least he usually shows up at school daily. I have no idea what he has been up to lately. He hasn't even set foot in the school. Are you familiar with his usual circumstances? His family background, personality, and so forth? It is not entirely clear. Su Bai does not reside in the school dormitories, as he is a local. However, he lost his parents several years ago. His family background is relatively well off. Although he occasionally flaunts his wealth, he has never been known to bully anyone. Beyond this, I am not well informed. The police have also contacted several of Su Bai's former classmates, who shared responses almost identical to those of the counselor. After a thorough inquiry, Su Bai's suspicion seems minimal, yet the timing of his absence from school raises some concerns. More importantly, Su Bai's status as an orphan compels the police to take him into consideration. This is not an act of discrimination against orphans. Rather, it is a statistical fact that individuals from such backgrounds may exhibit a slightly higher propensity for criminal behavior. While there is no outright suspicion, it is prudent to investigate further. Consequently, the police gathered Su Bai's address from other students and drove to his residence. In the evening, Su Bai felt a pang of hunger. As Aunt Wu was still at home, tending to Xiao Shihui, he ordered takeout for himself and reclined on his bed to watch some anime. Since his rebirth, this was the first time he could genuinely relax. In light of the impending Bazaar invasion, Su Bai had been in a state of mental tension since his return, constantly contemplating ways to enhance his power. Now, he could finally afford a rare moment of leisure. Possessing 4 high-tier spirits and one that could almost be considered an apex entity, Su Bai felt prepared to confront most scenarios following the full invasion of the Bazaar game. This confidence in his ability to unwind was further bolstered by the fact that his expenditures had nearly reached their limits. While his mental space was maxed out, the Bazaar game imposed a restriction. Players could only contract a maximum of 5 spirits. This limitation could not be altered, even by those who invested heavily in the game. Su Bai speculated that this was likely implemented to prevent players from becoming overwhelmingly powerful and effortlessly dominating the post-invasion game. As for the previous 100,000 spirits, they were not under his direct control, otherwise, chaos would ensue. Heavy investors would possess legions of 1,000,000 spirits, each one capable of overpowering an entire cohort of players. Achieving such a feat was a testament to Su Bai's understanding of the game mechanics, where high-level spirits could command lower-level spirits of the same type. However, the spirits accepting commands must not be contracted and must not belong to an opposing faction. For instance, a high-level Sadako could instruct other uncontracted Sadakos of lesser strength. But such control could not be maintained for long. This feature might be deemed somewhat impractical. Thus, the notion of assembling a 1,000,000-strong army of female spirits remained merely a product of Su Bai's imagination. As the core theme of the Bazaar game revolves around cultivating elite combat strength, one need only witness the devastation wrought when the game's horrors are unleashed, turning countless spirits to ash. Lower-tier forces are merely fodder. As for the remaining spirits, there is still room for them to ascend to higher tiers. Yet Su Bai could only sigh. This endeavor was not as simple as purchasing a cabbage for 5 yuan at the market. The existence of formidable spirits is indeed an elusive phenomenon. And have you not heard of Su Bai throughout a decade of the apocalypse? The success of the Ghost Bride's narrative was merely a stroke of fortune. However, with the triumph of the Ghost Bride, Su Bai has at least discerned the direction in which to strive. He has tasked Su Feng with investigating information regarding the other 4 female spirits. Though the prospects appear dim, nevertheless, the number of spirits is only a temporary condition. After the arrival of the Bazaar, there are no limits to the quantity of spirits one may command, as long as one's body can withstand the strain without succumbing to backlash or death. In his past life, Su Bai had encountered spirit tamers who had successfully contracted 6 or 7 spirits. Yet these tamers shared a common trait. The overall quality of their spirits was rather low. The higher the spirit's rank, the greater the physical demands placed upon the host. Some potent spirits may require an entire host to themselves. For instance, in his previous life, Su Bai witnessed the white-eyed ghost princess, who not only possessed a single host, but also exerted reverse control over them. Su Bai has commenced preparations for the impending apocalypse, following the invasion of the Bazaar game. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, sustenance will not be as dire as it was in Su Bai's past life. The rarest commodity, in fact, will be entertainment resources. The massive loss of human life has led to the cessation of various facilities and factories, with the internet being among the first casualties of destruction. Modern individuals, accustomed to the presence of the internet, will find themselves driven to madness by the monotony of the apocalypse. To alleviate his own discomfort, Subai began downloading a plethora of anime, novels, and films from the very first day he returned, filling dozens of hard drives without pause. He sought not quality, but mere quantity. Before long, the doorbell rang. Could it be the delivery? Without further thought, Subai rose to open the door. The delivery person, clad in a bright yellow uniform, handed the order to Subai, just as he began to utter a word of thanks. An unexpected sensation akin to a prickling needle pierced his chest. Husband, danger! This was the warning transmitted to him by the ghost bride, reminiscent of how Sadako had alerted him to danger in his previous life. Instantly, Subai exhibited extraordinary reflexes. With a swift motion, he pushed the delivery person away while simultaneously channeling the ghost bride's power into his body. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation. Outside Subai's door, the police officers became tense upon witnessing this scene. Their intention had been to investigate Subai, coincidentally arriving as the delivery person did, and they waited at the entrance. However, they were taken aback when this young man forcefully shoved the delivery person several meters away. His actions suggested an intent to flee. Could it be that he truly had connections to those two incidents? Several officers exchanged glances, placing their hands on their waists, and swiftly turned to burst through the villa's entrance. Halt! The delivery person, having collided with the wall, grimaced in pain, leaning against the wall in a state of bewilderment. Goodness, had he stumbled into a police drama? However, he did not hastily flee. Instead, he endured the pain and opened a certain food delivery app, sending a message to the customer who was urging for the next order. Apologies, I encountered a police checkpoint while apprehending a superhero. The customer, seemingly unfazed, promptly replied, no worries, just start a video call. I'd like to watch for a while. Chapter 35, The Initial Encounter with the Police Checkpoint. The menace of unusual strength Subai furrowed his brow as he withdrew behind the wall of the living room. Upon successfully merging with reality at a certain critical point in the ghostly realm, his connection with the ghost bride became more profound. Hence, she could sense the latent threats surrounding him. Curiously, however, the force he had just unleashed felt entirely human, devoid of any spectral essence, prompting Subai to restrain his strength. Otherwise, given his modified physique, the delivery worker would not have been able to rise from the ground so easily. If there were no malevolent spirit present, then what was the source of this danger? Was it Subyuki? Or perhaps Su Yixing? Subai's mind raced, recognizing that these two were his only conceivable adversaries. Yet, he swiftly dismissed this notion. Not only were these two unaware of the bizarre game invasion, but they had also secured their coveted company shares, leaving them with no motive to act against him. So who could it be? 6 police officers cautiously entered the room, wielding their batons, entering one after the other, not daring to relax their vigilance. After all, based on their earlier observations, this individual seemed quite formidable. Yet where was he? They had clearly seen Subai turn and enter the room, yet he vanished in the blink of an eye. Little did they know, after being empowered by the ghost bride, Subai's physical abilities had transcended that of an ordinary human. Not even a super agent could keep pace with his speed. As per protocol, several officers began to announce their identities, hoping the suspect would retreat at the sight of their authority. After all, Subai was merely a person of interest. We are the police. Come out. We only wish to inquire about a few matters. Did it truly require such a show of force to gather information? 6 officers had arrived. Subai remained unconvinced. The two parties, steeped in mutual suspicion, continued to confront one another. What do you want with me? I haven't committed any crime. Either leave promptly or reveal your true identities. I wish not to be disturbed. Subai, we truly are the police. We are here because a classmate of yours has committed suicide. We wish to understand the situation. You must have heard about it, right? Subai's brow relaxed slightly. Was it because of this? Yet, he remained skeptical. After all, in the age of the internet, many things could be verified. Then you ought to be monitoring the school. What business do you have with me? He pondered, offering a reminder. No, perhaps you should keep your distance from that place. Upon hearing this, the 6 officers furrowed their brows, uncertain whether this young man truly possessed knowledge or was merely engaging in theatrics. After all, the news of the student's tragic demise had spread widely. The leading officer gestured, and 2 of them advanced cautiously, while the others remained vigilant, closely following behind. Indeed, something felt amiss. Enhanced mental acuity and hearing allowed Subai to perceive their movements distinctly. Just as one officer reached the wall, a thunderous bang startled everyone. A large hole suddenly appeared in the previously intact wall, and Subai emerged, half of his body protruding through it. One hand firmly grasped the neck of one officer, lifting him off the ground. The remaining 5 officers were taken aback. They had never encountered such a scene before. Such speed, Such strength. Was this still a human? Don't move, or I shall crush his neck. Who are you? Subai exclaimed coldly, using the officer's body as a shield while his other hand searched the officer's person. The other officers immediately drew their weapons, prepared for confrontation. Do not act rashly. Release him. Subai remained silent. Moments later, he retrieved an identification card from the officer's pocket. Hearing is one thing, seeing is believing. If he were to trust mere words, he would never have survived his rebirth. He would have perished through his own folly in his previous life. Upon inspecting the identification, he was taken aback. It was indeed authentic. The eerie presence had yet to manifest, and the legitimacy of the officer's credentials was still somewhat assured. Moreover, through his touch, Subai confirmed that they had not been overtaken by the strange phenomenon. With all doubts dispelled, he finally loosened his grip. At the same time, Subai felt a sense of exasperation. If only these officers had made a call in advance and knocked politely, there would have been no need for such a sudden intrusion. It seemed that Li Shang had detected the threat posed by their firearms, prompting him to issue a warning. Upon releasing the officer, he gasped for breath and retreated a couple of steps. The other officers closed in, guns subtly aimed at Subai. Do not move. Squat down and cover your head. Subai disdainfully curled his lip. The officer he had held was the leader. He stepped forward and raised his hand slightly to indicate calm. He understood that if Subai had malicious intent, he would not have released him. Observing this, the other officers lowered their weapons. However, Subai regarded the unfolding scene with indifference, striding directly towards the sofa. Ask away, what do you wish to inquire? Facing a room full of officers, Subai exhibited no fear, speaking with nonchalance. What is your identity? The leading officer inquired gravely. Subai pointed to the dossier in the officer's hand, having keenly noticed his name inscribed upon it. Do you not already know? Why ask me? What else could I possibly be but a student? Your skills do not resemble those of a mere student. How could the police possibly believe that you have witnessed a student who can pass through walls unaided? The martial arts I practice since childhood reflect the profound essence of Chinese culture. Have you never heard of ancient martial arts? Moreover, that wall is nothing but a flimsy structure. If pressed, you could easily break through it. Subai explained casually. Although his words were somewhat nonsensical, they indeed constituted the most convincing rationale available. We have discovered that you have recently been liquidating your assets. Why would a privileged second-generation heir such as yourself abandon your status? Are you contemplating escape? The leading officer inquired with a furrowed brow. Subai's seemingly futile actions only intensified the suspicions surrounding him. Was it my desire to sell? Oh, esteemed authority, it was my wretched uncle, Su Yixing, who compelled me to transfer my shares to him. And what about those properties and vehicles? Once, I too was a reckless scion, indulging in a life of leisure, chasing after women, until the untimely demise of my parents delivered a crushing blow to my existence. Subai eloquently recounted the transformative journey of a wealthy heir seeking redemption, filled with tribulations that would move anyone to compassion. Yet, the essence of his narrative was that he had come to a profound realization. He no longer required superficial trappings. This lad, though his words may seem far-fetched, possesses a meticulous mind. Even the most pertinent inquiries yield no substantial answers. The lead investigator silently mused. Subai's responses flowed naturally, yet they failed to assuage their doubts. The more flawless his answers, the more suspicious they became. When questioned about his whereabouts at the time of the incident, Subai provided an alibi. The surveillance footage at the entrance, along with Aunt Wu's taxi records, could attest to his absence from school and his continuous presence nearby. The team leader quietly instructed, and two officers departed to verify the locations Subai mentioned. The leader pondered. Although he appeared to be an ordinary student, the peculiar agility displayed, his anxious asset liquidation, and the calm demeanor he exhibited all hinted at an underlying mystery. This individual, seemingly under 20, bore significant suspicion. Moments later, the officers returned with evidence confirming Subai's alibi. The leader rose, casting a meaningful glance at Subai before exiting the room, followed reluctantly by the other officers. However, before departing, they mandated that Subai remain within the city during this time to assist with the investigation. Chapter 36. The approaching Union battle, Park Duandiao. Though the police had departed, Subai understood that the exposure of his capabilities would undoubtedly attract scrutiny and surveillance. The truth, after all, cannot remain concealed indefinitely. Nevertheless, it mattered little. With the arrival of the strange impending, all established order would be dismantled and rebuilt, where only strength would serve as the ultimate authority. There are 6 days remaining until the strange arrives. Subai, disinterested in mending the damaged walls, merely tidied up the litter, knowing he would soon depart from this place. After logging in, he inquired with Su Feng if there were any scripts akin to the Ghost Bride town, but alas, no leads surfaced. prompting him to instruct Su Feng to continue his investigations. Today, apart from nurturing his rapport with a few lovely ladies, the primary focus was the evening's activities. Although the game did not feature separate servers for different countries, it did provide a channel for amicable interactions with foreign players, the Guild War. In the Guild War, players could select a foreign guild to engage in competitive matches, where all players from both guilds would participate. The guild whose monsters were vanquished first would be deemed the loser. Naturally, the challenged guild held the option to decline. After swiftly clearing dungeons, Su Bai's guild had gained considerable prominence, attracting challenges from other guilds. Su Feng sifted through options and ultimately chose to accept a challenge from a guild of players from Korea. The rewards for the Guild War were exceedingly generous. Victors could receive formidable foreign monsters, such as the SHJ from Sakura Country, the Flying Head Demon, and the Headless Horseman from the United States, all potent entities. Thus, there was no reason to refuse, and it presented an opportunity to gauge the strength of foreign players, curious if there had been any changes since his previous life. Despite the lucrative rewards, they were determined by performance ratings, leading Su Bai to contemplate inviting Ling Ruoyao, as this was a rare chance to enhance their prowess. Sister Ling, log in quickly. I'm taking you to witness the world tonight. What world? I heard you rampaged through the last dungeon. Unfortunately, I was preoccupied with final business dealings at the company. Otherwise, I would have relished the opportunity to behold the first player of the entire server. Well, the opportunity has presented itself. There's a guild war tonight, and I've come specifically to extend an invitation to Sister Ling. Might I have the honor of your presence? Am I truly so fortunate? The guild leader personally invites me. I shall graciously accept. With you cheering for me, I shall undoubtedly perform even better. Enough of that. Who doesn't he know you? Surely the younger sisters in the guild would excite you even more. After a sweet exchange, the two agreed to log in together. As Su Bai and Ling Ruoyao entered the guild hall, they appeared like a golden boy and a jade girl, perfectly matched. The members envied them, playfully shouting at Ling Ruoyao, "Greetings, Mrs. Guild Leader." "Hello, sister-in-law." There were all sorts of titles, but none referred to her as the Vice Guild Leader, leaving Ling Ruoyao blushing furiously, rendered speechless by shyness. Meanwhile, the leading guild from Korea was conducting pre-war mobilization when an uninvited guest arrived. It was none other than Su Byuki, who had been absent for an eternity. The bitterness from that day's defeat lingered in his heart, fueling his desire to make Su Bai suffer in revenge. Finally, the opportunity had come. As the Union battle commenced, the participating factions were transported to a specialized server, while others could freely enter to observe the combat by paying a nominal entrance fee. Su Byuki, eager to make his mark, presented himself before Park Dwandao, the foremost player from the nation of Korea. "President Park, I have the information regarding the Gathering of Female Ghosts Guild for your perusal. You certainly know how to make an impression." Park Dwandao glanced at Su Byuki and subsequently instructed his subordinates to reward him with an exquisite piece of equipment valued at 100,000. The information revealed that Su Bai's guild possessed merely 5-level monsters, all belonging solely to him, while the others in his guild had at most a single-level monster, with many lacking even one. Only 5-level monsters? Park Dwandao nearly succumbed to laughter upon reading the intelligence report. Is this the guild that boasts the fastest completion rate across the server? Is this the guild of the top player from the Dragon Kingdom? How audacious to flaunt such meager numbers. Is this truly the caliber of the Dragon Kingdom? Without hesitation, Park Dwandao proclaimed his intention to annihilate the Dragon Kingdom Guild, instilling fear in any player who dared to cross paths with the Korean players. He brimmed with confidence, for he commanded 5-level monsters. And within his guild of 100, each member possessed at least 1-level monster, with some having 2. In total, they boasted over 100-level creatures. Essentially a treasure trove of elite equipment. It was not that the players from Korea were superior to those from the Dragon Kingdom. Rather, the circumstances were markedly different. In Korea, where conglomerates wield immense influence, this leading guild was a congregation of the finest talents. As the guild leader, Park Dwandao himself hailed from a wealthy family. Any formidable player who declined to join his guild, barring those with substantial backgrounds, would swiftly receive a warning at their doorstep. It could be said that the entire gaming landscape in Korea was dictated by his will. How could he not be self-assured? The pinnacle of power from one server challenging a mere guild. Surely, victory was inevitable. Moreover, in the realm of gaming, they regarded themselves as the best in the universe. Su Byuki anticipated Su Bai's downfall at the hands of Park Dwandao, viewing it as a national disgrace. He surmised that with only 5-level monsters, Su Bai could not possibly possess formidable strength and must have some hidden power. However, could he possibly rival 100-level monsters? Even if he were to invest lavishly, spending 300 million to acquire 100 monsters, without a contract, he would be barred from the guild battle. Unbeknownst to Subyuki, he mistakenly believed that Subai's previous 100-level monsters were merely a one-time purchase, wasted after that single battle. As the clock struck 9:30, the guild battle was on the verge of commencing. Temporary portals materialized at the entrances of both guild headquarters, leading directly to the battlefield of this grand clash. Players from various other servers, drawn by the spectacle, flocked in, rapidly filling the spectator stands. The two participating factions are equipped with live streaming devices for the gaming setup, broadcasting the entire event. As Subai and Park Duan-jiao simultaneously stepped towards the portal before them, the exhilarating battle was finally set to commence. As the crowd entered, the streaming footage transitioned into the arena, revealing the majestic and ancient Roman Colosseum, filled with countless spectators cheering fervently. On one side stood the long-established Premier Guild of Korea, while on the other, the currently renowned female Ghost Collector. The two great guilds stood in opposition, Park Duan-jiao commanding a meticulously organized army of 100 on the left, and Subai leading over 50 elite members on the right, instantly becoming the focal point of excitement. The atmosphere was electrifying, with cheers and chants resounding throughout. The battle had begun. Chapter 37, an instantaneous defeat, leaving Korea stunned. At the center of the Colosseum lay a vast circular arena, towering 4 stories high, with nearly every level filled with players from various servers, all gathered for this grand spectacle. Amidst the overwhelming cheers, players from both guilds took their positions on opposite sides of the arena, as a torrent of ghostly energy clashed in the skies above, intertwining and overwhelming one another. The Premier Guild of Korea was the first to form their ranks, with 100 players simultaneously summoning spectral entities, each one more terrifying and grotesque than the last. Materializing from the void, before long, the opposing lineup doubled in size. A player from Korea proudly proclaimed, "Behold, this is our Premier Guild. Over 100 formidable specters. We reign supreme on the battlefield, invincible. The diminutive Dragon Kingdom, upon encountering our strongest guild, should swiftly surrender." Meanwhile, Subai's guild was not to be outdone, as 70 to 80 specters emerged around them. Yet, what kind of lineup did they face? Amidst the dark mass of ghostly soldiers, each one was a formidable force, capable of overwhelming the multitude of lesser spirits. The sheer presence of over 100 specters was not to be taken lightly, and the oppressive aura was palpable. Instantly, the elite specters from the Dragon Kingdom found themselves suppressed, their movements visibly slowing. On the barrage of comments, players from Korea jeered loudly. Is this truly the guild of the #1 player from the Dragon Kingdom? Pathetic. They should head home and suck their thumbs, lest they embarrass themselves further. With such a lineup, my grandmother could waltz in wielding kimchi and wreak havoc. Truly a nation that can't even afford watermelon rinds. The Dragon Kingdom is impoverished. Come, bow before me, and I shall grant you a formidable specter to save face. Such a diminutive Dragon Kingdom. How ludicrous. Amidst a cacophony of taunts and insults, they regarded the so-called #1 player from the Dragon Kingdom as nothing more than a farce. The players from the Dragon Kingdom, witnessing the barrage of taunts, felt a mix of anger and helplessness, never anticipating that Subai would arrive with such a ragtag team for the guild war. It appeared that while Subai possessed commendable individual prowess, his capabilities in guild management were decidedly lacking. However, there were players who had been closely following Subai's movements and rebutted. You know nothing. The female Ghost Master is merely employing a strategy of feigned retreat. To bring about destruction, one must first incite madness. Do you understand? You truly do not grasp the terror of the Master. Just wait, you will soon be left agape. Yet, such voices were swiftly drowned amidst a chorus of pessimism, failing to stir even a ripple. On the spectators' platform, Subyuki had bloodshot eyes and wore an excited smile, as if he had already envisioned Subai's impending failure. Collector of female ghosts, let us see how you meet your demise this time. At that moment, Subai gradually stepped out from the ranks, flanked by Su Feng and Ling Ruoyao. He gazed into the distance at Park Duan-jiao, who was surrounded by 5 formidable spirits, and a disdainful sneer appeared on his face. He has still able to smile? Brothers, quickly take a screenshot. I want to see if he can still laugh after he loses. Subai paid no heed to the derision. How could the whispers of ants affect one so exalted? As for the so-called first guild across from him, they were merely lambs. Shaking his head, Subai deftly manipulated the threads connecting him to the bride of ghosts within his mental realm. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted hue, and thick, ghostly clouds descended from unknown origins, shrouding the entire Roman Colosseum. The figure of Li Hong slowly emerged, resembling the king of ghosts, surveying the world with contempt. Li Hong's presence instantaneously engulfed the arena, overwhelming the multitude of spirits. The audience from the land of the morning calm burst into uproarious laughter upon witnessing Su Bai summon only a single female ghost. Is this all you have prepared? Just this? The entire guild boasts merely one spirit of the lower tier. How hilarious. Park Duanxiao laughed heartily, not expecting that the foremost expert from the Dragon Kingdom would turn out to be such a fool, attempting to engage in a guild battle with just one lower-tier spirit. Just as he was about to issue orders for slaughter, a wave of terrifying aura made his hair stand on end. Li Hong's ghostly domain gradually unfurled, and upon reaching the higher tier, her domain expanded to encompass the entirety of the Ghost Bride town. Amidst an eerie atmosphere, the wedding town began to coalesce. A grand palanquin, faceless spirits, drums and gongs resounded, heralding a grand procession. Countless ancient and festive houses materialized above the arena, overlapping with the reality around, rendering the distinction between illusion and reality indistinguishable. The immense ghostly domain enveloped the entire arena, boundless and infinite. All spectators and players from the opposing guild were momentarily dumbstruck. What was this? Could it be the legendary ghostly domain? This was a high-level exclusive ability. How could Su Bai's Bride of Ghosts possess such a power? A ghost wielding a domain, controlled by a player. Was this not the Bride of Ghosts? Where did she acquire such a domain? As one of the easiest spirits to obtain, a permanent character in the marketplace, it was nearly a given that high-level players each possessed one. How could they not know if she had a domain? A hallucination. It must be a mere illusion. Su Bai must have secretly utilized some spirit to invoke an illusionary ability, intending to frighten everyone. Park Duanxiao forcibly calmed himself and immediately commanded, annihilate them. However, in the next moment, the figure of the Ghost Bride vanished from the sight of the crowd, disappearing without a trace. Subsequently, like wheat swaying in the breeze, the specters from the land of the morning calm fell one after another. All that could be seen was a crimson blur weaving through the phantoms, and wherever that red glimmer appeared, heads soared into the air. Even the most formidable specters succumbed after a mere glance, dissipating into the ether. When she reemerged, the Ghost Bride stood regally at the heart of the opposing formation. Countless beings, both human and specter, gazed upon that resplendent figure, exuding an aura reminiscent of a sovereign. Soon after, Su Bai commanded, lift the veil. In the guild war, players could not be slain, and the death of specters bore no consequences, allowing Su Bai to wield this skill without concern for collateral damage. Hee hee. The Ghost Bride stood amidst the throng, her chilling laughter resonating throughout the arena, splintering into a cacophony that echoed beside every guild player from the land of the morning calm. In that instant, it seemed as though countless ghost brides had appeared, simultaneously lifting their veils. Upon witnessing that mesmerizing visage, the specters were instantly immobilized, their bodies crumbling like desiccated corpses exposed to the air. Instant annihilation, complete obliteration. Over 100 formidable specters were eradicated without even the chance to unleash a single skill. Time froze 30 seconds into the commencement, and the countdown of the guild war abruptly ceased at that moment. The final broadcast revealed a female specter towering above, gazing down at Park Duanxiao's face, which was etched with terror, while Su Bai in the distance wore an expression of serene indifference. The scene experienced a dramatic reversal, as Su Bai single-handedly toppled the guild of the land of the morning calm with just one specter. After a few seconds of silence and the barrage of comments, the chat erupted with fervor. What the heck? Chapter 38, Guild War Rewards, Box of Malevolent Spirits. The audience below remained entranced by the shockwave unleashed by Su Bai's ghostly encounter, momentarily feeling a sense of loss. They had anticipated a fierce contest, yet no one imagined it would conclude in such a swift annihilation. Not even a semblance of dignity was afforded to the players from the land of the morning calm. Merely a single specter had obliterated the entire arena. From the audience's perspective, the battle was undeniably lackluster. They witnessed the emergence of the 100 specters from the land of the morning calm, followed by Su Bai summoning a ghost bride, after which, as the phantoms unfolded, all the specters fell in unison. In merely 30 seconds, they couldn't even count how many specters the opposing side had. Nevertheless, the title of Ghost Collector truly gained prominence today, not just within the nation, but players from all corners of the eerie gaming world became aware of a figure from the Dragon Kingdom who, with a single ghost bride, dismantled the foremost guild of the land of the morning calm. Speculation regarding Su Bai's prowess reached an astonishing zenith. The maximum limit of summoned spirits is 5. Yet Su Bai managed to annihilate the most formidable guild in the entire nation with merely 1. Imagine if he were to unleash all 5 spirits. What chaos would ensue? The players present were not fools. If one spirit was capable of such prowess, they could hardly believe Su Bai's strength was confined to just that one. The only logical explanation for his actions was his unwavering confidence that a single spirit could dominate the entire battlefield. However, as the crowd observed Su Bai's exuberant teammates cheering behind him, they felt a mixture of disdain and envy. These individuals had contributed nothing yet emerged victorious, and suddenly, the previously unfathomable speedrun data made sense. It was likely akin to today's spectacle, with teammates rallying support while Su Bai single-handedly faced all challengers. Why couldn't they encounter such an extraordinary guild? As they gazed upon Su Bai's comrades, the players reflected on their own circumstances. Was this the stark divide between Su Bai and the common players? The chasm felt as profound as the distance from Mount Everest to the Mariana Trench. Among those most bewildered was Park Duandiao, who found himself on the battlefield, still grappling with the recent events. Wasn't that the ghost bride? I possess one too. Why is there such a disparity? And what of the ghost trick? Are we truly playing the same game? Isn't that an exclusive skill? Why can players possess it as well? Moreover, the range of this ghost trick seemed excessively vast. His encounters with the strongest adversaries had never evoked such an overwhelming sense of pressure as this. The most animated reaction came from the front row of the audience, where Su Buki sat, eagerly anticipating a spectacle of Su Bai's misfortune. He appeared to be in a frenzy, pounding on the railing in front of him. How dare he? Why does that insufferable brat possess such powerful spirits? Suddenly, a notion struck him. Cheating. Huh. He must be cheating. The crowd around him regarded this lunatic with disdain. It was merely a game, after all. This kid must have been a troublemaker since childhood. After a moment, Su Buki regained his composure, yet a profound sense of defeat lingered in his heart. In 20 years of life, he had never felt so humiliated. The hatred within him intensified, his teeth chattering in agitation. Shortly thereafter, his account received a private message from Park Duandiao. You despicable scoundrel. How dare you falsify information? It was Su Bai who sent you, wasn't he it? You sought to lower my guard and deny me the chance to find you. If not, I will make you suffer 1,000 deaths. Subsequently, the name of the King of Ghost Eyes appeared on the Dragon Nation's bounty board, with Park Duandiao, the president of the foremost guild in the nation, as the issuer. A bounty of 50 ghost gems was placed on the head of this top-tier spirit, aimed at clearing him of all his spirits. Su Buki felt as though he were on the verge of tears. His current state was more unbearable than any disgrace. Why had he sought to assert his presence, only to find himself embroiled in such turmoil? As the guild battle concluded, Su Bai calmly recalled his spirits. The female members gazed at Su Bai with sparkling eyes, their admiration ignited by the recent spectacle of him and a ghost triumphing over 100 monstrous apparitions. Particularly, the girl with twin ponytails seemed utterly enchanted, her heart almost falling for Su Bai. Their perception of his prowess had been profoundly transformed once again. Initially, they believed that merely being capable of soloing a level dungeon was impressive. Yet they had not anticipated that even 100 foes combined would pale in comparison to Su Bai's singular ghostly assault. Su Feng reflected on the awe-inspiring ghost bride and comprehended the underlying reason for Su Bai's request to seek out script information. It became evident that the corresponding specters from the script could attain such formidable strength. Ling Ruoyao, astonished, gazed at the valiant Su Bai before her, as if meeting him for the very first time. Brother President, it seems your investment was not in vain. A smile illuminated Su Bai's face as rewards began to be distributed. Undoubtedly, the gathering place of female ghosts guild had secured the highest tier rewards for their guild battle. Su Bai, through his individual efforts, had shattered records for the shortest completion time and the highest number of personal kills, etching his name indelibly atop the guild battle leaderboard. His score was, without question, the highest. Meanwhile, the others, despite their minimal contributions, would still benefit from the prestigious guild battle rewards, which, even at the base level, far surpassed those of a standard victory. Spirit box, supernatural item. Is it a dwelling from which the banished souls can never escape, or the sole path to one's true self? Life is death, and death is life. The cycle of existence knows no end. The first reward was an item that Su Bai had never even heard of before. This palm-sized box was enveloped in purple satin, devoid of any lock, with a single, vibrant eyeball perched atop, surveying its surroundings. Effect: the spirit box can contain a ghost that has entered into a contract with its host. The description was succinct, yet the box harbored an extraordinary capability. It effectively granted the player an additional contractual slot. Su Bai exclaimed in astonishment, a treasure of this caliber? Truly, heaven has favored me. The second reward was a grotesque entity from the land of the morning calm, a creature known as the giant mouth ghost. This apparition resembled a puddle of sludge on the ground, adorned with an enormous mouth. Its maw was filled with yellowed teeth and debris. the lower lip dragging upon the earth while the upper lip arched high, accompanied by small, beady eyes that exuded an air of slyness. It was undeniably hideous. Subai would certainly decline, even if it was a formidable level ghost from Korea. I'm sorry, but no thank you. The other members received level ghost rewards as well, including a uniped ghost and a passionate flame ghost, each embodying the unique characteristics of Korean apparitions. Ling Ruoyao also acquired a level ghost, named the Mirror Demon. Upon its emergence, it instantly replicated the appearance of a financial figure, yet due to its initial level, it manifested as a charming porcelain doll version of Ling Ruoyao from her childhood. Without hesitation, Subai gifted the level giant mouth ghost to Ling Ruoyao. Ling Ruoyao exclaimed. Really? Su Feng, with a teasing expression, remarked, "Oh, President, you are truly generous to your sister-in-law. How enviable. A ghost worth over 1 million. And you just give it away." The playful banter from the guild members caused Ling Ruoyao's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Chapter 39, a new contract slot. And the investigation returns. The guild battle concluded amidst the joyous atmosphere of Su Bai and his companions. While those who had previously mocked in the barrage of comments slinked away, much like the Korean guild that vanished immediately after the battle's end. Su Bai then returned to his haunted house to delve into the spirit box. He summoned the ghost actress, Lan Ji, placing the spirit box before her, and activated the item. The eye on the spirit box began to scan Lan Ji rapidly, its speed increasing until it became almost indecipherable. Suddenly, it halted, and 8 regular fissures appeared on its surface. A creaking sound, akin to wood being torn apart, emanated from the eye, which bloomed open like a flower, with 8 petals extending outward. A mysterious blue rune emerged at the center of the flower, gradually illuminating, and with a flash, the ghost actress vanished. Yet within Su Bai's consciousness, he could still issue commands and channel power as usual. On his panel, one of the originally occupied 5 slots became vacant. Confirming the efficacy of the spirit box, Su Bai was elated. However, when he attempted to summon the ghost actress again and purchased a level minor ghost for experimentation, he encountered failure. After several attempts, he discerned the limitation of this item. It required a minimum contract level. However, this posed little restriction for Su Bai, as he had little interest in ghosts below that level. He remained undecided on the choice for the last slot, but the opportunity to directly purchase a level ghost had vanished. His gaze shifted towards the guild battles. For instance, from the previous encounter with the Korean guild, he had obtained a level giant mouth ghost. Following this strategy, he reasoned that with more battles, a level female ghost that met his aesthetic preferences would eventually appear. Su Bai notified Su Feng that their guild should enlist for the guild battles every day henceforth. This news thrilled the guild members. If they could secure a level ghost from each battle, they could easily amass tens of thousands in a short span. It was faster than merely picking up money. The female ghost collector is formidable. The president is formidable. The ghost bride is formidable. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days had elapsed, leaving only 3 days until the eerie arrival. To be precise, merely 2 days and several hours remained. In recent days, Su Bai has engaged in several confrontations with various guilds, achieving overwhelming victories in each encounter. As a reward for his prowess, he has taken to challenging everyone in one-on-one duels, securing commendations with each match. These competitions have yielded 2 formidable spirits, one of which is a phantom level, entity. Regrettably, only the phantom level spirit is a female ghost, hailing from the land of cherry blossoms, Yue. Despite her formidable nature, Su Bai resolutely decided to bestow her upon another. Adhering to the principle of not letting the fruits of his labor go to outsiders, he generously gifted these spirits to Ling Ruoyao. This delighted her immensely, for according to the game's ludicrous pricing, a level spirit is valued at 3 million. Thus, Su Bai has bestowed upon her nearly 10 million worth of malevolent entities. She has now become the proud owner of 3 powerful spirits, the gluttonous ghost, Toku Taisher, and the headless knight, each a formidable presence among their peers. Her final spirit is the very first one she acquired, a level small boy ghost. Yes, the little cherub of hers. Presently, Ling Ruoyao's combat prowess has ascended her to the 2nd position within the guild, earning her the rightful title of vice president. Though many still affectionately refer to her as sister-in-law or the guild leader's lady. Though he has consistently triumphed, Su Bai's heart remains far from tranquil. Today marks a pivotal moment in the invasion of the bizarre game. From this day forth, peculiar incidents will escalate in frequency, and the rifts through which these anomalies emerge will widen further. This compels Su Bai to urgently seek a means to enhance his own strength. He resolves that during tonight's confrontation with the guild from the beautiful nation, should suitable spirits fail to materialize, he shall form a contract with the phantom level Yue. After all, nurturing spirits requires time, and cultivating them within the game is undoubtedly swifter than in the reality that awaits 3 days hence. As noon arrives, Aunt Wu brings along Shi Huai for lunch. They have been residing at Su Bai's home for the past few days, as there are ample rooms available. This arrangement was initiated by Su Bai to ensure their safety during the impending full-scale incursion of the bizarre game, while also allowing him to oversee the White-Eye Ghost Princess. Su Bai gazes at the doll cradled in little Shi Huai's arms, his expression grave. Should this doll indeed pose a threat, he must be prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. 3 individuals died at your school last night, and chaos has erupted with the police conducting investigations throughout the premises. The situation is utterly disarrayed. Furthermore, evening and morning study sessions have been suspended, and the school remains under a strict lockdown. Entry and exit are prohibited unless absolutely necessary. Aunt Wu shares, relaying information gleaned from a neighbor's husband. Su Bai nods. He has also received inquiries from the police in recent days, though they were merely routine checkups to confirm his whereabouts. However, he is reluctant to involve himself, as he bears no responsibility for anyone save for those he holds dear. In this apocalyptic age, it is all too common for one to betray their savior moments after being rescued. To speak frankly, Su Bai wishes to help. Yet with the multitude of supernatural events and the countless lives lost to untimely demise, he knows he cannot save them all. How could someone who has endured so much darkness ever sacrifice their time to become a saint? It's utterly laughable. Once the peculiarities surrounding Xiao Shihuai were suppressed, she reverted to her previous lively and charming self, immensely endearing. The 3 of them shared a meal at the same table, devoid of any sense of hierarchy between master and servant, enjoying a harmonious atmosphere. At that moment, a knock echoed through the air. Su Bai frowned, feeling quite content, yet unwilling to entertain the unwelcome guests outside. He recognized who it was. After the previous encounter with the ghostly bride, he had become familiar with the police's attire and immediately detected the same firearm, prompting an alert to Su Bai. Aunt Wu, please take Xiao Shihuai back to her room. Aunt Wu promptly tidied the table and led Shihuai upstairs. Outside, a voice called out, "Hello, Su Bai, may you please open the door? We are from the city police, here for a routine inquiry." Su Bai opened the door, confirming that they were indeed police officers. However, this time, the leader was a different individual. He was a middle-aged man, approximately 40 years old, not dressed in a standard police uniform, but rather donning a brown overcoat that obscured his tall frame, with an identification badge pinned to his chest. His hawk-like nose, keen eyes, and a mole at the corner of his mouth added to his imposing presence. His hair was neatly combed back and one hand wore a black glove, exuding a somber aura. He regarded Su Bai with a gaze as sharp as a knife, evoking the sensation of being preyed upon by a hungry wolf. Chapter 40. The tenacious officer Zhao, the initial phantom of Xiao Shihuai. This time, only 2 officers arrived. Besides the hawk-nosed man, the other officer appeared somewhat younger, holding a notepad, ready to document. "Please, have a seat." Su Bai gestured for them to sit on the sofa in the living room. The hawk-nosed man spoke. "Hello, I am the officer in charge of this inquiry. My surname is Zhao." A brief glance at his badge revealed the name Zhao Sun, evidently belonging to the man. After introducing himself, Zhao Sun fell silent, quietly observing Su Bai. What happened to the officer from last time? On leave? After a moment of silence, Su Bai inquired. "He has passed away." Zhao Sun's tone was remarkably flat, but there was no significant change in Su Bai's expression. "What a pity. You seem utterly unfazed, almost as if you anticipated this." Zhao Sun spoke coldly, his voice somewhat subdued. "Of course, I was surprised, but hasn't there been a series of deaths on campus? Gradually, one becomes desensitized. Haven't you noticed I haven't dared to go to school?" Su Bai replied with remarkable nonchalance. "That's not correct." Zhao Sun suddenly raised his voice. "I recall you hadn't attended school even before the deaths." "What does that mean, Officer Zhao? My school attendance has nothing to do with this," Su Bai retorted, while thinking to himself that this Officer Zhao was not to be trifled with. Zhao Sun did not engage in further debate. Instead, he produced a tablet from his overcoat and began to play a video. This is a recording from a law enforcement officer's body camera. In the footage, Su Bai shatters a wall with his bare hands, partially exposing himself as he seizes a police officer by the throat. Su Bai shrugs, stating, "I've mentioned before that I have enjoyed practicing martial arts since childhood. Does Officer Zhao intend to regulate even this?" A younger officer glances up at the gaping hole in the wall, his brow furrowing. Officer Zhao remains silent, merely clicking to the next video. The subsequent footage captures Su Bai conversing with the earlier team leader. The most significant moment arises when he remarks, "You should keep your distance from that place." Su Bai remains taciturn, yet Officer Zhao seems to grasp something, leaning forward with a commanding presence and inquiring, "Do you know they will die?" Su Bai shakes his head, leaning forward as well, amplifying the ominous tension as their eyes lock. I don't know. I don't care where they go, as long as they don't disturb me. At that time, I was uncertain of their identities, so naturally, I wished for them to be as far away as possible. Officer Zhao silently nods. Yet a flicker of anticipation gleams in his gaze as he clicks to play the next video. In a brightly lit classroom, several officers are seated, engaged in conversation. Suddenly, a chilling breeze sweeps through the tightly sealed room, twisting the glass by the window into spirals. The officers stand alert, but upon surveying their surroundings, they find nothing amiss. Abruptly, one officer, his face a mask of terror, points in a certain direction. The video slows down and magnifies this gesture, clearly edited in post-production. Frame by frame, the scene on the tablet freezes at a moment, revealing a translucent face with a sinister smile, half of it appearing blue and purple, where the officer indicated. In the next frame, that visage locks eyes with the camera, and the entire scene erupts into a flurry of static snow. At this point, the camera malfunctions. We discovered this on one of the officers. Officer Zhao fixates intently on Su Bai, not missing a moment, even while speaking. Please tell me, is this a ghost? Su Bai's expression remains composed, the air thickening for 3 seconds before he finally replies. Officer Zhao, are you using this video to amuse yourself? There are no ghosts in this world. Yet a fleeting thought crosses his mind. This face is it. A ghostly apparition, a hanged spirit. However, that momentary thought is swiftly seized by Zhao. His eyes blazing, he grips Su Bai's arm and fervently demands, just now, something flashed in your eyes. Tell me. What was it? Su Bai furrows his brow, shaking off Zhao's grip and averting his gaze. This seasoned officer is truly a challenging character to deal with, far too perceptive. Observing Su Bai's reaction, Zhao becomes convinced that Su Bai must know something. He must know. Zhao Sun suddenly extended his hand, firmly grasping the arm of the young police officer who was diligently recording the inquiry. He shook his head in disapproval. The young officer understood and, closing his pen, rose to head towards the door, closing it behind him. When he turned back, the scrutinizing gaze that once filled Zhao Sun's eyes had vanished, replaced instead by an expression of hope and pleading. Tell me what you know. Too many lives have already been lost. Far too many. If you speak up, perhaps we can save many more, he urged. Su Bai glanced at him, and Zhao Sun, placing his hand over his chest, switched off the law enforcement recording device. Su Bai remained silent, and a flicker of conflict crossed Zhao Sun's eyes before he retrieved a voice recorder from his trench coat pocket, hurling it to the ground and crushing it beneath his foot. These were the last 3 days before the onset of the bizarre games, where strange occurrences would proliferate globally like a hive, leaving nations and cities overwhelmed and soon forgotten. Realizing this, Su Bai resolved to offer a hint. You should not proceed any further. Evacuating the school promptly is the course of action you ought to take. Is it truly the work of spirits? Zhao Sun's tone was peculiar, a blend of excitement and resignation. Su Bai found this odd. One would expect someone like Zhao, a staunch materialist, to dismiss such supernatural notions. Do you genuinely believe it is a ghost? Zhao Sun's face twisted into a pained smile. I was actually transferred from the provincial bureau. I requested this case myself. He paused. 3 days ago, I narrowly escaped from a supernatural incident, and I was the only one. As he spoke, a sense of desolation, guilt, and even hidden resentment flickered in Zhao Sun's gaze. Is that the reason? Su Bai nodded, and then stood to open the door, escorting him out. He felt that his earlier words had been a sufficient act of kindness, for some matters are beyond human control. After Zhao Sun departed, intending to return to the police station to advocate for the evacuation of the campus, he requested Su Bai's phone number before leaving. Once they were entirely gone, Su Bai leaned back against the sofa, rubbing his temples. The ominous signs of the bizarre events were becoming increasingly palpable. There remained a substantial sum in his account. Su Bai transferred 5 million to Ling Ruoyao, instructing her to procure supplies such as canned goods, rice, and frozen meat. Although such items would not be exceedingly scarce post-incident, prices would inevitably rise, making it prudent to stockpile essentials. He also specifically emphasized the need for a generator. Although the city's power station had been reclaimed shortly after the onset of the apocalypse, Su Bai had endured a period without electricity. Having returned from his rebirth, he saw no reason to suffer such privations again. Su Bai arranged for Aunt Wu and Shi Huai to settle into a room, and he personally approached Shi Huai to assist her in downloading the game. Curiously, the initial spirit she encountered was the Gothic Lolita. A new bizarre campus had emerged. The initial specter of the little poet Huai was not one of the commonplace lowly spirits, but rather a doll that Su Bai had never encountered before. One that could not be found in the marketplace. Yet, the more Su Bai gazed at it, the more it resembled a diminutive version of the white-eyed ghost princess. After engaging the little Huai in a series of peculiar games, Su-bai discovered that her account seemed to diverge significantly from that of an ordinary player. Not only was her initial white-eyed ghost princess unable to be fed experience packs, but this account also prohibited the acquisition of other spirits. And even equipment could not be added, effectively extinguishing Su-bai's hopes of bestowing her with gear or spirits. He decided to invite her into a guild and let her venture forth independently. Perhaps the young girl would uncover something unique in her explorations. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Su-bai lay down for a brief respite, yet he could not shake the warm, comforting sensation that lingered around his thighs. Looking down, he was astounded to find the ethereal figure of the Bride of Ghosts had inexplicably materialized at an indescribable location. The boundary between reality and the uncanny had drawn closer. High-level spirits were now capable of influencing parts of the real world, and Su-bai had to admit it was rather pleasant. In fact, he found himself anticipating the arrival of the eerie game with a sense of eagerness. As nightfall approached, Su-bai concluded his verbal sparring with the Bride of Ghosts and logged back into the game. With merely half an hour until the guild battle commenced, the Guild of Ghostly Women had transformed into a formidable presence following a cataclysmic battle, instilling fear in any guild that dared to challenge them. However, guild battles permitted not only designated opponents, but also matchmaking, where the order of competing guilds would be randomized, leaving no one aware of their adversaries until the day before the contest. This arrangement favored Su-bai, as it was unlikely any guild would forego matchmaking out of fear of encountering the Guild of Ghostly Women. After all, with so many guilds worldwide, the chance of facing Su-bai seemed minuscule. Yet, in an ironic twist of fate, another guild did indeed cross paths with them. This was the second encounter. Hailing from the beautiful nation and ranking prominently there, their strength surpassed even that of the leading guilds of the Stick Nation. Having learned from their previous defeat, they prepared extensively and deployed their most elite players. As the battle commenced, they wasted no time in unleashing a barrage of attacks from all their high-level spirits, attempting to overwhelm Su-bai through sheer force of skill. To their astonishment, Su-bai merely summoned a Sadako. The ghostly hair formed an impenetrable shield, absorbing all incoming assaults and rendering them null. Following this, the familiar Bride of Ghosts unveiled her veil and began to reap the consequences, and within mere seconds, the battle reached its conclusion. This encounter also gifted Su-bai a headless knight of astonishing caliber. They had never anticipated that their guild's fortune could be so dire. Encountering this harbinger of death once more merely a day later. Having been struck down by Su-bai once, the entire guild was now enveloped in despair, overwhelmed by the unbearable sensation of knowing their fate post-lottery, an experience that was profoundly disheartening. The opposing guild leader discreetly messaged Su-bai, acknowledging their defeat last time and pleading for leniency this round, offering $100 in hopes of avoiding battle tonight. This brought a smile to Su-bai's face. After 3 consecutive days of guild wars, encountering such a pragmatic guild leader was a first. Evidently, the previous day's defeat had instilled fear in them. He promptly replied, $100 million, and I shall refrain from battle. Su-bai was serious. Should they actually transfer $100 million, he would undoubtedly abstain from the fight. After all, who would refuse such a fortune? However, upon seeing Su-bai's exorbitant demand, the opposing leader fell silent. $100 was already a reasonable offer. With the exchange rate favoring the dollar, $1 could be exchanged for 6 enigmatic jewels. Meanwhile, the highest reward for a guild battle, a level 1 monster, was merely 300 jewels, making Su-bai's demand seem unjustifiable. This left the American guild leader at a loss for words. Noticing the unread message in his chat, Su-bai began to feel he had been too audacious. 5,000 would suffice. Or perhaps 3,000. He lamented, feeling ignored. Meanwhile, Su Feng sent a message, informing him that the bounty for the King of Ghost Eyes had increased on the national server. Su-buki had not dared to log into the game for a full 2 days, as he would be relentlessly hunted upon entering. Now, the Guild's matches had become mere entertainment for players, who watched the one-sided slaughter, curious only to see which guild would exhibit a semblance of novelty in their defeat. The live audience was sparse. Battles concluded in mere seconds, leaving spectators questioning the value of their tickets. Once the match commenced, the opposing side, adhering to the rules, summoned a low-level monster. Su-bai swiftly dispatched it, ready to claim his reward. Just then, a call interrupted him. Zhao Sun's name illuminated the screen. What is it? This cannot delay my reward collection. He hung up immediately and proceeded to claim his prize. A cascade of cheap, colorful light enveloped him, and a female ghost appeared before Su-bai. His long-awaited level 1 female specter had finally arrived. Monster name, Gothic Lolita. Monster gender, female. Monster level 1, no global ranking yet. Monster abilities, Black Feather Bind, attacks enemies with sharp black feathers entwined with dull strings, and sinful pleasure, the Gothic Lolita can absorb the thrill of slaughter. Once the pleasure accumulates to a certain peak, it coalesces in her feathers, unleashing a powerful attack. Monster description: a heartless, incomplete doll. Her sole purpose in life is to prove her existence to her master, delivering boundless ecstasy to him. Loyalty to host: 60 a dark Gothic spirit? This is quite promising. Regarded as a rather rare breed of specter, the young girl possessed a head of silvery hair that shimmered with a metallic sheen, cascading gracefully down her back. Her disdainful visage was adorned with a pair of blood-red pupils, and she was clad in a black Gothic dress embellished with an inverted cross, complemented by a pair of sharp black wings protruding from her back. Despite her diminutive stature, the Gothic loli exuded an undeniable allure. Her world-weary expression brought a sense of satisfaction to Su Bai, who found himself captivated. Just then, Ling Ruoyao came bounding over, her face illuminated with anticipation as she eagerly inquired about the outcome of a draw. "What did you get? What did you draw?" The enthusiasm on her youthful face seemed to scream, "Hurry, give it to me." Su Bai chuckled, "No way. This is mine. I'm just joking. How could I possibly give away a Gothic loli? You filled up 5 slots, haven't you?" Just as Su Bai was about to explain, Zhao Sun sent a message, having waited for a response that never came. "We're trapped. We can't leave the school." Su Bai frowned. He advised the guild members to refrain from venturing out and promptly logged off. Trapped within the confines of the school, a hanging ghost lacked such capabilities. This had never occurred in his previous life. What was happening? Su Bai attempted to return the call, but all he received was a busy signal. Chapter 42. The Second Ghost in the Campus. Su Bai weighed the decision of whether to intervene. Based on his past experiences, a mere hanging ghost, prior to the full manifestation of the eerie game into reality, possessed no capacity for mass murder, let alone the ability to seal off an entire school. Surely, there was more than just the hanging ghost at play. To possess such formidable power 3 days before the arrival of the bizarre events indicated that this entity was anything but ordinary, and the lurking danger was likely significant. Even though the intensification of the invasion allowed him to harness greater strength from the ghost bride, it did not imply that he could fearlessly confront any supernatural occurrence. At least for now, given the shallow bonds he shared with his companions, Su Bai deemed it unnecessary to take such risks. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to disregard the matter. However, his plans were soon disrupted by a text. "Are you at school?" It was a message from Yao Ningxin. "I'm on the 7th floor, and for some reason, I woke up here. My body feels so weak. Can you come get me?" Su Bai froze in shock. No way. The 7th floor. Wasn't that the scene of the hanging ghost's crimes? How could the hanging ghost have pinpointed her so swiftly? In Su Bai's recollection, this should not have occurred until the day before the bizarre events began. Was there something amiss with his memory? No. Su Bai's recollections could not be faulty. Thus, some external factor must have altered the course of events that were meant to unfold according to the established rules. The only variable was himself. The ghost bride residing within Su Bai sensed his inner turmoil. "My dear, have you ever pondered the possibility that perhaps the essence of our presence clings to you? And upon your encounter with that young lady, she unwittingly absorbed some of it? This could elucidate why the vengeful spirit, adhering to its murderous proclivities, would preferentially target certain individuals." The hint from Li Shang illuminated Su Bai's understanding. Indeed, if this were a consequence of his own butterfly effect, it would certainly provide a more coherent explanation. Moreover, the police stated that the second victim was a classmate, which does not align with the sequence from his past memories. In his previous life, he attended school daily, and until the onset of the bizarre events, no one in his class had perished. At that time, Su Bai had no desire to engage with these occurrences, thus he overlooked the changes. Upon reflection, he recalled that on the day he was selling his vehicle on campus, he had indeed crossed paths with that individual. Alas, it turns out that the alteration in sequence was precipitated by his own actions. While Su Bai felt a wave of frustration, his heart was also enmeshed in a web of conflicting emotions regarding Yao Ningxin. After enduring a decade of struggle in the apocalypse, the affection he once held had undoubtedly waned. Yet, upon encountering her anew in this life, he could not escape a tinge of regret. However, it was not a sorrow born from their unfulfilled romance. In his mind, Yao Ningxin had transcended the realm of a tangible person, becoming a vessel of his memories of youth and the mundane life before the cataclysm. Had time flowed as it should, Yao Ningxin would have departed on the final day of the apocalypse, and Su Bai would have refrained from intervening. That was his past. Concluding his innocent youth in such a manner would serve as the most fitting resolution. He would not jeopardize himself for the sake of a bygone era. Yet now, everything had been disrupted by his rebirth, and Su Bai could not remain passive. In essence, Yao Ningxin could perish, but it must not be due to his influence. Furthermore, Should Li Shang's conjecture prove accurate, once the vengeful spirit manifests, it would likely follow the trail of the ghostly bride, targeting those connected to him. Both Aunt Wu and Ling Ruoyao could become significant sources of trouble for him. Rather than wait for it to come knocking, it would be prudent to take the initiative. Su Bai was not one to procrastinate. Having grasped the cause and effect, he set forth without delay. In truth, Su Bai and Li Shang's deductions had nearly converged with the truth. This vengeful spirit was, in fact, the malevolent entity contracted by the unfortunate individual who had withdrawn from the guild. During the great conflict, this spirit had been vanquished by Su Bai's ghostly bride. With the unfortunate individual's departure from the guild, it was able to manifest prematurely by virtue of the rules. After executing its previous master, it began to wander the school, and Su Bai's classmate and Yao Ningxin, by sheer coincidence, became tainted by the essence of the ghostly bride. Naturally, the spirit regarded them as prime targets for its vengeance. On his journey, Su Bai instructed the ghostly bride to conjure 3 ghostly candles. In the realm of the game, items transform upon entering reality, adapting more closely to the tangible world. The spectral candle retains its ability to ward off malevolent spirits. However, its duration is no longer a fixed 15 minutes, but rather diminishes according to the intensity of the supernatural assault. The stronger the attack, the quicker it burns. With the candle secured, Su Bai retrieved his phone to send a message to Yao Ningxin. Wait for me. I shall arrive shortly. On this moonless night, a chilling wind swept through the once vibrant campus, leaving not a single hem of a dress ruffled. Outside the school gates, swirling maple leaves danced along the street. Yet upon brushing against the entrance of the school, they were mysteriously drawn in, vanishing without a trace. As the clock approached 9, the lights in all school buildings extinguished. A sight that was utterly unprecedented. Only one room on the 7th floor of a certain teaching building emitted a faint glow from a mobile device, resembling a feeble cry of despair. Within that classroom, Yao Ningxin huddled beneath a desk in the corner, the meager light illuminating her face, starkly pale and filled with terror. She struggled to breathe deeply, attempting to quell the turmoil within her. Yet, her limbs trembled uncontrollably, betraying her mounting fear. The events of the 7th floor had become the talk of the school. Nearly everyone was aware that several students had hanged themselves here. And even the police had not been spared the distress. This morning, the teachers had instructed everyone to pack their belongings and evacuate in an orderly manner under the guidance of the authorities. No one had divulged the true nature of the occurrences within the school, nor why those individuals had met their tragic fates. Yet, an unspoken suspicion lingered among them. Could it truly be the work of ghosts? Her parents were out of town, and while she had a few close acquaintances, her instinct to seek help would never lead her to Su Bai. Although he had persistently pursued her, he epitomized the carefree, hedonistic lifestyle of the wealthy elite, which did not appeal to her. What she desired was a man who could instill her with a sense of security, one who would shield her from any adversity. However, fate took a peculiar turn. Upon realizing her predicament in that classroom, she recalled Su Bai's earlier warning to steer clear of the campus. At that time, the gravity of the suicide incidents had yet to sink in. With a mix of desperation and hope, she sent a distressed message to Su Bai. Before long, a reply arrived. Wait for me. I shall arrive shortly. Though merely 5 words, they enveloped her in an overwhelming sense of safety. This message became Yao Ningxin's lifeline, which she clutched close to her heart, unwittingly allowing a barely perceptible smile to grace her lips. Yet, above her, a ghastly visage appeared upon the glass, eerily reminiscent of the faces seen in Su Bai's videos. Chapter 43. When the specter descends into reality. Squeak. The tires screeched against the asphalt, and the sudden jolt lifted the rear of the car. Su Bai exited the vehicle, his complexion slightly pale. The driver, grinning broadly, gave him a thumbs up. To Su Bai's astonishment, his casual remark to speed up had prompted the driver to treat his second-hand Passat as if it were a Formula One car, soaring through the bustling city at an astonishing speed of 150. In comparison, Su Bai's once proud driving skills seemed utterly inadequate. Indeed, one should never challenge another's livelihood with personal hobbies. Stepping out, he faced the familiar university entrance, which appeared almost unchanged. An elderly man was playing chess in the guardhouse. Mosquitoes danced beneath the streetlights, and a few couples strolled hand in hand through the campus. Yet, the very normalcy felt profoundly abnormal. How could this tranquil scene persist in a campus that had already been evacuated? Li Shang. Su Bai silently called upon the ghostly bride, and Li Shang promptly responded, her formidable ghostly power focusing on Su Bai. As the host of Li Shang, Su Bai knew how to harness this strength. He closed his eyes, parting his lips slightly, releasing a stream of black energy that drifted toward the gates. Upon contact, the ghostly essence vanished. Various signals returned to his mind, Green represented the living, white the inanimate, and purple the ghostly presence, as if thermal images materialized before his closed eyes. Once assured of safety, Subai opened his eyes. He inhaled deeply. It had indeed been some time since he had confronted bizarre occurrences in the real world, yet he felt no unfamiliarity, only an enhancement of his powers. Like a solitary, brave contrarian, he stepped into the campus. As expected, the moment he crossed the threshold, the scenery transformed entirely, and the gate behind him vanished, replaced by an endless, shadowy forest. Everything prior had been an illusion. Teachers maintained order, while numerous police officers stood guard. Students clustered together in a cacophony of anxiety, evidently shaken by the events. Clearly, the scene before him was the true reality. The police, noticing his arrival, exchanged glances, startled. How peculiar. They were still trying to find a way out when another had just entered. Subai remained silent, spotting Zhao Sun approaching him. Su, what is the situation outside? Zhao Sun inquired, his expression grave. During their confinement, they had lost contact with the outside world. Subai replied, nothing seems out of the ordinary. Indeed. It must be ghosts, Zhao Sun nodded, displaying no sign of fear. Subai discreetly observed him. With his quick wit and ample courage, he was precisely the type suited for this new world. Without further ado, he added, don't ask too many questions, just take this. If danger arises, ignite it. It may just save your life. Such a person, Subai did not wish to see perish in vain. He offered him a ghostly candle, of which he possessed in abundance. The school had been ensnared by a peculiar influence, and he intended to investigate further. It would be prudent to avoid congregating the students. As spirits adhere to their own patterns of murder, their continued existence is proof that they are unharmed. Should you gather recklessly, you might inadvertently trigger these patterns, leading to utter annihilation. After stating this, Subai turned and departed towards the building. Nearby, a teacher recognized Subai and urgently called out to him, Subai? Come here quickly. What are you doing? There is a problem over there. However, Subai merely paused momentarily, then continued on without looking back. This child. The teacher stamped his foot in frustration, yet fear gripped his heart, and after a brief contemplation, he refrained from pursuing him. Zhao Sun furrowed his brow and urgently commanded through his radio, all teams retreat. Do not allow the students to gather. Have them remain in their locations and await further instructions. Watching Subai's solitary figure stride into the darkness, Zhao Sun found himself at a loss for words, placing all his hopes upon this extraordinary youth. It's up to you now, Subai. The moonless night itself bore an oppressive weight, with the winds howling like ghosts in anguish. As Subai traversed the campus path, each step was measured and deliberate. Observant eyes might notice that the distance of each stride was precise. Having walked through the apocalypse for a decade, such calculations had become second nature to him. He meticulously recorded his breathing intervals, step count, perspiration levels, and other data to gauge time, distance, and temperature. Illusions may deceive the eyes, but they cannot trick the body's instinctual responses. At that moment, Subai found himself within an illusion. According to his memory, the route from the gate to the building typically required crossing the playground and passing alongside the gymnasium, yet upon reaching the playground, the building materialized not far ahead. Though the illusion of the building was strikingly realistic, Subai continued to calculate the distance. Was he experiencing a ghostly wall? He recalled a certain type of spirit, generally weak in strength, yet capable of influencing a specific area, somewhat akin to a ghostly trap. But why could such power be unleashed? Furrowing his brow, he realized there were still over 2 days remaining. Could it be that the rift between the two realms was widening? In truth, Subai had not encountered the strange phenomena of early arrival in his previous life. He had only received feedback from the game after the eerie occurrences had fully manifested. If a force akin to a ghostly trap could be unleashed, what about himself? Could he, too, draw upon the ghostly bride's power through the rift? If that were indeed possible, it would greatly enhance his safety on this venture. Subai began to summon the ghostly bride's strength. Previously, only pure ghostly energy could traverse the portal to the spiritual realm. He prepared to attempt invoking this ghostly energy to activate the ghostly bride's abilities. Lift the veil. At this moment, Subai appeared as if possessed by a vengeful spirit, his inner essence, previously wandering aimlessly, suddenly coalescing into an extraordinary pattern of ghostly energy. Almost immediately, the ethereal figure of the ghost bride materialized before him, slowly lifting her veil toward a certain direction. There was an opening. As the veil was lifted, his powers activated flawlessly, yet before him lay neither specter nor human. If that is the case, then why not attempt to allow the spirit to traverse the mental realm and manifest in reality? Following Subai's command, an even more formidable ghostly force surged toward the portal, prying the small opening wider. This spectral energy bore the mark of Li Shang. And the moment it surged into Su Bai's being, it eagerly sought to escape. Encircling Su Bai, it flowed in a specific rhythm, rising and falling in unison. The invigorated winds whisked away dust and fallen leaves. The ghostly aura reverberated within a 10-meter radius of Su Bai, swiftly outlining a distinct area. Spirit, manifest. Chapter 44. The Ghostly Servant of the Seventh Floor. The blood-red apparition unfurled, tearing apart the illusion surrounding Su Bai, revealing its true nature. The building before him began to fade into the realm of the unreal, no longer retaining its previous solidity. While beneath its nearly transparent base lay the playground that should have existed. Through the illusory walls, Su Bai beheld a scene of utter devastation within the building, as if it had been ravaged by an inferno. Indeed, it was the phenomenon known as the Ghost Wall. The spectral edifice was a manifestation of this unique ability. Once ensnared within, one would gradually lose themselves in the ever-shifting scenery until their demise. Though this was merely a first-tier specter, its entrapment capabilities surpassed those of many higher-tier spirits. Su Bai opted to circumvent this particular spirit, for his primary objective was to reach the building. Rescuing individuals was a matter of urgency. The hanged ghost remained his foremost target, and as for the Ghost Wall, he would return to deal with it later. Once the spirit's manifestation was complete, Su Bai's movements were no longer hindered by the Ghost Wall. The playground and gymnasium lay clearly before him, and guided by the memories of his past life, he made his way to the base of the building. Like any other educational structure, the lights in the building were extinguished, save for a faint glimmer emanating from a classroom on the 7th floor. That was undoubtedly the site of the hanged ghost's malevolence. It seemed he had arrived just in time. The light was evidently from a mobile phone, and as long as it shone, the likelihood of Yao Ning's survival increased significantly. Su Bai retrieved a ghost candle and a windproof lighter. Though he did not smoke, he had prepared several lighters for emergencies since acquiring the ghost candle. The advantage of a windproof lighter was its reliability in critical moments, for the chilling winds were the hallmark of spectral beings. Without wind resistance, one would be at a disadvantage. The instant he stepped into the building, Su Bai wrinkled his nose as a foul odor assaulted his senses. Following the source of the stench, he observed charred marks curling along the floor, extending from the entrance hall to the dimly lit staircase. Like something engulfed in flames being dragged across the ground, as if corroded by a viscous substance. Su Bai avoided these foul-smelling traces and ascended the staircase along the wall. The deserted teaching building echoed with the sound of his footsteps in the stairwell. Soon, he reached the 7th floor, only to be confronted by several indistinct figures blocking the corridor directly in front of the stairwell. There was no doubt that these shapes were not human. The building had been completely sealed off, and news of the dead had spread widely, aside from those like Yao Ningxin, who had been captured by the ghostly noose. No one would dare to venture here. However, the dim lighting rendered even Su Bai's keen eyesight incapable of discerning the true nature of these apparitions. While ascending, Su Bai had contracted the radius of his ghostly domain from 10 meters to 3 in order to conserve energy for the ghostly bride. Now that the apparitions had revealed themselves, he no longer needed to hold back. He immediately summoned the full power of the ghostly domain, and a crimson hue swiftly enveloped the entire 7th floor. Within this domain, he felt as if he had transformed into the ghostly bride, invincible amidst the spectral realm. Just as this thought crossed his mind, his form vanished from sight, reappearing in front of the specters, near the light switch in the corridor. Wrapping his fingers in his sleeve, Su Bai pressed the switch, and the electrical current crackled before illuminating the fluorescent tubes. The 5 swaying apparitions were finally brought into focus. They were ghastly figures, their faces a sickly purple, eyes grotesquely bulging, tongues long and drooping, their toes rigidly pointed at Su Bai. Each individual bore a frayed, coarse hemp rope tightly constricting their necks, the nooses drawn so tightly that their necks were nearly severed. The 5 figures hung off the ceiling, swaying like weather vanes. The instant Su Bai laid eyes upon them, they too became aware of the sudden appearance of a human. Their throats, constricted by the ropes, emitted no sounds. Yet their hands flailed desperately in the air, their faces contorted in a grimace as they lunged towards Su Bai, ghostly thralls. Su Bai recognized the grotesque entities before him. They could be regarded as the ultimate weakened form of specters. Though devoid of life, they retained human bodies. They were the remnants of humans slain by malevolent spirits. Akin to zombies, compelled to attack the living but under the control of the specters. These beings appeared fearsome, yet their strength was not formidable. Among the 5 drifting toward him, the second figure was his classmate, followed closely by an individual clad in police uniform. Clearly, this was one of the officers who had perished in the video Zhao Sun had shown him. In a flash, Su Bai teleported behind the ghostly thralls, raising his right hand as the crimson ghostly energy flowed into his palm. enveloping his entire right hand. The spectral outline of the bridal gown manifested upon his arm. The translucent fingers of the ghostly bride almost overlapping with his own, the sharp nails glinting with a chilling light. With a flick of his wrist, a series of heavy thuds echoed as 5 burdensome objects struck the ground. The 5 ghostly servants that once hovered above had vanished, leaving behind 5 headless corpses, with their severed heads still dangling from the nooses. Shaking off the remnants of blood and malevolent energy, Subai strode toward the classroom at the end of the corridor, where a solitary light beckoned. Inside the classroom, the beams from 2 mobile phone flashlights illuminated the space, casting shadows that rendered the room somewhat dim, yet not entirely obscured. Subai promptly switched on the main lights, while simultaneously enveloping the room in a protective barrier against illusions. In the corner of the classroom, Yao Ningxin was curled up, her eyes tightly shut, her chest rising and falling sporadically, seemingly unconscious but at least alive. Given that the ghost's killing hour approached midnight, the likelihood of her peril was minimal. In another corner, a male teacher gazed at the intruding youth with a look of horror. "Help me, please, young student. Take us out of here." Subai, however, dismissed his pleas with disinterest. The protective barrier encompassed the entire classroom, yet no traces of supernatural beings could be detected. Even the fluctuations of ghostly energy were undetectable. Puzzled, Subai decided to prioritize rescuing Yao Ningxin before addressing the malevolent spirit's threats. After all, dragging along a liability would hinder his efforts. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, he ignited a ghostly candle and placed it on the podium. The candle's glow was peculiar, casting a thin white film around Subai's figure. He approached with the intention of aiding Yao Ningxin, but at that moment, the candle's flame suddenly intensified, rapidly consuming a significant portion of its length. Subai keenly sensed this change and instinctively stepped back, but it was too late. Yao Ningxin, who had been lying on the ground, abruptly lifted her head, a ghostly visage flickering across her delicate features. In an instant, Subai felt an insistent tightening around his neck. Chapter 45. Yao Ningxin possessed, crushing the hanging ghost. Damn it, possessed? Subai's expression darkened as he released his grip from Yao Ningxin's shoulder. The spectral form of Li Shang appeared beside him, letting out a mournful wail. The noose that constricted around Subai's neck suddenly halted, while Yao Ningxin, now possessed, grimaced in pain, clutching her ears. Seizing this moment, Subai instantly vanished. The possessed Yao Ningxin's countenance twisted in rage. Once the wailing ceased, she lowered her hands from her ears. With Subai nowhere to be seen, she anxiously turned her head in search of him. "Beast, look over here." Subai's clear voice resonated from above her. There stood Subai atop a desk, his hands raised near his neck, thumbs tucked inward, mimicking a gesture of entrapment. The spectral bride's figure emerged around him, their movements eerily synchronized as Subai's hands, through the ghostly bride's influence, grasped the hanging red veil. "Lift the veil." Bang! The malevolent spirit possessing Yao Ningxin's body suddenly froze, as if plunging into the depths of an abyss, where an overwhelming pressure enveloped it, rendering even its eyes immobile. What a breathtaking visage it was. The entire world paled beneath the countenance forged from parting sorrows and Subai's essence. The ghastly face, with its tongue lolling out, expanded like a balloon, nearing its limit. Until, in the next moment, it erupted with a thunderous blast. Each fragment of the hanging ghost that exploded transformed into ethereal wisps, dissipating into the air without leaving a trace. Bereft of the spirit's power, Yao Ningxin's body weakened, collapsing onto the ground. The male teacher, huddled in the corner, stared in horror at Subai's silhouette, his face a mask of terror. "You? What are you? Are you also a ghost?" He pressed himself against the wall, as if trying to merge with it, panic-stricken. Subai, however, paid him no heed. The ghostly aura enveloping Yao Ningxin appeared to Subai as a pristine white silhouette, with a flicker of purple between her peaks. "Do you still wish to hide?" Subai placed his hand upon a suggestive location, and the blood-red, ghostly energy seeped through Yao Ningxin's pores into her being. A soft moan escaped Yao Ningxin, who, in her unconscious state, seemed to encounter the chilling, ghostly energy for the first time. The ghostly essence delved deeper, akin to a colossal hand, grasping the purple shadow in Subai's vision tightly. As the ghostly energy withdrew, the purple shadow was extracted from Yao Ningxin's body, revealing a miniature version of the hanging ghost. Its true form, the hanging ghost, ensnared in Subai's grasp, continued to howl in defiance, attempting to break free. Yet, how could Subai grant it such an opportunity? Merely a minor specter. He summoned a surge of ghostly energy, exerting his strength. Amidst a cacophony of despairing wails, the hanging ghost's essence was utterly obliterated. "Classmate, please save me. Regardless of whether you are human or ghost, I implore you to rescue the teacher. I am an advisor from the architecture department. Upon witnessing Su Bai vanquish the hanging ghost, the male teacher seemed to latch onto a lifeline, rushing to Su Bai with tears and pleas, clutching at his pant leg. Humph. Su Bai emitted a displeased snort, and with a tremor of ghostly energy, the teacher's hand slipped away, unable to approach within a 3-meter radius of Su Bai's spectral influence. Throughout this ordeal, Su Bai did not even cast a glance in his direction. He bent to assist Yao Ningxin, gently patting her shoulder, while simultaneously shaking the ghostly candle before her, revealing no anomalies, confirming that the hanging ghost concealed within Yao Ningxin had indeed been eradicated. Su Bai's previous failure to detect the hidden hanging ghost was not due to negligence, but rather a consequence of his inexperience with the spectral arts. Had he enveloped Yao Ningxin with his ghostly power from the outset, the elusive hanging ghost would have had no means of escape from his vigilant gaze. Lying in Su Bai's embrace, Yao Ningxin's breath quickened, a delicate blush creeping across her face, yet she remained on the ground, unable to rise. Su Bai understood that she had awakened, but having relinquished control of her body for so long, she was momentarily incapable of movement. He placed the ghost candle before her, its warm glow radiating a comforting energy, enveloping her in a protective white veil. After a brief moment, Yao Ningxin opened her eyes. Once her senses returned, she clung to Su Bai tightly, tears streaming down her face like a torrential flood, soaking his shoulder in no time. Anyone who had endured such harrowing experiences would struggle to maintain composure. Weeping is the most cathartic release. All her fears, anxieties, and terrors gradually dissipated with those tears. The beauty of her sorrow mirrored the weeping pear blossom in spring. Thank you, Su Bai. Su Bai could feel Yao Ningxin's trembling hands gripping his back, and he gently patted her delicate neck. It's all right. After a while, Yao Ningxin gradually emerged from her terror, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes puffy. I'm sorry, Su Bai. I lost my composure. The awakened Yao Ningxin apologized in a voice barely above a whisper, her heart a tumult of emotions. She had never expected Su Bai would truly come to her rescue, especially after she had so vehemently rejected him before. It's nothing, Su Bai replied calmly. Although Yao Ningxin's body had been overtaken by the vengeful spirit, her consciousness remained alert. It was as if she were trapped in a small room, watching everything unfold outside as if it were a film. She realized she had attacked Su Bai and seemed to have been possessed by a ghost. She had witnessed the strange entities surrounding him and even felt the moment he eliminated the ghost's true form, his hand resting upon her chest. Yet, she understood the gravity of the situation. Su Bai, we should leave this place. I will reveal what you need to know in due time. He interrupted her before she could finish. Acknowledging the moment, Yao Ningxin nodded and pointed to the male teacher. Should we take him with us? Su Bai shook his head. He will be safe here. I am only here to take you away. You must understand that surviving in the days to come is a blessing in itself. The school beauty opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately held her tongue. She allowed Su Bai to carry her, her face flushed, seeming to find solace only in his embrace. Despite feeling it might be inappropriate, she was reluctant to let go after experiencing such terror. As the two turned to exit, the male teacher quickly stood up, unsteadily following behind Su Bai, eager to leave this place without delay. Chapter 46, Little Brother. Are you playing the crafty rabbit with multiple burrows? In the corridor, 5 corpses of ghostly servants lay silently in place. Their blood had long since congealed, yet the scene did not render the hallway untraversable. Yao Ningxin, cradled in Su Bai's arms, gazed with a pallid visage at the horrifying tableau that resembled a hell on earth. Su Bai could feel her body trembling violently, her limbs frigid, and terror blazed in her eyes. The headless bodies sprawled grotesquely, their lifeless heads suspended ominously from the ceiling. The 19-year-old girl had never encountered such sights. If one disregarded the strength involved, the recently encountered hanging ghost was far less terrifying than these grotesque figures. These were the ghostly servants, transformed into such abominations upon being slain by malevolent spirits. Su Bai patiently elucidated this, his ears twitching as he heard footsteps approaching from behind, yet he did not react. Instead, he inquired of the girl in his embrace, "Please share with me the events of the past few days. You haven't attended school and remain rather uninformed." In truth, Su Bai had already heard the accounts through the police investigation, and Aunt Wu, his inquiry merely aimed at diverting Yao Ningxin's attention. It was not out of pity, for the horrors awaiting them in the impending apocalypse would far surpass this. If she wished to survive in this wretched world, she would inevitably need to confront such realities. Su Bai was simply wary of her losing her composure upon him. Yao Ningxin fought to suppress her fear, recollecting her thoughts before speaking. The deaths at school commenced 4 days ago. The first victim was unknown to me, but the second was a classmate of yours. Shortly thereafter, you called me. Su Bai suddenly furrowed his brow, as if a thought had crossed his mind. Indeed, on the very next day after I called you, another person perished. The school was abruptly placed under lockdown. All evening study sessions were cancelled, and no one was permitted to enter or exit. I heard that last night. 3 police officers encountered trouble, and this afternoon we received a notice from the school instructing us to cease classes and return home. I was packing my belongings in the dormitory, and it was around 8 o'clock when I headed to the school gate to assemble with the teachers. However, inexplicably, I fainted along the way, and when I regained consciousness, I found myself here. Su Bai nodded. It was indeed the butterfly effect that had advanced Yao Ningxin's time of death. She must have triggered a certain pattern of murders by the hanging ghost on her journey from the dormitory to the school gate. Otherwise, she would not have encountered the specter so soon. Time, number of victims, or perhaps her own aura. Su Bai had yet to fully grasp the murder pattern of the hanging ghost, but for him, there was no pressing need to understand it at this moment. After a moment's contemplation, Su Bai cautioned Yao Ningxin, "Do not return to school in the coming days. In 2 days, the world shall be irrevocably altered." Altered? Yao Ningxin echoed, but Su Bai offered no further explanation. He continued to carry her forward, maintaining a steady pace. As he stepped over each corpse, the footsteps of the male teacher behind them grew ever closer. Until the 5th corpse, Su Bai's steps suddenly halted. "Hold tight." Suddenly, Su Bai thrust open the ghostly veil, and the corridor was instantly enveloped in a thick, blood-red mist, filling the surroundings with an eerie chill that seeped into Yao Ningxin. "Su Bai?" He turned abruptly, cradling Yao Ningxin, before swiftly darting 2 meters away. A bloodstained, coarse hemp rope fell precisely where they had just stood, smashing the floor and leaving deep cracks in the tiles. Upon closer inspection, the male teacher, once alive, now lay with his tongue protruding and eyes bulging, resembling a hanged specter. A distinct purplish-black mark encircled his neck, unmistakable in its severity. Clutched between his hands was a ghostly rope, its thickness matching the indentation on his neck, the rough hemp appearing aged and frayed. Yao Ningxin gasped in astonishment, instinctively covering her mouth. Su Bai's expression conveyed a sense of inevitability. Indeed, he had nearly fallen victim to a surprise attack. Although he had temporarily dealt with the hanged ghost, he had not paid particular attention, merely dividing a fraction of his focus to survey his surroundings. However, as Yao Ningxin recounted the events of recent days, he suddenly recalled that the hanged ghost had begun its killing spree on the 4th day of his rebirth. Tonight marked the 8th night. On the 4th, 5th, and 6th nights, the ghost claimed a single victim each evening, while last night, it had taken the lives of 3 police officers. Thus, the total reached 6 individuals. Yet, there were only 5 corpses of ghostly servants present, implying that, aside from Yao Ningxin, there were no living souls remaining in that classroom. The male teacher had likely met a grim fate long ago, his demise concealed by the hanged ghost, which had appropriated his body as a vessel for hiding. The hanged ghost lacked the ability to employ illusions. Perhaps it utilized the peculiar properties of ghostly walls. Intriguingly, this product of an anomalous rift was indeed extraordinary. Su Bai couldn't help but regard this seemingly fragile spirit with newfound respect. The ghost's cunning maneuvering bore echoes of the cleverness of a wily rabbit with multiple burrows. Moreover, reflecting on the male teacher's behavior during the confrontation, he had been vocal throughout, yet at the moment of revelation, he had shut his eyes tightly. This was highly abnormal. A typical person, witnessing such a miraculous event, would undoubtedly be curious and eager to catch a glimpse. Yet, this teacher had feigned terror, securely covering his eyes. Such an action indicated that he must have possessed some knowledge of the situation. The only beings capable of comprehending the ghost bride's techniques, besides players, were the ghosts themselves. Though he had unraveled the hanged ghost scheme, the pressing concern was how to vanquish it. The hanged ghost lunged forward with a chilling wail, its ghostly rope extending and coiling around him. Yet, Su Bai merely flicked his hand, effortlessly casting it aside. The ghostly bridal gown materialized around Su Bai, ethereal and elusive, enveloping his sun-kissed visage with an aura of gentle malevolence. He then gently set Yao Ningxin down and vanished from the hanged ghost's line of sight in an instant. After experiencing a lesson the hard way, the hanging ghost refrained from searching for Su Bai's presence, instead fixing his gaze straight ahead. Yet, this was precisely what Su Bai had anticipated. He teleported not to another place, but directly behind the hanging ghost. The sharp claws of Li Shang aligned with Su Bai's arm, and his originally slender and powerful fingers, nourished by the dense ghostly energy, had grown nails. With a swift motion, as if possessed by Li Shang, Su Bai accurately located the corresponding position of the hanging ghost's heart on its back. The claws pierced through flesh and fascia with a forceful thrust. Following that, the ribs cracked audibly, and the lung tissue turned into a mushy mass within his grasp. Ultimately, Su-bai held a pulsating object. Not at all resembling the warmth one would expect, though the heart still beat, it was chillingly cold. As Su-bai exerted pressure with his fingertips, the hanging ghost's head and limbs stretched backward, its screams echoing in agony. With a decisive grip, Su-bai crushed the hanging ghost's icy heart, and the wails of the vengeful spirit resonated through the air before it once again transformed into blue smoke, dissipating into the surroundings. Yao Ningxin stood in a daze, covering her mouth in disbelief. Chapter 47. Do I need your oversight in my affairs? Having vanquished the hanging ghost, Su-bai communicated with the ghostly bride. Li Sang, can you attempt to retrieve its corpse? Indeed, after defeating the hanging ghost, Su-bai's immediate thought was not to flee, but rather to relocate the ghost's remains. In the realm of reality, the death of a spirit does not adhere to precise criteria. The most effective method is to seal it away. Some ghosts, like the infamous Sadako from the islands, cannot be killed once they manifest, no matter how many times she is slain. As long as the cursed videotape remains intact and the infected individuals are not all deceased, she can resurrect indefinitely. Previously, when Su-bai scattered the hanging ghost, he did not contemplate the need for sealing, partly due to the lack of suitable blank sealing materials, and partly because he believed the manifestation was not yet complete. Assuming the hanging ghost lacked the ability for infinite reincarnation, he had underestimated the cunning of the hanging ghost, which had cleverly established its own escape routes. It now seemed that utilizing the ghostly quagmire for relocation was indeed the best course of action, as long as the hanging ghost's corpse was transferred into the game. No matter how formidable its abilities, it would be unable to stir up any trouble. With 4 formidable female ghosts under his command, and an existence akin to his supermodel, could this mere lesser ghost dare to rise again? A vortex for transferring items materialized. After numerous practice sessions, Li Sang had become adept, and in no time, the corpse of the hanging ghost vanished, along with its unique, ghostly essence, consumed by the vortex. Yao Ningxin's expression turned blank, as she began to question the nature of this world. The appearance of legendary spirits was one thing, but how could a teacher who had just moments ago been alive and pleading for help transform into a hanging ghost in the blink of an eye? If the world were to continue in this manner, whom could she trust? Su-bai discerned the concerns weighing on Yao Ningxin's mind. The world has irrevocably transformed, diverging from the reality she once knew. A new era is approaching swiftly, and what she perceives is merely the tip of the iceberg. Soon, the entirety of the globe will mirror this change. The campus bell reflected on Su-bai's remarkable earnestness, recalling the myriad extraordinary abilities he possessed. His fearless demeanor in the face of malevolent spirits and his unwavering composure in perilous situations made her feel as though she were encountering him for the first time. In truth, Yao Ningxin had never harbored animosity towards Su-bai. This forthright and radiant youth possessed qualities that endeared him to many girls. Yet, his lack of ambition and penchant for frivolity rendered her hesitant to entrust herself to him. She had contemplated altering his course countless times, inviting him to the library or study rooms, but her efforts had never endured, gradually leading her to a sense of disillusionment. However, he had now metamorphosed into someone strikingly different, confident, enigmatic, formidable, and exuding a sense of security, embodying the finest traits of manhood. Though his proclamations regarding the future seemed utterly ludicrous, Yao Ningxin understood that the man before her had never deceived her and would not resort to such trickery. Lost in contemplation, she instinctively grasped Su-bai's sleeve, as if clinging to her sole source of support. As Su-bai transported the corpse away, the lights on the floor extinguished completely. Yao Ningxin shivered in fright, but Su-bai recognized this as the necessary transformation following the banishment of the hanging ghost. Simultaneously, the 6 corpses of the ghostly servants began to undergo a transformation. As the malevolent aura dissipated with the departure of the hanging spirit, the first corpse to perish began to emit a foul stench, rotting and infested with repugnant insects. Yet, the grotesque countenance, eyes bulging and tongue elongated, returned to its normal state. Upon closer inspection, Su-bai discerned that this was none other than the boy who had stood beside Subuki. Concurrently, vivid images of the fierce battle, during which the ghostly bride had dispatched the hanging spirit, flooded his mind. In an instant, a crucial connection within Su-bai's thoughts crystallized: the death of the account, the hanging ghost, his classmate, and Yao Ningxin, all began to make sense. He comprehended that the catalyst for this calamity was indeed his confrontation with Subuki. The rationale behind the attack on his classmate and Yao Ningxin was now elucidated. Yet, Su-bai did not succumb to guilt, for he was not the architect of that fierce conflict. If there were grievances to be addressed, they could be directed towards Subuki. With the hanging ghost vanquished, the teaching building was rendered safe. Su Bai escorted Yao Ningxin downstairs, heading towards the school gate. As they passed the playground, he noted that the phenomenon of the ghostly wall had not dissipated. However, after a night of battle, he felt a sense of fatigue. Moreover, the ghostly wall was not an aggressive entity, unlikely to target those near him. It was also evident that spirits could manage risks. Mere rank did not guarantee victory, as supremacy in levels, while advantageous in reality, was not the ultimate path. The two arrived at the school gate, the initial agitation having subsided considerably. Students lined up in clusters, with the police maintaining order. "How is it?" Zhao Sun approached, likely having guessed Su Bai's intentions. Su Bai nodded. "It's resolved. She is the sole survivor." Zhao Sun cast a glance at Yao Ningxin, silently contemplating that this lad probably came for her. Yet, the exit remained elusive. He pointed toward the nearby woods, a mere step away, but that step felt insurmountable, his voice tinged with resignation. Su Bai casually replied, "There are two spirits in this school. I dealt with the murderous one, but I can't be bothered with the other." Before Zhao Sun could inquire further, a younger officer questioned Su Bai. "Then why didn't you eliminate both? That way, everyone could leave." Zhao Sun quickly pressed down on the officer's shoulder, signaling him to silence. Su Bai, hearing this, felt a surge of irritation. "Why should I? I am under no obligation to do so. What I choose to do is none of your concern." He looked down at the young officer and then scanned the crowd of varied expressions around him. A palpable aura of terror enveloped the area, leaving no one daring to speak. "I did not come here for you. If you possess the capability, you may resolve your own issues, though I cannot guarantee it won't lead to your demise." Upon hearing this, Yao Ningxin's cheeks flushed. Was he truly here just to save himself? Yet, Su Bai was more concerned about the potential troubles the hanged spirit might bring to those familiar to him. After 10 years of apocalyptic existence, he had grown unaccustomed to the sensation of being preyed upon by venomous snakes, and it was best to resolve hidden troubles promptly. "You." After a prolonged silence, the young officer managed to stammer out a word, his face flushed crimson. Zhao Sun, feeling exasperated, pulled him back and leaned closer to Su Bai. "You are right, but could you kindly guide us on how we should proceed to leave? It isn't wise to keep so many people here, wouldn't you agree?" Zhao Sun's words were far more agreeable than those of the youth, and out of goodwill, Su Bai decided to lend a hand. He stretched the ghostly barrier, forcibly creating a large opening in the woods that connected to the road outside. Then, he lit a ghostly candle and left it behind as he gradually stepped out. "This place will remain unchanged for 15 minutes. Make haste to evacuate," his voice echoed as he vanished from sight. Chapter 48. The Collapse of the Old Era. The dawn of a new world outside a nearby residential building. Su Bai released Yao Ningxin, who had been clutching him tightly. "You should return now. Remember what I said. Avoid going out for the next couple of days. A storm is brewing." Yao Ningxin's gaze held a hint of reluctance as he looked at Su Bai, and after a long pause, he finally emitted a sound through his nose. Watching the graceful figure disappear into the corridor, Su Bai turned and departed. The era of the old is on the verge of collapse, and the dawn of a new world is imminent. Upon Su Bai's return to the villa, it was already late at night, yet the lights on the first floor remained aglow. In the reception room, Aunt Wu and Shi Huai awaited his arrival. A steaming bowl of noodles placed invitingly on the table. "Welcome back. Come and eat," Aunt Wu exclaimed, her face brightening at Su Bai's return. Although she was unaware of his whereabouts, as long as he was home safely, nothing else mattered. "Thank you for waiting for me so late, Aunt Wu." "And thank you, little Shi Huai," Su Bai replied, ruffling Shi Huai's hair. After a brief meal, he retreated to his room. With only 2 days remaining, Su Bai could not afford any distractions. Every moment counted. Entering the game, he was met with the eager gazes of 5 women, their eyes sparkling with anticipation, along with a petite Gothic loli, equally enthusiastic. Su Bai chuckled wryly as he managed to extricate himself from their embrace, retrieving the corpse of a hanging ghost that Li Shang had carelessly discarded. Indeed, items from reality were immediately digitized upon entering the game. Hanging ghost corpse, merely the remains of a pitiful creature that had been slain twice, devoid of any value. Although the system description clearly indicated that this was a worthless corpse, Su Bai hesitated to bring it back to reality, fearing it might undergo a rebirth from the dirt at any moment. After organizing a few bank cards, he found that 8 million remained in his account. Setting aside 500,000 for emergencies, he invested the remainder entirely into the game. Additionally, having previously sold numerous items, he still possessed over 600,000 in Eerie Jade. This final sum of over 8 million Eerie Jade represented the entirety of Su Bai's resources. He refrained from frivolous spending, instead prioritizing the acquisition of items. Currently, one could still procure items with Eerie Jade. However, once the apocalypse truly arrived, no one would be willing to sell such life-saving artifacts. Moreover, gathering oddities in reality would prove nearly as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. The most fundamental item was the ghost candle, available as a reward for recharging in the game. To an ordinary person, it was a life-saving talisman. For Subai, it served as a warning device. Furthermore, it was reasonably priced, with ample stock in the trading market. Next on his list was the spirit collecting box, another readily obtainable item available in the shop. Priced at 300 eerie jade each, it could imprison uncontracted spirits for 72 hours, originally intended for the trade of spirits. However, once in reality, it became one of the most convenient and affordable means of sealing spirits. Subai believed that, with a high probability, he could imprison both spirits and their corpses in reality. Naturally, he aimed to acquire as many as possible, provided the price was right. After a long time, Subai glanced at his item inventory, a golden wrapping bag, capable of binding one ghost, a spirit doll, bound to take a fatal blow once, and a bizarre scarecrow, able to transform into his likeness, mimicking his everyday actions for 1 hour. The equipment in question was all obtained during the ranking competition, and it was imperative to transfer them into the real world. After completing a series of preparations, Subai expended 700 enigmatic jade to purchase various items and subsequently leveled up the Gothic Lolita to her maximum potential, equipping her with top-tier gear. At this moment, Subai commanded 6 female ghosts, all luxuriously leveled at 1 and 4, a truly opulent ensemble. Furthermore, in the last 2 days, Subai had to level up the little Lolita as well, otherwise, the opportunity would slip away. Having addressed his official duties, Subai devoted himself wholeheartedly to the embrace of the many women, as his nightly endeavors were a significant factor in their strength enhancement. Their gradual growth was indeed a testament to his own sacrifices. Tonight, it would begin with you, Gothic Lolita. Over the next 2 days, Subai participated in the guild wars as usual, leading his guild members to thoroughly conquer every guild instance, knowing this was their final opportunity. He also had Su Feng personally remind everyone not to wander about aimlessly without explaining why, simply instructing them to remain in the city. Boss, are you preparing for an offline team-building event? Su Feng inquired slyly, having grown increasingly familiar with Subai, which had transformed their address for one another. Enough of that. Focus on your tasks. By the way, is tonight another match against the beautiful nation? If encountering Subai in the guild war was unfortunate, then being matched 3 times with the top guild of the beautiful nation could be seen, in a twisted sense, as extreme luck. Indeed, Su Feng responded, his expression peculiar, surprised that someone could endure 3 losses at the hands of their guild. That night's guild war concluded, without a doubt, with Subai dominating the entire scene once more. To his delight, the reward turned out to be another Gothic Lolita, prompting him to immediately opt for devouring and synthesizing her. After the match, the beleaguered president of the top guild in the beautiful nation could no longer bear the weight of defeat. 3 times. 3 whole times. Did he know how he managed to endure those losses? It should be noted that participating in the guild wars was no trivial matter. Each entry required a substantial fee to be deposited into the marketplace. Without such contributions, from where would the victors' rewards come? Not only did they lose money, but the more critical issue was the loss of face. Losing 3 consecutive matches left the entire beautiful nation's top guild unable to hold their heads high in the game. Now, he was desperately eager to win even once against Subai, even if it meant resorting to underhanded tactics. Hey, let us discuss this further. As long as you refrain from participating in the guild wars in the future, we can negotiate the price. Upon receiving this message, Subai nearly burst with joy. It was indeed serendipity that someone would offer a pillow when he was sleepy and a bun when he was hungry, with money being so readily offered. It would be remiss of Subai not to seize the opportunity. He promptly replied, "Of course, that's no problem." But regarding the price, Subai made a bold demand, and the two engaged in a back-and-forth negotiation for quite some time before finally reaching an agreement. Subai presented a lengthy list of spectral entities. While none exceeded level, the sheer quantity was undeniable. The total value of the array of apparitions approaches $50 million, approximately equivalent to 300 million eerie jade. In the presence of the game, Subai entered into a contract. Such a contract, witnessed by the gaming system, is irrevocable. Any breach would result in the immediate deletion of the personal account. Subai successfully acquired the materials for the Gothic Lolita's advancement. While the president of the Beautiful Nations Guild was equally satisfied with Subai's pledge to abstain from participating in guild wars indefinitely, the Beautiful Nation rejoiced. And Subai was delighted as well. Who could have imagined he was merely engaging in pure exploitation, given that the game server would shut down at midnight? Chapter 49. The City's Supernatural Division. Upon signing his name to the contract ensuring he would never participate in guild wars, the opposing apparitions were transmitted through the system. Nearly 600 great apparitions, tens of thousands in number, were meticulously selected by Su Bai, sharing a commendable affinity with the beautiful nation's apparitions. He even included 20 not-so-valuable golden crosses and 10 ordinary body bags as a bonus. These two items are quite similar to the ghost candles and spirit boxes from the Dragon Nation server. Their effects are identical, merely differing in appearance. The crosses are complementary with recharge, while the body bags cost 300 each. They are hardly worth much. The president of the beautiful nation calculated the cost. He spent less than 300 million Eerie Jade to ensure Su Bai would not participate, most of which were merely great apparitions. With over 100 members in his guild, if they could successfully engage in 6 guild wars, they would recover all expenses. Moreover, the strength of his guild is among the top tiers globally. Once freed from Su Bai's suppression, they could swiftly ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Regardless, this transaction was undeniably profitable for him. Su Bai, thoroughly satisfied with nature's bounty, then distributed 500 cash red envelopes to each of his dozens of members in their WeChat group. The windfall of red envelopes, regardless of size, prompted members to eagerly claim them. Boss is formidable. Boss is impressive. Flooded the WeChat page, and Su Bai seized this opportunity to notify all guild members. He expressed gratitude for their hard work in the recent guild wars. Initially, he offered words of consolation, though the members felt a bit sheepish, as their contributions had merely involved logging in on time, entering the arena, and collecting rewards without exerting much effort. That evening, he urged everyone to stay indoors and convene for a video meeting. He promised to provide an explanation regarding the sudden cessation of guild wars. With such a gentle approach, how could the members refuse? Following Su Bai was undoubtedly the most promising endeavor they had encountered. However, Su Bai had no genuine intention of holding a meeting. The guild war was hardly worth such elaborate measures. He merely sought an excuse to keep everyone at home, safely anticipating the impending upheaval. Subsequently, he called Su Feng, requesting assistance in renting a car. Any car would suffice, to be parked beneath his villa. Su Feng assured him it would be arranged within 2 hours. Upon receiving Su Feng's response, Su Bai returned to his haunted abode. The Gothic lowly had previously consumed a spirit of the same rank, and now, feasting upon these lesser phantoms was akin to child's play for her. Before long, a delightful burp escaped her lips, indicating that she had indeed feasted to her heart's content. The black feathers that had adorned her form drifted away, transforming into a flurry of ebony blossoms, while the inverted cross on her skirt emanated a golden glow that enveloped her. In the realm of illusions, Su Bai glimpsed fragments of her past. Unlike the spirits of the Dragon Kingdom, those from the Land of Beauty bore peculiar origins. For instance, the Gothic lowly before him was once a little princess of a duke's household, who, having transgressed the castle's prohibitions, inadvertently released the demon sealed within. This malevolent being took possession of her father's body, dismembered her, and fashioned her into a puppet, infusing her with demonic power to sustain her life. Su Bai mused that while such a narrative might not be trite, it hardly evoked fear. Cradling the newly ascended lowly, Su Bai examined the interface. The rank displayed had indeed reached a new level. He tested the ability of the new spirit, which manifested as a castle cloaked in black feathers. Should an adversary intrude, these feathers would swiftly ensnare and suffocate them. Su Bai nodded in satisfaction. For a little ghost whose charm was her primary asset, this ability was commendable. The Gothic lowly clung to Su Bai's neck like a playful kitten. Her cravings intensified now that she had reached a new tier. She playfully whispered in his ear, occasionally teasingly licking him, causing even the seasoned Su Bai to shudder. Master, night has fallen. Let us engage in delightful activities with Aileen. Su Bai glanced up at the high-hanging sun, incredulous at the absurdity of such a statement. Little did he expect, however, that the lowly would wrap her arms tightly around the back of his head, burying his face in her embrace, plunging Su Bai into darkness. Master, it is indeed night now. Let us summon my 5 elder sisters. As the old saying in the Dragon Kingdom goes, when 7 people walk together, one must be my teacher. Would you not indulge me in this role, master? Su Bai was taken aback by the audacity of this spirit from the Land of Beauty. Truly, it was a liberated nation. Yet, was this truly the appropriate context for such a phrase? While it could indeed serve as a means to enhance the powers of numerous spirits, it seemed to place him in a rather precarious situation. Meanwhile, in the municipal police headquarters, a meeting room brimmed with anticipation as over a dozen individuals sat poised for action. Zhao Sun, an official from the provincial bureau, presided over the gathering. These individuals were survivors of supernatural encounters within the city, specially convened for this assembly. Across various states, similar occurrences had arisen, and it was no longer a mere figment of imagination. Consequently, the higher authorities established a headquarters to address these extraordinary events. and those present were among the selected members for the municipal division. Under Zhao Sun's guidance, the assembly reviewed all the paranormal incidents that had transpired in the city over recent days. Without a doubt, Su Bai emerged as the focal point of everyone's attention. When mentioning Su Bai's extraordinary abilities, Zhao Sun candidly admitted that had it not been for Su Bai during the campus incident, the casualties would have been significantly higher. There was no way to conceal this truth. After all, the blood-red realm unleashed by the ghostly apparition was witnessed by everyone present. Zhao Sun then produced a ghostly candle, a gift from Su Bai, who claimed that lighting it could safeguard one's life amidst bizarre events. This assertion required no validation, as it was under the illumination of this very candle that they successfully evacuated, its efficacy evident to all. Su Bai truly embodies an enigmatic presence. The authorities hold this young man in high regard, and should they encounter insurmountable challenges in future supernatural events, they might seek his assistance. However, whether he chooses to help remains solely his prerogative. Furthermore, as per the directives from above, our current stance towards him is to foster goodwill. So I urge everyone to be particularly astute. Zhao Sun recited the superior's instructions verbatim. Yet, he was acutely aware that Su Bai would never intervene on their behalf. With a sigh, he proceeded to recount the other incidents. Among them, the most severe was undoubtedly the bridge incident in the Fuling district. Since the night before last, every vehicle crossing the bridge between 6 o'clock p.m. and 8 o'clock p.m. has vanished, with a total of 480 individuals unaccounted for. Last night, the police urgently sealed off the bridge in the Peijiang district. In addition, there were incidents like the blood pool event at the city swimming pool and the ghost children case at the orphanage ruins, totaling no less than dozens of unresolved supernatural occurrences in just a few days. These incidents require meticulous organization and compilation for reporting to the higher-ups. Chapter 50, Lunar Eclipse. Blood Red the Collector. Su Bai expended his last piece of ghostly jade flower, distributing several spare pieces of equipment to the female spirits, and exchanged the remainder for props, transporting them into reality. Next, he stood on the balcony of the second floor, quietly awaiting the night. As darkness fell, the entire world was shrouded in gloom. But unlike previous nights, this evening was devoid of luster, enveloped in a thick, inky blackness. The lights of countless homes flickered, which under normal circumstances would dispel the terrifying darkness. Yet tonight, the glow felt constricted, as if oppressed by the night itself. On the road, a middle-aged man, weary from a long day's work, was hurrying home when suddenly a scent of something burnt wafted past his nose. Shortly thereafter, the temperature around him plummeted by at least 5 degrees, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Damn it, how can it just drop like that? He cursed, then looked up at the sky. Upon doing so, he stood frozen in disbelief. Suspended in the ink-like night sky were 2 round moons. One was the familiar, luminous orb of yore, while the other was as red as blood. The 2 moons hung disturbingly close, as if poised to collide at any moment. Countless individuals have been bewildered by this bizarre phenomenon, as the rare spectacle of a double moon has taken the internet by storm, prompting a multitude to implore scholars and experts for explanations. Yet, how are these experts to interpret what appears to be an otherworldly blood moon, seemingly materializing out of thin air without any forewarning? Although supernatural occurrences in various locales have been suppressed and prohibited from circulating online, the current anomaly cannot be stifled. For anyone gazing upward can perceive the unusual nature of the heavens. The entire world is in a fervor, and even those in distant lands, basking in daylight, are captivated by the moon in another sky. Suspicion, fear, astonishment, and curiosity swirl in a tumultuous outpouring across the digital realm. In the city division, Zhao Sun stands at the window, observing the blood moon and the inky night, his heart filled with uncertainty, as an ominous feeling akin to impending catastrophe envelopes him. He has his phone poised, fixed on Su Bai's number, yet he hesitates to dial. Ling Ruoyao is driving towards another district of the city, and upon witnessing the scene, she recalls Su Bai's admonitions. However, she has found a bargain for the batch of goods she intends to procure and is currently en route to inspect and collect them. How strange, she muses, I must hurry back home soon. Yao Ningxin sits by the window, gazing at the eerie sky, biting her lip in contemplation of whether she should seek out Su Bai. Is this the transformation of the world that Su Bai spoke of? As she watches the 2 moons on a collision course, the haunting images of hanged spirits and ghostly servants replay in her mind, deepening her trepidation. Su Bai gazes at the sudden appearance of the blood moon, retreating to his room. Eschewing his usual casual attire, he dons practical work clothes today, complemented by a black trench coat. He stows away props such as a body bag, a substitute doll, and ghostly candles in his backpack before making his way to the living room. Aunt Wu and Wu Shihui have also witnessed the celestial anomaly, their expressions rife with astonishment. Su Bai urges them to exercise utmost caution, instructing them to remain indoors and refrain from opening the door for anyone, even himself. No matter what occurs tonight. You must not open the door. I possess my own means of entry, he reassures them, aware of his ability to teleport, rendering traditional entrances unnecessary. If something transpires, contact me at once. Although no apparitions had manifested in the villa during his previous life, the incident involving Yao Ningxin has instilled a sense of doubt in Su Bai regarding the reliability of his memories. He cannot ascertain what might transpire in his absence. Nevertheless, as long as they do not venture outside and keep malevolent entities at bay, the situation should remain manageable. After all, he has left some ghostly candles at home. Should an emergency arise, they can be lit to sustain them until his return. Moreover, with the presence of the vibrant red flower, even his most powerful female ghost can be subdued, rendering lesser spirits ineffectual. Subsequently, he instructs Wu Shihui to hold the red flower tightly throughout the night until he returns. More than the wandering souls, Su Bai harbors greater concern for the white-eyed ghost maiden. After imparting his instructions, he hefts his backpack and descends the stairs. By the side of the building, Su Feng had already prepared a van in accordance with Su Bai's instructions earlier that afternoon. As Su Bai approached the vehicle, he began to search and soon found the key on one of the wheels they had agreed upon. Glancing at his watch, he noted the time, 10:30 p.m. There was still time. He ignited the engine and drove towards the residential area where his uncle, Su Yixing, resided. Before the apocalypse descended, this was the final task he must undertake. Choosing this moment to act was strategic. First, Su Buki was yet to fully comprehend the abilities of a demon controller and posed no threat. With the impending apocalypse, no one would be able to trouble him. Secondly, Su Bai believed that those two traitors who had allied with demons and betrayed humanity were not deserving of witnessing the new world. It was time to collect the debts of past and present lives. He intended to deliver a massacre to proclaim to this sorrowful new world that he, Su Bai, had returned with a heart brimming with vengeance. The fury that had simmered for a decade across 2 lifetimes was about to erupt. Upon reaching the entrance of the residential complex, the clock struck 11:20 p.m. He had 40 minutes remaining before the eerie game would fully manifest in the mortal realm. The blood moon and the ink-black night felt hauntingly familiar. Standing before the desolate entrance, Su Bai closed his eyes and waited. The biting cold wind swirled around him, rustling his overcoat, mingling with a faint aura of ghostly energy, seeping into his skin, invigorating him. The scent of burning paper money, the metallic tang of blood, the cheap incense, and the stench of decaying offerings fused into an indescribable odor. In his ears, the whispers of ghost brides echoed, mingling with soft cries and manic laughter, all steeped in despair. This was the world he knew so well. The power from beyond the rift gradually filled his hollow body, ebbing and flowing like ocean waves, crashing against his weary veins, relentless and enduring. His connection with the female spirits deepened. Their calls of master, husband, and general grew increasingly fervent, as if they were drawing ever closer to him. A smile, inexplicably rising, curled at the corners of Su Bai's mouth. It seemed he was indeed more suited for this world. Suddenly, a resounding chime echoed from the void, reverberating across the lonely planet, awakening every soul and those beings that should not exist. At this moment, the clock struck 0, merging the 3 hands that had measured countless ages into one, heralding the commencement of the next cycle. The pages of history were torn away, making way for a blank slate to be inscribed anew. Midnight had arrived. The eerie game on his phone vanished entirely. Su Bai opened his eyes. The power of the multitude of spirits surged forth, and a grin spread across his face, aligning with the smiles of the spirits. It was time to settle the score. Chapter 51. Can you truly distinguish reality? Meanwhile, within Su Yixing's home, the father and son sat across from each other, drinking, utterly unaware of the cataclysm occurring outside. Since acquiring shares of Su Bai, the two have been enveloped in joy, boasting to everyone they encounter. Su Yixing calculated the figures. Although the 14 billion spent on the acquisition would result in a temporary cash shortage, he was confident that within 3 years, they would undoubtedly recoup their investment. Father, what on earth was that fool thinking? Given our company's operational status, its market value is bound to double in just a few years, and he has just squandered over 10 billion for nothing. Su Buki raised his glass, laughing derisively at Su Bai. Meanwhile, the old fox, Su Yixing, revealed his true nature. He took a sip of his drink and sneered, "Let him be. He is utterly foolish. If he had entrusted the company to me sooner, it would have soared to great heights by now. Sometimes, one must not be too soft-hearted." Su Buki chuckled. "Indeed, father, I've learned that from you. The father and son clinked their glasses together, laughing heartily as they drank deeply. By the way, son, Haven T, you always enjoyed playing games and managing a guild? Why Haven T, I seen you on your phone lately? Su Yixing casually inquired while picking at his food. At the mention of this, Su Buki fumed and downed a gulp of his drink. That accursed ghost collector. I Haven T even dared to play any eerie games these past few days. Once I have the money, I'll surely reclaim my dignity and the guild S. Where's the game? Glancing at his phone to find the game vanished, an icy shiver coursed through Su Buki. He discerned several shadowy figures standing before him. Their forms vaguely resembled the scarecrow clown, the ghost bride, and the pig butcher. Damn it. Su Buki was so startled that he dropped his cup, incredulously rubbing his eyes. Am I drunk? Or am I hallucinating from not playing for days? Su Yixing, also startled by his son, instinctively reached to swat him on the head. What are you jumping around for? Have you seen a ghost? However, just as his hand was halfway through the motion, his complexion turned ashen, and he kicked the table over, staggering backward. A ghost. It's really a ghost. Su Yixing's face paled, his hand trembling as he pointed at the three ghastly figures. Father, are you hallucinating too? Hallucination, my foot. This is a ghost. Su Yixing shouted in a frenzy, rousing Su Buki from his stupor. Wait, his father could see them too. Suddenly, Su Buki had a revelation. Could it be that he had awakened some superpower? Tentatively, he commanded, and the shadow of the pig butcher flickered before brandishing a cleaver and swinging it at thin air. Simultaneously, a massive cleaver materialized in Su Buki's hand, slicing through the room's wall with the ease of cutting through tofu. No way. The eerie game reflects reality. Your ghostly entities have been accounted for. The system notification chimed, but Su Buki instinctively overlooked it, his mind consumed by the astonishing feat he had just accomplished. Indeed, it was real. Was it the heavens that favored the Su family? Just after acquiring the long-coveted shares, he awakened extraordinary abilities. I am the chosen one. Su Buki wept tears of joy, his contorted smile adorned with 2 streams of clear tears. In his excitement, he even blew a large bubble from his nose. Father, I have become a superhero. Do you see this, father? Applause erupted, intensifying Su Buki's exhilaration. Surely, his father shared in his joy. Father, you feel the same, don't you? Haha. As he spoke, Su Buki turned to gaze at his father. In the corner, Su Yixing's face retained a look of sheer terror, yet his eyes had lost their luster. Blood gushing from his chest where a massive void had formed in place of his heart. Father. From immense joy to profound sorrow, the transition often occurs in an instant. A sensation Su Buki had grown accustomed to. Applause once again resounded beside him. He slowly turned his stiff neck, and a figure emerged. There stood Subai, his hands stained with blood, wearing a sly grin as he clapped leisurely. Your performance was commendable. A coin was carelessly tossed to the ground, bouncing twice before rolling to a halt at Su Buki's feet. Quite captivating, I must say. Let us have another. Terror filled Su Buki's face as he stared incredulously at Subai, then at his lifeless father. Subai, you. His eyes widened in disbelief. His legs weakened instinctively as warmth trickled down between them, and his mind abruptly cleared. His father had been murdered? Run. This madman, Subai, a killer. He dared to slay his own father. Though sober, the incomprehensible scene before him left his mind in a chaotic tangle. Then, he suddenly recalled. No, that is not right. I am a superhero. I am a superhero. You. His hands raised. A massive cleaver appeared in his grasp. I will kill you. I shall slay you. The image of the butcher coincided with his strike. The cleaver descended. Subai was cleaved in two, his head rolling to the ground. Filth. Scum. Su Buki gasped for breath, laughing maniacally, yet in the next moment, his smile froze upon his face. Damn the applause that erupted again. He looked toward the source of the sound. Subai leaned against the opposite wall, clapping with a mocking expression, and in the elder son's ear, the sound of opera wafted through the air. You? Did I not kill you? Subai seemed to witness the most amusing skit in the world, stifling laughter as he said, Take a good look. Did you truly kill me? Su Buki was momentarily stunned, observing Subai's pristine arms and intact head. Unable to believe his own eyes. Before him stood Su Yixing, his face a mask of terror and shock, a kitchen knife embedded in his throat, blood gushing forth while his chest remained unscathed. Su Yixing's eyes widened, his lips trembling weakly, seemingly attempting to utter, I personally killed my father. Gazing at his hands, stained with his father's blood, Su Buki was engulfed in an indescribable horror, his despair and anguish reaching an apex. Why? Could he possess some extraordinary ability? How was this possible? In a frenzied state, Su Buki brandished the knife wildly. Yet, Subai remained unmoved, his mocking voice echoing incessantly in his ears. You and your father, Two beasts have committed heinous acts, causing the demise of an entire city and being the chief culprits behind my parents' tragic accident. To eliminate you would be too lenient. I yearn to witness Su Yixing being slain by the very hands of his beloved son. Only then can my heart find solace from this overwhelming hatred. Su Buki was utterly bewildered by Su Bai's words. He had not been involved in that fateful incident, and the events of his previous life were a mystery to him. He assumed Su Bai sought vengeance over a mere 14 billion in stocks. What are you saying? You were the one who insisted on selling the company. My father merely offered you a few extra billion. Your greed knows no bounds. I will kill you. I will kill you. Yet, at this juncture, how could he still trust his own eyes? In the spectral realm of the ghostly woman, illusions and delusions intertwined, rendering all that Su Buki perceived as mere fabrications. Suddenly, Su Bai raised his hands, and the surrounding scenery began to fade away. Chapter 52, The Weeping Ghost. Welcome to the New World. The surroundings gradually dissipated, revealing the ghostly figure of the woman. Su Buki, in a moment of clarity, realized he was in an unfamiliar place, surrounded by trees and soil, reminiscent of a suburban landscape. His father lay nearby, a knife protruding from his neck, his eyes unclosed in death, blood long drained, staining his white shirt a dark crimson. Faint cries and the sounds of operatic music echoed around him, causing his eardrums to ache, tears involuntarily streaming down his face. Yet, within his heart, there was no sorrow, only fear. The ghostly apparition of the woman flickered and vanished, replaced by the mischievous figure of the little demon, Mealy's. Su Bai raised his hand, and to his astonishment, Su Buki's shadow stood upright. With a mere gesture, Su Buki's shadow was dismembered, its limbs severed as if sliced by a sharp blade, crashing to the ground. Strangely, Su Buki's own limbs mirrored those actions, falling to the ground like blocks, yet not a single wound marred his body. The excruciating pain compelled him to wail uncontrollably, his terror towards Su Bai intensifying. He was undeniably not human. Such power was beyond the realm of humanity. Fear spread infinitely. However, Su Bai waved his hand, dissipating the little demon's figure, his interest waning. Listening to the approaching cries, Su Bai crouched before the weeping and contorted Su Buki, whose face was awash with tears. No longer will I take your life into my own hands. You are unworthy. His tone was calm, reminiscent of a judge presiding over a colony of ants, an air of superiority that starkly contrasted the foolish Su Bai of his memories. Su Bai rose and slowly walked away. That silhouette increasingly merged with the image of someone from Su Buki's past, compounded by the presence of two ethereal figures. You are the collector of female ghosts. You are him. Su Bai. Su Buki cried out in anguish, finally comprehending the true identity of the ghost collector and the source of his own power. Yet, it was too late. He lay on the ground, devoid of limbs, utterly immobile, as the wailing around him grew louder. In his vision, a woman draped in mourning attire, tears streaming down her face, floated towards him, cradling a photo frame. Her cries intensifying. Su Buki wept as well, but his was a cry of sheer terror, hoarse and desperate, for within that frame was his own black and white photograph. As the woman drew nearer, Su Buki's eyes filled with dread, until she stood before him. In the desolate wilderness, a woman in mourning garb sat in the mud, weeping uncontrollably over a black and white picture. Beside her lay a corpse with unclosed eyes. The youth in the frame, lacking arms, wore a face of horror and despair. The second phase of resurrection, the weeping ghost. Welcome to the New World. At the moment the apocalypse descended, Su Bai felt an immense surge of ghostly energy rising from the outskirts, a sensation absent in his previous life, evidently due to his insufficient power. In this life, with the presence of the ghost bride, he distinctly sensed a formidable ghostly aura that even he regarded with trepidation. Thus, he resolved to utilize Su Buki to explore this phenomenon further. After the bizarre occurrence, Su Bai's ghostly realm expanded from a limit of 20 to the size of a small community, allowing him to teleport continuously within it. Following Su Buki's act of patricide, Su Bai maintained the illusion surrounding him while incessantly teleporting to refresh the boundaries of his ghostly domain, bringing them to this place. As anticipated, the results of his exploration were telling. This was indeed a renowned second-phase ghost, a weeping ghost. However, this weeping ghost possessed peculiarities that Su Bai chose to temporarily disregard. In the city, an abrupt transformation of the world transpired. Ghostly apparitions began to manifest in the streets, prompting screams and frantic escapes from the populace. Some spirits did not engage in indiscriminate slaughter, but instead closely followed certain individuals, while others pursued the fleeing crowd with relentless fervor. In an instant, cries, sirens, arguments, and pleas for help erupted. Countless accidents ensued throughout the city. plunging it into chaos and cacophony. A woman, clutching her child, desperately fled from the pursuing female ghost, only to find the iron gate of a small shop suddenly slammed shut from within. Desperately, she gazed at the approaching female specter behind her, crying out for help. Yet no one halted their steps. Such a scene unfolded repeatedly across every corner of the street. All players who had engaged in the eerie game received notifications of their game balance. At the stroke of midnight, the world underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Within the city's Special Incident Division, everyone stared in astonishment at the Phantom's closely trailing Officer Liu. The voice had mentioned the bizarre game. Liu elucidated the reason behind the spectral apparitions surrounding him. Zhao Sun brought his index and middle fingers together, tapping them on the table. Are you suggesting that the game's specters have manifested and invaded our reality? Liu nodded affirmatively, confirming that if the game's warnings were indeed accurate, this was the case. What purpose do these phantoms serve? Zhao Sun continued to probe. Liu took a moment to sense the surroundings before attempting to manipulate the water ghost. The specter immediately aligned with him, and as Liu's cheeks suddenly puffed out, he opened his mouth, releasing a foul stream of water. The volume was immense, akin to that of a high-pressure fire hose, yet instead of dispersing, the water coalesced into a singular mass under Liu's control. However, a miscalculation caused the torrent to engulf a burly officer, nearly sweeping him away. In a panic, Liu hastily ceased his manipulation, leading the uncontrolled water to disperse, resembling ordinary water, and drenching the tall officer, leaving him soaked. Yet, rather than mockery, astonishment filled the air as they witnessed the extraordinary power before them. It was more astonishing than the supernatural events they had encountered recently. Zhao Sun, stroking his unshaven stubble, furrowed his brow. Who would have imagined that the source of such power stemmed from a mobile game? He murmured the title, Eerie Game. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck his mind. Yes, it was indeed the Eerie Game. Quickly, gather all the case files. In recent days, numerous supernatural occurrences had transpired, requiring 4 or 5 officers to retrieve all the files. Zhao Sun did not scrutinize them meticulously, but instead sought out the details of the first victims in each case. Indeed, the pattern emerged. He slapped his thigh in epiphany, finally recognizing the common thread among these cases. How oblivious he had been. The first fatalities had all engaged with the Eerie Game. Report this immediately. We must escalate it. Zhao Sun commanded his subordinates, who hurriedly departed to convey this crucial lead. Meanwhile, he remained in his office, lost in thought. The words of Su Bai echoing in his ears. A new world was about to dawn. Chapter 53. Encountering the ghostly wall again, the white-eyed ghost princess descends. Across the nation, alarms blared simultaneously. Radio stations, televisions, and various mobile applications relentlessly disseminated the same message. Dear citizens, greetings. Recently, due to certain extraordinary circumstances, there has been a widespread occurrence of malevolent entities causing harm across various regions. The government is currently striving to ascertain the cause. We urge all citizens to remain calm, maintain the status quo, and refrain from venturing outside to avoid potential attacks. The message echoed incessantly through nearly every communicative device still operational. Su Bai, naturally, took note of this. He nodded silently. In his past life, he had been too flustered to pay attention, but upon reflection, it was evident there were indeed astute minds at work. Merely relying on the cases that emerged before the apocalypse, they had deduced that these malevolent beings acted according to a certain pattern in their murderous endeavors. As long as one did not disturb this pattern or enter specific locations, the chances of survival remained relatively high. In the face of such eerie danger, if one remained alive, it was prudent to uphold the current state, avoid futile resistance, and certainly refrain from fleeing haphazardly, as such actions might inadvertently trigger the murderous pattern. This message undoubtedly had the potential to avert numerous senseless fatalities. At that moment, his phone rang. Hello, Su Bai, I'm at your doorstep. Are you home? The voice of Yao Ning, tinged with anxiety, reached him as soon as he answered. I'm outside and will be back shortly. I'll go inside and wait for you. It's quite terrifying out here. Su Bai had previously instructed Aunt Wu not to open the door for anyone, and he feared that Yao Ning's desire to enter might not be feasible. Just as Su Bai contemplated conveying this to her, Yao Ning suddenly exclaimed, Su Bai, your door was unlocked, so I just walked in. Unlocked. With Aunt Wu and Shi Huai present, how could the door be ajar? He had specifically given instructions. Damn it. Could it be that the suppression of the Da Honghua has failed, and the Baitong Guiji has revived? No, that couldn't be. Could it be that the prior suppressions were merely a facade? Don't go in. Su Bai sensed something amiss and shouted into the phone. However, the other end fell silent, replaced by a series of busy signals. When he attempted to call back, there was no signal. Panic surged within him. Something was amiss. Su Bai immediately activated his ghostly abilities, teleporting with fervor. In under 3 minutes, he had returned from the outskirts to his villa. Upon arriving at the entrance, he sensed that something was terribly wrong. The front door stood ajar, and a thick, ominous aura enveloped him, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Su Bai extended his ghostly presence towards the door, which trembled slightly, becoming increasingly illusory. The true door emerged behind this spectral visage. Indeed, it's you. How audacious. To arrive so eagerly upon descent. What stood before him was none other than the wall of ghosts he had encountered at school. It was astonishing that this entity had remembered his essence after just a fleeting encounter. Upon her sudden arrival, she made a beeline for him. Last time, Su Bai was too preoccupied with saving a life to retaliate, but this time, fortune would not favor his assailant. Having the audacity to confront him in his own abode clearly indicated a willingness to meet their demise. Li Shang, Su Bai commanded with a stern expression. For anyone daring to harm those he cherished would not be spared lightly. The ethereal apparition of the ghost bride materialized, transforming from a mere shadow into a tangible entity. She was a spirit of the second phase of resurrection, capable of existing independently from Su Bai. Ghostly tendrils spread forth as Li Shang, with her alabaster arm, ensnared Su Bai's neck and inhaled deeply. She licked her lips and remarked, "The husband in reality is quite aromatic. I cannot resist the urge to take a bite." With that, her sharp nails grazed Su Bai's cheek, yet with remarkable restraint, she inflicted no harm. Su Bai chuckled awkwardly. The bond between man and ghost was profound, and he understood Li Shang's intentions. She merely wished to play. He grasped her hand and whispered into her ear, "My dear, let us discuss these matters later in the evening." Humph. Li Shang shot him a sidelong glance, huffing playfully, and then redirected her frustration towards the minor spirit before them. Dealing with such a trivial ghost was a task so effortless for Li Shang, now in her second resurrection phase, that it was akin to crushing an ant. Without fully summoning the ghostly tendrils, she merely opened a fraction, conjuring a bridal sedan. With a gentle push, the sedan levitated of its own accord, hurtling towards the spectral door with astonishing speed, comparable even to Su Bai's beloved vehicle from his previous life. Bang! At the moment of collision between the sedan and the apparition, the ghostly barrier was ensnared within the confines of the carriage. Li Shang lifted the curtain and reached inside, extracting a brick adorned with a grotesque visage. Her claws embedded themselves within, eliciting a piercing wail from the brick, revealing its true essence. Carelessly compressing the ghostly barrier into a small mass, Li Shang lifted a corner of her veil and consumed it. In the realm of spirits, aside from sealing them away, devouring them served as a means of annihilation. Though such occurrences were typically reserved for those of inferior rank or under exceptional circumstances. As the ghostly barrier vanished entirely, the illusory door dissipated as well. Yao Ningxin and 2 neighbors appeared in the clearing before them. These individuals had only crossed paths with Su Bai once, having been ensnared by the ghostly barrier while wandering aimlessly, thus swallowed into the realm of illusion. "Begone!" Su Bai commanded without hesitation, and the 2, now petrified with fear, scampered back to their homes. Yao Ningxin, her eyes glistening with tears, rushed forward to embrace Su Bai. Su Bai sobbed, "It's so terrifying. Why are there so many of these ghostly beings?" Witnessing this scene, Li Shang's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, she teleported to Su Bai's side, enveloping him in her embrace. "Husband, who is this little hussy?" she inquired, directing her question at Su Bai. The communication between the ghost and the host is inaudible to outsiders. A friend, Ling Shang, urged, "You should return first. I will speak with you tonight." The ghostly bride huffed dismissively and transformed into a wisp, vanishing into Su Bai's body. "Let us proceed. We shall enter the house." In an instant, the 2 teleported indoors. As they stepped inside, Su Bai immediately noticed Aunt Wu's anxious expression. Upon recognizing Su Bai, she sighed in relief, though the worry in her eyes lingered. "What has transpired?" Su Bai discerned something was amiss with Aunt Wu. "For some reason, my phone has had no signal. I heard that Xiao Shi is in trouble," Su Bai interjected, not waiting for Aunt Wu to finish before entering the little girl's room. "Su Bai, can you see what is happening here?" Aunt Wu spoke with concern. To Su Bai's astonishment, beside the little girl stood another small girl, both holding hands, with Shi still adorned with a large red flower. The additional child was none other than a miniature version of the Baitong ghost princess. Su Bai urged her to remain calm and approached the little Baitong ghost princess for examination. The small creature blinked her hollow eyes, and the malevolence from the doll she held had noticeably diminished. In contrast, the large red flower remained unchanged. "Has the suppression been successful?" Su Bai's face brightened. This was indeed a tremendous boon. "Xiao Shi, do you feel any discomfort?" Subai meticulously examined her body using his ghostly senses, then expressed his concern. Huai felt no discomfort. Rather, she sensed a coolness within her, as if something extra had taken residence. Subai nodded, recognizing it as a manifestation of ghostly energy. I heard someone say withdrawal successful, and then Xiaobai appeared beside me. Did she say anything to you? Subai inquired, gesturing toward the little Baitong ghost princess. Xiaobai is not very talkative, Huai replied, shaking her head. The nickname was one she had given the little ghost. Observing the vacant-eyed Baitong ghost princess, Subai confirmed that she posed no immediate threat. Furthermore, Huai had engaged with the game, and there existed a bond between the two girls, indicating that all was well. However, it was somewhat peculiar that although the little Baitong ghost princess appeared to possess the strength of the second stage of revival and could separate from her host, the aura she exuded was far from overwhelming. It should be noted that when a second stage weeping ghost appears, Subai can sense her presence from a considerable distance. This little ghost exuded an air of enigma. Now was not the time for contemplation. As long as Huai was unharmed, Subai felt at ease. Other matters could be addressed later. After all, Subai commanded a formidable team of female ghosts, rendering any schemes ineffectual in the face of absolute strength. He reassured Aunt Wu, advising her not to worry, and encouraged her to rest. Subai ensured that Yao Ningxin, who was by his side, was comfortably settled in the villa, which still had several vacant rooms. He invited her to stay for the time being. As the restrictions of the ghostly wall were lifted, Subai's phone began to chime incessantly. Upon checking, he discovered that the WeChat group of his guild had erupted in a flurry of activity. All members had received notifications indicating that their rewards had been credited, and the phantoms surrounding them startled many. They were now busy exchanging messages within the group. Veteran players like Su Feng had already deciphered the utilization of ghostly abilities and were imparting their knowledge to others. Thanks to the rapid development over the past few days, Subai's guild had significantly strengthened. They consistently acquired a ghost of considerable rank in each guild battle, along with an abundance of materials. At this moment, every member of the guild possessed 5 powerful ghosts. Some of the previously formidable members had even managed to accumulate a high-ranking ghost through sales. Their combat strength was formidable. Subai also took a moment to address them regarding the current situation, as these individuals would eventually become part of his influence. Indeed, you guessed correctly. The world has undergone a cataclysmic transformation. The bizarre game has manifested in reality. The two realms have completely merged. Just look up at the sky. The once familiar moon of Blue Star has been supplanted by a blood-red moon. As expected, in the pitch-black sky, the two moons that once drew near have now revealed that the pristine white moon has vanished, leaving only a crimson orb looming high above. The players of the bizarre game were all too familiar with this red moon, which hung perpetually in their game. While the game does reward players with ghosts, it simultaneously unleashes dungeons and perilous unknown territories into the real world. It can be said that danger now lurks at every corner of the outside world, which is precisely why I urge you to remain indoors. Your primary task at present is to familiarize yourselves with your ghostly abilities, striving to enhance your combat prowess, as this will be your currency for survival in the future. Upon learning the truth, the guild members were utterly astonished. Who would have imagined that a game could manifest in reality? However, amidst their shock, their fear was somewhat alleviated. If it is indeed a game descending upon them, as upper-tier players, they at least possess some means of resistance against the bizarre. Nevertheless, Subai quickly issued a stern warning. Do not be complacent simply because you have gained power. At the end of the day, you remain human. As long as you are human, you are susceptible to death. Be it by blade or bullet, your life can be extinguished in an instant. Your demise may not matter, but the true danger lies with those around you. When a player perishes, the ghost within them will fully awaken, and no one will be able to control it. Consider the strength of these high-ranking ghosts. Who among your loved ones could withstand such a force? Therefore, I advise you to diligently hone your abilities and abandon any notions of becoming a savior. The cold water was poured at just the right moment, causing several eager members to immediately retreat. Finally, Subai added, tomorrow, I will find time for us to gather. In the future, we shall be each other's greatest support. After managing the affairs in the group, Subai found it peculiar that he had not seen any messages from Ling Ruoyao, especially since she had not called him in this apocalyptic world. This was indeed puzzling. Could something have happened? He dialed her number, only to be met with a busy tone. The most troublesome aspect of this apocalypse was precisely this. The communication methods of the past were easily obstructed by supernatural entities, often unreliable. It seemed that Ling Ruoyao had encountered some bizarre occurrence as well, though Subai did not feel overly concerned. After all, with the game having descended, her supernatural entities had manifested as well. With 2 high-tier ghosts under her command, ordinary strange events posed little threat to her. Moreover, Subai had witnessed her adaptability in crises during their previous life. With her intellect, she should be safe. Even if Subai were anxious, he could not reach her for the time being. Even if he wished to assist, he could not locate her. He could only pray for her safety. After such a tumultuous night, Subai felt fatigued. He closed his eyes and lay down, preparing to rest, as Lian Shang gradually materialized beside him, her fingers wandering across his chest. The cacophony from the community echoed throughout the night, ensuring it would be an unrestful evening. In the division, the team received the latest directives from higher-ups, initiating a citywide search to summon those who had participated in the strange game, recruiting them into the division. Zhao Sun, upon reading the instructions, suddenly realized that Su Bai must be one of the players. He might even be among the most powerful. For how else could he have been the first to gain abilities? Little Lu, who had manifested a water ghost, entered Zhao Sun's office holding a dossier. Brother Zhao, according to our information, someone in the city once issued a decree to gather the ghost tamers from surrounding areas and formed a guild. I have checked, and there are about 50 members in this guild within the city. Zhao Sun sprang up from his seat in astonishment. Who, whether through premeditated strategy or mere chance, connecting with this individual was of utmost importance. Finding him would be tantamount to discovering dozens of players with extraordinary abilities. How could Zhao Sun not be excited? This person was known as the Ghost Collector. Chapter 55, Great Event, the Cemetery of the Living Dead. As the division compiled the information and prepared to dispatch personnel to seek out the ghost tamers, a call from higher-ups came in. Zhao Sun answered, his brows furrowing deeper. Observing the minister's demeanor, the officers fell silent, not daring to interrupt. All right, we will send someone to handle it right away. After concluding the call, Zhao Sun hung up and pinched the area between his eyes, feeling a slight headache. Brother Zhao, what happened? Is there another incident? Just then, the headquarters received an alarming report. The Jinsha community in the northern part of the city had transformed into a graveyard, with no one entering or exiting. Disturbingly, a person was dying every 10 minutes, and now the entire community was trapped inside. Upon hearing this unsettling news, the police felt the gravity of the situation. An entire community of people. The Jinsha community boasted 40 stories, with 4 households on each floor. Taking into account that even just one household comprises 2 individuals, the total exceeded 300 souls. With several buildings in the community, the total number of individuals reached a rather alarming figure. This was the most significant incident since the onset of these mysterious events. The higher-ups demanded that, by any means necessary, the situation be resolved swiftly. Yet, Zhao Sun faced his own dilemmas. Most of the police force had been dispatched to maintain order on the streets or to seal off the mysterious areas. The few personnel he had were just beginning to organize the information on the ghost tamers, preparing to search for them. Where could he possibly find assistance to resolve this matter? More importantly, what could they achieve even if they arrived? The division had only 1 or 2 ghost tamers capable of confronting the supernatural, and according to their own accounts, they had been the weakest players in the game. Could they possibly become stronger in reality? It was clear to anyone with common sense that this was an impossibility. Without further deliberation, Zhao Sun realized that with every 10 minutes wasted, another life was lost. Thus, he hastily dialed the headquarters once more. After a lengthy discussion, Zhao Sun, flushed with anger, began to berate them. The issue of sending personnel was simply unresolvable. The ghost tamers in each division were regarded as precious assets. Who would willingly loan them out to Zhao Sun? However, the significance of this incident was too great, and the headquarters almost mandated that other divisions reluctantly lend personnel to Zhao Sun. After a considerable wait, he finally received a call from his superior, informing him that the divisions in other areas of the city had agreed to allocate manpower, but their arrival would take some time. You should prepare to head out. After ushering the officers out of the office, Zhao Sun took out his phone, hesitating. The sun had vanished without a trace. Seemingly devoured by the blood moon alongside the moon itself, the very laws governing the planet's rotation appeared altered, no matter where one looked. The blood moon hung in the same position in the sky, yet the crimson glow it emitted fluctuated, barely allowing one to distinguish between day and night. The dew on the treetops had yet to dry, and Su Bai slowly opened his eyes. Li Shang held him tightly, and as soon as Su Bai's eyes fluttered open, she pecked him on the face. Su Bai couldn't help but feel envious. Being a ghost seemed delightful, as it required no sleep. What roused him from his slumber was the phone resting on his bedside. Irritated, Su Bai answered. Student Su, are you awake? Zhao Sun's polite voice resonated through the phone. Of course, just state your business, Su Bai retorted, bemused. Did he expect that if he were still asleep, it would be a ghost making the call? He cast a glance at Li Shang, who was holding him. It was not beyond the realm of possibility. Regrettably, the specters can only communicate with their respective hosts. Thus, Dear student Su, we may require your assistance. Upon hearing the word help, Su Bai felt a twinge of displeasure in this apocalypse. Managing one's own affairs was already a considerable challenge, leaving little time for civic duties. However, when Zhao Sun briefly described the peculiar cemetery of Jinsha community, Su Bai's interest was piqued. This cemetery was vast, with a multitude of graves visible from the outside, and one could only wonder how many souls lay buried within. The Jinsha Community Cemetery reminded Su Bai of a notorious eerie zone from his past life, the Cemetery of the Living Dead. A sudden realization struck him. Was this not the bizarre event that manifested on the third day after the cataclysm? How could it have materialized on the very first night? Was some entity propelling the onset of the apocalypse? Undoubtedly, it was linked to him, for in this world, the only variable was his own reincarnation. The cemetery was renowned for harboring the 9-inch nail, a remarkable artifact forged from bronze and affixed atop a coffin within the graveyard. Inscribed with the images of the ox head and horse face, capable of subduing fully resurrected malevolent spirits. It would be a grave error for Su Bai to overlook such an invaluable tool. With clarity of purpose, he resolved not to delay any further. Retracting the ghostly bride and preparing himself for the day, Aunt Wu was busy preparing breakfast, but Su Bai had no time to spare. He packed a backpack with potentially useful items and, after a brief farewell, stepped outside. He chose not to drive, as the roads were cluttered with abandoned vehicles and various obstacles, and he was uncertain which routes were blocked. Moreover, moving by his own means of teleportation proved swifter than any vehicle. A few minutes later, Su Bai arrived at the Jinsha community. The site had already been cordoned off, prohibiting entry to all. However, the measures were futile. A vast expanse of graves stretched before him, with tombstones haphazardly erected throughout the cemetery. The presence of a graveyard amidst the bustling city was undeniably eerie, and under such circumstances, only those with a death wish would dare to venture inside. Zhao Sun had been waiting for a while, having anticipated Su Bai's arrival. Thank you for making this trip, Student Su, he greeted. It's no trouble. I, too, have a matter for Officer Zhao's assistance. A friend of mine has gone missing, and I hope you could dispatch someone to check on her home, to ascertain whether she has encountered any danger. As he spoke, Su Bai sent Zhao Sun a photo ID of Ling Ruoyao. Certainly. I will ensure this is taken care of, Zhao Sun replied, nodding. The opportunity to secure Su Bai's aid in return for such a small favor was exceedingly advantageous, especially considering that thus far, he was the only person Zhao Sun knew who had successfully dealt with bizarre occurrences. Moreover, Zhao Sun harbored a lingering question. Leaning closer to Su Bai, he whispered, Student Su, I have always been curious. You mentioned that the new world was about to descend. Did you possess prior knowledge of this event? Su Bai's gaze sharpened, and he chose not to respond. Instead, observing Xiao Lu beside him and the dozen men in tactical jackets behind Zhao Sun. Were all of them spirit tamers? Zhao Sun's expression shifted slightly. Su, your discerning eyes allowed those 8 to accompany you for a broader perspective? As he spoke, he summoned the 8 individuals. A total of 12 spirit tamers had arrived, with Zhao Sun retaining some outside for unforeseen circumstances. Su Bai did not decline. He lacked experience in handling the graveyard of the undead. This area had been active in the city during his previous life for a week, after which it had vanished, leaving no survivors, only to reappear in multiple districts. Ultimately, during the 9th month of the apocalypse, it was eradicated by spirit tamers in Kyoto, whose formidable prowess was beyond question. They could enter, but they must be prepared for death. Chapter 56. If you seek your own demise, do not endanger others. A portly middle-aged man took offense at this statement. He pointed at Su Bai's head, adopting an authoritative tone. You, young student, how can you speak so boldly at such a tender age? Were it not for Minister Zhao's insistence, I would never allow civilians like you to participate. Once inside, you are to follow our instructions strictly and may not leave your designated group. This middle-aged man had been the head of a division. But with the advent of the new world, a directive had been issued prioritizing all operations under the Special Department. Thus, the Special Department now wielded the greatest authority. During previous meetings, he had opposed involving non-police personnel, let alone someone as young as Su Bai, who lacked any persuasive weight. Upon hearing these words, Su Bai's eyes remained indifferent. The temperature around them plummeted, and the haunting strains of traditional opera filled the air. The director, witnessing a pair of sharp, ghostly hands emerging from his chest, was instantly drenched in sweat. What on earth is this? Help me, please. The onlookers were taken aback to see their previously composed director now screaming in madness, clutching his chest, causing their pupils to constrict in alarm. This man seemed far from an easy target. Zhao Sun quickly intervened to defuse the situation. Su Bai, you take the lead. He then turned to the remaining 7, instructing. Once inside, all action shall be directed by Su Bai, understood? Yes. The 8 responded in unison, visibly shaken by Su Bai's display of power. Su Bai narrowed his eyes at Zhao Sun, fully aware that Zhao was testing him, tacitly allowing his subordinates to act. Otherwise, his words would not have been so aptly timed. Su, look at this. Zhao Sun gestured towards the still terrified director. Recognizing that allowing him to remain in such a state was unreasonable, especially since he was one of the 8 assigned to enter. Su Bai nodded, considering that he had only inflicted a mild punishment. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled the illusion and chose not to engage further with the others. He entered the graveyard, his objective being to acquire the 9-inch nail. Everything else was merely incidental. Zhao Sun quickly signaled, and the 8 men followed closely behind. None could fathom the nature of the graveyard, and they dared not be negligent. Stepping into the graveyard, the eerie atmosphere thickened palpably, the temperature plummeting to a chilling degree that would render an ordinary person trembling in terror. In the distance, Su Bai could discern the faint sounds of wailing and weeping, intertwined with a multitude of rustling noises. 8 police officers had also entered, their bodies seemingly traversing through a transparent barrier, producing a peculiar pop as they did so. After entering, Xiao Lu reached out and tapped on the translucent wall that separated the graveyard from the outside world. The sound echoed sharply. Indeed, it was as hard as the alarm had suggested. Once inside, escape appeared impossible. Su Bai nodded, leading the group further ahead. As they passed through the graveyard, the dense cluster of tombs revealed some with gaping holes, utterly devoid of content, while others, their yellow earth cracked, had skeletal arms emerging grotesquely from the ground. My goodness, how unsettling these sights are. One officer rubbed the goosebumps on his arms, clearly struggling to acclimate to the grim surroundings. Indeed, while it seemed tolerable in the virtual realm, experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different sensation. By the way, Su, do you know how these areas come into existence? The 8 officers chattered nervously, seemingly believing that conversation might alleviate their underlying dread. While Xiao Lu kept pace with Su Bai, his curiosity piqued. However, Su Bai paid no heed, continuing his solitary path. Observing this, Xiao Lu refrained from further inquiries, merely trailing closely behind. It was not that Su Bai was aloof. Rather, he too lacked clarity on such matters. Instead of entangling himself in uncertainty, he preferred to expedite the search for survivors. Each bizarre zone adheres to its own set of rules, or rather, different malevolent entities possess distinct patterns of destruction, yet fundamentally, the two concepts are analogous. When confronted with an unknown, eerie territory, the foremost task is to discern these patterns to avoid becoming the next target. The most effective means of uncovering such rules undoubtedly lies in locating survivors. At the very least, discovering some corpses would suffice. From them, Su Bai could extrapolate the fatal patterns of the undead graveyard. As Su Bai remained silent, the officers soon lost interest in continuing their conversation. The group traversed deeper into the graveyard in silence. Suddenly, however, the corpulent chief halted in his tracks. Following his gaze, they beheld a child's figure sprawled before a cracked tomb, a bloodied and mangled specter dragging him inexorably toward the grave. These beasts! The chief could not help but curse. He swiftly tore open his jacket, revealing a vividly intricate tattoo upon his chest, a terrifying specter that resembled a living mound of bones. The tattooed demon. This was a formidable entity, enhanced in the game by the mystical tattoos adorning its body, each inking conferring distinct advantages. The tattoo the chief now bore was one that augmented strength. He suddenly exerted force with his feet, dashing towards the child with remarkable speed. As he approached, a skeletal hand unexpectedly emerged from the ground, reaching out to grasp him. The chief felt a weight on his shoulder and deftly rolled aside, narrowly evading the skeletal arm's ambush. This roll brought him beside the child. A young officer, not much older, reacted swiftly, activating his tainted spirit ability. A sharp projectile formed from murky water shot forth, shattering the skeletal hand in an instant. With quick reflexes, the chief seized the boy and hurled him towards the young officer, while he himself delivered a powerful punch to the ghostly hand that was dragging the child. As the young officer caught the boy, he sensed something amiss and was about to throw him away, but it was too late. The child was icy cold, as light as a feather, his head twisted 180 degrees, and a ghastly grin stretched from ear to ear, revealing sharp teeth that clutched a severed finger. A chilling laughter erupted, and in the next moment, the boy sank his teeth into the young officer's neck, warm blood splattering across his face. Damn it! Xiao Lu stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Even the dimmest intellect could grasp the gravity of the situation. The child was not human at all. What they had witnessed moments ago was not a struggle, but a gruesome feast upon the ghostly hand. They had all been deceived. Seizing the opportunity, the boy sprang to the ground, using all fours to swiftly crawl towards the chief. At that moment, The chief was utilizing a tattoo that enhanced his strength. Yet, in terms of speed, he could not compete with this little demon. Almost instantaneously, the creature scaled his back, its gaping maw poised to bite. Just as the peril reached its peak, an extreme chill enveloped the air. The ghostly child was instantly encased in ice, frost forming upon its eyes and brows. Subai spoke, coldness emanating from every pore. Seek your own demise, but do not endanger others. As his words lingered, Subai advanced towards the frozen child. Each step leaving behind icy footprints in the mud, snowflakes drifting down, bringing with them an intense cold. Xiao Lu involuntarily shivered. Was this the ice-snow ghost? Subai approached the chief, retrieving the spirit collection box and pointing it at the ghostly child on his back. A powerful suction emanated from the box, visibly shrinking the child until he was ensnared within. Subsequently, Subai cast a chilling glance at the chief and departed without a backward glance. The chief, with red-rimmed eyes, gazed upon the lifeless young officer, waves of guilt and remorse crashing over him. It was all his fault. The other officers, their eyes glistening with tears, clenched their fists and approached the chief, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Only Xiao Lu gritted his teeth, suppressing his sorrow, and trailed behind Subai. Do not blame yourself. This is not your fault. The spirits are simply too cunning. The chief covered his eyes, lamenting, if only I had not been so impulsive. It should have been me who perished. Alas, the remaining officers sighed, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Just moments ago, their comrade had been engaged in lively conversation about his new girlfriend, and now he lay lifeless, a cold body before them. The brutality of his demise was a harrowing sight for anyone to bear. The captain exhaled deeply, raising his gaze to swallow back his tears. You all go ahead. Don't lose track of anyone. I will follow shortly, he urged, patting the arm of a nearby comrade as a signal for them to leave first. After a moment of silence, they turned and followed the two who had already ventured a considerable distance away. Once they had departed, the captain knelt before the body of the young officer, who was a recent addition to their division, having just graduated and joined the ranks. I'm so sorry, brother. He lamented, recalling the young man's aspiration to build a beautiful house for his mother back in their hometown. I promised you I would, once I was out. I'd construct a splendid home for her. The captain spoke in a stream of consciousness, tears threatening to spill over as he removed his tactical jacket and draped it over the still warm corpse. I vow to vanquish more malevolent spirits in your name, to accompany you in your eternal rest. With that, he rose and activated a speed-enhancing tattoo, sprinting after the nearly invisible figures ahead, stirring up clouds of dust in his wake. Little Lu leaned closer to Subai, whispering, Are you a collector of female spirits? Though he had little experience with the game, he was a devoted fan of the female spirit collector persona, having watched nearly every guild battle livestream. Aside from the ghostly bride and the spirit of mischief he had encountered at school, he now beheld Subai's snow woman spirit. This solidified his suspicion that Subai was indeed a collector of female spirits. Previously, there had been an analysis of Subai's 5 notable spirits, revealing their types, if not their levels. The ghostly bride, Sadako, the ghostly actress, and the little demon were all quite common, yet the last one, the snow woman, was said to be uniquely possessed by him alone. This news had circulated within their circle, as everyone desired an exclusive spirit companion. However, what truly confirmed Subai's identity for him was the ghostly technique. This skill had only been demonstrated by Subai in the entire game, making it unmistakably clear. Yet, he was puzzled. It seemed Subai's game feedback differed from theirs. The soul-collecting box he had just produced, along with the spirit candle given to Zhao Sun, were both items from within the game, weren't they? How could they also yield feedback while they had only received spirits? To the right, Subai offered no response, merely uttering something incomprehensible. Little Lu was taken aback and turned his gaze to the right, where he spotted a dozen ghostly servants. Unbeknownst to him, he did not realize that living beings slain by spirits would transform into ghostly servants. He merely perceived them as ghosts. He then utilized the water ghost's ability, unleashing a foul torrent from his mouth that swiftly engulfed the ghostly servants. Subai nodded quietly. He recognized the formidable water ghost, a spirit of notable prowess, albeit a common one among its peers. In certain exceptional environments, its power could rival that of higher-tier entities. As Xiao Lu took action, the group behind him surged forward, unleashing their diverse abilities to eliminate the batch of ghostly minions. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from a concealed grave. Was it the police? The crowd turned to see 2 heads emerging from behind the tomb, an elderly couple who recognized the attire of the group. However, the remaining 7 officers, having learned from their recent encounter, hesitated and looked to Subai for guidance. Nodding in acknowledgement, Subai allowed them to approach the elderly couple for negotiations. Witnessing this scene, numerous survivors emerged from their hiding places. They had been evading the ghostly minions for quite some time, and only dared to reveal themselves upon seeing the spirits vanquished. Wonderful. The police have come to rescue us. Please, take us away from this dreadful place. Help us save our little girl. She was just dragged away by a monster. She's only 7. The survivors wept, pleading for the officers to lead them to safety, while Subai stood to the side, observing coldly. After a while, several officers managed to calm the panicked crowd. Yet, as they glanced between the survivors and Subai, they found themselves at a crossroads. Should they take the survivors with them or leave some behind for protection? Ultimately, it was Xiao Lu who stepped forward to question Subai. Addressing him informally, Su Gu, what should we do with these people? Given Subai's demonstrated power and his own speculations, Xiao Lu, regardless of age, felt compelled to seek guidance. If you wish to assist them, stay here and protect them. I have no time for such matters, Subai replied, intent on resolving the bizarre incident by locating the source of the malevolent spirits in the area. The coffin nails must be atop the coffin. Yet after searching for a while, Subai discovered that the graves were hastily piled with yellow earth, lacking even a marker, let alone a coffin. Rising to depart, Xiao Lu gritted his teeth and called for 3 others to follow. Subai paid him no mind, maintaining an indifferent demeanor even as he passed by those in distress. Unable to contain his frustration, Xiao Lu challenged Subai, how can you be so cold-hearted? You possess terrifying strength, yet you stand by while others perish. Can you truly bear to witness such suffering? Observing the flushed face of Xiao Lu, Subai merely smiled lightly. Did you familiarize yourself with this peculiar incident before entering? Haven't Zhao Sun mentioned that someone dies here every 10 minutes? Have you considered how much time has elapsed since our arrival? An hour and 20 minutes have elapsed, during which 8 individuals have succumbed due to our sluggish pace. Observe these souls. How long have they lingered within? They have survived the entire night, indicating that this place is not as perilous as it seems. After all, did you not notice that the elderly couple, both in their 70s, remain unharmed? Do you believe I should pause to rescue them, or should I hasten to confront the source of this malevolent spirit? If I vanquish the specter, everyone shall live. Yet if I falter, all will perish, including you. I shall not halt for the sake of 1 or 2 individuals when countless others face imminent death ahead. Xiao Lu was swayed by Subai's words, realizing he had overlooked the crux of the matter. He instructed the other 2 to remain behind, taking only the swiftest officer to accompany him in pursuit of the original spirit, striving to locate it without delay. You 2 stay here. Wang Jinxin, keep up. As the trio pressed onward, a faint mist began to rise around them, thickening as they approached the heart of the area. Within this realm, the blood moon was obscured, and visibility plummeted to alarming depths. Their conclusion that they were nearing the cemetery's core was bolstered by the increasing number of wandering ghostly servants. Xiao Lu was compelled to employ the abilities of 2 spirits simultaneously to fend off the relentless advance of the ghostly thralls. In addition to the water ghost, there was another spirit known as the Ghost Eye. Although the combat prowess of the Ghost Eye was modest, its versatility was its strength. It could not only suppress and intimidate foes, but also possessed a degree of reconnaissance capability. At the very least, in this dense fog, Xiao Lu, utilizing the Ghost Eye's powers, could see further than his companions. By restricting the ghostly servants' movements with the Ghost Eye while employing the water ghost's strength to repel them, they managed to create a tenuous vacuum around the 3. Xiao Lu exhibited commendable talent, although the Spirit Master game feedback suggested he could control numerous ghosts. Harmony among spirits was not guaranteed. Even Su Bai, upon the occasional activation of the 6-woman Shura field, found it challenging to maintain order. The officer named Wang Jinxin had the ability to inflate his limbs, which allowed him to keep pace with the rapidly accelerating duo. His contracted spirit was likely composed of bones or flesh, making him reasonably adept in close combat, though it demanded considerable fighting skill. Upon reaching a certain point, the ghostly thralls that had been trailing them inexplicably halted. Subai signaled for the others to remain still, then summoned the Gothic Lowly, switching his ghostly energy. A pair of black wings unfurled behind him as he forcefully fanned the dense fog before them, dispersing it to reveal an ancient spiritual hall. A white scarf hung from the beams, rustling in the wind, while the open door bore a black inscription of longevity, flanked by freshly affixed mourning couplets on the doorposts. The inscription reads, "Eternal wisdom shall be etched in history, and the merits of generations shall be celebrated among mortals." Outside the hall, 2 enormous incense burners, reminiscent of those seen in temples of yore, stand adorned with verdant incense sticks, their smoke forming a veil that obscures the view. Within the hall of mourning, a coffin measuring 9 feet and 9 inches lies at the center, accompanied by an unadorned spirit tablet, devoid of inscriptions. Before the coffin, several individuals, their backs turned, kneel upon a mat, weeping and burning paper offerings as though truly mourning the deceased. The scene exudes an eerie atmosphere. This is the first time Su-bai has encountered such a sight. He promptly unfurls the icy specter, summoning frigid air that lowers the temperature. Yet the incense continues to burn undeterred, its smoke swirling throughout the space. The wailing figures within the hall remain unperturbed. In such a place, there is no room for doubt. Capture 100 souls, and one would find 101 transformed spirits. Moreover, their attire harks back to the 1970s and 1980s. Both Xiao Lu and Wang Jinxin are consumed by fear, overwhelmed by the bizarre scene that is unlike anything they have ever witnessed. They discreetly inch closer to Su-bai. Observing the couplet, Su-bai ponders deeply before suddenly shouting, "City Zhao Sun, come forth to pay respects." When no response emanates from within, he raises his voice, repeating the call twice more. Ahem. Xiao Lu coughs. Brother Su, is this appropriate? Su-bai casts a glance at him, while Wang Jinxin tugs at Xiao Lu's sleeve. Lu Gu, seeing no effect, Su-bai abandons the shouting and expands the reach of the icy specter, enveloping the entire hall of mourning. A peculiar blue snowflake descends upon the individual's burning offerings, instantly encasing them in solid ice. Su-bai approaches the ice sculptures for a closer inspection, noting that they appear to be mere ghostly servants. Yet, curiously, there are no signs of fatal wounds. Their appearances remain unchanged, without a trace of injury. How could these spirits have achieved such a feat? They have not only claimed lives, but also preserved the semblance of the deceased. Upon witnessing Su-bai's entrance, Xiao Lu and Wang Jinxin can only follow suit, for at this moment, the safest haven is beside Su-bai. As they proceed deeper, Xiao Lu notices Wang Jinxin lost in thought. He gently stirs him from his reverie, whispering, "Wang Jinxin, stay close." Su-bai shatters several ice sculptures with a punch, then strides directly to the coffin. The coffin is elevated at both ends, flat in the middle, adorned with a ghastly night demon's head carved at its apex. Measuring 9 feet and 9 inches in length and 44 inches in width, it is suspended without support, presenting a wedge-like shape. Each corner of the coffin is affixed with a 9-inch bronze nail, stained with blood, yet not fully driven in, leaving a substantial portion protruding. Though the desired object lies before him, he refrains from taking it without due consideration, because this object is capable of restraining the fully revived malevolent spirit. And given that 4 nails were meticulously affixed atop the coffin, it is evident that the coffin harbors unspeakable horrors. To remove them without permission would only invite calamity. Subsequently, he redirected his attention to the spirit tablet positioned above the coffin. The tablet, crafted entirely from peach wood, was embellished with cloud patterns intricately etched and tinted with gilded paint, yet the center bore no inscription. Who would pay homage to a tablet devoid of a name? However, as Su-bai lifted it, he realized something was amiss. The tablet was, in fact, double-sided, and the true name was inscribed on the side facing away from the onlookers. As he flipped the tablet over, Su-bai's expression grew grave. Inscribed upon it in bold, gilded characters were the words, Wang Jinxin's tablet. Chapter 59. The one who emerged from the coffin, little Lu, standing beside Su-bai, similarly beheld the terrifying inscription on the tablet. "Jin Jinxin, look," he stammered, trembling as he pointed towards the tablet, yet he received no response for a long moment. Jin Jinxin, Jin Jinxin. Little Lu turned his gaze toward Wang Jinxin, yet he found no one behind him. The very Wang Jinxin who had entered alongside him had vanished, leaving only the chilling tablet before them. Instantly, a wave of goosebumps surged across his skin. Just as the two contemplated retreating from the spirit hall, the mist outside thickened abruptly. Within the dense fog, it felt as though unseen hands were pushing against them, preventing their escape. Witnessing this, Su-bai swiftly unleashed the ghostly barrier, and not just a single layer. The combined might of the ghost bride, ghost actress, and snow woman surged forth, an overwhelming force akin to crashing waves, relentlessly colliding with the fog. Yet it failed to disperse even a fraction of the mist. Instead, this triad of ghostly power dissolved into the fog, as if it were a cow sinking into the sea. Was it a matter of rules? Su-bai furrowed his brow, realizing that unless the ghostly entities within the spirit hall were resolved, the area's rules would not permit his exit. Even with his overwhelming strength capable of crushing most specters, he was bound to comply with such nearly insurmountable regulations. Su-bai contemplated the coffin and the spirit tablet within the hall. What was happening? What pattern had been triggered that led to Wang Jinxin's disappearance? At that moment, the previously motionless ghostly coffin began to tremble violently. Clang, clang, clang. A cacophony of intense struggle emanated from within the coffin. Fortunately, it rested directly on the ground. Otherwise, such vigorous shaking would have toppled it long ago. Cough, cough, cough. The dust stirred by the coffin's convulsions caused little Lu to choke. Subai remained silent, his ghostly aura rippling, keeping the dust at bay behind his spectral barrier. He fixated intently on the coffin, or more precisely, on the 9-inch nails that were becoming increasingly loose with each tremor. After approximately 2 breaths, astonishingly, 4 coffin nails detached from the coffin, leaving only short stubs embedded in the coffin lid. Subai tightly grasped the spirit tablet in one hand while clutching Xiao Lu's collar with the other, retreating rapidly. The lid of the coffin lifted at one corner. The two retreated to the doorway until the white mist obscured their figures. Subai lowered his gaze to the spirit tablet in his hand, and with his right hand, the ghostly energy condensed, forming a claw-like grip. Sharp, ghostly armor emerging from his fingertips. With a swift motion, the spirit tablet was shattered into 3 pieces, yet astonishingly, within moments, the 3 fragments miraculously reassembled into one. Regardless of whether Subai exerted force to reduce it to powder or crushed it and froze it in solid ice, it proved futile. This spirit tablet appeared to be a product of the enigmatic realm's rules, much like the white mist, impervious to destruction. Suddenly, the tremors of the ghostly coffin came to an abrupt halt, and the lid, which had been partially lifted, flew open, revealing Wang Jinxin sitting up within the coffin. Lu Gu, what on earth is happening? Wang Jinxin clutched his hair, bewildered as he gazed at the terrified Xiao Lu. Subai's expression grew contemplative, as if he were pondering something profound. Wang Jinxin, realizing he was indeed inside the coffin, was instantly paralyzed with fear. What happened? How did I end up in this coffin? Lu Gu, please help me. My legs are trembling. Sweat beads gathered on Wang Jinxin's pale face, his hand trembling as it rested on the coffin. Xiao Lu stood frozen in place, torn with indecision. Wang Jinxin's expression seemed genuinely terrified, causing Xiao Lu to worry for his safety. Yet, despite appearing outwardly composed, Xiao Lu's face was ashen, his eyes devoid of light, lending an unsettling air to him. Only when Subai gave him a subtle nod did Xiao Lu cautiously step forward, glancing back at Subai with each step, as if seeking courage in his presence. Upon reaching the coffin's edge and resting his hand on Wang Jinxin's arm, he finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, no harm had befallen them. After considerable effort, they managed to extract Wang Jinxin from the coffin. Lu Gu, what on earth is happening to me? Wang Jinxin's expression was one of despair, genuinely terrified. I have no idea. As soon as we entered, I saw your name inscribed on that spirit tablet, and then you just vanished. What about you? Do you know what is going on? Wang Jinxin shook his head. I don't know either. I just remember we were both startled and ran toward the door, and then everything after that is a blur. The next thing I knew, I was enclosed in this coffin. Wang Jinxin replied, his demeanor natural, clearly as perplexed as ever. However, a flicker of doubt crossed Subai's eyes. Lu Gu, Su Gu, let's south leave this place. It truly feels eerie. Wang Jinxin urged the two, panic-stricken. Yet, Xiao Lu turned to glance at the white mist wall, swallowing hard. We can't get out. How is that possible? We entered so easily before. Why can't we leave now? Wang Jinxin exclaimed in astonishment, then approached the mist wall to test it, confirming the grim reality. Alas, what shall I do? My mother is still waiting for my return, having specially prepared my favorite dish of pig trotters for tonight. Wang Jinxin sank despondently to the ground, casting a hopeless gaze at the beams above. It's all right, Jinxin. Brother Su will surely lead us to safety. One to you, Brother Su? Xiao Lu turned to glance at Subai, his eyes brimming with anticipation. At that moment, Wang Jinxin suddenly posed a question. By the way, Brother Su, I've heard Lu call you that, but I still don't know your name. You appear younger than me by a few years. Xiao Lu, already engulfed in sorrow, opened his lips to respond, but was abruptly struck by a sharp pain emanating from his jaw. Subai, who had been standing by the coffin, had instantaneously appeared at his side, swiftly incapacitating his jaw with a single motion. I apologize, I cannot disclose my name to you. From the moment Wang Jinxin vanished, Subai had surmised the pattern of the killings. His hesitance to act was simply a desire to discern the true intentions of this malevolent spirit. Now that the veil had been lifted, there was no longer a need for pretense. Instantly, 3 layers of ghostly traps enveloped Wang Jinxin, who stood at the door. Strangely, he appeared completely unaffected, as though a distinct barrier surrounded him, isolating Subai's traps. The despair on Wang Jinxin's face dissipated, replaced by a cold smirk. Brother Su, what are you doing? Aren't you going to take me out? Snow Maiden's frost is ineffective. Ghostly illusions are futile. Wang Jinxin observed Subai's various attempts against him, all of which failed to inflict any harm. With newfound confidence, he approached Subai, his gaze filled with cunning and aggression. Come now, tell me your name. Subai, noticing Wang Jinxin's momentary lapse in vigilance, reciprocated with a smile. I am called the Ghost Bride. Chapter 60. Infinite Rebirth. The indestructible Wang Jinxin. A faint glow flickered at the altar, erasing Wang Jinxin's original title and inscribing new characters, Ghost Bride. Suddenly, a chill swept through Wang Jinxin, an overwhelming aura surging forth. A fragrant scent wafted from behind him, reminiscent of orchids in a secluded valley, followed by a crystalline voice resonating in his ear. Do you wish to know my name? Though peculiar, Wang Jinxin, being a spirit himself, felt no fear. Ghosts are devoid of emotion and reason. They merely follow their murderous instincts, unless Xiao Lu stared in astonishment at the female ghost clad in red that had materialized behind Wang Jinxin. Since the emergence of the ghostly coffin, the spirits within him had been restless, continuously warning him of the impending danger, urging him to flee. Yet upon the arrival of the ghost bride, a deathly silence enveloped him, severing his connection with the spirits. Were it not for the bizarre circumstances, he might have doubted his own reality. How could such a formidable spirit exist in this world? Is this the power of the top player of the ghost-collecting realm? The ghostly bride, imposing in her presence, is a sight to behold. She looms over Wang Jinxin, rendering him utterly immobile. Her fingers suddenly elongate, piercing his chest with a chilling precision, shattering the already frigid heart within. What is your name? She inquires. Wang Jinxin remains silent. As Li Shang's bloodied hand withdraws from his chest, pulling forth crimson shreds of flesh. With a fierce grip, she detaches his head from his body, leaving Wang Jinxin's eyes wide and his lips curled in a cold smile. Concerned, Su Bai instructs the snow maiden to encase the body in frost, unleashing a breath of ethereal blue specter upon the headless corpse, which instantly shatters into countless tiny ice fragments. Is he dead? Has he truly perished? Xiao Lu, having reattached his own jaw, asks Su Bai through gritted teeth. Su Bai surveys the scene of dismembered corpses, Wang Jinxin's mocking grin lingering in his mind, casting doubt on the simplicity of the situation. Indeed, the dense smoke behind them remains, obstructing their escape. As Su Bai prepares to inspect the coffin, Xiao Lu exclaims in astonishment, Su, look at the ground. Having grasped the gravity of the situation, Xiao Lu understands that uttering the name of the adversary within this realm is strictly forbidden. To his bewilderment, the frozen remnants of the corpse sink directly into the ground. And despite Su Bai's attempts to grasp them, his hand passes through the dismembered remains. At that moment, the coffin begins to tremble violently, as if caught in an endless loop. Moments later, Wang Jinxin emerges once more, a sinister smile plastered across his face. What is your name? He repeats. Su Bai is rendered speechless. Li Shang steps forward, unveiling the shroud. Upon witnessing the visage of the ghostly bride, Wang Jinxin bleeds from all orifices, his form vaporizing into the air until he is reduced to an imperceptible powder. Only then does Li Shang lower the shroud, turning to Su Bai with a shake of her head. The essence of the entity has not dissipated. As her words echo, the coffin trembles once more. Su Bai retrieves a spirit box and a body bag from his backpack, directing the ghostly bride to subdue Wang Jinxin with sealing artifacts. The outcome is evident. Even the game's enchanted tools prove ineffective against him. This presents quite a conundrum. Truly, it is a high-level incident. Can he not be forcibly slain? Is it resurrection or merely a restart? Outside, the incense burner emits swirling smoke, the mist thickening, gradually encroaching upon the Hall of Spirits. With each demise of Wang Jinxin, the fog seeps further in. Whether by freezing or suppression, after a set duration, the specter will automatically dissipate, and the cycle begins anew. Gradually, the hall becomes shrouded in mist, the tendrils resembling white serpents, coiling around Su Bai's ghostly aura, incessantly pressing down upon him. Fortunately, upon contact with the ghostly bride's essence, the white mist recoils in fear, akin to a mouse before a cat, thus sparing them from its grasp. Yet, this cannot continue indefinitely. As the white mist thickened, it nearly filled the entire morning hall. Although the spirit of Li Shang could resist, it was constantly depleting its ghostly energy without any means of replenishment. Su Bai had experimented with numerous methods on Wang Jinxin, yet none could halt the relentless cycle of revival. It appeared that the issue did not lie with the malevolent spirit possessing Wang Jinxin. Su Bai directed his gaze toward the ghostly coffin standing ominously before him. It seemed that the answer lay solely there. He understood the efficacy of the 9-inch nail, capable of suppressing fully revived specters. Yet Wang Jinxin's ability to break free from this confinement was perplexing. Clearly, in his perception, the spirit's strength was not particularly formidable. Unless, of course, the coffin nail was not intended to subdue him at all. Grasping this crucial insight, Su Bai summoned the full force of the Snow Woman's power, encasing the recently revived Wang Jinxin in ice once more. He commanded Li Shang to slowly approach the ghostly coffin. At that moment, Wang Jinxin's face contorted in horror as he struggled fiercely to escape the icy entrapment. Observing this reaction only strengthened Su Bai's conviction. Li Shang quickened his pace. Arriving before the ghostly coffin, and with a graceful motion of his hand, a chestnut-red horse emerged from the spectral depths. As the horse raised its front hooves high and brought them down with great force, Wang Jinxin's expression shifted dramatically, releasing a scream of agony. His flesh and bones seemed to be violently extracted, collapsing to the ground like discarded garments, revealing a translucent, malevolent spirit devoid of discernible features within. The remnants of Wang Jinxin's flesh lay on the ground like a discarded attire, while the malevolent spirit was the true occupant within. The surrounding ghostly mist recoiled in anguish, visibly thinning as it retreated, swiftly vanishing into the incense burner. Xiao Lu stood before the unfolding scene, utterly dumbfounded, realizing that the coffin itself was the genuine malevolent spirit. Everything around was a manifestation of its power. As the ghostly mist dissipated, the foul, putrid air from outside surged in, and surprisingly, Xiao Lu found himself inhaling it eagerly. Though repulsive, it signified liberation and the scent of survival. Su Bai seized the transparent, malevolent spirit encased in ice, teleporting behind the ghostly bride, where he removed a coffin nail firmly embedded in each corner of the ghostly coffin. Simultaneously, he released the ice binding and, with astounding swiftness, pressed the spirit onto the bronze coffin lid, raising the 9-inch nail high and driving it forcefully into its face. Bang! The immense force penetrated deep, pinning the translucent, malevolent spirit to the coffin lid. The spirit thrashed violently, yet as the bronze nail glimmered, a mysterious power coursed down from its head. In no time, the spirit ceased its struggle, its breath gradually fading away. The curse cycle was utterly shattered. Chapter 61. The Spiritual Incense Burner, the Absolute Tomb, shattered. Although the malevolent spirit had been vanquished, the quest had yet to be fulfilled. As long as the source of the malevolent spirit, the ghost head coffin, remains unvanquished, this phenomenon shall endure. Thus, the grim pattern of claiming a life every 10 minutes persists. Su Bai, at present, remains oblivious to the underlying principles governing this deadly cycle. The longer he lingers, the greater the peril he faces. The ghost head coffin appears to possess formidable power, under the pressure of 4 9-inch nails. A full-force strike from Li Shang merely resulted in a shallow indentation upon the coffin lid, which is now gradually mending itself. After some contemplation, Su Bai extracted one of the coffin nails. Recalling tales from his previous life, he remembered that the adept who had resolved the dungeon in Kyoto had similarly taken only one. To take more might invite unforeseen complications. Furthermore, based on the strength of the ghost head coffin, he estimated that at least 3 nails would be necessary for effective suppression. Any fewer could risk its full revival. Greed, the insatiable serpent that devours the elephant, is the gravest sin amidst such uncanny events, and Su Bai was resolute in avoiding such a fundamental mistake. Once he removed a 9-inch nail, the ghost head coffin reverted to its original state. He secured the remaining 3 nails firmly into the coffin's lid before turning to retrieve the spirit tablet from the ground. Although its purpose was unknown, it was certainly no ordinary object. Adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities, Su Bai produced a body bag from his backpack and placed the tablet inside. This time, he succeeded without failure, severing the faint connection that lingered between the coffin and the spirit tablet. Having completed these tasks, Su Bai turned to exit, with Xiao Lu hastily following. "Is it resolved?" Xiao Lu asked, still shaken. Su Bai shook his head, gesturing toward the coffin inside. "That entity is the root. It cannot be eliminated for now." Xiao Lu was taken aback. "What do we do? How do we escape?" He had not anticipated an additional layer of peril. Although the malevolent spirit was vanquished, the enigma of this bizarre event still held them captive. A wave of despair washed over him, and even Su Bai's inability to confront the specter suggested that no one could succeed. After all, he was the top player in the realm, renowned for collecting female ghosts. "It's over. All is lost," Xiao Lu despaired, sitting on the ground and gazing up at the void of the pitch-black sky. Was he truly destined to perish in this place? Cursed bizarre game. "What do you mean, it's over?" Su Bai cast a glance at him. "It merely means we cannot defeat that thing. It does not imply we cannot leave." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu sprang to his feet, hope rekindling in his eyes. "Can we really find a way out?" Su Bai nodded. Initially, he too believed that resolving this incident necessitated the demise of the source of the malevolent spirit. But certain occurrences during his assault on the ghost head coffin had altered his perspective. Escaping from this haunted place did not appear to be as arduous as he had once thought. "Lift that one." Su Bai indicated towards one of the incense burners standing at the entrance. Huh. As Xiao Lu gazed at the incense tripod, he found himself momentarily perplexed. He could not fathom its relevance to their predicament. Despite racking his brain, he remained at a loss. However, since Su Bai had made such a statement, there must be some rationale behind it. Instantly, he channeled his ghostly power throughout his body, feeling a surge of strength, and approached to hoist the tripod. When the mist wall first appeared, the operation of his ghostly energy was nearly identical to the air barrier that obstructed their exit. As the fog entwined around his ghostly essence, he distinctly sensed it gnawing away at his spirit. As they walked, Su Bai explained to Xiao Lu that the danger had largely subsided, and he was more than willing to elaborate further. In truth, these eerie regions could, in a certain sense, be regarded as a unique form of ghostly essence. This was akin to the time at school when I managed to tear through the illusion with my own ghostly essence to bring you out. I prefer to refer to these exceptional realms as absolute graves. Absolute graves? Xiao Lu echoed the term. This designation had actually originated from Kyoto in a previous life. But Su Bai found it remarkably fitting. Absolute signifies the cessation of life. Grave refers to a resting place for the departed. Survivors entering such places are akin to stepping into a tomb, devoid of vitality, entombed therein. The intensity of this absolute grave was such that even my ghostly essence could not breach it. However, the incense tripod was different. It inherently belonged to this absolute grave, and once the means to activate it were discovered, a portal to the outside world could be opened. Su Bai continued, "So how does one activate it?" Xiao Lu inquired. Puzzled, but Su Bai merely smiled and remained silent. As the two retraced their steps, they encountered no further survivors, indicating that the few remaining officers had somehow managed to consolidate them into one group. Su Bai, disinterested, thought little of it. The fate of these survivors mattered little to him. Had he not made a promise to Zhao Sun, he might have teleported away with the incense tripod by now. After all, once this absolute grave had extinguished all life, it would eventually depart on its own. With Xiao Lu shouldering the incense tripod, they walked for quite some time before returning to the previous entrance, where indeed, thousands of people had gathered, waiting. The population of an entire neighborhood far exceeded this number. However, both the ghostly servants and vengeful spirits within the absolute grave had wreaked havoc in the brief span of 10 hours. That any remained was already a stroke of good fortune. Upon seeing the crowd, Xiao Lu's pace instinctively quickened. Throughout this journey, he appeared reckless. Yet he proved to be the most astute among the officers. Despite Su Bai's revelations, only he had discerned his true identity. Additionally, fortune favored him. Individuals of such caliber were well suited for survival in the new world, and Su Bai was inclined to offer him a few words of wisdom. From now on, whatever you undertake, consider your actions carefully. There are certain endeavors that should be avoided, otherwise you may meet a swift demise. Yet Xiao Lu resolutely replied, "I am not afraid of death. I will strive to become strong, to be a guardian of the city like you." Su Bai contemplated for a moment before offering a reminder. To defend oneself, one must first ensure their own survival. Only by preserving one's life can one save others. Sacrificing oneself for a mere handful of individuals could lead to greater calamity when the crisis befalls the city. Su Bai was alluding to the past, when the cemetery incident had severely compromised the strength of the entire division. Although many were later recruited from the populace, they ultimately fell victim to the white-eyed ghost princess. This unfortunate event paved the way for the treacherous duo of Su Buqi and Su Yixing to dominate the city. While Su Bai had resolved many of these issues in advance, had they clung to their pre-apocalyptic mindset, their demise would have been inevitable. Xiao Lu nodded in silent agreement, neither denying nor responding. As the two entered the crowd, Xiao Lu set down the incense burner, and Su Bai instructed Li Shang to summon the large red horse that had damaged the coffin. Upon its arrival, the smoke emanating from the incense burner began to quiver in anticipation. Su Bai pointed towards the transparent wall and then at the stout red horse, conveying a clear message. The horse snorted, and the sentient smoke obediently surged toward the transparent barrier, consuming it. In no time, a portal was unveiled. Chapter 62, The Incident Resolved. Shall I become deputy director? Of the 8 who followed Su Bai, only 3 survived, with Xiao Lu among them. The director had also perished, ultimately falling to the hands of a ghostly child. Xiao Lu recounted that the director had a son who, at the age of 5, was abducted by human traffickers when the director failed to pick him up from kindergarten due to a task. In his dying moments, he instructed that all his compensation be given to the mother of a young officer to build her a grand house. As the last of the survivors emerged from the graveyard, dawn had fully broken. Su Bai and his companions had remained inside for a full 3 hours. Once the final survivor exited, the cursed graveyard began to shimmer and fade, and Su Bai understood that this was not mere disappearance. It was the death of all within. Transitioning to another realm. Only the skeletal remains within knew the destination of this transition. Su Bai had intended to take the sentient incense burner for further study. But upon attempting to extract it, he discovered that the smoke could only exist within that area. Once removed, it vanished without a trace. The incense burner itself was bound by rules, proving impossible to transport. Neither the spirit box nor the body bag could assist him. Thus, he had no choice but to abandon the endeavor. After the graveyard's dissolution, the community reverted to its former state, yet the deceased would remain eternally ensconced in memory. Some mourned, others felt relief. As the savior and sole beneficiary of the entire incident, Su Bai observed the myriad facets of life with a detached gaze. Having experienced numerous farewells in his previous life, he had grown accustomed to the fleeting nature of companionship. Friends who had been laughing just moments before could vanish in an instant. All he could do was strive to protect those he cherished. With the situation satisfactorily resolved, directives from above were delivered with remarkable promptness, as if preordained. Aside from Xiao Lu, the remaining 2 officers remained at Zhao Sun's division alongside those stationed outside. The Demon Tamers. Due to the significant merits of this incident, and in an effort to consolidate forces, the higher-ups have specifically ordered the various special event divisions of the city to merge into the City Demon Tamer Bureau, with Zhao Sun appointed as the deputy director. Within the former city division, Su Bai sat across from Zhao Sun. Officer Zhao, or should I now call you Director Zhao? If this were before the apocalypse, I might have felt quite pleased, but now, it merely adds a burden to my shoulders. Su Bai nodded in agreement. Indeed, however, there is something I wish to convey to you, Director Zhao. Please, go ahead. Zhao Sun gestured for Su Bai to speak. As you have seen, had I not intervened, your team would likely have been annihilated within. Do not mistake this for mere coincidence. Such dire situations are not infrequent, and you are well aware of your subordinates' insufficient strength. I hope, Director Zhao, that you will act within your means, for your survival is paramount to the city's hope. Su Bai spoke earnestly, his words stemming from the depths of his heart. In his previous life, had it not been for the downfall of the Special Events Bureau, the city would not have succumbed, leading to the tragic exodus of its populace. In this life, Su Bai merely wishes to remain in this familiar place and care for those around him, hence his candid remarks to Zhao Sun. After a moment of silence, Zhao Sun replied, "We who have chosen this path are destined to sacrifice for this city." Su Bai shook his head. He had said all he could, and whether Zhao Sun heeded his words was beyond his control. Everyone has their aspirations, and thus he chose not to elaborate further. Yet he reminded himself to steer clear of naive altruism. Zhao Sun pushed a cup of tea towards Su Bai, then forced a smile. "Su, as I am a few years your senior, may I refer to you as Brother Su? I sincerely thank you for your assistance in this matter." "It was nothing," Su Bai replied, not out of politeness, for he had come solely for the 9-inch nail. Rescuing others merely a transaction to uncover Ling Ruoyao's whereabouts. Resolving this dire situation was no small feat, and the higher-ups have decided to personally commend you while also hoping you will take on the role of deputy director at the City Demon Tamer Bureau. Brother, it took me years to reach this position, and you are being elevated in one swift motion. Upon hearing such insincere flattery, Su Bai scoffed. Deputy director? Am I to merely become your fireman, risking my life wherever it is most perilous? Brother Su, do not misinterpret. I would wish to take such risks myself, but I lack the qualifications. Zhao Sun's eyes widened with sincerity, yet Su Bai was unmoved, retorting coldly. Should I then express my gratitude for the chance to meet my demise? Zhao Sun retracted his facade of a smile, speaking earnestly. You are simply being overly cautious. Individuals like you are too valuable for the state to allow any harm to befall you. Su Bai nodded, recognizing that Zhao's words might hold some truth. His current strength was indeed among the foremost in the nation. However, he had grown accustomed to solitude, dedicating his life and death struggles to save strangers he had never met. Alas, he found himself unable to do so. It matters not. Accolades hold no significance for me. I shall simply tend to my own affairs. For your presence in this endeavor suffices. Su Bai firmly declined, and Zhao Sun refrained from further dialogue, recognizing that they could not compel someone like Su Bai. The individual bestowing rewards upon you hails from higher authorities and is already en route. Moreover, he possesses a keen interest in your ghostly candle. Su Bai furrowed his brow, astonished that Zhao Sun had surrendered the very candle that ensured his survival. He nodded in acquiescence, indicating that it would suffice, and requested that Zhao Sun call him upon the arrival of the official. Although he held no desire for any deputy director position, engaging with official personnel was indeed necessary. Otherwise, he would not currently find himself in Zhao Sun's office. At the very least, in incidents such as this, should he locate copies of crucial artifacts from official archives aligned with his memories, he could seize the advantage. By the way, do not forget the promise you made to me. Notify me immediately upon receiving any news. After emphasizing the matter concerning Ling Ruoyao, Su Bai vanished in an instant, leaving Zhao Sun bewildered as he gazed at his now barren desk. The ability to teleport is indeed convenient. What about the snacks I bought for my niece? Upon returning to the villa, Aunt Wu had prepared breakfast, eagerly awaiting Su Bai's return. On the streets, numerous homeless individuals pleaded for assistance, their homes either overtaken by the cursed grave or destroyed by wandering ghosts. Barricades shattered the once bustling marketplace into disarray, with peculiar zones appearing almost every kilometer. Some individuals had utterly forsaken ethics and morality, their centuries-old virtues obliterated as they rampaged through various shops. Fortunately, not long after, armed city guards took control of the streets, enforcing martial law. Uniquely, personnel clad in distinctive uniforms traversed each neighborhood, visiting door to door. Su Bai's community was no exception. He recognized these individuals as members of the Ghost Exorcist Bureau, dispatched to recruit civilian ghost exorcists. Chapter 63, File Code, Blood Red Ghostly Trap. Upon Su Bai's return, the collective anxiety of the group dissipated. Brother Su Bai, you vanished this morning, and I was so worried. Little Shi Huai, having recovered her health, regained her former vivacity. Su Bai gently stroked her cheek, reassuring her, fear not, Shi Huai. I merely went out for a morning exercise, and here I am, back promptly. I even brought you this. With a flourish, Su Bai produced a bag of snacks from his backpack, which he had acquired from Zhao Sun's office. Nearby, Yao Ning also wished to say something, but found herself at a loss for words. Enough of the worry, let us eat. After comforting everyone, Su Bai suddenly noticed the white-eyed ghost princess blinking her eyes, wearing a sweet smile akin to Shi Huai's. This fellow seems to have mistaken me for an acquaintance. Forgetting who subdued her with a bright red flower, the group gathered around the table to dine, and Su Bai briefly outlined the current situation. As reported in the news, the world has transformed into a realm of the bizarre, with vengeful spirits rampaging outside, rendering it perilous. He advised everyone to refrain from venturing outdoors during this period. Within the confines of their home, he would leave behind some tools to ensure safety in the event of an encounter with wandering malevolent spirits. He had set up 10 ghostly candles in his house, each equipped with a windproof lighter. If any issues arose, they should light them immediately without hesitation. Even if they lit one by mistake, it was of no consequence, as he had an abundance of such items. As for the white-eyed ghost princess, Su Bai felt uncertain about her ability to protect everyone, considering she was not a traditional game spirit, leaving him somewhat uneasy. Apart from Yao Ningxin, none of those present had witnessed Su Bai's abilities and were skeptical of his claims. To demonstrate, Su Bai picked up a bottle of cola from the table, and with a swift motion, his right hand became enshrouded in a brilliant blue frost, instantly transforming the cola into an icy beverage. Little Shi Huai, sipping her icy drink, was filled with astonishment. Brother Su Bai has turned into a superhero. Laughter erupted among the group. After a while, Zhao Sun's phone call came through. Su, our team has investigated. The girl you're looking for is not at home. The surveillance footage shows she left around 10 last night. Su Bai's heart sank. Could something truly have happened? Could even 3-grade spirits be unable to handle the situation? Director Zhao, I must trouble you to continue searching for this person. It is imperative that we locate her. Su Bai furrowed his brow, pondering where Ling Ruoyao could have gone, especially since he had instructed her to remain at home after midnight. Rest assured, this is our area of expertise. You can await further news with confidence. Zhao Sun assured him, and Su Bai decided not to dwell on it any longer. He entrusted the search to them. Despite his anxiety, there was little he could do. In his previous life, he had heard of items capable of locating individuals, but those were mere legends. Well, Su, if there is nothing else, I shall hang up. Zhao Sun said, overwhelmed by the pile of Ghost Keeper files before him. By the way, please inform your team to refrain from loitering near my home. There are children, and it could frighten them, Su Bai suggested delicately, indicating that Zhao Sun should relocate the Ghost Keeper Bureau personnel from his vicinity to avoid disturbances. Understood. I will mention it to them. After ending the call, Su Bai returned to his room. Seizing the opportunity before the internet became unavailable, he browsed the news online. Not only in Long Country, but nearly every nation was fervently reporting on bizarre occurrences and the actions of Ghost Keepers. Various strange events had resulted in significant casualties, and there were even instances of Ghost Keepers abusing their powers for nefarious deeds. However, Su Bai was acutely aware that these were merely trifling issues in the early days preceding the apocalypse. The demon tamers from various nations would swiftly suppress the bizarre occurrences erupting everywhere, allowing the populace to maintain a semblance of normalcy. Yet, the malevolent spirits could not be eradicated, and the strange events continued to manifest relentlessly, until they became utterly uncontainable. At that juncture, The status of the demon tamers would ascend above all beings. It was then that the true apocalypse would arrive. Once the inspections in the neighborhood were nearly complete, Subai gathered his belongings and proceeded to his neighbor's residence. He had arranged to borrow a vehicle, offering a modest sum of $5 for its use over a period of time. The neighbor owned a spacious SUV, far more comfortable than the dilapidated van Su Feng had procured for him. The neighbor recalled the terrifying sight of Subai enveloped in a crimson glow the previous night and dared not refuse his request. Before long, Subai made a call to Zhao Sun, requesting that his personnel take note of his license plate and grant him passage. At that moment, Zhao Sun was seated in his office, perusing Subai's file, and casually relayed the information. Subai's name echoed in his mind, conjuring forth vivid images of the blood-red scenes from his demonic realm. Given the formidable prowess of the ghost bride, his realm manifested in shades of crimson, while the bridal sedan and red steeds within remained unmaterialized, as Subai had no need for them in ordinary circumstances. After a moment of contemplation, he prefixed Subai's name with 2 words, City Demon Tamer, Blood-Red Demonic Realm Subai, thereby imbuing it with a unique distinction. Throughout his journey, Subai encountered no obstructions. He was granted passage without hindrance. His destination was to arrange for Su Feng to prepare the neighborhood and to gather the demon tamers from his guild. Before the onset of the cataclysm, Su Feng had relocated those trusted core members from the guild to this neighborhood for full-time management, with their salaries drawn from the funds Subai provided to Su Feng. On the fateful night of the bizarre occurrences, Subai had summoned them to assemble in that very neighborhood. At this moment, he felt compelled to bring these individuals close, for the force he had painstakingly assembled could not simply be dispersed. While en route, Su Feng's call came through. "Boss, are you on your way? You need to hurry. The brothers have clashed with someone." Subai furrowed his brow. How could his people have gotten into a confrontation? "Who are they?" "I don't know, boss. They are dressed in uniforms and claim to be from the City Demon Tamer branch." "How could they be involved?" Subai pondered, concerned that perhaps they had clashed with Zhao Sun's men. The details were unclear over the phone, but the urgency was palpable. "Just hurry up and come." "Understood. I'll be there shortly." In light of the urgency, Subai abandoned his leisurely drive, deciding that any expenditure of demonic energy was a worthy sacrifice. He immediately summoned his demonic realm, enveloping the entire SUV, and activated his teleportation. After approximately 20 teleportations, Subai had expended nearly half of his demonic energy, but finally, he arrived at the neighborhood. At this moment, the entrance of the standalone residential complex was crowded with personnel from the City Ghost Exorcist Bureau. Surrounding them were members of the city defense team, clad in bulletproof vests and armed to the teeth. Closer in, several figures donned tactical jackets. The air was thick with the presence of numerous exorcists, at least dozens of them. After a moment's contemplation, Subai stepped inside, eager to discern why the Exorcist Bureau had dared to act against him. Just then, an exorcist placed a hand firmly on Subai's shoulder and bellowed, "Halt." A jolt coursed through Subai's shoulder, the ghostly energy pricking at the man's palm, causing him to recoil in pain. "I am Subai," he declared. "Subai?" The officer holding a firearm was taken aback upon hearing the name and quickly pulled the impetuous exorcist aside. "Blood-red, ghostly Subai." Subai nodded, noting that Zhao Sun had relayed the information effectively, even managing to assign him a code name in such a short span. The Bureau designated different code names for each exorcist based on their characteristics, facilitating the management of their records. In his previous life, he was known as the Ghostly Hair Subai, a name derived from Sadako. The officer immediately holstered his weapon and respectfully saluted Subai. Another exorcist approached, visibly excited to see Subai. This individual had survived the previous night and recognized Subai's strength. After offering some flattering remarks, he led Subai inside. "What is the situation here?" Subai inquired. The exorcist assumed Subai had been summoned by Zhao Sun to address a problem and proceeded to explain in detail. "We have been instructed to recruit civilian exorcists, but many of the more formidable ones in the city have been lured away by a guild. We subsequently traced the main administrator of this guild, a man named Su Feng, and tracked his whereabouts to this location." Subai nodded, aware that Su Feng's connections spanned the entire gaming community, often serving as a spokesperson and easily identifiable to anyone with a modicum of influence. However, it was a necessity for Subai to have such a person assisting him. "The chief is quite keen on the members of this guild. Thus we were sent here to see if we could entice them to join us," the exorcist continued. "Do you think your superior will agree to this approach?" Subai questioned, curious about their rationale. "Do they dare offend the top player in the entire server?" "There's no choice. This guild has gathered over 50 players, most of whom possess 5th-tier ghostly entities. The director is quite invested in this and has mandated that we must recruit them back. I sense the director may have miscalculated." Their leader is a collector of female ghosts. Su Bai chuckled, deftly steering the conversation elsewhere. Your director is very concerned? Zhao Sun is audacious enough to provoke the top player in the server? It's not Director Zhao, it's the chief director. Su Bai was taken aback. When had a chief director arrived, and why was he unaware? Where did this chief director come from? I'm not sure about the details. Only that his surname is He, and he was dispatched from Kyoto. Upon finishing his words, the ghost handler turned to glance behind him, ensuring there was no one present before leaning close to Su Bai's ear and whispering, "It seems to be related to you, Su Go." Su Bai furrowed his brow. Because of me? Thank you, brother. I'll treat you to a drink when we have the chance, Su Bai replied politely, patting him on the shoulder. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened, and the two entered, ascending directly to the 23rd floor. The entire floor had been leased by Su Bai, combining 4 units to accommodate the more than 50 individuals present. What is this? I've already stated I want to be leaving with you. Do you intend to force me? Miss Lee, please don't make this difficult for us. Joining our branch has no drawbacks, came a voice from the crowd. Nonsense. Hurry up and let us leave, or I assure you, none of you will escape unscathed. As they reached the entrance, the argument erupted. The ghost handler accompanying Su Bai cast a somewhat embarrassed glance at him. After all, family troubles should not be aired publicly, and the behavior of their own kind left him feeling somewhat ashamed. Yet, being in his position, he could not alter the decisions of his superiors. Su Bai's expression remained impassive, though his gaze turned noticeably colder as he stepped inside. The unexpected visitor immediately drew the attention of everyone, silencing the quarrel as they turned to look at him. This is Su Bai, the ghost handler who resolved the issue at Jinsha Community. The ghost handler trailing behind him introduced. Upon hearing his name, the officials in the room displayed a glint of recognition in their eyes and bowed in respect. Although the accolades from their superiors had yet to arrive, Su Bai's name had already spread throughout the branch, with nearly everyone aware of his formidable prowess. Su Bai surveyed the room, noting the several officials clad in uniforms and a few familiar faces encircling 4 individuals. These familiar faces belonged to former members of Su Bai's guild, and it was evident they had resolutely decided to align themselves with the authorities. As expected, they were unreliable. Su Bai sighed, though he was not surprised. He had anticipated this scenario, despite being the top player in the entire game. They remained constrained by the outdated mindset of the old world, believing that an individual could never rival the might of the state apparatus. Moreover, countless individuals in the old world clamored for a taste of official favor, seizing what they deemed a rare opportunity without hesitation. Aside from the 4 individuals being encircled, there were also a dozen members sitting uncertainly to the side, all eyes on Su Bai. He finally spoke. I am aware of the specific circumstances. With me here, no one can force you against your will. Those wishing to join the branch may do so, and those wishing to leave shall face no obstruction. However, a leading ghost handler appeared troubled and was about to voice a rebuttal when suddenly, an overwhelming aura emanated from Su Bai, causing everyone to feel as though a great weight bore down upon their shoulders. They instinctively understood that any act of defiance would result in immediate annihilation. The crowd fell into a hushed silence, save for Su Feng, whose eyes sparkled with a flicker of joy. As one of the earliest acquaintances of Su Bai, and a frequent interlocutor, he recognized him the moment he spoke. After a brief pause, the wavering spirit manipulators chose to align themselves with the sub-branch. Their hesitation stemmed from a desire to ascertain whether the female ghost collector could indeed rival the official forces. However, after waiting for so long without his appearance, they presumptively concluded that Su Bai had faltered. Su Bai, unperturbed by the departure of such individuals, sought only those who would steadfastly stand by his side. He glanced at the 4 who remained resolute, including Su Feng, and nodded in acknowledgement. Then, a vibrant sheen appeared upon his face, transforming into a tattered mask adorned with the visage of a warrior. Ever since he withdrew the mask from the game, he had worn it to conceal his presence, opting for invisibility due to its lack of necessity. Now revealed, it astonished all those present. As players, the spirit manipulators were certainly familiar with this distinctive figure. Who else but the one who single-handedly faced off against the female ghost collector could it possibly be? A sudden realization struck the official spirit manipulators, sending a chill down their spines. The traitors were equally filled with dread and deep regret. Who would have anticipated that their own leader commanded such reverence? Even from the officials? The most exhilarated were the 4 in the midst of it all. Aside from the portly Su Feng, who wore a knowing expression, the 3 girls were overjoyed. Their leader had indeed come to rescue them. Su Bai cast a disdainful glance at the traitors, as if to remind them of who had brought them to this moment. He then turned to the official spirit manipulators. I am taking these individuals with me. Inform Zhao Sun that the female ghost collector is none other than Guiyu Su Bai. Perhaps he had already surmised this. The blood-red specter enveloped the four, and in an instant, they vanished, leaving the others behind in a tumult of mixed emotions. Chapter 65, Silver Star Medal, Ghost Hand Wang Su. In the car, Su Feng hesitantly opened his mouth. Su Bai understood his unspoken thoughts. In this world, self-interest often takes precedence, and he bore no resentment towards Su Feng. After all, there was nothing he could do to prevent those individuals from leaving. No need for explanations. I comprehend, he reassured. Su Feng nodded, touched. Not only did Su Bai refuse to concede any face to the officials for their sake, but he also refrained from casting blame upon him. Truly, he felt fortunate to have such a leader. Su Bai glanced at the rearview mirror and was somewhat surprised by the trio of girls seated in the back. In the middle sat a girl in a black hoodie and a white skirt, her twin ponytails bouncing with every movement. Su Bai recognized her as Li Jiai, a formidable presence within the guild, known for her exuberance and spirited encouragement during guild battles. To her left sat her best friend, who, if Su Bai were to choose a single word to describe, would be simply large. If I may add a point, it pertains to youthful charm and ample bosom. The girl is named Lin Tianjin, and true to her name, she is genuinely innocent and delightful, often engaging in playful antics with Li Jiai. As for the individual on the far right, she is a muscular girl, though she possesses an attractive appearance. Su Bai was astonished by how a girl could achieve such impressive musculature. She resembles a golden warrior Barbie, and surprisingly, one becomes accustomed to her presence, which exudes a sense of security. Su Bai did not have a strong impression of her until she introduced herself as Zuamala, an individual of Mongolian descent. Su Bai drove to a warehouse, where the supplies prepared by Ling Ruoyao were stored, with a living area situated behind it. The accommodation was well equipped with various amenities. After temporarily settling the four individuals there and exchanging a few words, Su Bai exited the warehouse, preparing to return. Upon reaching the off-road vehicle, he noticed a black sedan had parked beside it at some point. A middle-aged man with a beaming smile emerged from the car, closely followed by Zhao Sun. The two approached Su Bai without any companions, and Su Bai furrowed his brow, suspecting they were there to confront him about taking the four individuals away. Brother Bai, you truly are elusive. If it weren't for my subordinates mentioning they spotted your vehicle here, I would have had to wait at your home, the man exclaimed. Allow me to introduce you. This is Director Wang from Kyoto, who has come specifically to commend you. Su Bai scrutinized the beaming director, whose aura of a spirit manipulator was unmistakably prominent, making it difficult for Su Bai to ignore. Brother Bai, what a pleasure to meet you. Zhao Sun remained silent, while Wang Su continued, just call me Xiao Wang. Referring to me as Director Wang feels too formal. Director Wang energetically pushed Zhao Sun aside and enthusiastically grasped Su Bai's right hand, shaking it vigorously. Although Su Bai felt a sense of displeasure regarding Director Wang's invasive behavior, he adhered to the adage of not striking a smiling face, thus refraining from expressing his discontent. Wang Su's hands were somewhat cold, and Su Bai sensed a peculiar spirit energy emanating from him. Ghost Hand Wang Su? Su Bai recalled having heard of such a figure in his past life. Reputed to be a postnatal spirit manipulator. Postnatal spirit manipulators are those humans who, after the arrival of the Eerie Games, became possessed by spirits. Xiao Shihuai was in a similar situation in his past life, but failed to suppress the spirit. Those who successfully subdued the spirit would become postnatal spirit manipulators. Perhaps due to the high degree of spirit resurgence, postnatal spirit manipulators possess formidable strength. Yet they share a fatal flaw compared to players. They can only form a contract with a single spirit. Pleasure to meet you, Su Bai acknowledged. Brother Bai, my actions in seizing individuals were misguided. Please accept this token as an apology, a gesture of respect. Wang Su retrieved a box from Zhao Sun and presented it to Su Bai. Upon receiving it, Su Bai immediately sensed that it contained 10 kilograms of gold bars. In the latter stages of the apocalypse, paper currency became utterly worthless. Aside from bartering, gold bars emerged as the sole medium of exchange. Although he accepted the gold bars, Su Bai felt an ominous premonition. This man was undoubtedly a cunning fox, far more challenging to deal with than Zhao Sun. As expected, the next moment, Wang Su spoke. Brother Bai, the upper management holds your heroic actions in high esteem and especially dispatched me to commend you. With a solemn expression, he continued. In recognition of your outstanding contributions during the incident at the Cemetery of the Living Dead, you are hereby awarded the Silver Star Medal. Furthermore, you are appointed as the Deputy Director of the City Exorcist Bureau. A medal, engraved with 5 silver stars, was placed in Su Bai's hands. The Xingyue series medals of Longhua not only symbolize honor, but also confer certain privileges. The Silver Star Medal allows Su Bai to access the files of all exorcists below the Silver Star level in the city and grants him priority access to the research achievements of the headquarters. This reward was undeniably significant, even for Subai. He was aware that, beyond the counterfeit ghost candles, there were the red ghost candle, ghost finger, ghost bone nail, and other remarkable research outcomes from the headquarters. While I appreciate the nation's generous recognition, Director Wang, I must decline the appointment, as I fear my youth renders me unfit for such a role. Subai stored the medal and refused, having already articulated his reasoning to Zhao Sun previously. He chose not to elaborate further. Brother Bai, with great power comes great responsibility. You must assist me. As you can see, my subordinates are far from capable. I cannot entrust the city to them. Only you, Brother Bai, can safeguard this place. Surely, you do not wish to see the land where you grew up fall into the hands of malevolent spirits? Wang Su's performance was so compelling that it overshadowed that of any young actor, his tears flowing freely as he attempted to appeal to Subai's emotions. Yet, Subai remained unmoved, resolutely refusing to yield. After a prolonged display of sorrow, Wang Su wiped away his tears and leaned closer to Subai's ear. 500? Subai shook his head and replied, 1,000. Wang Su feigned shock, stepping back and holding up his hands in disbelief. Impossible. At most, 800. Subai frowned. 1,005. Wang Su gritted his teeth. 900. I truly cannot offer more. This is the maximum I can promise. I need to consult further. Nearby, Zhao Sun looked at the suddenly bargaining duo with confusion, utterly perplexed by their conversation. What are you two? Silence. Subai and Wang Su spoke in unison. Clearly, they were discussing gold. Brother Bai, that truly is the limit. Moreover, we have overlooked the items you retrieved from the graveyard last time. That cursed place has moved to the northwest again. Seeing Subai still hesitating, Wang Su had no choice but to sweeten the deal. Furthermore, all global intelligence on malevolent spirits will be shared with you. This was indeed the best offer that the upper management could provide. If Subai remained dissatisfied, Wang Su would be at a loss. Subai was well aware of the situation and, after some contemplation, he stipulated his conditions. Upon assuming my role at the branch, I shall not be subject to your directives. That is unacceptable. You must ensure the safety of the branch. Subai shook his head. In critical circumstances, I may save your lives. Agreed. Chapter 66. The Vanished Bridge. Ling Ruoyao's final location. Wang Su readily acquiesced. Yet Subai felt as though he had fallen into a trap. However, Wang Su's intentions were quite straightforward. The task assigned to him was merely to incorporate Subai into their ranks. Once he was integrated, everything else could be negotiated gradually. The prospect of acquiring 900 kilograms of gold, along with invaluable information on supernatural entities, presented Subai with an opportunity he could scarcely refuse. If securing the lives of two individuals was the price, he was more than willing to comply. After all, he was merely taking on a title. Should he encounter insurmountable difficulties, he could always flee. Meanwhile, at the headquarters in Kyoto, Deputy Minister Sun Chang and Commander Lu Qi were elated to receive the news of Subai's consent to join. The prospect of enlisting such a national treasure as Subai was cause for celebration. The considerable effort expended to bring him into the national fold was driven by the relentless ticking of the clock. In the days that followed, apart from Subai reporting to the headquarters, life continued in a monotonous manner. Wang Su, true to his word, delivered the gold bars to Subai's residence without assigning him any tasks. Yet, a long-awaited phone call shattered this tranquility. We have located the individual you were searching for. Zhao Sun's voice resonated through the receiver. Where? Subai's tone grew grave, tinged with concern. Based on the citywide surveillance from that night, the last recorded position of the vehicle was at the Fulong Bay Bridge, and subsequent footage reveals no sign of it departing. That location is a foreboding dead zone. Subai was familiar with the Fulong Bay Bridge. It was the essential route to the neighboring city, yet he had never heard of such an incident. It appeared that the rift of supernatural entities had been disrupted. Indeed, the repercussions of rebirth could be far-reaching. Henceforth, he must act with utmost caution, relying not solely on memories from his previous life. After a moment's reflection, Subai drove to the warehouse to pick up Su Feng. Su Feng possessed a high-level spirit known as the multi-eyed ghost, which could see through illusions and influence perceptions, an invaluable asset for exploring the unknown dead zone. Additionally, another high-level spirit, the Inferno Warden, endowed him with the ability to manipulate flames, providing him with a means of self-defense in combat. Once appointed, Subai's license plate served as the most effective pass. Throughout the city, no one dared to impede this superior officer. In approximately half an hour, Subai arrived at the Fulong Bay Bridge in the northern part of the city from the warehouse in the west. The area had already been cordoned off, with numerous teams of spirit tamers encircling the perimeter. The spirit tamer teams were the result of meticulous analysis by the headquarters think tank, optimizing the allocation of spirit tamers based on the capabilities of their most formidable spirits, categorizing them into melee, support, crowd control, ranged, and healing roles, among others. In accordance with the various types of combinations, it is crucial to ensure that each squad possesses a well-rounded set of abilities. Su Feng observed the teams before him, feeling a profound sense of discomfort, as 1/3 of them were former members of his own guild, now scattered among the ranks. Glancing at the spectral apparitions surrounding them, Su Feng wore a look of disdain. These creatures, after all, were rewards obtained through the exploits of the Su Bai Guild, a group of ingrates. Nevertheless, it was not worth his concern. Only through the sifting of the sands could true gold be discerned. Su Bai patted Su Feng on the shoulder, and the two proceeded forward. Zhao Sun approached, accompanied by 3 former guild members of Su Bai. These are the personnel assigned to accompany you by the branch. Their spectral abilities are fairly comprehensive, encompassing offense, control, and healing, so they should not hinder your progress, he stated. Su Feng cast a sidelong glance at the deputy director, who held a title akin to that of his own superior, and retorted with irritation, "Do you really need to say that? Those specters were chosen by my boss." Upon hearing this, the 3 members lowered their heads in embarrassment, for Su Feng's words rang true. No need for this, Su Feng dismissed, and with that, Su Bai turned and walked away. Traitors are undeserving, Su Feng added, hastily catching up to Su Bai's stride. The surrounding teams were situated quite far from the entrance of the Great Bridge. They were apprehensive of this perilous journey, where some squads had ventured in, only to never return. Watching Su Bai enter without hesitation, carrying only a single individual, they swallowed nervously. Was he truly unafraid? As he stepped onto the bridge, it appeared no different from the outside world, littered with discarded vehicles and scattered corpses. However, the bridge, which had seemed short, now extended endlessly before them, with fog rising from the river beneath, obscuring their vision. Though Su Bai sensed no malevolent presence, the strength of the barrier at the bridge's entrance suggested that the foes within were not formidable. Thus, he resolved to abandon any considerations of murderous patterns, merely hoping for the swift arrival of vengeful spirits, regardless of the means he would employ to confront them. Finding Ling Ruoyao was of utmost importance. After walking for a while, Su Bai halted and pointed in a direction. "Old Su, take a look over there. I sense several presences of spirit tamers." Su Feng summoned his spectral energy, the skin beneath his eyes splitting open to reveal 2 additional eyes, their pupils transforming into rectangular shapes. See-through, his gaze pierced the fog and the remnants of vehicles, akin to a far-seeing eye combined with X-ray vision, revealing 2 spirit tamers in branch uniforms. Trembling in terror beside an overturned bus 300 meters away, nearby lay 7 or 8 corpses clad in the same attire. They were from the branch. Retracting his gaze, he relayed this information to Su Bai. Nodding in acknowledgement, the two swiftly navigated through the mist, soon arriving at their destination. One of the individuals caught sight of Su Bai, as if he had seen a savior. Deputy Director. This person, one of the traitors from that day, instinctively wanted to address him as president. The other, unfamiliar to him, seemed to have been dispatched from some other place. What is the situation? Su Bai inquired coldly. I don't know. We barely escaped with our lives before we could even see what was happening, one of them replied. We managed to evade danger thanks to our abilities. Su Bai cast a glance at him, recalling that this fellow possessed a phantom from a foreign land, which allowed him to temporarily phase out of physical existence, rendering him immune to physical attacks. Deputy Director, please help us. Our ghostly energy is nearly depleted. We can't hold out much longer. He was aware of Su Bai's formidable prowess. Facing an entire guild was a trivial matter for him. He could only hope that Su Bai would overlook their past transgressions and grant them mercy. Humph. With a cold snort, Su Bai activated his ghostly detection to its fullest extent. Within the confines of this ghostly realm, every vehicle was either completely empty or filled with lifeless corpses. He sensed no trace of living souls. Could it be that Ling Ruoyao was gone? No, Su Bai refused to believe it. In that instant, he channeled his ghostly energy into his throat, amplifying his voice to its maximum. Sisterling. Chapter 67, The Headquarters Observations. Su Bai's terror, the 2 men suddenly broke into a cold sweat. What are you doing? Don't attract any vengeful spirits. Silence. Speak another word, and I'll end you. Su Bai's gaze was sharp as a blade, swiftly silencing them. In this ghostly realm, he felt no hint of danger. Even if he did attract malevolent entities, he would simply eliminate them. The 2 fortunate survivors huddled behind the vehicle in silence, previously having only heard of Su Bai's reputation, but now witnessing it firsthand. They realized that the descriptions fell short of reality. The phrases "as cold as ice" and "kills without blinking" barely encapsulated the essence of this living embodiment of death. The aura he emanated appeared more fearsome than those vengeful spirits. In that moment, they found themselves unsure whether to fear the vengeful spirit that had slain their comrades, or the unfeeling deputy director before them. Above, a ghostly visage with a pale face and disheveled black hair observed him from the high sky. Flying head. This was a particularly unique class of ghost. Hailing from a small nation called Xiang in the southeastern part of the Dragon Kingdom. Though its offensive capabilities were lacking, it was one of the most peculiar reconnaissance spirits. The host could descend upon individuals from great distances, allowing its head to fall and swiftly observe the circumstances of the individual below. Far away in the capital, the headquarters of the Ghost Tamers was linked to a headless man through a multitude of data cables, the other end of which connected to a machine. This machine boasted a large screen, broadcasting Su Bai's image in real time to this center of power. A group of influential figures gathered around, watching the unfolding scene. One of the prominent figures snorted coldly. Such a person is utterly useless, a callous disregard for human life, and excessively arrogant. The speaker is the captain of a small team, a man with a square face, thick brows, and large eyes, resembling an enraged deity. Take a moment. Don't be so hasty, another team leader gently reassured him. The square-faced captain lifted his chin, casting a sidelong glance at Su Bai on the screen. In the footage, Su Bai's cries not only failed to elicit a response from Ling Ruoyao, but even the malevolent spirits were drawn to him not in the slightest. He poured his ghostly energy into expanding the boundaries of his ghostly realm, eager to test the strength of the lurking entities within this ominous grave. Should his adversaries prove formidable, they would undoubtedly resist his encroachment. If they were weak, he could easily dispatch them. As the ghostly realm expanded, Su Bai was met with an unsettling absence of resistance. How peculiar! Was there truly no malevolent spirit within this grave? Yet, that notion was equally perplexing. If no spirits existed, how had the individuals who entered met their demise? Furthermore, it was odd that along the way, he had encountered numerous human corpses, some even beneath his feet. Yet, not a single one had transformed into a ghostly servant, a situation that felt profoundly amiss. When did you encounter the attack? Su Bai inquired of the terrified duo. Probably last night. It wasn't like this when we entered. There were ghostly servants everywhere, and those corpses had risen, attacking us frantically. However, their strength was not overwhelming. With caution, we managed to avoid injuries. The fact that the slain had not become ghostly servants suggested that the malevolent spirits had not controlled them, either abandoning them after death or losing their ability to command. A possibility flickered in Su Bai's mind. What if the spirits had all been exterminated? But that could not be right. If the spirits had been eradicated, this grave should have long been breached. The only plausible explanation was that the spirits were not dead, but rather confined to a specific location. Was it Ling Ruoyao? Drawing from his past experiences, he surmised that the endless bridge before him could not serve as the lair of the source spirit. A being capable of distorting space should possess greater power. The answer often lies within the riddle itself, and as Su Bai approached the edge of the bridge, the Snow Woman activated her full domain, heralding the season's first snowfall in Fulong Bay. Crystalline blue snowflakes drifted gently down, an unending chill sweeping across the land, nurturing the confluence of the long river, which had frozen for the first time in centuries. Ah, my wife. Su Bai stood alone by the bridge, the wind and snow swirling around him as he sang a haunting melody reminiscent of traditional opera. The notes cut like blades, piercing the heart with each refrain. The sound waves cascaded like waves, flowing toward the icy river below. As the saying goes, the voice arrives before the person. The voice of the ghostly actress not only bewitched her opponents, but also served as a means of exploration, highlighting the distinction between reality and the game. Each sound wave was imbued with Su Bai's ghostly essence. Through the feedback of this energy, he discerned everything beneath the icy river with remarkable clarity. Frozen. It facilitates the effortless transmission of sound, while simultaneously counteracting the influence of water currents on sound waves. A myriad of images, swimming fish, aquatic plants, silt, and bizarre rocks, flooded Su Bai's mind, when suddenly, the sound ceased to propagate at a certain point, as if it had encountered an invisible barrier, rendering further penetration impossible. Eureka! The several captains at headquarters gazed in astonishment at the river, now swiftly cloaked in snow, and collectively inhaled sharply. What immense power is this? Could such a force, transcending the laws of nature and the heavens, truly be wielded by mere phantoms? Fulong Bay, situated in a subtropical monsoon climate, boasts the world's highest drainage capacity, where snow is a rarity, let alone ice. This marks a historic first. Though achieved within the confines of a severed realm, its terror remains palpable. The captain who had previously mocked rubbed his eyes, rendered speechless. The chief commander whispered to the deputy minister beside him. Indeed, it appears he has not deceived us. The evidence, facial masks, Su Feng, the Snow Woman, and the ghostly actress, is sufficient to affirm that he is indeed the collector of female ghosts. Should the intelligence prove accurate, it is said he possesses 5 formidable female ghosts, each brimming with power, particularly that ghostly bride. Subai's solo exploits against major guilds have circulated widely online. Easily accessible to all, the ghostly bride, capable of single-handedly confronting hundreds, has left an indelible mark on all players, even igniting a fervor for her. Among the elite gaming circles, lacking a ghostly bride is a mark of disdain. Furthermore, Deputy Director Zhao Sun speculated that he likely engaged with game feedback well in advance, as his performance suggests a lead of at least 6 days prior to the game's arrival. Zhao Sun calculated from the onset of the first police investigation. What a blessing it is for the Dragon Kingdom to have such a star. The deputy minister commended as well, having frequently heard tales of Su Bai's prowess. This was his first opportunity to witness it firsthand. He is the chosen one for this grand and enigmatic event that bears the fate of the nation. Victory is imperative. The deputy minister concluded with certainty. On the desk, atop a weathered and eerie ancient bell, the countdown read 22 hours remaining. Chapter 68. The killer is not a ghost. Su Bai leaped into the depths, behind him materializing the black wings of the Gothic Lolita, Eileen, as he gracefully landed upon the icy surface. His hair elongated, shimmering with a metallic sheen, coalescing into a colossal black hair drill that appeared beneath his feet. The strands spiraled continuously, cleaving through the ice, drawing Su Bai downward. Upon reaching a depth of approximately 50 meters beneath sea level, Su Bai sensed the barrier. The barrier felt less than resilient, prompting him to activate the ghostly bride's specter. The specter and the barrier engaged in a fierce tug-of-war, soon tearing a substantial opening. Stepping through, he found himself in an empty expanse of white space. Upon entering, Su Bai immediately beheld the pallid visage of Ling Ruoyao, alongside a heap of muck sprawled upon the ground, featuring a diminutive set of horns and a massive maw, clearly the manifestation of Ling Ruoyao's great-mouthed ghost. Sister Ruoyao. As Su Bai called out, the dazed Ling Ruoyao finally noticed the man before her. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Could this be an illusion? No, it was impossible. She had the ghost under her control, so how could it conjure illusions? Ruoyao? Noticing Ling Ruoyao's prolonged silence, Su Bai gently called her name once more. It truly was him. Tears began to glisten on Ling Ruoyao's once pale face. Her eyes and nose flushed a vivid red. Before Su Bai could prepare himself, she darted into his embrace, her arms tightly encircling his broad back as she wept openly. Su Bai tenderly patted her back. It's all right, Ruoyao. I'm here. Ling Ruoyao, too overwhelmed to respond, continued to sob, taking a considerable time to regain her composure. Yet, she still refused to release her hold on Su Bai. I was so scared, so frightened of being trapped here forever, so afraid I might never see you again. This was the first time Ling Ruoyao revealed her vulnerable side to Su Bai. Finally, with reddened eyes, she playfully pounded her small fists against his chest. Why did it take you so long to arrive? Do you have any idea how much I missed you? Ugh, I just want to get out. In her fluster, Ling Ruoyao inadvertently expressed her true feelings, hastily covering her mouth in embarrassment. Sorry, I was delayed by certain matters, but the moment I received news of your predicament, I rushed here. At least you have some conscience, she replied. Su Bai inquired about the events that had transpired, and Ling Ruoyao recounted her experience. Upon entering this forsaken grave, she sensed something amiss and quickly parked her vehicle, retreating to the back seat in silence. Her phone lost signal, leaving her to wait in silence until just past midnight when the game provided feedback. In the ensuing time, she familiarized herself with her powers through the ghostly servants while searching for an exit. Eventually, she encountered the source of the disturbances, a ghost that, while not particularly powerful, proved extraordinarily tenacious, evading her attempts to vanquish it. Ling Ruoyao pursued it into this realm, allowing the great-mouthed ghost to consume it. However, this leaping bridge ghost possessed considerable strength and could not be digested, resulting in a stalemate within the belly of the great-mouthed ghost until Su Bai's arrival. Having absorbed everything, Su Bai understood why no specters were visible outside. It was due to the source ghost being restrained, causing a complete shutdown of all others. He instructed her to release that ghost, and indeed, it turned out to be a bridge ghost of a nearly equivalent level. Further augmented by its home field advantage, no wonder the great-mouthed ghost could not digest it. With a decisive motion, he grasped the bridge ghost's head with one hand and, with a sharp crack, shattered it into pieces. Seizing the opportunity before it could resurrect, he retrieved a body bag to seal it away. The prowess exhibited by Su Bai left everyone at headquarters gasping in astonishment. Although he had only arrived a day prior, the headquarters acted with remarkable swiftness. establishing various peculiar departments, and initiating the framework of the Ghost Master system, rapidly consolidating diverse information. The data concerning the supernatural entities present within the game had been largely entered into the database. While it was indeed expected that a higher-level entity could dispatch a lesser one, none could achieve it with the ease that Subai demonstrated, dispatching foes without the use of any skills, relying solely on his ghostly power to eliminate them in an instant. The terror of which was palpable. After Subai vanquished the apparitions, he embraced Ling Ruoyao, extending his wings in preparation for ascent. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If the bridge demon that had attempted to kill Ling Ruoyao since the early hours had been repelled by her giant-mouthed ghost, then how had the incapacitated entities above managed to slay the team members that had entered afterwards? This was alarming. Subai's eyes narrowed as he retracted his wings, enveloping Ling Ruoyao in ghostly mist and activating Mealy's ability to teleport them beneath the shadow of an abandoned bus. Indeed, the two ghost masters who had been there were no longer a threat. One from his own guild lay lifeless on the ground, while the other, an unknown assailant, was attacking Su Feng. The man's speed was astonishing, his form transforming into a whirlwind of phantoms, at times moving so swiftly that he vanished from sight entirely. Recalling the trader's earlier words about being struck without seeing any figure, Subai suddenly comprehended the situation. The perpetrator was not a ghost, but rather this extraordinarily swift man before him. Meanwhile, the personnel at headquarters were perplexed. What is happening? Is that individual under the control of a malevolent spirit? But wasn't that spirit already dealt with by Subai? No. Upon closer inspection, the entity accompanying the man was a scythe weasel. Subai recognized this ghost. He had encountered it during his battle with the Japanese guild, a formidable class of ghost from the islands. Its gale-like speed and razor-sharp blades were its most notable traits. Su Feng's ghostly prison fire was utterly ineffective against such speed, and the blade strikes, imbued with the force of a tempest, could easily rend his flames apart. Reluctantly, he could only rely on the passive defense of the ghostly shroud. Fortunately, the shroud's defenses were not only robust, but also comprehensive, rendering the scythe weasel momentarily ineffective against him. Arriving promptly, Subai took action, unleashing the domain of the Snow Woman, instantly enveloping the area in a pervasive frost. No matter how swift the man was, he could not evade the chill descending from the mountain's summit. As he felt the frigid air rise from beneath, his movements faltered. Yet instead of shock, his face radiated joy. An unknown ghost within him erupted with fiery energy, instantly melting the frost that had encased his legs. He then pushed himself upright and turned to face Subai. His reckless actions merely aimed at slowing the freezing process long enough to utter a message. Lady Collector of Female Ghosts, return. Our esteemed leader of the Spirit Exorcism Society has personally dispatched me to seek you. The man's face radiated an ecstatic madness. Come back? Subai's expression was grave and perplexed. He was utterly certain he had never encountered this man before, nor had he ever heard of the so-called Spirit Exorcism Society he mentioned. Yet, judging by the supernatural entities he wielded, the katana in his hand, and the name of the guild, it was evident that this individual had ties to the island nation. What could the islanders possibly want with Subai? Chapter 69. Islanders seek Subai to restore glory? What does this mean? Subai gazed at the fervently zealous man at his feet and inquired. Esteemed collector of female spirits, please return. The Empire is in dire need of you at this moment. Su Feng looked at Subai in astonishment, utterly puzzled as to why this man from the island nation would address Subai in such a manner. Return? You must have mistaken me for someone else. Subai replied coldly. There is no mistake. Esteemed collector of female spirits, your Yukiana is as conspicuous as a pearl atop a high mountain, gleaming like the full moon. The time to restore the Empire's glory is now, so please return, my lord. Oh, then enlighten me. What exactly is going on? Meanwhile, the scene involving the flying head was transmitted back to headquarters, instantly causing an uproar. What is happening? What is Subai's situation that he is entangled with individuals from the island nation? Bring me their profiles immediately. The commander was infuriated, and the secretary promptly retrieved the files on Subai and the unidentified spirit master. As everyone pored over the details, they meticulously scrutinized every aspect of Subai's profile. Yet no matter how they examined it, he bore no connection to the man before them. The only point of contention was Subai's sudden shift in personality. But how could this possibly relate to the island nation? However, the data regarding the islander was rife with discrepancies. Firstly, he was indeed from the island nation, but he had only flown to Longwood 2 days prior to the bizarre events, utilizing a tourist visa that was easily approved. Upon arrival in the city, he fervently sought information about the collector of female spirits, but Subai had concealed himself too well. He could not uncover a single clue. It was not until the onset of the bizarre game that he became stranded in the city, and after the Spirit Master Bureau came to his door, he pretended to be a local resident and joined the Bureau. It was only at this moment, upon encountering Su Bai, that his identity was revealed. The rationale behind his intention to eliminate the Spirit Masters of Longwo was quite straightforward. It stemmed from a phone call he received the previous night. Tikawa-san, how are things on your end? The voice on the other end was chilling. President, we still have not discovered any leads on the collector of female spirits. But I have infiltrated the official Spirit Master organization of Longwa. The cold voice continued. Excellent, Tikawa-kun. It is imperative that we locate the player bound to the Yukiana as soon as possible. The Empire urgently needs his return. The man named Tikawa was originally a key member of the island nation's Spirit Exorcism Society. After witnessing Su Bai's Yukiana during the Guild War, the president mistook Su Bai for an islander and dispatched him to the city to get close to Su Bai. President, what has transpired? This matter pertains to the rise and fall, the honor and disgrace of the entire empire. Don Chuan sang. The moment has arrived for you to demonstrate your loyalty to the empire. We have received a revelation from Lord Amaterasu. An enigmatic event is about to sweep across the world. Representatives from various nations will participate in this occurrence, and the victorious realm shall reap unimaginable rewards. At this moment, we are in dire need of a formidable ghost collector to fight for the glory and revival of our empire. Don Chuan, please do your utmost to convey this news to the ghost collectors in the shortest time possible. The fate of the empire rests in your hands. From a young age, Don Chuan had been indoctrinated with militaristic ideals, and now he felt as though he was on the brink of a climax. With the fate of a whole nation resting upon his shoulders, he began to recklessly seek information about the ghost collectors. Finally, heaven rewarded his determination. Among the members assigned to his group was a trader from a ghost gathering site. Upon learning of Su Bai's identity, Don Chuan devised ways to approach him. He proactively volunteered to search for Ling Ruoyao and, prior to Su Bai's arrival, led others into the event. Given the national stakes, he wished for no one but Su Bai to be privy to this matter. Utilizing the incredibly swift Kamaitachi, once he entered the desolate grave, he ruthlessly struck down the gathering ghost practitioners. Caught unawares, those practitioners were swiftly dispatched, while the traitor narrowly escaped death thanks to the ghost doctor's abilities. Just as he sought another opportunity to act, Su Bai and another individual burst in. Seizing the moment while Su Bai was momentarily distracted, Su Feng communicated with the traitor, intending to eliminate both, but misjudged Su Feng's strength, resulting in a stalemate. Listening to his account, Su Bai felt perplexed. How could such a grand and bizarre event arrive so swiftly? Although he had heard of it in his previous life, he had never personally participated, let alone possessed any experience to navigate it. The physical capabilities of the practitioners were extraordinarily powerful, despite having both legs severed. After Don Chuan used the inner ghost to cauterize the wounds, he was not in mortal danger. Yet, he had long since cast aside concerns for life and death, as if the glory of his homeland was the most significant aspect of his existence. He fixed his gaze intently on Su Bai, his eyes blazing with anticipation. Lord Su Bai, return to the Empire swiftly. A dedicated aircraft awaits you at the airport, and the countdown has only 22 hours remaining. On the other end of the video, the captains observed this scene, their expressions filled with exasperation. Those damned ghosts have come to poach from us. Damn it, what nonsensical logic is this? Even their ancestors were from the Dragon Kingdom. What of the Snow Woman of the Dragon Kingdom? The utmost priority is to stabilize Su Bai. He must not encounter any misfortune. The worst part is that Su Bai is now aware of everything. This lad won't attempt to leverage his position, will he? A cacophony of captains voiced their concerns, each laden with palpable anxiety. Silence. The deputy minister rapped on the table, signaling everyone to cease their chatter. Enough of the noise. Quickly send someone from the branch to confirm the identity of the Onmyoji before recruiting them. What a bunch of fools. The commander hastily dialed Zhao Sun, stationed at the other end of the bridge, succinctly recounting the recent events. What? How could this happen? Understood. I'll be there immediately. Everyone follow me. Zhao Sun dashed from the vehicle, rallying all the Onmyoji securing the perimeter as they sprinted towards the bridge. His error in mistakenly recruiting an individual from the island nation weighed heavily on him. Should Su Bai be misled, he would find himself utterly doomed. He raced with an unprecedented swiftness, even surpassing some of the Onmyoji. The group moved like grains of sand through a labyrinth, navigating swiftly through the wreckage of abandoned vehicles. Fortunately, the bridge provided a straight path, eliminating the risk of misdirection. After vaulting over a red sedan, they encountered an overturned bus. In the shadows of the bus stood Su Bai, flanked by Su Feng and Ling Ruoyao. With arms crossed, he observed a man, now legless, gradually inserting a katana into his throat. Coldly, like the king of hell, Su Bai remarked, "Apologies, but aside from malevolent spirits, I detest islanders the most." Chapter 70. A large-scale strange instance. Chosen by the Dragon Nation. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Zhao Sun felt his heart settle. It seemed evident that Su Bai would not be swayed by the islanders. Although Su Bai often appeared indifferent, detached from the affairs around him, he evidently held a firm nationalistic stance. The Onmyoji soon arrived, transforming the already crowded bridge into a chaotic throng. Su Bai turned with an expression of displeasure. "Humph. Arriving so swiftly?" Zhao Sun offered an awkward smile, his mind racing to find the right words to explain to this young master. Suddenly, Su Bai unleashed the spirit's wrath, blood-red emanations expanding in every direction. Alongside his movement, an invisible sonic wave burst forth from his lips. The flying head, which had been lurking high above, was struck instantly, causing blood to stream from its ears as it let out a chilling scream. The body, located miles away at the headquarters, trembled in agony, hands helplessly grasping at the air above its neck, attempting to cover its ears. The display on the receiver flickered incessantly, the world spinning chaotically. Above, what was once a dark veil of sky suddenly erupted with black tendrils, ensnaring the thrashing, grotesque head. "Descend." With a command, Su Bai summoned the black tendrils, stretching them to pull the head from thousands of meters above directly into his grasp. As the spirit dissipated, Su Bai clutched the long hair of the head, raising its eyes to meet his own. "Flying head. What a skill," he said, his tone laced with icy mockery. Everyone present could sense the oppressive aura surrounding Su Bai. It was evident that he was furious. Zhao Sun swallowed hard and said, "Well, Brother Su, the higher-ups wish to entrust you with a significant responsibility. They will undoubtedly observe your actions." His face was flushed with embarrassment, caught between the most influential figures of the Dragon Nation and the most formidable ghost tamers. He felt an immense pressure. However, Su Bai disregarded him, instead maintaining a tranquil gaze with Fei Tu Jiang, his eyes ablaze as if piercing through to the senior officials gathered on the other side. "Give me a reason." With that statement, Su Bai casually discarded the severed head in his hand as if it were mere refuse and, accompanied by Su Feng and Ling Ruoyao, departed without looking back. Zhao Sun could only lower his head and follow, scarcely daring to breathe. After instructing Su Feng to escort Ling Ruoyao back to the villa, Su Bai proceeded directly to the precinct's main building. Naturally, Su Bai was incensed by the invasion of his privacy, yet amidst his anger, he felt a burgeoning curiosity regarding this so-called major bizarre incident. From the memories of his past life, he recalled that such large-scale eerie events occurred at regular intervals. If a country's ghost tamer were to perish within, or perform poorly, such as failing to resolve the incident, the ensuing supernatural occurrences would descend upon that nation and radiate outward. For instance, in his previous life, the notorious haunted school scenario resulted from the negligence of the selected ghost tamers in the Dragon Nation, compounded by ill fortune, leading to an initial encounter with formidable spirits that caused the first casualties among the ghost tamers. This failure ultimately transformed all schools across 4 provinces in the nation into haunted schools. Countless bizarre incidents erupted chaotically, turning urban areas into ghost towns, with numerous individuals unable to escape alive. Although the province where the city was located remained unscathed, the fall of other provinces left the city besieged on all sides. Su Bai vividly remembered those days, when the entire Dragon Nation was filled with grievances, as essential resources like food and water were cut off, leading to unimaginable suffering. Upon arriving at the precinct office, Wang Su hurried in, bustling with energy, serving tea and pouring water, his words laden with expressions of gratitude and flattery. Su Bai understood his intentions without needing to be prompted. "This matter is futile to discuss. Let the higher-ups speak with me." Wang Su, feeling helpless, hesitated with the fruit he was about to offer Su Bai, and earnestly said, "Brother Bai, the people above have their difficulties too. Could you perhaps be a bit more courteous when you speak? I beg you as a younger brother." It was only Wang Su, a man nearing 40, who could muster such audacity to address someone not yet 20 as Brother Bai. Su Bai merely cast him a glance, remaining silent. With a sigh, Wang Su reluctantly signaled to Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun dialed the video call to headquarters, and soon, a man with dark hair and a face lined with wrinkles appeared before Su Bai. "Hello, Student Su, or shall I say, the collector of ghosts?" "Hello." Su Bai did not adopt an air of superiority. After all, it was beyond him to act pretentious before someone who could almost be his father. Moreover, this is a person who dedicates himself wholeheartedly to the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Although Su Bai holds differing views, he still harbors a profound respect within his heart. One may choose not to like him, yet mockery is unwarranted. This is Su Bai's principle. "I am Jin Shun." the former Secretary General of the Dragon Kingdom and the current Deputy Minister of the Ghost Warding Headquarters. I must first apologize on behalf of the headquarters for our past misdeeds. The man slightly bowed his head, yet Su Bai sidestepped the gesture. You speak too harshly. Su Bai, it seems you are already aware of the situation surrounding the large-scale anomalous event, are you not? Jin Shin referred to a significant bizarre incident, and given Su Bai's intellect, he had undoubtedly deduced its implications. Su Bai nodded, avoiding any circumlocution. I would appreciate it, Minister Jin, if you could elucidate the specifics of this large-scale anomalous event. Upon the advent of the bizarre game, 2 items abruptly appeared on the desk of the highest leader. As he spoke, he produced a peculiar clock and a blood-written letter. Initially, we suspected it to be a mere prank, until the cataclysmic changes in the New World compelled us to acknowledge its authenticity. The blood letter stated that all nations must dispatch 3 individuals to partake in the large-scale anomalous event, or else be deemed to have forfeited, incurring immediate punishment. The selected individuals must inscribe their names upon this blood letter. Jin Shun then revealed the 3 blank lines on the letter. Su Bai nodded in understanding. In his previous life, he had always assumed that participants in the large-scale anomalous events were chosen at random. Otherwise, how could such dismal results have been achieved? However, upon seeing Su Bai hesitate, Jin Shun, having thoroughly analyzed Su Bai's character, cast out a bait. The punishment for the unsuccessful would be the widespread proliferation of the anomaly, while the victors would receive a reward. Initially disinterested, Su Bai raised an eyebrow. The blood letter mentioned that victors would be granted anomalous items as rewards. The mention of rewards suddenly sparked a thought in Su Bai's mind. He recalled that the wielder of the Snow Woman, from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, had thrived throughout the entire island nation and commanded respect on the international stage. Some attributed this to the Snow Woman, while others claimed it was due to his 3 participations in large-scale anomalous events. As the current master of the Snow Woman in this life, Su Bai was well aware that while the Snow Woman was formidable, her prowess was not as exaggerated as legend suggested. No wonder. It turned out to be augmented by anomalous items. Hence, Su Bai was determined to acquire these anomalous items. Jin Shun, perceiving Su Bai's intentions, seized the moment. Su Bai, our headquarters has unanimously decided to invite you to represent the Dragon Kingdom in the large-scale anomalous event. Do you accept? Chapter 71. The Transaction of the Corpse Bag, Journey to the Headquarters. I agree. Su Bai consented. But he also stipulated that the choice of his companions must be left to him, with no interference from others. Though perplexed, Jin Shin acquiesced. After all, with the strength Su Bai had demonstrated, it was likely that he alone would suffice, rendering the other 2 merely supplementary. After Su Bai agreed, the headquarters arranged for a flight to Kyoto that evening. Take me to see the body, Su Bai instructed Zhao Sun. Wang Sa followed closely, and the trio circled around until they arrived at the morgue. In addition to the individual from the island nation who had been deceived into suicide by Su Bai's ghostly abilities, several other corpse bearers were also present. As Su Bai examined the body of the Sakura Nation citizen, he found little of value aside from the katana. He had no interest in this modified Tang sword. The people of the Dragon Kingdom preferred their own weapons. He retrieved a body bag from his pack, and as the once massive corpse was enveloped, it shrank instantaneously. What is this? Wang Su inquired, a look of astonishment crossing his face. This is a body bag, Su Bai explained. Aside from the corpse bearers left in the absolute tomb, once they perish, the malevolent spirits within them will revive, necessitating confinement within specific materials. Otherwise, the spirits would devour one another, akin to nurturing a poisonous insect, until the strongest entity consumes all the others, fully reviving and forming a new absolute tomb. The previous necropolis had posed no concern as the corpses of the corpse bearers had been removed during the transfer. However, the bodies before them would soon become an absolute tomb. After Su Bai elucidated this, both Wang Su and Zhao Sun wore grave expressions. If this were true, it constituted a significant issue. With so many corpse bearers nationwide, numerous unforeseen deaths could lead to a proliferation of absolute tombs, severely disrupting the precarious stability that had just been established. Fortunately, the precinct had previously registered the information of all civilian corpse bearers, allowing them to reclaim bodies even in the event of accidental death. However, the challenge lay in how to manage this situation. Wang Su forced a smile and glanced at the body bag in Su Bai's hand. Brother Bai, do you have many of these? Perhaps you could spare us a few? Su Bai's lengthy explanation served a dual purpose: to mitigate the unnecessary emergence of absolute tombs, but also to initiate a potential transaction. For 20 kilograms of gold, I can sell you a maximum of 10. Currently, there lay precisely 9 corpses of corpse bearers in the morgue, and one body bag could accommodate more than one corpse, depending on the strength of the spirits within. In the case of island nation corpse bearers, 2 or 3 could fit. Even if they surrendered one for research to their superiors, the remainder would suffice. Brother Bai, this seems a bit excessive. The nation is currently facing difficulties. We cannot let personal desires compromise national interests. Moreover, we have already provided so much, and our accounts are tight. Wang Su attempted to negotiate further. Yet, Su Bai offered him no opportunity. This price is quite reasonable. Aside from here, you won't find such an offer elsewhere. Su Bai was indeed not asking too high a price. Although he possessed several of these body bags, they were consumables, and there would inevitably come a day when they would be exhausted. The price offered reflects a hope that through their hands, it may be submitted for examination by headquarters to ascertain whether a viable manufacturing process can be developed. Wang Su pondered briefly before consenting to the transaction. A mere 20 kilograms of gold in exchange for a potentially rare tomb was indeed a worthwhile deal. The negotiation was merely a formality. Even if Su Bai had demanded double the price, he would have had no choice but to acquiesce, for this opportunity was singular. Upon completion of the transaction, Su Bai returned home, while Zhao Sun and Wang Su hastened to prepare the private aircraft. Upon arriving home, a group awaited him in the living room. Ling Ruoyao had already established familiarity with Aunt Wu and her daughter, leaving only Su Feng to be introduced. For reasons unknown, the little white-eyed ghost girl increasingly resembled a human, perpetually wearing a sweet smile akin to that of Xiao Shihuai. Were it not for her lack of body heat and inability to communicate with others, they might have simply regarded her as a neighbor's little girl. Aunt Wu lavished affection on this unexpected newcomer, treating her as a second daughter. After dining with everyone, Su Bai arranged for Ling Ruoyao to stay at his home. Her strength was considerable, and with her protecting the household and keeping an eye on the white-eyed ghost girl, Su Bai felt reassured. He then returned Su Feng to the warehouse, advising him to remain discreet and vigilant during his absence, ensuring that he would be contacted immediately should any issues arise. The gold was concealed, with only Ling Ruoyao informed of its hiding place for emergencies. Subsequently, he replenished his backpack with essential items for self-defense. In his room, he engaged in a tender moment with the ghostly women, and as their intimacy lingered, night fell. It was only when news arrived from the precinct that the aircraft was ready that Su Bai made his way to the airport. On a group of islands across the sea, the upper echelons of the island nation's ghost hunters bore grim expressions. A large screen displayed an animation representing the heartbeat of Dongchuan, now marked with a cross. "Damn it!" exclaimed an islander, his face darkening as he realized that the contact sent to engage Su Bai had just been eliminated, and the informant at the airport had also lost communication. Was the Dragon Kingdom's response truly this swift? Glancing at the enigmatic clock, only 20 hours remained. It was too late to send someone else to approach Su Bai. The entire leadership of the island nation stubbornly believed that the player possessing the island's snow woman must be one of their own. Simply unable to return home due to restrictions imposed by the Dragon Kingdom, they were convinced that as long as they persisted in their efforts to make contact, they would ultimately restore him to the embrace of his homeland. At that time, unifying the world and having all nations pay homage would be within reach. However, they would need to seek another participant for this endeavor. "Murashita-kun, you shall take the lead this time. We must bring back good news." He instructed a man clad in the attire of a samurai from the Tokugawa shogunate period. "Hi." Bowing respectfully, the figure from the village communicated with the inner spirit of the formidable Shttn, inscribing his name upon the blood parchment with a trace of the spirit's essence. This final blank space was originally reserved for the female specter collector. In the beautiful nation, a man clad in armor unleashed the power of the headless knight within him, resting a colossal sword upon his shoulder. In the land of roses, a nobleman, having made a pact with a vampire count, swirled the crimson liquid in his wine glass, his gaze fervent. From the land of sticks, a young boy manifested the visage of a great-mouthed demon. Each nation was witnessing the emergence of elite spirit tamers, forming corresponding organizations to confront the impending large-scale supernatural events. Chapter 72, Professor Guohuai's Unexpected Gains. At Kyoto Airport, a vice minister dressed in a Zhongshan suit awaited on the tarmac. Accompanied by an elderly gentleman with graying hair, yet a spirited demeanor, followed closely by a stout-faced man in a suit. "Xiaojin, when will that person arrive?" "I still have a pair of data sets to analyze," inquired Guolao. "It won't be long. He should be here shortly," replied the Vice Minister Jinshen. Addressing the elderly man with respect, Guolao nodded thoughtfully. "Does he truly possess it?" "According to reports, it seems so, although this individual may differ from us. As long as it is confirmed, I can wait indefinitely. Regarding his character, I have heard some things, but that is your concern. That item must be procured for me. It is a crucial component for our future experiments, and any error is unacceptable." "Understood, Guolao." While the two conversed, The stout-faced man remained focused ahead, oblivious to their dialogue. Moments later, accompanied by the thunderous roar of an aircraft engine, a military private jet descended upon the tarmac. As the cabin door opened, a youth who appeared no older than 20 descended the stairs at a leisurely pace. A uniformed staff member guided him to the trio. Among them, Subai recognized only Jin Chun, having previously seen his face during a video call. Minister Jin, Subai greeted. Although he had joined the bureau, he was still an external member, unencumbered by formalities. Therefore, he extended his right hand instead of offering a bow. Jin Chun, understanding that Subai was not a part of the institutional hierarchy, showed no signs of displeasure, warmly shaking Subai's hand. You've had quite the journey. Thank you, Minister Jin. And these two are? Subai inquired, glancing at the others. The elderly man, like Jin Chun, bore no traces of spirit energy, while the stout-faced individual exuded a formidable presence, evidently a skilled spirit tamer. This is my bodyguard, Lu Onbong. Onbong, this is classmate Subai. As both of you are spirit tamers, I encourage you to learn from young Su whenever possible. Despite being over 40, Onbong showed no signs of irritation at being asked to learn from a youth still in his formative years. At the previous meeting, he was also one of the witnesses, and Subai's formidable presence had left an indelible mark on his heart. He greeted Subai with a courteous nod, to which Subai reciprocated with a gentle smile. This is Elder Guohuai, a specially appointed research advisor at headquarters, Jin Shen introduced, gesturing towards the elderly gentleman with graying hair. Greetings, Elder Gua, Subai said, slightly bowing. Subai was well acquainted with Guohuai's name from his past life. This remarkable scientist had single-handedly elevated the prowess of all ghost tamers in Long Kingdom, becoming a celebrated figure in subsequent generations. Subai had not anticipated that Guohuai would personally come to meet him. Was it due to those game items? Let us proceed. We shall board the vehicle. Jin Shen led the group to a stretched, armored limousine. As they settled into the vehicle, the previously silent Guohuai spoke up. Ah, Su, I understand you have captured several spirits. What is your asking price? Although he had frequently heard of Subai's youth, he was taken aback by how remarkably young he was, momentarily unsure of how to address him. So this was the intention behind the meeting? It became clear why the mastermind behind the invention of the 021 Guardian oil lamp, the 035 Red Lantern, and a series of other peculiar items would personally appear at the airport. Indeed, methods for capturing spirits were exceedingly scarce at this stage, and the items he had withdrawn from the game would significantly expedite the timeline. Recognizing the value of rare commodities, Subai decided to set a high price. Confident in his leverage. Very well, I currently possess 1 grade A spirit and 2 grade B spirits. The grade A spirit will cost 1 ton of gold, while for the grade B spirits, I shall consider further. In this apocalyptic world, the only asset that retained its value was gold, a non-renewable resource essential for crafting numerous artificial supernatural items. Subai certainly would not undervalue his possessions. Jin Shun was taken aback. They had anticipated that Subai would demand a high price, yet they were astonished by the severity of his quote, which reached double their pre-discussed figure. This was merely for 1 grade A spirit. How high did he intend to price the remaining grade B spirits? Su, please hold on. You may simply state your price. Jin Shun began to appeal emotionally, but Subai was unmoved by such tactics. All right, to be frank, in our budget, the maximum allocation for this grade A spirit is 300 kilograms, no more. Let it be 800. It's a lucky number. And I trust the nation has the capability, Subai countered. How about 350? After a back-and-forth negotiation, the final price settled at 500 kilograms, precisely aligning with the highest limit of the headquarters budget. Throughout this exchange, Guohuai and Lu Onbong remained silent, as such matters fell beyond their purview. And the grade B spirits? Subai pondered. Despite the evident value of gold, his encounter with Guohuai prompted a sudden change of heart. I do not wish to sell the remaining 2 in the form of gold. As he spoke, he cast a glance towards Guohuai. Subai intended to purchase a batch of peculiar artifacts developed by Professor Gua through a prepayment arrangement. However, before he could voice his intention, a flicker of surprise crossed Guohuai's eyes. How did you know? Did Xiaojin tell you? Guohuai questioned Jin Shun with a furrowed brow. I didn't, Professor Gua. How could I possibly divulge such matters? Jin Shun replied. Although Subai was unaware of the specifics being discussed, he chose not to press the issue. It appeared that he might be in for an unexpected gain. Well, regardless of how you learned of this, please refrain from sharing this information with anyone. Guohuai asserted with gravity. As for the remaining 2 grade monsters, you shall come to my research institute for the exchange upon your return from the major event. Subai nodded, realizing that the unusual fluttering he had experienced during the journey was indeed a precursor to a delightful surprise. Once the transaction details were settled, Jin Shun and Subai engaged in casual conversation. The vehicle departed from Kyoto Airport, and wound its way out of the city, eventually meandering through the outskirts and into the mountains. After traversing the mountainous terrain for a while, a military stronghold came into view. This was Su Bai's first visit to such a location in either of his lifetimes. The walls and roofs, forged from steel, presented a stark contrast to the single-story structures surrounding the watchtowers, clearly serving as mere entrances to the underground. A cursory glance revealed 2 stationed guardians at the entrance and 1 hidden sentry, all exuding a distinctly military aura that was palpable. His own senses were restricted by some form of energy, making it difficult to penetrate deeper into the stronghold, evidently due to some enigmatic artifact. Chapter 73, Blood Letter. Countdown concluded. Upon entering the conference room, the group found several individuals already awaiting their arrival. Besides Su Bai and his 2 companions, there were several unidentified guardians and 3 ordinary individuals present. Yet, the mere presence of these 3 exuded an air of unspoken authority, indicating their distinguished status. One was dressed in a gray Zhongshan suit, reminiscent of the vice minister, while the other 2 donned military uniforms, their ranks clearly displayed on their epaulets. Both were lieutenant generals. Seated in the center, the vice minister provided a brief overview of the major anomalous incident, which bore little difference from the details previously shared with Su Bai. The attendees appeared already well acquainted with the subject, leading to a swift passage over it. After approximately 10 minutes, the discussion finally transitioned to the core topic. The headquarters had decided that the final rewards for the major anomalous incident would be handled by the participants themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any objections? A profound silence enveloped the room, but at that moment, Su Bai's voice resonated within the conference chamber. I have an objection. All eyes turned towards Su Bai. Under the scrutiny of the distinguished attendees, a smile unexpectedly emerged on his face. I would like to inquire, if we successfully navigate the major anomalous incident, what rewards does the headquarters have in store for us? As Su Bai spoke, the crowd immediately understood that his character, known for being driven by profit, was widely recognized. Thus, they were well prepared. It was Guo Huai, who had shown disinterest until now, that finally spoke up. This was precisely his role in attending the meeting, to negotiate with Su Bai's inflated demands. I am currently developing a method to temporarily protect my supernatural artifacts, akin to your white candle. I am on the verge of success. How about using it as a reward once completed? Su Bai furrowed his brow, already suspecting what Guo Huai's invention might be. However, with only a few hours having passed since the game commenced, it seemed implausible that success could be achieved so swiftly. Though puzzled, Su Bai acquiesced, as this was one of his primary objectives for being there. Jin Chun instructed someone to fetch the blood contract. Su Bai concentrated his ghostly energy, leaving his mark on the blood contract, as the crimson ink pulsated and formed the characters of his name, Su Bai. In that instant, several female spirits hidden within him suddenly manifested, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. The onlookers displayed expressions of surprise, but refrained from further commentary. As Su Bai affixed his signature, a collective sigh of relief was palpable among the crowd. An assistant standing behind the deputy minister approached slowly, placing a stack of documents before Su Bai. These contained the military's selected candidates for the event, comprising both military personnel and civilians. Having previously promised Su Bai the opportunity to choose his teammates, this was the moment to fulfill that commitment. The documents detailed the strongest spirits of these ghost tamers, along with their usual habits and personalities. Comprised of over 10 pages, Su Bai swiftly perused through them. He subsequently selected 2 individuals, handing the remaining documents back to the secretary for return. One was a male lieutenant from the military, a player in the game, whose most formidable spirit was the level demon mist. The other, a female, hailed from the civilian sector and was a naturally gifted ghost tamer, possessing a spirit Su Bai had never encountered before, yet it was remarkably powerful. Given Su Bai's own exceptional combat prowess, he chose these 2 based on their functional capabilities. The demon mist could obscure detection, conceal one's presence, and infiltrate searches, an exceptionally versatile ability. Meanwhile, the young woman with the spirit of clairvoyance possessed the extraordinary capability to foresee events within the next 5 minutes, though it comes at a significant cost. Such a future-related ability was a first for Su Bai. Soon, the 2 were summoned to the venue. The male was named Yu Kai, and the female was Yu Feng. Yu Kai's demeanor was somber. He belonged to the reticent type. Upon entering the conference room, he assertively announced, "Lieutenant Yu Kai reporting," and then stood straight and silent to the side. Conversely, Yu Feng was entirely different. She entered with an open curiosity, her eyes sparkling with wonder as she surveyed the opulence of the conference room. Wow, is this conference room really this luxurious? Her gaze landed on Su Bai, lighting up with excitement. Hey, you are indeed Su Bai. They have elevated your status to an almost mythical level. Yet I did not expect you to be but a young lad. Come, let me take a photograph with you. With that, Yu Sifeng, in such a setting, took out her phone and moved beside Su Bai, intent on capturing the moment. Su Bai harbored a disdain for such boundaryless females. His aura intensified, as if an invisible hand of ghostly power repelled her. Your strength is indeed formidable. By the way, do share your abilities so that we may collaborate effectively in the future. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Yu Sifeng's eyes, and soon Su Bai felt an unusual ghostly force attempting to pry into the depths of his being, where several female spirits resided. One of the ghost brides cracked open an eye, and that ghostly force vanished without a trace. The temperature around Su Bai plummeted suddenly. He whirled around and seized the woman by her neck, lifting her off the ground. Your actions alone provide ample justification for me to end your life. Though her behavior was undeniably excessive, Su Bai's boldness in confronting her before such influential figures was rather audacious. The expressions of those present grew grim. This young man was decidedly insolent. A general bellowed, "Su Bai?" Yu Kai seemed to respond to the command, a faint mist emanating from his pores. The mist rippled in the air, imparting a subtle sensation of altering the environment. Ghostly manipulation? No, merely a semblance of such a power. Su Bai's eyes gleamed a deep crimson as he prepared to unleash his own ghostly manipulation. The deputy minister abruptly slammed his hand on the table. Everyone, cease this at once. What manner of conduct is this? Upon hearing his words, Yu Kai retracted the mist, and Su Bai halted his actions. Lowering Yu Sifeng back to the floor, he intended only to issue a warning. He had no intention of committing murder in public. Moreover, he aimed to remind the high-ranking individuals present that they should not presume they could toy with him simply because of their elevated status. It would be wise for them to refrain from playing tricks on the agreed-upon transactions, lest they face the wrath of Su Bai, one they would likely find unbearable. Yu Sifeng, having witnessed the man's terrifying presence, dared not revisit her previous remarks, standing nervously to the side. Thus, the meeting concluded on an unsatisfactory note. Su Bai returned to the designated room within the base, accompanied by the staff, to rest. The night passed uneventfully, and as the countdown approached its conclusion, Su Bai meticulously organized the items in his backpack: the sacrificial doll, scarecrow, ghostly candles, and spirit collection box, all placed within a body bag, which he then kept close. He had recently discovered this unique function. The compact space within the body bag could accommodate any deceased object, serving perfectly for the storage of his tools. Retrieval was simple, requiring only a communication of ghostly power. This would surely catch his adversaries off guard. The three gathered in a private chamber within the fortress, ensuring that no mishaps occurred during the transportation. As the time arrived, they commenced the transfer. Chapter 74. The Eerie, Ancient Manner. The Ability to Foresee the Future. The blood script emitted a crimson glow, enveloping Su Bai and his companions, and as the light faded, their figures vanished without a trace. On the eerie alarm clock, the countdown freezes at the final second, and a bizarre pattern, ever shifting, materializes within the void above it. Like a vividly colored holographic image, it reveals the scene of Su Bai and his companions within an ancient residence. Suddenly, before their eyes, the surroundings transform instantaneously. The once spacious and brightly lit room, fortified and secure, morphs into a rather dilapidated and antiquated dwelling. The trio finds themselves ensconced in a chamber where flickering candlelight casts a dim glow upon the surroundings. The air is laden with silence, tinged with the scent of mildew and an unknown spice. A wooden bed draped with curtains, a simple table, and chairs adorned with candles. And a dressing table by the window, complete with rouge, lipstick, and a box of snowflake cream bearing advertisements, populate the room. Beside the dressing table stands a tall, somewhat aged mirror, closely flanked by a red-painted wooden wardrobe. Judging by the room's decor, it is evident that this is a girl-esque chamber, likely dating back to the Republican era, with the Peacock brand snowflake cream serving as the finest testament to its time. Su Bai recalls that his own home also possessed a similar box, purportedly a keepsake from his great-grandmother. Based on the room's dimensions, it seems the original inhabitants hailed from a prosperous family. Yet, for reasons unknown, the room is shrouded in an unusual darkness, necessitating the lighting of numerous candles. On the round table, in front of the bed, and flanking the dressing table, one can roughly count at least a dozen such candles. The three of them have been transported simultaneously, naturally finding themselves in the same room. After surveying the space, the usually reticent Yu Kai takes the initiative to speak. This dungeon has never appeared in the game. It must lie within unexplored territory. Have you encountered it before? Yu Sifeng shakes her head, having become more reserved after Su Bai's warning. She dares not speak freely in the presence of this calamity. No, Subai replies succinctly, his gaze sweeping the room, yet he remains rooted in place, refraining from wandering. Clearly, none of them are familiar with the circumstances surrounding this dungeon. Subai ponders deeply. Although he had heard of this dungeon in his past life, he had never experienced it personally. During the early days of the apocalypse, Kyoto was still quite powerful. The first major dungeon reportedly performed well, manifesting a Republican-era residence solely in Kyoto, leaving other areas untouched. Subai had perished on the way to Kyoto in his previous life, thus missing the opportunity to explore this dungeon. Let us search for clues then. Be cautious. As this room, serving as a teleportation point, must be anything but ordinary, Subai advises the others, and they each begin to scrutinize the chamber. Approaching the bedside, Subai observes a pink bedding set, neatly arranged, with 2 candles placed beside the bed, nothing particularly remarkable. Just then, Yu Sifeng lets out a sudden scream. Both Yukai and Subai, who are examining the table, whirl around to see Yu Sifeng standing before the mirror, trembling as she points at the handprint upon its surface. What is it? As I approached, I glanced at the mirror, and suddenly, handprints appeared upon its surface. Yu Sifeng's voice trembled. Subai and Yukai stepped forward, only to discover that the mirror had become enshrouded with blood-red handprints. Subai distinctly remembered that when they first entered the room, there had been no such markings. The mirror, now covered in these prints, had lost its ability to reflect, making it difficult for them to discern their own appearances. Let us not dwell on this. We should step back a bit. This dungeon is rife with peril, and it is prudent to exercise caution, Subai advised the others. After surveying the room, the only other notable presence aside from the mirror were the candles. Subai etched the layout of the room into his mind when the previously trembling Yu Sifeng spoke up. Our team needs a leader. Although you two are formidable in combat, it is I who possess the skills to scout ahead, so you shall follow my lead. Dragon Country team, this way. With that, Yu Sifeng boldly pushed open the door, revealing a 3-way intersection before them, flanked by dark corridors stretching into the abyss. Wait, Yukai grasped Yu Sifeng's arm. This ancient house is fraught with dangers. We should reconsider our path. Subai nodded in agreement. While we are indeed strong, this dungeon remains uncharted territory, and none can predict where danger may lurk. It is wise to be cautious. Yukai added, let us not forget, we represent the entire Dragon Country. Should anything go awry, it would spell disaster for our nation. However, it was clear that they needed to exit this room. Remaining here would not resolve their predicament. Yu Sifeng concurred with their sentiments, but offered her own view. Subai acknowledged her thoughts and, with a swift motion, produced 3 ghostly candles from his corpse-wrapping bag, handing 2 to his companions. Light these, he instructed. Having previously received ghost candles from Zhao Sun, Yukai understood their purpose. Yet, Yu Sifeng declined, stating, no need. The light from the 2 of you will suffice. Subai and Yukai exchanged glances before falling into silence. What is the matter? Are you 2 big men afraid of the dark? Yu Sifeng questioned, puzzled. Not at all. Just use your ability to discern which path is safe for the next 5 minutes. Subai urged her to activate her power. The girl closed her eyes, enveloped in a grayish-white, ghostly aura, her form wavering as her garments fluttered without wind. This was the first time Subai witnessed such a foresight ability, and he observed intently. Strange runes appeared upon her forehead, and as Subai gazed upon them, he felt his consciousness being drawn into their depths. It was only when Li Shang's reminder echoed in his mind that he regained focus and pulled away from the eerie symbols. As her ability manifested, the ghostly energy surrounding Yu Sifeng began to diminish, seemingly consumed by some unseen force. A moment later, Yu Sifeng opened her eyes, visibly fatigued. As the malevolent energy surrounding her diminished significantly, she sat upright on the bed, gasping for breath. I had exerted my abilities 3 times in quick succession, a considerable drain on my stamina. Subai observed this action, his brow furrowing as he contemplated something. The future is shrouded in uncertainty, branching into countless paths. She had just glimpsed 3 potential futures within 5 minutes, which naturally consumed a great deal of energy. After a few seconds, she mustered her strength to stand, pointing towards one of the paths, declaring, this one, it poses no danger. Subai looked in that direction, and suddenly, he sprang into action, unleashing the ghostly mist that enveloped the 3 of them. Yukai reacted swiftly as well, his entire being shrouded in fog, wrapping Yu Sifeng within its embrace. Chapter 75, Cold-Blooded Subai, Slaying a Teammate. Frost enveloped Yu Sifeng's delicate form as the ghostly play unfolded before her eyes, leaving her rooted to the spot. Unable to resist, the blood-stained wedding dress manifested on Subai's arm, his right hand transforming into a razor-sharp, ghostly claw that tore through the protective mist, plunging directly into her chest, blood erupting forth. Drip. The sound of blood falling in the silent ancient mansion was jarring. Yu Sifeng turned her head in disbelief to look at Su Bai, whose expression was devoid of any emotion. She coughed up blood, her eyes reflecting shock and resentment. Su Bai, what are you doing? Yu Kai furrowed his brow, promptly taking a defensive stance against Su Bai, who had suddenly attacked a teammate. Meanwhile, within the room where the three were transported, a group of high-ranking officials watched the scene unfold, their eyes wide with disbelief. What is happening? How could someone begin by slaying a teammate? If it were due to prior conflicts, he could have resolved it through other means. Why resort to such drastic measures only within the instance? It was critical to note that the death of any team member would severely diminish their score. The events of the past few seconds indicated that after the instance concluded, a haunted mansion scenario would inevitably descend upon the Dragon Kingdom, leading to countless families facing calamity. The general who had previously hinted at Yu Kai's potential aggression towards Su Bai could no longer remain seated. He stood, scoffing. I warned you all. This fellow is not only arrogant, but narrow-minded. You insisted on including him, and now look. He's doomed the one with the crucial foresight ability right from the start. Although the deputy minister frowned, his anger did not match that of the general. He sensed that Su Bai's actions were motivated by some rationale. Jin Shin understood him. While Su Bai was undeniably selfish, he would not indiscriminately slay the innocent. At a time when collaboration was essential, he should not act in a manner that would undermine his own strength. Within the ancient mansion, Su Bai gazed up at the thickening ghostly mist, sensing the peculiar aura of the supernatural. This essence was unfamiliar to him. It could either be a rare entity from a game instance, akin to the ghostly actress, or it could originate from abroad. The eerie mist before them is merely one of the abilities possessed by that malevolent spirit. It envelopes the surroundings, forming a peculiar domain with its ghostly energy. Although it does not constitute a true ghostly realm, it is not far from it. Clearly, this is a formidable entity. While it may not be of the highest caliber, it certainly stands out among its peers. Indeed, Kyoto conceals hidden talents. Su Bai could not help but ponder whether there are players within the headquarters harboring spirits of the highest rank, who refrain from revealing themselves for some reason. As the ghostly fog thickened, the pressure on Su Bai intensified, yet he refrained from unleashing his ultimate attack. He was curious to gauge the strength of this creature, and thus directed his focus towards the mist, causing the blood-red ghostly realm to emanate a more potent radiance. The once intertwined mists and ghostly energy abruptly became distinct. Yu Kai felt the sudden surge of pressure from Su Bai's ghostly realm and was filled with astonishment. How could this individual possess such formidable strength? Despite exerting all his ghostly power, he found himself unable to resist, left watching helplessly as the mist was compressed into his being, no longer daring to show his face. What you see is an illusion. Before you stands not Yu Sifeng, but rather a mere facade. Su Bai gestured, and Yu Kai utilized the flickering candlelight to glance beneath the feet of the pierced Yu Sifeng. Yu Kai's disbelief compelled him to raise his gaze, observing the candlelight cascading through the air, yet casting no shadow beneath her. Su Bai nodded, and suddenly, the bloodied Yu Sifeng lifted her head, letting out a chilling scream as her jaws gaped nearly 180 degrees. They had nearly fallen victim to this ghastly trick. In a fit of anger and alarm, Yu Kai saw Su Bai's hand, imbued with the frosty breath of death, freeze the spirit into a solid block of ice. With a tremor of ghostly energy, it transformed into a wisp of ghostly essence that slipped into the mirror behind them. In truth, this spirit's performance was woefully inadequate. Firstly, it should not have rejected Su Bai's ghostly candle. Even Yu Kai found this perplexing, as they had been specifically informed of the candle's effects post-meeting. Secondly, the imitation of foresight it attempted was riddled with glaring flaws, which was one of the reasons Su Bai could ascertain that this entity was not Yu Sifeng. Although Su Bai was not well versed in foresight abilities, he understood that every minute action in the future influences its trajectory. Sometimes, a mere second's delay can lead to significant alterations in fate. Therefore, upon perceiving the correct future, all actions ought to align with that foresight. Yet, the spirit masquerading as Yu Sifeng chose to linger in place after the foresight concluded, wasting over 10 seconds, a clear breach of logic. However, the most compelling evidence affirming that this being was not human came from the reminder of the imp, Mealy's. As the master of shadowy realms, Mealy's was acutely aware of shadows. The moment Yu Sifeng lost her shadow, Su Bai was made aware of the situation. So Su Bai, what do you say happened to Yu Sifeng? Su Bai pouted, and the meaning was unmistakable. They had thoroughly inspected the room, and the only alteration was the peculiar mirror, which was first noticed by Su Yusi. How could there be so many coincidences in the world? Moreover, Su Bai had previously encountered a specter in Chongshan Hospital that could replicate players using mirrors. Perhaps it was the same entity. The two fixed their gazes upon the mirror, And suddenly, a scream echoed from within. They swiftly approached the mirror. Strangely, their reflections were absent, and instead, Su Yusi was desperately clawing her way out. It seemed she could see the two outside, crying out, "Save me." The two exchanged grave glances, uncertain if what lay before them was human or ghost. Subsequently, Yukai enveloped the mirror in ghostly mist, preparing to strike. Wait, Subai recalled that after he had slain the mirror specter, its malevolent aura had considerably weakened. It should not have been capable of replicating Su Yusi so swiftly. The figure before them had a high probability of being genuine. He unleashed his ghostly hand, its blood-red essence coalescing in the air into a massive spectre-esque hand. The hand reached into the mirror, pulling Su Yusi out. However, Subai did not release his grip, while Yukai also expanded the ghostly mist, ready to eliminate the threat at any moment. Su Yusi, witnessing their actions, turned pale with fright. Just escaped from the jaws of a tiger, and now faced with a wolf's den? She struggled to flee, but the ghostly hand's grasp was unyielding. "You have 20 seconds to prove your identity," Subai stated coldly, unyielding. Chapter 76. The Rules of Replacement. Su Yusi took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. Then, the bizarre rune previously seen by Subai appeared on her forehead, her eyes radiating a pure white light, indicating that she had activated her ability. After a few breaths, Su Yusi trembled as she spoke. "I will explain everything I saw in the mirror, but you still doubt that the shadow beneath my feet is a spectre-esque simulation, and you will crush me with your ghostly hand, sealing me in a strange bag. Please, do not kill me. I truly am Su Yusi." The girl burst into tears, seemingly horrified by the merciless visage of Subai she envisioned in the future. Pleading for mercy, Subai nodded. Indeed, this was something he could do. But most importantly, neither Su Yusi nor Yukai was aware of the existence of the body bag, a fact that the spectre could not know either. Such foresight was credible. Thus, he released the ghostly hand, signaling Yukai that this was the authentic Su Yusi. The ghostly mist and blood-red aura dissipated, and Su Yusi sat on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Within mere minutes of entering this scenario, she had faced death twice. The shock left her struggling to regain her composure. Subai did not blame her. This was a natural reaction for an ordinary person confronting the bizarre. Not everyone could endure countless brushes with death, maintaining a heart as steadfast as rock. Meanwhile, those at headquarters watched this scene in speechless astonishment. Jin Shin secretly breathed a sigh of relief, while the Major General wore a grim expression, the air thick with shock and embarrassment. Allowing him to enter was indeed a wise decision. Whoever had prepared the dossier should promptly delete it and start anew. Those claims of a spoiled rich heir, with a capricious temperament and a disregard for human life, were utterly nonsensical. He was clearly meticulous in thought, rigorous in logic, bold yet cautious, possessing both courage and strategy. After a moment of silence, the Major General, maintaining his stern demeanor, shifted all his previous erroneous assessments onto the dossier. The others refrained from exposing him, though the expressions of the guards behind him were peculiar, as if they were revisiting the sorrows of their lifetime. Very well, let us continue to observe. This young man indeed possesses remarkable skills. Yu Sifeng finally calmed down, and Subai urged her to recount what had transpired earlier. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Sifeng began, "Upon entering this room, I dared not move recklessly. It was only when I heard you mention a search that I felt emboldened to examine the decorations. However, as I approached the mirror, an inexplicable force struck me, and suddenly, I found myself within the mirror. Outside, there stood someone identical to me, gazing at me with an eerie expression, and then she called out, drawing your attention. I shouted from within the mirror, urging you not to trust her, yet it seemed as if you could not hear me at all. With that, she looked up at Subai. It was only after you dispatched her that I sensed the mirror before me becoming somewhat ethereal. Just as I intended to step out, that ghostly figure lunged in, grasping my leg and preventing my escape. Thankfully, you heard my cries. Now I understand." Subai nodded, recognizing the alignment of their thoughts. Yet he suddenly had an epiphany. "So, the mirror cannot reflect, then?" "No, to be precise, it cannot reflect in conjunction with this candle," Subai clarified, pointing to the flame beside him. They had seen the mirror upon entering, and since it was affixed to the wall, they would be reflected from any angle. However, the reason Subai and his companion were not replaced by the mirror was that they had never faced it directly. Only when positioned directly in front of the mirror would one appear alongside the candle within its reflection. Yu Sifeng had breached this rule, which was why she was absorbed into it. As he spoke, Subai picked up a teacup from the table and hurled it toward the direction indicated by the false Yu Sifeng. The moment the teacup crossed into the corridor's shadowy domain, the previously pitch-black hallway erupted into light with countless candles, and on each wall facing the candles, there existed a mirror. The entire corridor stretched infinitely, with no end in sight. Yukai stared in astonishment at this spectacle. Had he genuinely believed the words of that false Unsealing, his group would have likely faced annihilation right then and there. His respect for Subai deepened, along with curiosity about how he discerned the truths hidden within the darkness. Subai smiled quietly, his palms shrouded in shadows. If he could not see in the darkness, it would indeed be a disgrace. To others, the corridor was pitch black, but to him, it was as illuminated as if filled with lights. This was the true reason he acted so swiftly. At headquarters, Jinshin promptly instructed his subordinates to document their findings. Once the ancient manor appeared, this intelligence could save countless lives. Within the ghostly residence, in an identical room, 3 individuals from the island faced a similar situation. Apart from Murashita, who held the SHT-NDG, the other 2 had contracted a Y-Ray Umbrella Demon and Agaki. The woman who had formed a pact with the Y-Ray Umbrella Demon was clad in a kimono, wielding a large red oil paper umbrella, her face adorned with geisha makeup. The contractee of the Gaki was a rebellious youth, a quintessential spirited lad from the island. Leading the trio, Murashita did not seek an escape upon entering the instance. Instead, they wandered aimlessly within the room. Murashita sat at the table while the rebellious youth casually reclined on the bed, and the geisha admired her reflection in the mirror. Murashita-kun, do you think the female ghost collector will represent the Dragon Kingdom in battle? Inquired the Gaki. Humph, it would be best for her to come. I want the Empire to realize that the Yukiana is utterly inconsequential. My SHT-NDG is the mightiest of all demons. The Exorcism Society of the island was not a monolithic entity. Murashita's faction advocated for the elimination of the female ghost collector who had obtained the Yukiana. Meanwhile, the geisha continued to admire her own beauty. Stop preening and come relieve my frustration. The rebellious youth bellowed, emboldened by his newfound superhuman abilities since joining the Exorcism Society. The geisha turned to the sprawled youth, grinning as she approached him. This is more like it. You pretended to be so aloof. Yet no one knew the true nature of your ilk. A peculiar sound emanated from the spirited lad behind her, but Murashita, seated at the table, paid little heed. To him, these 2 were merely fillers. Suddenly, however, the sound ceased abruptly. Murashita smirked. What is the matter with this guy? Pathetic. He turned his head only to be met with wide eyes of shock. The spirited lad's head had separated from his neck, blood spraying forth like a fountain, splattering Murashita's face. The geisha stood to the side, her blood-red umbrella dripping with liquid. She tilted her head at Murashita, a sinister smile gracing her lips. Murashita-kun, shall I relieve you as well? As she advanced toward him, it became abundantly clear to Murashita that this geisha posed a threat. In an instant, he became possessed by the SHT-NDG. His stomach swelled, and he expelled a fiery blast, engulfing the geisha before him. Chapter 77. Coincidence? They are not human. Meanwhile, Subai and his companions, after Unsealing activated his ability, chose a safe path among the remaining 2 options. Although the corridor was enveloped in darkness, no unforeseen incidents transpired. A group of individuals reached the end of the corridor, where an ancient, grand door obstructed their path. In Unsealing's premonition, he sensed the presence of traps upon this door. Should they force it open, malevolent spirits would emerge from behind to pursue them. Subai scrutinized the door before instructing the others to wait momentarily. In an instant, he vanished, only to reappear moments later, clutching the ornate peacock-patterned tin of snowflake cream he had previously observed on the table. What is this? Yukai inquired. I retrieved the key, Subai responded. A key? When I examined it earlier, I found it empty, Yukai remarked, puzzled. This is indeed the key, Subai declared, lifting the tin aloft. He then infused the tin with ghostly energy, compressing it into a slender, resilient iron shard. With his other hand, he grasped the antiquated padlock on the door, penetrating it with his spectral essence to inspect it closely, before deftly trimming the iron shard using his ghostly claws. Within moments, a rudimentary iron key materialized in Subai's hand. After a few deft maneuvers with the lock, it fell open. Having struggled at the bottom of the world in his past life, Subai had acquired a plethora of skills. Lockpicking was but child's play to him. Since the door's stipulation merely prohibited brute force, using a key was certainly a more prudent approach. And if a key could not be found, he could always forge one himself. Upon the door's opening, they were greeted by a hallway, branching into 3 additional corridors beyond the one they had traversed. Be vigilant, Subai suddenly commanded, expanding his domain to envelop the trio. Yukai also released ghostly mist to cloak their forms. The footsteps echoing from the left corridor grew increasingly pronounced. The 3 held their breath, their eyes fixated on the inky darkness at the corridor's end. Are you certain this path is correct, Atai? A young and striking girl emerged from the shadows, her voice tinged with trepidation. The young man referred to as Atai bore an expression of unwavering confidence. How could it possibly be incorrect? My pathfinding spirit is precisely for this purpose. Look ahead. Another girl, following closely behind, exclaimed, pointing toward the thick fog before them. All three bore Asian features, and their dialect revealed their origins from the southern region of the Dragon Kingdom, specifically Java. They swiftly arranged themselves into a defensive formation, attentively regarding the dense mist. Upon hearing the Java language, Yukai relaxed his guard. The ties between Java and the Dragon Kingdom were strong, with nearly half of Java's populace being descendants of the ancestors from the Dragon Kingdom. Greetings, Yukai dispelled the ghostly mist and conversed with them in the dragon tongue. Upon realizing they were in the presence of humans, the trio let out a collective sigh of relief, responding in somewhat halting dragon language. Yu Sifeng joined the conversation, and gradually, the tension dissipated as they exchanged pleasantries within the hallway. Only Su Bai remained a detached observer. Through their dialogue, the trio from the Dragon Kingdom learned that the two girls were cousins named Mei and Alan, both of whom were of mixed heritage from the Dragon Kingdom and Java. The remaining young man, known as Atai, is a true descendant of the dragon. At this moment, a girl named Ame made a suggestion. Given the fortuitous nature of their gathering, why not form a team? Strength lies in numbers, and perhaps this would enhance their chances of success. This proposition stirred the hearts of the assembly. Yu Sifeng initially intended to agree wholeheartedly, but as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he turned to glance at Su Bai, swallowing his response. Su Bai had subtly become the nucleus of the group. Never mind, we do not entertain that idea for now, Su Bai coldly declined. Atai remained silent, yet the two girls appeared somewhat aggrieved. It was evident that a team would benefit everyone, so why was he so reluctant? Observing their expressions, Yukai felt a pang of sympathy. Why don't you share your abilities? Su Bai, perhaps you should listen. It might prove helpful. Just as the two women were about to speak, Su Bai interrupted. No need. Sensing Su Bai's resolve, Yukai ceased his insistence. He prepared to apologize to the trio from Java, only to find himself suddenly immobilized. The shadow behind him had risen, intent on attacking him. Ghost candle, Su Bai warned. And Yu Sifeng swiftly ignited the ghost candle, the flames leaping high as its length diminished at an observable rate. However, a white light shield protected Yukai, rendering the shadow's assault futile. Yu Sifeng's forehead glowed as she was about to use her abilities, but Su Bai halted her with a raised hand. Conserve your energy. With that, his shadow darted forth like an arrow, swiftly overpowering Yukai's shadow, rendering it motionless. In the presence of Mealy's, the master of shadow manipulation, this little specter was utterly outmatched, immobilized in an instant. Close your eyes, Su Bai commanded. Though the reason eluded them, his imposing presence compelled all to comply. Concurrently, Su Bai activated the mass attack skill of the Ghost Bride, unveiling the veil. This indiscriminate assault proved most effective against these lurking malevolent spirits. The Ghost Bride materialized within Su Bai's ghostly domain, delicately grasping the corners of the veil and forcefully lifting it. From the darkness behind Yukai, a hissing sound echoed, followed by a wisp of blue smoke dissipating to reveal the corpse of a pitch-black specter left behind. Su Bai retrieved a spirit containment box, entrapping the specter, and the group, upon hearing the silence, finally dared to open their eyes. Is it resolved? Yu Sifeng exclaimed, astonished at Su Bai's prowess, having dispatched the specter with such ease. Thank you. Yukai expressed his gratitude towards Su Bai, acknowledging that without his intervention, he might have fallen victim. In a mere span of minutes, Su Bai had saved him twice. The trio from Java regarded Su Bai's abilities with heightened anticipation, pleading once more to join forces, even promising numerous benefits, yet Su Bai remained unmoved. As I have stated, in this instance, greed is the original sin, dispelling the ghostly domain. Allowing Yu Sifeng to foresee the path ahead, Su Bai directly transported the two away, leaving not even a trace behind. In the external realm, Jin Shin could not help but nod again. The sacrifices made were undoubtedly worthwhile, as Su Bai truly emerged as the most suitable candidate for the dungeon. Regardless of his nationality, one must remain vigilant against any unforeseen occurrences within the dungeon, a necessity that cannot be overstated. In contrast, Yu Sifeng and Yukai significantly lagged in this regard. The coincidental appearance of these three individuals seemed exceedingly abnormal. Above the images of Su Bai and his companions, the figures in a chart incessantly fluctuated. Following the name of the island nation, the numeral 3 transformed into 1, while that of Java was glaringly marked with a dismal 0. Shortly after Su Bai and the others departed, the expressions of the three from Java suddenly faded, their gazes vacantly directed towards a mirror facing the flickering candlelight in the corridor. Chapter 78. The 9 extra ghosts. The trio advanced along the corridor preordained by Yu Sifeng's foresight. Aside from the initial chamber, every subsequent passage they traversed presented a new intersection. To conserve Unsealing's energy, Subai decided against allowing her to utilize her precognitive abilities, opting instead to observe and select a path with the fewest mirrors. Each route still bore sporadic candlelight and mirrors, but with their accumulated experience, they endeavored to avoid these hazards. They either concealed the candlelight with ghostly mist or Subai teleported the group directly. As long as they did not appear in the mirror alongside the candlelight, they encountered no peril. Throughout their journey, they did not encounter any other living souls from different nations, further solidifying Subai's belief that their previous encounter was no mere coincidence. After traversing the seemingly endless corridors for an indeterminate duration, the trio chose to rest in a hall. Since there was no apparent exit, it indicated that this dungeon could not be navigated solely through movement. Rather than floundering about like headless flies, it would be wiser to patiently wait and analyze the clues. Indeed, as Subai surmised, it was not long before they heard a familiar voice. Current number of players remaining, 30. Requirements met. Please follow the prompts beneath your feet to gather at the shrine. The eerie voice of the game echoed, startling Unsealing, who had not previously experienced such feedback. While Subai and Yukai exchanged expressions laden with unspoken complexities. The peculiar game. Did this imply that half of the participants had perished? Upon hearing the number 30, Yukai discerned the nature of the requirements. This large-scale dungeon had summoned only 20 relatively competent nations to participate. Many lesser nations, lacking strength, had likely long since fallen into the clutches of the specters. Before the trio, a corridor that had previously been scant in candlelight and mirrors now revealed a path illuminated by flickering flames. Clearly, this was a prompt. Fortunately, the mirrors on both sides of the walls had vanished. Otherwise, navigating this corridor would have proved quite challenging. Given that the dungeon required the participants to gather, it was evident that they were not being summoned for casual conversation or tea. The likelihood of conflict among the 20 competing nations was exceedingly high. Preparations had to be made promptly. Subai instructed Unsealing to hold the ghost candle in her hand, igniting it at the first sign of peril. Furthermore, unless directed otherwise, she was to refrain from employing her precognitive abilities. Such powers demanded a considerable toll from those who manipulated spirits, and it was prudent to reserve them for moments of dire necessity. Conversely, Yukai remained ever vigilant, prepared to confront any imminent threat. In truth, the trio from the Dragon Kingdom possessed formidable strength, bolstered by two powerful domains, one of which granted foresight into the future, an exceptional advantage indeed. Following the path illuminated by the flickering candlelight, they soon arrived at a spacious shrine. The moment they set foot within its confines, the flames behind them extinguished abruptly, leaving only a few white candles and 3 sticks of fragrant incense, 2 short and 1 long, still burning. The shrine was vast enough to accommodate 50 individuals comfortably. On the altar before them lay white candles, fragrant incense, and an array of fruits and meats. Beyond the altar stood a towering array of memorial tablets, stacked in rows, countless in number, emanating an unsettling aura. Thankfully, there were no mirrors present, which suggested a temporary respite from danger. Unsealing clutched the ghost candle tightly, scanning the surroundings. It was difficult to ascertain the situation. Things could potentially worsen, and vigilance was paramount. There was no truly safe place within the confines of this instance. Yukai nodded in agreement with Unsealing. At that moment, Subai keenly observed that the floor beneath their feet was shrouded in darkness, cloaked in shadows. Even though the white candles cast light, they failed to reveal any shadows, or rather, there were shadows everywhere. They did not have to wait long before individuals began to enter from outside. 3 from the island nation, 2 from the stick nation, 3 from the beautiful nation, and the trio from Java that they had encountered earlier gradually converged. Upon seeing Subai and his companions, the Java trio greeted them warmly, and the 2 responded in kind, while Subai remained silent, simply observing the newcomers. After a brief moment, another individual, presumably from an unknown nation, entered alone, clearly the last survivor of his team. Given the hidden agendas of those present, the newcomers exchanged little conversation, each taking their place in a corner of the shrine, maintaining a relatively safe distance from one another. With the arrival of the final solitary figure, the eerie voice of the game echoed once more. Expected, 30 people. Present, 12 people. This announcement was straightforward, consisting of merely a single sentence, providing no indication of what the players were to do next. However, Subai's expression shifted drastically upon hearing it, as he pulled the 2 companions back against the wall. Unsealing, bewildered, questioned, how can there only be 12 people? Did 18 perish on the way? No, but there are clearly 21 individuals present. What of the remaining 9? Yukai also sensed the anomaly, and the 3 pressed closely against the wall. Subai furrowed his brow, while Yukai felt a surge of panic. Identifying 9 deeply concealed spirits among the 21 individuals was surely a recipe for self-destruction. Some astute individuals began to realize the gravity of the situation, also retreating to regroup with their teammates. Given that none could discern shadows in this place, Subai found himself unable to rely on Millis to identify the lurking spirits. He tugged at Yusifeng's sleeve and whispered, "Use your ability and see how many you can discern." Yusifeng nodded, activating her powers, shrouding the area in a veil of ghostly mist. As the runes materialized, she felt an inexplicable pressure, allowing her to glimpse only about 3 minutes into the future. Moments later, the light faded, and with a weary tone, she informed Subai, "A confrontation has begun." The vampire from the beautiful country struck first, killing the last solitary man who had arrived on his left. That man was a ghost. Then you also joined the fray, and together, you eliminated 4 solitary figures within the shrine. All of them were ghosts. Subai nodded. Without any leads, the solitary figures indeed posed the greatest suspicion. Just as Yusifeng finished speaking, the vampire acted with lightning speed, mercilessly slaying the last solitary man who had entered. The man was struck in the chest, gasping for breath as he lay on the ground, continuously vomiting blood and screaming in agony, yet no one around made a move to save him. As the man cast a final vengeful glance at the vampire, he breathed his last. Was it not so? Just as everyone pondered this, the man's corpse suddenly exploded, transforming into a swirling mass of inky shadows. Almost as if choreographed, Subai swiftly made his move. The ghostly specter targeted a solitary figure close to him, and as the snowflake struck, they froze him instantly, followed by a flurry of dark hair that shattered the ice sculpture into fragments. Among the 2 from the Korean side, the one who appeared to be the leader elongated his neck like a serpent, bringing his head beside the last solitary figure. In an instant, his head expanded, morphing into a fierce ghost, and with gigantic, razor-sharp fangs, he tore the last solitary figure in half. The trio acted with astonishing speed and ferocity. The 3 solitary figures had scarcely registered the threat before meeting their demise. Just as foreseen, they were indeed all ghosts. Chapter 79, Subai, if we cannot distinguish, then let us eliminate them all. In an instant, for had perished, and the remaining individuals in the shrine fixated their gaze on one another, wary of being mistakenly killed in the next moment, following in the footsteps of the wretched ghosts. Over a dozen pairs of eyes were locked in a tense standoff, the atmosphere thick with unspoken dread. With the solitary figures now eradicated, the rest hesitated to make the first move, fearing they might be mistaken for ghosts and subsequently besieged. Only 6 remained. Everyone was acutely aware of this, yet none wished to be counted among those 6. "Do you require my foresight?" Yusifeng spoke solemnly. The situation was dire, and it seemed her precognitive abilities were the only means to discern the true nature of the remaining figures. "How many more times can you use your ability?" "At most twice more. Beyond that, I risk being backlashed by the spirit," Yusifeng replied. Subai understood. This was the inherent flaw of the postnatal ghost tamers. Though they wielded formidable power and possessed unique abilities, they were fundamentally different from players. The relationship between players and ghosts was one of subservience, with ghosts ultimately being mere extensions of their host's strength. In the realm of postnatal demon tamers, it appears as though they have forged a peculiar accord with the spirits, wherein the entities residing within their hosts autonomously unleash their powers upon command, much like hired hands. This circumstance results in postnatal demon tamers lacking their own demonic energy, rendering them incapable of utilizing their abilities indefinitely as players can, provided that the recovery of their spiritual energy keeps pace. Should they overexert their powers in succession, they will inevitably suffer the backlash from the malevolent spirits within them. Let us invoke it once more, reserving our final chance for survival. Very well. Yusifeng nodded, having already witnessed Subai's formidable prowess and astute intellect. She refrained from dissenting. Premonition activated. Moments later, fatigue became visibly apparent on her countenance, as though her very essence had been siphoned away. The battle raged on. As the group collectively targeted a 2-member team and a 3-member team, both comprised of spirits, she gestured towards the 2 teams stationed across from the trio. Subai acknowledged her with a nod, yet he did not rush into action, for in Yusifeng's foresight, the 3 of them remained in a state of vigilant observation. Indeed, it was not long before one of the 2-member teams succumbed to impatience. The individual slaying commenced, and soon it would be their turn as a 2-member team. If they did not swiftly identify the spirits, they were likely to become the next victims. They set their sights on a 3-member team. Seizing an opportune moment when one of the team members yawned, the duo sprang forth, intent on subduing their target. However, the 3-member team was not to be trifled with, and they immediately retaliated. The 5 individuals found themselves in a precarious stalemate. At this juncture, participants from other nations, aside from the 3 of them and the trio from the island nation, began to join the fray, launching a myriad of skills towards the 5. The initial attackers could very well be spirits, and the recipients of blows might also be. Amidst the chaos, the 5, already at an impasse, were further overwhelmed by the sheer number of ambushes. In mere moments, they all lay lifeless upon the ground. The aftermath of such diverse assaults rendered the corpses almost unrecognizable, a sight too harrowing to behold. The bodies of the 5 had all morphed into shadowy forms sprawled across the earth, clearly not human. Observing this scene, Subai felt an unsettling intuition stirring within him. With this, there were now 8. As for the final one, it was likely one from the island nation, as they stood farthest from the others and had yet to intervene. Yukai analyzed the scene, stating, "It is peculiar that only one remains. I wonder which team they belong to. Surely, the members of their own team would be aware of their demise, so why protect the spirits?" Yu Sifeng pondered aloud. It is possible that, like you before, they were swapped out without anyone noticing. Yukai offered an explanation that carried a semblance of logic, yet Subai remained silent. After a brief moment, he raised his head with clarity in his gaze. If uncertainty prevails, then let us eliminate them all. The 2 individuals beside me felt a twinge of trepidation, yet upon realizing that it was a matter of life and death, they hesitated only briefly before acquiescing. Our first course of action should be to eliminate the trio from the beautiful nation. The vampire poses the greatest threat in my estimation, and he must be dealt with first. Listen, this is the plan. Subai whispered a few words into their ears. When only one ghost remained in the vicinity, the team grew increasingly cautious. The odds of encountering a ghost with 13 individuals were exceedingly slim. Any lapse in vigilance could ignite a chaotic melee, leading to mutual destruction. Those who had managed to survive until now were evidently not fools and were acutely aware of this possibility. Thus, an eerie calm once again enveloped the scene. Until I have a way to identify the ghost. Yu Sifeng's voice resonated throughout the shrine, drawing the gaze of all towards this team from the Dragon Kingdom. My ability is to communicate with spirits. I can ask a ghost 3 questions each day, and this is my final one for today. This was the line that Subai had taught her. Under normal circumstances, a stranger suddenly revealing their abilities would seem utterly implausible. However, at this moment, the pent-up tension and suspicion among the crowd had reached a threshold, demanding release. Even the most hollow of lies were worth testing. It's him. Yu Sifeng suddenly pointed at the vampire, and the crowd swiftly encircled him. It can't be me. I was the first to identify the ghost. The vampire shouted in a panic as he faced the approaching throng. But how could the terrified and doubtful crowd heed his pleas? As long as Yu Sifeng pointed out someone other than themselves, it mattered little who that might be. Subai struck decisively. Threads from the little girl, Ailian, shot forth swiftly and discreetly from beneath her feet, ensnaring the vampire's legs, tightening instantly, and pulling him towards Subai. In an instant, Subai's right hand was enveloped in a blood-red bridal gown, and her sharp, ghostly claws pierced through his chest. Empty. A ghost. Subai retracted her hand, and the vampire collapsed to the ground, transforming into a shadow. The crowd gasped in astonishment and delight. It truly was him. This young girl could indeed discern who was a ghost. Even Yu Sifeng was momentarily taken aback. The mere fact that she could guess correctly felt akin to accidentally stepping on a discarded answer sheet during an exam and miraculously getting every answer right. "Fantastic, well done," exclaimed Yukai, elated. It was then that Subai's hair suddenly elongated, wrapping around the necks of the vampire's 2 companions. Her ghostly claws glided across, and their bodies were severed in 2. "What are you doing?" Yu Sifeng and Yukai were startled, bewildered by this madness. Hadn't the ghost already been identified? With a sudden burst, the 2 corpses exploded, revealing 2 more shadows. These individuals were, in fact, also ghosts. The remaining onlookers fell into silence, staring intently at Subai. Lost in their thoughts, his 2 companions were nearly left questioning their existence, frozen in place. A cold smile crept across Subai's lips. Indeed, they were all apparitions. Chapter 80. Mockery. The sinister waltz. As Subai raised his ghostly claws, his companions regained their composure. Although they were uncertain how Subai had discerned the truth, they knew they merely needed to follow his lead. Unbeknownst to them, Subai's words had become a guiding principle. Yukai and Yu Sifeng began to comprehend. Their extensive analysis had strayed far from reality, while Subai, with just a few glances, had unraveled all the enigmas. Rather than expend energy in fruitless speculation, it was wiser to rely on Subai's prowess. "Brother Su, what shall we do next?" Though Subai was considerably younger, Yukai called him brother willingly. Around them, the faceless beings, having realized their exposure, ceased their charade, their eyes glowing red, mouths twisted into sinister grins as they fixated on the trio. Kill. As the command echoed, the remaining 7 apparitions suddenly widened their eyes, cackling maniacally as they charged at the 3. Though mere reflections, their strength mirrored that of their true forms. Those chosen to represent their nation in battle were certainly not weaklings. The previous apparitions had perished swiftly due to ambush and Su Bai's overwhelming strength. Now, facing 7 simultaneously, both Yu Kai and Yu Sifeng felt the pressure mount. The umbrella ghost from the island nation twirled its crimson parasol, unleashing a torrent of blood-like projectiles aimed directly at Su Bai's face. The ghostly child produced a massive scythe from seemingly thin air, flickering to Yu Kai's side and striking down. The giant-mouthed ghost expanded, looming ominously as it sought to engulf the 3. Various attacks converged upon them from all angles, with one burning ghost igniting fierce flames that surrounded the trio, cutting off their escape route. Upon witnessing this, Su Bai immediately unleashed his ghostly technique, his shoulder-length hair transforming, rising in all directions. In an instant, his hair formed a colossal black sphere enveloping the 3. Powerful strikes collided with the protective sphere of hair, creating a cacophony of sound. The unremarkable strands glistened with a dark sheen, while scythes and ghostly claws scraped against them, sparking with intensity. The giant-mouthed ghost's sharp teeth were halted by the shield, unable to ignite in flames. This was the absolute defense of a high-level apparition, far beyond the capabilities of these illusions. At that moment, the ghostly child closest to the dark hair suddenly collapsed. A slender ghostly claw protruded from his back. Clutching a dripping heart, Li Shang stood behind him, exuding an ethereal grace, akin to a celestial being from the depths of the underworld, transcendent and solitary. Meanwhile, concealed within the throng, the burning ghost suddenly coughed up blood, which contained several hard gray needles resembling cow hair. A thin veil of mist enveloped its surroundings. Indeed, with his burgeoning prowess, he was able to summon apparitions possessing abilities akin to those of phantoms. None of them were benign. This was his ultimate technique. Within the mist lay countless fine needles, rendering any defense futile. 2 of the dummies thus lost their breath, transforming into mere shadows upon the ground. At the rear of the formation, a dummy from Europe suddenly bore a deep gash across its neck, exposing bone and gushing forth blood. Unbeknownst to anyone, Su Bai had already teleported out from the ghostly shield, brandishing 2 daggers forged from ethereal shadows, standing amidst the shadows below him. Engaging with shadows, they were still too inexperienced. In a flash, the dummies turned, only to find Su Bai's figure had vanished, and yet another dummy met its demise, severed in 2. Su Bai flitted through the throng like a butterfly of the night, deftly navigating the chaos. The dummies reacted with remarkable speed, hastily forming a protective circle, back to back, constantly on guard against the possibility of Su Bai emerging from the shadows. Effective. Their positioning was impeccable, leaving Su Bai with no room for a stealthy strike. Indeed, he had concealed himself within the shadows, hesitant to reveal his presence. Outside the fray, the prominent figures watched with palpable tension. Jin Chun intertwined his fingers, incessantly rubbing the back of his left hand with his right thumb. Who would have thought that this challenge was not about identifying the phantoms, but rather a pure battle of survival? Even we had been deceived. I had presumed there were merely 2 dummies from the island, only to realize they were all imposters. The mind of this individual is truly terrifying. Yet, discussing it now is futile. The pressing question is, what should Su Bai do next? With so many skilled adversaries, even he might find it arduous to break free. The ghostly shield's defensive skill was indeed formidable, yet presently, neither side could gain the upper hand. Aside from a few prominent figures who remained silent, the crowd murmured in hushed tones. Their words filled not only with astonishment at the challenge, but also with trepidation regarding the current predicament. Should this stalemate persist, once Su Bai's ghostly energy wanes, he would inevitably be overwhelmed by the dummies. Following the anxious gazes of the onlookers, Su Bai's figure was still nowhere to be seen. Are you searching for me? Su Bai's voice, laced with mockery, suddenly resonated above the heads of the dummies. The camera panned upward, revealing that at some point, Su Bai had ascended above them. A pair of black wings unfurled from his back, fluttering gently to maintain his form. In that moment, Su Bai resembled a fallen angel from the depths of hell, elegant yet lethal. Let us engage in a waltz steeped in sin. A captivating smile graced Su Bai's face, as the energy from his dark feathers brimmed with a sanguine hue, nearly spilling over. A thrill of wicked pleasure surged within him. This was the ability bestowed upon him by the Gothic Lolita, Aline. Whenever the carnage reached a certain threshold, the exhilaration would accumulate and erupt into a formidable attack. Having claimed so many lives, Su Bai's ecstasy had finally reached its zenith. The impending strike promises to be spectacular. The wings draw tightly against the chest, emanating a radiant crimson glow. Subai's head lifts slightly, as if savoring the beauty of the moment, his long fingers interlaced across his chest. With a resounding clang, Subai's eyes open wide, a kaleidoscope of purple light swirling within. His hands sweep outward, and the red and black wings unfurl in response. Countless black feathers, imbued with crimson light, shoot forth like arrows released from a bow, targeting the dummies below. The scene erupts in a cacophony of splattered flesh and rising dust. This is an utterly overwhelming onslaught. The endless black feathers rain down with a relentless speed of 100 strikes per second, continuing unabated for a full minute. It is only when the ground beneath him falls silent that the black wings behind Subai gradually dissolve into the ether. As the dust settles, this exquisite waltz comes to a close, leaving behind only scattered remnants of the dummies and numerous feathers embedded deep into the ground. The black-haired shield retracts, and a single feather drifts down gracefully into Unsealing's hand. Her eyes are glazed, her mind consumed by the vivid imagery of the recent spectacle. That proud and elegant, yet perilous and captivating figure. Could he truly be a presence meant to exist in this world? A particular string within her quivers. Chapter 81. All present are specters. Brother Bai, how did you discern their true nature? With the dummies dispatched, curiosity mounts, leaving the duo still in the dark regarding how Subai recognized the participants as mere illusions. Subai does not respond immediately. Instead, he turns his gaze toward Unsealing. Do you recall the future you foresaw? Unsealing nods. The foresight is vivid as if she had experienced it firsthand. People are often deceived by their subconscious. Aren't you curious? Why is it that in your vision of the future, all 8 individuals slain were apparitions, with not a single real person among them? The odds of identifying 8 fakes among 21 individuals is approximately 1 in 100,000. How can you be so certain of our good fortune? The two listen, their eyes widening in realization. Indeed, what are the odds that 8 random individuals would all be illusions? Within the confines of the instance, coincidences are the most untrustworthy of phenomena. Keep that in mind. They nod in understanding. However, this is merely my conjecture. Only after eliminating those 2 did I confirm my suspicions. The duo finds themselves momentarily speechless. Subai, as always, utilizes the lives of others to validate his theories. What if he was wrong? Surely he would feel no guilt. His cold-bloodedness sends a shiver down their spines. Subai is acutely aware of their thoughts, yet the lives of others hold no significance for him. Moreover, these are mere wild dogs who seek to extract the marrow from the Dragon Kingdom. If they must be eliminated, so be it. The people at headquarters were at a loss on how to evaluate Subai. You might describe him as cold-blooded, yet he tends to his own with utmost care. You might label him as benevolent, but he can ruthlessly strike down even his teammates based on mere conjectures. Nevertheless, there is no denying that Subai's formidable prowess has earned their acknowledgement. Among the roster of 20 nations, most names were followed by a glaring 0. Only the Dragon Kingdom, the beautiful nation, the land of the gods, and the island nation had survivors. Aside from the Dragon Kingdom, which still had a full roster, the other 3 nations were left with but a single survivor each. In light of such stark comparisons, Subai's strength was evident for all to see. Under the radiant glow of his extraordinary abilities, his seemingly cold-hearted nature transformed into an asset. Within the ancestral hall, the shadows left behind by the lifeless effigies merged into the darkness. A piercing light emanated from the dimly lit hall. The 3 looked in the direction of the light, where 3 of the spirit tablets among the rows began to glow. Congratulations to participants Subai, Unsealing, and Yukai for receiving rewards. What is this? Unsealing hesitated, turning to Subai for guidance. The previous hints had deceived them. She was reluctant to trust the voice again. What if it was another trap? It seemed implausible that it was false. The system might indulge in wordplay, but it would not speak lies. Moreover, the deadly moves had just been employed. If this were yet another trap, it would contradict the very purpose of the instance. The emergence of this instance was meant to foster competition among the nations, not to eliminate all of them here. If this were a certain death trap, the evaluations of all nations would be the same. Subai deduced that the earlier hints were not deceitful. The voice had instructed players to proceed to the ancestral hall and had mentioned the number of arrivals. However, it did not specify that all participants were heading to the same hall. The instance cleverly played on the player's habitual thinking. Subai speculated that the participants might be situated in different spaces, and during the earlier stages, they would not encounter one another. The 3 individuals from Jawa, who had appeared previously, were likely intended to deepen this habitual thinking. Shall I go retrieve it? Or perhaps I should. Unsealing was about to step forward when Yukai stopped her and approached the spirit tablet himself. He had his own considerations. Although Subai suggested this was not a trap, it was merely conjecture. Yu Sifeng possessed a premonition that could save her life. While Su Bai was the primary combatant among the three, they were all indispensable for clearing the instance. If this spirit tablet were indeed a trap, it would be most fitting for him to approach it. He cautiously stepped before a glowing spirit tablet, first attempting to use ghostly mist to interact with it, but found it unreachable. He then extended his hand toward it. "Watch out," Yu Sifeng gasped. At the moment Yu Kai made contact with the spirit tablet, a burst of white light erupted, and he vanished from the spot, replaced by a ghostly figure clad in Republican-era attire, its face a grim shade of iron. Yu Sifeng furrowed her brow at the sight, her ghostly power surging as she prepared to intervene and rescue Yu Kai. However, Su Bai remained rooted in place, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding spectacle before him. "Damn it, had I known, I would have utilized my abilities. What should we do, Su Bai?" Su Bai shook his head. The malevolent spirit before them did not assault the two. Rather, he observed that in the final moment of its disappearance, its eyes reflected astonishment rather than fear. Clearly, it was a blessing rather than a curse. Indeed, in the next instant, the figure of Yu Kai emerged from the spirit tablet, while the ghost was retracted. "Brother Bai, this truly is a reward," Yu Kai exclaimed joyfully, evidently pleased with the efficacy of this artifact. This spirit tablet contained a space that could encapsulate a person for protection and summon a ghost to engage in combat. Yu Sifeng was equally astonished. Such an item could indeed be a lifesaver. Su Bai nodded, and subsequently, he and Yu Sifeng each received a luminous spirit tablet. As the three of them secured their tablets, the shrine suddenly trembled violently, and the pedestal filled with tablets split in half. A phantom portal materialized before the trio. This must be the entrance to the final challenge. Upon entering the shrine, the instance had indicated that only 12 participants remained. After navigating through this shrine, the numbers would dwindle further. With so many perishing, adding more challenges seemed redundant. After contemplating, Su Bai activated Mealy's ability and slipped into Yu Sifeng's shadow. "Let us proceed," Su Bai commanded, then fell silent, as though he had truly vanished. Although unsure of Su Bai's intentions, the two refrained from questioning him, trusting in his lead. As the two stepped into the teleportation array, the Dragon Country team arrived within the grand hall of the ancient mansion. The hall was splendidly adorned, yet devoid of furniture. Save for a 2-meter-high, 1.2-meter-wide full-length mirror standing in the center, reflecting light from one side with candles, while the other remained dark. Upon seeing the mirror and the flickering flame, the two instinctively maneuvered to the side of the mirror to avoid direct exposure, without needing Su Bai's reminder. To their astonishment, 3 figures stood across from them. Were these not the players from the island nation, the beautiful country, and the land of Tianzhu whom they had encountered in the shrine? The trio appeared wary, positioned in a corner, yet simultaneously acknowledged the advancing individuals from Dragon Country, recognizing each other's nationalities from the previous challenge. The remaining member from the island nation, Murakami, observed the two opponents with excitement. "Ha! What about that Onmyoji who contracted the Snow Woman? Surely he must be dead. How pathetic." The remaining players from the beautiful country and Tianzhu also displayed signs of delight. The strength of both nations was indeed formidable. They had effortlessly vanquished the mirror ghost in the first challenge and discerned the rules of the candles and mirror. Maintaining optimal conditions, they entered the second challenge, accepting 3 dummies into their ranks and ultimately exposing and eliminating them, yet still remained at full strength. However, the predicament arose in the third challenge. After identifying 8 malevolent spirits, the intellect among their ranks quickly recognized something amiss and subsequently ambushed and eliminated 3 of their own, originally with their strength. As long as they cooperated effectively, the odds of success in a 3-against-7 scenario were quite favorable. However, the misfortune lay with Su Bai. Even though the replicated Su Bai was significantly weaker than the original, his incessant abilities nearly drove the team to the brink of despair. Ultimately, it was only through the captains of the 2 nations employing their trump cards that they managed to scrape through, albeit at a tremendous cost. Thus, their feelings towards Su Bai were a tumultuous mix of fear and resentment. From the very moment they entered this hall, they were anxious about Su Bai's appearance. The mere existence of a copy was terrifying enough, let alone the real individual. At this moment, seeing that only 2 members from the Dragon Kingdom remained, they could not help but rejoice. Apart from Su Bai, the others posed no threat. Each faction, harboring their own ulterior motives, waited in silence, but after a considerable while, no new portals emerged, making it evident that they were the last survivors. Murakami summoned the spectral figure of a divination spirit, wielding a collection of straws of varying lengths. After a session of divination, he rose with a glint of malevolence in his eyes. "It seems that you all are indeed the real deal." The others concurred with his assertion, as employing the same trick twice was futile. Moreover, even if the remaining numbers were mere dummies. They were far less daunting than in the previous challenge, rendering such tactics unnecessary. Murakami scrutinized the other 4 individuals. Among them, he was in the best condition, having previously utilized his divination skills to orchestrate the ambush against Su Bai's replica. Thus, even alone, he had managed to pass with ease. This bolstered his confidence, leading him to regard Su Bai as nothing more than a trifling nuisance. His alliance with the Snow Woman was indeed a stroke of fortune. Observing the states of the others, Murakami formulated a plan. He then approached the 2 individuals at his side. "Let us form an alliance and eliminate these 2 from the Dragon Kingdom first," Murakami proposed, which resonated perfectly with the intentions of the Ghost Masters from the Beautiful Kingdom and the Kingdom of Tensur. Having suffered greatly at Su Bai's hands in the previous challenge, they naturally shared a grudge against the Dragon Kingdom and were eager to vent their frustrations by taking down the 2 remaining members. The duo on the opposite side remained oblivious to their scheming, but were hesitant to advance recklessly. Moments later, the 3 conspirators ceased their plotting, and the Ghost Master from the Beautiful Kingdom, who was bound to the vampire contract, arrogantly addressed the 2 across from him. "This is the final round. Once we deal with the supernatural, we shall be free. You 2 will lead the charge." His tone dripped with condescension. "Why should we be your cannon fodder? Dream on." They retorted defiantly, yet they edged closer to Unsealing, for Su Bai lurked in her shadow. "Not going. You have no choice." The vampire Ghost Master gestured dismissively, and Murakami strode over to the 2 with a sadistic grin. "Without that ghost collector, what right do you have to refuse us?" Murakami activated his ability to summon soul-binding specters, and 2 coffins, ensnared by chains, materialized at his sides. For the glory of the Empire. As the village elder uttered a command, the chains binding 2 coffins clattered to the ground, revealing the lifeless bodies of his deceased comrades. Their eyes were vacant, and their forms bore the remnants of the injuries they sustained in death. This was the elder's trump card. He was confident that the remaining 4 would pose no challenge to him. With determination, he unleashed a ferocious assault, revealing his intent without reservation. Instantly, a ghostly mist enveloped him and Yukaifeng. Within this spectral realm, while he could not traverse as freely as Su Bai, he could still accelerate his movements, momentarily transforming parts of his body into mist to become immune to harm. The visibility of the Umbrella Ghost and the Ghost Boy was significantly diminished, allowing Yukaifeng to engage in a 1-on-2 confrontation, occasionally revealing himself to exchange blows. Whenever he felt the pressure mounting, he would swiftly retreat, blending back into the mist. And at that moment, he found himself subtly gaining the upper hand. Observing Yukaifeng command the ghostly fog, the elder hesitated. He was reluctant to enter the opponent's domain. Moreover, with only 3 level 3 specters at his disposal, the divination ghost lacked offensive capabilities, and the power of the SHT was ill-suited for combating the spectral mist. He turned to his 2 companions, the implication clear. Were they merely going to stand by while they had agreed to cooperate? The vampire scoffed and summoned his minions from the void. Countless bats flapped their wings and surged into the ghostly fog, creating disturbances for Yukaifeng. Although these bats were weak, their endless numbers proved to be an annoyance. Yukaifeng concentrated all the ghostly needles within the mist ahead, forming a wall of needles to obstruct the bats, while he engaged in close combat with the 2 specters. The ghost boy swung his scythe toward Yukaifeng's abdomen, while the umbrella ghost targeted his left hand. Yukaifeng, wielding daggers forged from ghostly needles in both hands, managed to parry their attacks, though the immense force forced him to retreat slightly. Su Bai observed the unfolding scene intently, yet he refrained from intervening. The opponents had passed the previous trial and might possess some hidden abilities. Further observation was warranted. At that moment, the umbrella ghost remained stationary, incessantly waving its crimson parasol, unleashing a torrential downpour of raindrops, each imbued with formidable power. Yukaifeng found himself overwhelmed by the barrage of ghostly needles as he struggled to defend himself. Just then, the ghost boy maneuvered behind him, leaping into the air and swinging his scythe forcefully toward Yukaifeng's neck. With a sickening sound, Yukaifeng's head was severed from his body. The elder rejoiced, believing only this feeble figure remained. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that the disembodied head was suspended in the air, connected by a dense mist. "Damn it, can't you show some real skill?" The third brother from the land of Tianzhu, witnessing the failure of the 2 to subdue Yukaifeng, activated his ability. A unique drowning ghost, its body corroded by various substances, merged with the spectral image of the third brother, causing colorful powders to manifest upon his visage. "Flow of the Ganges," he proclaimed, unleashing a torrent of yellow water that surged toward Yukaifeng's ghostly mist. This river possessed a potent corrosive quality, crashing against the mist with a hissing sound. Suddenly, The ghost needles unleashed numerous gaping holes, allowing a multitude of bats to swarm in, harassing him as he battled the two specters. The situation gradually shifted. Despite the formidable ghostly mist, two fists could ultimately not withstand four hands. He began to exhibit signs of distress, retreating steadily. Just as he was about to be cornered against the wall, the endless flow of the Ganges inexplicably ceased. What the hell is going on? The vampire cursed. Turning to glance at his companion, the third brother. The third brother stared in disbelief at his own chest, realizing that his shadow had inexplicably risen, wielding a shadow dagger that pierced through his torso. Damn it, the enemy in this realm is a shadow demon. Chapter 83, Bloody Tactics. The executioner Su Bai without the Ganges assault against the ghostly mist, the pressure on him eased, while the vampire reduced the speed of his bat summons, cautiously guarding against the shadow demon. Damn it, these two from the Dragon Kingdom are truly fortunate, murmured Murashita in displeasure. Yet he diverted his focus from the struggle against him to summon the divination demon, beginning to predict the next victim of the ghostly assault. After all, no grudge was worth more than one's own life. Even Yu Kai began to doubt whether this was the work of a malevolent spirit. While Yu Sifeng glanced down at his shadow, a thought stirring within him. Had he intervened? As if to validate her suspicion, an eerie melody suddenly echoed throughout the hall, twisting and turning in a disconcerting manner. This tune. Murashita looked up in surprise, feeling as if he had heard it before. Damn it. The vampire summoner found himself encased in the armor of a headless horseman, which tightly shielded him as he began to retreat. This was no mere shadow demon. It was evidently a ghost collector. Murashita recalled the source of the melody, and a wave of trepidation washed over him. Just as they had been so arrogant in the face of the two from the Dragon Kingdom, they were now filled with dread. The ghost collector Su Bai? Oh, you know me? Su Bai's icy voice resonated, as if emerging from the depths of the 18th layer of hell, crashing into Murashita's heart like a block of solid ice. You're not dead? Did I ever tell you that? How adorably Navi you are, Su Bai mocked, causing Murashita's face to flush with embarrassment and rage. Oh, let me share something else with you. What? Murashita asked, confused. I am now known as Blood Red Demon Su Bai. Boom. The name Blood Red Demon Su Bai echoed in his ears, and Murashita felt as if he had been struck by a truck, sent flying backward. He crashed to the ground, skidding several meters on his face before finally coming to a halt. Truly, he had used his face to break. Meanwhile, Su Bai remained at his previous position, her expression rife with insincerity. How hypocritical can one be? Damn, Murashita cursed. The divination demon having been sent back into his body by the impact, as he commanded his two deceased teammates to charge towards Su Bai. You truly dare to show yourself? Then let us see you perish. The ghostly child charged towards Su Bai, his body swelling as if filled with air like a balloon. In the next moment, a violent explosion erupted, sending a tremendous shockwave that shook the entire hall. This move was reserved for you. The ghostly child self-destructed. This was the final trump card of the village. The force of this strike was nearly equivalent to that of an anti-tank rocket. No one could survive at the epicenter of the explosion. As the smoke and blinding light dissipated, the site of the explosion lay in disarray. Yet Su Bai's figure was conspicuously absent. The villagers arrogantly believed that Su Bai had been reduced to mere fragments, and they laughed heartily. Ha ha. The ghost collector is nothing more than this. Even the vampire exhaled a sigh of relief, having battled alongside Su Bai. He was well aware of the terrifying prowess of this strongest player. When Su Bai's voice resounded, he was taken aback. Yet, after such a horrifying strike, surely even Su Bai could not withstand it. A smile involuntarily crept across his face. If it were not the shadow ghost, then Su Bai must have perished as well. Marking the true end of this battle, he was immediately prepared to unleash his true power, collaborating with the villagers to subdue the enemy. Do you find this amusing? Suddenly, a voice, chilling to the bone, echoed beside him. He turned to see Su Bai, who should have been shattered, standing unscathed beside him, a mocking expression adorning his face. The vampire attempted to flee, only to discover he was utterly immobilized. His limbs had been ensnared by threads, rendering him incapable of escape. Bang! His body erupted in a myriad of blood arrows, bursting forth. Countless bats emerged from the sanguine torrent, scattering in all directions. Blood explosion technique. How juvenile. With a wave, Su Bai conjured a wall of wind to block the blood arrows. Observing the swarm of fleeing bats, he offered his appraisal. Among those bats, only one harbored the vampire's true form, attempting to evade Su Bai's control in this manner. Yet he underestimated Su Bai gravely. In reality, the villagers stood aghast. Witnessing the vampire, rich in expression, rooted in place, their hearts engulfed in terror. Both of them had unknowingly fallen victim to Su Bai's illusion. Had it not been for the backlash from the ghostly child's self-detonation that jolted him awake, he would have remained trapped in the illusion until death. Wake up! As he gazed at Su Bai, who stood behind the vampire, slowly reaching towards his heart with ghostly claws, the villagers bellowed, desperate to rouse the vampire. But it was evidently an exercise in futility. Within the blood-red specter of Su Bai, his voice could not penetrate even a fraction. Su Bai's hand plunged into the vampire's chest, feeling the warm, quivering heart, his expression one of rapture. The sensation of playing with the life of an enemy, even from a distance of a lifetime, remained utterly enchanting. Farewell, Su Bai said elegantly, then tightened his grip. Blood poured from the vampire's mouth, succumbing in the intertwining realm of life and death within the illusion. In a desperate bid, Murakami sought to have the umbrella demon rush to Su Bai's side for a sacrificial explosion. Yet, a flurry of azure snowflakes shattered his final glimmer of hope. The umbrella demon instantaneously transformed into a crystalline sculpture, severing all connection with Murakami. No, you cannot kill me. You cannot kill me. Murakami screamed in terror, as SHTTG possessed him, causing him to frantically unleash fireballs in all directions. Su Bai had thoroughly instilled fear within him. How pitiful it was to witness the madness of his adversary. Su Bai abandoned any thoughts of amusement. Initially, he had merely wished to ascertain whether these beings possessed any useful artifacts, but it now appeared hopeless. At that moment, the Bride of Ghosts materialized behind Murakami, delivering the final blow. What should have been a triumphant spectacle of the three kingdoms had been violently reversed by Su Bai. The onlookers outside were aghast, each envisioning themselves in the shoes of the participants, acutely aware of Su Bai's terror. Faced with such a formidable foe, how could one possibly escape? The audience before the projection in the island nation did not succumb to hysterical despair or the agony of defeat. Instead, a profound sense of hopelessness enveloped each heart. So powerful. Is this the chasm that separates Su Bai from other demon masters? The sole consolation lay in the fact that the people of the Dragon Country were fortunate to have Su Bai on their side. Relieved that they had not been overly harsh with him previously, the lieutenant general pondered whether he should apologize to Su Bai upon his return. In this battle, Su Bai revealed the terrifying power of the blood-red demon. The very name Su Bai loomed as a formidable mountain in the hearts of demon masters from various nations. Inside, Unsealing and Yukai were left speechless. Su Bai's might transcended their wildest imaginations. However, a new question arose. What was the solution to this challenge? Chapter 84, Light and Shadow, Returning to Reality. They could have survived. After vanquishing the demon masters of other nations, Su Bai uttered this lamentation. Yukai twitched his lips in disbelief, internally scoffing. Good grief. Weren't you the one who killed them all? Did you intend to spare them? Unsealing, quick-witted, suddenly grasped Su Bai's meaning. Are you suggesting that you have found a way out? It was merely a notion. As he spoke, Su Bai pinched a snowflake and flicked it towards the flickering candlelight reflected in the mirror. Instantly, the hall was plunged into darkness, devoid of all illumination. Unsealing, I recall you have one last premonition remaining, correct? The girl nodded, affirming Su Bai's assertion. Then let us use that last premonition to glimpse the future as we step through this mirror. What? The two exclaimed in astonishment simultaneously. Having experienced the mirrored world once, Unsealing's head spun like a top. The world within the mirror is nothing short of a desolate wasteland. Once one enters, they can only helplessly witness their own demise within its confines. Isn't that fitting? To live by embracing death, Su Bai remarked with a light-hearted smile. Come now. We lack your audacity, Brother Bai. Please enlighten us, they implored. After navigating through numerous challenges, Yukai discerned the stark contrast between himself and Su Bai, akin to the disparity between a monkey and a human. The intentions behind Su Bai's decisions undoubtedly stemmed from profound reasoning, suggesting that they had overlooked vital clues. In truth, the hints were abundantly clear from the outset. Light and shadow serve as the eternal themes of this realm, embodying a duality that evokes contemplation. After dispatching the remaining spirit controllers, Su Bai felt buoyant and assumed the role of a mentor, eager to impart knowledge to his temporary companions. While they may have been somewhat of a hindrance, they had nonetheless contributed in meaningful ways. Unsealing's foresight was invaluable, and Yukai's prowess was commendable. Having endured alongside Su Bai for so long, albeit overshadowed by his brilliance, Su Bai, though cold-blooded, was not devoid of compassion. Life and death, Yukai mused, gazing at the three lifeless bodies on the ground. Su Bai nodded in affirmation. And the falsehoods? Unsealing recalled the numerous doppelgangers they had encountered along their journey. Indeed, in the initial trial, when a person and a candle's flame were reflected in the mirror, they would be replaced. The substitutes thus generated were devoid of shadows, indicating that light symbolizes the false, while shadow represents the true. In the third trial, those deceased doppelgangers morphed into shadows, while the survivors received luminous spiritual positions. Consequently, light signifies life, and shadow signifies death. The side of the mirror illuminated by the candle's flame represents the path of life, whereas the unlit side signifies the path of death. The two were taken aback as they gazed at the mirror. Had it not been for Subai's guidance, they would have mistakenly presumed that the side with the lit candle was the path to salvation, given the consistent design throughout their journey. Subai continued, "Since light and shadow correspond to truth and falsehood, only by extinguishing the candle can we plunge this mirror into complete shadow, thus revealing the true path to life. Otherwise, the false semblance of life leads to death." The realization dawned upon them. They had not anticipated the labyrinthine design of this treacherous trial, which had insidiously misled them from the very beginning. Henceforth, whether entering an absolute grave or a trial, they must ponder deeply, for appearances can be deceiving. Utilize your abilities, Subai suggested, gesturing towards his own head. Unsealing nodded in understanding, mysterious runes appearing upon her forehead as she summoned her final foresight. Moments later, she opened her eyes and nodded affirmatively to her companions. The three individuals approached the mirror, their reflections merging within its depths, while the world behind them began to crumble into chaos. Faintly, the anguished cries of the participants could be heard. As the scene faded, the ancient clock lost its power. Descending back onto the table's surface, Jinshin pressed a button on the table, and a holographic screen illuminated before everyone. Displayed on the screen was a map of the planet, where various uniquely shaped markers appeared, indicating real-time global supernatural occurrences detected by satellites. At that moment, the markers representing the ancient mansion scenario fell from the sky like torrential rain, threatening to drench the entire world. Observing the continuous emergence of ancient mansions on the satellite imagery, the esteemed figures felt cold sweat trickling down their backs. Under this deluge, only Longwa managed to remain unscathed, while other regions faced varying degrees of this terrifying scenario. In fact, in countries that had not even passed the first level, over 50% of the areas encountered haunted mansions. Not to mention those nations that lacked even the qualification to participate, where haunted houses proliferated infinitely. Nearly every city was besieged by one. This was an utterly horrifying sight. Furthermore, as each country could only view the footage of their own participants, it meant that only Longwa possessed the complete strategy to navigate this scenario. The mere possession of this intelligence could yield countless benefits for Longwa. Heavenly blessings from Subai, protect our Longwa. In a fit of excitement, Jinshin expressed such sentiments to Subai. The blood script slowly ascended, a crimson light descending as the figures of Subai and the others reappeared at the location they had previously departed from, returning to reality. As they beheld the now safe environment, the young girl Unsealing collapsed to the ground in tears. Within the scenario, danger lurked at every corner. Her nerves had been perpetually taut, and now she finally let it all out. No one present reproached her for her untimely display of emotion. Rather, their gazes held nothing but respect for her, the heroine who had safeguarded Longwa. Even Yukai, a military man, bore an expression of survival, illustrating just how perilous this scenario had been. The spectators watching the projection also felt their hearts race. The trio emerged unscathed, and relief washed over them. Some cheered for Longwa's triumph, while others expressed gratitude for the preservation of their homeland. Yet, Subai remained calm, appearing almost out of place amidst the jubilant atmosphere. After a moment, as the crowd's emotions settled back to normal, Unsealing wiped her tears and stood up. "I'm sorry, Subai," she apologized for her previous thoughtless outburst, but Subai merely waved his hand, dismissing it. After all, hadn't he already bested her once? What grievances could not be resolved by a single confrontation? If any existed, one could simply confront again. It seemed that the first scenario had been rather lenient. Subai summarized that what appears to be an extremely perilous dungeon to others is merely an appetizer in the apocalypse. It will only grow increasingly arduous. Remember, as long as one identifies the patterns of killing, even an ordinary person can survive within the dungeon. Chapter 85. Perfect Clearance. Fragments of the Inyang Mirror. Once the most prosperous hub of entertainment, the capital of a certain nation, now a sprawling metropolis inhabited by millions, has transformed into a perilous realm that many seek to avoid. This calamity is solely due to the emergence of 8 ancient mansions from the underworld, which obliterated the fragile order that had been painstakingly established. After the arrival of these ghostly abodes, entry is no longer dictated by blood contracts. Rather, they indiscriminately summon individuals from a designated radius. Nearly every half hour, hundreds are drawn into the depths. The dungeon cares not whether one is an ordinary person or a spirit master. All are treated alike. The authorities swiftly disseminated the information they possessed to all spirit masters, while videos from players in this nation became essential reading material. However, while spirit masters could struggle by adhering to certain patterns, the ordinary populace found themselves in dire straits. There exists no solution except for complete clearance of the dungeon. This disaster is not confined to just one nation. Almost every country, barring Longwa, is grappling with the turmoil. Initially, the common folk were unaware, as the government quietly arranged for spirit masters to seal off the affected areas and orderly evacuate the citizens. However, the news was leaked by a leader of a small nation, whose participants perished at the first threshold, leaving their land in ruins. After fruitless pleas for assistance from a powerful nation, they resorted to vengeance. As the situation escalated online, an increasing number of individuals captured photographs of the ancient mansions as evidence, thereby igniting a global exodus. Countless families fled under the cover of night, desperately rushing toward the outskirts of the city to escape. Such frenzied actions resulted in the collapse of the transportation system, leaving more individuals stranded within the disaster-stricken cities than those who were being evacuated. In a nation known for its simplicity and reverence for freedom, numerous individuals armed themselves and stormed the city gates, all in pursuit of the quickest escape to avoid the dungeon's grasp. As this large-scale upheaval threatened to spiral into civil war, the leaders of that nation could no longer remain passive. They promptly dispatched troops to quell the unrest, with artillery thundering across the skies. It took 2 volleys to suppress the public outrage. The leaders, increasingly infuriated, reflected on the humiliation faced by their once great nation, which had dominated the world for nearly 2 centuries. They glared at the continuously updating death toll, filled with resentment toward the name Subai. The strongest spirit masters they had deployed were mercilessly slaughtered by Subai. Had the vampire been able to survive, the subsequent events might not have unfolded so catastrophically. A couple of haunted houses can still be withstood. It is all the cursed Dragon Kingdom's fault. He utterly failed to reflect on whether the problem lay with the participants from his own nation, instead laying all the blame upon the Dragon Kingdom. Immediately, he reached out to the island nation and several other colluding countries, preparing to retaliate against the Dragon Kingdom. However, that is a matter for another time. At present, all nations in the world are constrained by the Dragon Kingdom. The urgent task for the entire globe is to resolve the ancient mansion of the underworld as swiftly as possible. The complete method for clearing the dungeon resides solely with the Dragon Kingdom. The leader of the beautiful nation pounded his fist on the table in frustration, and any individual holding their nose had to dial the headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom's demon slayers. Returning to Subai, upon re-entering the previously teleported room, he received a notification regarding the dungeon. Congratulations to player Subai for clearing the dungeon of the underworld mansion. Evaluation, perfect level. Reward obtained, 1 fragment of the Yin-Yang mirror. Since descending into reality, the peculiar game had grown arrogant, at this moment even withholding item information. Subai grasped the small triangular fragment in his hand, sensing its unique aura, which emanated from the underworld mansion, though it appeared to be a mirror. When he gazed into it, his own reflection was absent. Instead, a small silhouette coalesced within, resembling him closely. Subai surmised that the effect of this item should be similar to those mirrors within the dungeon, all related to illusions. However, this was clearly not a venue for experimentation, so he stored it away in his body bag. The convenience of this spatial item immediately drew envy from those around him. Yet Subai merely smiled, choosing not to speak. The protective spirit position was awarded to only Subai and 2 others. The other players did not receive it. This likely pertained to the number of participants who cleared the 3rd level, as only his team was fully staffed. The small mirror was thus a reward for Subai's perfect completion. Both Yukai and Yusifeng had been carried along, particularly Yusifeng, who had encountered trouble right from the start, naturally missing out on the perfect evaluation. Nevertheless, securing the spirit position was a pleasant surprise, and the 2 did not dwell on it. Jin Chun dismissed the bystanders and then praised Subai. Student Su, I truly did not misjudge you. You possess both courage and strategy. This time in the dungeon, we owe you a great deal. On behalf of all the people of the Dragon Kingdom, I express our gratitude for your contributions. Subai calmly shook his head. Minister Jin, you are being too polite. It was merely a transaction, hardly deserving of thanks. No. Jin Shin replied earnestly, your performance is evident to all. To be precise, you cleared this dungeon by your own strength. The nation must acknowledge your efforts. Subai nodded, refraining from further refusal. Jin Shin seized the moment, extending an olive branch to Subai. There is one more matter. After deliberation at headquarters, we wish to appoint you as the official director of the city's Demon Slayers Division, overseeing the city's supernatural affairs. The original acting director, Wang Su, will be demoted to deputy director, reporting to you. Although this was indeed Jin Shin's initial plan, there had always been obstacles due to Su Bai's character and achievements. Now that he has resolved this significant and bizarre incident, the circumstances align favorably. Su Bai pondered for a moment before refraining from giving an immediate answer. I will consider it. Jin Shin seemed to have anticipated the reward previously promised, as he retrieved a small box from beneath the table. The box, slightly wider than a typical jewelry case, was adorned with golden threads along its 8 edges, and its clasp was crafted from pure gold. Professor Gua, eager to study the ghostly artifact, entrusted me with delivering this item to you before his departure. As he explained, he handed the box to Su Bai. Even before touching it, Su Bai sensed the ominous aura emanating from within. Upon opening the box, he was met with a sight that confirmed his suspicions. Resting on a bed of exquisite satin, cushioned by special foam and encased in golden threads, lay a porcelain amulet. Pristine white and intricately adorned with blue floral patterns depicting a dragon. The amulet took the form of a xuanwu, palm-sized, fitting perfectly within one's grasp. Its surface smooth and cool to the touch. Notably, it continually exuded a ghostly energy. Is this ghost porcelain? In his previous life, Su Bai had indeed encountered ghost porcelain. Yet even then, it was a rare item, primarily found in the possession of powerful ghost tamers within official circles. As a solitary wanderer, he had never had the opportunity to utilize such a treasure. He couldn't help but feel perplexed. The bizarre game had only recently emerged. Yet Guohuai had already succeeded in researching ghost porcelain. Could it be that? Su Bai subtly glanced at Jin Shun. This headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom was not as straightforward as he had presumed. The rapid establishment of the official ghost taming organization and the presentation of this flawed ghost porcelain were all suggestive of underlying complexities. Indeed, this ghost porcelain was imperfect. Su Bai had once seen flawless ghost porcelain approximately 6 months after the advent of the bizarre game, at a time when the city's ghost taming organization had yet to be obliterated. The flawless pieces contained ghostly energy infused through unique methods, remaining contained without leakage. Whereas the porcelain in Su Bai's possession was actively releasing ghostly energy. Although the leakage was gradual, it was undeniably diminishing. Regarding artificial bizarre artifacts or strange devices, Su Bai could merely distinguish them. He was entirely ignorant of the manufacturing process. However, Jin Shun provided a timely explanation. Professor Gua had drawn inspiration from the ghost candles you provided to Zhao Sun to develop this special effect artifact, but most of the experiments yielded failures. With this being a marginal success, nonetheless, its efficacy would not be diminished, only weakened over time. To address this issue, Professor Gua had specially crafted the box to hinder the deterioration process. Su Bai affirmed this. He had already discerned the box's purpose upon first seeing it. Gold, once a mere marker of value in a past life, has revealed through the peculiarities of the present its significant role in warding off malevolent spirits. A fact elucidated by scholars such as Professor Gua. Its unique property has made it indispensable in the crafting of various supernatural artifacts. This was also the rationale behind Su Bai's consistent transactions involving gold. In the realm of otherworldly contraptions, aside from barter, gold serves as a crucial standard of measurement. Returning to the topic of ghostly porcelain, the minor flaw it possesses is inconsequential to him. What truly matters is the efficacy of the artifact itself. Jin Shin also provided him with an introduction, which indeed mirrored his recollections closely. After graciously accepting it, Jin Shin divulged some news concerning the municipal area. Following the establishment of the substation, Zhao Sun had been gathering intelligence on various supernatural occurrences, and he had also located the weeping ghost residing in the outskirts. The weeping ghost adheres to a specific behavioral pattern, rarely straying from its suburban territory, thus only a few individuals were dispatched to monitor it. However, recently, the personnel from the substation discovered the unsettling presence of another malevolent spirit wandering within the weeping ghost's domain. More perplexingly, this specter had not been documented in any accounts of the game. Its modus operandi, patterns of murder, and everything else remained shrouded in mystery. Although it currently roams the desolate lands, it is uncertain when it may encroach upon the urban area, potentially wreaking havoc upon the living. Is this unknown specter a significant threat? Undoubtedly, as most of the malevolent entities and the absolute graves in the city have been contained. Yet this particular threat has gone unnoticed and allowed to develop unchecked, which could lead to an alarming escalation. Upon hearing this, Su Bai's understanding deepened. This was no ordinary wandering ghost, but rather a manifestation resulting from the devouring of entities within Su Buki's corpse, leading to their revival. However, this calamity was not a consequence of Su Bai's negligence, but rather an experiment conducted using Su Buki's remains. In his previous life, while combating the weeping ghost, Su Bai had familiarized himself with its capabilities. The frame could seal individuals within, effectively suffocating them, akin to a miniature version of an absolute grave. Subai's intention was to ascertain whether the Weeping Ghost's frame could similarly restrict the revival of malevolent spirits. If successful, it would serve as an exceptional incineration furnace. Should this prove feasible, he would no longer need to collect corpses after slaying the spirit controllers, merely discarding them in the outskirts for the Weeping Ghost to seal, thus conserving numerous body bags. As it stands, his aspiration for a free cremation has failed. Once you return, collaborate with the substation to resolve this matter, Jinshin said. His brows furrowed, his voice tinged with weariness. Asking Subai for assistance would inevitably incur a considerable cost, yet it was a necessary course of action, as he lacked a formidable ally like Subai. Although this individual held the nominal title of deputy director under him, their relationship resembled more of an employer-employee dynamic. Subai raised an eyebrow. Very well, what compensation is offered this time? In truth, there was no need for Jinshin to speak. The city was inherently his domain, and these specters were destined to be dealt with. However, since Jinshin initiated the conversation, it would be remiss not to take advantage of the opportunity he presented. Jinshin, at a loss for words, thought to himself that this young man truly did not act until he saw the rabbit. Professor Gua's research had yet to yield superior results. I could not guarantee anything, only promise you priority. As soon as a breakthrough occurs, you shall be the first to redeem it. Furthermore, I have specially authorized you to select one item from the headquarters repository of supernatural artifacts. These artifacts, products of strange phenomena manifesting in reality, are akin to the bizarre items encountered in games, yet bear the mark of the real world. In the original Eerie game, defeating monsters would not yield any items. This is a transformation brought about by the convergence of two worlds. Items such as Subai's 9-inch nail, the unadorned tablet, the luminous spirit tablet, and fragments of mirrors are all considered supernatural artifacts. 3 items. Subai commenced his traditional bargaining tactics, demanding an exorbitant price. Impossible. Only 1. It must be 3. The two engaged in a dispute akin to street vendors haggling over prices. If onlookers beheld the esteemed Vice Minister Jean and the most formidable ghost handler in such a manner, they would undoubtedly be left agape. After a prolonged negotiation, they finally reached a compromise. Only 1 item, supplemented by 2 of Professor Gua's research products. Trust me, he will surely succeed. Jinshin, feeling cornered, had no choice but to invoke Gua Huai as a scapegoat. Meanwhile, Professor Gua, far away in his laboratory, sneezed thrice. Utterly oblivious to the fact that he had been sold out by Jinshin, now laden with the debt of 2 research products at nearly 70 years of age. The deal was struck. Subai's initial demand for 3 items had merely been a whimsical boast. Now, with the addition of 2 supernatural artifacts, he was naturally elated. Others might doubt Professor Gua, but as a reincarnated being, he had unwavering faith in him. After resolving all matters in Kyoto, news from Su Feng in the city confirmed the receipt of the previously agreed-upon gold, and all was well at home. Thus, Subai rested for a night, preparing to return home. On the day of farewell, Subai met with his 2 teammates once more. They were at the airport to see him off. Thank you, Brother Bai. Yukai earnestly bowed to Subai, his gesture expressing gratitude not only for Subai's life-saving assistance, but also for the acquired supernatural artifact. Chapter 87. In the city, Subai, take charge. Subai nodded in acceptance, saying little further, and Yukai remained equally taciturn. Although they had faced life and death together, their identities diverged. For the soldier Yukai, this was merely a mission and should not invite excessive personal sentiment. Nevertheless, Subai's counsel would benefit him for a lifetime. Yu Sifeng, a specially recruited member, was different. She harbored fewer reservations. As she gazed at the departing Subai, her eyes brimmed with reluctance, and something flickered within. Subai, may I have your contact information? I owe you greatly for your help in the instance. Without you, I fear I would have perished within the mirror. The girl expressed her gratitude, casting a glance at Subai's stern visage, her cheeks inexplicably flushed. Your abilities have greatly contributed to our success. Remember what I told you. Perhaps we shall meet again. Subai shared his WeChat details before turning away. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze enveloped him, as a delicate pair of arms embraced him from behind. I am Yu Sifeng, a local studying in Kyoto. Yu Sifeng chattered on, and finally whispered softly in Subai's ear, we must meet again. As she released him, Subai did not look back, but merely chuckled lightly, and proceeded towards the departing flight. The private jet ascended slowly, the city of Kyoto beneath him gradually diminishing until it became a mere speck in his view. Seated by the window, gazing down at the vast expanse of Kyushu, he felt an indescribable emotion welling up within him, something he had never experienced amidst his struggles in a past life. With a sigh, He resolved to accept the position of director of the city bureau, not for any other reason, but because in this sprawling land of Kyushu, he yearned for a tranquil haven. Those he cherished deserved a secure sanctuary. As for others, he could only offer a temporary apology. In this tumultuous world, he could only manage his own affairs. In his previous life, he lost his home. In this life, he was determined to protect it fiercely. The plane pierced through the clouds, disappearing from sight. Hours later, at the city airport, having made up his mind, Subai immediately dialed the bureau's number upon disembarking. City, I will take charge from now on. With those few words, he completed the most significant transfer of power in the city. The ghostly hand must ultimately step onto the stage. Shortly, a bulletproof vehicle arrived before Subai. Emerging from the car were Wang Su and Zhao Sun. Upon seeing Subai, Wang Su, the ghostly hand, joyfully circled around him, radiating warmth. Brother Bai, let me take a good look at you. I hope you weren't injured this time. Zhao Sun also bore a smile, but unlike Wang Su's feigned enthusiasm, his delight was genuine. Su Laudi, sorry to keep you waiting. No problem, I just arrived home. Zhao Sun felt reassured. Su Bai's words clearly indicated that he regarded the city as his home, signifying his commitment to the responsibilities of the director. Wang Su, showing no signs of discontent at having his position stolen, maintained his cheerful demeanor and mysteriously remarked, Professor Guo's predictions were indeed accurate. He anticipated your takeover long ago. I have prepared all the necessary handover documents. Su Bai was momentarily speechless. Professor Guo was indeed as astute as rumored. All right, Zhao Sun, please take him back to assume his duties. I will be returning to Kyoto. As the professor mentioned that Brother Bai would undoubtedly worry about me and advised me not to linger here, Wang suggested cheerfully, turning towards the still open boarding stairs. Before ascending, he glanced back at Su Bai and added, Brother Bai, remember to find me when you come to Kyoto. I'll treat you to a drink. Subsequently, Wang Pengzi hummed a little tune as he boarded his flight and departed. Su Bai once again felt the extraordinary wisdom of Professor Guo. Indeed, he could never truly trust Wang Su, the cunning tiger with a smiling face. His departure certainly alleviated some concerns. Upon returning to the precinct, Su Bai found himself seated for the first time in the director's chair, with Zhao Sun standing opposite him. Although I hold this position, the management of affairs remains your domain. I shall not interfere in that regard, Su Bai stated. Zhao Sun agreed, well aware that Su Bai, now the director, would merely be a figurehead and had mentally prepared himself for it. Moreover, I shall personally address any intricate incidents that arise in the city, but for the minor matters, you shall handle them with your team. Is that acceptable? How could there be any issue with that? Zhao Sun was overjoyed. He had been awaiting Su Bai's affirmation. Finally, there was hope for resolving the threats to the city's safety. However, before he could revel in his happiness, Su Bai interjected, as a condition, I require a stronghold. I have already identified a location, the Hugwa community. The Hugwa community, as Su Bai referred to it, was situated near the outskirts of the city, not far from the precinct. Although it had been on the market for quite some time, its remote location had hindered sales. Nevertheless, it was an entire residential complex. Could one possibly acquire it for less than several hundred million? Zhao Sun was instantly taken aback. Their precinct lacked such financial capability. Even if they sought to coordinate and submit a report, higher authorities would need to approve it. Given the current tumultuous state of affairs, it was hardly feasible to simply allocate hundreds of millions to Su Bai for a real estate purchase. Zhao Sun's discomfort was evident on his face, and Su Bai noticed it. Do not misunderstand. I intend to exchange it using my company. Although Su Bai's 50% stake had only fetched a mere 10 billion, shares did not equate to the company's true worth. Just the two engine factories under the company's umbrella were valued at approximately 80 billion. When considering various materials and buildings, the total value soared to over 100 billion, not far from the worth of the community. Furthermore, in this new world, who still had the inclination to purchase property, my uncle's entire family perished, leaving me as the sole heir to our family business. Su Bai spoke this lightly. Yet Zhao Sun felt a chill. He had long suspected that the deaths of Su Yi and his son were somehow linked to Su Bai, but out of respect for Su Bai's power, no one dared to investigate. Yet, what did it matter? The deaths were a foregone conclusion, even with evidence. No one would dare offend Su Bai over such matters. After all, how many had succumbed in this new world? Trading the lives of two worthless individuals for Su Bai's protection over countless lives in the city was indeed their honor. The distinction between what was trivial and what was significant was clear to Zhao Sun. With the financial matters resolved, Zhao Sun harbored no further doubts and promptly agreed. Negotiating on behalf of the precinct would undoubtedly eliminate numerous troubles, and there were dedicated departments to handle such affairs. What Zhao Sun needed to do was merely to report to his superiors. When it came to matters concerning the Bureau of Spirit Tamers, particularly those involving Su Bai. It was assuredly a smooth journey, requiring little effort. After all, he had just been hailed a national hero, saving countless lives from impending doom. In present-day Longhua, he was indispensable. Chapter 88, a long-awaited family feast, and Su Bai's surprise. Very well, let us expedite the arrangements. I must move in soon, for the gaping hole in my home is quite bothersome. Zhao Sun felt a twinge of nostalgia. It had been a time before the mysterious game descended upon them. Were it not for that hole, he would never have crossed paths with Su Bai. It seemed that his fate had been altered at that very moment. What of the wailing spirit and the unknown entity? Zhao Sun inquired about the situation with the wailing spirit in the desolate mountains. Let us take a few days to rest, assign more personnel to keep watch. The matter of the wailing spirit is not urgent, as she resides in the outskirts. And after the lockdown, few have encountered misfortune. Unless one were to recklessly seek her out, she would not venture into the city to wreak havoc for the time being. With the instructions given, Su Bai could finally return home. The bureau had arranged for a special vehicle and driver for him. But Su Bai preferred to summon Su Feng to drive him instead. As the vehicle parked before the villa, the tension that had gripped Su Bai began to dissipate. The pressure from the mission melted away in that moment. Upon entering, a gathering awaited him. Aunt Wu had prepared an abundant feast tailored to Su Bai's tastes, as she had fretted about his ability to adapt to the fare of distant lands. Alongside the few women of the household, Su Feng had also brought 3 girls from the guild to welcome Su Bai home. Meanwhile, the storage facility was guarded by law enforcement personnel from the department. Ordinary individuals who had encountered strange events, summoned from various sectors. Brother Su Bai, I missed you so much. Little Shi Huai was the first to leap into Su Bai's embrace, her cherubic face nuzzling against his chest. The white-pupiled ghost princess also exhibited an eager demeanor. Su Bai enveloped her in his arms, tousling her hair while subtly probing her aura. Though her body had not matured, the ghostly energy of the white-pupiled ghost princess had intensified. However, it appeared that little Shi Huai maintained a stable control over her, and the large red flower showed no signs of abnormality. After sharing some tender moments with his 2 younger sisters, Su Bai took a seat at the table, and everyone began to dine. Su Bai, did you encounter any danger? Yao Ningxin asked, her head buried in her bowl as she took a bite. Though she had accepted Su Bai in her heart, it was still somewhat embarrassing for her to express such a concern akin to a wifess for her husband. As she interacted with everyone, Yao Ningxin gradually learned about the peculiarities surrounding them. Being an ordinary person, she was unaware of Su Bai's true strength, and thus, her worries about his safety surpassed those of anyone else. Fortunately, allow me to share the details of my journey, Su Bai replied with a smile, recounting the events of his expedition. When it comes to haggling, everyone bursts into hearty laughter. However, when the name Unsealing is mentioned, a hint of jealousy flickers in the eyes of Yao Ningxin, Ling Ruoyao, and the twin-tailed girl Li Jiai. As Su Bai describes perilous scenarios, Yao Ningxin bites her lip, her hand holding the chopsticks trembling slightly. Ling Ruoyao furrows her brow, filled with concern, and Li Jiai, in a more exaggerated manner, widens her eyes as if she wishes to traverse time and protect Su Bai. Yet, when Su Bai speaks of those delicate dummies, admiration and respect wash over their faces. Moments later, aside from discussing the props, Su Bai recounts his experiences from the past few days. The tumultuous narrative elicits exclamations of excitement from everyone, but concern lingers heavily, particularly for Ling Ruoyao, who pinches Su Bai's arm playfully, feigning sternness as she warns him against such reckless adventures in the future. Su Bai responds with a smile, acquiescing to her plea. Furthermore, Su Bai theatrically piques their curiosity, announcing, from now on, I shall be the director of the City Exorcist Bureau. Upon hearing this revelation, everyone, except Su Feng, gasps in astonishment. The director of the Exorcist Bureau, a figure akin to a local emperor, turns out to be this youth barely in his 20s. Anyone who learns of this news cannot remain composed. Only Xiao Shihua beams with unrestrained joy, for regardless of Su Bai's identity, he is her dearest brother. So, does that mean we will be part of the Exorcist Bureau? Are we now official troops? Exclaims the youthful Lin Tianjin, her face alight with delight. Indeed. Su Bai confirms. Will we also have uniforms? The kind that looks incredibly stylish? At this, the formidable Jamara becomes animated, seemingly captivated by the allure of the Exorcist Bureau's tactical attire. Well, that is indeed a possibility, Su Bai replies. Long live the president. Jamara exclaims, her voice incongruous with her physique, prompting Su Bai to rub his forehead, reflecting on the peculiar tastes of creation. Moreover, in a few days, we are to relocate. Su Bai explains briefly about the situation in the Hugua community. This decision has been carefully contemplated from various angles. Firstly, the dense population within the city heightens the likelihood of supernatural occurrences. Hence, Moving to the suburbs would facilitate Su Bai's ability to safeguard everyone. Additionally, the group around him cannot possibly occupy an entire community, allowing the surplus homes to be sold at a premium to affluent buyers. Su Bai is not merely selling houses. He is offering a form of implicit protection. It is likely that the safest place in the entire Long Nation, aside from the headquarters, is the community where the strongest exorcist, Su Bai, resides. Currently, everyone is crammed into a villa, which, while lively, is unsustainable in the long run. Eventually, each person will have their own home, but more importantly, after the move, if any of you have relatives you are worried about, do let me know, and I shall have the bureau bring them over. This gentle expression from Su Bai is a rarity since the onset of strange occurrences. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes glisten with unshed tears. Since the advent of the New World, peculiar events have surged across various regions, instilling a profound sense of unease among the populace. The existence of supernatural beings has become widely acknowledged, prompting parents to fret over their children's safety while wandering outside, leading them to repeatedly call in hopes of having them return home. Although they understand that being by Su Bai's side ensures their utmost safety, it is difficult for their families to comprehend this. Furthermore, with roads closed off, returning home has become an unrealistic notion. Humans are not devoid of emotion. Who can remain indifferent? Naturally, everyone desires the well-being of their loved ones, and the gift Su Bai has provided them is more precious than anything else. With the words of the division chief now echoing, their families would undoubtedly be more amenable to the situation. Yao Ningxin began to sob, undoubtedly the most moved among them. While the others were at least in the city, her parents resided in distant cities. After the onset of the bizarre game, they had hoped to come find her. But that was no easy task. The eerie incidents within the city were manageable, with the Ghost Tamers division addressing them. Yet, what about the outskirts? They were utterly overwhelmed. In addition to the suspension of transportation between cities, many factories had ceased operations, fearful of inadvertently encountering strange occurrences. People were hesitant to venture outside or attend work. Although the nation and various divisions were striving to restore order to society, it was evident that such a feat could not be accomplished overnight. Even Su Bai himself had been traveling back and forth between the city and Kyoto via a private aircraft. Su Bai gently caressed her back, rendered speechless for a lengthy moment. Chapter 89. The killing patterns of the morning ghost after a 2-day respite. The transfer of power and functional planning within the division had concluded. The primary focus was on the allocation of law enforcement personnel and ghost tamers. Given the significance of the matters at hand, Su Bai was tasked with their management, allowing the originally designated emergency response team to be integrated into the regular roster. Additionally, the team previously under Wang's command was reassigned to various departments, with another group dispatched to assist Su Bai in welcoming Su Feng and several women-s acquaintances. Su Bai chose not to intervene in these matters, having previously delegated them to Zhao Sun, who possessed greater expertise in this area. As for Su Bai, apart from spending his days in the company of several women, he also provided specialized training to Su Feng, Ling Ruoyao, and others regarding the control of their abilities. After all, they would be part of his future team, and Su Bai deemed it necessary to invest some effort in their development. Moreover, there was delightful news. They had officially moved into the Hugua community, with Su Bai's villa situated in the very center, surrounded by the remaining individuals. Aunt Wu and Xiao Shihua continued to reside with him, as he felt more at ease keeping an eye on the white-eyed ghost princess. Interestingly, the owner of the community turned out to be quite an intriguing character. Somehow, he had learned of Su Bai's identity, and after handing over the property, the company only required the cost price for the mortgage, taking not a single cent of the remaining profit, which was entirely converted into cash for Su Bai. At the same time, he had seized the opportunity to offer Su Bai 20 million, purchasing a villa in the vicinity, just a stone's throw away from him, granting him the first right of residence as an outsider. Such perceptiveness delighted Su Bai, and he readily agreed. After moving into the community, Su Bai arranged for the transfer of items from the warehouse. Given the current circumstances, he felt quite confident in his ability to maintain control over the city. Having rested sufficiently, he prepared to address the matter of the mournful spirits. Su Feng drove him to the precinct, where the chief's vehicle naturally went unimpeded. In the present city, Su Bai's presence served as the most effective passport. Upon entering the precinct, a 5-member team of spirit handlers was already assembled. Although Su Feng was not officially part of the team, his close relationship with the chief was well known, making him, in essence, an assistant to the chief. The two approached the team, with Xiao Lu stepping forward to greet them. Originally, there was no position of chief within the precinct. The previous spirit handlers were personally led by the Ghost Hand King, Wang Su. However, after Wang Su's departure, Zhao Sun, being an ordinary person, left the spirit handlers under Xiao Lu's command. Currently, there are 5 teams rotating within the precinct. While this number may seem insufficient for an entire city, Subai understood that it was not trivial. In his previous life, Subyuki had initially dispersed a group, followed by the undead incident, and then the emergence of the white-eyed ghost princess, leading the city to even seek assistance from Kyoto during its most trying times. Despite these efforts, they ultimately faced total annihilation. Thus, the existence of these 5 teams was indeed hard-won. In fact, there were numerous spirit handlers in the civilian sector, but they either feared for their lives or had formed small factions, which Subai had no desire to consolidate at the moment. He was neither Subyuki nor Zhao Sun. To him, numbers did not equate to strength. Rather, quality was paramount. Those spirit handlers of mediocre ability were often outdone by meticulous, ordinary individuals. Among the 5 teams, over half consisted of former traders from his guild. Although they lacked loyalty, their strength remained intact. In a certain sense, his earlier efforts in their training had not been in vain. Subai and Xiao Lu entered the office, leaving Su Feng outside with the 5 members of the team, who exchanged glances. Remarkably, 4 of the 5 were traders, much to Su Feng's amusement. These individuals probably never imagined that they would find themselves back in Subai's service, and their self-sabotage had transformed them from elite guards into a ragtag group. The more they contemplated this, the deeper their regret grew. Had they been more resolute at the outset, perhaps they too could have been like Su Feng, by Subai's side at all times. Well, who do we have here? Su Feng jested. Never mind your name, it hardly matters. Go fetch me a glass of water. Why the glare? Do you want to keep your job? He unabashedly mocked the traders, but after a moment, he sighed, recognizing the futility of it all. They were ultimately not of his kind. Inside the office, Subai and Xiao Lu sat across from each other. So, Captain Lu Shun, how does it feel to be promoted? Subai teased, referring to Xiao Lu by his full name. Sugu, please just call me Xiao Lu. You have no idea how difficult these youngsters are to manage. During field patrols, they all act like lords, but when an incident occurs, they turn into timid turtles. Xiao Lu lamented, and Subai was not surprised. This was, in fact, an inevitable trend. As incidents continue to proliferate, the significance of the ghost tamers will become increasingly apparent, elevating their status accordingly. The emergence of a new class of ghost tamers is an unavoidable development. In Longhua, the situation is relatively better, but in certain countries plagued by bizarre occurrences, ordinary people have been reduced to mere slaves and playthings for the ghost tamers. Subai also wished to prevent any instances of his subordinates bullying ordinary folk. Thus he reminded them, make sure to discipline them regularly. If they err, do not hesitate, handle it as necessary. With my presence, chaos shall not ensue. Now, let us discuss the matter of the weeping ghost. Xiao Lu nodded and handed a dossier to Subai. According to the intelligence we have gathered, this unknown specter cries out loudly before committing murder, and those who hear her lamentation will be affected emotionally. If one cannot restrain their tears, they will violate the rules of murder and be killed immediately. Her abilities are not dissimilar to those Subai had encountered before, but he was primarily focused on the newly detected range of her skills and the expanse of her territory. Compared to what Subai had seen previously, she appeared considerably stronger. It seemed she had been thriving during this period. Subai nodded, noting that Xiao Lu had become much more composed in handling matters than before. Through these days of trials, he had grown commendably. Let us proceed and take a closer look. The 2 exited, joined by Su Feng and a 5-member team, making their way towards the outskirts. The crimson moon hung high, casting a dark veil over the land. Within the territory of the weeping ghost, the once lush forest had vanished, obliterated by the specter's overwhelming aura of death. The mountain was barren, strewn with yellow sand and scattered stones rolling aimlessly in the wind, occasionally punctuated by a few stark, desolate graves that epitomized desolation. The wind howled mournfully, echoing the ghostly cries that intertwined, creating an increasingly eerie atmosphere. 2 relatively weak ghost tamers found themselves quaking with trepidation, merely standing at the edge of the desolate land, embodying Xiao Lu's description of them as timid turtles. Subai retrieved 3 ghost candles from a body bag. He held one while distributing the others to Xiao Lu and Su Feng. As for the traitorous individuals, in Subai's eyes, once they crossed that line, they became outsiders. And as outsiders, their lives and deaths were of no consequence to him. Chapter 90. The Weeping Ghost's Deception, the Dismemberment Site. The mournful cries reverberated through the mountains and forests, unsettling the hearts of all present. While Subai remained unaffected, the others were enveloped in a gentle sorrow. Past grievances, trivial or long forgotten, surged forth once more, an emotion named sadness spreading like a virus among them. Xiao Lu was the first to regain his composure, swiftly directing everyone to don the professional headphones they had prepared in advance. adjusting the volume to its maximum. Suddenly, the sounds around were silenced, and amidst the profound stillness, the cries became even more piercing. Xiao Lu fished out his phone and pressed play. A jubilant tune looping in an attempt to drown out the weeping. Fold 1,000 paper cranes. Tie them with a red ribbon. May kind-hearted souls enjoy good fortune every day. As the melody resonated, it indeed captured the collective attention, the air filled with the penetrating sound of the suona. Whenever teammates exchanged words, the music would automatically fade, allowing for uninterrupted communication. Su Bai and Su Feng, however, were not equipped with such headphones. This peculiar ability was not easily mitigated by mere physical means. Even a deaf person could hear the cries here, let alone someone merely wearing headphones. The only conceivable effect was that the music might soften the sorrow accumulating within. Su Bai's lips twitched slightly. He couldn't believe Xiao Lu concocted such a scheme. He had no desire for the endless repetition of good fortune. To truly counteract this influence, Su Bai's ghostly veil was the genuine solution. A thin layer of the veil materialized around him, wrapping him and Su Feng in a blood-red shroud, and instantly, the disquieting cries ceased. The sadness in Su Feng's eyes dissipated, replaced by a sense of foreboding. Before even stepping into the desolate mountain, the weeping ghost had exerted such an influence. It was indeed terrifying. Everyone was prepared. Let us proceed, Su Bai commanded, and they stepped into the domain of the desolate mountain. Upon entering, Xiao Lu and the others shivered, an inexplicable sensation enveloping them, a surge of weeping rising from the depths of their hearts, and the cries grew louder. Maintain your composure. Xiao Lu immediately cautioned everyone, urging them to steady their minds. Su Bai also felt a faint pressure emanating from his ghostly veil. The second stage of revival, this desolate mountain graveyard was indeed the haunt of the weeping ghost. A fine mist of rain drifted through the air, mingling with the plaintive cries, casting a veil of gloom over the group. The wind howled alongside the weeping, and the fine rain fell like tears. The blood moon and the dark sky were kept at bay. Their intrusion had undoubtedly disturbed the weeping ghost, yet she did not appear, likely constrained by some unseen force. As they continued onward, a multitude of figures kneeling on the ground gradually came into view. Judging by their attire, they seemed to be townsfolk from the nearby village. Hello there? Xiao Lu mustered the courage to call out, yet received no response. Trembling, he approached the kneeling individuals, a horrifying sight unfolding before him. Those on the ground stared blankly ahead, tears of blood streaming down their cheeks. Their expressions were twisted in agony, as if mourning the loss of their closest kin. A heart-wrenching scene. The team members moved closer to investigate. These individuals had clearly lost their breath, evidently victims of the weeping ghost. All the bodies were bowed in the same direction, which likely pointed toward the location of the weeping ghost herself. Xiao Lu gazed anxiously in that direction, where the misty rain obscured his vision. Su Gu, shall we proceed directly? Su Bai did not hasten to respond, but instead contemplated the corpses before him. On this desolate mountain, there existed not only the weeping ghost, but also the entity awakened within Su Buki, which posed a significant threat. The powers of the two spirits were surely comparable, otherwise, they could not coexist in the same territory. It is well known that spirits possess a formidable sense of territoriality. Two powerful entities would not appear together unless they were at an impasse. This situation implied that neither could gain the upper hand over the other. Boss, do you think these two spirits might turn on each other, allowing us to reap the benefits? Su Feng inquired quietly at Su Bai's side. As he was well aware of the circumstances, though the two spirits were at odds, it did not mean that Su Bai could act recklessly. Humans were always the primary prey for spirits. Once they found themselves before the two entities, all notions of territory and the saying about two tigers not coexisting would be cast aside, prioritizing the extermination of humans. However, even the two awakened second-stage spirits posed little threat to Su Bai at this moment. Besides, the weeping ghost had already been dealt with in a previous life. Although the city had sought aid from surrounding areas and summoned powerful allies from the capital to confront it, what kind of strength could rival that of the current Su Bai? This indirectly reflected that the ghost's prowess was merely average among awakened second stages, as even a slightly stronger first-stage entity could contend with it. Moreover, Su Bai possessed the formidable 9-inch nail with a single strike. Regardless of whether one was first or second stage, they would be firmly pinned down. What piqued Su Bai's curiosity was the entity awakened within Su Buki. It had completed its consumption and awakening in just a few days, indicating some unique transformation had occurred. There was no need for haste. Exploration came first. The group began to traverse the desolate mountain, searching their surroundings. Soon, they stumbled upon corpses exhibiting a different manner of death. Unlike the previous bizarre fatalities, these bodies appeared gruesome and savage, with the earth beneath stained a deep crimson, permeated by the scent of blood. This ground resembled a butcher's stall in a marketplace, where various kinds of flesh were carelessly strewn about. These were individuals who had been vivisected. Fragments of flesh lay scattered everywhere, their dismemberment executed with brutality, prioritizing speed over any semblance of artistry. Aside from the scattered remains, the severed heads had been piled into a grotesque mound, akin to the sheep heads stacked to attract customers at a market. From the expressions of agony and despair etched upon those faces, it was not difficult to discern the horror they had endured before their demise. Subai crouched before one of the severed arms, meticulously examining the flesh is neatly sliced, yet the bones bear evident signs of crushing. Clearly, the weapon employed for the slaughter is extraordinarily heavy. Such an incision evokes in Subai the image of a ghastly specter, the pig-head butcher. The unmistakable signs of a bone-cutting knife make it difficult not to conjure this image, though it is not definitive. After all, the three-headed monstrosity devouring one another may result in any number of creatures, leaving their true form uncertain. Ugh! One team member, unable to bear the gruesome scene, retreated to the side and began to retch violently. The remnants of the pig trotters he had consumed that morning were expelled without reservation, causing him great distress. The remaining members, while not succumbing to such a reaction, still bore pallid expressions. Chapter 91. The Pig-Head Butcher. Move now? Is this truly the Pig-Head Butcher? As a regular denizen of the store, Xiao Lu had never tasted pork but had witnessed pigs in motion. There had been an eerie incident involving a pig-head butcher in the city, but it was merely in the initial phase of revival. At that time, the Ghost Hand King led the charge, and the resolution was not overly challenging. It was not that Xiao Lu was particularly worldly, but rather the murderous methodology of the pig-head butcher was strikingly distinctive. This scene, reminiscent of a butcher shop, could only be the work of such a fiend. This was also tied to the pig-head butcher's modus operandi, seeking fresh ingredients, directly utilizing the corpses until the finest materials were located. Xiao Lu murmured to himself, reciting the data on various phantoms distributed by headquarters. For the pig-head butcher, children, women, and robust adult men are particularly enticing, aligning with the current scene. Among the remains at their feet, not a single elderly figure could be found. It bears a striking resemblance, yet upon closer inspection, Subai pointed to a bone-cutting knife emblem drawn in blood upon the ground. Besides the dismembered limbs, there were other elements. The pig-head butcher's killing pattern had shifted, indicating an escalation in its eerie nature. The rain from above continued to wash over the bloodstains on the ground, yet it failed to disperse the emblem. An invisible force seemed to hinder the rain from making contact. Xiao Lu felt as if he were ensnared by some intangible power, his body covered in goosebumps. This sensation was all too familiar, prompting an exclamation. Not good. This is the killing pattern of the frightening clown. The frightening clown is also one of the most frequently encountered phantoms in the initial phase of revival, and Xiao Lu vividly recalled that harrowing encounter. His entire team had been relentlessly pursued by the elusive clown for an entire day and night, merely for glimpsing the blood-red smiley face that appeared upon the wall. Ultimately, it was a supernatural artifact brought by Wang Su from Kyoto that brought resolution. Yet, that battle had exacted a heavy toll, with only Xiao Lu surviving from 2 entire teams. Now, encountering this mark once more sent chills down his spine. Subai swiftly ignited the ghost candle in his hand, the flickering light dispelling the cold emanating from the emblem. Almost instantaneously, the ghost candle dwindled significantly. Quickly, take precautions. As Xiao Lu came to his senses, he promptly issued an order. Since he and his companions had already caught the attention of the pig-head butcher, it was only a matter of time before the creature would arrive. Simultaneously, he understood that they were not merely facing a primal specter, but a grotesque amalgamation of a terrifying clown and a pig-head butcher. Such a ghoul, imbued with the ability to devour and resurrect, possessed the potential to inherit the capabilities of other specters and could also undergo mutations. The level of danger posed by such an entity was far superior to that of primal ghosts with clear patterns of murder. A moment's negligence could spell disaster for them all. In the next instant, amidst the gentle rain, heavy footsteps echoed ominously. Each footfall splashed against the puddles, creating a chilling sound that made the group's breaths quicken involuntarily. A towering figure, brandishing a bone-cutting knife, tore through the curtain of rain, slowly advancing towards them. Though the steps were deliberate and unhurried, the figure's approach was alarmingly swift, as if each stride covered dozens of meters. This silhouette became a harbinger of doom, inexorably drawing closer. As the figure neared, their appearance became discernible. Standing at an imposing height of over 2 meters, the figure was robust and entirely unclothed, save for a leather apron that shielded its body. In hand, it wielded a massive, rusted bone-cutting knife, which dripped with blood as the rain washed over it. Atop this fearsome physique rested a grotesque pig's head, its bristles wildly tousled, and remnants of flesh clung between its enormous tusks. The pig's face was painted with eerie oils, and a sinister smile was etched in blood at the corners of its mouth. The 5 members of the ghost hunting team trembled slightly, yet they managed to form a defensive formation to confront the approaching menace. Observing these novice hunters, who were at their peak potential yet still inexperienced, Subai could not help but sigh. This pighead butcher was at least a Stage 1 resurrection, with a strong likelihood of being Stage 2. They were merely offering themselves as fodder. However, the purpose of this expedition was not to exert their efforts. Subai merely wished to provide them with some experience. After all, as the leader of this team, he could not allow them to face horrors untested. Although they were no match for the pighead butcher in a direct confrontation, there were still means for the 5 to survive. The pighead butcher would not prioritize the slaughter of imperfect prey. Those who wished to live should hastily remove a finger, an ear, or a toe, anything to render themselves imperfect. Subai offered this advice, noting the loophole in the rules. Such entities, upon resurrection, were ubiquitous in these games, and it would not be long before others uncovered this truth. He fully expanded the ghostly barrier, as they were now at the fringe of the Wailing Spectre's domain, resulting in considerably less pressure. While he could easily envelop everyone and teleport them away, that would contradict his purpose for this venture. He had come to confront these 2 specters. The barrier was a tool to combat malevolent spirits, not an escape route. He had no intention of exhausting his strength to protect these ghost hunters. Some paths must be traversed alone. At this moment, the adversary revealed himself. If one lacks even the courage to fight, then it is best not to show up at all. The butcher raised the bone saw in his hand, poised to strike down upon a young boy within the ranks of the demon controllers. The boy, ensnared by the terrifying aura, stood frozen, trembling uncontrollably. Subai shook his head at the sight, having already conveyed the method to break the deadlock, yet none chose to heed his counsel. What is a mere finger worth when one's life hangs in the balance? Moreover, upon returning to the precinct, there would naturally be healing demon controllers capable of restoring severed digits. This is the nature of demon controllers. They tread perilously close to the brink of life and death. Beneath their feet lies an abyss, with only a single steel wire suspended above it. If one cannot be ruthless enough with oneself, then this path is not meant to be traversed. Just as the butcher's blade was about to descend, Xiao Lu let out a fierce shout, drawing a tactical dagger from his waist and swinging it decisively towards the boy's ear. The dagger flashed like a cold glimmer, severing an ear that fell to the ground, bouncing a few times, stained with blood and mud, as blood gushed swiftly from the wound. The sudden pain jolted the stunned boy back to reality. He clutched his ear, anguished cries escaping his lips, blood flowing through his fingers. With the loss of his ear, he was rendered imperfect. The butcher, now halted in his tracks, lowered the raised bone saw, searching for his next target. Those who wish to live, move now, Xiao Lu shouted, wiping the blood from his face, rousing the others from their stupor. Chapter 92, The Eerie Pattern, The Undying Butcher. Those who wish to live, move now. Xiao Lu's commanding shout thoroughly awakened everyone. Subai nodded in appreciation. It seemed Xiao Lu had truly matured. While he may not stand alone against the foe, he at least bore a semblance of a seasoned demon controller from a past life. With a bit more strength, he could become a formidable ally. The young boy continued to wail in agony, and Xiao Lu cast a glance his way, saying nothing. The companions nearby began to bandage him. No need. Subai suddenly interjected, halting them. The others looked on in confusion. Why was the new captain refusing to allow even a bandage? At that moment, the boy seemed to have his throat constricted, his cries abruptly ceasing. Lu Xin's face turned ashen as he recalled something. He forcefully pulled away those attending to the boy's ear, realizing the boy was now devoid of breath. He knelt in shock, blood streaming from his eyes, staring blankly in one direction. Only then did they remember they were still ensnared within the realm of the wailing spirits. Any loss of emotional control could lead to imminent death. The boy's demise, born from the dual torment of fear and pain, cast a shadow over the hearts of those around him. Xiao Lu was not unfamiliar with the specter of death. Initially, he managed to regain his composure, soothing several individuals to prevent the lamenting specter from seizing the opportunity to intrude. Subai, however, chose to remain aloof, his gaze fixed intently on the butcher with the pig's head. It is difficult to reason with a malevolent spirit. Despite having discerned the murderous patterns of the pig-headed butcher and the wailing specter, he was still unable to preserve his own life, which only underscored his unsuitability to be a ghost tamer. Indeed, many ordinary individuals were far more capable than he. At that moment, the pig-headed butcher swung his cleaver once again, this time targeting another ghost tamer. After witnessing the fate of the young boy, they dared not linger in place. The individual did not immediately choose self-destruction. Instead, he attempted to unleash his vengeful spirit to confront the butcher. A mysterious phantom appeared beside the butcher, wrapping itself around him. Xiao Lu, equally quick to react, activated his water spirit abilities, unleashing an unending torrent that engulfed the pig-headed butcher. Yet, their assault was as ineffective as a mere tickle against a vengeful spirit in its first stage of revival. The butcher's movements remained unimpeded. His cleaver continued its deadly arc undeterred. At that moment, Subai also made his move. Utilizing the powers of the little demon melees, he instantaneously transferred himself into the shadow behind the pig-headed butcher. With a swift thrust, he plunged a dagger towards the joint of the butcher's arm. Clang! The moment the dagger met flesh, a blood-red wedding gown apparition materialized, intercepting Subai's intended strike. The ghost bride, having failed in his attempt, Subai did not succumb to impatience, opting instead to retreat. The butcher's cleaver came crashing down, but Xiao Lu, with remarkable speed, severed the man's pinky finger at the last possible moment, allowing him to narrowly escape disaster. Though the pain was excruciating, he bravely stifled his cries, fearful that any sound might trigger the death pattern. The interval between their two assaults lingered around 6 or 7 seconds. Following the order of age, it seemed the next strike of the cleaver would be aimed at Subai himself. A first-stage revived spirit was not yet worthy of his self-sacrifice. The abilities inherited by spirits through consumption are random, and even Subai could not ascertain what powers he possessed, thus he had been holding back. Now, this spirit had already revealed the abilities of the pig-headed butcher, the terrifying jester, and the ghost bride. Subai was well aware of the abilities at Subuki's disposal and recognized that the opponent was nearing the end of his resources, hence he ceased concealing his strength. Fall back! Subai bellowed, his aura surging, as he activated the powers of the ice and snow ghost. A torrent of frigid air surged forth, crashing towards the pig-headed butcher. The temperature around the butcher plummeted drastically, frost coalescing around him, and the falling raindrops transformed into solid ice. His speed slowed abruptly as he turned to glare at Subai, his gaze filled with brutality. The ingredients had been harmed. The ceaseless tendrils of ghostly hair extended from the back of the head, as resilient and sharp as steel wires, intertwined with the transparent threads of the Gothic Lolita, Ellen. These dual strands tightly ensnared the butcher's wrists and ankles, restraining his movements, particularly his right hand, which gripped the boning knife, now lifted high and rendered immobile. Lanji. Deliver a haunting melody. The mournful, melancholic song of Lanji resonated from all directions, like a parasitic worm crawling upon the butcher, infiltrating his very being through every pore. Influencing his mind. For the first time since his creation, a dazed expression flooded the butcher's gaze. Seizing the opportunity while he was entranced by the ghostly performer, Subai tugged at the entwined strands around the butcher's head. The black and white threads unleashed a tremendous force, twisting his head entirely around, forcibly aligning it with Subai. With a snap of his fingers, the ghostly music gradually faded, and the confusion in the butcher's eyes vanished, replaced by a fierce, brutal glare directed at Subai. Yet suddenly, a graceful figure descended from the heavens, her blood-red garments dancing in the cold wind and drizzle, as ethereal as a divine maiden. Li Shang, her embroidered shoes lightly touching the earth, fixed her gaze upon the butcher. Am I beautiful? As she spoke, she slowly removed her veil. The butcher stared in wide-eyed astonishment at her captivating visage, shock evident in his expression. The malevolent aura surrounding him grew tumultuous, spiraling chaotically as it lost control. The frenzied energy sought to escape his body, while external malevolence surged inward. In this ebb and flow, he swelled like an inflated balloon, his pig-like visage distorting grotesquely. With a thunderous explosion, the entire desolate mountain echoed with the sound as the balloon burst, and the butcher's body shattered into countless fragments, beyond recovery. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, were filled with astonishment and elation. Wonderful, splendid, cried a team member who had severed his own finger in excitement. The terrifying monster had finally perished. The mere thought of having nearly crossed the threshold of death sent shivers down his spine. Silence, Subai abruptly admonished. Following his grave gaze, the crowd beheld the imprint of the boning knife on the ground. The once blood-stained mark, impervious to cleansing, began to writhe. The crimson liquid coalescing and proliferating as if imbued with consciousness, extending upward, from feet to thighs, torso to arms, until at last, it converged into a grotesque entity formed entirely of blood, the butcher reborn. He cannot be killed. The player who had been celebrating in the half-light gazed in terror at the unfolding scene, unable to comprehend the impossibility before him. Chapter 93, The Blood-Red Dread. An overwhelming terror. How could this be? Little Lu gasped in astonishment. Neither the frightening clown nor the butcher with a pig's head possessed such an eerie ability to resurrect in his memory. How could one possibly explain the scene before him? As the blood-red hue gradually faded, a brand new butcher with a pig's head emerged. Indeed, this entity had undergone a mutation, otherwise. Even the relatively weak wailing ghost would not be something a newly revived first-stage specter could contend with. This very scene likely elucidated the reason the wailing ghost was powerless against him. The original clown's mark merely endowed the frightening clown with the ability to teleport without regard for distance. Now, as long as the blood-red mark existed, the butcher could resurrect. Presumably a twisted inheritance acquired after devouring the clown. Currently, it was understood that this new ability allowed for resurrection, yet its specific limitations remained unclear. At that moment, the butcher with a pig's head, revived behind Su Feng, chose to strike at Su Feng, the closest target. The bone-slicing knife was raised, aimed directly at his neck. Without a doubt, if that blade struck true, Su Feng's head would surely be severed. The ashen-black, ghostly aura gradually infused into the bone-slicing knife, coalescing into a colossal shadow. The immense pressure startled Su Feng, leaving him with no time to evade. He gazed at the enormous shadow, his expression grave. Su Bai was about to teleport forward, but the terrified player from earlier began to wail, not truly crying out loud, yet amplifying the cacophony of wailing ghosts around them. Clearly sensing the commotion, the wailing ghost intensified its influence over the area of ghostly darkness. Even though Su Bai had managed to open 3 layers of ghostly barriers in an instant, the sudden turn of events thwarted his teleportation. Simultaneously, the butcher's bone-slicing knife had already been swung. Though the shadow moved slowly, its overwhelming might sent stones and debris scattering into the air. Su Feng hastily summoned the ghostly shroud, but facing a first-tier specter, it was utterly insufficient. The fierce wind generated by the butcher's blade tore it to shreds. Following that, Su Feng unleashed the ghostly inferno, the intense heat inflicting damage upon the butcher. Yet the pain only further incited his frenzy. The ghostly aura surrounding the shadow intensified, solidifying it further, and a more vicious strike was launched toward him. In a moment of desperation, Su Feng fiercely tore open the button of his collar, revealing his somewhat plump chest. On that pale, pudgy torso, there was an unsightly purple-red, ghostly pustule. The pustule was grotesque, its eyes bloodshot, and its gaping maw dripped with saliva. Simultaneously uttering a sound only Su Feng could hear. "I am hungry. Damn it. Eat, and then do my bidding." Without hesitation, he thrust a finger into the pustule's mouth. With a sickening crunch, a look of agony crossed Su Feng's face. His finger fractured, and he quickly withdrew his hand to prevent the pustule from encroaching further. "Hurry!" Su Feng yelled in anger, as the pustule displayed an insatiable desire. The grotesque visage of the ghastly wound upon the chest of the pig-headed butcher abruptly vanished, giving rise to a spectral face that loomed in the air. A piercing wail echoed, and the spectral visage charged directly at the butcher, sinking its teeth into his unarmed left hand. The chilling crunch resonated as the ghastly wound devoured the butcher's robust left arm with astonishing speed. Indeed, the ghastly wound had consumed the butcher's left arm. Xiao Lu and the others were astounded. It was one thing for Su Bai, whose formidable prowess was well known, to perform such feats without eliciting surprise. However, the fact that Su Feng could also inflict severe damage upon the terrifying pig-headed butcher was utterly beyond belief. Yet, the rapidly shifting circumstances afforded them no time for astonishment. The pig-headed butcher did not relent in his assault despite the pain. He hesitated momentarily before swinging his massive blade once more. Su Bai successfully activated his instantaneous shift, swapping positions with Su Feng while raising his ghostly claws to intercept the butcher's strike. The force of the cleaver collided with his ghostly claws. Even under the pressure of a level disparity, Su Bai, who was not particularly adept at strength, found himself pushed back a step. "Don't just stand there. Quickly search for the mark. Be cautious of him using it to resurrect," Su Bai exclaimed, prompting the others to scramble to their feet and hastily scour the vicinity for the mark. After swiftly bandaging his fingers, Su Feng harnessed the power of the ghostly eyes, his gaze illuminated by a sanguine glow as he surveyed the surroundings. Having gained momentum from his previous strike, the pig-headed butcher attempted to swing his blade again. But Su Bai was not about to grant him that opportunity. In an instant, ghostly hair and threads reached out, narrowing the distance between the man and the apparition. Enveloping his hands with the ghost bride's wedding attire, Su Bai transformed them once more into blood-red claws, aiming directly for the butcher's chest. The pig-headed butcher, not lacking in cunning, swung his remaining right hand with force, attempting to sever Su Bai's ghostly grasp. Yet, in his haste, his strength was considerably diminished. Su Bai neither flinched nor retreated. This was the first true collision between blade and claw. Clang. As the two met, the ghostly hair restrained the butcher's cleaver, allowing Su Bai to firmly block it. The wedding attire upon Su Bai's arm held steadfast against the cleaver's onslaught, showing no signs of yielding. Despite its seemingly delicate appearance, the thin layer of wedding attire did not yield a single crease under the brutal assault of the razor-sharp cleaver. Comparing my ghostly prowess with yours? You are far from my equal. Though his left hand was constrained, Su Bai's right claw had reached the pig-headed butcher's chest. The claws tore through his chest muscles, slicing through resilient ribs, and pierced directly through to his cold heart, emerging from his back. Pierced. Su Bai's arm, enveloped in the spectral wedding attire, penetrated the butcher's chest. In retrospect, Su Bai owed a debt of gratitude to Su Feng. Had it not been for his summoning of the ghastly wound to devour one of the butcher's arms, Su Bai might have found it considerably more challenging to deal with this foe. At the very least, he would have needed to employ the unveiling of the sorrowful departure once more. However, Su Bai was reluctant to squander the ghostly energy of Li Shang, as this formidable skill required a significant consumption of such energy, which he preferred to reserve as a trump card. Ahead lay a more tenacious wailing ghost, and it was evidently unwise to squander resources on the pig-headed butcher. Su Bai retracted his arm, tightly sealing it with dual threads, while Li Shang's figure manifested behind him. Exerting suppression, relying on Li Shang's superior level to restrain the pig-headed butcher, Su Bai now merely needed to ensure its complete demise. The ghostly transformation unfolded, shadows enveloping the ground beneath the pig-headed butcher. Su Bai's figure flickered like a chilling light, akin to a series of arrows slicing through the air, segmenting the entire space. And beneath that icy brilliance lay the butcher's dismembered form. No further markings of the bone-slicing knife illuminated the surroundings, indicating that the pig-headed butcher had prepared only a single resurrection. Nonetheless, Su Bai remained vigilant, retrieving the spirit-collecting box, and as light shimmered, the remnants were sealed within, entirely eliminating any possibility of rebirth. Chapter 94. The Bone-Slicing Knife, Little Lu's Gratitude. As Su Bai dealt with the pig-headed butcher, the wails around them intensified. The sound of sorrow became overwhelming. The music of good fortune was dulled beneath the weight of their grief, rendering the melancholic sentiment impervious to the soothing effects of melody. Concurrently, the impact of the previously deceased young boy resonated deeply within their hearts. Even Su Feng, temporarily free from the ghostly trap, felt a profound sadness for this unfamiliar youth. This assault was more ferocious than any before. The waves of sorrow crashed against the dam of their hearts like a tsunami, silencing them into submission as they knelt, desperately resisting. At that moment, one emotionally fragile ghost master began to choke back tears, his body uncontrollably convulsing. Blood surged violently from his chest, and as it reached his eyes, the pressure ruptured the barriers of his blood vessels, spilling forth a torrent of crimson mixed with tears. What began as quiet sobs escalated into wailing, harmonizing with the cries echoing from deep within. Despair, at this moment, became infectious, striking the hearts of all like a powerful force against the dam of their emotions. Cracks appeared upon that barrier. Two more members succumbed to the weight of sorrow, their bodies bowing under its pressure, inadvertently turning towards a certain direction. Little Lu could not suppress the downward curl of his lips. In that instant, memories of his unfulfilled love, the harshness of his drunken father's abuse during childhood, and the bullying he endured at school flooded back to him. Tears brimmed in his eyes, on the verge of spilling over. He truly longed to weep, yet an indescribable force held him in check, tightening the muscles around his eyes, preventing the tears from falling. However, there are moments when one cannot perfectly govern oneself. Images within the mind flicker incessantly, and suddenly, a single vision displaces them all. In the pristine confines of a hospital room, his mother, devoid of hair due to chemotherapy, slowly raises her frail arm to caress his face for the final time. Mother. At this moment, he loses all restraint, tears cascading down his cheeks despite his fervent desire to remain stoic, aware that tears signify impending loss. Yet, in this instant, he can no longer contain himself, nor does he wish to. The gentle visage of his mother lingers in his mind, refusing to fade, and he has no desire for it to dissipate. The scene feels achingly real. He yearns desperately for one last glimpse of her. He weeps inconsolably, pouring forth the sorrow and anguish that consumes him, as his fellow spirit tamers around him also surrender to their grief, oblivious to the creeping crimson that has enveloped them. Su Bai approaches Su Feng, grasping his hand, which is still bleeding despite a hasty bandage. The chilling power of ice flows into his grip, staunching the blood. Thank you. Su Feng expresses his gratitude. No need for formality. It's a pity that your finger was devoured by the Spectre's blight. Otherwise I could have reattached it with a little demon's help, Su Bai replies, a hint of regret in his tone, fully aware of Su Feng's thoughts. He could have severed his finger to divert the butcher's attention. But Su Feng understood the fierce battles that lay ahead and did not wish to deplete Su Bai's strength unnecessarily. If Su Feng had initially followed Su Bai solely for his prowess, he had already pledged his loyalty when Su Bai brought his parents and sister from a neighboring city to protect them. He referred to Su Bai as boss, willing to sacrifice his life for him. It's nothing. Surviving is a blessing, and it's just a finger after all. I usually don't use this hand anyway. Su Feng jested through gritted teeth, enduring the pain. Su Bai nodded. The spirit tamers possessed formidable recovery abilities, and as the bleeding ceased, the wound began to mend. They waited until Su Feng's pain fully subsided. Ignoring the still weeping comrades, Su Bai retrieved a body bag, and together with Su Feng, they began the grim task of handling the corpses. In the realm of sorrowful spirits, grief accumulates incessantly. Mere endurance proves futile. It is better to release it than to suppress it. This place is not a sacred resting ground. To prevent the proliferation of malevolent spirits, the bodies must be secured within body bags. While attending to the remains, Su Bai discovered that the butcher's bone saw had inexplicably remained behind, untouched by dissolution. He picked up the saw, feeling an icy chill emanate from it, tendrils of ghostly energy entwining its form. Given the butcher's exaggerated physique, the saw measured over a meter in length, its blade riddled with rust, yet it gleamed with a sharp, cold radiance. Unlike ordinary bone saws, which are as thin as a cicada's wing, this one was remarkably hefty, seemingly embodying both bone-severing and bone-cleaving functionalities. The blade was heavy, yet for Su Bai, it posed no significant challenge. After weighing it in his hands, he found it perfectly suited for wielding. He carefully placed it into the body bag, preparing to take it away. Typically, the weapons of spirits are conjured from ghostly energy and dissipate upon death. However, since this bone-cutting knife had materialized from the ethereal, it signified its transformation into a supernatural object. Its true effects remained uncertain and required further study upon his return. Time passed, and eventually, Xiao Lu's heartache was exhausted. He wiped away his tears, suddenly realizing that he was still alive. He hurriedly pulled up his sobbing comrades beside him, their sorrow diminished, replaced by a surge of joy at their narrow escape from death. Team Lu, have we been saved? This is wonderful. Had their tears not nearly run dry, they would have been overcome with tears of joy. However, they wondered if such jubilant weeping would disturb the rules of the wailing spirits. Death had just brushed past him. Observing the crimson shadows pooling beneath their feet, they comprehended the gravity of the situation. The blood-red specter, Su Bai, drew their gaze. Gratitude swelled within them, rendering them momentarily speechless. Xiao Lu approached Su Bai. Brother Su, thank you for saving me once again, and my brothers as well. Embarrassment washed over him as he lowered his head, recognizing that their presence had merely hindered Su Bai. Had he not insisted on bringing them along for training, this predicament might have been avoided. After this ordeal, I hope you gain a deeper understanding of your own strength. As ghost tamers, remember not to act recklessly. I saved them solely out of respect for you. Your performance this time was commendable. It seems you have grown considerably. I hope you continue to improve. This city is not mine alone. It requires your contributions as well. Xiao Lu nodded, feeling a tinge of shame. Su Bai unfurled the 5 layers of the ghostly maze, gazing in the direction where the bodies had collapsed. Let us proceed. In this ghostly maze, he remains the only spirit. In the chilling wind, the weeping persisted. Yet Su Bai's murderous intent remained unyielding. Chapter 95. The Weeping Woman, the Lonely Grave. The howling wind and cries intertwined, jarring every nerve. But after their earlier release of pent-up emotions, the team members found themselves in better spirits than before. The deceased no longer warranted their mourning, as ghost tamers. They were destined to learn to disregard the loss of their comrades. Without hearts as resilient as iron, one would inevitably become the next target of death, a reality that could not be altered, much like the impossibility of returning to the tranquility of life before the apocalypse. Even Su Bai, who had lived again, could only safeguard his own small piece of territory. How could he protect them? As they walked towards the direction of the kneeling corpses, Xiao Lu began to grasp Su Bai's essence. After enduring such profound encounters with life and death, he started to understand the roots of Su Bai's strength. It transcended mere power and wisdom. Simultaneously, there exists his perspective on life and death, if it were possible. How could he not wish for the safety and peace of all? The world should remain in a state of tranquility and prosperity. However, he finds himself incapable of achieving such an ideal. Thus he resorts to a degree of selfishness and unfeelingness, which allows him to experience less of the pain of parting and loss. Only by objectifying the lives of all, including his own, can he exchange the fewest deaths for the greatest semblance of life. The more ruthless he appears, the deeper his sentiments run. He turned his gaze towards the youth, pondering the past that must have shaped such profound understanding within him. Subai was unaware that the mere act of slaying a pig butcher had inspired such elaborate thoughts in Xiao Lu's mind. He was currently absorbed in recollecting the information regarding the wailing spirit he had learned in his previous life. As Subai had also existed at the lower echelons of the spirit tamers in his former life, the only avenues for information he could access were the official manuals distributed to spirit tamers and the inquiries he made. Although he was familiar with most common apparitions, Subai was not omniscient. The wailing spirit before him was an entity absent from the spirit tamer's manual of his previous life. The only knowledge he possessed were the two fatal rules: it cannot weep, and it cannot be directly gazed upon in its ghostly visage. For this outing, Subai had brought along all his peculiar tools, prepared for any eventuality. This was his first encounter with a second-phase resurrected spirit, and the succubus that had slain him in his previous life had been merely an unfortunate incident. Thus, he could not afford to be careless. Although it appeared that Subai possessed a full complement of 5 spirits, and one spirit should easily handle an adversary of merely second-phase status, the reality was far more complex. The strength of a spirit tamer derives from the spirits within, while the spirits themselves are constrained by the host's physical limitations. Spirits typically enhance their power and combat capabilities through ghostly energy. However, upon entering Subai's body, much of their previously robust energy dissipated due to his physical inadequacies. Consequently, despite possessing a certain rank, they struggled to manifest their corresponding power. This situation could only be alleviated if the host's body gradually strengthened under the continual nourishment of ghostly energy, which is precisely the revival of the spirits within the tamer. Thus, upon the host's demise, the spirits lose their corporeal constraints and begin to rapidly revive. At this moment, Subai found himself possessing rank without the corresponding strength. As the group drew closer to the source of the wailing, the surrounding lamentations intensified. The nearer they approached the epicenter, the more corpses they encountered lying prostrate. Xiao Lu and the others began to feel the weight of this anguish, a sorrow that felt as if it were uprooted and adrift. Even Subai sensed an unsettling shift in his emotions. He promptly unfurled his 6 layers of ghostly defenses, managing to stave off the thunderous cries. Though faint echoes still seeped through, Little Lu and Su Feng both drew out their ghostly candles, ready to ignite them at a moment's notice. While Subai kept his hand poised over the shroud bag at his waist, the group advanced cautiously, fixated on the path ahead. Gradually, a massive solitary grave emerged into view, surrounded by kneeling corpses that were unable to breach the 5-meter boundary around the grave. It was evident that this was the epicenter of the wailing spirits. An invisible barrier repelled the bodies, forming an impenetrable wall of corpses beyond the demarcation line. "Shall we clear it, Brother Su?" Little Lu inquired. Subai gazed at the grave, its earth strewn with yellow dirt, and remained silent, though doubt stirred within him. The source of the mournful wails emanated from the grave itself rather than the wailing spirits. This critical detail had been entirely absent from the intelligence he had received. Was it a butterfly effect triggered by his own resurrection, or were the reports erroneous? It was not that Subai was being overly cautious when confronting the supernatural. Any oversight could prove fatal. Every minuscule clue could potentially unlock the mystery. Given the uncertain circumstances, Subai chose not to act rashly, opting instead to observe the unfolding situation. Often, patience is the wisest course. Time trickled away, marked by the clock's hands, and the group halted their advance, the cries remaining at a threshold that did not yet affect them. Tension hung thick in the air, not a soul dared to relax, wary of the lurking malevolence and the encroaching sorrow that might infiltrate their minds. The chilling wind that wafted from the grave felt like a knife against their skin, and even with exceptional physical resilience, the cold still seeped in. Suddenly, one of the team members shouted, "Over there!" Subai reacted swiftly, turning to follow the gesture. A woman clad in mourning garb emerged from the heap of corpses beside the grave, her gaze locking onto the team member who had pointed at her. Her eyes filled with profound sorrow. In an instant, she turned away, cradling a portrait tightly in her hands, and began her solemn march towards the grave. Stepping deliberately, as if honoring a fallen soul, she moved ahead of the lifeless bodies, her expression one of tragic dignity, her wails resonating like a lamentation, reminiscent of a funeral procession. As she approached the grave, the wailing spirit abruptly knelt before it, her cries harmonizing with those emanating from within the grave, intensifying the group's anxiety. Watching her mournful visage, the others felt a wave of empathy wash over them. How pitiable she appeared. Why must such sorrow exist in the world? A yearning to embrace her surged within them. "Don't look at her." Subai's voice cut through the tension from behind. Instinctively, the group turned back. realizing with alarm that they had unconsciously advanced several meters forward. One team member, whose foot had strayed across the boundary, scrambled back to Su Bai's side in a panicked rush. "That was close," he exclaimed. "It's fine. We should be able to cross this boundary, but it may trigger something." Xiao Lu immersed himself in the persona of Su Bai and, after a moment of contemplation, offered words of comfort. Su Bai nodded in agreement. Indeed, Xiao Lu's sentiments held merit. However, an instant later, his pupils constricted. Something was amiss. Chapter 96. The Unfathomable Murder Pattern. The Sinister Scarecrow. At the very moment Su Bai began to speak, a strange smile appeared on the tear-streaked face of the woman, as she suddenly knelt before the solitary grave. The team member who had initially pointed at her uncontrollably mimicked her gesture. "Save me," he cried out, kneeling before the crowd as Su Bai endeavored to amplify his ethereal powers. Yet, inexplicably, it had no effect whatsoever. The wailing specter leaned toward the grave, and the team member began to imitate her with unsettling precision. However, the expression on his face was one of sheer terror and despair. Although he could not fathom what would transpire next, it was evident that it would not bode well. Xiao Lu rushed to his side, wrapping his arms tightly around him in a desperate attempt to halt the impending doom. Yet, the team member was possessed by a terrifying force from within, rendering Xiao Lu utterly powerless to restrain him. Crack, crack. The sharp sound of two distinct impacts resonated as both a man and a ghost bowed before the grave. The difference was that the wailing specter, after bowing her head with a resounding thud, straightened up again. In stark contrast, the unfortunate team member shattered his own skull. Blood, both crimson and pallid, splattered across Xiao Lu, who sat there, dazed, clutching the headless body in his arms, his face a mask of terror and numbness. Another one. He grappled with the unbearable reality, questioning why, despite his relentless efforts, he could not prevent the deaths of those around him time and again. Not just Xiao Lu, but all others, including Su Bai, felt a resonating buzz in their minds. What was happening? What manner of murderous pattern could so effortlessly claim a life? Su Bai's thoughts raced through various possibilities. A finger? A gaze? Words spoken? He recalled every detail leading to that team member's demise, striving to uncover this newly emerged pattern of death. The transformation of the wailing specter had completely surpassed his control. Was there a flaw in the intelligence? No. The information regarding the specter had been sourced from specialized hunters whose credibility was beyond reproach. They would not willingly disseminate falsehoods. Had the one who vanquished the specter chosen to conceal something? Yet, if this malevolent spirit had been dealt with, what could possibly remain hidden? At this juncture, mulling over such matters seemed futile. Identifying the new murderous pattern was paramount. In his past life, a saying circulated widely among spirit tamers: when faced with an unfamiliar specter, one should either do nothing or everything. This principle had saved his life on numerous occasions, and now Su Bai opted for the latter. For the sudden death of that team member suggested that perhaps the murderous pattern had been triggered simultaneously among all present. Su Bai could discern no differences in his behavior. Time was of the essence. He swiftly retreated with his companions, simultaneously channeling the power of the ghostly mirage, for in the face of an unknown method of murder, it was the sole means of counteraction. At that very moment, an eerie wailing emanated from the shattered remains of a corpse. Subsequently, all the bodies joined in a lamentation akin to a cataclysmic tidal wave. In mere moments, those cries infiltrated Su Bai's ghostly mirage, enveloping everyone present. "Get away from me." Even Su Bai's voice bore a hint of sorrow, and the grief experienced by those around him was far more intense than before, their emotional defenses shattered in an instant. With all his strength, Su Bai summoned the power of ice and snow, instantly encasing every corpse within the blood-red ghostly mirage in an unyielding frost. Only then did the cries diminish, and Xiao Lu and the others hastily swallowed their tears. Yet, to Su Bai's astonishment, the impenetrable ice began to show signs of melting under the influence of the opposing ghostly mirage. This was the first occurrence of such an event since he had gained mastery over the Snow Woman. Was this the manifestation of a fully revived second-stage specter? Su Bai suddenly realized he had underestimated the situation. However, it was not entirely his fault, for in his previous life, aside from the succubus that had instantaneously vanquished him, he had never witnessed another second-stage specter firsthand. At this moment, Su Bai could only strive to buy time, allowing the echoing sounds of the ghostly play to combat the sorrowful wails. Simultaneously, he retrieved from his bag the item he had received upon reaching the pinnacle of the three rankings, the cursed straw man. Without hesitation, Su Bai bit down on his right index finger, letting the blood flow forth. He smeared the crimson liquid onto the small eyes of the straw man. Instantly, the eyes of the straw man glowed red, swelling in size, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a lifelike effigy of Su Bai himself. The effigy's movements and attire mirrored his own so closely that even those behind him could not discern the truth. The recent death had transpired far too swiftly, leaving Su Bai bereft of any valuable information. He needed to witness death once more, or rather, to experience it firsthand, in order to uncover useful patterns. Positioning the straw man before him, Su Bai commanded his companions to halt. At the same time, he summoned Li Shang, seeking any vulnerabilities in the Wailing Spectre, ready to strike at the first opportunity. With a loud clap, the third strike of the Wailing Spectre came to an end, and it slowly rose to its feet. Su Bai concentrated, directing the straw man to point at the spectre, but in the next instant, nothing occurred. He then instructed it to repeat the words of a previous team member, yet still, there was no response. Was this not the way? Just then, the neck of the Wailing Spectre twisted 180 degrees, gazing back at the group. "Close your eyes," Su Bai murmured softly, and everyone complied. Even he and the straw man bowed their heads, avoiding the spectre's gaze. Yet, in the very next moment, before Su Bai, the scarecrow suddenly collapsed to the ground. Damn it! Su Bai cursed inwardly, pondering the mysterious pattern that enabled this wretched entity to kill with such ease. Yet, he did not remain idle. At the instant the weeping ghost turned its head, the ghostly bride lifted her veil, unleashing a tremendous pressure upon the weeping spirit, causing its form to swell, and its cries grew even more agonizing. Boom! The weeping ghost exploded suddenly, and Su Bai's ghostly energy visibly diminished. This depletion was greater than any he had experienced before. Su Bai sensed that he could only perform the veil-lifting technique 2 more times at most, or he would be unable to sustain even a layer of ghostly essence. "Is it resolved?" Su Feng inquired softly, but before Su Bai could respond, the figure of the weeping ghost re-emerged from the grave, appearing pristine and entirely unscathed. It drifted to the grave and resumed its previous act of bowing. Indeed, the notion of directly vanquishing a second-stage spectre was nothing but a delusion. Su Bai ceased his resistance. His ghostly power was severely limited, and every fragment must be expended wisely. Simultaneously, he directed his gaze towards the grave, contemplating deeply. Regardless of the perspective, the grave concealed a significant secret, which might be the key to unraveling this predicament. Chapter 97. 30 seconds. All cards on the table. Su Bai focused on the solitary grave, even if it did not harbor a definitive means to obliterate the weeping ghost. It must at least be connected to the newly emerged pattern of murder. After all, the weeping ghost had been persistently bowing before the solitary grave. Therefore, that place required thorough investigation. The scarecrow before Su Bai was already bowing low, its head nearly touching the ground, prompting Su Bai to make a swift decision. In such moments, even a misguided choice held more significance than squandering time. This was the essence of doing whatever it takes. From the earlier observations, each time the weeping ghost claimed a life, it would bow twice before rising, with an interval of approximately 5 to 6 seconds. Meanwhile, the ghostly bride required 4 seconds to resurrect after each veil lifting. This interval presented the perfect opportunity. Through the decoy, Su Bai understood that the next target of the ghost's assault would undoubtedly be him. Therefore, the task of opening the grave would have to be entrusted to the individuals behind him. Su Bai extracted a ghostly porcelain from the body bag, plucked a strand of his hair, and inserted it into the mouth of the porcelain tiger. Instantly, an aura of alternating white and blue light enveloped Su Bai. He thrust the ghostly porcelain into Su Feng's hands and rapidly instructed, "The weeping ghost's current target is me. I will step out to distract her. Take the ghostly porcelain and lead them to the grave. Whatever means necessary, you must open it." Su Bai's words left no room for doubt. Opening the grave was the only glimmer of hope for them. Otherwise, once Su Bai's tactics were exhausted, they would all face certain death. The ghostly porcelain, as per Jin Shen's words, was a device developed by Professor Guo based on ghostly candles. However, Su Bai knew that was merely a fabrication. In a previous life, no one was able to extract the ghostly candle, yet this enigmatic artifact existed nonetheless. Moreover, it is inconceivable that one could fully comprehend the ghostly candle in such a brief span of time. It is evident that the headquarters harbors profound secrets. However, this is not the moment for contemplation. Regardless of its origins, what matters is its efficacy. This is indeed a remarkably precious life-saving artifact. The ghostly porcelain surrounding Su Bai radiates a protective light that can shield its master from a fatal blow, provided it remains unbroken. Hence, he entrusted it to his most trusted ally, Su Feng, who would undoubtedly risk his life to safeguard the ghostly porcelain. Su Feng nodded, clutching the porcelain tightly to his chest, and ignited the ghostly candle that Su Bai had previously given him. At that moment, the scarecrow before them toppled to the ground, scattering cotton and weeds everywhere. "Now is the time," Su Bai instantly unleashed the full extent of his ghostly power, enveloping the lonely grave. However, the price of expanding the range is a significant reduction in effectiveness. While Su Bai fared well, the others racing toward the grave were in dire straits. The ghostly candle burned swiftly, consuming one stick almost instantaneously, and Xiao Lu quickly replaced it. Su Bai also produced the death doll, clutching it tightly in his hand. This was his final life-saving artifact. The scarecrow, ghostly porcelain, and death doll could buy them 15 seconds. While the ghostly bride's ability could buy a maximum of 5 seconds, this last attempt would be used to facilitate Su Feng's escape. Although Su Bai could employ other means to gain a bit more time, the total time left for them was a mere 30 seconds. In those 30 seconds, their lives rested in their own hands. Their fate hinged solely on their choices. As for abandoning the others and fleeing with the remaining few, Su Bai had never entertained such thoughts. He would never retreat with his tail between his legs without fighting until the final second. While it is true that Su Bai is wagering the lives of several individuals, do not speak to him of compassion or morality. This is the apocalypse. Aside from Su Feng, the lives of the others were utterly valueless in his eyes. Sacrificing their lives to prevent a resurrected second-stage ghost from wreaking havoc upon the world was more than justified. As for whether Xiao Lu, whom Su Bai somewhat admired, would survive, that would depend solely on his luck. Su Bai considered himself merely a mortal, even a mundane individual, incapable of protecting everyone. The wailing ghost lowered its head for the second time. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu's ghostly candle was nearing its end, and the remaining 4 raced forward at full speed, having barely stepped into the vacuum circle, with half the distance to the grave still to cover. Suddenly, the candle's flame extinguished, and a piercing wail enveloped them. Su Feng shouted angrily, donning the ghostly shroud to help shield against the wailing. Although its effect was not as potent as the ghostly candle, it could still hold up to some extent. Xiao Lu and the other 2 similarly summoned their protective or spiritual ghosts to counter the wailing. But due to their lower levels, their efforts paled in comparison to Su Feng's. At this moment, the benefits of Su by allowing everyone to vent their emotions became apparent. An overwhelming sorrow engulfed them, yet tears were scarce, merely swirling in their eyes without spilling over. Meanwhile, Su Bai was not idle. Utilizing the abilities of the little demon Mealy's, he stealthily advanced through the shadows, swiftly heading toward the weeping ghost. Due to the suppression of the ghost realm, he was unable to teleport and could only increase his speed within the shadows. However, this brief moment was sufficient for him to reach the weeping ghost's side. The bridal gown of sorrow covered his hands as he firmly grasped the ghost's head, which was about to rise. The immense force reverberated through his grip. Despite the suppression of levels, he could only delay her upward motion. Total control was simply unattainable. The weeping ghost naturally began to resist. Lifting the photo album she held in her arms and preparing to shine it backward. Su Bai was well aware of this rule and had long prepared for it. He must not be caught in the frame's light. Quickly, Su Bai urged, as Su Feng and the others gritted their teeth, quickening their pace. Yet, the closer they drew to the grave, the more intense the weeping became. At that moment, an older man among the team could no longer withstand the pressure. The ghost bracelet on his wrist exploded violently. In the midst of his rapid sprint, he stumbled and fell to the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face. Having violated the rules, he could not escape his fate. Blood and tears flowed from his eyes as he knelt toward the grave. The sound of lamentation erupted from his lips, sending a shiver through the remaining 3. A mournful whimper escaped little Lu's throat as he appeared on the verge of collapse. Yet the grave was in sight. They needed just 2 more seconds to reach it. Su Feng clenched his teeth and summoned his 4th spirit, a vengeful entity materializing on his back. Though it possessed only its upper half. Lushun, Lushun, the vengeful spirit cried out, wailing little Lu's name, enveloping him in an icy sensation. An inexplicable emotion rising from his heart, battling against the sorrow. Though this feeling was not pleasant, it proved useful against the weeping sound. With no time to express gratitude to Su Feng, the 2 gritted their teeth and charged toward the grave, leaving the last man behind. Back on the other side, the moment the photo frame was lifted, Su Bai wrapped his hair around the nearest corpse. The strands contracted, shielding him as the corpse was drawn into the frame. However, this action caused the weeping ghost to straighten her posture. Chapter 98. The warmth from the female ghost, opening the grave. After absorbing the corpse into the frame, the object temporarily ceased to pose a threat, allowing Su Bai a swift glance. Within the frame, the man bore a resemblance to Su Buki, yet was far more handsome. With exquisitely defined features, he appeared as if he possessed the world's most beautiful nose, paired with the most captivating eyes, ears, mouth, and eyebrows, all in perfect proportion. Yet, These extraordinarily refined features, when combined, evoked an indescribable sense of dissonance, akin to a multitude of faces unnaturally blended together. After enduring 2 deaths, Subai began to discern a pattern in the killings, likely linked to the gaze of the weeping ghost. Although the nature of this connection eluded him, it appeared that as long as he remained unseen by her, he would not be chosen as a target. Seizing the opportunity while she had not turned around, Subai grasped her head with both hands, attempting to detach it using the powers of a little demon. Bang! His strength collided with hers. Yet the dark energy between his hands shattered into fragments. This weeping ghost, aside from Li Shang, the strength of the other female spirits could not harm her in the slightest. The head in Subai's grasp slowly turned, revealing a pair of terrifying eyes filled with blood and tears, locking onto his gaze. "Look at you," Subai cursed, but suddenly, his body lost control, overwhelmed by the immense force of the rules acting upon him. As the weeping ghost turned her attention towards the grave before her, Subai found himself kneeling behind her, his head gradually lowering towards the ground. Summoning all his strength to resist, he tightened his grip with the only part of him he could still control, the dual strands, in an effort to halt the ghost's descent. Well, the ghost's sobs intensified, burrowing into Subai's ears, causing his eyes to brim with tears. The two engaged in a bizarre tug-of-war, yet they could not prevent the ghost's head from making contact with the earth. Crack! The moment Subai's head struck the ground, a tremendous force slammed into him. His protective shield, a mixture of white and blue, instantly fractured. Meanwhile, the porcelain tiger in Su Feng's hands became riddled with cracks, shattering into fragments, the scent of burnt hair wafting from the tiger's mouth. "Boss!" Su Feng shouted, his eyes wide with anguish, as he and Xiao Lu reached the grave. "It's all right, open the grave." Despite the shield shattering, Subai felt a sudden release, the force acting upon him dissipating, and he commanded Su Feng, responding to his order. The two lunged towards the grave, disregarding the lack of tools, their hands swiftly digging through the mud. Xiao Lu's ghostly nails, covering his hands, moved rapidly, slicing through the earth as if it were air. Although Su Feng lacked such abilities, under the protection of the ghostly burial clothes, he dug fervently, avoiding grievous injuries. Behind them, soil flew as the grave mound visibly diminished. Everything seemed to progress favorably, but then, an unexpected twist occurred. Just as Xiao Lu and the others began to disturb the grave, the weeping ghost before Subai halted her bowing, and the incessant sound of crying ceased. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she let out a piercing and furious shriek. Subai rejoiced. The ghost's reaction confirmed his suspicions. There was indeed something within this grave that concerned the weeping ghost. Even if it was not a weakness, whatever could drive her to such madness was surely significant. With this realization, Subai no longer held back. The ghostly bride once again separated from his body. "Carry the bride." Li Shang lay upon the back of the wailing ghost, the imposing aura of the higher spirits completely suppressing the mournful specter, rendering it unable to rise. Similarly, this exacting toll on Subai manifested as a swift decline in his ghostly energy. The remaining strength of several spirits surged into Subai's body. He too reached out and restrained the wailing ghost, preventing any attempt at rebellion. "Gee!" The wailing ghost cried out in agony. The lamentations emanating from the solitary grave and surrounding corpses ceased to spread and instead burrowed into Subai's mind. She frantically struggled to break free from Subai's control. Desperate to protect the solitary grave, this sorrow surged forth in an unprecedented wave. Subai's eyes and nose reddened as images flashed incessantly through his mind. The figures of Aunt Wu, Yao Ningxin, and Ling Ruoyao appeared, accompanied by the memories of their deaths in a past life. "Enough!" Subai shouted angrily. The ghostly barrier fully contracting, enveloping his body in 6 layers, clashing against the cries. As the wails converged upon him, the pressure on Su Feng's side diminished considerably, rendering him less burdened, even more so than before. "My lord, I fear I cannot hold on for much longer," Li Shang's voice echoed. Subai nodded. Assessing the ghostly energy within himself, he could last at most half a minute, and that was under ideal circumstances. Yet, paradoxically, the more one fears something, the more likely it is to manifest. Sensing that the stalemate could not persist indefinitely, the wailing ghost resorted to her trump card. With a sorrowful lament, the picture frame she had cradled suddenly cracked open. This fissure was merely the beginning. As it widened, the frame became ensnared in a web of cracks. The monochrome visage that had once entranced Su Buki began to warp, and as the frame shattered completely, the image twisted out, forming a colossal vortex. A tremendous suction emanated from within, causing Subai's hair and threads to firmly anchor to the ground. "General, master, brother." The 5 female spirits within him cried out in worry and panic, desperately coalescing their ethereal forms to grasp Su Bai, who was gradually being drawn toward the vortex. They sensed an unspeakably terrifying existence within the whirlpool. Should he become ensnared, Su Bai's essence would be obliterated. Meanwhile, Li Shang, situated in the external realm, was equally frantic, intensifying the suppression of the wailing ghostess power. Feeling the concern of the spirits, much of Su Bai's sorrow dissipated, replaced by warmth. Indeed, all that had once been was now past. Those he cherished were not dead, and he was surrounded by these beautiful young spirits eagerly awaiting his attention. Sorrow be damned. A charming smile graced his lips as he gently spoke. Do not panic. Your master still has many earthly pleasures to share with you all. How could I possibly perish so easily? The spirits blushed, chiding him inwardly. Their master truly lacked decorum. Even in such dire circumstances, he found time for such frivolous remarks. Amidst the cacophony of wailing, only Su Bai's hearty laughter rang clear. He released the lifeless doll he had been gripping tightly, allowing it to be drawn into the swirling vortex. As the doll, adorned with numerous stitches, entered the whirlpool, the immense suction suddenly diminished, causing the vortex to vanish completely. On the memorial portrait, the eerie doll remained expressionless. Meanwhile, Su Feng's hand unexpectedly brushed against a hard object. Feeling the impending crisis dissipate, the women returned to Su Bai's body. Although aided by the ghostly entity, their forceful emergence had taken a considerable toll on them, and it would likely require a substantial period of recuperation before they could fully recover. Fortunately, Su Bai possessed a unique physique known as the pure yang body, which granted him a significant advantage over other ghost tamers in terms of resisting malevolent spirits. Consequently, the women regained their strength more swiftly. Otherwise, it would have been unlikely for them to manifest so early in the apocalypse. The ghostly portrait's forced absorption of souls, which contravened the rules of murder, clearly had considerable limitations and could not be employed again in a short span. Otherwise, the wailing specter would not have been driven to such extremes to utilize it. With remarkable speed, Su Bai retrieved a spirit collection box from the body bag. As he opened the box, a radiant light instantaneously suppressed the now ineffective ghostly portrait. With a swift motion, he closed the lid, sealing the portrait within the confines of the box. Su Bai was uncertain whether this entity was a supernatural artifact or a malevolent spirit. However, sealing it was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action to prevent the desperate wailing specter from resorting to further mischief. After Su Bai sealed the portrait, the specter's resentment became palpable to the naked eye, preparing for a final confrontation with him. The corpses that had previously been barred from the area slowly began to rise, transforming into ghostly servants that advanced towards Su Bai and the solitary grave. The once dense horde of bodies was sufficiently unnerving, but now they all stood, encircling the group, creating a terrifying scene reminiscent of a zombie siege. Su Feng, hurry! At this moment, it was no longer a question of how long they could suppress the wailing specter. The group was on the verge of exhaustion. If surrounded by the ghostly servants, they might be overwhelmed. The specter's desperate counterattack was equally formidable. Su Feng did not respond, but quickened his movements, and the remaining team member arrived to assist. Together, the three of them unearthed the final layer of soil covering the hard object Su Feng had encountered. Beneath the earth lay a somewhat decayed coffin. The group was not surprised, having come to exhume a grave. Discovering a coffin was only logical. Boss, we've got it, Su Feng called out. We can hold out for 10 more seconds. Li Shang, who shared a mental connection with Su Bai, provided the time frame. Su Bai immediately relinquished his hold on the wailing specter. In the first second, the ghostly tendrils spread beneath Su Feng and the others. In the second, Su Bai emerged from the shadows beside him. Open the coffin. As Su Bai's command rang out, Xiao Lu gripped the coffin lid with ghostly claws. With a sudden surge of strength, the lid was flung aside, revealing the corpse within. Su Bai leaned down to take a closer look. The corpse exhibited no signs of decay, nor did it emit any foul odor. Instead, it exuded a faint fragrance. Clad in a pristine white burial garment, its limbs were clean and well-proportioned. As I cast my gaze upward, I beheld a visage that was eerily familiar. It was the same amalgamated face I had once seen in the ghostly portrait, a strikingly handsome countenance, yet at this moment, marred by a horrifying sutured wound that traversed the bridge of the nose and the depths of the eyes. This stitchwork immediately summoned to mind the effigy I had carelessly discarded. Despite the immaculate appearance of the burial attire, the mouth and nostrils of the corpse were stuffed with the yellow earth from a desolate grave. Even the ear canals were filled. How could a body encased in a coffin be tainted by soil? There was certainly something amiss. Su Feng and Xiao Lu, having also observed the body within the coffin, exchanged glances with me, their expressions betraying a hint of confusion. In truth, This face bore a closer resemblance to mine than to Su Byuki's. Due to our shared bloodline, there had always been a semblance between us, but the alterations wrought by the ghostly energy had rendered my features even more exquisite. Preoccupied with the assumption that Su Byuki had been consumed, I had overlooked this striking detail. As I gazed upon the corpse, a sudden realization dawned upon me regarding the actions of the mourning ghost. The body appeared to be a mosaic, constructed from various components. The emergence of a third pattern of murder was equally evident. It was not merely a matter of gazes and stares. Rather, the mourning ghost was selecting. She chose those faces she found pleasing and infused the most captivating aspects into this cadaver. Consequently, it appeared devoid of any discernible order. But what of the body? Wait, the body. The pig-headed butcher. That butcher dissected the corpses, not solely for consumption, but also to gather the most suitable limbs and organs for the mourning ghost. To sculpt this very body. My previous conjectures had been utterly dismantled. The two specters were not adversaries, but collaborators. The absence of the mourning ghost during my confrontation with the pig-headed butcher was simply because she was guarding this forlorn grave. As all the threads of evidence intertwined, I was seized by a profound sense of dread. The collaboration of these malevolent entities was a scenario I had never encountered in my past life. Yet, what was most challenging to accept was the intent behind their actions. Why go to such lengths to collect parts of a corpse? Why endeavor to fashion the most perfect body? Was it in pursuit of resurrection? Such an extraordinarily bizarre affair left even me feeling overwhelmed. And the secrets concealed within were likely not to be unraveled swiftly. The force that could compel two formidable spirits to cooperate was undoubtedly formidable. Suppressing my trepidation, I retrieved the golden shroud. The enigma surrounding this corpse was far too immense to be contained within an ordinary burial cloth. In my grasp lies the golden shroud for corpses, an item that can be stored indefinitely and disregards any hierarchies. It is indeed the sole choice. The threads of the puppet extended, lifting the lifeless body from its coffin. The moment the corpse departed, the mournful cries that echoed from the solitary grave vanished without a trace. At that instant, the wailing specter unleashed the most profound lament since entering the ghostly realm. It seemed as though the very essence of power within the ghostly domain had been depleted, and the time suppressed by the ghostly bride reset to zero in that fleeting moment. Li Shang was propelled backwards by the sudden surge of energy, drifting several meters before regaining her balance. Yet, she did not linger. She promptly teleported before Su Bai, transforming into a bridal gown, shielding him from harm. As one ghost weeps, countless others wail. An innumerable throng of ghostly servants and mournful spirits was stirred, simultaneously releasing a cacophonous lament that resonated through the desolate mountains. This cry, devoid of sorrowful potency, surged forth with unfathomable rage, akin to an avalanche crashing upon the crowd. Su Bai braced himself against the onslaught of the ghostly realm. Although the spectacle appeared daunting, the absence of the solitary grave's enhancement significantly diminished the force of the cries. The weeping specter, engulfed in profound sorrow, collapsed before a few individuals, her blood-soaked eyes fixed upon Su Bai, as if intent on devouring him alive. Even in her direst moment, she sought to unleash her boundless resentment upon him. However, Su Bai, fully aware of the circumstances, would not grant her such an opportunity. He promptly utilized the ghostly aura to unfurl the golden shroud, enveloping the corpse lifted by the puppet threads within its confines. With a resounding thud, the mournful specter's head struck the ground one last time. Chapter 100. 9 suns lie beneath heaven, a nail to secure yin and yang. Little Lu gasped at the sight. The air momentarily stilled. The mournful specter's head collided heavily with the earth, yet it stirred not a speck of dust. Likewise, no lives were lost. The crowd initially stood in stunned silence, followed by exuberant joy, for Su Bai had indeed been correct. The murderous intent of the ghostly bride relied entirely on this very corpse. It was clear that she was in the process of reconstructing this body. With the ghostly portrait sealed and the corpse retrieved by Su Bai from the grave, he had effectively seized control of 2 entire patterns of the ghostly bride's murderous ways. At that moment, even the desperate wailing specter revealed no further means of attack, indicating that she possessed no additional methods of killing. With only a singular pattern of murder through cries remaining, the crowd found themselves equipped to defend against it. Su Bai merely needed to uphold the ghostly realm to ensure his safety. Su Feng's half-formed vengeful spirit called out to Lu Shun, shielding him and little Lu, absorbing the residual echoes of the wailing specter. The remaining team member felt a pair of crimson ghostly hands cover his ears. Having endured to this point, he too possessed certain abilities. The wailing specter, undeterred, struck the ground a few more times, unable to fathom the loss of her powers. Lacking sentience, She was unaware of the origin of her abilities, instinctively executing actions based on a singular thought. The ability to enact a deadly kowtow was born from the notion of reshaping the body that existed within the grave, now that the corpse has vanished. So too has that notion. Yet, she remained oblivious to all of this. After several futile attempts, or rather, after the body had been thoroughly sealed, the thought of reconstructing it dissipated. Only then did the mournful specter rise, glaring furiously at the four before her. At that moment, the wailing spirit had descended into madness, her cries reaching a deafening crescendo, sweeping over the others in a frenzied wave. The ghostly servants behind her, affected by their master's emotions, let out a roar and lunged at the group. Subai activated the fifth layer of his ghostly barrier, shielding himself from the cacophony. The remaining three were likewise protected by the barrier's power, providing a temporary reprieve from the wailing. Block them, Subai commanded, turning to keep a vigilant eye on the mournful specter. Despite their prowess, the three could not vanquish all the ghostly servants, but they could certainly impede their advance. As for the seemingly desperate wailing spirit before him, Subai had his own methods to contend with her. Though his condition was scarcely better than that of the spectral wailer, with the ghost bride's power reduced to a single activation and all his life-saving trump cards depleted, his true weapon remained undisclosed. Now, he merely required an opportunity. The trio accepted their orders, each selecting a different direction to confront the encroaching horde of ghostly servants. Su Feng, engulfed in ghostly flames, charged into the throng of ghostly bodies like a human torch, incinerating swathes of apparitions upon contact. Little Lu unleashed torrents of energy towards another cluster of ghostly servants. While he could not slay them, he effectively halted their advance. The final teammate plunged his hands into the earth, causing countless spikes to erupt from below, piercing the ghostly servants from beneath with chilling precision. Though their coordination was lacking, each displayed formidable lethality, successfully stalling the ghostly throng. The mournful specter did not pursue them, but instead directed her ire towards Subai, the one who had sealed her image and the corpse in the grave. Her wails reverberated through the air, sending rippling sound waves towards him. Unyielding, Subai opened his mouth to unleash the sound waves of the ghostly actress, Lanji, to counter her cries. The two forces collided, neutralizing one another. Although Subai's ghostly actress was of a slightly lower rank, the fifth layer of his ghostly barrier allowed him to hold his ground. Even though she was not skilled in close combat, the mournful specter lunged directly at Subai, her claws extending towards him. Li Shang appeared in an instant, blocking with a claw of his own. The two claws met, revealing a stalemate. Neither could gain the upper hand. Yet, none dared to relent first. For in this clash of strength, whoever faltered would be the one to suffer injury. Countless black feathers shot forth from behind Subai, mingling with the daggers of shadow to harass the wailing spirit. While they inflicted no true harm, they effectively drained her protective ghostly energy. A flurry of snowflakes descended, lowering the temperature around her, as the chill seeped into her body, freezing her form and slowing the flow of her ghostly power. Beneath her feet, shrouded in shadows, Sadako's ghostly hair slowly entwined around her ankles. After a tense standoff, with Subai aided by 5 formidable first-stage female ghosts, the wailing specter was soon subdued. The right foot of the wailing ghost discreetly retreated half a step. Now is the moment, Subai bellowed as the ghostly bride suddenly intensified her grip, unexpectedly forcing the wailing ghost back. Sadako's hair abruptly contracted, forcibly pulling her legs together. Simultaneously, the black feathers shot forth and converged, swirling rapidly around the wailing specter. The transparent threads connected to the feather enveloped her like a giant rice dumpling, leaving only her head exposed. Just as she contemplated resisting, Li Shang placed his hands upon the veil. This was Subai's final unveiling of the veil, initially reserved for emergencies, but now deemed unnecessary. The exhausted wailing ghost had become a lamb ready for slaughter, and there was no reason to hold back. Although Li Shang's unveiling was formidable, it bore a critical weakness. It required the wailing ghost's gaze. Having fallen victim to this tactic once, the wailing ghost was cautious. Thus, Subai sought to restrain her for just a moment. A tremendous pressure bore down on the wailing ghost, and the same scene unfolded once more. The ghostly energy swelling within her as if it would burst her corporeal form. Yet, Subai's hair and eerie threads held tightly, preventing her from exploding. 9 suns lay prostrate, a nail to stabilize yin and yang. Subai produced a 9-inch nail, a flash of azure light revealing the verdant patina falling away. A colossal copper nail's phantom emerging. With a swift retreat, the originally circular ghostly essence condensed upon the copper nail in his hand, resembling a comet trailing a long red tail. Subai raised the copper nail high, aiming fiercely at the ghost's spiritual cavity and plunging it down. The ghostly essence propelled the 9-inch nail, accelerating to a terrifying velocity in an instant. Boom. Like the Milky Way descending to Earth, akin to a great star plummeting across the realms. The 9-inch nail struck true upon her spiritual cavity, yet there was no scene of brain matter splattering. The phantom of the copper nail transformed into a streak of light, burrowing into the wailing ghost's mind through the 9-inch nail. While violent, ghostly energy continually surged forth from the crevice between the nail and the ghost's crown. The ethereal energy incessantly leaked out, visibly withering the wailing ghost. The frenzied assault of the ghostly servants halted, their anguished howls filling the air, as the entire desolate mountain trembled uncontrollably, stones beneath their feet quaking and rolling chaotically. The wailing ghost's limbs arched backward, stretching, her head lifted high, emitting a final lamentation. Chapter 101. The End, the Truth of Everything? The ghostly servants collapsed as if disassembled, while the surrounding yellow earth began to shatter like broken glass. Beneath the yellow soil lay countless tender grasses and shrubs. Upon the once desolate grave, an abundance of wild grasses had sprouted, quickly reaching a height surpassing that of a person. A gravestone emerged before the tomb. This, indeed, must be the true visage of the entire barren mountain. Subai approached the gravestone, gazing at the photograph of a youthful and handsome boy, and shook his head in contemplation. The 3 incense sticks before the gravestone continued to burn softly. The fruits were remarkably fresh, and a pig's head emitted warmth. This represented the original essence of the desolate mountain, or rather, the mountain prior to the advent of the apocalypse. It was the wailing specter that altered everything, simultaneously halting the passage of time in this forsaken place. Subai had already surmised the entire sequence of events. The boy within the grave was the son of this lamenting spirit. For reasons unknown, her son had passed away, his body grievously damaged. The day the apocalypse struck coincided with the anniversary of his death. The woman brought his favorite dish of pig's head for offerings, and as she wept at the grave, the sinister game commenced. It seemed as though the spirit was drawn to her profound sorrow, becoming entwined with her essence. The woman had the potential to master the wailing spirit, evolving into a postnatal ghost controller, yet for reasons unknown, she relinquished her resistance. Subai speculated that it might be related to her son's resurrection. There was no need to elaborate further. In a mother's eyes, her child is invariably the epitome of perfection, thus birthing that peculiar pattern of murder. As for why the butcher of pig heads chose to collaborate with her, Subai could not ascertain. In his past life, there was no notion of resurrection. This matter reeked of the uncanny, as if an unseen hand orchestrated everything from behind the scenes. Curiosity can be perilous, and Subai never lingered on the unfathomable. Exhaling, he summoned the ghostly bride to envelop him in her ethereal presence, instantly transporting him beside the subdued wailing specter. After assessing the state of this second-stage apparition, he confirmed its safety and felt a sense of relief. The suppression of the 9-inch nails was no trivial matter. Even a revived second-stage specter had no chance of escape. This venture was indeed fraught with peril and trepidation. Subai reflected upon the possibility that his smooth sailing since his rebirth had rendered him somewhat complacent. Were it not for his intention to repeat the endeavor, he likely would have returned empty-handed. Truly worthy of its second-stage classification, it had compelled Subai to exhaust all his resources. The eerie scarecrow had been depleted, and the sacrificial doll was also spent. Even the newly acquired ghostly porcelain had vanished. Subai felt disheartened. The life-saving artifacts he had painstakingly procured were now entirely consumed. And even the 9-inch nails remained embedded in the malicious spirit's head, unremovable. Upon returning, he must insist on reimbursement from the higher-ups. Subai resolved to attribute his losses to the headquarters, as it was they who had dispatched him to address this incident. How could he bear the burden alone? After resting, he would return to assist. Subai summoned the remaining 3 individuals to help clear the battlefield, aside from the wailing spirit. The multitude of kneeling corpses littering the ground constituted a significant task, although the bodies of ordinary individuals will eventually be collected and cremated by others. It is inevitable that 1 or 2 unfortunate spirit tamers may be mixed among them. Previously, the presence of the wailing ghost served as a restraint. But now that the ghost has vanished, the spirits within these tamers' corpses will gradually awaken. Not everyone possesses the qualifications to serve the wailing ghost like the butcher. She certainly looks down upon these lesser spirits devoid of rank. Subai retrieved body bags and distributed them among the 3, instructing them to gather the spirit tamer's remains, while she herself pulled out a bag to confine the pinned wailing ghost. The ghost could be traded to Professor Guo for research, and the 9-inch nails needed to be reclaimed, certainly not left behind. Xiao Lu approached the lifeless body of his teammate with a body bag in hand. Yet his demeanor had shifted entirely. He no longer exuded the profound sorrow he once did. He merely reached out to gently close his teammate's unblinking eyes, sighed softly, and placed him in the bag. Su Bai felt both gratified and surprised by his transformation. For even Su Feng displayed reluctance when collecting the traitor whose skull had been crushed. Although Su Feng harbored disdain for the other's fickleness, and their encounters were rife with mockery, the fact remained that this was a player he had once personally welcomed into the guild. He still recalled the endearing calls of Brother Su during the newcomer's first foray into the team. Now, with life and death irrevocably divided, Su Feng's resentment had dissipated, leaving only a sigh in its wake. Is this the fate of spirit tamers? Xiao Lu glanced up at the eternally dim sky, devoid of joy or sorrow. Once the cleanup was complete, Su Bai dialed the dedicated phone line to headquarters. After 2 beeps, the call connected, revealing a dedicated operator assigned by Jin Shun, a testament to the headquarters' regard for him. I say take note. The incident at Shihuang Mountain has been resolved. The wailing ghost has been discovered, along with its level. 3 patterns of murder have been identified. First, the sound of weeping leads to death. Within its domain, the wailing ghost's cries enhance the sorrow in one's heart. Once weeping begins. Second, the ghostly portrait causes death. Anyone illuminated by the ghostly image is affected. Third, bowing leads to death. The reason behind the bowing toward the grave remains unclear. A mutated butcher has also been discovered, along with its level. As the 4 made their way down the mountain, Su Bai reported on their encounters with the 2 ghosts and the challenges faced. The investigation into the underlying causes would be left to the experts at headquarters. After all, with the astute Professor Guo among them, perhaps they could uncover some unique insights. Upon hanging up, Su Bai realized that, despite expending 3 items on this expedition, he had acquired a bone-cutting knife, a ghostly portrait, and a reconstructed corpse, which, in a sense, balanced the scales of gain and loss. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain after the fierce battle, the prevailing sentiment among them, aside from fatigue, was hunger. Although the bodies of spirit tamers are formidable, they too must adapt to their increasingly powerful physiques, resulting in a corresponding increase in appetite. It can be said that the stronger the spirit tamer, the greater their voracity. Furthermore, utilizing the abilities of ghosts is an endeavor that demands considerable energy. In a previous life, there existed a labyrinthine grave that claimed the lives of numerous demon tamers through starvation, while ordinary individuals managed to endure for 7 days before ultimately being rescued. For individuals arrived at a manor at the foot of the mountain, where, under the protection of Su Bai, the social order of the Dragon Kingdom remained relatively stable, and the manor was operating as usual. Upon entering the estate, adorned with artificial hills and painted screens, with flowing waters and meandering streams, the interior exuded an antiquated charm that, nestled beneath the verdant mountains, imparted a sensation of ethereal detachment from the mundane world. Excuse me, can we dine here? In the manor's grand hall, the proprietor, seated behind the counter, leisurely sipped his tea, casting a cursory glance at the 4 visitors. They appeared disheveled, their clothes coated in yellow dust, with wet mud clinging to their shoes, leaving a trail of footprints behind. He felt a twinge of annoyance. We do have food, but my prices are rather steep. Perhaps the 3 of you should consider other establishments? With that, he waved his hand dismissively, indicating his desire to usher them out. Your words are rather disdainful, Su Feng began to retort, but before he could continue, the sullen-faced Xiao Lu beside him abruptly produced a firearm from his pocket and slammed it onto the table, thrusting an identification card into the proprietor's lap. He then turned and settled onto a pristine sofa in the hall. Everything is top-notch. Su Bai observed Xiao Lu with a glance. The old Xiao Lu would have never acted thus. Yet, this was the treatment befitting a demon tamer. What purpose would there be in risking one's life to safeguard these individuals otherwise? Having flirted with death on multiple occasions, Xiao Lu and Su Bai had faced 2 missions together. The first had resulted in the loss of most of their comrades, while the second had led to the annihilation of their entire team. Such experiences inevitably forge resilience. In the days to come, the archaic rules would dissipate, and those shackled by outdated ideologies would only invite their own downfall. Having survived in the apocalypse for a decade, Su Bai understood this truth all too well. Those who clung to idealism and order often met untimely ends. Leading Su Feng to a seat, he left the proprietor trembling before the firearm laid before him. The proprietor, with shaking hands, opened the identification card, his soul nearly escaping him upon recognition of its significance. The Demon Tamer Bureau. It was nearly impossible to find anyone in the city unfamiliar with this name. Those 4 characters represented a prestigious institution throughout the Dragon Kingdom, tasked with managing various supernatural incidents, feeding on the very demons they faced. Though seemingly unremarkable, those involved harbored immense terrors within. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. The proprietor promptly rose, trembling as he returned the firearm and identification to Xiao Lu, offering a respectful apology before hastily descending to instruct the chef to prepare a meal. Without question, the culinary skills of the manor's chef were indeed commendable, and the four soon indulged in a hearty feast before making their way home. Su Feng drove the specialized vehicle that had been parked at the mountain's base, while Su Bai sat in the rear. Xiao Lu, alongside the remaining teammate, returned to the bureau to report. During the ride, Professor Guo called Su Bai, evidently having reviewed the events documented by Su Bai earlier. Su, I hear you have dealt with yet another supernatural entity? I find myself intrigued by both her and the lifeless body. I wonder if you have any intentions to take action? The professor, well aware of Su Bai's temperament, refrained from mentioning any impractical notions of submission. After all, at the core, Su Bai and the headquarters do not share a subordinate relationship. They merely engage in a collaborative partnership. Of course, Professor Guo understands that possessing this item is futile for me unless the price is right. Very well. I shall come over shortly. Professor Guo has always approached research matters with decisive vigor. Upon ending the call, Su Bai closed his eyes to rejuvenate. Before long, the two returned to the residential complex. Su Feng escorted Su Bai to the villa, parked the car, and bid farewell. As he resided in the adjacent building with his family, Su Bai nodded and ascended the stairs. At this hour, Aunt Wu and Shi Huai were still asleep, so he refrained from disturbing them and made his way upstairs to freshen up. Entering the bathroom, he turned on the tub's faucet, tossing in a few flower petals, and proceeded to shower. It took him quite some time to wash away the grime and blood. Draped in a towel, Su Bai stepped into the expansive bathtub, closing his eyes to relish this rare moment of tranquility. A sudden chill brushed against his chest, accompanied by a delightful fragrance wafting to his nose. Without needing to open his eyes, Su Bai recognized it was Li Shang's delicate hand. Abruptly, a sensation both cold and soft graced his lips. Li Shang. No, that feeling belonged to the little girl, Mealy's. Upon opening his eyes, Su Bai found himself staring at 6 ethereal female spirits. You all, how did you come out? He questioned, puzzled. Previously, these spirits could only manifest when he fully unleashed his ghostly powers, yet he had not activated them this time. Then, he noticed the shimmering red glow emanating from the bottom of the tub. It was Li Shang's doing. Ah, you little scamp, Li Shang. So you have always had the ability to assist them in emerging, Haven to you? Bold enough to keep this from your master. Su Bai feigned anger, pinching Li Shang's delicate nose. Li Shang submerged her head beneath the water, leaving only her eyes visible, bubbling away in delight. Su Bai understood the little girl's intentions. She merely wished to have him all to herself for a while. However, witnessing the fierce determination of the women during their previous battle to save him had surely influenced her decision to aid them. As the women coexisted harmoniously, warmth filled Su Bai's heart. He scooped Li Shang from the water, embracing her. The wet red dress clung to her form, accentuating her exquisite figure, truly a sight to behold. Then let the master punish little Li Shang, he declared with a mischievous grin, amidst the playful squeals of the spirits, causing a delightful splash in the bathroom, filling the air with a spring-like exuberance. After frolicking in the water for a while, Su Bai returned to the bedroom, reclining on the custom 5-meter bed, with the spirits nestled against him. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. Su Bai rose to answer, while the little female spirits concealed themselves. Are you back? It was Ling Ruoyao, who had come to check on him after hearing the sound of his car, pleasantly surprised to find it was indeed Su Bai who had returned. Regarding the password of the Su Bai household, the few individuals were all aware of it, ensuring mutual support in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Su Bai had meticulously designated a safe room within his villa, surrounded by ghostly candles, as a precautionary measure. Having just taken a shower, what is the matter? Nothing. I just came to check on you. Who were you talking to just now? As she spoke, she peered through the door, wearing a look of playful suspicion. Of course, it was with my little lover, Su Bai replied with a mischievous grin. At that moment, Ling Ruoyao noticed that Su Bai was clad only in his underwear, causing her face to flush crimson. How shameless. Ling Ruoyao quickly covered her face with her hands. Yet her eyes widened through her fingers as they roamed over Su Bai's muscular form, her blush deepening. Enough, enough, stop pretending. Your eyes are about to pop out. Get lost, I'm not pretending. With her facade shattered, Ling Ruoyao lowered her hands, shooting a glare at Su Bai, and boldly traced her fingertips across his chest. Your physique is quite impressive. Su Bai cast a glance at a certain impressive area. You're not too shabby yourself. The finance officer paused, then quickly caught on. Truly mischievous. Just as Ling Ruoyao was about to continue her teasing, she suddenly spotted several small heads peeking out from under the quilt, staring at her with wide eyes. Ah, Ling Ruoyao gasped in surprise. Su Bai, your ghosts have come out. It's nothing, Su Bai reassured as he approached the bed. gathering a few female ghosts and playfully ushering them back into himself. They are merely undergoing their routine training. I'll have them practice tonight. What sort of practice? Subai did not respond, his gaze fixated on the youthful contours of Ling Ruoyao's chest, indeed noting her growth. The finance officer playfully punched Subai, yet her hand inadvertently slid down his muscular torso to his waist. You're incorrigible. What are you thinking about now? Ling, why don't you take a guess? Guess your big-headed ghost. I'm going back to sleep. Ling Ruoyao turned to leave, but Subai swiftly grasped her arm. Just in time for your arrival. Come. Experience my custom-made bed, featuring 360-degree massage with no dead angles, promising you an entirely new sleeping experience. Chapter 103. The headquarters transaction. As the clock struck 8 in the morning, Subai's phone rang. It was Su Feng. Boss. The people from headquarters have arrived and are currently waiting outside the community. Subai lay in bed, with Ling Ruoyao nestled in his embrace, her eyes tightly shut. Subai vowed that nothing untoward had transpired the previous night. They had merely indulged in the vibrating massage of the custom bed. Understood. He lowered his head to plant a gentle kiss on Ling Ruoyao's forehead, just as he leaned in to kiss her lips. A cold little hand suddenly obstructed his mouth. Darling, a voice tinged with longing echoed. Ahem, I'll step out for a moment. With that, Subai quickly donned his clothes, and in a flash of blood-red light, he appeared outside the community. A military SUV was parked at the entrance, beside which stood Professor Gua and the stoic Yukai. Suddenly, Subai appeared, which did not surprise the two, for his elusive nature had long been familiar to those acquainted with him. Student Su, I apologize for not being able to celebrate your success last time. I was caught up in an urgent experiment, Professor Gua remarked. Though deeply engrossed in research, he was still quite aware of social niceties, and his words were exceedingly polite. Professor, you flatter me. In your presence, how could I dare to claim any credit? We are merely pawns in your grand strategy, while your research serves as a formidable weapon for the defense of our nation. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they delved into the matter at hand. Professor Gua, you may not know, but I invested quite substantially to obtain this crying ghost, sacrificing 3 life-saving artifacts in the process. You cannot imagine the heartache I endured. Subai lamented, painting a harrowing picture of the battle, claiming it was a near brush with death before he managed to vanquish the crying ghost. Wiping away non-existent tears, he continued, of course, I do not expect the headquarters to reimburse my losses. However, Professor Gua, do you realize that the doll that served as my surrogate has accompanied me through countless sleepless nights? Even though Gua Huai was aware of Subai's personality, he was still taken aback by his relentless bargaining tactics and interrupted him with a frown. I will provide you with the ghost candle. Subai paused. Professor Gua, the ghost candle is indeed commendable, yet it requires enhancement. This time, it couldn't withstand even a single attack from the crying ghost. The upgraded version will be far more effective than your previous one. No need to say more. Professor Gua, you truly understand me. Speaking of which, I was reminded of my scarecrow, which also comprehended me well. As you know, I am without family. Gua Huai's expression darkened even further. I will add 2 red ghost candles for you. I have modified your previous ghost candle formula, and it should yield better results. Subai maintained a composed exterior, yet internally rejoiced. The red ghost candles that Professor Gua provided differed significantly from the white ghost candles obtained in the game. The white ghost candles burned rapidly when encountering powerful spirits and were single-use items. Once ignited, one could only wait for them to extinguish. Their greatest drawback was the necessity of carrying a lighter, or one would need a spirit capable of igniting it at any moment. Conversely, the enhanced ghost candles could be ignited by ghostly energy. They remained in a pseudo-ignition state and would only truly ignite when the host was subjected to a supernatural attack. Moreover, their resistance to attack surpassed that of white ghost candles by a considerable margin. They could even withstand the disturbances caused by second-stage malevolent spirits. However, there was a possibility they could extinguish instantly. Nonetheless, they represented a remarkably powerful tool. But Professor, did you know that my scarecrow can transform into myself? Thinking of the joyful times when I played table tennis with my own doppelganger makes my heart ache. Stop. Gua Huai interjected, visibly exasperated, as he retrieved a blue candle from his backpack and handed it to Subai. This is a ghostly candle, which counters the effects of ghost candles and can be used to attract spirits. Subai was somewhat astonished. This item was unheard of in his previous life. However, Subai held the belief that regardless of its nature, utility was paramount. Without delay, he swiftly stored the ghostly candle into the body bag. Professor Gua, I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude, and the ghostly porcelain you gifted me previously is truly cherished. I have a particular fondness for the little tiger, he remarked. Gua Huai was utterly speechless. I can only add 1 more ghostly finger, Nothing more, I assure you. There is not a drop left. This was crafted based on Wang's ghostly finger, designed to restrain the opponent's spectral tricks. Su Bai was taken aback. Such an apparatus was entirely unknown to him in his past life. However, it is still under development, and I estimate it will be ready in about half a month. I will reserve one for you. I am truly grateful, Professor Gua. I mentioned there was no need for compensation, yet you have shown such kindness, knowing my heartache, and generously provided me with these splendid items. Enough. Even at over 60 years of age, Gua Huai could not help but feel his face flush at these words. He furiously retorted, "Isn't this meant to purchase those specters and corpses? If you continue to push your luck, I might just leave right now." Su Bai understood this all too well, but one must seize opportunities when they arise. Professor Gua, do not take offense. I was merely jesting. They say laughter adds years to one's life. You should smile more and aim to contribute to the nation for a few more years. If I continue this conversation with you, I fear I might just die of anger right now. By the way, I need 5 more body bags to take back for research. You may set the price. Gua Huai ceased being polite and directly asked Su Bai for a quote. However, Su Bai was not one to take advantage of every opportunity. He felt his gains were already abundant, and he genuinely feared that if he angered Gua Huai, no one would be left to research the apparatus. He nodded in agreement, settling on the same price as he had offered Zhao Sun, to be paid in gold. Gua Huai's demeanor softened somewhat as Su Bai handed over the body bag containing the weeping ghost, then cautioned, "This is a Phase 2 resurrected malevolent spirit. It's best not to meddle recklessly. Not everyone in Kyoto can contain her, and whatever you do, do not remove the coffin nail." Phase 2 resurrected? Gua Huai queried. Perplexed. I coined that term. It corresponds to the levels of spirits in the game. Both Gua Huai, and he paused in surprise at this revelation. Levels? But soon. Professor Gua nodded. Indeed, your ghostly bride must be at that level, correct? Su Bai was rendered speechless, but did not deny it. Gua Huai's intellect was truly remarkable. Despite never having witnessed Su Bai's combat prowess, he deduced the nature of his strongest specter merely from some documentation. Yet this also indicated that the headquarters was indeed concealing secrets. At the very least, they should be aware of the existence of such levels, or they would have reacted with greater astonishment. Professor Gua agreed. Given Su Bai's character, if the coffin nail could be removed, he certainly would not allow anyone to carry it away. This was an extraordinary supernatural item capable of restraining Phase 2 malevolent spirits. Chapter 104, Ghostly Finger, Wooden Figurine. Su Bai has effectively addressed the most significant threats within the city, granting him a rare respite. Within the urban confines, there remain few formidable anomalies to contend with. The 2 incidents that once wreaked considerable havoc, the graveyard of the living dead and the weeping ghost, have been resolved. Consequently, there has been no immediate need for Su Bai's intervention. He divided the remaining spirit exorcists in the substation into 2 teams. One continues under the leadership of Xiao Lu, while the other is entrusted to the capable Su Feng and 3 female members from the guild. Each of Su Feng's quartet possesses formidable spirit abilities, making the resolution of the city's lingering ordinary incidents significantly more manageable. In the event of an urgent situation, both Su Feng and Xiao Lu promptly lead their teams to address it. Over the course of more than 20 tranquil days, the city's stability has been thoroughly restored. Although the flourishing prosperity of the pre-New World era is unattainable, at the very least, various factories and enterprises have begun operations once more. The populace's lives are gradually returning to normalcy, though a decline in quality of life is inevitable. Yet, there are few complaints among the citizens, compared to surrounding cities. This city stands as the most favorable option. For instance, in terms of casualty figures, among the 9 provinces of Longhua, across thousands of cities both large and small, the mortality rate in this city is the lowest, second only to the capital. In stark contrast, nearby cities resemble a hellish nightmare. One ghostly incident has persisted for over half a month without resolution. Remarkably, in this brief span of 20 days, Su Bai's wealth has inexplicably surged by over $1 billion. This windfall can be attributed to a certain real estate mogul. Upon expressing his desire to sell his residence in the Hugua community, the mogul utilized his connections to facilitate the sale. The selling price of Su Bai's property skyrocketed tenfold compared to its previous valuation. There was no need for elaborate marketing. The name Blood Red Ghost Su Bai serves as the most prestigious advertisement. A suburban villa priced over $100 million naturally attracts only the affluent, as those capable of affording a residence in the Hugua community are undoubtedly not ordinary individuals. Anyone with a modicum of background can easily discern the significance of this name. Undoubtedly, spending $100 million on such a property guarantees no loss. Not only is there Su Bai's presence at the center, but also special security personnel dispatched from the substation, patrolling the entrances. Should any incident arise within the community, there is no need to call the police. The security at the entrance can resolve issues immediately. Where else in the New World could one find such a secure abode? Thus, despite the exorbitant price, it is fervently sought after by the wealthy. Moreover, not everyone can approach Subai. All prospective residents undergo thorough background checks. At the very least, their funds must be clean. This period has been, without a doubt, the most comfortable time Subai has experienced since the onset of the bizarre game. He spends his days tending to flowers and nurturing fish in the courtyard, and in the evenings, he engages in physical training with a few spirits. Occasionally, he connects with Ling Ruoyao and Yao Ningxin to strengthen their bonds, leading to a life akin to that of a celestial being. The clamor and lamentations of the New World seem to have receded far from his existence. Had it not been for Zhao Sun's occasional phone calls, Subai would have nearly forgotten that he was still a director. Yet such a life was not the prevailing theme in this post-apocalyptic world. Unless the bizarre game were to be utterly banished, it could only be fleeting. A call from Su Feng shattered the hard-won tranquility. "Boss, something has arrived from Kyoto and is now at the substation. Shall I bring it over?" "Please do," Subai replied, reclining in the rocking chair in the courtyard, stretching before sitting upright. It must be the items that Professor Gua had previously promised. After washing his face with fresh water, Subai made his way to the living room to await their arrival. Before long, a vehicle from the substation came to a halt at Subai's doorstep, and Su Feng emerged, carrying a silver metal case. Clearly, it contained something of immense value, crafted from a sturdy metallic material and equipped with a specialized combination lock. Since Kyoto had specified that the items were meant for Subai, Su Feng personally delivered them, wary of others. As he reached out to accept the case, Subai entered the 9-digit code, a sequence communicated to him by Kyoto. Given the significance of the supernatural artifacts, it was only natural that some might harbor ill intentions. Hence, deliveries were either made by designated personnel or secured within self-destructing cases. Should anyone attempt to force it open, the concentrated ghostly energy within would obliterate its contents. Correct code. A message appeared on the small green screen, and with a series of clicks, the case opened, releasing a wispy, white ghostly essence. As the ghostly aura dissipated, 2 items lay quietly within. To the left was a finger, its skin withered and its blackened nail sharp, exuding a potent white ghostly energy from its severed end. A note lay beneath it, detailing its usage and effects. It seemed Professor Gua's research had borne fruit. This was the ghostly finger he had promised Subai. He retrieved Li Shang and had Su Feng tested against her ghostly creature, and indeed, it proved to have a binding effect. However, this was also because Li Shang did not resist. Had she fought back fiercely, the ghostly energy within the finger would likely have been rapidly depleted. "A remarkable item," Subai exclaimed, recognizing it as a rare treasure capable of affecting even high-level specters. After carefully stowing it back in the body bag, his gaze shifted to the remaining item. "What is this?" Subai pondered, for it bore an uncanny resemblance to the doll he had lost. This similarity did not lie in their appearance, but rather in the familiar aura that emanated from it. Upon closer inspection, the wooden figure indeed resembled his deceased doll. However, a slight distinction was evident. The ghostly energy contained within this carved figure was not as dense as that of his previous doll. While somewhat diffuse, it carried a trace of human essence, an infusion of ghostly energy from a spirit medium. Subai picked up the note left by Professor Gua and confirmed that this wooden figure possessed effects akin to those of his deceased doll. The host can be immune to death once, yet due to its incomplete nature, the host will suffer half of the damage. It was indeed a half-finished product. No wonder the ghostly aura felt so diffuse. Subai placed it in the brocade box where he previously stored the ghost porcelain, keeping it close to him. Such a life-preserving artifact, even if it required enduring half the damage, was of utmost importance. He then dialed the headquarters number. Flattery without reason is either deceitful or opportunistic. Subai was well aware that the headquarters would not be so benevolent as to gift him such a precious item. "Connect me to Minister Jean." Once the call was connected, Subai spoke directly. After a moment of busy signals, Jean Chun's voice came through. "Is that you, Subai? Have you obtained the item? Speak up. What do you need help with?" Subai's quick wit was indeed impressive. "Before I could utter a word, you already knew. There is indeed something I need your assistance with, but it is not related to the headquarters. This time, I seek your help concerning the neighboring city." Chapter 105. The City's Sorrow, a Reunion. City? Are you referring to that ghostly face incident? Being from the adjacent city, Subai had naturally heard of this eerie event in his previous life, yet he had not delved into the specifics. He only knew that in the end, Kyoto had dispatched aid, paying the price of nearly an entire city's worth of ghost tamers to resolve it. The difficulty level was certainly not lower than that of the Tomb of the Living Dead. Subai hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. It seemed that the new world, due to his arrival, had taken a different fork in the road compared to his previous life. If he did not intervene, it was uncertain whether Kyoto and the city could resolve this incident. Should the city fall, it would impose significant defensive pressure on Subai's own city, which he wished to avoid. Additionally, the wooden carving given by Professor Guo resonated with Subai's taste, even for the sake of this artifact. He deemed it necessary to make the journey. There was no doubt that this was also part of Professor Guo's scheme. He knew Subai could not refuse such a life-saving item. Then I shall trouble you, Xiao Su. I look forward to your good news. Please have Professor Guo prepare the supernatural items and tools. After hanging up, Subai took Su Feng with him to the precinct. Having agreed, he intended to resolve the matter promptly. Having been idle for over 20 days, he needed to engage in some activity. For this mission to support the city, Subai did not bring along any other ordinary ghost tamers. He had heard that the city had suffered severe damage to its strength, and Kyoto had dispatched 2 powerful individuals to take charge. He instructed Lin Tianjin and Zhuo Mala to remain at the Hugua community while he, accompanied by Su Feng and Li Jiai, boarded his private jet to fly to the city. A private jet was a rare privilege, one that other city precincts did not possess. This arrangement was made by the headquarters, taking into account Subai's unique circumstances to facilitate his travel between several cities. After all, strange incidents do not provide advance notice, and the quicker Subai could arrive in case of an emergency, the better. The plane glided over the city, taking less than an hour from takeoff to landing. The person awaiting at the airport was the deputy director of the municipal bureau, a middle-aged man clad in a gray jacket, devoid of any sinister aura. As Subai disembarked, Li Jiai, who followed closely behind, expressed a sense of nostalgia. This was her first departure from the city since the advent of the New World. For the first time, she beheld the authentic visage of this realm, starkly contrasting the scenes within the city. The entire urban landscape was engulfed in chaos. Looting, protests, and crime unfolded relentlessly. Power was limited to a mere 3 hours each night, and various public amenities had ceased operations. The responsible authorities were mired in handling bizarre incidents, unable to extricate themselves, leaving the city's order in disarray. Trash, construction debris, and abandoned vehicles lay haphazardly strewn across what were once expansive boulevards. Armed troops traversed the city, dispersing the populace. Perhaps this was the true face of the New World, a visage of desolation. Director Su, greetings, the gray-clad man said as he shook hands with Subai, visibly weary. Hello. The two exchanged curt pleasantries before boarding a vehicle heading to the municipal bureau. The journey, originally expected to take mere minutes, extended to a full half-hour. Beset by numerous checkpoints and the incessant clamor of shattering glass and cries, before Subai could even step through the bureau's entrance, a familiar yet loathsome voice eagerly pierced his ears. Brother Bai, I've missed you so much. Subai swiftly pressed down on the greasy figure that rushed towards him, tugging at his collar and dragging him inside. Wang Si's lips twitched in surprise. He had not anticipated that headquarters would dispatch this individual to oversee the city. Had he known it was this smiling tiger, he would have refused to assist with this task. The onlookers maintained their gaze straight ahead, feigning ignorance of the scene unfolding before them. The former and current bureau directors represented a stark juxtaposition. One was perpetually stern, while the other seemed incapable of expressing anything but a grin. Furthermore, the authenticity of his smile was questionable. However, another individual awaiting him inside the bureau caught Subai off guard. Subai. Yu Sifeng hesitated, uncertain of how to address Subai. Classmate Su, Director Su, or Brother Su. Long time no see. Subai nodded politely. He had not anticipated Yu Sifeng's presence, yet he recognized that the latter's capabilities would prove invaluable in any bizarre incident. After exchanging greetings, the group entered the conference room, where Subai took his place at the head of the table. Let us discuss the situation. Although Subai had perused the report during his journey, it could not encapsulate every nuance. This peculiar incident had emerged on the 3rd day of the New World. A report had been received concerning a suspected apparition in a cultural park located in the Western District. A small team had been dispatched to investigate, but once they entered the park, they lost contact. The following day, the bureau director personally led a team to address the situation, yet they too vanished upon entry. We attempted to seal off the garden, prohibiting anyone from entering. However, each night, the melodious strains of opera would drift from within. Those who heard the enchanting music found themselves irresistibly drawn inside. Presently, we dared not send anyone to enforce the blockade, and could only advise the populace to keep their distance from that area after dusk. Yet, this proved futile, as throughout the city, numerous individuals claimed to dream of a ghostly visage each night. Strikingly, all those who dreamt of the ghastly face met their demise within the garden's confines. Subai nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed a common tactic employed in many places. In the face of inexplicable phenomena, cities often resort to isolation. As long as the fatalities ceased, they could afford to disregard the matter for the time being. However, this ghostly visage incident was uncontainable, necessitating external assistance for resolution. Beyond this, is there any discernible pattern to the killings? Deputy Director Hui Yi shook his head. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. There is one notable point. An individual who reported dreaming of the ghostly face was once an artist, and he rendered the visage on canvas. We obtained this painting from him earlier today. As he spoke, he retrieved a painting from his briefcase and handed it to Su Bai. Upon gazing at the ghastly face depicted on the paper, Su Bai's expression shifted, though he refrained from further comment and passed it along to the others. He rhythmically tapped his fingers upon the table, his mind racing. The information provided by the deputy director aligned closely with what was documented in the reports. Yet the crux of the matter lay in the absence of any discernible pattern regarding the ghost's murderous tendencies. Besides dreaming of the ghostly face and hearing the opera, there were no leads whatsoever. Those who ventured inside seemed to vanish without a trace, providing no useful intelligence. After more than 10 minutes of deliberation, the group ultimately resolved that Su Bai would lead Wang Su, Yu Sifeng, and 3 ordinary ghost tamers into the garden, while the remaining members would remain stationed outside. Once night fell, they were to depart swiftly. Having reached a consensus, the group set off in 3 off-road vehicles towards the garden. Chapter 106. The Mysterious Woman. Farewell, my concubine. Upon arriving at the garden's entrance, 2 ordinary ghost tamers remained outside, with Su Feng and Li Jiai, while Su Bai guided the others inside. According to the map, the garden was modest in size, featuring only an outdoor stage and an indoor studio. The city boasted a rich cultural heritage, and the elderly residents took delight in listening to operas in their leisure time. Thus, there were numerous such gardens, with this one being relatively small. Each year, only a handful of performances were staged, predominantly featuring classic repertoires such as Liang Zhu or Farewell, My Concubine. Although somewhat monotonous, the local elders cherished the performances, claiming that the actors here possessed an exceptional flair. The trio entered through the main gate, traversing a short distance along the gallery before turning a corner to arrive at the garden's front desk. This was the designated area for purchasing tickets to the performances. And to cater to younger audiences, there were also snack counters, offering treats like popcorn and sunflower seeds. Behind the reception desk stood a young girl clad in a standard qipao, a name tag adorning her chest. Upon noticing a few individuals entering, her face lit up with an exaggerated smile. Hello, may I inquire if anything is amiss here? The girl's smile was unnaturally rigid, almost grotesque. Yu Sifeng cautiously attempted to engage her in conversation, yet received no reply. It was, after all, improbable for a normal person to exist amidst such eerie occurrences. Su Bai sensed that there was no aura of malevolent spirits emanating from her. Instead, she bore an unsettling resemblance to a living corpse. Her eyes appeared as if painted on, wide open and fixated on the group, unblinking. Su Bai approached the counter, nonchalantly taking several tickets, the number perfectly matching that of their party. When exploring the bazaar, adhering to certain protocols is paramount. Regardless of the ticket's utility, having it in hand was prudent. Who among the good-natured would attend a performance without purchasing a ticket? Let us proceed, Su Bai commanded. Wang Su waved his hand, and the group continued onward. After a few paces, Yu Sifeng glanced back, feeling uneasy. Ah, she exclaimed, for the woman, who had previously shown no reaction, remained facing forward. Yet her head had turned to follow them, her face adorned with a stiff smile as she stared intently at the group. Her exclamation naturally drew everyone's attention. Su Bai frowned but refrained from acting impulsively. After all, apart from her unsettling demeanor, she exhibited no overt hostility. This could potentially be a ruse devised by a malevolent spirit to lure them into triggering deadly patterns. Such scenarios were not uncommon in his past life. Thus, Su Bai typically avoided taking the initiative when handling bizarre events. Let us continue, he urged. The group swiped their tickets to pass through the turnstile adjacent to the reception, progressing down the dimly lit corridor. The surroundings, aside from being somewhat shadowy, exhibited no further anomalies. A collective sigh of relief escaped them, prompting Wang Su to lighten the mood with a jest. Hey, do you think they might be so captivated by the play inside that they simply refuse to come out? Su Bai shot him a disapproving glance, but remained silent. Observing Su Bai's indifference, Wang Su awkwardly chuckled, just a bit of humor. But seriously, where could the spirit be? Perhaps it's waiting for us while performing? At that moment, an ordinary spirit handler spoke up, puzzled. Have any of you heard a strange sound? Yu Sifeng cupped her hand to her ear and listened intently. Not at all. Are you just overly anxious? Rest assured, with Su Bai here, we are in safe hands. following their experience in the haunted house. Unsealing had complete faith in Su Bai's abilities. Yet, Wang Su remained apprehensive, addressing the spirit handler from earlier. Gui Air, what did you hear? The spirit handler, referred to as Gui Air, concentrated his spirit energy around his ears, causing them to enlarge. He listened carefully, his brow furrowed as he replied, I'm not entirely sure. But it feels rather unsettling. In the midst of their conversation, the group had already reached the end of the corridor, standing before an outdoor stage. Separated by a wooden partition. With a creak, Su Bai pushed open the wooden door that separated the space, illuminating the once dark stage with a sudden burst of light. Below the stage were several tea tables, each accompanied by 3 chairs, and atop each table sat a steaming pot of tea. The spotlight cast its glow upon the stage, revealing several figures to the audience. These figures were puppets, yet curiously, each bore a human face. The faces displayed an eerily familiar smile, mirroring that of the woman on stage, frozen in place amidst an unsettling silence. Were they watching a pantomime? What on earth was being performed? Unsealing, perplexed, shook his head along with the others, none of whom were aficionados of the theater and thus could not decipher the performance. Su Bai, inquiring within her mind of the ghostly theater woman, received her answer. Farewell, my concubine. Farewell, my concubine. The tale of Xiangyu and Yuji? Su Bai nodded. As the ghostly theater woman, Lan Ji would not be mistaken. But which one represented the overlord? How could one discern amidst these puppets? Unsealing asked, awaiting Su Bai's elucidation. Look at the attire. The one clad in the general's robe, wielding the large blade, is the overlord. The one beside him in the pink dress must be Yuji then? Indeed, Su Bai confirmed, and the group began to approach the stage. Suddenly, a realization struck. There was indeed sound. Just as they were about to reach the stage, Gui Air halted them abruptly. I can hear it clearly. It's the sound of gongs and drums. Gui Air exclaimed with delight, but the expressions of the others shifted dramatically. For now, not only Gui Air could hear it. The rhythmic beats and clanging gongs reverberated throughout the theater. The puppets on stage sprang to life. The overlord puppet opened its mouth and, in a resonant baritone, declared, Today I shall resolutely face death. I wish to engage in battle with you all. As it spoke, the puppet raised its large blade and swung it toward the group. In an instant, Wang Su reacted swiftly, a surge of ghostly energy filling his body, channeling into his right hand. His once plump hand expanded, muscles bulging and tearing through the skin. His entire right arm grew immensely larger, enveloped in a dark luminescence. Clang! Wang Su's ghostly hand met the blade, grasping it firmly. With a mere shake, the puppet lost its grip, and the blade slipped from its grasp. With a crisp snap, Wang Su single-handedly broke the blade, sending metal shards scattering across the stage. In rapid succession, he pinched the puppet's head with his enlarged thumb and forefinger. With a surge of strength, the puppet's head exploded into splinters, with fragments flying in all directions. The headless puppet collapsed to the ground in a disheveled heap. Upon hearing the overlord's voice, the remaining puppets were seemingly activated, brandishing their weapons and charging at the group. Just as the ghost tamers prepared to defend themselves, a long sword danced like a dragon, weaving through the puppets. Moments later, a figure clad in pink halted before them, while the puppets behind her emitted a series of clattering sounds before abruptly collapsing to the ground. As the crowd gazed upon the delicate figure before them, a moment of astonishment ensued. Was this not the illustrious Yuji? What was happening? In Chapter 107, titled The Healing Elixir, Behind the Curtain, the revelation struck. Yuji had betrayed them. The assembly, bewildered by this incredulous scene, felt a wave of confusion wash over them. Su Bai, with a swift gesture, retracted several threads from the puppet resembling Yuji, and clarity dawned upon the onlookers. It was Su Bai who had manipulated the puppet. No wonder she had acted so unexpectedly. Yet, the audience was equally astonished by Su Bai's formidable prowess, capable of orchestrating such intricate movements through a mere marionette, indicating a mastery of his own abilities that far surpassed their own. Having dealt with the puppet, Su Bai ascended the stage, grasping a shard of debris, scrutinizing it intently. The remaining few gathered around, confirming it was merely an ordinary puppet. The real concern lay with Wang Su, who had picked up a fragment of a shattered visage. It appeared that this entity had endowed the puppet with its strength. It was likely a mere guise of a specter. However, until it revealed itself, speculation was futile. Su Bai shook his head, neither affirming nor dismissing the notion. A chilling gust swept through, fluttering the curtain that concealed the rear of the stage. The crowd lifted their gazes, and in an instant, a scream pierced the air. What now? This marked the second time Unsealing had cried out in terror, prompting Wang Su's impatient glance backwards. Su Bai mirrored his action, and upon witnessing the scene, Wang Su's expression morphed into one of horror. A dagger protruded ominously from Yu Feng's chest, its silver tip glistening as blood trickled steadily down. Behind her, a figure known as Gui Air gripped the hilt with a visage of sheer terror. She was a specter indeed. Gui Air shrieked in fright, her trembling hand betraying her fear. Yu Feng, blood spilling from her lips, paled as she stared in shock at the blade embedded in her chest. Rendered speechless by the trauma, Wang Su stood frozen, uncertain of how to proceed. Yet Su Bai, swift in his response, raised his right hand, grasping at the void. The shadow behind Gui Air mirrored his motion, seizing her by the neck and lifting her effortlessly. With a sudden, decisive motion, Su Bai clenched his fist, and Gui Air's head was severed from her body. Yet astonishingly, no blood gushed forth. Realizing Su Bai's intention, Wang Su deduced that Gui Air had feigned innocence and rushed to support Yu Feng. After neutralizing the treacherous specter, Su Bai approached Yu Feng, grasping the dagger's hilt and swiftly withdrawing it. He placed his hand over her wound, and in that fleeting moment before blood could spout forth, an icy chill emanated from him, freezing the injury. The blood, which flowed like an inexhaustible stream, was halted, but the power of the Snow Maiden was formidable and corrosive. This would serve only as a temporary measure. If prolonged, it might spell doom for Yu Feng. Though the bleeding had ceased, her lung was injured, rendering her mute. Her complexion was ashen, struggling for breath, and it seemed her time was running out. At that moment, Wang Su unfastened his backpack and retrieved a small vial filled with a pure white elixir. Unscrewing the dropper, I drew approximately 1 milliliter of the white potion and let it fall upon Yu Feng's wound. The moment the liquid made contact with the injury, it seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, burrowing into the wound. An icy chill surged forth from Su Bai, while the blood on the surface of the skin began to flow back into the wound. Simultaneously, the narrow, 10-centimeter-long gash began to close, forming a delicate pink line on the surface of the skin. In the blink of an eye, that fine line vanished, and the wound returned to its original state. This tiny vial of potion possessed a terrifying regenerative power. Su Bai was instantly filled with curiosity. What is this? Wang Su carefully sealed the test tube and replied, "This is a replica made from the blood of a ghostly doctor. In essence, these apparitions are composed of spectral energy. Once the correct structure is identified, it can be molded." Wang Su quoted Professor Gua directly. In truth, Su Bai had contributed half of the potion's efficacy. The ghostly doctor was associated with the traitor from the Union who collaborated with the Japanese during the incident at Fulong Bay Bridge. After resolving the incident, Su Bai used a body bag to collect the remains, which ultimately came to be studied by Professor Gua. To witness such results in such a short time was a testament to Professor Gua's extraordinary intellect, which was not something just anyone could possess. Su Bai found himself contemplating the potion, resolving to procure some more from Gu Huai next time. Although the effect was not perfect, and while it appeared to be more tightly knit, it could not withstand force. Otherwise, it would simply tear open. A complete restoration would require more time. Wang Su seemed to perceive Su Bai's thoughts and provided clarification. A moment later, color returned to Yu Feng's face, and she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you both." Then, she cast a curious glance at Su Bai. "How did you know I am not a ghost?" She felt it was reminiscent of their previous encounter in the ancient mansion, where Su Bai had keenly discerned some clues. However, to her surprise, Su Bai shook his head and coldly replied, "I didn't perceive anything. It's merely that you are more useful alive than he is." A collective gasp arose from the group, and even Yu Feng's gaze trembled, taken aback by Su Bai's decisive ruthlessness. Just because their abilities differed, he could act so mercilessly against his own teammate. Indeed, as the rumors suggested, Su Bai's demeanor was as crimson as blood, with a heart as dark as night and blood as cold as ice. Noticing the group's scrutiny, Su Bai offered further explanation, clarifying that he did not indiscriminately harm his teammates. "If you had discovered that Yu Feng was a ghost, would you not be shocked, or at least suspicious? To act immediately would be too conspicuous." He added silently to himself, "You are not me. Would you show mercy when faced with the prospect of killing a teammate?" The group nodded in agreement, acknowledging that indeed, based on the gruesome fate of the ghostly ear, this individual, whether a ghost or not, was inextricably linked to the sinister happenings. "I suspect it is the unseen voices that have influenced him. Remain vigilant, and anyone who hears any strange sounds must report immediately," Su Bai warned the others. Yu Feng paused, reluctant to let go of her hope, and asked Su Bai, "If it were him who possessed the foresight at that moment, would you still have intervened to save me?" Su Bai glanced at her, showing no hesitation. "There are no what-ifs in this world." "No what-ifs," Yu Feng murmured, reflecting on Su Bai's answer, her expression a mixture of melancholy and joy. "Everyone, be cautious. That malevolent entity lurks in the shadows, and there are likely more challenges awaiting us. With that, Subai turned his gaze towards the crimson curtain. Previously, the malevolent spirit had manipulated the curtain with a chilling breeze to divert the audience's attention, allowing it to strike. Yet, Subai sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. His intuition warned him that the entire stage harbored secrets. He rose, leaving several individuals behind to remain vigilant, and approached the curtain. With a swift motion, Subai grasped the edge of the curtain and yanked it down, causing it to fall from the wall. A powerful stench of blood assaulted their senses as they looked up, revealing a horrifying sight. Chapter 108. The Wall of Faces. A future of self-destruction. As the curtain parted, the stench of blood surged forth, overwhelming the onlookers. Their gazes fixed upon the wall, they were struck with shock. This. Yu Sifeng covered her mouth, the scene before her both bizarre and grotesque. Faces. Countless bloodied faces adorned with eerie smiles. Thousands of various faces were affixed to the blood-stained wall, their identical, rigid smiles mocking the observers, as if deriding both them and themselves. Subai took a step back on the stage, quickly retreating while activating the ghostly barrier. The crimson barrier unfolded without obstruction, and the ghastly visages remained unaffected. This was neither a ghostly illusion nor a mere phantasm. Each of those thousands of faces belonged to a living person. In a mere 20 days, it was astonishing to realize that at least 10,000 lives had been lost within this cursed realm. No wonder the capital was eager for his intervention. If this bizarre phenomenon remained unresolved, it would not be long before the entire city succumbed to its grasp. Aside from the severe penalties of large-scale dungeons, this was the first time Subai had encountered such an aggressively malevolent event. As Subai returned to the group, he suddenly heard a rustling sound nearby. The influence was manifesting. He turned to find the expressions of those around him were peculiar. "I think I heard something," one team member spoke nervously. Wang Su's ghostly hand expanded, positioned protectively before the individual, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Yu Sifeng's face turned pale with fright. It was merely because she had also heard that sound, just as she hesitated on whether to voice her thoughts. Wang Su released his grip and turned to face Subai. "Surely, we all heard it, did we not?" Among those present, only Subai possessed the greatest strength. If he had heard the sound, then it was likely that all of them were affected. Subai nodded gravely. "Yu Sifeng, utilize your abilities to discern what will transpire in the next 5 minutes." In such moments, the significance of Yu Sifeng's powers became evident. Judging by the manifestation of the ghostly ears, there was a span of time required from hearing the sound to being fully influenced, thus she still held on to hope. Mysterious runes appeared on her forehead, drawing her consciousness to a specific location. After a brief moment, Yu Sifeng opened her eyes, drenched in sweat. Her face etched with terror and panic. "They are dead. All dead. All dead." It seemed as though she had glimpsed something horrifically dreadful in the future. And she clutched her head, crying out in agony. "Calm down, Yu Sifeng. It has not yet occurred." Wang Su grasped her hand, striving to soothe her fraying emotions. "What did you see?" After she regained a modicum of composure, Subai inquired. "We are dead, all of us dead. We are turning against one another." Yu Sifeng uttered in torment, and upon meeting Subai's gaze, fear flickered in her eyes. You were the one who killed us, dismembering us all." At her words, the others turned their anxious eyes toward Subai. This cold-blooded yet formidable individual indeed seemed capable of such acts. Subai shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "It has not yet happened, so why look at me like that? I assure you, should you be influenced, I will ensure your demise is devoid of suffering." His gruesome words sent a chill through the crowd, prompting them to retreat, eager to distance themselves from him. As time progressed, the sounds around them grew increasingly pronounced, the rustling noise finally crystallizing into the rhythm of drums. Wait, amidst the drumbeats, there were also voices of opera. "What is happening? You are a ghost. You are the ghost." A sudden quarrel erupted behind them, as two ordinary ghost tamers unleashed the power of vengeful spirits and began to clash. One of them commanded a grave-digging ghost, its form caked in yellow earth and debris. The other was a back ghost, its spectral form materializing behind the grave-digging ghost tamer, continuously howling. The two became embroiled in a fierce struggle, with yellow dust and debris swirling in the air, screams and roars filling the atmosphere. In the chaos, they even appeared to invoke the powers of a second ghost. The situation began to spiral beyond control. Although Wang Su witnessed this scene, he refrained from intervening. For he too felt his own malevolence surging in tandem with the escalating music. He feared that should he act, he might unleash his own aggression, thereby amplifying the influence of the sounds and ensnaring himself in the maelstrom. Yu Sifeng, utterly petrified, crouched in place, at a loss for what to do. Because everything occurring at present mirrors the future she had foreseen. Does this imply that she and her companions are indeed destined to be slaughtered and dismembered by Su Bai? Fear quietly enveloped her entire being. Suddenly, a crimson glow enveloped everyone. It was Su Bai making his move. Could he also be under some influence? The terror within Unsealing intensified, as regret consumed her for having participated in this event. From the depths of the ghostly realm, a chill emanated from beneath their feet, swiftly spreading to the ground where the two combatants stood. In an instant, they halted. Their legs were frozen solid by Su Bai, transformed into two icy pillars standing starkly on the ground. Meanwhile, the specters within them conveyed a profound sense of dread to their master, firmly suppressed and rendered immobile. Behave yourselves. If you display even a hint of abnormality, the ghostly ears shall be your fate. Su Bai thundered. The two trembled under the weight of his terrifying aura, their suspicions and fury subdued. Unsealing found herself instinctively retreating behind Wang Su, fearful of being caught in the fray. Even Wang Su, who had never relinquished his smile, now regarded Su Bai with a grave expression, wary of an unexpected assault. Heh! Su Bai let out a cold snicker. Rest assured, I am currently unharmed. If I were to have an issue, it would be all too easy to eliminate you. Rather than worry about being killed by me, you should consider how to escape this influence. It was only then that the group began to slowly comprehend the situation. Their thoughts had, to varying degrees, been affected by the sounds echoing in their ears. They had attempted to block it out, but covering their ears proved futile. This sound seemed not to actively influence them, but rather amplified their negative emotions. Wang Su contemplated briefly before speaking up. Indeed, it was evident from their reactions. The combatants were engulfed in suspicion. Unsealing was steeped in fear, while Wang Su's previously suppressed rage had been unleashed. As for Su Bai, did he truly possess emotions? Wang Su could not help but doubt. He feared that he might not have been affected at all, having interacted with him on numerous occasions. Wang Su felt as though he had never truly seen through Su Bai. Everything Su Bai presented seemed like a facade. What manner of person was he truly? Su Bai nodded, acknowledging the peculiarity of this place. Although there was no overt combat, danger lurked at every turn, and that danger stemmed from within their own ranks. Chapter 109. Theatrical Arts. I possess as well. Feigning mystique. Su Bai scoffed. Was it not merely the sound of theatrical arts that swayed people's hearts? Did they truly believe he was incapable of handling this? Theatrical arts, I too possess. Su Bai unleashed his ghostly realm, enveloping those behind him. The melodious tones of Lan Ji echoed throughout the stage, intertwining with the resounding gongs and drums, creating a harmonious balance. Two strange voices intertwined, each taking turns to resonate, continuously offsetting one another. The crowd felt a refreshing sensation sweep over them, gradually alleviating their suspicions, restlessness, and fears. Indeed, this voice radiated nobility. Just as the crowd expressed their gratitude and remorse towards Su Bai, his voice rang out beside them. Do not dawdle, retreat swiftly. No sooner had he spoken than Su Bai propelled himself off the stage. The crowd turned in astonishment, only to witness puppets pouring forth from behind the curtain, their facial skins peeling away from the walls and draping over the puppets' heads. The puppets emitted a cacophony of clicking sounds as they charged towards the group, brandishing long knives and silver spears like lightning, enacting a deadly ambush amidst the increasingly frantic sounds of drums, intent on severing the heads of the few. The puppets continued to swarm, swiftly filling the entire stage. Although they were mechanical creations, their speed was unrelenting, even surpassing that of the individuals, closing the distance in an instant. Wang Su, while retreating, kept a vigilant eye on the rear, swiftly dodging a blade and countering with a fierce strike. His ghostly hand bore immense power, tearing the puppet behind him into fragments. The two ghost tamers unleashed their own abilities, torrents of yellow earth surging forth, while vengeful spirits launched surprise attacks, successfully repelling the assaults from behind. Yet, a terrifying scene unfolded, though the shattered puppets lay lifeless. Their facial skins detached and soared back to the walls, awaiting attachment to the next puppet. This is bad. We must attack their faces. Only by destroying their faces can we truly vanquish them. Unsealing keenly observed this and loudly warned the others. Su Bai conjured a snowflake, hurling it towards a figure mingling among the puppets, aiming to launch a surprise attack. The snowflake struck true, encasing the entire face in ice. The puppet struggled momentarily before falling silent, its face remaining on the ground, not returning to the wall. It seemed that the facial skin was indeed their weakness. However, despite identifying this vulnerability, the sheer number of these entities was overwhelming. Unless Su Bai resorted to some energy-draining abilities, he could not clear the stage. Yet, he had no intention of doing so. The malevolent spirit orchestrating this bizarre event, lurking in the shadows and releasing these puppets only to be met with demise. merely feared the strength of the group, seeking to exhaust their energies through the puppets. Subai would not grant them this wish. As they fought and retreated, the surrounding drums and mournful opera grew ever louder, subtly suppressing the ghostly figure of the opera woman. Subai engaged in a silent conversation with the ghostly opera woman. Lanji, do you understand the nature of this opera? After a brief silence, Lanji responded, it feels somewhat familiar, as if it resonates with my own voice. Your voice? Subai inquired, perplexed. Could it be that the malevolent entity behind this strange occurrence was also a ghostly opera woman? Yet, why had he never heard of it in his past life? As the progression of the new world gradually intensified, Subai found himself increasingly hesitant to fully trust his past memories. Everything, in comparison to his previous life, was undergoing transformation. Was it his own doing? Shaking his head, Subai chose not to dwell on it for the moment. Regardless, this bizarre event must undoubtedly be linked to the ghostly puppet mistress. The frigid ice beneath his feet extended towards the tide of puppets, suffusing the entire front of the stage with a haunting azure hue. Let us go, Subai commanded, and simultaneously, the chilling air that spread towards the stage coalesced abruptly, freezing the moisture in the air. In an instant, a low wall of solid ice emerged in place. Those who came into contact with the icy wall or trod upon Subai's snowy domain were transformed into lifeless ice sculptures. Taking advantage of the snowy realm to hinder the puppets, the group quickened their pace, breaking free from their entanglement and following Subai outward. It seemed that Subai's actions provoked the vengeful spirit lurking behind them. Just as the group reached the wooden door, the sound of traditional opera surged in their ears. Lanji's voice was drowned out, and a fierce fire appeared to ignite in their eyes. Drip! A sound of liquid falling to the ground echoed. Yusifeng turned around, her face suddenly frozen in terror. What are you doing? She stammered, pointing at the puppeteer who had made a pact with the spirit behind them. That drop of liquid was unmistakably blood, oozing from his cheek. His hands were clamped tightly against his face, fingers sunk deep into flesh, with only the bases of his fingers visible above the surface. I'm not doing anything, just felt a sudden itch on my face. As he spoke, the puppeteer audibly tore away a chunk of skin from his face, revealing the ghastly remnants of blood and sinew beneath. Yusifeng gasped, while Subai and Wang Su exchanged troubled glances at the sight. The man, however, appeared oblivious, reaching out to scratch at the exposed flesh, blood flowing incessantly, with strands of meat visible beneath his nails. The puppeteer who had previously fought alongside him felt a wave of nausea and leaned against the wall, retching. The rest of the group was equally horrified, unable to fathom the grotesque nature of this entity, which had insidiously altered the puppeteer's perception of reality. Wang Su was about to reattach the man's skin. Such minor injuries could be healed with a single drop of elixir. However, Subai seized his arm, declaring, "There's no time to waste." At that moment, the shadow of Mylius unfurled, and the girl's innocent voice chimed in the ear of the spirit-bound puppeteer. Would you like to be Mylius's toy? With that utterance, the man's body suddenly splintered into pieces, limbs and head severing from the torso. Subayu! Wang Su exclaimed in a mix of anger and disbelief. This ruthless killer had mercilessly turned on his own comrade. The previous incident with the ghostly ears could be excused, as they had been unaware of his influence. But now, this puppeteer was clearly salvageable, and yet Subai showed no mercy whatsoever. Wang Su could not help but suspect that perhaps Subai had also fallen under the same influence. However, Subai did not provide an explanation. Instead, he turned and fixed his gaze upon Wang Su, his aura suddenly surging forth. The overwhelming ghostly energy erupted, leaving Wang Su awestruck by Subai's formidable strength for the first time. Instantly, he felt the weight of this presence pressing down upon him, causing him to stagger unsteadily. Do I need to explain my actions to you? Subai looked down at Wang Su, who was taken aback. Oh no, why did I provoke this harbinger of doom? Wang Su realized he was significantly affected. Under normal circumstances, he would never have dared to offend Subai over such trivial matters. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, fearing that Subai might retaliate at any moment. Chapter 110. Subai, who disregards relationships once his pants are raised. Subai, Wang Gu did not act intentionally. He was merely influenced. Yusifeng timidly interceded on Wang Su's behalf. Having shared a dungeon experience with Subai, she was acutely aware of his merciless disposition, terrified that Wang Su might suffer the consequences. However, Subai merely intended to issue a warning and did not truly intend to strike. He retrieved a body bag and began to collect the dismembered parts of the unfortunate victim, leading the group onward. My little demon can disassemble a person. If the influence can be dispelled, the pieces can be reassembled. Subai's voice resonated softly behind him. The others finally felt a sense of relief. Were Subai truly affected, then collectively, they would not suffice as even a single hand against him. The sound of the performance grew increasingly louder, reverberating throughout the entire art center, accompanied by the eerie chorus from the puppets pursuing them, whose faces, uncharacteristic of their forms, began to chant in unison. As Subai advanced, he deftly dealt with the puppets that suddenly lunged from either side. The ghostly bride floated around him, ensuring that none of the puppets could approach. Throughout the journey, Subai furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering the whereabouts of the lurking specter. There was only one path they had traversed, and they had not encountered any forks. If not on stage, could it possibly be in the indoor studio? That seemed unlikely. They had neither sensed any ghostly traps nor detected any traces of ghostly energy on those puppets. The studio lay directly behind the stage, yet it was now obstructed by an army of puppets, making it exceedingly difficult for Subai to break through. Wait. Subai suddenly recalled a certain location, the woman at the front desk. With this thought in mind, he immediately dashed towards the front desk. If it were an ordinary person in this situation, they would undoubtedly head to the studio for an investigation. As soon as they approached the stage, a multitude of puppets emerged, seemingly intent on blocking their path, as if fiercely guarding something. However, Subai's past experiences led him to understand that these areas often represented traps. Conversely, the enigmatic woman they encountered upon entering appeared to be the very solution to the riddle at hand. Yusifan closely followed Subai, determined to accompany him wherever he went. When Subai was nearby, it was wiser to observe and speak less. Though Wangsu was puzzled, he chose not to inquire further. Among them, Subai was the true force to be reckoned with. Without his assistance, it was impossible for Wangsu to storm into the studio alone. Subai hurried to the front desk, where the enigmatic woman continued to smile, gazing in the direction from which everyone had departed. Transparent strings shot from her hands, wrapping around her body, and with a forceful tug, she exploded. Countless pieces of flesh scattered across the ground, reduced to fragments. Strangely, however, after leaving her body, the woman's head remained unaffected, floating in the air, her smile still intact and mockingly disdainful. Had he miscalculated? Subai furrowed his brows as the puppets behind him closed in, intent on strangling him completely. The puppets chattered in eerie harmony with the unsettling melody that filled the air, while the floating head hummed along. Faced with the bloodied visages, Subai realized this was beyond his capacity to handle alone. Unless the source was unraveled, these faces would continue to emerge endlessly. Close your eyes, Subai shouted, and the few behind him, already familiar with his ability, obeyed without hesitation. Immediately, Li Shang appeared before Subai, lifting the veil from her face. Her breathtaking beauty was a weapon in itself. Hundreds of puppets collapsed in unison, the sound of splintering would echoing around them. The faces atop the hundreds of puppets swelled and burst. My lord, Li Shang softly called as she returned to Subai's side, before vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Subai heard the voice of Lan Ji echo in his mind. General, that head possesses a familiar sensation. Subai turned to the peculiar floating head. Realizing it was indeed extraordinary, he vaguely speculated that this instance was closely tied to the ghost actress. He recalled the scene of Lan Ji leveling up before the game had descended. In that vast, dark expanse, she had sung the segment from Farewell, My Concubine. It dawned on Subai that he had unwittingly identified the puppeteer behind this malevolent event. He glanced back at the head, recognizing it as the very entity connected to the ghost actress. Without hesitation, Subai moved closer to the head. Unbeknownst to him, the features of the skull began to melt under the gazes of others, and Subai, seemingly entranced, walked toward the mask with a singular focus. The surrounding environment began to shift. The theater's various facilities vanished, giving way to the furnishings of Subai's villa, gradually materializing. The eerie voices of the ghostly performers transformed into a comedic skit from the television, while the fallen puppets morphed into the lush green lawn and shrubs outside. Before him, the head slowly grew a body. Amidst the bizarre occurrences, Subai appeared oblivious, his expression calm. Be gentle, that hurts. Ling Ruoyao swatted away Subai's hand, which had inadvertently found its way onto her chest. Why such force? You've pinched me. Subai glanced around, finding himself back in the villa of the Hugua community, cradling the bare figure of Ling Ruoyao. What's wrong, little brother? Why the puzzled expression? Do you no longer recognize your sister? How could you? Pulling up your pants and forgetting people? Seeing Subai's strange demeanor, Ling Ruoyao playfully pouted, lightly thumping his chest with her delicate fist. Subai felt a slight dizziness, as if he had forgotten something essential. Why was he so astonished to find himself in this community? He couldn't quite grasp it, but a sense of unease lingered. What are you pondering? You wouldn't dare to shirk your responsibilities, would you? Ling Ruoyao clung to the equally unclothed Subai, whispering in his ear. No, I merely feel as though I've overlooked something, Subai softly replied. A blush crept onto Ling Ruoyao's cheeks as she whispered, "You just forgot to wear that." Su Bai was taken aback. Now he understood why he felt as if he had neglected something important. He gently kissed her forehead. "It's all right. I quite like children. Who would want to have a little baby with you?" Ling Ruoyao turned her head away, her face a delightful mix of shyness and happiness. This sight captivated Su Bai, and for reasons unknown, his desires surged more intensely than ever before. Sensing his reaction, Ling Ruoyao tightened her embrace. She lifted her head, her soft lips brushing against Su Bai's. A playful tongue danced, igniting his passions. The air was perfumed with a subtle fragrance, and the sweetness of her kiss was intoxicating, which Su Bai savored greedily. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He abruptly pushed away the entangled Ling Ruoyao, directing his consciousness inward. No. Chapter 111, Lost Memories. You cannot suppress me. That kiss sparked a memory within Su Bai. In his recollections, he had only kissed Ling Ruoyao's forehead. And just as he was about to advance further, he was interrupted by Li Xiang. Yet now, they had crossed boundaries and were indulging in passionate kisses without restraint. What about Li Xiang? Su Bai may have been unclear about many things, but he knew that the 6 possessive spirits within him would never tolerate such a situation. He immediately withdrew his consciousness into himself. Li Xiang, Lanji, Shuai. Su Bai called out the names of the 6 women, but received no response. Typically, whenever Su Bai manifested in the spiritual realm, the spirits would rush to him without him needing to call. Yet today, his consciousness was met with a profound silence. The spirits within me have fallen silent. Su Bai looked up at Ling Ruoyao, his eyes devoid of color. However, Ling Ruoyao, puzzled, questioned, "What is going on?" "Isn't it just you lecher? You little rascal, I've watched you grow up, and yet you've devoured your sister. I tell you, Su Bai, you must take responsibility." As she spoke, Ling Ruoyao grasped the blanket and draped it over the two of them, her hand resting in an unmentionable place. Su Bai shuddered, yet a sense of vigilance stirred within him. Today, something felt amiss. Ling Ruoyao was not herself either. "I want," Ling Ruoyao murmured enticingly into Su Bai's ear. However, he was entirely immersed in his own thoughts, offering no response. Something was wrong. Why had the spirit within him suddenly fallen silent? Even the specter of Li Xiang seemed to be subdued. How could this be? She was a formidable entity. How could she be restrained without warning? Could it be that a fully resurrected entity had appeared nearby? Su Bai's mind raced with questions, yet Ling Ruoyao's actions persisted unabated. Noticing Su Bai's prolonged silence, Ling Ruoyao boldly straddled him, her delicate hand resting on his shoulder. A pair of soft, ample forms enveloped Su Bai's face, their fragrance filling his nostrils. "Dear brother, what are you thinking?" Ling Ruoyao teased. "Sister Ling, the spirit within me is suppressed. Can you still sense your own?" Ling Ruoyao furrowed her brow. "What nonsense about suppression? Su Bai, are you unwell, spouting such absurdity?" She placed her hand on his forehead. At these words, Su Bai's composure faltered. What was happening? Hadn't the bizarre game already commenced? Why was Ling Ruoyao dismissing his words as mere folly? "I understand now. It must be that your previous injuries have not yet healed." Ling Ruoyao gently stroked Su Bai's head. "Have you forgotten last month? You went on a trip with your uncle's family, but suffered a car accident. You were the sole survivor, but your head was injured, leaving you in a coma for an entire week. When you awoke, you were babbling about gods and ghosts. And you only left the psychiatric hospital 2 days ago." As Ling Ruoyao recounted this, a fragment of memory surfaced in Su Bai's mind. Was it truly so? He nodded, a sense of melancholy washing over him. Indeed, what ghost could exist in this world? It was merely the product of his imagination following the accident. In this revived world, there were no supernatural beings. Since his rebirth, he had lived in a stable reality. Wait, Su Bai suddenly lifted his head. Rebirth? Resurrection? Memories from his past life surged into his mind like crashing waves, causing him to clutch his head tightly in pain. "Are you all right, Su Bai? The doctor advised you not to dwell on those illusions," Ling Ruoyao said with concern. "No, it can't be. This is absolutely not my imagination. The past month since the arrival has been real. The 10 years of life and death from my previous existence were real too." Crack. It felt as if something within his mind had fractured, and suddenly, the sound of operatic melodies filled his ears while the scenes before him flickered incessantly. In an instant, all memories returned. He gazed coldly at Ling Ruoyao before speaking with an emotionless tone. "You should not use my family to deceive me. Although you can fabricate a realistic environment and alter my perceptions, you cannot erase the hatred I have harbored for the past decade. You cannot suppress me." Su Bai's voice grew increasingly louder, and as he uttered the final word, he placed his hand near his collarbone, slowly raising it. Li Xiang. Despite receiving no response, Su Bai was convinced that Li Xiang could hear him. "Unveil the shroud." Outside the illusion, Yusifeng called out to Su Bai, but he remained unresponsive. The onlookers were filled with anxiety. After Su Bai had executed the nearby dolls with the skill of the ghost bride, he emotionlessly advanced towards the floating head. No matter how loudly the crowd called out, he remained indifferent. It's happening, it's happening. Yu Sifeng looked at Su Bai with terror. This was the scene she had foreseen. As Su Bai approached the head, the ethereal silhouette of the ghost bride's wedding gown manifested around him, and his hands transformed into ghostly claws. The sharp nails pierced the cheek of the head, tearing away the entire face. Was this the outcome once again? Yu Sifeng watched in anguish as the death she had predicted drew near, and she cried out in despair. Stop him, stop him. We will all perish. Su Bai turned the face in his hand, the bloody visage facing him. Upon witnessing this, Wang Su, disregarding everything else, immediately communicated with the spirit within him. His right arm grotesquely enlarged and swung towards Su Bai. Yet, even under the control of the human face, the ethereal wedding gown enveloping Su Bai was beyond his ability to disturb. A punch was thrown, but it created not a single ripple. As if all power had been absorbed, Su Bai slowly retracted the hand holding the face, intending to wear it. He furrowed his brow, raising his fist to strike again when Yu Sifeng called out a warning. Seize that face. Wang Su instantly grasped the situation. He could not break through Su Bai's defenses, but preventing him from donning it was the key. According to Yu Sifeng's prediction, Su Bai would slaughter everyone only after wearing that face. Thus, the crux of the problem lay with the face itself. Wang Su, having been momentarily flustered, now redirected his approach from striking to grasping, lunging for the face in Su Bai's hand. Clang, clang, clang. Just as his massive hand was about to grasp the face, it erupted with a violent pulsation. Wang Su was thrown back by a tremendous force, crashing against the wall behind him. No! Yu Sifeng screamed, her eyes filled with pain and despair. With Wang Su no longer a distraction, Su Bai's hand holding the face inched closer to his skin. The face was about to make contact. Was this an immutable future? In the end, would I still perish at Su Bai's hands? Chapter 112, The Second-Level Demon. At that moment, a surge of crimson suddenly enveloped Su Bai. A spectral energy surged forth, sending all surrounding objects flying, as ripples of red spread beneath the feet of the onlookers. My lord, the ghostly bride's aura erupted suddenly, her form becoming more corporeal as she fused with Su Bai. Li Shang wore a face of fury. With a slight lift of his right hand, he guided Su Bai's arm, placing it near his collarbone, and together, they unveiled the veil. This time, the spectators need not shut their eyes, for Su Bai faced away from them. Even as the veil was lifted, he remained unseen. Under the gaze of the crowd, even Su Bai's most formidable skill did not halt the approach of the human visage, which flew straight toward his face. Let me handle this. A feminine voice rang out. In the next moment, Su Bai's thumbs pierced through the eyes of that face. The visage, previously impervious to harm, was unexpectedly pierced, halting just an inch from Su Bai's face. How is this possible? Wang Su was astounded that Su Bai had managed to break free from the control, while Yu Sifeng shed tears of relief. Has he awakened? The spirit controller of the grave-dwelling ghost asked incredulously. No, Wang Su replied, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Before their very eyes, two transparent threads emerged from behind Su Bai, connecting to his thumbs, guiding him to pierce the ghostly eyes. At that moment, the vibrant red of his wedding attire began to fade, transforming into a delicate pink gown. The visage contorted in agony, its once mournful tone morphing into a wretched wail. The sound was nothing short of harrowing. Simultaneously, the faces of the puppets behind emitted anguished cries, echoing throughout the garden and tearing through the night. Glassware, cups, teapots, windows shattered in response to the cacophony. The remaining three hastily covered their ears, yet still felt a ringing in their heads, temporarily losing their hearing. In the next instant, Su Bai's eyes flew open. As he did, the screaming visage began to twist and wither. It was as if moisture had evaporated in an instant, leaving it shriveled and cracked. The skin appeared to weather away, flaking off to reveal the concealed flower-faced mask beneath. This mask bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the ghostly opera performer, Lan Ji. With a flicker of thought, Su Bai grasped the mask and brought it to his face. Witnessing this, Yu Sifeng gasped in shock, tears streaming down her cheeks like raindrops. She bit her lip, her fleeting hope instantly dissolving into despair. No, she cried out, attempting to reach out for Su Bai. He glanced back at her, a fleeting gesture, as he manipulated the threads to pull her away, gently placing the mask upon his own visage. Do not kill me, do not kill me. The terrified Yu Sifeng curled up on the ground, her hands tightly covering her eyes, weeping helplessly. The faint strains of traditional opera echoed in her ears, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. Are they coming to kill me? She thought, crouching in anguish, as countless unfulfilled wishes flooded her mind in that moment. I am sorry. Mom and Dad, your daughter cannot fulfill her filial duties. I am sorry, grandfather, your granddaughter is about to let you down. I am sorry, grandparents. You will have to bury your black-haired grandchild. I am sorry. After what felt like an eternity, she sensed something was amiss. Was Subai really taking this long? She had already apologized to every relative, classmate, teacher, and friend. Soon, she would have to extend her apologies to her beloved pet hamster. Why hadn't Subai come to end her life yet? With a flicker of doubt, she opened her eyes, only to find that a woman had appeared beside Subai, while Wang Su and another ghost master were conversing around them. What is going on? She wondered. Subai, are you suggesting that there are no ghosts involved in this incident? Subai nodded. The true source of the chaos was the eerie mask. Upon learning the truth, Subai was momentarily at a loss. No wonder he felt no spectral presence upon entering this garden. It was not due to the opponent's unique concealment or a terror surpassing that of a ghost bride, but rather because the entire dilemma stemmed from an otherworldly artifact. The terrifying visage that had instilled fear across the city was merely an unconscious object. Who could one turn to for justice in such a situation? Moreover, after claiming so many lives, the prop had ultimately been absorbed by Subai's ghostly actress. Wang Su looked at the now separated Lanji, feeling increasingly envious. Not only did this individual have a top-tier ghost bride, but they also seemed to have stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. Assisting in resolving an incident had inadvertently allowed the ghost actress to advance in rank. Originally a unique entity, now there were two in his possession. It was not just Wang Su who recognized the ghost actress's ascension. Even Yusifeng and the other ghost master stared in astonishment at Lanji. The latest edition of the Ghost Master Manual, issued by Professor Gua, had outlined the hierarchy of spirits. Spirits ranked below level 1 were classified as dormant and could only lend their powers to their hosts. Level 1 indicated a stage of awakening, where the host could not only borrow power, but also manifest their own ghostly abilities. Some exceptional level 1 spirits could even form a ghostly illusion, much like Subai. As for the spectral mist, it was evident that his spirit also belonged to level 1, but its illusion had yet to fully materialize. The rarest level, however, was level 2, which indicated fully awakened spirits capable of independent combat. The Ghost Master Manual documented only one such spirit, Subai's ghost bride. Now it seemed there might be another. The three of them gasped in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the extraordinary revelation. Subai, undistracted by the thoughts swirling in the minds of those around him, focused his attention entirely on Lanji. Deep within the confines of their unexposed hearts, Subai and Lanji were engaged in a profound exchange. General, Lanji began, I have recalled many memories. I was born in 1921 and learned the art of Peking opera from my father, a renowned performer in the capital. I inherited his legacy and embarked on this path. Perhaps blessed by fate, I was gifted with a pleasing appearance and a melodious voice, quickly rising to fame as a celebrated artist. However, everything changed when those invaders arrived, bringing with them their Western puppetry. They coerced me into singing alongside those puppets, even forcing me to perform a grotesque rendition of Farewell, My Concubine, where I faced a puppet in a tragic reenactment of my own demise at Wu River. I could not bear to see the heritage of my ancestors desecrated by those wretches. I vowed to exact revenge, even if it meant becoming a vengeful spirit, and thus met my end upon the stage. Subsequently, my soul transformed into a vengeful ghost, exacting retribution upon them. Chapter 113, The Ghostly Framework General. I harbor a profound hatred for those who have wronged my dragon nation. Lanji's voice resonated within Subai, who was taken aback by the poignant tale of her past. The valor she exhibited in her self-sacrifice rivaled even the legendary heroines of history. I too despise those fiends. From now on, we shall slay every one we encounter. Thank you, General. Lanji bowed graciously to Subai. He felt a significant surge in his ghostly power, and his spectral abilities grew stronger, a testament to Lanji's ascension. This revelation filled him with joy. He had never anticipated that his spectral form could ascend, a piece of news that bore immense significance for him and for all of Dragon Nation. Even more exhilarating was the notion that Lanji seemed to have acquired new abilities, the specifics of which remained unclear to Subai, necessitating further exploration in due time. The puppets, having lost the power of the ghostly masks, began to shed their skins, collapsing around them and disintegrating into splinters. Subai retrieved the dismembered ghost master from the body bag, and with the activation of Mealy's abilities, he was reassembled. The discarded skin was restored by Wang Su using the Ghost Doctor's healing liquid. Director Su, I am eternally grateful. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. The revived Ghost Master expressed his gratitude. Subai merely nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing in response. At that moment, A movement of flesh and blood captured everyone's attention. The remnants previously ruptured by Su Bai's threads began to writhe, coalescing towards a singular direction. What is happening? Is she still alive? Wang Su exclaimed, gathering his strength, prepared to strike. Su Bai interjected, wait, the mastermind has already been devoured by my ghostly actress. Revival is impossible. Although he said this, Su Bai still took out the body bag, ever ready to seal the entity. Countless undead creatures could be revived infinitely, yet none had ever escaped the confinement of the body bag. Under the watchful eyes of the group, the flesh and blood coalesced, forming a humanoid shape. Judging by its stature, it appeared to be a middle-aged man, albeit completely unclad. After taking form, the amalgamation of flesh staggered towards them. Su Bai, channeling ghostly energy, summoned a plume of black feathers into his hand, prepared to act, when the faceless man spoke up suddenly. Do not strike. Do not strike. We are allies. Hearing this voice, the others were bewildered, but the grave-dwelling ghost tamer exclaimed in delight, Director Wang, is that you? Yes, it is I. The faceless man nodded vigorously, then addressed the group. I am Wang Shi, the director of the Municipal Ghost Tamer Bureau. May I inquire about your identities? The group, though skeptical, introduced themselves. Thank you, Director Su, and thank you both. I extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of all the citizens of the city. Wang Shi sincerely thanked them, then scratched his head, somewhat awkwardly stating, could I trouble you to wait a moment while I search for my face? After receiving their consent, Wang Shi hurried towards the heap of puppets, rummaging through them. Before long, a piece of skin, wriggling with effort, appeared before the group, causing Wang Shi's lips to twitch. Despite being covered in dust and wood shavings from crawling on the ground for so long, Wang Shi picked it up and pressed it against his head. After all, it was his own face. One could not afford to be choosy. Once the skin was secured, a flash of white, ghostly energy sealed the seams, and Wang Shi instantly returned to his former self. Su Bai then clearly saw that this man was indeed Wang Shi, the skeletal director of the Municipal Bureau, a somewhat scruffy-looking middle-aged man. Director Wang, what is the situation here? Yu Sifeng inquired curiously. Wang Shi brushed the dust off his face and explained, this is all thanks to the ghost within me. As long as my skeleton remains unshattered, it can piece my body back together, no matter how many fragments it is reduced to. Fortunately, this ability has allowed me to reclaim my life. As he spoke, Wang Shi gazed sorrowfully at the familiar faces scattered on the ground. Su Bai felt a pang of emotion. Indeed, as postnatal ghost tamers, their abilities were remarkably extraordinary. Although Wang Shi had been engulfed in this ordeal, he had lacked any consciousness due to the loss of his body. After Wang Su and the other ghost tamers explained the situation, Wang Shi finally understood what had transpired since his arrival. Immediately, he turned his grateful gaze towards Su Bai. Director Su, I truly thank you for your assistance. Were it not for you, the city would likely have met its doom. I feel unworthy before my fellow townsfolk. Not at all. It was merely a matter of convenience. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while, when Wang Shi suddenly spoke up. A hint of embarrassment in his tone. Director Su, among us branch directors, your esteemed name resonates profoundly. The city is governed meticulously under your leadership. Might I request your guidance with the affairs of the city? Su Bai, well aware of the other's intentions, however, had no time for such matters. He was not altruistic to that extent. As the director of the city, it was your responsibility. I am solely accountable for the city itself. My presence here is merely out of concern that this incident may escalate and affect the city, so I hope you do not overthink it. Su Bai spoke without any semblance of courtesy. Wang Shi was still unwilling to relent. Director Su, with greater power comes greater responsibility. Given your capabilities, assisting the city with a couple of incidents would be but a trifling task. I implore you to extend your hand and save the wretched citizens of the city. Su Bai cast him a disdainful glance. How facile your words are. Keep your flattery to yourself. I will not intervene in the city's affairs. Su Bai harbored a deep aversion towards such individuals. Why should I jeopardize my own life for your sympathy? Although the resolution was swift, the journey was perilous beyond measure. Had it not been for Su Bai's recollection of his past life and Yu Sifeng's foresight, which prompted him to remain vigilant and discreetly instruct the little demon to control his body, he might have become the next vessel for the ghost face. Wang Shi, with no other recourse, gritted his teeth and summoned two spirit controllers to exit. The spirit controller, a grave figure, turned to Su Bai and bowed. A mix of gratitude and apology in his demeanor, which Su Bai acknowledged with a nod. Yet, the spirit controller from behind approached Su Bai. Director Su, may I accompany you back to the city? After witnessing Su Bai's formidable prowess, this spirit controller felt a yearning. After all, he had no family ties in the city. Su Bai pondered briefly and consented, recognizing that the individual's strength was commendable, albeit their character required refinement. After bidding farewell to Wang Shi, Wang Su advised, "Brother Bai, your words were rather sharp. There are indeed more tactful ways to refuse." Chapter 114. The Metallic Automaton. Bring it back to guard the gate. Su Bai remained silent. Yet Unsealing interjected forcefully. "What do you mean by sharp? Su Bai is in the right. Why should he risk his life to save those people? Individuals like Wang Shi, if not rebuffed in such a manner, would only become more demanding. Moreover, if Su Bai were to encounter misfortune due to these people, would you dare tackle large-scale dungeons?" Wang Su contemplated this and chose not to argue further, simply rising to accompany Unsealing as they took their leave of Su Bai. With the incident resolved, the two needed to return to Kyoto for debriefing. "Brother Bai, we are leaving. We must report the events that transpired here truthfully." Su Bai nodded. It mattered little. For what he had acquired, no one could compel him to relinquish. "Su Bai, I'm off." Unsealing's tone carried a hint of reluctance. Each encounter with Su Bai was fleeting, marked by hurried hellos and farewells. Had it not been for her home being in Kyoto, she would have truly wished to remain by Su Bai's side without leaving. Only this man before her could provide her with an unwavering sense of security. Oh, how she anticipates their next meeting. Su Bai waved goodbye to her. After their departure, he led the Onmyoji out of the garden, though he did not rush to leave. Outside, special personnel from the city had arrived to take charge, while the other Onmyoji followed Wang Shi's lead as they departed. After recounting the events that had transpired within, it indeed caused quite a stir. Upon learning that Su Bai had ultimately displayed remarkable prowess in resolving the incident, Li Jiai's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Subsequently, Su Bai instructed the spirit behind him and Li Jiai to block the entrance from others, and he once again led Su Feng back into the now-deserted garden. "Boss, what are we doing?" Su Feng knew that Su Bai's decision to bring him back alone must have a purpose. "We're here to experiment with something." With that, Su Bai summoned Lanji. Upon witnessing yet another ghostly figure emerge, Su Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. "Boss, you have another one." Su Feng stammered in surprise, to which Su Bai simply nodded. "It seems fortune has favored us amidst misfortune." As Su Bai issued his command, the ghostly figure began to sing a poignant aria from Farewell, My Concubine. The moment Su Feng heard the melody, he felt an involuntary shiver run through him. His heart suddenly restless. Su Bai waved his hand, dispelling the influence, and then began to experiment with controlling the puppets before him. As he infused them with ghostly energy, he sensed a mysterious connection traversing the air, intertwining with the faces on the ground. When the faces made contact with the heads of the puppets, the previously fallen figures surprisingly staggered to their feet. This form of manipulation differed from the control he had exerted through Alien's threads. These puppets felt more like his kin, responding to his commands with mere directives. This was a form of psychological control. As this realization dawned on him, Su Bai suddenly felt a connection that transcended the theater. After a brief moment of contemplation, he discerned its nature. Setting it aside for the time being, the ability to command the puppets before him was already a significant revelation. Indeed, if the ghostly visage could control such entities, then Su Bai, who had contracted with Lanji, could do so as well. However, due to the constraints of ghostly energy, he could not manipulate as many puppets simultaneously as the ghostly visage could. After experimenting, he found that controlling 5 puppets resulted in negligible energy expenditure. Su Bai had no intentions of relying on these entities for combat. Thus, he could not afford to let them drain his ghostly energy. Nonetheless, the presence of these faces posed a nuisance, and he did not wish to confront such unpleasant sights daily. As the two wandered through the theater, they soon arrived at the previously unexplored studio. The original studio was adorned with theatrical face masks, and on the ground lay more than a dozen metallic-bodied puppets. The masks, while not terrifying, exude an imposing presence. From their general appearance, they seemed to belong to martial performers. In her heart, Lanji conveyed to him that each of these masks represented a renowned general from the illustrious history of the Dragon Kingdom. The metallic bodies of the puppets gleamed, adorned with red paint that intricately outlined numerous patterns unknown to Su Bai. It was evident that these were of a different caliber than those outside. Indeed, they concealed lethal techniques. Su Bai endeavored to communicate using ghostly power, and the upgraded puppets promptly rose. He commanded one to strike the wall. The puppet retrieved a ghostly blade from the ground, twirling it with a flourish, and the ghostly energy coalesced. With a single strike, a substantial crack marred the reinforced concrete wall just half a meter away. Excellent. Su Bai could not help but praise. This level of power was worlds apart from those puppets that had previously pursued them. Undoubtedly, in ancient times, these puppets could single-handedly take on 100 foes without a hint of difficulty. Selecting 5 of them, he stored the remainder in body bags before leading Su Feng out of the courtyard. Upon exiting and observing the 5 puppets, Li Jiai expressed mere curiosity, while the ghostly controller behind them appeared both terrified and astonished. "Director Su, behind you," he stammered, pointing at the puppet behind Su Bai, trembling visibly, clearly haunted by earlier events. "It's all right. These beings are now under my control and will serve as sentinels for the community." Sentinels? Su Bai's calm words left the others in stunned silence, their mouths agape. It was the first time they had witnessed someone resolve an incident, and even appropriate the adversary's subordinates. This only deepened the ghostly controller's admiration for Su Bai. Following such a leader promised a brighter future. He could not help but be grateful for his earlier impulsiveness, especially when comparing the city under Wang Shi's governance to Su Bai's astute leadership. Su Feng, leverage your previous connections to investigate any bizarre occurrences related to ghostly shadows. Leave it to me, boss. Rest assured, even if it takes me to the ends of the earth, I will uncover it. Su Bai issued his instructions, and Su Feng readily complied. After the promotion of the ghostly actress, Su Bai discovered this peculiar path to continue enhancing the strength of spectral beings following the arrival of the enigmatic game. He currently commanded 4 class-level female ghosts, Aileen hailing from the beautiful nation, while Sadako and Yukiana were specters from the land of the rising sun. The only remaining one, a little demon named Mealy's, was from his homeland. Though the name Little Demon may sound foreign, she actually belongs to the shadow ghost category of the Dragon Kingdom. It was merely the name that had been altered abroad, gaining greater notoriety than the original. While 4 inspectors posed a temporary challenge, Su Bai resolved not to abandon the search for little demons within his country. Each additional class-level ghost represented a qualitative leap in his power. "We may now proceed to take charge." "Yes, Director Su." Su Bai provided instructions to the special personnel who had been previously barred from entry, before swiftly departing for the airport with 3 companions and 5 puppets. With the incident resolved and the head of the municipal bureau returned, there was no need for Su Bai to make an additional trip to the bureau. Preferring not to drive, he utilized teleportation to whisk his companions away. Chapter 115. Su Bai, behold my might. At the headquarters in Kyoto, within the conference room, familiar faces, Jin Shun, Professor Guohuai, and Wang Su, were gathered, while Yu Kai stood expressionless behind Professor Gua. A photograph was projected before them, capturing the moment Su Bai departed with his companions, the glimmering puppets captivating attention. These puppets were presumably a trap prepared by the ghostly mask, yet they had not been employed, allowing Su Bai to take advantage of the situation. Witnessing the event, Wang Su remarked. Professor Gua perused the report in his hands. "So, it can be confirmed that this item is indeed in Su Bai's possession?" Jin Shen nodded and elaborated. "That is correct, and according to the information relayed by Wang Shi, this ghostly mask appears to have the capability to manipulate and control individuals." Professor Gua gathered the reports and turned to Yu Kai, instructing, "Please document this in the records." Yu Kai nodded silently and exited the conference room with the reports. Additionally, what about the peculiar incident Su Bai requested our assistance in investigating? Wang Su inquired of Guohuai. Without hesitation, Professor Gua replied, "We shall look into the archives shortly. If there is any information, inform him directly. Since he is willing to handle it, it alleviates the burden of my props." Jin Shen concurred, stating, "The supernatural items involved in the incident are trivial. His success in acquiring them is commendable, and with his intervention, we can ensure the safety of many more." Guohuai affirmed this sentiment, remarking, "Indeed, we need not fear his possession of such items. Our concern lies in his strength. The greater Su Bai's power, the safer Long Country becomes." As he spoke, Guohuai's profound gaze drifted forward, lost in contemplation. After returning to the city aboard Su Bai's private aircraft, he arranged for the spirit master to be assigned to the bureau, while Su Bai led the remaining 2 companions home, with Su Feng at the wheel. Upon arriving at the community, Su Bai did not actually station the 5 puppets at the entrance. Instead, he distributed them evenly throughout various positions in the vicinity. Much like a star, these entities required no sustenance, so a simple placement would suffice. Su Bai was untroubled by the prospect of theft. If the security guards were to be robbed, it would be better to dismiss them promptly. The following day, Xiao Lu paid a visit. "Boss, the higher-ups are very pleased with how this incident was handled and are offering a verbal commendation, quite a paltry gesture." Since the incident, Xiao Lu seemed transformed, having shed his previous naivety for a more audacious demeanor. No longer did he bow respectfully and address Su Bai as director. Now he casually referred to him as boss, his every gesture imbued with a newfound nonchalance. Su Bai did not mind. In fact, he found such interactions more comfortable. These changes were indicative of Xiao Lu's growth, and Su Bai felt a sense of satisfaction regarding it. Well, they had paid in advance for the work, and he had not incurred any loss from this trip. Ahem. Comrade Su Bai's exemplary performance in the rescue operation during the city ghost face incident has been duly noted by headquarters. Xiao Lu retrieved a note from his bag and began to read it in a playful manner. Su Bai playfully tapped him on the head. Enough of that. Stay for lunch. All right, I was just waiting for you to say that. I can't wait to savor Aunt Wu's cooking. Soon, mealtime arrived. And it wasn't just Xiao Lu who had come to mooch off the food. Ling Ruoyao and Yao Ningxin also rang the doorbell at Su Bai's house precisely at lunch. Ling Ruoyao appeared quite at ease, as if she had come home. In contrast, Yao Ningxin felt a bit shy. By this time, she had already realized her feelings for Su Bai, but she was uncertain whether he felt the same. Their relationship had yet to reach a conclusion. What brings you both here together? Su Bai asked, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Ling Ruoyao turned her head and said, somewhat displeased. Who says I came with her? I just happened to run into her on the way. There was a competitive tone in her words. Su Bai looked at Yao Ningxin, who blushed and explained, I saw Sister Ling heading out and just followed her. You little follower. Ling Ruoyao retorted, her irritation palpable. Su Bai smiled and ushered both of them inside, where they sat on either side of him. Aunt Wu and Xiao Shihua took seats beside Ling Ruoyao. And even the white-eyed ghost princess joined them at the table. Strangely enough, while this little creature had not grown much stronger, she seemed to be becoming more human-like. As everyone gathered around to enjoy the meal, Su Bai felt a wave of happiness wash over him. Ever since moving to this area, the group that once lived together had been residing in separate villas with their families, and it had been a long time since such a lively gathering had taken place. As they ate, Ling Ruoyao suddenly offered a chicken leg to Su Bai. Brother, eat this. She provocatively glanced at Yao Ningxin as she spoke. Yao Ningxin, unwilling to back down, though her relationship with Su Bai was still undefined, insisted, no one says I can't like Su Bai. As she placed a chicken leg into his bowl as well. Eat mine, it's bigger. Upon hearing this, Ling Ruoyao shot a disdainful glance and pouted. I don't think that's the case. Ling Ruoyao was accustomed to bantering with Su Bai, but Yao Ningxin, having never been in a romantic relationship, was navigating her feelings for the first time, her face turning crimson. Stammering, she struggled to find a retort. Su Bai stared at the 2 chicken legs in his bowl. Momentarily dazed. Was this jealousy? Aunt Wu watched the scene with great satisfaction. She liked both girls and felt that her little Su Bai was truly fortunate. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu, who had keenly sensed the atmosphere, buried his head in his bowl, shoveling food into his mouth. Surrounded by a plethora of dishes, he only dared to touch what was in front of him, yet his ears remained perked up, anxious not to miss a single thing. As Su Bai found himself in a challenging predicament, Xiao Shihua came to his rescue, delicately placing a chicken leg into his bowl. Brother Su Bai, eat Shihuai's. Her chicken legs are larger than those of the others. Su Bai cast a grateful glance at the clever Xiao Shihua. All right, I shall partake of Shihuai's chicken leg. Upon witnessing this, the 2 young women exchanged cold huffs. Yet who could bear to be displeased with such an adorable little one? Ling Ruoyao's eyes sparkled with mischief. Xiao Shihua, do you prefer Sister Ling or Sister Yao more? Xiao Shihua, caught off guard by the sudden inquiry, turned to Su Bai with a pleading look for assistance. However, Su Bai feigned ignorance, unwilling to interject in this matter. I like both, she replied, burying her head in shyness. Only then did Ling Ruoyao relent. Yet, the tranquil scene was short-lived, as she suddenly grasped Su Bai's sleeve, giving it a gentle tug. Su Bai, may I stay here in the future? Their relationship had solidified following that fateful night. Thus Ling Ruoyao's desire to move in with Su Bai was the true purpose of her visit. Coincidentally, they encountered Yao Ningxin on the way, prompting them to come together. After some contemplation, Su Bai agreed, nodding, very well, you may move in next to Xiao Shihua. In Chapter 116, titled Golden Insurance House, Visitors from the Island, Su Bai had his own considerations. Among those around him, Ling Ruoyao's abilities surpassed all except his own. Knowing she would keep an eye on the Baitong ghost princess while he was away brought him some peace of mind. Although the little one was increasingly resembling a human and had grown close to several of them, the events of his past still lingered in his thoughts. At that moment, Yao Ningxin's voice interrupted. Su Bai, I wish to. 3 days hence, both Yao Ningxin and Ling Ruoyao moved in. Residing on the 2nd floor alongside Aunt Wu and Xiao Shihua, Su Bai's villa boasted 4 levels. The 1st floor served as a reception and dining area, while he occupied the 3rd. The 4th floor was dedicated to the grand undertaking he had embarked upon over the past 3 days. He had transformed the gold sent from headquarters into thin bricks, creating a secret room enveloped in gold on the 4th floor. It was not the allure of gold that motivated Su Bai's creation of this sanctuary, but rather the safeguarding of his prized supernatural artifacts. The gold's ability to insulate against ghostly energy was the foundational reason for constructing this chamber. As his collection of supernatural items continued to grow, a more spacious storage area became essential. Using body bags was clearly impractical, and ordinary rooms would not suffice. The unique spirit energy of these artifacts was potent enough that, if numerous, their presence could be felt from afar. Subai wished to remain vigilant against potential thieves. Furthermore, many supernatural items would deteriorate in effectiveness if not encased in gold, as their ghostly energy would gradually seep away. Such invaluable treasures were not something Subai could bear to see lose their potency. In the past 3 days, Subai has been living quite luxuriously, attended by 6 female spirits who take turns serving him. Occasionally, Ling Ruoyao would sneak into his bed at midnight, creating a truly festive atmosphere each night. The order in the city has nearly been restored, with various public facilities fully operational once more. Xiao Shihuai's school has resumed its normal teaching activities, albeit with concerns about peculiar incidents occurring, leading to online classes instead. At this moment, Subai is supervising Xiao Shihuai's online courses when a thought suddenly crosses his mind. The message relayed by the doll positioned at the front of the community. 11 strangers have arrived at the gate, their presence unfamiliar, including a spirit master among them. It is precisely at this moment that Su Feng's call comes through. Boss, there are people at the door seeking an audience. What kind of people? Japanese. Subai furrows his brow. These islanders are clearly undeterred, boldly showing up at his doorstep as if courting danger. Without hesitation, he teleports himself to the entrance. The 11 individuals, clad in matching black suits, stand respectfully outside the gate. With a flash of red light, Subai materializes, seated regally in a grand chair, casting a disdainful glance upward at the visitors. What brings you here? As he appears, the pupils of the group contract slightly, and the leader bows in respect. Your Excellency Subai, it is truly a pleasure to see you. And you are? Subai inquires. The leader produces an identification card from his chest and presents it with both hands in a gesture of utmost respect. Your Excellency Subai, I am Kamita, the captain of the External Affairs team from the Spirit Exorcism Society. Please take a look at my credentials. Subai accepts the card but does not examine it, instead stating, I prefer not to speak while looking up at others. Upon hearing this, Kamita immediately grasps the implication of Subai's words. After a moment of hesitation, he seems to resolve to act, leading his companions to kneel before Subai. These little Japanese truly have no shame. Subai silently curses, then lazily speaks. Speak. What is it you want? He is well aware of the Spirit Exorcism Society, which, like the Spirit Master Bureau of Long Country, is an official organization. There is no need to scrutinize the credentials. Given the current circumstances and the previous undercover incident, scrutiny of foreigners by the authorities is exceptionally strict. If they hadn't followed official procedures, they would never have made it to his presence alive. With Subai's permission to proceed, Kamita, the team leader, states, we are here on behalf of the Spirit Exorcism Society of our country to invite Your Excellency Subai to help resolve a supernatural incident. Subai is taken aback. This time, it is not an invitation to return to his homeland. He is curious to discover what these individuals are truly after. Please elaborate. It concerns a recent incident involving a ghost rope, Kamita explains, handing a document to Subai. Glancing through it casually, Subai tosses the file aside. It's merely a level event. Can't you islanders handle it? His tone is filled with disdain. Kawada opened his mouth, but dared not retort. Such a minor incident could undoubtedly be resolved by the island nation, which possesses formidable exorcists within its governmental ranks. The recent large-scale dungeon incident clearly illustrated that. As one of the last standing nations, the island nation's capabilities were far from lacking. However, their true intention was to foster a connection with Subai through this affair, hoping to entice him back to the island. The higher-ups believed that once Subai set foot on the Empire's soil, he would inevitably reminisce about his ancestral roots. They stubbornly maintained the belief that Subai must possess some blood ties to their nation. Moreover, inviting Subai to intervene in the island's affairs was not without merit. Resolving a significant incident often necessitated the sacrifice of many skilled individuals. The worth of these individuals far surpassed the compensation offered to Subai. This was also the reason why the headquarters was willing to invest in hiring him. With Professor Guo present, supernatural artifacts could be developed anew if lost. But each fallen exorcist was irreplaceable, an irreplaceable asset that could not be artificially produced, at least not yet. Furthermore, the top exorcists on the island could scarcely withstand further attrition. They were national treasures, and during the previous large-scale dungeon, 3 had perished, nearly driving the higher-ups to the brink of despair. Subai did not refuse. The island was not an unapproachable destination, after all, considering that the advancements of the Snow Woman and Sadako depended on that very place. Naturally, he harbored no fears of being forcibly retained there. Given Subai's current prowess, there were likely few capable of restraining him in this world. Even if those little devils went mad and hurled a nuclear bomb at him, the chances would still be slim. Oh, right, these fellows did not possess nuclear weapons. Thus, Su Bai had little to worry about. After all, in the face of his spectral powers, conventional weaponry seemed trivial. With his full-speed teleportation, there was scarcely anything that could touch him. Since you can ascertain my whereabouts, you should naturally be aware of my price. Kawada nodded. Yes, Lord Su Bai. Please take a look. He presented a contract, and Su Bai glanced over it briefly. We offer 2 billion, or a mansion in Tokyo exceeding 5,000 square meters. Kawada declared confidently, believing the offer to be irresistible. Chapter 117. Do you dare to insult me with such a price? It appears you do not comprehend. Su Bai uttered nonsensically. What do you mean, Your Excellency? If Mr. Su Bai is interested, we can discuss further. Kawada was taken aback, still thinking that Su Bai wished to understand the specifics of the incident. Su Bai scoffed, raising his right hand abruptly. A tremendous unseen force surged towards Kawada, an invisible hand gripping his throat and lifting him into the air. Do you dare to insult me with such a price? Suddenly, Su Bai struck, startling everyone around Gutian. You are merely an ordinary person. Do you dare to meddle in such matters? Are you not afraid of death? As he spoke, Su Bai cast aside his opponent, and with a flick of a transparent thread, left a crimson line across the foe's neck. Do not waste my time. If you wish for me to take action, you must present some sincerity. Otherwise, just as Su Bai uttered these words, one of the oncoming spirit manipulators behind Gutian had his head explode, red and white matter scattering across the ground. The onlookers were taken aback, not anticipating Su Bai would resort to murder so readily, and they instinctively stepped back. Gutian-san, we should depart, one of the spirit manipulators voiced in discontent. However, Gutian shook his head, his hand clutching his neck in shock, and addressed the others in Japanese. Quickly document this. Su Bai possesses formidable Jade-level combat prowess. We must bring him back to the Empire. We absolutely cannot offend him now. He must return to resolve the ghost rope incident. But before he could finish his sentence, blood began to spew from Gutian's throat. The group was momentarily stunned. Captain, what is wrong with you? Upon witnessing Gutian spitting blood, several rushed forward to assist him, but their attempt led to calamity. The head of Gutian detached cleanly from his neck, blood spraying upwards to a height of half a meter. Su Bai used his ghostly aura to shield himself from the falling blood, while the others were drenched. Su Bai's laughter gradually diminished. They glared at him in fury, but Su Bai's figure had vanished, and the surrounding environment receded. A blood-red shadow appeared beneath their feet unbeknownst to them. The scene before their eyes rushed past like a blur outside a car window, and as they focused, the changes around them abruptly halted. A cold wind swept through the 9 of them, penetrating their very hearts. They were no longer at the entrance of any community. They had unwittingly arrived in a completely unfamiliar place. This was the infamous blood-red ghost realm of Su Bai. Su Bai stretched lazily and informed the special personnel at the entrance to clear the area while he teleported home with a chair. Before long, Su Feng arrived at his door. Boss, what were those people here for? They wanted me to handle the ghost rope incident in the island nation. But the remuneration was too meager, so I sent them away. Doesn't tea that have consequences? Su Feng gestured across his neck, mimicking a cutting motion. After all, they represented the island nation, and Su Bai's lethal actions made Su Feng somewhat apprehensive. It's nothing, just a few lives lost. They won't mind. Su Bai replied nonchalantly. This is Dragon Country. What can they, a mere island nation, do to me? We've thoroughly offended them this time. Should we be cautious moving forward? Su Feng expressed his lingering unease. Rest assured, they shall return. With so many nations watching me, it is imperative that they recognize my capabilities. Should I appear overly accommodating, these individuals would persistently seek to trouble me like stubborn gum. Su Bai elucidated. Su Feng then nodded, indicating his understanding. Boss, what exactly is this ghostly rope incident? It is merely a grade-level event. A complete resurgence of the enigmatic occurrences from my school days. Su Bai referred to the ghost of the hanged man, asserting that this ghostly rope incident emerged post the full revival of that spirit. In a past life, it gained considerable notoriety. It was said that in a particular region, ghostly ropes sprouted like wild grass, ensnaring all living beings and transforming them into ghostly servants. Moreover, this area was gradually expanding. Su Bai had heard that eventually, formidable individuals from the United States were invited to resolve the matter. Are you planning to go then? Su Feng was curious whether his boss would embark on a journey to the island nation. Let us see what price they offer. If it is reasonable, a trip may be worthwhile. The two continued discussing business matters for a while longer before Su Feng finally took his leave. As he departed, Su Bai gifted him 2 ghostly candles for Xiao Lu. Originally, These should have been handed over during Xiao Lu's last visit, but the conversation had veered off course, causing the matter to slip his mind. These two ghostly candles were not intended for Xiao Lu's use. The more perilous supernatural events had already been resolved by Su Bai, leaving only those that posed minimal threat. Furthermore, encountering spirits that Xiao Lu could not handle would render the additional candles of little use. Su Bai intended for these candles to be for Xiao Lu's family. He had faith in Xiao Lu and naturally wished to alleviate any lingering worries for him. Ideally, the best solution would be for them to relocate to the Guardian community. However, Su Bai was not yet inclined to take such a step. After bidding farewell to Su Feng and feeling adequately rested, Su Bai ascended to the 4th floor. Observing the array of various tools within the room, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. These items served as a source of his security. Among these tools were both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Previously, he had been too occupied to study them. Now, having constructed a golden house to isolate the ghostly energies, Su Bai resolved to commence his research. His gaze settled upon a bone knife that gleamed with a chilling light. The blade was riddled with rust, its form ancient and elegant, appearing less than sharp at first glance. Holding it in his hand, he felt its cold, hard texture, imbued with power. Su Bai plucked a hair from his head and gently placed it upon the seemingly blunt edge of the blade. Upon contact, the hair was severed into two. What a fine knife! The sharpness of the bone knife compelled Su Bai to praise it. Yet, sharpness was not its defining characteristic, merely a supplementary benefit. What Su Bai truly wished to experiment with was the concealed effects of the tool. After merely a moment of holding it, Su Bai sensed a frigid and piercing aura coursing through his arm to his heart, provoking a sharp pain within. The blade, surprisingly domineering, was enveloped by the ethereal presence of Li Shang, with a blood-red wedding gown draping over Su Bai's form. The overwhelming pressure from the specters instantaneously bore down upon the blade. Faintly, Su Bai heard the anguished wails. "Oh, you think I can't tame you?" Su Bai scoffed, halting the oppressive force only when the aura emanating from the hilt transformed from sharp to gentle, infusing the blade with ethereal energy. Su Bai's perception of the world drastically shifted. Chapter 118. The effect of the bone-cleaving knife, controlling Wang Shi. Upon grasping the blade tightly, Su Bai's world morphed, as if his gaze traversed miles. Suddenly, countless phantoms manifested upon the previously barren golden wall, each representing a living soul. A peculiar sensation surged within Su Bai as he received feedback from the bone-cleaving knife. It felt as if he intuitively understood the knife's capabilities upon witnessing the apparitions. By merely concentrating on a specific phantom and subsequently wielding the knife, that individual would become ensnared, receiving direct harm from the blade's aura. Estimating the knife's potency, Su Bai discerned that, barring any resistance from specters, the bone-cleaving knife could swiftly dispatch a person. However, the use of this supernatural artifact adhered to its own rules. It could only be employed against those of sound body. Approaching the windowsill, Su Bai observed a limping elder in the adjacent villa, Su Feng's grandfather, whose form bore no selectable apparition. Nonetheless, the efficacy of this supernatural tool was formidable. Such guaranteed strikes could yield extraordinary results in ambushes. The sole drawback, however, was that once detached from its original specter, the artifact became consumable, possessing a finite number of uses, unlike Su Buki's mutated pig-headed butcher, who wielded his weapon without restraint. Delighted by the potential of the bone-cleaving knife, Su Bai toyed with it for a while before departing the golden abode. Days passed, and the city bureau contacted Su Bai. "Director Su, how have you been?" came Wang Shi's voice through the receiver. "Director Wang, quite well. What brings you to call?" Su Bai was not surprised by Wang Shi's inquiry, having anticipated its nature. "Actually, I wish to ask if you had acquired the props from the ghostly visage incident," Wang Shi inquired. "Ah, please don't misunderstand. I have no intention of claiming anything. Merely seeking your consultation," Wang Shi hurriedly clarified, concerned that Su Bai might misconstrue his intentions. "Not a problem, go ahead. Previously, I was under the control of that ghostly visage, and lately, I have been feeling disoriented, my body occasionally slipping from my control and inexplicably drawn towards the city. I would like your assistance in determining whether the effects of that incident linger. Is there a way to dispel them? My constant unease is significantly affecting my work." In truth, Su Bai had already gleaned Wang Shi's condition after mastering several puppets. The most vivid sensation was that while Su Bai was manipulating the puppet, he sensed another presence emanating from the municipal branch. To put it simply, the control exerted by the ghost face mask over him had not yet dissipated. In fact, as long as Su Bai wished, he could effortlessly usurp Wang Shi's dominion over his own body. The so-called mental disorientation, the involuntary movement towards the city, was merely the mischief of the ghost face mask's imprint within him. As Su Bai contemplated, Wang Shi perceived hesitation from his counterpart and, Gritting his teeth, declared Director Su. I have prepared 100 pounds of gold here, and I hope you can assist me. It was evident that he had consulted with headquarters beforehand. Aware that Su Bai would not engage in any venture devoid of personal gain, hence he had prepared his bargaining chips in advance. Though he was the branch director of the city, Wang Shi remained relatively incorrupt, and this gold represented his utmost limit. However, Su Bai's focus was not on such trifles. The reason for his silence was that he had immersed his consciousness into the mental realm, a space specifically designated for connecting and safeguarding his mind. Within this pitch-black environment, 6 orbs of white light shimmered like stars. These 6 light points corresponded to 5 puppets and the distant Wang Shi. Su Bai gazed at the orb that flickered with the most brilliance and infused a thought into it. He endeavored to manipulate Wang Shi's cognition, subtly embedding suggestions within. The pulsation of the light orb intensified dramatically, as those suggestions gradually transformed into memories ingrained in Wang Shi's subconscious. I am Su Bai, the one who once saved your life. You will henceforth unconditionally believe every word I say. In a moment of wicked amusement, Su Bai added, from now on, call me Brother Bai. With the suggestion complete, he swiftly exited the mental realm. He was eager to ascertain whether this ability still held sway over Wang Shi. Wang Director, are you all right? Su Bai inquired. After a brief pause, a somewhat dazed voice came through the phone. Yes, Brother Bai, what is the matter? Did I just faint again? I apologize. I've been experiencing this frequently lately. It must be that ghostly influence that won't dissipate. Brother Bai, you must help me. Very well. I shall come over, replied Su Bai with a calm demeanor, though internally he was elated. Indeed, this ability was still effective. He promptly resolved to visit Wang Shi. Although he had altered Wang Shi's subconscious, this was merely temporary. To achieve complete control, he must go in person. Wang Shi was not only a formidable postnatal ghost manipulator, but also commanded the city adjacent to his own. Such an ally arriving at his doorstep was an opportunity Su Bai would not let slip by. Gaining immediate intelligence from Wang Shi would greatly enhance the safety of the city's defenses. Thank you, Brother Bai. After they concluded the call, Su Bai notified Su Feng to prepare the vehicle for their journey to the airport. After a flight exceeding an hour, Su Bai descended upon the city. Due to the private nature of the aircraft, it was well equipped, leaving him feeling rather unweary. Personnel from the local bureau were already awaiting his arrival at the airport, and after a brief exchange, they proceeded directly to the bureau. Upon entering Wang Shi's office, the middle-aged man was engrossed in reviewing documents. Upon noticing Su Bai's entrance, he immediately rose in delight to greet him. Brother Bai, I truly appreciate you making this trip. Please, have a seat. Seating will have to wait. Let me first assess your condition, Su Bai replied, placing his hand upon Wang Shi's head. His mental energy effortlessly intertwined with the latter's. Soon, he discerned a luminescence akin to the one he had previously encountered. A white light connected the two. Su Bai identified the reason for Wang Shi's perpetual daze. It stemmed from the diminished control after the previous removal of the mask. Deepening his influence, the perturbations dissipated. After embedding the premeditated suggestion, Su Bai withdrew his hand. Awaken, he commanded, and to his surprise, Wang Shi obediently opened his eyes. Brother Bai, I feel significantly better. Thank you once again for your assistance. After engaging in some casual conversation, Wang Shi suddenly interjected, Brother Bai, an issue has arisen in a town that requires my attention. Although you have saved me, the welfare of the populace must remain paramount. With that, he departed, leaving Su Bai momentarily speechless, having forgotten to temper his overly altruistic tendencies. Yet, with Wang Shi gone, he could only address it at a later time. Chapter 119, the second large-scale eerie instance. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Su Bai leaned against the window, murmuring to himself, finally, the community possesses some semblance of defense. I can venture out with greater peace of mind henceforth. During this week, Su Bai had been diligently establishing defensive measures for the community. Initially, he procured a dozen metallic puppets from the city theater. With his current capabilities, he could only control 5 puppets without being overly concerned about the consumption of ghostly energy. However, these 5 puppets possessed rudimentary cognitive abilities, requiring minimal effort from Su Bai for their management. He merely needed to chart their patrol routes, allowing them to conduct uninterrupted surveillance around the clock, truly an uncanny version of intelligent robotics. The prowess of these metallic puppets was not to be underestimated. During a previous trial at the theater, Su Bai had demonstrated their strength by cleaving through half a meter of concrete with a single strike, sufficient to contend with ordinary ghost tamers. Even if they were to falter, they could provide timely warnings, alerting the ghost tamers within the community to prepare for confrontation. Furthermore, Su Bai had enlisted the aid of ghost tamers from his team. Previously, he had stationed 3 female ghost tamers within the community. This time, he selected 3 capable, honest male ghost tamers from the Bureau, 2 of whom were postnatal tamers, while the third inherited a ghost from a game. This arrangement would create a rotation alongside the existing 3 females, ensuring a balanced team dynamic and a more manageable workload. Subai contemplated the situation in the city. After he had resolved the significant bizarre incidents, such as the dead man's grave and the hanging ghost, it could be said that calm had finally descended. Occasionally, minor strange occurrences surfaced, but Xiao Lu and Su Feng's team was more than capable of suppressing them with ease. At last, the efforts of his rebirth had not been in vain. He had obtained a semblance of self-preservation. Yet, reflecting on the other bizarre events he had endured during the 10 years of his apocalyptic experience, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Suddenly, the ringing of his phone jolted him from his reverie. It was Minister Jin Shun from the headquarters of JD. Calm. It seemed he had more tasks awaiting him. Subai mused, shaking his head before answering the call. Minister Jin, it's been a while since we last communicated. I presume you require my assistance again. Huh. I didn't expect you to be so forthright, Minister Jin replied, swallowing his customary pleasantries and getting straight to the point. I want to beat around the bush. A large-scale bizarre instance is about to commence, and this time it will be a 4-person scenario. After much discussion, we feel you are indispensable. We are well aware of the dire circumstances faced by other nations following the last catastrophic event. Some can hardly be said to exist anymore, having become playgrounds for the bizarre. We simply cannot afford such risks. Presently, you remain the most formidable force domestically. Of course, we want to ask for your help without compensation. We have prepared gold for you. Additionally, Academician Gua has devised some intriguing new gadgets that I believe will pique your interest. A flurry of words left Su Bai deep in contemplation. After a moment's reflection, he acquiesced. Very well, once I have arranged matters here, I shall make my way to Kyoto. Do not forget the gold and the items from Academician Gua. Rest assured, everything is ready on our end. You may come at your convenience. We will discuss the particulars of the instance and personnel arrangements once you arrive in Kyoto. I shall refrain from hindering your preparations. I'll let you be for now, Minister Jin responded, hastily finalizing the arrangements and ending the call. Subai's quick agreement stemmed from 2 factors. The gold and items promised by Kyoto were indeed essential to him, and he was exceedingly intrigued by the relics from the bizarre instance. Although the pieces of the yin-yang mirror he had acquired previously had yet to serve a purpose, such artifacts could very well save his life one day. Furthermore, he harbored no desire to witness his nation's catastrophic defeat in the bizarre instance. Should it ever manifest in reality, the consequences could be unfathomably tragic. The second large-scale bizarre instance, was it the Ghost Village incident? The specifics had not been released by the government, and without official channels, he remained uninformed about its details. However, he recalled that this instance had cost the Dragon Nation several cities. Reflecting on his memories, he promptly placed a call to Su Feng, instructing him to bring Xiao Lu along, as he had important matters to discuss. On this journey to Kyoto, Su Bai intended to bring forth the formidable Gigujio Wang Shi. Under the psychological influence of the mask, Wang Shi was utterly obedient to Su Bai, embodying trustworthiness. Su Feng and Xiao Lu remained in the city. Through their recent growth, they each led their respective teams, sufficient to stabilize the situation. The city was my stronghold, where Aunt Wu and all those I wished to protect resided, and I could not afford any mishaps. Su Bai contemplated this as he summoned Su Feng and Xiao Lu to discuss the matter at hand and to bestow upon them some tools to bolster their strength. Darling, the night is fleeting. Let us ascend the stairs together. Li Shang's voice suddenly echoed in Su Bai's ear, laced with seduction. The eerie instance was about to commence, and I did not wish to miss the treasures within. If you refuse to ascend, I cannot guarantee your access to those items, she teased. Very well, he sighed, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he made his way upstairs. As the invasion of the bizarre into reality persisted, the emotions of the female spirits became increasingly apparent. The Snow Woman, though frigidly aloof, was fervently drawn to Su Bai's pure yang physique, experiencing a delightful contrast of ice and fire. The ghost bride's demeanor grew ever more assertive, embodying a strong, commanding presence. She was no longer content to remain below, but yearned to take the reins herself and gallop across the battlefield. The little demon delighted in mischief, often providing unexpected surprises. As for the ghostly actress, her obsession with performing was profound. She frequently urged Su Bai to don general's attire, indulging in an enticing display of vintage allure. The ghostly hairdresser was rather benign, merely enjoying the act of hairstyling. However, the Gothic Lolita proved to be quite a handful, embodying the free-spirited essence of her homeland, unashamedly indulging in audacious outdoor antics. In this period, Su Bai found himself amidst a symphony of revelry, day and night. Each of the female spirits, with their unique charms, contributed to a royal existence. Additionally, his newly confirmed partner in finance was relentless, shedding her previous aloofness and clinging to Su Bai throughout the day. He was utterly exhausted. Fortunately, as a pure young body supplemented by ample nourishment, he managed to endure. Most individuals would have been reduced to mere shadows in such circumstances. As he ascended the stairs, Li Shang promptly pushed him onto the bed, beginning to disrobe him. Just as Su Bai contemplated his next move, reflecting on how a man of his stature could be bested by a delicate woman, Li Shang crouched down. Do not blame my army's incompetence. The enemy is simply too cunning. Su Bai surrendered to the ghost bride's whims, secretly relishing the moment. With only one thought lingering. Was this what it meant to wear oneself thin for love? Chapter 120. The airport of the city. The ghostly handprint in the corner after a tumultuous encounter. Su Bai leaned against the wall as he exited. There are only exhausted oxen, not overworked fields. A wisdom of the ancients. Just outside, he spotted Wang Shi at the entrance, appearing as if he were about to charge in. When did you arrive, Brother Bai? I just got here a moment ago. Brother Bai, I just heard someone inside shouting. Queen, I have arrived. I thought you were under attack and was about to rush in to assist you. Ahem, I hardly need your help. Just take care of yourself. Enough with the idle chatter. Hurry downstairs. Su Bai's face flushed slightly as he coughed a couple of times and proceeded down the stairs with Wang Shi. Upon reaching the ground floor, they spotted Aunt Wu, Yao Ningxin, and others engrossed in watching television. It seemed they were all aware that Su Bai was heading to Kyoto. Why is everyone here? Perfect timing. I just wanted to let you know that something urgent has come up, and I must make a trip to Kyoto. No need to worry. With my strength, no one can threaten me. By the way, should I bring back some roasted ducks from Kyoto? I forgot last time due to the rush. Su Bai informed everyone of the situation. Young master, I will ensure their safety. You can go without concern. Ling Ruoyao declared with conviction. Indeed, she possessed several powerful spirits capable of handling typical supernatural occurrences. Furthermore, Su Bai had bolstered the community's defenses during this period. Aunt Wu added, Young master, please be careful. Yes, with Directors Su and Xiao Lu here, we have enough to manage any situation. Brother Su Bai, remember to return quickly. Xiao Shihui will miss you. Although everyone was aware of Su Bai's capabilities, the news of his trip to Kyoto stirred apprehensions regarding potential troubles that might arise, prompting them to express their concern. Listening to their words of care, Su Bai felt a warmth he had not experienced in a long time. After a decade of apocalypse, they had all departed, and he had gradually adapted to a solitary existence, his heart growing colder. Through his efforts following his rebirth, Su Bai had finally rescued them one by one from the supernatural events, stirring emotions within him. Don't worry, it's merely a trivial matter. I am the blood-red ghost. Su Bai? I will return swiftly, so tell me how many roasted ducks you would like. 10. Brother Su Bai, Xiao Shihui can eat 10 all by herself. Then you'll just have to stuff yourself, you little glutton. Laughter ensued, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Su Bai made a conscious effort to avoid sinking into the somber mood of parting. It was merely a large-scale supernatural quest. After exchanging a few more words, Su Bai departed the community with Wang Shi and headed towards the airport. Just before leaving, Ling Ruoyao secretly blew Su Bai a kiss, her eyes shimmering with allure. This girl, it seems she has been left unsatisfied during this time. At the city airport, due to Su Bai's special status and the urgency of the supernatural quest, Kyoto had arranged a private plane for them. As Su Bai and Wang Shi arrived at the airport, they noticed an airport staff member in uniform waiting for them. Upon spotting Su Bai and Wang Shi, the individual approached them. Are you Director Su? I am the reception staff arranged by the airport, and a private plane has been prepared for you. Please follow me. Su Bai nodded and followed along. As they passed through the airport ticketing gate, Su Bai paused momentarily. He had just sensed a strange, ghostly presence, but it seemed to have dissipated. Have I become so vulnerable lately? Can my pure young body not withstand that group of female spirits? It was merely a fleeting sensation, and Su Bai dismissed it, quickening his pace to catch up. In a concealed ticketing area, unnoticed by Su Bai and the others, a ticket inspector was checking tickets. Strangely, his body appeared unnaturally rigid, resembling a robot. A black handprint, faint yet ominous, was discernible on his neck, obscured by his collar. At Kyoto Airport, Su Bai and Wang Shi had just disembarked from the plane when a graceful young woman approached briskly, warmly greeting, Su Bai. It's been a while. Not too long. We saw each other recently in the city. The young woman was Unsealing. Apart from Minister Jin and Professor Gua, the only others Su Bai had interacted with in Kyoto were the Ghost Mist and the formidable Wang Su, as well as Unsealing. The Ghost Mist would ensure Professor Gua's safety and would generally not stray far. Wang Su was currently occupied with a task, leaving Unsealing to welcome Su Bai. Unsealing was more than willing to take on this task, especially since it was for Su Bai. It's been nearly a month. How can it not feel long? I've missed you dearly. As she spoke, she reached out to link arms with Su Bai, unabashedly expressing her affection and longing for him. She was naturally forthright, one to speak her mind. During their first eerie mission, Unsealing was awed by Su Bai's formidable prowess. In a subsequent city expedition, he once again displayed his unparalleled dominance, being one of only 2 individuals to possess a level of ghostly power in the world. In these turbulent times, strength was paramount, and Unsealing yearned for a dependable refuge. Su Bai waved his hand, declining Unsealing's offer to link arms. "Let us head to headquarters. The mission is about to commence," he stated coldly. Observing Su Bai's actions, Unsealing felt a twinge of disappointment, though it was fleeting, as she led the two towards the headquarters. Wang Shi, witnessing the situation, a man typically carefree, noticed that Su Bai harbored no romantic inclination towards Unsealing. He remarked to Su Bai, "Brother Bai, before you left, the sisters specifically instructed me to keep an eye on you and ensure you don't stray. If there is any movement on your part, I shall report it honestly." Before Su Bai could respond, Unsealing, overhearing, exclaimed, "Sisters? Yes, didn't he, you know? My brother Bai has more than a dozen companions, and he is utterly overwhelmed." Typically, Wang Shi rambles on without a care, unaware of how many partners Su Bai possesses. He merely noticed that Su Bai was indifferent towards Unsealing and thought to assist by crafting a few tales to deter her, hoping to frighten her away. To his astonishment, upon hearing that Su Bai had numerous partners, Unsealing was not dissuaded. Instead, she expressed her delight, exclaiming, "Perfect. With so many, adding myself won't make a difference. I want to join too." Wang Shi was left speechless, despite Su Bai's handsome appearance. He found it hard to believe that Unsealing was still pursuing him after such a declaration. This prompted Wang Shi to want to give her a thumbs up. Exclaiming her audacity was commendable. Meanwhile, Su Bai could no longer endure their conversation, particularly Wang Shi's fabrications. Pretending to be angry, he declared, "If you continue, you might as well leave, Wang Shi. Enough nonsense. Unsealing, hurry to the headquarters. The instance waits for no one." With that, Wang Shi and Unsealing fell silent as the 3 of them made their way to the headquarters. Chapter 121. For Slots, Ghostly Shoulder. Ghostly embraced brothers at the Kyoto headquarters. Unsealing led the 2 towards the conference room, encountering several staff members along the way who cast curious glances. "Is that the blood-red ghostly demon, Su Bai? He looks so young. Can he truly possess the legendary strength? Not strong. Are you joking? He single-handedly resolved that bizarre instance last time." Indeed. Xiao Dang, you are new and unaware. When I reported to the conference room previously, I witnessed his incredible prowess firsthand. Is that so, Brother Chin? You must tell me all about it." The staff members engaged in lively discussion, but Su Bai paid them no mind. Wang Shi, however, stood tall, proudly muttering, "As expected of my brother Bai. My brother Bai is truly exceptional." The reputation of Su Bai as the blood-red ghostly demon has echoed throughout the world. In the last significant bizarre instance, Su Bai's performance shone brightly. He single-handedly led 2 teammates to victory, achieving the only perfect rating. Consequently, the damage inflicted by the last bizarre instance was negligible here, practically non-existent. Other countries were not so fortunate. Since only Su Bai's team succeeded, they had to exchange resources for strategies. Even with strategies, they incurred great costs. As for those without strategies, their plight was even more dire. The calls for Su Bai's return grew increasingly fervent, with even Korea investigating his ancestry, hoping to entice him back. Moreover, after Su Bai assumed control of the city bureau, the state of the city has been astonishingly good. Currently, bizarre incidents in other cities are spiraling out of control, with only major cities like Kyoto, Magic City, Dajong City, and Daiyue City managing to maintain a semblance of order due to concentrated resources. However, this is a tenuous hold, as bizarre occurrences are still frequent, albeit with fewer casualties. The city under Su Bai's governance has largely returned to normalcy. As Su Bai and his 2 companions entered the conference room, they found 6 individuals already present. Seated at the head of the table was a familiar face, Minister Jin Chun, accompanied by 2 senior military officials they had encountered previously. Beside them stood 3 individuals unknown to Su Bai. One was a middle-aged man, standing rigidly with a solemn expression, emanating an air of readiness for battle. The other 2, considerably younger, sported hair of contrasting colors, one blonde and the other white, leaning against each other while engaging in hushed conversation, occasionally glancing around as if unsure of what to say. These 2 were chewing on something and intermittently bouncing their legs, giving off a rather unruly vibe. It seemed they were summoned as spirit tamers. Upon noticing Su Bai's arrival, Minister Jin promptly rose to greet him, grasping Su Bai's hand with enthusiasm. "You have finally arrived." Su Bai, taken aback, quickly withdrew his hand, feeling at a loss for words. When did Minister Jin become so affable? However, Jin Shin appeared unfazed and proceeded to introduce everyone. This is Su Bai. I believe his reputation as the notorious blood-red ghost tamer precedes him. He continued, this is Wang Shi, the director of the city, a ghost bone frame spirit tamer who has accompanied Su Bai. Su Bai had previously informed Minister Jin that he would be bringing Wang Shi along. And this is Zhang Jiang, a postnatal spirit tamer from Dachuan City, possessing the ability of ghost suppression. Minister Jin elaborated, these two have been meticulously selected for this endeavor. Meet Li Shan and Li Hai, brothers whose abilities complement each other perfectly. One can embrace an enemy, rendering them immobile, while the other can swiftly claim a life with a mere touch. Minister Jin continued to elaborate, and Su Bai gained a clearer understanding of the trio's capabilities. The upright figure was, of course, Zhang Jiang. At the onset of the eerie invasion, he had encountered an enigmatic statue while investigating a murder case. Initially fearing for his life, he unexpectedly found fortune and misfortune, transforming into a postnatal spirit tamer. By merely touching another spirit tamer, he can unconditionally suppress the two spirits within them. This ability allowed Zhang Jiang to apprehend numerous malevolent spirit tamers in the early days, as most could only proficiently wield one or two spirits. Upon contact with Zhang Jiang, they would be rendered ordinary, left in a state of shock, and almost lethal skill. However, when faced with someone like Su Bai, a collector of female spirits, even the suppression of the two strongest spirits would not suffice, as any other spirit that emerged could easily overpower Zhang Jiang. As for the other two, Minister Jin's description was somewhat euphemistic, rather than being selected by the state. It was more accurate to say they were pacified. The brothers were originally street delinquents who dabbled in eerie games and, in a stroke of fortune, became spirit tamers. Their spirits exhibited remarkable synergy. One could embrace an opponent, immobilizing them, while the other could swiftly deliver a fatal blow with a mere touch of the shoulder. Both possessed formidable abilities. Upon hearing Minister Jin's introduction, Su Bai nodded at the three individuals. Officer Zhang Jiang, displaying a modicum of politeness, smiled and returned the gesture. The two brothers, however, exhibited a rather indifferent demeanor, merely acknowledging Su Bai with a slight nod before resuming their conversation, completely uninterested in his identity. Observing their behavior, Minister Jin felt somewhat embarrassed. With a tone that grew slightly more serious, he addressed the two, urging them to be more attentive. In response to Minister Jin's remarks, the brothers merely scoffed, showing only a minor restraint as they ceased their private dialogue. Yet their expressions remained nonchalant. Faced with their indifference, Minister Jin found himself at a loss. Indeed, although this was the headquarters of the Spirit Conquerors and Minister Jin held a position of authority, he was ultimately an ordinary person. In this bizarre world, even the highest-ranking officials could not wield the same power as in the past, where a single word could ruin lives. In this realm, strength reigns supreme. Suppressing his discontent towards the brothers, Minister Jin awkwardly turned to Su Bai and said, Su Bai, this time it will be a four-person scenario. Considering the previous circumstances and your capabilities, you shall once again lead the team. You are free to select the remaining three members. I introduced these three to provide you with multiple options. The final decision rests with you. Before Minister Jin could finish, Yu Sifeng interjected eagerly, casting a pleading glance at Su Bai. Su Bai, you will definitely take me along, right? We have cooperated several times. I promise to be obedient. You are well aware of my abilities, especially useful in unpredictable situations. Ignoring Yu Sifeng's fervent self-recommendation, Su Bai fell into deep contemplation. He had specifically brought Wang Shi along, who would undoubtedly participate, and with the hint of the mask, he had confidence that Wang would follow orders. As for the remaining two members, in Chapter 122, with the assistance of the professor and the Ghost Eye Orb, Su Bai swiftly reached a conclusion. Wang Shi, and then you two brothers, Li Shan and Li Hai. The room erupted in astonishment at Su Bai's selection. What? Su Bai, how could you not choose me? We have collaborated multiple times. You know my abilities. Even if those two brothers cannot be separated, my prophetic skills combined with Brother Zhang's suppression abilities create a formidable duo. Yu Sifeng was perplexed as to why Su Bai did not select him. Indeed, Su Bai, Yu Sifeng, and Zhang Jiang seemed to be a more suitable fit. While Li Shan and Li Hai's combined powers were indeed potent, Minister Jin also expressed his viewpoint, suggesting, logically, aside from Wang Shi, the best combination would be Yu Sifeng alongside Zhang Jiang. Yu Sifeng's prophetic abilities can significantly impact the scenario, and he has already established a strong rapport with you. Su Bai, Zhang Jiang's formidable suppression abilities could easily eliminate minor adversaries, allowing Su Bai to focus on more significant challenges. Both were recommended candidates by the headquarters in Kyoto. However, Su Bai declined the headquarters suggestion, opting instead for the frivolous duo of brothers. This decision left others in shock and confusion. Yet the brothers reacted with an air of nonchalance, as if it were the most natural outcome. No problem. They're just fine, Subai remarked with a smile, though a fleeting glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes, unnoticed by anyone present. Very well, since you have made your choice, we shall proceed as you wish. Ultimately, the peculiar quest would be undertaken by Subai, Wang Shi, Li Shan, and Li Hai, with Subai remaining the captain. You three should heed Subai's commands closely, Minister Jin instructed. He then produced an eerie envelope similar to the last. The four took turns signing their names on it, sealing their fate. Once they had all signed, Minister Jin declared, "All right, since it is settled, do your best. The lives of thousands rest in your hands. The countdown of that strange clock stands at approximately 24 hours. You may return to prepare and adjust your state. Now disperse. Subai, come with me. Professor Guo requests your presence in his laboratory." "All right, Wang Shi. You accompany me as well to meet Professor Guo." Upon hearing the professor's name, Subai felt a surge of excitement. Had he developed something remarkable? Minister Jin led the two toward the laboratory. Along the way, they noted that the security measures were not particularly stringent. Upon reaching the outer area of the laboratory, Subai keenly sensed the presence of exorcists emanating from the rooms on either side. Indeed, under the current circumstances, aside from heavy weaponry, the role of ordinary soldiers had diminished significantly. It was the exorcists who would provide the necessary protection, Subai reflected. He did not pause in his steps, following Minister Jin into the inner chamber of the laboratory. As they arrived at the entrance, he spotted Yukai, whom he had not seen in quite some time. Yukai approached them swiftly, exclaiming, "Subai? Long time no see. Once again, you lead the charge into a peculiar quest. Regrettably, I am bound by another mission and cannot participate this time. However, I do hope to join you on another adventure in the future. I trust that you will succeed once more. No, with your prowess, you will undoubtedly triumph again. Ha ha ha. It's a pleasure to see you again. I appreciate your kind words." After exchanging a few pleasantries, they entered the laboratory. Professor Guo was absent, likely engaged in research within. Subai surveyed his surroundings, soon captivated by a magnificent object. It was a pair of ancient wooden doors, framed by two colossal wooden structures, entirely black and adorned with inscrutable, peculiar carvings, strikingly bizarre. After approximately half an hour, the doors suddenly creaked open slightly, a dense aura of malevolence seeping forth from within. It appeared to be yet another supernatural artifact, though its purpose remained an enigma. Immediately thereafter, Professor Guo emerged through the crack of the door. "Subai, you have arrived. I was just engrossed in an experiment. Here, take this." With that, Professor Guo handed Subai an eerie eye. The eye appeared largely unremarkable, save for the blood vessels crisscrossing the sclera and the pupil that occasionally moved on its own, evoking a sense of unease. "This is a new invention of mine, made possible thanks to the spectral corpses you provided. Our experiments have revealed that with this eye, one can distinctly discern between ghosts and humans within 100 meters, albeit for a mere 10 seconds. It is crucial that you utilize it wisely. Consider this as a token of gratitude for your assistance to the city. Do not dismiss it. I am aware you acquired certain items from the theater. I have perused Wang Shi's report, and it details quite clearly the peculiar objects capable of manipulating human facial skin. I shall refrain from further inquiry, as it is for you to manage. After all, that was originally my trophy, not something you bestowed upon me." As Subai retorted, he carefully stowed the eerie eye into a body bag. Professor Guo, however, suddenly turned his gaze toward Wang Shi, scrutinizing him as if he were a precious specimen. "Wang Shi, is it? I have heard that your ghost is merely a skeletal remnant. As long as the skeleton remains, it can heal indefinitely. But I wonder, can this regenerative ability permit you to transplant a second ghost? What do you say? Would you care to give it a try? With 2 acquired specters, your power would be significantly augmented." Wang Shi's throat constricted, fear coursing through him as he silently mused. "Brother Bai, this old man wishes for my demise. I have dependents above and below me. The mastery of 2 acquired specters has yet to be accomplished by any ghost master. Forcing such control could unleash a conflict between the 2 ghosts, overwhelming the ghost master and resulting in catastrophic failure." Noticing the palpable fear on Wang Shi's face, Professor Guo forced a stiff smile. "It is merely a hypothetical scenario, not a genuine experiment on you. After all, you are the director of the city, and we rely on your guardianship. Do not take it to heart. This time, focus on supporting Subai through the eerie quest and strive to succeed." Despite Professor Guo's reassurances, Wang Shi's trepidation lingered. He glanced at Subai. "Brother Bai, I just recalled that I need to prepare something. I shall return to the lounge to get ready." With that, he made his way toward the exit. Observing Wang Shi's timid demeanor, Subai chuckled resignedly. "Rest assured, Professor Gua is a leading researcher. He would never embark on ventures without certainty. Since that is the case, Professor Gua, we shall take our leave for now. Please continue with your experiments and strive to unveil new findings upon our return. Be off with you. Are experimental results so easily achieved? This eerie eye alone has consumed an immeasurable amount of my energy. With that, Subai led Wang Shi out. Chapter 123, The Ghost Master's Admirer. The Spectre's deceit upon departing the laboratory, Subai took respite in the suite of the Ghost Master headquarters. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Suddenly, the sound of the doorbell pierced the silence. Rising to open the door, I found 3 individuals standing outside. At the forefront was a man in his 30s, his body adorned with an array of bizarre tattoos, each one pulsating with an eerie energy that seemed to shift and change before my eyes. To his right stood a figure donning a clown mask, obscuring his features. His build and attire suggested he was a young man, not particularly old. To the left was a seemingly ordinary high school student, save for a thin black line encircling his neck, which was barely noticeable at first glance. Upon seeing me, the tattooed man extended his hand and spoke. Greetings, you must be Subai from the Crimson Ghost Domain. I am Qinqing. He gestured towards the masked individual. This is Li Siyuan, and the other is Liang Kong. The 3 of them had come from the headquarters in Kyoto, summoned from various locations as exorcists. Before the incursion of the bizarre game, they were merely ordinary individuals, enjoying their time gaming together, which led to their eventual camaraderie. Following the invasion, they naturally transitioned into their roles as exorcists. Although they did not heavily invest in the game, they dedicated their spare time to it, allowing their skills to surpass those of the average player. Their respective spirits were easily identifiable. The clown masked spirit was the frightening clown, while the seemingly typical high school student was the throat-slitting ghost, both classified as great spirits. The tattooed man was the tattoo ghost of great status. He had once appeared as an ordinary person but had been corrupted by the tattoo ghost during the invasion, resulting in his current bizarre appearance. Due to their considerable prowess, the 3 were summoned to the headquarters, where they have since carried out various missions. Learning that Subai had arrived in Kyoto, they were thrilled. All 3 had transformed from players into exorcists through the strange game and had heard tales of the illustrious ghost collector. They knew of Subai's fervent investment in the game, which had propelled him to unprecedented heights, shattering records and achieving notable victories in the latest bizarre dungeon, details of which were kept under wraps by the government to prevent public panic. However, as exorcists, they were somewhat privy to the truth that Subai had emerged as an unstoppable force, the only one to complete the challenge with a perfect rating. Thus, they sought out Subai's lounge, hoping to make his acquaintance and perhaps gain insights or the possibility of joining his esteemed team in the future. Subai was not particularly fond of unexpected visits. However, one should not strike at a smiling face. Given the warm enthusiasm of the guests and their lack of unreasonable demands, Subai felt it unnecessary to be overly confrontational. After exchanging a few perfunctory words, the trio soon sensed Subai's aloofness and swiftly departed. Once they left, Subai made his way to Wang Shi's room, intending to check on his preparations. Wang Shi was seated on the sofa, listening to a subordinate from the municipal department report on matters at hand. Director Wang, do you recall that Lu family village? The subordinate inquired. It's the one where all the villagers lack shadows. Yes, I remember. I reviewed the files. Numerous travelers who entered that village also lost their shadows and subsequently vanished without a trace. I had not dealt with it due to my numerous responsibilities. What of that place now? Yes, Director Wang, that's the one. I must tell you that upon entering the room, I heard that everyone lacks shadows. This statement piqued Subai's interest. The little demon possessed the ability to manipulate shadows, transforming into one and controlling them, but she herself lacked a shadow. Perhaps Lu family village could serve as her opportunity for advancement. Currently, Subai had already acquired 2 great specters. If he could elevate another, it would be advantageous. Once Wang Shi completed his phone call, Subai inquired about the situation in Lu family village. However, Wang Shi responded that it had been resolved. It was merely a shadow specter with no extraordinary circumstances. Subai felt a tinge of disappointment and nodded in acknowledgement. Upon reflection, it made sense. Shadow specters also possessed similar shadow manipulation abilities. Achieving a higher grade of specter was not easily attainable. After much effort, he had only managed to acquire 2. The opportunity for advancement would require careful pursuit. After advising Wang Shi to rest well, Subai returned to his own room. The following day, as the countdown neared its conclusion, the 4 gathered early in anticipation of the transmission, with Minister Jean and others standing by. During the wait, Subai recalled the peculiar second instance of the eerie dungeon. It was a ghost village. Although the specifics were unclear, he had heard others mention certain details. The most formidable presence within the village was a long-haired specter clad in red, whose patterns of killing remained unknown. Moreover, the village was filled with ghostly thralls, rendering survival rates exceedingly low. As the bizarre clock ticked away the seconds, Minister Jean could not help but express his concerns. Su Bai, your prowess is evident, and you handled the last unexpected incident admirably. This time, we must rely on you. The repercussions of failing an eerie dungeon are far too great, and the nation cannot bear the burden. As long as you succeed, the state will not be stingy with rewards. Wang Shi, you were recommended by Su Bai? So I shall refrain from further elaboration. It is imperative that you follow Su Bai's lead. Li Shan, Li Hai, you two need to take this seriously. Su Bai is the strongest among you and has participated in the previous dungeon. Heed his commands without fail, unlike before. Su Bai and Wang Shi exchanged no further words, their gazes becoming increasingly earnest. The two brothers, however, appeared quite lackadaisical, offering merely perfunctory nods in response. Understood, why so much unnecessary chatter? With the prowess of the two of us, a mere bizarre dungeon should be a walk in the park. However, Minister Jean, do remember to prepare the promised gold for us. And let us not forget about those twins. Upon our return, we must find them awaiting us on the bed. Beside them, Yukai erupted in fury. Absurd. Do you comprehend the gravity of the bizarre dungeon, which concerns countless lives? How can you two, in such a state, shoulder such a heavy responsibility? And you still dare to think about? Minister Jean pressed down his hand, his expression equally grim, yet he nodded. After we resolve the bizarre dungeon, we shall consider your terms with due diligence. For now, our focus must remain on the dungeon. I hope you can take this seriously. The brothers exchanged scornful glances with Yukai. What of national affairs? We are willing to risk our lives. Must we not also indulge ourselves? Turning to Minister Jean, they asserted that as long as their provisions were ready, there would be no issues this time. It would be unacceptable if, upon resolving the dungeon, they found their entitlements absent. Yukai wished to retort, but Minister Jean silenced him with a glance. Everything hinges on the bizarre dungeon. Chapter 124, Severing the Arm. Su Bai's bloody tactics standing nearby, Wang Shi, having overheard the commotion, whispered to Su Bai, Brother Bai, do you think these two fools are filled with nonsense? They regard the perilous bizarre dungeon with such levity, merely haggling over terms. It's quite mad. And those twins, have they even looked at themselves? They're hardly fit to ensnare anyone. Su Bai disregarded Wang Shi's complaints, his eyes growing colder as he observed the two brothers, Li Shan and Li Hai. He instructed Wang Shi, pay no heed to them, simply follow my commands. Once we enter, cease all actions and refrain from speaking. After I assess the surroundings, I will provide further instructions. Brother Bai, you can rest assured. Once we enter, even amidst the fiercest trials, I shall not budge an inch or utter a sound. Wang Shi nodded in assurance. Su Bai understood Wang Shi's loyalty. His directive for Wang Shi to halt all movements stemmed from a desire to ascertain whether this bizarre dungeon was indeed the ghost village. Soon, the countdown concluded. As before, the blood script emitted a crimson glow enveloping the four. With the light's dissipation, the four vanished from sight. The remaining individuals, witnessing their disappearance, turned to the bizarre clock. At this moment, the clock's hands had come to a standstill, while peculiar patterns continuously emerged, coalescing into a vivid projection. The holographic images of Su Bai and his companions materialized. Whoosh! The crimson light enveloped them, and the scenery around Su Bai and his companions shifted dramatically. The bright illumination faded, revealing them amidst a desolate ruin. The four individuals found themselves simultaneously in a single location, their positions unchanged, thus eliminating the possibility of a mimicry by a specter infiltrating their ranks as had occurred in the previous instance. Steadying himself, Su Bai began to survey his surroundings. They appeared to be situated within an unfinished building, the floor they occupied surrounded by concrete walls, some revealing exposed steel reinforcements. The air was filled with the resonant hum of machinery. Casting his gaze downward, he observed a group of workers donned in yellow hard hats, vigilantly attending to a concrete mixer, awaiting the slurry's discharge. Nearby, others were welding rebar, shaping it into suitable forms, with the workers incessantly pouring. The adjacent concrete column gradually took shape. Below, it seemed to be an ordinary construction site. Was this not a ghost village? Su Bai pondered in confusion. Hey, how was your eerie dungeon last time? The two brothers remarked, noting the lack of apparent danger. They had entered with a sense of trepidation, assuming the strange dungeon would be truly horrifying, only to find it less menacing than expected. After a brief exploration, they found no extraordinary circumstances and decided to inquire about Su Bai's insights. The two newcomers wandered about casually, their demeanor replete with disdain, as though the eerie dungeon posed no threat to them. In contrast, Wang Shi was diligently adhering to Su Bai's orders, remaining utterly still and silent, awaiting Su Bai's command. Snapping back to reality, Su Bai disregarded the brothers and addressed Wang Shi. "All right, you may move now." Wang Shi stretched his limbs and inquired, "Brother Bai, any leads?" Su Bai shook his head, continuing to contemplate why this second dungeon diverged from his recollections of the ghost village. Surely, his memories could not be flawed. The two brothers, noticing Su Bai's indifference, grew increasingly irate, their tone becoming increasingly brusque. "Hey, we're asking you a question. What is going on?" Wang Shi, witnessing their rudeness, retorted angrily. "How dare you speak to my brother Bai like that? Have you no eyes? Did you not review the operational documents we provided? Why are you asking pointless questions?" "Humph, that document was so lengthy, I couldn't be bothered to read it. Can't you just summarize it for us?" Li Hai, one of the brothers, scoffed disdainfully, gesturing impatiently towards Wang Shi. "Hurry up and tell us. My brother and I are eager to finish this quickly. I still have a twin to indulge." Before Li Hai could finish his sentence, a crimson specter erupted from Su Bai's body, hurtling towards him. With a swift motion, the ghostly bride's razor-sharp claws severed the hand that Li Hai had pointed at Wang Shi, before returning to Su Bai's side. The severed arm flew through the air and landed on the ground. Strangely, no blood flowed from the arm, which appeared desiccated, as if it had been severed long ago and left to wither. The ghostly bride, with her razor-sharp claws, swiftly severed the hand of Li Hai that was pointed at Wang Shi, before returning to Su Bai's side. She softly inquired, "My lord, shall I also remove the other hand? After all, one must be paired in this world." Meanwhile, Li Hai, clutching the stump of his severed arm, writhed on the ground, howling in agony. "Ah, my hand! You dare to sever my hand! I shall kill you! I swear I will kill you!" The temperature around Su Bai plummeted, and a suffocating aura of ghostly energy enveloped the air as he coldly remarked, "This task remains unchanged whether you are here or not. If you possessed even a modicum of sense, you would keep silent. Should you continue to make noise, I do not advise against eliminating you before proceeding." Li Shan, a fellow ghost, contemplated intervening, but, upon observing the oppressive aura surrounding Su Bai, promptly regained his composure, his eyelids twitching with trepidation. The blood-red, ghostly presence was indeed terrifying. Before he could react, Li Hai's arm had already been severed. If he were to act now, it was likely that both their lives would be forfeited. These two brothers typically operated in perfect harmony, having dispatched numerous ghost tamers, which had fostered an arrogant demeanor that dismissed all others. Yet Su Bai's overwhelming power, coupled with an almost palpable concentration of ghostly energy and remarkable speed, rendered them utterly outmatched. Relinquishing any thoughts of aggression, Li Shan turned to assess Li Hai's injuries. At the headquarters in Kyoto, Minister Jin sighed heavily. "These two brothers truly do not grasp the gravity of their situation. I repeatedly instructed them to heed Su Bai's commands and warned them not to provoke him. They are nothing short of fools. I have cautioned them about Su Bai's temperament. It is a miracle they were not killed outright. If this continues, their lives may well be forfeit within this scenario." Yukai nearby concurred with Su Bai's approach. These two are ill-suited for this eerie scenario. Their words before entering reveal their untrustworthy nature. What use is strength if their intentions are corrupt? It would be better to eliminate them entirely. Su Bai's assertiveness is warranted to prevent any disruption to his progress. Chapter 125, Abandoned Building, The Haunting Approaches. Within the eerie scenario of the abandoned building, on a certain floor, as Li Hai continued to wail and threaten Su Bai, Li Shan hurried over to cover Li Hai's mouth. Following this, he unleashed a torrent of reprimands, which eventually quieted Li Hai. Having witnessed Su Bai's formidable prowess, Li Shan realized that neither he nor his brother stood a chance against him. Fearing that Li Hai's further outbursts would provoke Su Bai's ire, he understood that their only path would lead to certain doom. Noticing that the brothers had quieted, Su Bai decided against further violence and turned to beckon Wang Shi. "Wang Shi, let us proceed downstairs together. We have thoroughly explored this floor and uncovered no useful clues." Su Bai intended to take a look at the construction site. Within the large, enigmatic dungeon, there appeared an ordinary-looking construction site, which struck anyone as exceedingly peculiar. As the words left his lips, Su Bai made his way towards the staircase. "All right, Brother Bai," Wang Shi replied, quickening his pace to keep up with Su Bai. Meanwhile, Li Shan sought to calm Li Hai. Upon seeing Su Bai and his companion descend, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes, though his thoughts remained inscrutable. He then grasped Li Hai's arm and followed Su Bai down the stairs. Casting a glance at the two brothers trailing behind him, Su Bai felt no concern. As long as they did not interfere with his progress, he had no inclination to provoke them. The abandoned floors were illuminated by flickering lights, reminiscent of a scene from a horror film, exuding an eerie ambience. The group proceeded downward, the The light at the staircases turned extinguished, shrouding everything in darkness. At the end of the stairs lay a narrow corridor, equally engulfed in shadow. As they approached the next level, Su Bai suddenly halted, enveloped in a crimson glow. Wang Shi, stay alert. Upon hearing this, Wang Shi immediately cloaked himself in ghostly energy, assuming a defensive stance. The brothers Li Shan and Li Hai also prepared for potential confrontation. Su Bai must have sensed something amiss. Suddenly, four figures emerged slowly from the inky corridor, maintaining their formation, poised to confront any threat. Upon recognizing the approaching figures as ordinary humans, Su Bai felt a measure of relief, though he remained vigilant, ready to unleash his blood-red specter at a moment's notice. Neither side dared to advance, resulting in a tense standoff. Then a clumsy Mandarin voice broke the silence. "Excuse me, are you the blood-red specter, Su Bai?" The four figures appeared to have recognized Su Bai. In the previous enigmatic dungeon, Su Bai's displayed prowess had astonished others, with weaker teams failing to even defeat the false Su Bai. Those who had faced the counterfeit in the earlier phase of their quest had been utterly decimated by Su Bai. Thus, prior to entering the second terrifying dungeon, nearly all nations had disseminated Su Bai's image to their participants, urging them to memorize it to avoid provoking him. Su Bai glanced at Wang Shi, signaling him to engage in dialogue. Wang Shi maintained his ghostly aura, nervously approaching the others. "Maintain your distance." "Halt." Both Su Bai and the opposing group exclaimed simultaneously. Startled by the sudden command, Wang Shi promptly stopped in his tracks. "Do not draw too close. Should it be a ghost in disguise, I may not be able to assist you," Su Bai cautioned. "Indeed, keeping this distance is prudent. We can still hear your words," the opposing group responded, remaining cautious. Despite recognizing Su Bai, they refrained from advancing, recalling the previous dungeon where a false Su Bai had wreaked havoc across several nations. Moreover, even the genuine Su Bai was regarded as a merciless figure in their eyes. After an extensive conversation, Su Bai confirmed their situation. The individuals before him were a team from the country of A, who had just entered the instance and intended to hold their ground on this floor without actively seeking clues. However, upon hearing noises from the staircase, the four of them cautiously approached, prepared to confront formidable foes, only to unexpectedly encounter Su Bai. It appeared that each country had a designated floor, suggesting that this building must have at least 20 levels. Given that each nation occupies a floor, the conditions on each level should be rather similar. Coincidentally, Su Bai had no intention of exploring the other floors. Since the clues provided by each level were likely comparable, the primary focus should be the construction site below. Reflecting on the earlier dialogue, Su Bai's resolve to head directly to the construction site solidified as he and Wang Shi proceeded down to the lower levels. Meanwhile, the team from A chose to remain in place, waiting until they could no longer see Su Bai and his companions before exhaling a sigh of relief. The reputation of the blood-red ghost, Su Bai, weighed heavily on them. Adhering to their previous strategy, their priority was to navigate the instance smoothly. So they decided against descending and instead prepared to face whatever challenges arose. They hoped that no other teams would intrude, considering that ghosts are capable of masquerading. Su Bai and his group continued down the dark corridor. Before reaching the next level, they spotted four blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners ascending, 3 men and 1 woman, clearly a team from the west, though their nationality remained unknown. The team below also took note of Su Bai and his companions, and both groups halted in their tracks. As fate would have it, the two teams maintained a necessary vigilance upon their encounter. From the opposing team emerged a burly, composed middle-aged man, likely their leader, who addressed Su Bai, saying, "Blood-red ghost, Su Bai, is that how you are referred to? We are a team from Gaul. Previously, we had exorcists from our nation, but they all perished at your hands. No, rather, they succumbed to your doppelganger. I must admit, my doppelganger is already quite feeble. If you cannot even overcome my doppelganger, I can only say that this peculiar instance may be rather overwhelming for you." The Gauls fell into silence. Although Su Bai's words struck a chord, they were undeniably truthful. One of the members, a stocky man with a bushy beard, impulsively stepped forward, exclaiming, "My lord Su Bai, we acknowledge your formidable prowess. However, for the sake of our nation and the lives of our people, we shall give our all, even if it means sacrificing our own lives." Just as he spoke in a fit of desperation, a chilling wind swept through, causing the air around them to grow suddenly frigid. In the darkness, unnoticed by all, an elderly figure materialized, clad in a tattered blue worker's uniform, with what appeared to be the name of a construction company emblazoned across his chest. An elderly man held an extinguished oil lamp in one hand, while his other hand stealthily appeared around the neck of the Gallic nation's Ghost Master who had just spoken. With a sharp crack, the Gallic Ghost Master's neck was unexpectedly snapped by a single hand. Chapter 126. The tactics of ghostly embrace, evade. The sudden demise of the Gallic Ghost Master left the crowd in shock. However, being chosen as one of the nation's finest Ghost Masters, they quickly regained their composure. Having endured numerous battles, a crimson radiance emanated from Su Bai, accompanied by the abrupt sound of a swona. The blood-red ghostly aura unfurled. But it halted after extending a mere 2 to 3 meters. As anticipated, this bizarre instance exerted a significant suppressive force against the ghostly aura. Su Bai could only manage to maintain a ghostly aura of 2 to 3 meters, barely encompassing Wang Shi within. Yet sustaining this limited aura rapidly depleted Su Bai's ghost energy, proving unsustainable in the long run. Let us retreat to the previous floor. Su Bai urged Wang Shi as they withdrew. Su Bai, wait for us. The brothers Li Shan and Li Hai exclaimed, hastily following suit. The remaining 3 from the Gallic group, recovering from the shock of their comrade's death, had no time for mourning. They swiftly unleashed their abilities and retreated to the upper floors, following Su Bai's lead. The immediate instinct of the group was to flee. No one dared to confront an unpredictable ghost in battle. The movement patterns of these specters were utterly bizarre, and engaging them without understanding their rules was tantamount to courting death. Furthermore, suppressing such entities was an even greater challenge. Currently, the most effective approach employed by nations worldwide to deal with ghosts involved sacrificing lives to study their patterns. It was not uncommon for hundreds to perish in the process. Only after sufficient casualties had occurred would nations dispatch elite ghost masters to attempt suppression and sealing. Bang! The ghostly elder hurled the corpse in his hand to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. Paying no further heed to the fallen body, the ghostly elder continued his pursuit of Su Bai and the others. At present, the last in the fleeing group was Li Hai, with Li Shan just ahead of him. The brothers' ghosts, one capable of ghostly embrace and the other of ghostly shoulder, possessed decent combat abilities but lacked any means of escape, rendering them unable to outrun the others. Don't kill me. I can't die yet. There's gold waiting for me outside, and a pair of twins expecting my return. Li Hai shouted desperately as he ran forward with all his might. Yet, without any escape skills, an ordinary person stood no chance against the relentless pursuit of a ghost. The ghostly elder moved with astonishing speed, quickly closing the distance, his hand languidly reaching for Li Hai's neck. Upon hearing his brother's cries, Li Shan glanced back and saw that the ghostly elder's hand was nearly around Li Hai's throat. Alarmed, and with no time to spare, he unleashed his ghostly embrace towards the ghostly elder. A pair of emaciated, pitch-black hands emerged from the void, tightly clutching the body of the ghostly elder, momentarily halting his relentless pursuit. Run, brother. That ghost is about to catch up. Yet, the ghostly elder possessed formidable strength. Within merely half a second, he broke free from the ghastly grip and continued his chase after Li Hai. Such a brief interval was utterly insufficient for Li Hai to escape. Li Hai, acutely aware of the elder's predicament, felt a surge of fear and, unexpectedly, a nefarious thought flickered through his mind. Why should I feel remorse? A dead comrade does not concern a living one. Misfortune befalls those who lag behind. With a surge of ghostly energy coursing through him, he directed his sinister intention towards a nearby female companion from Gaul, employing the malevolent technique known as Ghost Shoulder. This time, the hand that reached out from the void was still gaunt, yet a vivid crimson hue enveloped it, especially at the palm, where the blood-red color seemed almost poised to drip. The ghastly hand swiftly settled upon the shoulder of the Gaulish teammate. Instantly, her body froze in place. The Ghost Shoulder technique acted with remarkable swiftness. As the moment the hand made contact, the ghostly energy began to permeate her entire being, siphoning away her vitality, leaving behind but an empty shell. Li Hai hastily dashed past the corpse of his Gaulish ally, having intended for her to serve as a shield against the impending threat. As the saying goes, when a lion chases a herd of horses, it is not necessary to be the fastest. One merely needs to ensure that there are horses behind. The ghostly elder, unable to discern whether the Gaulish teammate was alive or dead, reached out to grasp her neck, and with a swift motion, twisted it, employing the same method as he had with previous companions. Seizing the moment of the elder's deadly action, the group made their way back up the staircase to the previous floor. On their ascent, Su Bai and the others continued to hear mournful wails echoing from other levels, indicating that the specters were not singular in their menace. Before the large screen, the group watched in clear view as Li Hai took action against the Gaulish teammate, utilizing her lifeless form to buy himself precious time. A general from the military district shook his head, remarking, Li Hai's tactics are rather despicable. Another general, though disdainful of Li Hai's actions, expressed understanding. Yet, there is no alternative. This is the nature of the bizarre world. No matter how contemptible your methods, survival is paramount. Alas, in such a strange scenario, should Li Hai perish, the failure to complete the task would result in far graver losses for our nation. These two individuals were indeed scoundrels, willing to harm others from foreign lands to save their own skins, setting a dangerous precedent for future transgressions against their compatriots. Meanwhile, Yu Kai remained non-committal, having long harbored discontent towards the conduct of the Li brothers, believing that such moral degeneracy should not be tolerated. Professor Gua, however, busied himself with studying the killing patterns of the ghostly elder. Should he unravel the elder's lethal strategies, even if Su Bai and the others were to fail, they might still save countless lives when retribution inevitably arrived. Su Bai and his companions withdrew from the original floor, yet they dared not halt their steps. Once they vacated a room and realized the surrounding wails had subsided, they finally felt safe enough to pause. After a brief respite, the group gradually ventured outside to assess the situation. At that moment, the team from the Asin Nation heard the commotion caused by Su Bai and his group and hurried over. Upon spotting Su Bai, one of the Asin members quickly inquired, "What has transpired? We heard numerous cries just now. There are malevolent spirits in the corridor. It is fortunate you did not venture in, or else." Wang Shi interjected on Su Bai's behalf. The four from Asin immediately tensed at the mention of spirits, instinctively distancing themselves from Su Bai and his companions, fearing that a malevolent entity might be concealed among them. One of the male teammates from Gallia, having just regained his strength, pointed accusatorily at Li Hai upon hearing of the spirits, exclaiming, "Indeed, there are fiends, but the more despicable one is this dragon country fellow. This scoundrel dared to lay hands on Lena, compelling her to fend off the old specter. It is because of this wretch that Lena met her demise." Li Hai, having only just calmed from the tension of escape, gasped for breath and, disregarding his need to steady himself, retorted, "Ha! Who told her to be weak? This world is cruel. The feeble do not deserve to live. What? Do you seek vengeance for her? Take a good look at the current situation. You are but two, while we still number four. If you are wise, speak less. Otherwise, should I be in a foul mood, I might just extinguish you." Nearby, Li Shan began to defend his brother, saying, "My brother's survival is his own merit. Your teammate was simply incapable, so spare us your complaints." Lena was lacking in strength, indeed. The Gallian teammate nearly burst into laughter from indignation. If it weren't for you lot, Lena would have ascended long ago. So the weak deserve to perish, do they? Today, we shall see who is truly strong and who is weak. Let us determine who is unworthy of life. The remaining Gallian member, unable to contain his anger, prepared to take action, but their leader quickly intervened, gesturing towards Su Bai to remind his teammates of the latter's prowess. The leader was acutely aware of Su Bai's capabilities, although he was confident in his own strength, believing he could hold his own against Su Bai. Their team now comprised only 2 members. Had all 4 been present, perhaps they could have put up a fight. Disregarding the quarrel to the side, Su Bai addressed Wang Shi, saying, "Wang Shi, the assault lasted for 10 minutes. Note the current time, when the next attack by the spirits occurs. Inform me of the interval between the 2 assaults." "Understood, Brother Bai," Wang Shi replied, promptly adjusting his watch. The remaining 2 members from Gallia, hesitant to confront Li Hai, retreated towards the Asin team. "Shall we consider forming an alliance? The creatures within this dungeon are exceedingly formidable. We have just endured an assault that swiftly claimed the life of one of our comrades. To successfully accomplish our mission, an alliance between our 2 teams would be the most prudent course of action." The leader of Gaul lowered his voice, remarking, "You are aware of the situation with the Dragon Kingdom. That Su Bai is both incredibly powerful and ruthlessly merciless. In our last encounter, he annihilated nations as we approached the final stages. Furthermore, they have just caused the demise of another of our allies. It is not beyond possibility that the next victim could be one of yours." The 2 from Gaul recognized their current vulnerability, understanding that they were outnumbered and outmatched, making vengeance a distant dream. Thus, they sought an alliance with the Asin Kingdom. Personally, I am in favor of the alliance, yet I must consider the opinions of my teammates. Upon hearing their words, the leader of Asan felt a stirring of interest but resolved to confer with his own team. After discussion, they concluded that an alliance would significantly bolster their strength. If absolutely necessary, these 2 could serve as shields against the creatures, and thus they agreed. "Following our deliberations, we unanimously supported the alliance with you. We hope to work together harmoniously to overcome the challenges ahead. However, regarding Mr. Su Bai, let us refrain from engaging with him. Our sole desire is to clear the dungeon." The Asan Kingdom was cognizant of Su Bai's prowess and did not intend to meddle in the affairs between the 2 factions. Su Bai, having observed the situation of both teams, understood their intent to ally, yet he remained indifferent. Even if they were to unite their forces, he could effortlessly vanquish them. 2 levels combined with 4 levels do not present a challenge for him. The paramount task now is to discern the pattern of the creature's attacks. Su Bai suddenly spoke. Let us proceed downward. Li Shan and Li Hai, taken aback, gasped in astonishment. But there are creatures below. Several have just perished. We barely escaped from there. They protested. Even if you are powerful, you cannot be so reckless. Ignoring the brothers' concerns, Su Bai directed his gaze toward the remaining 2 from Gaul, commanding, You 2 shall lead the way. We will observe from behind and engage if necessary. Based on Su Bai's deductions, the conditions triggering the creature's murderous tendencies likely did not involve stepping onto that particular floor. After all, other floors had concurrently manifested creatures without any teams having entered those specific areas. Moreover, some teams that remained stationary also encountered assaults from the creatures. Thus, movement alone could not be the catalyst for their attacks. While it was true that action significantly reduced the probability of triggering an attack, the risk was not negligible. Su Bai was unwilling to gamble recklessly, hence he instructed the remaining 2 from Gaul to take the lead. Upon hearing Su Bai's command, the Gaulish members were startled yet, recognizing his overwhelming strength, hesitated to refuse, stammering without finding their voice. Turning to the individuals from the land of A3, he remarked, Behold, the people of the Dragon Kingdom are indeed executioners. They have just claimed the life of one of our comrades and now seek to lead us to our demise. If we do not thwart them, you may find yourselves next on their list. Presently, we are united, a coalition of 6, and shall not fear them. The Gallic nation endeavored to persuade the 4 from A3 to resist Su Bai. My apologies, my friend, he continued. I must reiterate that our alliance is solely for the purpose of combating the specters. The individuals from A3 were not Na'vi, although their strategy was to remain motionless. They understood that knowledge could be their lifeline. The opportunity to test the murderous patterns of the specters was one they ardently desired. Furthermore, whether they could indeed contend with Su Bai remained uncertain. Upon hearing A3's refusal, the 2 from the Gallic nation muttered curses under their breath. Yet, they found themselves powerless to rebel and thus descended the stairs obediently, followed closely by Su Bai and his companions. The A3 individuals, however, refrained from following, instead observing the situation from the corridor. The 2 from the Gallic nation enveloped themselves in an aura of ghostly energy, perpetually poised for flight. However, descending 1 level, the specters did not materialize. On the next level, still no sign of the specters. It appeared that traversing the corridor was not the specters' modus operandi for murder. What then could be the true pattern? Su Bai pondered the current circumstances, his mind racing. Brother Bai, look. There are corpses over there. Wang Shi's voice interrupted Su Bai's thoughts. Raising his gaze, Su Bai observed 4 lifeless bodies of individuals of African descent, all having met their end by the twisted neck of the ghostly elder. Our previous ambush occurred within the corridor, and these 4 perished here as well. Could it be that being in the corridor invites an attack? Yet, we currently occupy the same corridor, and no specters are present. The conditions for the specter's emergence cannot be so simplistic. What have I overlooked? Chapter 128. The Rebellious Gallic Nation and Su Bai's Bloodthirsty Methods. The 4 corpses, aside from their apparent ethnicity, bore no other distinguishing features, rendering it impossible to ascertain their national origins. However, it is certain that following the conclusion of this bizarre scenario, life for their nation will be far from pleasant. To put it bluntly, their very existence may be in jeopardy, especially after such a catastrophic defeat at this early stage. Not to mention the number of peculiar scenarios that may emerge in reality. This nation currently possesses no viable strategies, relying solely on the sacrifice of lives. One cannot fathom how many souls must perish. Wang Shi gazed at the lifeless forms before him, his eyes filled with compassion. Previously, when Su Bai sent the 2 from the Gallic nation to scout ahead, Wang Shi felt a twinge of reluctance and considered advising Su Bai. Yet, within this uncanny realm, having an additional person scout could enhance their chances of fulfilling their mission and potentially save more citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. The greater good of the nation quelled Wang Shi's empathetic heart. Alas, I am powerless to intervene. If the sole focus is on saving you, what becomes of the populace within our nation? Wang Shi sighed heavily. Su Bai cast a sidelong glance at Wang Shi, fully aware that the man's compassion was once again overflowing. With a sense of resignation, Su Bai shook his head. Wang Shi was commendable in many respects. Yet his unyielding benevolence could potentially lead to significant troubles in the future. Nevertheless, Wang Shi understood the gravity of the situation, recognizing that the completion of their mission was paramount. Additionally, with Su Bai's subtle cues guiding him, he would refrain from acting impulsively without explicit instructions from Su Bai. This brought Su Bai a modicum of reassurance. Let us gather them swiftly, Su Bai commanded, tossing a body bag to Wang Shi. This was not an act of kindness. It was a necessity. Upon the demise of a spirit wielder, if their remains were not promptly dealt with, they would transform into malevolent graves. The most pressing dilemma was how to manage the fallen spirit wielders. During the previous ghastly assault, there were more casualties than just those before them. Although Su Bai had managed to collect the 2 deceased from Gaul and the 4 present using body bags, it was impractical to retrieve every single corpse. The task of locating the fallen spirit wielders alone was a considerable challenge, compounded by the intermittent attacks from vengeful spirits. No, we must hasten our pace. Su Bai contemplated their predicament, feeling a sense of urgency to expedite their progress. As soon as Wang Shi secured the 4 corpses, Su Bai signaled for everyone to proceed downward, quickening their pace towards the construction site. The 2 Gaul compatriots led the way, navigating through the descent, layer after layer. The cacophony of machinery grew increasingly louder, indicating their proximity to the construction site. The foreboding weight in the hearts of the Gaul individuals intensified. Initially, they had intended to avoid this peculiar sight, which was why they ascended in the first place. They had not anticipated the ghastly assault that would claim one of their comrades in an instant, while another fell victim to that detestable dragon countryman. To their dismay, Su Bai had spared them, intending to use their lives as a means to navigate through the peril. Their emotions were a tangled web of fear and resentment, steadily accumulating within them. Exchanging glances, they nodded in silent agreement, their resolve solidifying as they turned towards Su Bai and his company with lethal intent. They could no longer hold back. Regardless of their fate at the construction site, they preferred to confront them directly. The 2 Gaul individuals suddenly launched their attack. One of them began to contort, transforming into a puddle of black liquid, barely maintaining a human form. A foul odor emanated from this liquid, reminiscent of something unspeakable from the depths of a sewer. The noxious fluid surged towards Li Hai. He and his deceased Gallic teammate were once a couple, and upon witnessing Li Hai's role in the death of his beloved, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Li Hai. Previously deterred by Su Bai's intimidation and the presence of others, he refrained from acting. However, now, disregarding all caution, he sought nothing less than Li Hai's demise. The leader of the Gallic team, albeit slightly delayed, also aimed to strike at Li Hai. He halted momentarily, expelling a swirling mass of darkness from his mouth. Initially resembling a bat, the shadow morphed into various grotesque shapes, exuding an unsettling aura. Once unleashed, the leader of the Gallic team was left with nothing but a hollow shell, collapsing instantly to the ground. Li Shan was taken aback by the sudden aggression towards his younger brother, but quickly regained his composure. He summoned the technique of ghost embrace, extending his withered, darkened hand from the void to encircle the foul liquid, tightening his grip. Yet, the noxious substance softened, abandoning its human form and flowing away as a puddle. Continuing its pursuit of Li Hai. Realizing that Ghost Embrace had failed, Li Hai hastily invoked Ghost Shoulder. However, unbeknownst to him, the foul liquid had already forsaken its humanoid shape, rendering the shoulder to which he sought to cling non-existent. Thus, Ghost Shoulder 2 proved ineffective. In an instant, the noxious liquid enveloped Li Hai's body, its corrosive properties beginning to erode Li Shan's flesh. Soon, Li Hai's form became riddled with pockmarks, a pitiful sight. Brother, save me. Please, save me. It hurts, it truly hurts. Li Hai screamed in agony, scratching desperately at his body in an attempt to rid himself of the foul liquid. His efforts bore no fruit. Instead, his hands began to rot upon contact with the substance. Witnessing his brother's torment, Li Shan felt a surge of anxiety, yet found himself powerless to intervene. Suddenly, a flash of blood-red light flickered. Su Bai teleported beside Li Hai, the malevolent energy coalescing as a crimson bridal gown enveloped his right hand, striking towards Li Hai. Under Su Bai's overwhelming pressure, the foul liquid receded from Li Hai's body. Su Bai reached out into the void, the blood-red specter swirling around him, constraining the noxious liquid to the side. Simultaneously, countless threads surged toward the approaching shadow, ensnaring it in an instant. Still not fully assured, Su Bai's black hair elongated, encircling the threads with an additional layer of security. A double assurance. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. How swift, how formidable. The observers from the upper floor were utterly astonished, gaining a first-hand understanding of the dread that was Su Bai, the blood-red specter. Having only witnessed his prowess through images before, experiencing it up close was an entirely different sensation. As they regained their composure from the shock, the 4 from Asan's nation felt a deep sense of dread. Thankfully, they had exhibited wisdom earlier by rejecting the Gallic proposal to confront Su Bai together. It was no wonder Su Bai had shown little concern for their alliance. His strength was so terrifying that he felt no need to regard them at all. Those 2 fools from the Gallic nation truly did not understand the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. Chapter 129. The Absolute Supremacy of the Ghost Bride. The foul liquid was compressed into a spherical form by the blood-red, ghostly entity, while the spectral figures were ensnared by both the silk threads and ghostly hair. In but a fleeting moment, Subai subdued the two spirit manipulators from Gaul. I had already afforded you an opportunity. Allowing you to scout was a mercy bestowed upon you. Should you wish for death, do not hesitate to say so, and I shall escort you on your final journey. As Subai spoke, he intensified his control over the two. The blood-red, ghostly entity continued to contract, the silk threads and ghostly hair tightening further. Hiss! The two spirits let out one final cry before being entirely subdued by Subai. The foul liquid took on a humanoid shape, while the spectral forms dissipated into mist, retreating towards their respective vessels. The two spirit manipulators from Gaul had lost all capacity for resistance. Regaining their senses, they knelt before Subai. My lord Subai, we were blind to our own folly. Spare our lives, and we shall continue to scout. The two pleaded humbly. With a mere thought, Subai unleashed the realm of shadows, causing their shadows to rise ominously, lunging towards their arms. Thud, with two anguished cries. For arms fell to the ground in unison. This is but a minor lesson. Next time, it will be your heads that meet the ground. Subai's voice was cold. The patterns of the ghostly entity's lethality remain undiscovered. Someone must venture forth, or these two would never have retained their lives. The onlookers were horrified by the brutal scene. Lehigh trembled uncontrollably, having just been assaulted by the foul liquid. He was acutely aware of its power, and could hardly believe how easily these two were vanquished by Subai. Reflecting on the bravado his brothers had previously displayed, he felt a shiver of relief that his elder brother had held him back. Otherwise, he would surely be a lifeless corpse now. Li Shan swallowed hard, equally astonished by Subai's prowess and gripped by a wave of trepidation. Thank goodness I restrained myself earlier. The crowd before the large screen remained fixated, having witnessed the sudden aggression of the two from Gaul and Subai's formidable display of strength. Minister Jean sighed in relief. Thank goodness for Subai, otherwise, Lehigh would surely have lost his life. The absence of even one individual would impact the completion of the mission. Indeed, Subai's reaction was astoundingly swift, effortlessly subduing the two spirit manipulators in an instant. Truly, the blood-red, ghostly entity did not betray the remuneration we previously invested. A general expressed his affirmation of Subai's strength and decisiveness. It is fortunate Subai is on our side. Had he been among the enemy ranks, the consequences would have been unfathomable. Humph. And as for the brothers Li Shan and Lehigh, I previously regarded them as formidable based on their records. Yet they exhibited no capacity for resistance against the two from Gaul. Yes, prior to entering, they carried themselves with an air of superiority, scarcely acknowledging Subai. Amidst attempts at negotiation, the two individuals proved utterly ineffectual. Their temperament and capabilities were markedly inferior to those of Subai. The room buzzed with whispered discussions. Yet Professor Guo remained disengaged, recognizing that each morsel of intelligence could yield a glimmer of hope. He remained fixated on the screen, meticulously scrutinizing every detail, occasionally jotting notes as he pondered the patterns of the malevolent spirit's killings. Meanwhile, Yukai observed Subai's evident prowess, silently marveling at how Subai outclassed the average spirit tamers. With the nation backing him and Professor Guo by his side, Yukai harbored faith that he could one day match Subai's strides. As he contemplated this, he absent-mindedly rubbed his darkening right hand. Just as Subai dismantled the arms of the two from Gallia, a chilling wind swept through. Sensing something amiss, Subai swiftly unleashed the crimson ghostly trap, warning Wang Shi to be cautious. Indeed, a vengeful spirit clad in tattered worker's garb surged forth, targeting Lehigh, who was in the midst of recuperation. Suddenly, a ghostly hand pierced through his chest, extracting his still-beating heart. With a violent squeeze, the heart burst, showering the vicinity with gore. No, brother, Li Shan, witnessing the demise of his sibling, felt his heart shatter. He was poised to retaliate against the spirit with his own ghostly embrace. But the remnants of rationality halted his actions. Previously, his attempt had only limited the spirit for half a second, proving futile. With Lehigh now lifeless, their combined offensive capability was lost, and any rash move on his part would only seal his own fate. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Shan resolved to flee. Simultaneously, as Lehigh fell victim to the attack, Subai heard the anguished cries from above, realizing with dismay that spirits had also infiltrated that level. Leaving him no retreat, he maintained the crimson ghostly trap while devising a strategy. Extracting his hand from Lehigh's corpse, the spirit pivoted, now fixated on Wang Shi. The latter barely had time to scream before the spirit crushed his skull effortlessly. Disposing of Wang Shi's lifeless form, the spirit sought its next target. Fortunately, Wang Shi commanded a skeletal ghost, whose regenerative abilities were remarkable, causing his injuries to heal rapidly as ghostly energy surged in and out of his head. The spirit charged directly at Su Bai, who shouted, "Leave, Shang." As the sound of a swana echoed, a stunning ghostly maiden appeared, clad in a red wedding gown. Her skin as smooth as cream, with captivating eyes and an exquisite visage. "Close your eyes," Su Bai urged immediately. Upon hearing these words, the crowd immediately shut their eyes, leaving only the malevolent spirit advancing towards Su Bai. Li Shang, sharing a mental connection with Su Bai, lifted the veil once Su Bai had finished calling out and closed his eyes. A chilling scream erupted from the spirit as immense pressure surged towards him. The spirit continued its assault on Su Bai, waves of ghostly energy emanating from its being in a futile attempt to resist the oppression brought forth by the bride's unveiled head. The ghostly energy expanded, only to be pushed back, this cycle repeating several times in a brief span. Witnessing the spirit's anguished cries, the onlookers reopened their eyes, only to behold that the spirit was indeed confined to its spot. They were astonished by Su Bai's prowess, despite their efforts to estimate his strength. They had not anticipated that even such a formidable spirit could be subdued, and he maintained a distinct advantage. The spirit's power was evident to all. Previously, in the Gaul team's encounter, Li Hai had perished at its hands before even completing a single round. It was universally acknowledged that provoking Su Bai was ill-advised. Chapter 130. Su Bai, focus on quantity over quality in spirits. With no time to ponder the thoughts of others, Su Bai contemplated how to deal with the malevolent spirit. Though he had managed to pin it down, he did not allow himself to grow complacent. Rather, he became increasingly vigilant. The fact that the bride's unveiling did not vanquish this spirit indicated its elevated level. The bride's unveiling could annihilate any female spirit beneath her in rank, though it seemed that her full strength had yet to manifest, making it improbable for an ordinary spirit to withstand her might. Perhaps attempting another female spirit would yield remarkable results, Su Bai mused. Thus, he activated the shadow domain, intending to dismember the spirit with shadows. However, there was no response. Su Bai furrowed his brow, perceiving the shadows. A brief survey of his surroundings revealed that the lights had extinguished at some point, with the shadow domain ineffective. He opted for an alternative. The title of Spirit Collector was not earned lightly. He specialized in numbers. The temperature in the surrounding air rapidly plummeted. Su Bai transformed into a snow woman, icy energy emanating from his feet and swiftly spreading across the ground, instantly enveloping the spirit's legs in a thick layer of frost. With a swift motion, threads shot forth, ensnaring the spirit's frozen feet and yanking them violently. Crack! Crack! The spirit's frozen legs shattered into countless icy fragments. Lacking the support of its legs, the spirit lurched forward, collapsing flat on the ground. Yet stubbornly attempting to inch toward Su Bai. Is it still trying to crawl? Su Bai thought, exasperation bubbling within him. A piercing screech echoed from above. Another spirit seemed to be descending from the upper floor, where the team from Asan had likely met their demise. Brother Bai, be careful. Another one is coming. At this moment, Wang Shi's head had just healed, and before he could rise to stretch his limbs, he spotted a malevolent spirit rushing towards Su Bai. He quickly called out to Su Bai, urging him to retreat. Su Bai turned around and, to his horror, discovered another vengeful ghost, sending chills down his spine. With no time to continue experimenting on how to seal the ghost with a severed leg, he hastily retracted the ghostly talisman while motioning for Wang Shi to swiftly retreat to the adjacent room. Maintaining the ghostly talisman for an extended period proved to be quite taxing for Su Bai. Without the suppression of the talisman, the shattered remnants of the ghost's legs on the ground began to converge towards the severed limb, and in no time, they reassembled as if they had sustained no injury. Once the ghost with the severed leg regained its footing, it immediately joined the other malevolent entity in advancing towards Su Bai. The other individuals, seeing that the ghost's attention was drawn to Su Bai, quickly fled in the opposite direction. It was not a matter of distrust towards Su Bai. Rather, another ghost had emerged, and it was impossible for one to fend off multiple threats simultaneously. Brother Bai, wait for me, Wang Shi exclaimed, following suit without a second thought as Su Bai retreated. However, he had not anticipated that the two vengeful spirits were exceedingly swift and were quickly closing the distance. Gritting his teeth, Wang Shi made a decisive choice. He discarded the 4 corpses of the black men from the body bag in an attempt to delay the ghost's advance. He then sprinted towards Su Bai. The 2 men sought refuge in a room at the end of a corridor. With a heavy thud, Wang Shi slammed the door shut. It should be safe now, right, Brother Bai? He panted, inquiring. The last time they were besieged by spirits, they had taken refuge in a room, and the ghosts ceased their pursuit. Naively, Wang Shi believed that in this eerie scenario, a room would serve as a sanctuary, and as long as they remained inside, the vengeful spirits would abandon their attack. If the bizarre scenario were indeed so simple, countless lives would not have been lost. Before Subai could respond, a series of forceful knocks resonated throughout the room. Wang Shi's heart raced to his throat as he rushed to brace the door. Damn, these two fiends are relentless, he exclaimed. Brother Bai, this doesn't seem quite right. Last time we hid in a room, the ghost stopped chasing us. Why isn't it working this time? Is it possible that only the rooms on that floor are safe? The door creaked ominously under the relentless assault. Brother Bai, please help. I can barely hold on. Fear gripped Wang Shi's heart as the ghost's onslaught grew increasingly ferocious, prompting him to seek Su Bai's assistance. Observing the dire situation, Su Bai utilized the powers of the Snow Woman to encase the door in ice. He then called out loudly to Wang Shi, "Do not concern yourself with the door. This ice should hold for a while. Quickly plug your ears." Without waiting to see if Wang Shi complied, he promptly unleashed the ghostly talisman. A symphony of eerie opera music filled the air, and a figure clad in a flowing azure gown, adorned with a phoenix crown and draped in garments of red and gold, emerged, her face painted in the vibrant hues of a flower-faced performer. "General, what are your orders?" The alluring voice of Lan Zhijiao echoed, a heart-wrenching melody. The situation was dire, leaving no time for conversation with the ghostly actress. The priority was to repel the malevolent spirits. Upon hearing Su Bai's command, Lan Zhi nodded slightly, and a mournful tune accompanied by the occasional clang of gongs filled the air. A beauty far away, longing in vain, countless feelings, difficult to express. 10 years of entangled emotions. The voice of the ghostly actress permeated the room. Outside, the sound of the door being battered grew fainter until it vanished entirely. Su Bai glanced towards Wang Shi, who stood immobile, displaying a peculiar expression that shifted from anger to fear, then to confusion, as if performing a face-changing act. Wang Shi had succumbed the moment the opera began. Su Bai understood that blocking his ears was futile against the fully unleashed ghostly tune. His earlier instruction for Wang Shi to cover his ears was merely to prolong his endurance. However, Su Bai was not overly concerned for Wang Shi's safety. The ghostly skeleton possessed formidable resilience, capable of recovering even after its head had been crushed by a malevolent spirit. Although the ghostly actress's song was powerful, it would not obliterate Wang Shi completely. Even if he were reduced to mere fragments, Su Bai had faith that the ghostly skeleton could reassemble itself. As long as the skeleton remained intact, Wang Shi would not perish. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as Wang Shi's head exploded. The ghostly skeleton's ability activated, and the fragments of Wang Shi's head, enveloped in ghostly energy, flew back towards his body. In no time, Wang Shi was revived. He moved his body, finding no discomfort, and excitedly ran over. "Brother Bai, your ghostly actress is incredibly strong. Truly, you are remarkable, handling those two little malevolent spirits with such ease." With no time to indulge Wang Shi's flattery, Su Bai focused on the time displayed on his watch, contemplating the patterns of the spirits' attacks. The 10-minute assault duration had been largely established. The interval between attacks seemed to be 15 minutes. Perhaps there were other triggering conditions? Chapter 131, Patterns of Murder, Shadows and Light. Wang Shi, the spirits attack for 10 minutes, approximately every 15 minutes. Check your watch to see if it aligns. Su Bai intended to synchronize with Wang Shi to confirm the timing of the spirits' assaults. Wang Shi raised his hand and glanced at his watch. "Indeed, Brother Bai. Just as you said, they attack every 15 minutes for 10 minutes each time. This is rather frequent. Brother Bai, although you can suppress those malevolent spirits, their numbers appear to be increasing. Sustaining this indefinitely is futile. Moreover, your ghostly energy. Indeed, we must decipher the patterns of the spirits' killings. This building seems to harbor a peculiar force. My ghostly powers cannot be fully unleashed and are expended rapidly. Unless we unravel the spirits' murderous patterns, we must either eliminate them swiftly or find a safe way to evade their attacks. The relentless onslaught of malevolent spirits threatens to deplete us here." Su Bai nodded in agreement. Indeed, as Su Bai suggested, even he could merely suppress these apparitions. The previous assault by two vengeful spirits was narrowly survived, thanks to Lan Zhi's full exertion of her ghostly performance. Su Bai's own spiritual energy had been significantly drained, although it was slowly recuperating. Yet, it was still far from adequate. Moreover, I have begun to discern a pattern in the murderous behavior of these entities, which appears to be linked to shadows. Shadows? Indeed. Do you recall the moment I dismantled the arms of those two Gaulish ghost tamers? I utilized their shadows. However, when I attempted to employ the same tactic to dismantle the spirit I had subdued, I discovered it bore no shadow. Furthermore, the lights had extinguished without my notice. Perhaps they were extinguished at the very moment the vengeful spirits appeared, or one could argue that the lights must be out for the spirits to attack us. Su Bai shared his thoughts with Wang Shi, simultaneously addressing those beyond the large screen. Wang Shi paused momentarily, processing Su Bai's information, then quickly glanced up at the ceiling. Realizing that this room indeed lacked lighting. The last refuge we sought had been illuminated, Su Bai reminded him. A sharp intake of breath escaped Wang Shi, followed by a surge of excitement. It seems to be true. No wonder we were not attacked upon entering that previous room. These two malevolent spirits relentlessly pursue us like tenacious leeches, and even now, they are ramming against the door. Had it not been for your ghostly performer, Brother Bai, I fear I would have perished by now. Brother Bai is truly remarkable. To uncover this detail, knowing the pattern of these spirits' killings will facilitate our escape. If we can move within the light, we shall be invincible. This is merely my hypothesis. While I am fairly certain, we must remain vigilant. We must hasten to that construction site. It is the crux of our passage. Although Su Bai was confident in his deductions, he maintained his customary caution. Before the large screen, Professor Gua, having overheard their conversation, hastily jotted down notes, a rare expression of excitement gracing his features. Yes, precisely. It is indeed the shadows. Or perhaps the light. There is over a 70% likelihood that these elements constitute one of the spirit's killing patterns. Truly, Su Bai is meticulous in his thoughts. With this intelligence, even if we face bizarre challenges ahead, our task will be considerably simplified. Nevertheless, we must exercise caution, as other conditions may still apply. Amidst his excitement, Professor Guo retained a rigorous demeanor. Minister Jean was equally exhilarated but managed to maintain his composure, continuously praising Su Bai. This is the pillar of our nation. Possessing formidable strength and a keen mind. Others were equally exhilarated and agitated. As long as the murderous patterns of the specters could be discerned, safe passage into the construction site would be assured, significantly increasing the likelihood of navigating the eerie replica. Noticing the silence outside, Su Bai led Wang Shi out of the room, intending to assess the situation. Should anything appear amiss, they would hasten to the construction site. As they stepped outside, they were met with the gruesome sight of two corpses nearby, drenched in blood, surrounded by dismembered limbs and flesh, a sight that induced revulsion. One corpse bore a gaping hole in its left chest, presumably where the heart had been extracted. The other was headless, the manner of its demise unclear, whether crushed or otherwise. Both bodies were devoid of arms. From the remaining head, the features of the deceased could still be faintly discerned. These two were likely the last of the Galleon exorcists, whose specters had recently been subdued by Su Bai and had yet to fully recover. Stripped of their arms, they were indeed left vulnerable to the assaults of malevolent spirits. Su Bai paid no heed to the corpses. His priority was to descend swiftly, even if the bodies of the exorcists would transform into an eternal grave. He had no desire to squander time in tidying up. He glanced up the staircase and corridor, noting the presence of lights, which suggested temporary safety. They needed to move quickly. Seizing the moment while illumination still prevailed, Su Bai beckoned the lamenting Wang Shi and proceeded down the stairs. As they traversed the corridor, a shadow caught Su Bai's eye. Leaning against the wall, a figure wore a grim expression, muttering indistinctly to itself. Maintaining a distance made it difficult to discern the words. Upon closer inspection, it was Li Shan. Fortune had favored him, as he had fortuitously stumbled into a lit area, narrowly escaping peril. However, his brother, Li Hai, had not been as fortunate, having been the first victim of the vengeful spirits. Enveloped in sorrow over his brother's death, Li Shan remained oblivious to Su Bai and Wang Shi's approach. Su Bai felt no empathy for the brother's plight. The severance of life and death had become commonplace during his decade-long ordeal in the apocalypse. In a world overrun by specters, human life was as inconsequential as mere grass. Spotting Su Bai and Wang Shi, Li Shan rushed over without a second thought. Su Bai, take me with you. He had come to recognize who the true lifeline was. Understanding that survival hinged upon aligning himself with Su Bai did not refuse. His voice was cold as he replied, "If you wish to accompany me, heed my commands, or be gone." Li Shan nodded vigorously in agreement. Su Bai was the first to descend. However, Wang Shi interjected, exclaiming, "Brother Bai, shouldn't we send someone to scout ahead? It looks perilous down there." "There is no need for that. My earlier conjecture was likely correct. Now that we comprehend the specter's lethal patterns, we must not waste time retracing our steps to find someone for reconnaissance. The frequency of their attacks is high. We 1T have the luxury of time. By the time we locate someone to scout, the next assault will have already descended upon us. Time is of the essence. Let us hasten to the construction site." Having said that, he quickened his pace towards the stairway. "Very well, Brother Bai." Wang Shi, fully aware of the current circumstances, did not linger and swiftly followed suit. Chapter 132. The eerie disappearance of the construction workers. The desolate, abandoned building echoed with the hurried footsteps of the trio. Flickering lights intermittently accompanied the crackling sound of electricity. As they descended, they encountered no other spirit tamers from foreign lands, only a number of gruesomely lifeless bodies. But they had no time to tend to them. Just as they were nearing the construction site, Su-bai suddenly halted, sensing an ominous presence. Stop! There's movement. Wang Shi and Li Shan assumed defensive postures. Soon, 3 figures approached swiftly, halting just before reaching Su-bai and bowing at a 90-degree angle. Lord Su-bai? I am Takahashi from the Spirit Exorcism Society. It is indeed a serendipitous encounter to meet you here. Surely, this is the divine arrangement of Amaterasu. Lord Su, the Empire has long awaited your and Lady Yukiana's return. A representative from the land of cherry blossoms stepped forward, speaking with utmost respect. Despite the previous devastating defeat of their team at the hands of Su-bai in the last eerie instance, the Japanese remained undeterred in their desire to have him return with them. Their encounter with Su-bai's formidable prowess only solidified their resolve. Japan has always been a nation that reveres strength. Before Su-bai could respond, Wang Shi, growing impatient, interjected, "Scram. What nonsense about returning? My brother Bai would never accompany you." Su-bai cast a cold glance at the 3 from the land of cherry blossoms and stated, "It is already your fortune that 3 of you remain alive. Do not seek your demise." He harbored a deep disdain for the Japanese and had no time to engage with them now. His sole focus was reaching the construction site. Without pausing, Su-bai continued his descent. The trio from Japan, unwilling to relent, followed closely behind. Lord Su, please reconsider. The Empire sincerely invites you and Lady Yukiana to return. If you accompany me, our president has promised to relinquish his position to you. Even if you do not wish for Lady Yukiana to return, we implore you to consider aiding our nation. There are several significant eerie incidents we cannot manage alone. Only your and Lady Yukiana's formidable presence can resolve them. We beg of you. Su-bai had previously contemplated a visit to Japan, as Sadako and Yukiana were spirits of that land, and he would need to seek clues there for future advancements. However, this did not imply that Su-bai would join Japan or assist them with their eerie matters. He had yet to adequately address the bizarre occurrences within Long Nation itself. Without sufficient incentive, Su-bai would not readily extend his aid. This group of islanders incessantly clamors for his return, hoping to lend a hand in some manner, yet they possess nothing of tangible worth. They only aspire to reap benefits without contribution. Su-bai is no fool and will not partake in such foolish acts of altruism. Begone. Do not compel me to take action. Su-bai resolutely continued to decline, unwilling to engage them at this moment. Lingering with them would only squander his precious time. The leader from Sakura country, recognizing Su-bai's unwavering stance, wisely chose silence and discreetly trailed behind him and his companions. The group proceeded onward, encountering no unforeseen events, and soon reached the 3rd floor. As Wang Shi passed by a window, he glanced outside and halted in disbelief, rubbing his eyes before peering out again. He hurriedly called out to Su-bai, panic etched across his face. "Brother Bai, look, all the workers below have vanished." Previously, Su-bai had been preoccupied with their journey, paying little attention to the construction site. Upon hearing Wang Shi's exclamation, he paused and gazed outside. Indeed, as Wang Shi had described, the scene was uncanny. Su-bai frowned slightly. There had been approximately 20 workers fervently laboring moments ago, now mysteriously absent. Yet, the machinery continued to operate as usual. Shovels, hammers, and other tools lay scattered, and several wheelbarrows still held cement. It appeared as if the workers had been abruptly erased while engaged in their tasks. While Su-bai pondered the sudden disappearance of the workers, the islanders hastened to catch up. "Lord Su-bai, let us collaborate. Though your strength is formidable, there is an ancient saying in Dragon Country, 3 cobblers can match Zhuge Liang. We shall exert ourselves to the utmost." Having overheard Wang Shi's shout and noticing the situation below, the islanders sought Su-bai's cooperation. Initially inclined to refuse outright, Su-bai reconsidered and stated, "Collaboration comes at a price. At present, you few cannot afford it. Here's the deal. You shall descend immediately, and I will observe from behind and intervene if necessary." The worker's abrupt disappearance left Su-bai somewhat uneasy. He needed to ascertain the bizarre circumstances of the site. Since these islanders had presented themselves as scouts, he would not turn down their assistance. The island leader fell silent, understanding Su-bai's intent to have them scout ahead. Just as he wrestled with this notion, a woman from their group suddenly stepped forward, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. "Do you intend to use us as cannon fodder? What price can Mr. Su possibly offer?" With a faint smile, Su-bai replied, "What price? The cost I propose is your lives." The island woman flushed crimson, taken aback by Su-bai's dismissive attitude toward them. Before she could retort, the air was thick with tension. The team leader of the island nation, pondering deeply, was taken aback by the woman's audacity, and without hesitation, struck her face with a sharp slap. He scolded, "Baka, do not show disrespect to Lord Subai." Immediately, he turned to apologize to Subai. "My Lord Subai, please do not take it to heart." He then gestured with his eyes for the island woman to speak. Rising to her feet, the island woman disregarded her reddened left cheek and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "I sincerely apologize, Lord Subai. It was I who overstepped." Her tone was exceedingly respectful, yet her gaze was filled with resentment. Observing this scene, Subai felt nothing but disdain. Such was the nature of the islanders, exhibiting minor gestures of courtesy while lacking true integrity. They bowed and apologized at the slightest provocation, yet were unrepentant in their wicked deeds. Disinterested in their theatrics, Subai coldly remarked, "Enough of the pleasantries. Lead the way." The island leader gritted his teeth and replied, "Very well, Lord Subai. We sincerely wish to invite you to join us. This time, allow us to demonstrate our earnestness." With that, he took the lead and descended the stairs. Chapter 133. Arrival at the ground floor. The vanished ones. The trio from the Cherry Blossom Nation arranged themselves in formation at the front. Yet their excessive caution rendered their movements agonizingly slow. Glancing at his watch, Subai urged, "Hurry up, we are running out of time." The three from the Cherry Blossom Nation exchanged silent glances and hastily quickened their pace. Fortunately, no mishaps occurred, and they arrived smoothly at the foot of the stairs. Subai took a moment to survey the peculiar construction site. Indeed, all the workers had vanished, leaving only the machinery operating incessantly. A freshly poured concrete pillar still radiated residual warmth, and a section of the foundation remained damp, with half a barrel of cement lying nearby. An abandoned iron canister sat beside it, containing several pieces of wood that were burning, though the flames were modest, illuminating only a few meters around. Accompanied by the crackling sounds, occasional sparks would erupt. Near the fire pit, 2 old iron flasks were warming, presumably used by the workers to stave off the chill of the night while enjoying a sip of hot liquor. "Let us proceed," Subai commanded. "Understood, Your Excellency." Apart from the absence of workers, Subai noticed nothing unusual and urged the group to move forward. As they approached the construction site and stepped onto the ground floor, an eerie voice echoed, "Participants of the enigmatic quest have arrived at the first level. Current count, 18. Upon hearing this notification, everyone froze in place. 18 individuals? With the 3 from the Dragon Nation and the 3 from the Island Nation, there were clearly only 6 people. How could there be 18? Were there individuals hiding? Wang Shi summoned his courage and shouted into the surroundings. Who is hiding? The team leader Takahashi from the Island Nation exerted his full supernatural strength, his eyes igniting with an eerie blue flame as he surveyed his surroundings, shouting, "Do not lurk in the shadows. Come forth at once." Subai furrowed his brow and summoned his blood-red specter, bracing for a potential assault. Yet, the situation mirrored the previous one. The specter remained suppressed, its range of manifestation limited. Suddenly, before anyone could locate the hidden spirit master in the darkness, the sound of lights switching off echoed continuously. In the blink of an eye, the entire derelict building was engulfed in darkness. The building was shrouded in gloom, save for the stubborn fire pit, which, despite its feeble glow, radiated a warmth that was comforting. "Help! Quick! To the first floor!" cried voices in a crescendo of desperation and anguish, pleading, "Don't kill me, please." The cacophony of cries, wails, and commands resonated from the pitch-black interior of the building. The 15 minutes were up. A new wave of monstrous attacks commenced. Fortunately, they had reached the first floor. Subai glanced at his watch by the flickering firelight, pondering silently. To the fire pit. He called out to Wang Shi. Based on prior deductions, the monsters lacked shadows, making this fire the only sanctuary. Wang Shi dashed toward the fire pit upon hearing him. Li Shan followed closely behind, uncertain of the reasoning, yet trusting Subai's judgment. Observing Subai and his companions' movements, the islanders stealthily trailed them. Upon nearing the fire pit, Wang Shi steadied his breath, swallowing hard, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. "Thank goodness we made it. Brother Bai, your hypothesis was undeniably correct." The decision to head to the first floor was truly sagacious. When the monsters attacked, all the lights in the building extinguished. Now, the spirit masters within are under siege. Only we here, with the help of this fire, should be able to withstand this onslaught. Subai nodded, poised to speak, when he suddenly sensed an unsettling presence. It seemed footsteps echoed from the darkness, and their numbers were considerable. A chilling roar accompanied the emergence of a horde of vengeful spirits, charging towards Subai and his companions. They were clad in tattered blue work uniforms, their faces ghostly pale, with blood weeping from their eyes. "Be cautious," Su Bai urgently warned Wang Shi while channeling his supernatural energy. Instantly, the temperature plummeted, a wave of cold rapidly spreading from beneath Su Bai's feet towards the attacking spirits. In no time, the malevolent apparitions were encased in ice. Wang Shi, realizing the dire situation, exclaimed in terror, "Brother Bai, what is happening? Why are there still monsters attacking us? We have light here." Though bewildered, Wang Shi bravely stepped forward, prepared to fulfill his role as a meat shield according to Su Bai's earlier instructions. After all, he commanded a skeletal specter, renowned nationwide for its capacity to endure damage. Uncertain, Su Bai responded, his heart filled with perplexity as he pondered why this group of malevolent spirits differed from the previous ones. Despite the presence of flames, they launched an attack. Crack! The vengeful spirits offered no respite for Su Bai's thoughts, breaking free from their icy restraints to continue their assault. This group of apparitions remained formidable. The Snow Woman's abilities could only freeze them momentarily, merely slowing their advance. Wang Shi, hold firm. Understood, Brother Bai. Wang Shi fortified himself with bones, resisting the onslaught of the spirits. Whoosh! Countless threads shot forth, ensnaring the bodies of the vengeful spirits. Li Shan also frequently employed his ghost embrace technique. Though its effect was minimal, it managed to delay them just enough. The situation was temporarily stabilized. Meanwhile, the exorcists from the Cherry Blossom Nation were likewise besieged by the spirits. Their leader, Takahashi, summoned ghostly blue flames, unlike before, which had merely flickered in his eyes. This time, he exerted all his strength, encircling the 3 members of his team in the ghostly fire. Takahashi's flames seemed to possess a chilling attribute. While they could not completely restrain the spirits, they rendered their movements considerably stiffer. The previously offending woman from the island had a grotesque mouth suddenly emerge from the back of her head, far larger than that of an ordinary person, filled with rows of shark-like teeth. Her hair elongated, transforming into tentacle-like appendages that lashed out at the approaching spirits, thwarting their advance. Another exorcist from the island had shed his previous masculine appearance. His long hair cascaded down, and he possessed a delicate figure. With fluid gestures, he conjured tiny ghostly needles, blocking any spirits that slipped past the fiery barrier. The 3 worked in seamless harmony, momentarily holding their line against the onslaught of apparitions. The 2 teams found themselves in a stalemate with the spirits. The cries of agony from above echoed incessantly, yet increasingly. Stronger exorcists emerged from the staircase onto the first floor. Some, lacking sufficient strength, leaped directly from the heights, disregarding the risk of injury. Surviving was far preferable to death. The exorcists within the instance understood that the first floor was crucial for the next stage, and thus rushed to its defense. Chapter 134, The End of the Assault. The surviving exorcists, as more individuals flooded in, various areas of the first floor became occupied by teams from different nations. Each exorcist group primarily adopted a defensive posture. The spirits were difficult to eradicate, and merely enduring their onslaught would constitute a significant victory. As time passed, nearly all the surviving exorcist teams convened on the first floor. The original count of 18 had inadvertently swelled to 47. The eerie notification sounds from the instance continued to resonate. 45, 40, 37. The vengeful spirits' assault persisted, and the number of survivors dwindled. Several newly arrived teams, believing they could afford to relax their vigilance, were swiftly annihilated. The chilling howls of malevolent spirits echoed through the air, accompanied by the cacophony of battle among numerous spirit tamers, punctuated by the occasional scream of despair. What was once an eerily silent floor had become a hub of chaos. Suddenly, several teams launched a fierce assault, momentarily forcing the apparitions into retreat before dashing towards Su Bai, evidently intent on seizing the sole source of illumination in the vicinity. It appeared they, too, had deduced that shadows or light were the lethal patterns employed by the vengeful spirits. One team, moving with remarkable speed, was already encroaching upon the radius of the firelight. 3 individuals, all bearing Asian features, approached, though their nationalities remained ambiguous. Su Bai, noticing their advance, had no desire for idle chatter. The shadow domain had been quietly convened. Since they had willingly approached, they would serve as a cautionary example. As the trio stepped into the embrace of the firelight, their shadows abruptly stirred, lashing out at their legs. In an instant, all 3 had been rendered legless. Following this, a ghostly figure clad in a blood-red bridal gown swept through them, its razor-sharp claws piercing through, leaving gaping holes the size of bowls in their left chests. Blood sprayed forth, their hearts plucked from their bodies by the vengeful bride. Alas, the 3 had scarcely time to scream before being dispatched by Su Bai. Li Shang, unperturbed by the blood staining his hands, offered Su Bai a faint smile before dissipating into the ether. Maintaining Li Shang's existence demanded significant spirit energy, which was now to be conserved. Su Bai regarded the remaining teams poised to seize control with a gaze of icy contempt, exuding a terrifying aura. What? Do you wish to meet the same fate? The teams that had arrived subsequently hesitated, glancing at Su Bai, who stood like a demon amidst the chaos, and abandoned their intentions of theft, fleeing to other areas to evade the relentless pursuit of spirits. Thoughts raced through their minds. This must be the blood-red spirit of vengeance. Indeed, as the rumors suggested, it was ruthless and formidable. To eliminate 3 individuals in the blink of an eye was beyond their expectations. Time slipped away, and eventually, the extinguished fluorescent tubes began to flicker, their light dimming and brightening erratically. The spirits abruptly ceased their assault, retreating into the shadows, vanishing from sight. An eerie notification chimed in. Layer 1 currently has 22 survivors. With the spirit's withdrawal, the surviving spirit tamers exhaled in relief. It was finally over. Brother Bai, this bonfire is of little use. We all have shadows here, thinking we were safe. Who knew the spirits would still attack? Didn't they see we were under siege as well? Remarked Wang Shi, adjusting his broken arm while expressing his frustration. The deduction was indeed sound. Su Bai was convinced. However, whether or not they possessed shadows was inconsequential. The spirit's modus operandi was light. Light? More accurately, it was illumination. The true condition that curtailed the spirit's aggression was the building's inherent lighting. Only in the presence of light would they be safe from attack. The firelight and other sources emanating from the spirit's abilities were ineffective. Su Bai had essentially deciphered the pattern of the malevolent entity's killings. Yet the circumstances of the next phase of the dungeon remained elusive. The two were engrossed in discussing the killing patterns. Meanwhile, Li Shan remained silent, clearly affected by Li Hai's demise. Although the trio from the Cherry Blossom Nation exhibited remarkable teamwork, the relentless assaults from the entities rapidly depleted their spectral energy, ultimately leading to their downfall. After their defenses were breached, 2 of the 3 fell instantaneously, leaving only the leader Takahashi to endure the onslaught due to his slightly superior strength. Takahashi exhibited no signs of sorrow. The people of the island nation are inherently ruthless, prioritizing self-interest above all else. His sole focus was on completing the dungeon, prompting him to rise and approach Su Bai in hopes of forming an alliance. The remaining exorcists were also converging towards this location. Those left on the first level gathered near the campfire, each taking their position while remaining vigilant. Although a peculiar voice had indicated that 22 individuals remained, only 11 were visibly present. Su Bai's team of 3 had survived, and with Takahashi's arrival, they formed a group of 4. Adjacent to them stood 3 exorcists from the beautiful nation, identical in appearance, with golden hair, azure eyes, and fair skin. They were clad in matching black suits, suggesting they were triplets. Yet, there was something unsettling about them. While ordinary triplets might share similarities, these 3 seemed as though they had been cast from the same mold, entirely indistinguishable. Beside them stood 2 additional exorcists, one from the previously encountered Asan nation and the other from an unknown origin, evidently not from Asan. Their companions had perished, leaving them to rely on the beautiful nation's exorcists for survival. This group of 5 formed a small coalition. The remaining 2 exorcists hailed from the Bear Nation, robust and imposing, watching Su Bai and the beautiful nation's team with great wariness. After all, Su Bai's party comprised 4 members, while the beautiful nation had 5, rendering the 2 of them seemingly outmatched. The trio from the beautiful nation took the initiative to speak. Esteemed colleagues, your ability to withstand the entity's attacks signifies your formidable strength. To navigate this dungeon successfully, we propose forming an alliance. We will reluctantly take on the role of commanders. Furthermore, we have discerned the entity's killing patterns. They will strike when the lights are extinguished. None can predict when the next attack will occur. Thus, we must unite our efforts. Their words flowed seamlessly, as if uttered by a single voice. The beautiful nation had long adopted such a demeanor, projecting themselves as the global arbiters, as if the other nations ought to heed their enlightened guidance, often proclaiming themselves the beacon of humanity. Su Bai furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he pondered the implications of their numbers. Beside him, Wang Shi, unable to tolerate the beautiful nation's arrogance, retorted sharply, "What nonsense about the lights extinguishing and killing patterns? My brother Bai hasn't he even spoken, and you presume to lead us?" Bah! The trio did not take offense at Wang Shi's words. Instead, they began discussing the number of survivors. According to previous indications, there should be 22 individuals present. Yet, only 11 remain, suggesting that another 11 are concealed, or perhaps those 11 are the very specters we fear. We even suspect that the apparitions might be among us. To our compatriot from Sakura country, I advise you to exercise caution. In Chapter 135, A Bold Assault, the additional individual. The trio from Beautiful Nation appeared to offer well-meaning advice to Takahashi, yet it was evident to any rational observer the implications underlying their words. Tsubai and his companions were indeed the hidden phantoms. The solitary representative from a Sand Nation, a ghost wielder, quickly affirmed his loyalty upon hearing the remarks from the trio. I believe it is the Dragon Nation's team. They previously caused the demise of the Gallant Nation. Before he could finish his sentence, his head detached from his neck as if it were a disassembled part, rolling several times across the ground. The shadow behind him maintained its executioner's stance. It was Tsubai who had commanded the Shadow Spectre to sever his head. The ghost wielder from a Sand Nation had hoped to curry favor with the trio from Beautiful Nation by denouncing the Dragon Nation team as phantoms. However, he soon realized his perspective had shifted, and a wave of dizziness overtook him as he beheld a headless corpse before him. Whose body was this? It seemed vaguely familiar. It was me. That is me. The ghost wielder from a Sand Nation abruptly grasped the horror of his own decapitation, screaming in terror. The specter within him struggled to sustain its host's vitality. Meanwhile, Tsubai unleashed the Crimson Ghost Domain, extending it toward the ghost wielder from a Sand Nation. Applying a sudden, forceful pressure, the ghostly energy within the latter dissipated entirely, rendering his specter utterly defenseless against the ghost bride's domain. The headless corpse collapsed to the ground, bereft of life. A chilling notification echoed. Current number of survivors, 21. Tsubai maintained the blood-red ghost domain, enveloping his body in a sanguine glow, as though emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His eyes, cold and menacing, scanned the surroundings. Who dares to question our nature as phantoms? I offer you a chance. Step forward now. I shall regard you as malevolent spirits to be vanquished. In front of the large screen, Minister Jean observed Tsubai's gruesome display with a slight furrow of his brow. Such brutality at this juncture may incite resentment among others. He understood that Tsubai was always decisive. When he chose to act, he did so with resolve. His only concern was that such conduct might galvanize others to unite against the Dragon Nation's team. It is precisely as it should be. One must kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Strength should be manifested directly. Any semblance of weakness would only encourage further encroachment. A general expressed his viewpoint. Belonging to the military's hardline faction, who consistently advocated for a tit-for-tat approach, relishing Tsubai's tempestuous methods. Let us continue to observe. Tsubai possesses sufficient strength. I trust they have managed it well. The trio from the Beautiful Country witnessed Tsubai's audacious strike, instantly slaying the Ghost Master from the A3 Nation without a moment for rescue. Upon regaining composure, a surge of joy welled up within. The Ghost Master from A3 was of mediocre strength. The only reason for keeping him around was to have an additional pawn. It had crossed my mind to discard him at the earliest opportunity. Now, with Tsubai's sudden aggression, the perfect pretext emerged to forge alliances with other nations. People of the Dragon Nation, what are you doing? Everyone has witnessed this. This man is ruthless and merciless. He strikes without a moment's hesitation. He displayed similar brutality in the last eerie instance, annihilating the teams from other nations. We must first unite to eliminate such a butcher. The trio from the Beautiful Country hastily spoke, intending to collaborate against the Dragon Nation. The two representatives from the Bear Nation remained silent, observing coldly, harboring distrust towards everyone. Takahashi from the Cherry Blossom Nation directly expressed his refusal. Apologies, but the Empire still requires the assistance of Lord Tsubai. The remaining Ghost Master, visibly distressed, dared not speak, subtly distancing himself from the group. Seeing the lack of support from others, the trio from the Beautiful Country temporarily abandoned their intent to act. They were well aware of Tsubai's capabilities. The three of them alone could not contend with him. Yet, Tsubai appeared determined not to let them off the hook. Extending his right hand, a blood-red aura enveloped him, draped in a crimson bridal gown. He thrust forward with sudden ferocity. Brother Bai, you, Wang Shi gasped in astonishment. The target of Tsubai's attack had been Li Shan. With a swift motion, Tsubai's sharp claws pierced through Li Shan's chest, effortlessly extracting his crimson heart and crushing it, sending blood and flesh splattering, leaving Li Shan no time to react. Onlookers outside the screen were equally astonished and furious. While they could comprehend Tsubai's aggression towards individuals from other nations, his attack on Li Shan left them bewildered. Minister Jinshin sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile. Surely, Tsubai must have his own reasons. It is not for me to judge, after all. I was the one who invited him here, so I can only console myself. The two generals, however, appeared quite incensed. What is the meaning of this? Although Li Shan's character is questionable, he possesses considerable strength. He could provide valuable assistance in the eerie instance. How could he strike him directly? Everyone was taken aback. Yet Tsubai remained unfazed. asserting, "When we first arrived on the first level, the prompt indicated that 18 individuals were alive, yet we only see 6. This implies that 12 are invisible. Just now, the prompt stated that 21 individuals are alive, but there are actually 10 present in our midst. This suggests that one among us is not human." Li Shan had been incessantly noisy since their arrival, but now he had fallen silent. While it may be attributed to the death of his brother, I remain unconvinced. Before Su Bai could finish his words, one of the beautiful nation's triplets suddenly collapsed, gradually vanishing and leaving only a black suit behind, beneath which lay a dark puddle. The crowd, who had just relaxed a bit after hearing Su Bai's explanation, immediately became vigilant. Who was it? What was happening? Had someone just made a move? Was it that invisible group of spirits? The onlookers scanned their surroundings, fearing that they too might meet an untimely demise like the beautiful nation's spirit controller moments ago. The remaining 2 spirit controllers of the triplets exchanged glances, fully aware of the situation but unable to articulate it. Witnessing the demise of their brother, they could only curse loudly before charging at Su Bai. Seeing the 2 approach, Su Bai remained unfazed and unleashed his shadowy specter. The 2 assailants, who were rushing toward him, suddenly fell forward as their shadows ensnared their legs and violently yanked. With a ripping sound, their legs were gruesomely severed. Strangely, however, no blood flowed from the wounds, nor was there any visible muscle tissue. Beneath the skin lay an empty void. The 2 continued to curse, channeling their spirit energy, and the skin at the severed points rapidly grew back like spider silk, restoring them in the blink of an eye. Chapter 136, The Absolute Dominance of the Ghost Bride, Instantaneous Defeat of 2. Su Bai merely observed their restoration without making another move, regarding them with utter disdain. As they regained their footing, he mockingly remarked, "Ah, you must have longed to kill us, haven't you? That Li Shan was merely a facade of yours, planning to strike from the shadows. Did you think I wouldn't notice? How naive. Your scheme is now in ruins. What do you intend to do next?" It turned out that Li Shan had been replaced by the beautiful nation's spirit controller at some point. Now that Su Bai had swiftly annihilated the real Li Shan, the illusion dissipated as well. One could only wonder what kind of spirit the beautiful nation's controller was wielding. The impersonated Li Shan was identical to the original and even retained the ability to use Li Shan's ghostly embrace. Moreover, it was able to maintain an illusion and act alongside its comrades, making detection increasingly difficult. Unfortunately for them, they had crossed paths with Su Bai, who had witnessed countless betrayals in the 10 years of the apocalypse. He never easily turned his back to others and was decisively ruthless, acting on the slightest suspicion regarding Li Shan without hesitation. The remaining 2 from the beautiful nation gritted their teeth in fury. This accursed dragon nation individual not only killed their brother, but also dared to mock them. Such indignity was intolerable. They exchanged glances and summoned their spirit abilities to assault Su Bai. Yet, they resorted to the same old tactics, utilizing a vampire and a headless horseman. Given the relatively short history of the beautiful nation, the selection of effective spirits was limited, resulting in the widespread use of vampire and headless horseman controllers. This time, the vampire seemed to have learned from the peculiar ordeal of the previous encounter and refrained from summoning bats again. He meticulously studied the battle footage from last time, realizing that the bats summoned were utterly incapable of breaking through Su Bai's ghostly suppression, merely serving to exhaust their ghostly energy. Thus, this time, he opted to launch a frontal assault alongside the headless knight, one clad in black knightly armor, wielding a lance forged from concentrated ghostly power, and the other, with claws extended and enveloped in a crimson glow, moved with astonishing agility. Upon witnessing their offensive maneuvers, Su Bai instantly recognized the nature of the apparitions he faced. Though the vampire and the headless knight exuded a formidable presence, their levels were ultimately not high. Eliminating them would pose no challenge for Su Bai. A sneer of disdain graced Su Bai's lips. "Ah, it's these 2 specters again. Is there truly no originality? Was the lesson from last time insufficient?" Suddenly, the haunting melody of a theatrical aria filled the air, heralding the silent arrival of a mesmerizing figure clad in a theatrical robe. Without uttering unnecessary words, the eerie strains of the opera began to envelop the entire floor. The 2 spirit controllers advancing toward him momentarily halted, their expressions clouded in confusion. The remaining spirit controllers mirrored their astonishment, all succumbing to the illusion. Taking advantage of the moment before complete submersion, Takahashi, the leader from the island nation, pinched his thigh sharply to regain a semblance of clarity. He hastily produced a shard of ghostly porcelain for protection. Yet, feeling it inadequate, he summoned a colossal wine gourd that materialized from thin air, encasing him entirely. He had also formed a pact with a SHJ spirit. Beside him, Wang Shi remained motionless, his eyes irresistibly closing as he succumbed to the illusion. He possessed no substantial defensive measures, relying solely on the formidable regenerative capabilities of his ghostly skeletal form throughout his battles. Su Bai harbored no concern for his safety. After all, Wang Shi had already been affected by the opera's enchantment previously, and at worst, he would merely experience another bout of mental disruption, which he would inevitably recover from. As for the other spirit controllers, Su Bai had always regarded them with indifference, allowing the ghostly opera woman to unleash her full power. The mournful strains of the ghostly opera intensified, becoming increasingly difficult to withstand. The spirit controllers present exerted every effort to counter the mental onslaught of the ghostly opera woman. The two spirit controllers from the beautiful nation had long ceased their assault. However, they did not abandon their intent to eliminate Su Bai. One of them produced a large, blood-red goblet. The vampire slashed at himself, blood flowing into the goblet, which immediately emanated an invisible barrier to counter the ghostly opera woman's melody. Regaining a momentary respite, the two continued to advance toward Su Bai. Noticing their lingering resistance, Su Bai summoned a ghostly figure adorned in a crimson bridal gown, which directly adhered to him. He feigned lifting the veil, and the indistinct figure of the ghostly bride behind him mirrored the gesture. As the veil was lifted, the two spirit controllers from the beautiful nation disintegrated, their bodies erupting in a spray of blood and flesh, leaving a gruesome scene in their wake. Su Bai did not let his guard down. Although vampires lacked offensive capabilities, their ability to escape and recover was unparalleled. Expanding the shadow domain, the vampire's shadow ensnared him, rendering him immobile. The apparition grew, spread, and intertwined, ultimately enveloping him in a tight circle. At last, Su Bai retrieved 5 golden crosses from the body bag. I've been waiting to use these for quite some time, just waiting for you to deliver yourselves to me. Having encountered vampires in a previous dungeon, Su Bai had prepared several crosses, intending to target them specifically. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 5 crosses soared forth, piercing through the vampire's limbs and head. Subsequently, it was confined within the body bag. After dealing with the vampire, Su Bai surveyed the surroundings. Wang Shi had regained consciousness. Fortunately, his head had not exploded this time. As the duration of the ghostly opera was not as prolonged as before, Takahashi had also emerged from the sake gourd. One of the 2 spirit tamers from the Bear Country could not withstand the Bride of Ghosts' unveiling and met his demise. The remaining one seemingly escaped the attack. Otherwise, he too would not have survived. There lay 2 grotesquely disfigured bodies, one belonging to the headless knight of the beautiful country, and the other to an unknown spirit tamer who had previously lingered near the beautiful country. He had not intended to engage in this battle, but alas, his strength was insufficient, and he was taken down by Su Bai's assault. The living souls present had dwindled to a mere few. Wang Shi, Takahashi, one from the Bear Country, and half of one from the beautiful country. The vampires still clung to life, though pinned by the crosses, existing in a state of half-life. The remaining female spirit tamer from the Bear Country, having collected her comrades' remains, pointed an accusatory finger at Su Bai, exclaiming, You are a demon. We never provoked you. When the beautiful country suggested we unite against you, we did not consent. Had we known, we should have agreed to their request. You regard our lives with such disdain. The female spirit tamer from the Bear Country continued her tirade, but Su Bai paid her no heed, his mind occupied with other plans. Beside him, Takahashi observed the numerous spirit tamers who had either perished or been injured. His eyelids twitching and heart racing with dread. I am fortunate to possess the spirit porcelain, along with S.H. Toku's sake gourd. Otherwise, I would certainly be dead. Wang Shi remained motionless, standing beside Su Bai. Suddenly, the lights of the building flickered ominously, and in a short while, they swayed and extinguished. A new wave of supernatural assaults was about to commence. Chapter 137, Discussing Worth, Trading Lives. Su Bai noticed the extinguishing lights and understood that the ghostly attack was imminent. Resolutely, he spoke rapidly to the assembled spirit tamers. You are all elite spirit tamers selected from your respective nations. Surely, you do not wish to throw away your lives in vain. The hopes of your countries rest upon your shoulders. You are well aware of the dire consequences of failing this eerie dungeon. I wish to remain untainted by bloodshed. Let us strike a deal. Provide me with a sufficient price, and I shall spare your lives. The crowd gasped, as they were on the brink of being besieged by malevolent spirits. Yet Su Bai still contemplated extorting them. A woman from the Bear Country spoke up defiantly, Dream on. You have just slain my comrade. And now you dare to threaten me? I shall not offer you anything. The assault is imminent. You cannot even guarantee your own survival, let alone have time for such negotiations. Su Bai chuckled coldly. It would take me but a moment to dispatch you all, if I so wished. None of you would survive before the attack of the vengeful spirits begins. However, I am loath to squander my energy on you. Accepting your lives in exchange for goods is already a show of my mercy. Do not be so ungrateful. At this, Takahashi, a spirit master from the island nation, was the first to yield, adopting a subservient demeanor. I consent to Lord Subai's terms. However, I currently lack sufficient offerings. May I defer my payment? Once I complete the quest, I shall present them to you with both hands. Subai discerned the crowd's predicament, knowing that none would dare enter the quest laden with treasures. Very well, you may defer. We shall settle up once the quest is completed. But you must enter into a contract with the spirits. Should you attempt to renege on your promise, vengeful spirits will come to collect on my behalf. The crowd's expressions shifted at the realization of Subai's authority over such matters. Takahashi, without a second thought, prioritized survival. No problem, Lord Subai. I am willing to offer 2 pieces of ghost porcelain and 10 tons of gold in exchange for my life. What do you say? Subai shook his head, unimpressed by the offer. Insufficient. Your strength is commendable, and you are the captain of the Exorcism Society. This price does not suffice. Takahashi bit his lip. Then I shall add another piece of ghost porcelain. Subai continued to shake his head, as the spirits prepared to strike. Takahashi steeled himself. Then I will include a cursed scarecrow. Surely, Lord Subai recognizes its value. This is the utmost sincerity I can offer. Upon hearing of the cursed scarecrow, Subai's interest was piqued. He had previously utilized this item to delay the wailing spirits, though he had only possessed one, which had since been spent. To his surprise, the islanders had such a valuable item at their disposal. Very well, I accept your offer. Meanwhile, the onlookers outside the screen noted the dimming lights, signaling the impending assault of the vengeful spirits. They were puzzled by Subai's continued negotiations with the foreign spirit master, concerned that his delay might cost him dearly in the face of the next wave of attacks. Surely, Subai ought to prioritize survival over the prospect of gain. With so few individuals, how could they endure even 10 minutes? Alas, he seemed a touch too greedy. The quest's completion was paramount. Indeed, one could only hope he would survive this trial. The struggle to fend off the previous wave of monstrous assaults had already proven arduous, and the current situation appeared exceedingly dire. While the onlookers outside the screen chattered incessantly, Subai remained oblivious to their murmurs, engrossed in his own plans. After striking a deal with Takahashi, he turned his gaze towards the remaining spirit tamers from the Bear Country. The spirit tamers, having abandoned their resistance, understood that survival was paramount in the face of the impending threat. Acknowledging Subai's intense scrutiny, she realized it was time for her to propose a counteroffer. Despite harboring resentment, she felt powerless. Assessing her own capabilities, she recognized that she stood no chance against Subai and reluctantly acquiesced to his demands. Calculating the cost that Takahashi had incurred, the spirit tamer formulated her bargaining chips, gritting her teeth as she presented her offer: 2 bottles of vodka ghost, 5 tons of gold, and a single ghostly tooth. Aside from the gold, Subai was unfamiliar with the other 2 items and inquired, what purpose do these 2 serve beyond the gold? The ghost bottles provide protection, akin to your ghost porcelain, she explained. The ghost tooth can dispel most malevolent spirits. Pleased with her response, Subai nodded affirmatively. Deal. Though the headquarters of the spirit tamers would supply him with ghost porcelain, such protective artifacts were invaluable, and the ghost tooth, a rarity capable of nullifying evil spirits, heightened his satisfaction with the transaction. He then turned to question the vampire ensconced within the body bag. And you, little bat? What do you have to offer for your life? The vampire glared at Subai with palpable animosity, but remained silent. Wang Shi, unable to contain his anxiety any longer, rushed forward to voice his concerns. Brother Bai, my dear Brother Bai, we miscalculated the patterns of the monsters earlier. How can you still be focused on trading? Only a handful of us survived the last wave, and now we must face another assault. Subai, maintaining his composure and harboring his own strategies, reassured him, it's not a significant problem. Just follow my lead. I assure you, we will prevail. Outside the large screen, the audience continued their speculations about Subai. Professor Guo rose to speak on Subai's behalf. There is no need for excessive worry. Although Subai's methods may seem unconventional, he is inherently cautious. His actions suggest he has discerned the underlying patterns. Professor Guo's esteemed position lent weight to his words. And though apprehension lingered in their hearts, the crowd quieted, attentively watching the screen, awaiting Subai's next move. Subai briefly comforted Wang Shi, but refrained from further elaboration. Redirecting his attention to the vampire once more. I am addressing you. What can you offer in exchange for your life? The vampire remained sullen, casting a resentful glare at Subai, unable to articulate a response due to being restrained. Wang Shi kindly interjected, Brother Bai, he is unable to speak. He is subdued. Subai felt a twinge of embarrassment as he extracted the crucifix from the vampire's head. Without uttering a sound, he promptly reinserted the crucifix. It seemed the vampire had no desire to live. So be it. Today's act of kindness would conclude here. The onlookers exchanged silent glances, rendered speechless by the unfolding events. Suddenly, the eerie presence descended upon them, reminiscent of the prior attack, with specters clad in tattered worker uniforms. Subai swiftly hurled the vampire aside. "Let us go," he declared, not glancing back at the vampire now engulfed by the vengeful spirits. Though the vampire possessed formidable survival skills, the sheer number of these malevolent entities was enough to claim his life. The vampire had momentarily delayed the onslaught of the vengeful spirits at the cost of his own life, but it was merely a fleeting respite. The dozen or so apparitions that had torn the vampire apart continued their relentless charge. Observing the fierce advance of the spirits, Wang Shi anxiously implored, "Brother Bai, think of something. We cannot withstand such a multitude of attackers with just the few of us. This campfire is of no use. Did you not claim to have a plan?" "Fear not," Subai replied with unwavering confidence. After extensive probing, he had discerned the killing patterns of these vengeful spirits. And this time, he would not falter. Li Shang, a ghostly bride adorned in crimson bridal attire, materialized before him, her form graceful as a startled swan, her essence ethereal as a drifting dragon, reminiscent of the goddess Luo, descending upon the earthly realm. Yet, the ghostly bride alone would not suffice. "Lanji, General." The ghostly actress appeared at Su Bai's side, her painted features accentuating her captivating beauty, her lips adorned with a delicate hue, her gaze strikingly enchanting. As she danced with an entrancing grace, a true paragon of beauty, the two female spirits flanked him, a pair of unrivaled beauties. They were the only two female specters capable of manifesting in corporeal form, representing Su Bai's most formidable strength. The vengeful spirits moved with alarming speed, leaving little time for conversation. The ghostly actress initiated the assault, unleashing her most powerful abilities. The haunting melodies resonated, momentarily halting the frenzied advance of the spirits. "Now's our chance." Subai seized the moment as the ghostly bride prepared to lift her veil. "Close your eyes." Having previously witnessed the ghostly bride's formidable prowess, the others instinctively complied. Although they too felt the influence of the ghostly performance, it was not as overwhelming this time, and with their prior experience, they managed to maintain their composure. The ghostly bride gently inclined her body, bashfully lifting her veil as if she were a newlywed. The spirits let out anguished wails, their movements becoming increasingly sluggish. Yet, as before, despite being subdued, they still retained some capacity to struggle. The rules of the scenario bestowed upon these spirits a remarkably resilient regenerative ability. Previous attempts had failed to eliminate them entirely. Only by uncovering their patterns of slaughter could the tide of battle be turned. Relying solely on the suppression of the ghostly bride and the ghostly actress to buy time is untenable. It is certain that Subai cannot endure such a drain on his ghostly energy. A subsequent course of action is essential to entirely eradicate these malevolent spirits. Subai, with the formidable support of the two female specters, is managing to contain the majority of the vengeful spirits. However, a few elusive entities remain unrestrained, still howling and charging towards Subai and his companions. "Divert their attention. I will handle those subdued," he commanded. Observing the few remaining spirits, Subai found himself temporarily unable to address them, as his full concentration was devoted to the spirits before him. He could only direct the remaining three to lead them away. Wang Shi, undeterred by Subai's command, was the first to engage, boldly confronting the spirits. After several exchanges, he successfully drew the attention of two vengeful spirits, but once he had captured their focus, he did not linger and made a hasty escape. Despite the ghostly framework's remarkable healing abilities, comparable to resurrection, the spirit's assaults were insufficient to completely vanquish Wang Shi. Yet, in this world, no anomaly is invincible. The ghostly framework too has its limits. Each healing episode consumed Wang Shi's ghostly energy in accordance with the severity of his injuries. Having already perished several times in previous encounters and sustained numerous wounds, his ghostly energy was now significantly depleted, coupled with the relentless frequency of the spirit's attacks. Although Wang Shi endeavored to recuperate during brief intermissions, time was ultimately too scarce for full recovery. Should he endure a few more grievous injuries, it could spell his end. Thus, Wang Shi found himself darting through the construction site, pursued by the two vengeful spirits, occasionally pushing aside obstacles in a futile attempt to delay them, be it a safety helmet-laden cart or a concrete barrel. The two spirits relentlessly pursued him, and his right hand had been torn asunder several times. The other two companions, initially hesitant to confront the apparitions, understood that if Subai were to be compromised, losing his suppression, the multitude of spirits would be insurmountable for them. Gritting their teeth, they charged forward. Takahashi summoned ethereal blue flames, transforming them into a katana, and charged at one of the spirits. The frigid aura of the blue flames rendered the spirit's movements somewhat rigid, yet it continued its fierce onslaught, forcing Takahashi to retreat step by step. The head of the Bear Country's ghost tamers had morphed into a pumpkin shape, his eyes ablaze with ghostly fire, wielding a massive scythe against another spirit. However, he ultimately found himself overwhelmed, his wounds continuously accumulating. The trio proved no match for the vengeful spirits and could only withstand for a limited duration. The leader from the island nation, Takahashi, fought while retreating, calling out to Tsubai, "Lord Tsubai, please expedite your actions. I can scarcely hold them off any longer. We had just agreed on the price. The ghostly porcelain and scarecrow must survive for me to deliver them to you. I implore you, devise a solution." Witnessing the beleaguered state of his companions under the relentless pursuit of the vengeful spirits, Tsubai recognized that their resistance would not endure much longer. Reflecting upon his own reserves of gold and anomalous artifacts, he hastened his actions. The shadow domain unfurled. The shadows cast by the campfire elongated instantaneously, transforming into two dark hands that grasped the wine bottle beside one, drawing it directly into the flames. Although the bottle was made of iron, it was enveloped in a thick layer of leather, which ignited almost immediately. Witnessing the successful ignition of the bottle, Tsubai's thoughts shifted. With a swift motion, the threads flew forth, further binding the suppressed specter. The shadowy hands, carrying the burning wine bottle, surged towards the extinguished oil lamp held by the apparition. No light. The oil lamp in the specter's grasp was the optimal source of illumination. The flaming wine bottle swiftly approached the oil lamp controlled by a vengeful spirit, penetrating the glass effortlessly. Tsubai manipulated the shadowy hands to pour out a small amount of liquid from the bottle. The moment the liquid spilled forth, it was instantly ignited by the burning bottle. The oil lamp was reignited. Without pause, Tsubai continued to repeat the previous actions. Soon, all the extinguished oil lamps held by the spirits in front of him were alight, emanating a dim yet resolute glow. Carefully, Tsubai released his hold on the spirits. The specters ceased their attacks. Although the light was faint, it was sufficient to illuminate Tsubai, devoid of a target for their aggression. The ignited spirits began to wander aimlessly. My suspicions were not unfounded. I have finally managed to subdue them. Tsubai exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, the ordeal was not over. There were still 4 outside. Bring them all to me, Tsubai shouted. Upon hearing his call, the 3 others glanced at Tsubai's situation, realizing he had managed to handle the other spirits. Their hearts filled with astonishment and joy, they hurried towards him. Wangshi skillfully dodged the specter's attacks while drawing closer to Tsubai, exaggeratedly exclaiming, "Brother Bai is incredible. I knew he would have a way." The other 2 also gathered towards Tsubai. Chapter 139. The abandoned construction site and the disappeared workers before the large screen. A general excitedly slapped the table, the sound echoing. Indeed, it all depended on Tsubai. Light. Light is the key. Those illuminated by the light would not be attacked by the specters. Tsubai reignited the extinguished oil lamps, ensuring that everyone approaching the vengeful spirits would be bathed in light, thus eliminating the targets for their aggression. Remarkable, truly remarkable. He is indeed the Crimson Phantom. The onlookers admired Tsubai's meticulous thought and seamless actions, showering him with praise. Those who had previously doubted Tsubai's ability to endure were now left speechless, silently observing his performance. Meanwhile, the ghostly mist glanced at Professor Gua's notebook, which had long been set aside. He noticed that the words oil lamp were prominently inscribed on the page, encircled for emphasis. He mused to himself, truly, Professor Gua? Just from observing outside, he deduced the specter's murderous patterns. At this moment, Professor Gua remained silent, wearing a smile as he observed Tsubai and the ghostly figure igniting the oil lamp on the screen. Occasionally, he would nod, though it was unclear whether he was expressing approval of Tsubai or satisfaction in having his conjectures validated. In the abandoned building's first floor, the group cautiously approached Tsubai, who was well acquainted with the process of dealing with these malevolent spirits. Suppression, pouring wine, lighting lamps. Each step was executed seamlessly. All the oil lamps were ignited, causing the dozen or so vengeful spirits to halt their assault. The light emanating from the lamps rendered them aimlessly wandering on this level. With the spirits momentarily stopped, the others were afforded a chance to catch their breath, grateful to be alive. They had not anticipated that Tsubai could genuinely decipher the lethal patterns of the spirits. Each member of the group was a top-notch ghost hunter from their respective nations, possessing considerable intellect. Prior to ascending to this floor, they had attempted to unravel the killing patterns of the spirits, yet their efforts had proven futile. Many teams had surmised that the extinguished oil lamps held significance, especially since the spirits were seen wielding them. However, previous attempts to ignite the lamps had failed. For one, the lamps were in the possession of the vengeful spirits, and approaching them would surely invite an attack. This obstacle disqualified many teams. Additionally, some groups tried to utilize their controlled spirits to draw near, only to discover that the lamps contained merely a wick, devoid of fuel, making sustained combustion impossible. Takahashi, undeterred, believed that a wick alone sufficed. At the cost of a teammate's life, he managed to approach the spirit's lamp, attempting to ignite it with ethereal blue flames. But to no avail, the summoned ghost fire, no matter how intense, was ineffective. Your Excellency Tsubai, I never imagined you would think to utilize those 2 wine vessels. Truly, you are deserving of the title bestowed upon you by the Snow Woman. Takahashi exclaimed with admiration, contemplating another invitation for Tsubai. Tsubai, displaying a hint of disdain, replied, "We shall discuss that later. Remember the promises you made. Not a single piece should be lacking." He had no desire to become like the islanders, solely fixated on their gold and peculiar artifacts. Previously, he had not realized the abundance of treasures the island nation possessed. It seemed prudent to expedite his plans to visit. Such treasures should not be squandered by the islanders. "Hey, Lord Tsubai, I promise to have your reward ready immediately after I complete this mission. Would you prefer to come to the Empire for a rest? Or shall I deliver it to you?" "Let us discuss it later," Tsubai replied, dismissing Takahashi as he had no immediate thoughts on the matter. However, beside him, Wang Shi, having regained his ghostly powers, transformed into a curious child. "Brother Bai, how did you conceive the idea of using that wine vessel and igniting it with a fire pit? Such brilliance." However, the light emitted by the bonfire had proven ineffective in our previous attempts. Moreover, what prompted you to think of the oil lamp? Think for yourself. Wang Shi's inquiries were rather excessive, and Tsubai, feeling somewhat lethargic, resolved to contemplate their next course of action. Nevertheless, Tsubai's actions were remarkably astute. The wine within the flask served as a substitute for the fuel that the oil lamp lacked. While the ghostly flames could not ignite the lamp, the nearby bonfire provided the necessary blaze. Everything seemed so naturally fitting, yet one could not help but admire Tsubai's adaptability. The mood of the Mongolian ghost hunter was complex. Tsubai had just slain his companion and now had saved her life, albeit at a cost. Furthermore, Tsubai's display of strength and intellect was truly impressive, and he would have to rely on Tsubai to navigate through the dungeon. A blend of emotions surged within him, leaving him momentarily speechless. Although Wang Shi faced rejection, he felt a surge of excitement. "Truly, my brother Bai is remarkable. Truly, he is the blood-red ghost." After a brief respite, the group began to ponder how to clear the dungeon. The previous eerie voice had indicated that there were still 16 individuals present. Tsubai, Wang Shi, Takahashi, and the Mongolian ghost hunter accounted for 4, leaving 12 remaining as ghosts. Although they were now safe, how could they conclude this dungeon? Should they eliminate all the ghosts? This dungeon was exceptionally peculiar. Tsubai had previously attempted to eradicate the malevolent spirits, only to discover that they were indestructible. As for alternative methods, the group hesitated to experiment, fearing they might inadvertently trigger other lethal patterns. Had it not been for Tsubai's presence, the assault by the malevolent spirit could have easily led to their annihilation. Silence engulfed the group, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Suddenly, an invigorated Tsubai spoke. "Smash this concrete pillar." The others were taken aback by Tsubai's abrupt command. What relevance did this concrete pillar have? Could something be hidden within? Wang Shi inquired. Observing the bewilderment among his companions, Tsubai offered no explanation. Instead, he summoned the Shadow Realm and moved the concrete block aside. As the group focused their gaze, they gasped in horror. Within lay a person, or rather, a corpse. The body wore a hard hat, and remnants of a worker's uniform were faintly discernible. Concrete filled the nostrils, mouth, and ears. This appeared to be one of the workers from the previous construction site. "That hard hat looks identical to the one we saw earlier," Takahashi remarked. Indeed, this was likely one of the suddenly vanished workers. Yet, the reason for its presence here remained a mystery. Tsubai continued to shift the concrete while addressing the earlier question, all the while harboring his own contemplations. Could this be the key to unraveling the secrets of this dungeon? Wang Shi, recovering from his shock, dismissed the thought of why the worker was entombed there, as it was a puzzle he could not fathom. Upon observing Tsubai diligently at work, I hastened to assist, calling out to the 2 individuals who were still in a daze. "What are you all contemplating? Hurry and come help shatter this concrete pillar. Do not leave by good to toil alone." The 2, snapping back to reality, joined in the effort. In a short while, the entire concrete pillar was reduced to fragments. However, to our dismay, apart from the recently discovered corpse, there was nothing else to be found. Chapter 140. The brutal ritual of birth stakes, is this truly all there is? The group, having worked fervently, realized that aside from the worker's lifeless body, no other items were present. Wang Shi, puzzled, inquired, "By Gu, it seems there are no clues here. What shall we do next?" In the eerie confines of the instance, where time was of the essence, Su Bai responded without hesitation, directing the others. "This is the path to our escape. Quickly, let us dismantle the other concrete pillars." Upon hearing Su Bai's command, Wang Shi acted without delay, channeling his ghostly energy to land a powerful punch on a nearby concrete pillar. The pillar crumbled as debris flew, stirring up a cloud of dust. Just as Wang Shi intended to continue, a resounding crash echoed, a sound reminiscent of shattering glass. Then came a chilling wail from a vengeful spirit. The group turned towards the source of the commotion, their faces pale with horror. A burning lantern held by the vengeful spirit had erupted violently. The explosion reignited the spirit's murderous instincts, prompting it to charge towards the group, with Wang Shi as its primary target. Wang Shi, having believed he had deciphered the spirit's lethal patterns, had let his guard down. The spirit's sudden resurgence took him by shock, and it moved with such swiftness that he had no time to react. A dark, emaciated hand pierced through Wang Shi's chest once more, seizing his heart and crushing it instantly. Not again. Wang Shi's mind brimmed with resentment towards the vengeful spirit. But before he could voice his grievances, he lost all capacity for battle. Upon realizing Wang Shi was slain, the spirit withdrew its hand and turned its attention towards the ghost tamer from the bear country. "Oh, damn it. The ghost tamer from the bear country." In a flurry of panic, barely had time to summon his scythe before his arm was severed. The vengeful spirit capitalized on the momentary confusion, inflicting severe injuries upon two of the group members in a matter of moments. Beside them, Takahashi was equally bewildered, turning to Su Bai with urgency. "Lord Su Bai, how could this happen? Why did the lantern suddenly shatter? Has the spirit's pattern of killing changed? Or does striking the wrong concrete pillar cause the lantern in the spirit's grasp to explode, leading to its revival?" The group was engulfed in confusion. With the vengeful spirit now drawing near, Su Bai had no time for further explanation. A crimson light enveloped the area, and the blood-red, ghostly formation unfurled, swiftly subduing the vengeful spirit. With only one spirit revived, Su Bai could still manage the consumption of energy. Have you heard of the concept of birth stakes? This is a ritual passed down from ancient times. Once the situation was under control, Su Bai began to explain to the crowd. The act of Deshengzhuang is a cruel and archaic feudal sacrificial rite. It is believed to have originated from one of the forbidden texts, Luban Shu. Though the authorship of this text remains to be verified, Luban Shu documents numerous so-called extraordinary skills and esoteric knowledge of feng shui, with Deshengzhuang being one of them. In essence, Deshengzhuang entails the practice of offering live sacrifices. In ancient times, superstitions were rampant, and there was a profound reverence for deities. The ancients believed that when humans undertook significant construction projects, it constituted a disruption of the natural order, potentially disturbing the deities residing underground and inciting their wrath. Such divine anger could result in calamities, leading to the obliteration of the laborers or the destruction of the project by natural disasters. Consequently, feudal dynasties, prior to commencing or completing major projects, would inter young boys and girls alive in proximity to the construction site or within the piers of bridges, using them as foundational stones. This, in essence, served as a sacrifice to appease the various local deities and malevolent spirits. The scourge of feudal superstition persists to this day. There are rumors of large-scale projects still practicing Deshengzhuang. Although the selection of young boys and girls is no longer the norm, workers or designers may still be entombed within the foundations or bridge piers, beseeching the success and stability of the construction. Upon hearing Su Bai's explanation, Gao Qiao swiftly grasped the situation. It is akin to the concept of human pillars in the empire. Su Bai nodded in agreement. Feudal superstition is not limited to Huaxia. It is a phenomenon observed globally. The islands also have their version of human pillars, while medieval Europe witnessed a fervor of witch trials. Ultimately, it stems from the ignorance and superstition of ancient peoples. It is disheartening to realize that such malevolence still exists today. These 12 vengeful spirits are likely the victims of Deshengzhuang. They were interred alive within these concrete pillars, sealed by the very concrete that entraps them. Unable to find peace in death, brimming with resentment. Thus, they have transformed into vengeful spirits, attacking those within the building. Releasing them from the concrete pillars should allow us to progress. The group surveyed their surroundings and discovered that only 11 vengeful spirits remained. One had inexplicably vanished after Su Bai and the others shattered a concrete pillar. During the previous assault, they had no opportunity for careful observation. Now, upon closer inspection, They noted that the vengeful spirits were clad in identical worker uniforms, albeit weathered by time. Yet, faint lettering indicating construction worker could still be discerned on their chests, reminiscent of the corpses they had previously freed from the concrete pillar. So that's how it is, Brother Bai? Let us act swiftly. Wang Shi, having revived at an unknown moment, had been attentively listening to Su Bai. Now, having learned the method to progress, he was eager to proceed. Do not rush. Have we not learned our lesson? Su Bai cautioned. There are numerous concrete pillars here, and striking the wrong one could lead to the oil lamps in the hands of the vengeful spirits exploding. If everything were to recover, could you withstand it? Su Bai hastily intervened to prevent Wang Shi's reckless actions, tossing the ghostly eye given by Professor Gua in his direction. There were more than 12 concrete pillars here. A missed strike could ignite the oil lamps, causing the malevolent spirits to launch a renewed assault. One spirit was manageable for Su Bai, but a multitude would pose a significant challenge. Thus, it was imperative to identify which pillars concealed the buried workers. A chaotic assault could result in dire consequences. The ghostly eye provided by Professor Guo would enable the user to discern between ghosts and humans within a radius of 100 meters, making it ideal for this situation. However, Su Bai was currently focused on suppressing the malevolent spirits and could not utilize the ghostly eye, so he handed it over to Wang Shi. Wang Shi accepted the ghostly eye. He had been present when Professor Gua explained its usage to Su Bai and was well aware of how to operate it. Wang Shi infused the ghostly eye with his own ghostly energy. The eye rotated and then morphed into a strange liquid, merging into Wang Shi's body. Shortly thereafter, a fissure appeared between his brows. When he opened his eyes wide, he discovered that the ghostly eye had transferred to his forehead. The eye swiveled erratically, its blood-red hue resembling that of coagulated blood, exuding an unsettling aura. A chill ran down everyone's spines, as if a strange presence were fixating upon them. What is this? Wang Shi gasped, startled by the eerie experience of using the ghostly eye for the first time. Chapter 141. Reward for clearing the level. Ghostly oil lamp. Upon activating the ghostly eye, Wang Shi's perception was wholly transformed. The vibrant colors that existed in the eyes of a normal person faded away, replaced by an oppressive crimson haze enveloping his surroundings. Without time to ponder, as the ghostly eye's effect lasted only 10 seconds, he quickly directed his gaze towards the nearby concrete pillar. The effectiveness of the ghostly eye proved formidable. Wang Shi's vision pierced through the thick concrete, revealing the horrific corpses of workers within. They were clad in tattered blue uniforms and still wore their safety helmets. However, there was something unusual. Perhaps due to the ghostly eye's influence, Wang Shi noticed that the faces of the corpses within the concrete pillars differed from the ones previously excavated. The body that had been unearthed earlier was obscured by concrete, rendering its features nearly unrecognizable. But this time, without the obstruction of concrete, Wang Shi could see clearly. The corpses inside the pillars bore grotesque expressions, filled with resentment, their postures frozen in the throes of their final struggles. They had undoubtedly endured unspeakable torment in life. It seemed as though the corpses sensed the gaze of the ghostly eye, as they bizarrely turned their heads simultaneously towards Wang Shi. All eyes turned to him, and he let out a startled cry. Hearing Wang Shi's commotion, Su Bai cast a questioning glance in his direction. Nothing. Brother Bai, everyone inside is staring at me. It's quite terrifying. Wang Shi remarked upon noticing Su Bai's gaze, while striving to calm his own apprehension. He understood that this was not the moment for fear. Despite the chilling sensation, he meticulously recorded the concrete pillars concealing the workers' remains. Once he confirmed his observations, he promptly dispelled the ghostly vision. I've taken note of them all. This one, and this one. Wang Shi identified each of the concrete pillars he had just documented to the group. Without error. His memory proved commendable, as all were correct. Before long, with a series of resounding crashes signifying the demolition's conclusion, all 11 concrete pillars were shattered, revealing the remains of the workers within. With the release of each corpse, a malevolent spirit dissipated. At the instant the final spirit vanished, an eerie announcement echoed. Quest complete. Congratulations on your success. Before the group could react, they were suddenly enveloped in a dizzying whirl, and Su Bai and Wang Shi found themselves back at the hotel. In the moment of their triumph, numerous abandoned buildings began to materialize across the globe. Surprisingly, this situation was an improvement over the previous one. Last time, it was their first encounter with a bizarre quest, and they were unaware of the dire consequences of failure. Having learned from that experience, many nations had adequately prepared this time. Additionally, the prior bounty from the ancient mansion of the underworld had effectively eradicated several defenseless small countries. However, the leaders of the nations that had failed understood that such preparations could only delay the inevitable. The critical factor remained the exchange of resources for strategies. This time, Dragon Country could not monopolize the gains, as both the Island Nation and the Bear Country had also achieved success, albeit under Su Bai's guidance and at significant cost. As soon as the completion notification resonated, another dizzying turn enveloped Su Bai and Wang Shi, returning them to the hotel. Wang Shi's countenance was grim, clearly still reeling from the eerie quest experience. Brother Bai, were those workers truly buried alive within the concrete pillars? Do people really engage in such practices in the real world? If so, Su Bai recognized his compassionate nature surging forth once more. If such horrors indeed existed, the sheer scale of major projects implied countless workers entombed within those pillars, likely to remain undiscovered for eternity. Yet, the bizarre quests were fictional, or could be construed as originating from a parallel world preceding the arrival of the supernatural. Such a world would undoubtedly feature rituals akin to the living burial. As for the existence of such practices in reality, he remained uncertain. Wang Shi then inquired, Brother Bai, if such actions truly exist, how should we respond? Su Bai cast a sidelong glance at Wang Shi and coldly replied, This world is inherently cruel. If you seek to save all of humanity, you are not far from death. Tend to your own doorstep. Do not meddle in others' affairs. Wang Shi remained silent, his expression grave, lost in thought. Su Bai, too, chose not to speak further, resigning himself to the notion that he could not alter Wang Shi's perspective. His current priority was to safeguard the city and protect his cherished family. As for everything else, he lacked the energy and capability to intervene. After enduring the arduous journey of reincarnation, he had expended considerable effort merely to maintain the current state of affairs. Had he, like Wang Shi, attempted to meddle in every matter, he would have perished long ago in some obscure corner. An eerie voice abruptly echoed, Congratulations, player Su Bai, for completing the abandoned building dungeon. Reward, Ghost Oil Lamp X1. Su Bai inspected the ghost oil lamp. Remarkably, this peculiar game provided a description of the item, Ghost Oil Lamp, transformed from the oil lamp held by the workers who met tragic ends in the abandoned building. It can dispel illusions and break the deceptions created by malevolent spirits. Delighted by the lamp's capabilities, Su Bai felt a surge of joy. This item was indeed commendable. Illusions were a common tactic in the realm of the uncanny, and while the ghostly actress was an expert in conjuring illusions, her true strength lay in her offensive prowess. Su Bai acknowledged his slight inadequacy in resisting environmental challenges, and this ghost oil lamp would perfectly complement that deficiency. Wang Shi remained frozen in place, having also received a reward for clearing the eerie dungeon, yet he chose not to disclose it to Su Bai. Noticing Wang Shi's reticence, Su Bai refrained from inquiring further. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached. It was Yukai, who had come to collect them. The occupants of the conference room were aware that Su Bai and Wang Shi had successfully completed the dungeon, and they prompted Yukai to bring them together. Su Bai, Wang Shi, congratulations on your success in the eerie dungeon. We also thank you for saving so many citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. As Yukai approached, he snapped a crisp salute, expressing his congratulations and gratitude to the duo. Su Bai waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a matter of mutual benefit. Remember our agreement regarding the reward. Rest assured, we have prepared the items for you, and you may take them upon departure. I have come to escort you to the conference room. Please assist us in documenting the details of the eerie dungeon. Although we have succeeded this time, it is prudent to archive the information to avoid being unprepared should we face similar circumstances in the future. Let us proceed. Su Bai led the way, eager to conclude the meeting and return to the city, where his family awaited him. Yukai and Wang Shi followed closely behind, observing Su Bai's figure. Yukai hesitated momentarily, his fingers weaving through a stream of black, ghostly energy. He still yearned for a chance to challenge Su Bai, yet he understood that he was far from being his equal. Chapter 142. The dedicated archivist and the politeness of the islanders. The trio hastened to Professor Guo's research facility, where he had been waiting, accompanied by two young women. Upon seeing Su Bai and his companions enter, Professor Guo approached them with a rare smile, saying, Su Bai, you have not disappointed our trust in you. Were it not for your presence, this bizarre instance could not have been conquered. However, Professor Guo, the ghostly eyes you provided played a significant role as well. The two exchanged pleasantries for a moment before Professor Guo commenced the introduction of the individuals beside him. This is Cheng Yaki, a lively and charming young girl with a round face, adorned with circular glasses. Her two pigtails and pink Lolita attire unmistakably mark her as a quintessential figure from the two-dimensional realm. The other is Zhang Ting, who, in contrast to Cheng Yaki, embodies the grace and elegance of a gentle elder sister. With shoulder-length black hair and dressed in a white dress, she moves with a soft delicacy. They are responsible for archiving various eerie incidents, and henceforth, they will liaise with you to ensure that the bizarre occurrences you encounter are systematically documented. For all matters concerning these strange events, you may communicate with them directly. Each archivist is assigned to a single individual. Cheng Yaqi has been assigned to Su Bai, while Zhang Ting naturally corresponds to Wang Shi. The two followed their respective archivists to organize information about the abandoned building. Hello, Su Bai Gij. I look forward to working with you, Cheng Yaqi cheerfully exclaimed, her tone brimming with energy. Certainly. Here's to a fruitful collaboration, Su Bai nodded in agreement. Then, the two began to speak while one diligently recorded the information. Abandoned building, second bizarre instance. Interval of ghostly attacks is 15 minutes, lasting for 10 minutes. The rules are peculiar. The malevolent spirits are suppressed, and fierce ghosts cannot be entirely eradicated. The key to deciphering the murder pattern lies in the illumination. As long as the oil lamp is lit, one can achieve victory. The path to success involves releasing the vengeful spirit entombed within the cement pillar, but caution is paramount. Su Bai sought out Professor Guo once more, eager to gain insight into the current circumstances, particularly regarding the city. Professor Guo began by discussing the situation in the island nation, which has been trying to establish contact with Su Bai, but has been met with persistent rejection. They have since approached the headquarters of the Dragon Nation's ghost exorcists, and recent visits have become increasingly bothersome for the headquarters. You are aware of the proximity of the island nation and their dire circumstances, Professor Guo noted, to which Su Bai nodded in acknowledgement. Their representatives were as persistent as a sticky plaster. You should be familiar with the ghost rope incident, as they extended their invitation to you due to this very event. The situation surrounding the ghost rope has escalated, with its impact widening and casualties rising. Although one individual managed to clear the instance under your protection, 3 others perished, and their performance was far from commendable. The penalties imposed are rather severe. Currently, over 50 regions have experienced the emergence of abandoned buildings, and satellite imagery indicates that this number continues to rise. Upon hearing the news, Su Bai felt indifferent. The fate of the islanders bore no relevance to him. His involvement in this peculiar instance merely stemmed from the fact that he had negotiated a sufficient price with Takahashi to facilitate their passage. Their affairs were of no concern to him. However, he contemplated a visit to the island nation soon, as certain matters awaited his attention there. Should they offer adequate remuneration, he would not hesitate to lend them a hand. As the conversation shifted to the domestic situation, Professor Guo's expression grew solemn. Although you and Wang Shi have successfully completed the challenge, 3 cities remain affected. We have dispatched local spirit wardens to address the issues promptly. Nevertheless, despite possessing intelligence from your clearance, the task will not be straightforward. Various unforeseen circumstances are likely to arise, and their strength and adaptability do not match yours. Alas, let us hope for fewer casualties. This time, only Su Bai and Wang Shi emerged successfully from the bizarre dungeon. In contrast to the prior occasion where everyone had survived and cleared it flawlessly, the cities of Longwo were still impacted by the abandoned buildings. Professor Guo, next time we shall certainly perform better. We will not allow anyone else to suffer. Wang Shi interjected. Having just recorded the intelligence and unable to contain his emotions upon hearing about the situation in Longwo, Su Bai cast a glance at Wang Shi. While he admired Wang Shi's commendable traits, his overly compassionate nature, so sensitive to the suffering of others, would not serve him well in this merciless apocalypse. Over the decade of devastation, too many individuals like Wang Shi had perished in the initial stages. To Su Bai, surviving the bizarre dungeons was already a stroke of luck. One could hardly aspire for a flawless completion. The mere fact that he had cleared the challenge and provided a successful strategy had likely saved countless lives. If he were to fall within the dungeon, the repercussions would extend far beyond the 3 affected cities, potentially endangering half of Longwo. Shaking his head, Su Bai chose to disregard Wang Shi's sentiments and continued, "Is the city safe?" The well-being of those he sought to protect resided in the city, making its safety his utmost concern. The city is relatively fine. The penalties from this bizarre dungeon have not significantly impacted it. I have not heard of any major anomalous events occurring there recently. Su Bai nodded, relieved to confirm the city's safety. This was all he sought to ascertain. With matters nearing resolution, he prepared to depart. Thank you, Professor Guo. If all is well, I shall return to the city now. Very well, take care. After bidding farewell to Professor Guo, Su Bai and Wang Shi hurried to the airport. Upon exiting the hotel, they were greeted by 10 robust men clad in black suits and sunglasses, resembling a scene from a film. As soon as they spotted Su Bai, the group bowed in unison. "Your Excellency, Su Bai?" Then, one of the leaders stepped forward, introducing himself. "Your Excellency, I am Kamika, a captain from the Exorcism Society. Do you have a moment to converse? The Empire is in dire need of your assistance. Of course, we do not come empty-handed. We have prepared a sincere reward for you." "Very well. Wang Shi, you shall proceed to the airport to await my arrival." I will join you once I have settled my affairs. Subai opted not to decline this time. The clues regarding the advancement of the Snow Woman and Sadako undoubtedly lie within the island nation, and it is only a matter of time before he visits that place. Since a trip to the island is already on the agenda, it would be prudent to engage in a thorough discussion. If the island nation can offer a satisfactory reward, he could also earn some extra income along the way. The compensation promised by Takahashi last time made it clear to Subai that the island still harbors many valuable treasures. Chapter 143, Eerie Artifacts. Ceramic doll following the leader of the island nation, they entered a nearby vehicle. Subai maintained his usual caution and initiated a spectral scan of the surroundings. He detected an unusual fluctuation emanating from the ceiling of the compartment. Subai's expression grew cold as he inquired, "What is that above?" "Rest assured, my lord. It is merely a device to prevent eavesdropping by others. It serves no other purpose," the island leader hastily clarified, fearful that any dissatisfaction might lead to dire consequences for himself. After hearing this explanation, Subai chose not to dwell on it further. The aura of ghostly energy emanating from it suggested that it was not a particularly formidable artifact. Moreover, the people of the island would not be foolish enough to act recklessly on the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. Subai cut to the chase and directly asked, "What is it that you seek from me this time?" "My lord, it concerns the previous incident with the ghostly rope. The Empire has exhausted various methods to no avail. The influence of the ghostly rope is gradually expanding, leading to an increasing number of casualties among the island's populace. In our desperation, we can only implore you to lend your assistance. Naturally, we understand the value of your time. To compensate for your efforts, we have prepared a fitting reward, which we believe will please you." The island leader had thoroughly grasped Subai's character before his arrival. Aware that Subai would not be swayed by mere words or empty promises, hence he revealed the prepared items without hesitation. 2 small chests crafted from gold were presented. "Please, my lord, take a look," the island leader urged as he opened the boxes. Subai examined the contents and felt a spark of interest, though he maintained a facade of composure. One box contained 4 pieces of ghostly porcelain, while the other housed what truly captivated Subai's attention, a ceramic doll. This doll, adorned in a mesmerizing array of colors, was visually overwhelming. However, the most unsettling aspect lay within its hollow, blood-red eyes, as if a malevolent spirit lurked within, observing him. It exuded an atmosphere that was haunting, oppressive, and dreadfully eerie. The peculiar ceramic doll that Subai had encountered prior to his rebirth was well known to him, having been previously utilized by others. It was said that shattering this enigmatic doll could, at its pinnacle, attract the attention of a resurrected ghost of the second stage. In certain circumstances, it proved to be exceedingly useful, as evidenced during the recent Weeping Ghost incident. With this eerie ceramic doll in his possession, he would not need to endanger himself by drawing the Weeping Ghost's gaze at the cost of his own life. Moreover, this peculiar doll was a one-of-a-kind item. Impossible to study further. Subai mused to himself about the abundance of such remarkable objects hailing from the island nation. Noticing Subai's prolonged silence, the team leader from the island nation grew anxious and exclaimed, "Your Excellency Subai, in addition to these items, we shall generously offer an additional 100 tons of gold. However, due to the sheer volume, transporting it will require some time, but we shall expedite the delivery. For pieces of ghostly porcelain, a singular eerie ceramic doll, and 100 tons of gold." This indeed was a proposal imbued with sincerity. Yet, Subai hesitated to immediately acquiesce and inquired about Takahashi, saying, "You are aware of a certain Takahashi from your exorcism society, correct? The one participating in the peculiar instance? What are the items he promised me?" Although the team leader had arrived in the Dragon Kingdom before Takahashi could finalize his transaction with Subai, the headquarters of the Exorcism Society had already apprised them of the relevant circumstances. "Indeed, Your Excellency Subai, Takahashi is indeed a member of our society. We have just received word from headquarters. The gold and peculiar items that Captain Takahashi assured you of are prepared. However, we are uncertain of your preferred method of receipt. Should you intend to visit the Empire, you may collect them directly. If you still wish to decline, we shall expedite the delivery. Please reconsider, Your Excellency." The Empire has extended its utmost sincerity. After a moment of contemplation, Subai nodded. This was the appropriate manner of soliciting assistance. Mere words alone would not suffice for agreement. "Very well, I shall hasten to the island nation. I will retrieve the peculiar items promised by Takahashi myself. You may deliver the gold to this address. I will retain these 2 boxes as a deposit for now. Indeed, please take them. We shall ensure the gold is delivered promptly." The leader of the island nation responded with palpable delight. As long as Subai was willing to assist, all matters could be negotiated. Subai continued to discuss various details with the team leader before departing with the boxes containing the eerie ceramic doll and ghostly porcelain. At the city's exclusive airport, a private jet had been arranged by headquarters for a direct flight back. Upon his return to the city, Subai brought along Wang Shi. Initially, Wang Shi intended to return alone, as he was the head of the city and had responsibilities to attend to. However, Subai considered his impending journey to the island nation. The journey was long, and I feared that unforeseen circumstances might arise, preventing me from arriving on time. Thus, I thought it prudent to bolster my strength. Consequently, I decided to bring Wang Shi back to the city, for it was essential to have someone guard the home. Upon exiting the airport, Subai and Wang Shi parted ways. Subai directed Wang Shi to the city's Onmyoji division for some rest and to familiarize herself with the current situation. He then drove home, feeling a twinge of nostalgia for his family after a long absence. As he traversed the highway leading home, Subai silently reflected on his recent acquisitions, a ghostly oil lamp, eerie porcelain, and a peculiar ceramic doll, along with the promise of gold from the island nation. This trip had indeed proven fruitful. He hoped to successfully uncover clues regarding the Snow Woman and Sadako's ascension from the island. "Darling," a sultry voice suddenly pierced the air. It was the ghostly bride, Li Shang. At that moment, she had materialized beside Subai. He was taken aback, having overlooked her presence. The lengthy duration of the recent mission had left many of the female spirits yearning for attention, and now, on the highway, they could no longer contain their desires. "General," another voice chimed in. Lanji was not to be outdone and emerged eagerly. Subai sensed impending trouble and grimaced, "This is not the time. I'm still driving." Alas, there was no room for refusal, as Li Shang's alabaster thigh pressed against him, her skilled hands deftly unfastening his belt, leaving him with few options. He had no choice but to pull over and conceal themselves, for the swaying vehicle would surely invite speculation. What ensued was a tumultuous clash. Chapter 144, Returning Home. New Rule's time seemed to stretch indefinitely before the swaying vehicle finally came to a halt. Thankfully, the quality of the car held up under such strain. Subai, trembling, drove back to the Hugua community. Upon his arrival, he found Xiao Shihuai and Bai Tong, the ghostly princess, engrossed in a television show. Xiao Shihuai remained as she always was, while Bai Tong had matured into the semblance of an ordinary high school student, increasingly resembling a typical young woman. Her growth had been remarkable, and fortunately, Xiao Shihuai showed no signs of backlash. "Brother Subai?" Hearing the sound of the door, both Xiao Shihuai and Bai Tong turned in unison. Upon realizing Subai had returned, Xiao Shihuai leaped from the sofa and dove into his embrace. Bai Tong also rose, observing Xiao Shihuai with a hint of envy. "Brother Subai? I missed you so much," Xiao Shihuai exclaimed. Subai affectionately ruffled her hair and replied, "I suspect you long for my roasted duck more than me, Here you go, enjoy." He handed her the authentic Kyoto roasted duck. "Be sure to invite everyone else to join you." With that, Subai ascended the stairs to take a well-deserved rest. After enduring a bizarre dungeon and a long journey back to the city, not to mention being thoroughly exhausted by a multitude of female spirits during the ride, Subai was eager to indulge in some well-deserved rest. However, upon returning to his room, he sensed an unusual fragrance permeating the air. Upon switching on the light, it transformed into a sultry pink night lamp. A voice, laden with temptation, floated from the bed. It was Ling Ruoyao's voice. At that moment, she was clad in nothing but a bathrobe, a significant expanse of her skin exposed to the cool air, with droplets of water glistening on her body. Evidently having bathed not long before, Ling Ruoyao had learned of Subai's return home from the Spirit Controller Division early on. After their last encounter, she found herself entranced and decided to orchestrate this seductive scene. Observing Subai frozen in place, Ling Ruoyao attempted to rise and beckon him, causing her bathrobe to slip away, revealing her exquisite form entirely before Subai's gaze. Sighing, Subai resigned himself to the inevitable, realizing there was no escaping this fate today, and lunged toward Ling Ruoyao. With great power comes great responsibility. He hoped his stamina could endure. Having already felt drained after dealing with the female spirits earlier, Ling Ruoyao, still inexperienced in intimate matters, displayed a certain freshness compared to the battle-hardened spirits, creating a unique allure. The most exhilarating moment occurred when Yao Ningxin unexpectedly entered to retrieve something. As she peeked in, her face flushed. Handing over an item to the campus bell, Subai's actions intensified in response. Lying on the bed, Subai had taken some time to recuperate at home since the last bizarre dungeon episode. The ghostly porcelain and scarecrow promised by Takahashi had arrived, along with a staggering total of 105 tons of gold. With this substantial amount, Subai fortified his golden insurance vault both internally and externally. Recently, he had amassed an increasing number of artifacts, making the arrival of this gold fortuitous. Having arranged with the island nation that the bizarre game invasion would commence exactly 2 months later, he needed to prepare meticulously for his journey. As the clock struck midnight, marking the second month of the bizarre game invasion, the encroaching supernatural forces deepened, significantly impacting numerous spirit controllers. Many began to exhibit various monstrous features, headless ghosts, hanged spirits, and other eerie traits manifested among the spirit controllers, resulting in a chaotic spectacle. Simultaneously, the bizarre rifts across regions expanded, leading to a surge in supernatural incidents, overwhelming the local spirit controller departments. With the continued invasion of the bizarre game, the classification of spirits became increasingly distinct. Clear hierarchical divisions among spirits emerged within each area. Relevant authorities categorized the spirits based on their levels in the game, ranging from ordinary spirits to the formidable malevolent spirits above a certain threshold. Different classifications exist for malevolent spirits. The hallmark of a class of malevolent spirit is its formidable power, possibly possessing a ghostly cave. Class B malevolent spirits, representing the first phase of revival, inevitably possess a ghostly cave, further enhancing their strength. Class C malevolent spirits, building upon Class B, exhibit even more inscrutable power, and their patterns of murder become increasingly difficult to decipher. Recognizing the hierarchical nature of these supernatural entities, the authorities promptly issued an announcement regarding the classification of ghost tamers. Currently, the documented ghost tamers are categorized into 5 tiers based on their proficiency in controlling these spectral beings. A ghost tamer who cannot perfectly command a Class B spirit or higher is designated as a non-entry tier. Their classification by the authorities is based on the highest level of spirit they can command. For instance, if one can perfectly control a Class B spirit, they are regarded as a Class B ghost tamer. Mastery of one Class C spirit designates one as a first tier, 2 as a second tier, and so forth, with the maximum being the 5th tier. In the peculiar realm of this game, without extraordinary circumstances, a player can forge a contract with a maximum of 5 spirits. Those who command 5 or more spirits are exceedingly rare and are collectively referred to as super tiers, rather than being classified separately. Naturally, the postnatal ghost tamers do not fall within this classification. They have their own tier system. After all, postnatal ghost tamers currently possess only 1 spirit, and according to previous classifications, they can at most be classified as first tier. However, due to varying degrees of fusion, their capabilities far exceed those of first-tier ghost tamers, warranting a separate classification. According to this system, Subai should be recognized as the only known super-tier ghost tamer at present. Upon first glimpsing the official announcement, Subai felt a flicker of surprise. Such a classification had not existed in his previous life. Was this yet another butterfly effect triggered by his rebirth? Nevertheless, this distinction bore little significance. The patterns of murder exhibited by these spirits do not consider one S tier. As long as the mystery remains unsolved, it is a path to certain doom. Estimating the standing of those around him according to this classification, Subai discovered that the highest ranking was surprisingly held by a minor accountant. Those capable of perfectly controlling 2 Class B spirits are deemed second-tier ghost tamers, but in Subai's eyes, they are merely average. The following day, at the appointed time with the Exorcism Society, Wang Shi, Xiao Lu, and others had already arrived at the Hugua community. After reiterating the instructions he had previously given them, Subai set off for the airport. Although he was traveling alone to the island nation, he had brought along nearly everything he could. The arsenal included the Ghost Slayer knife, ceramic dolls, ghost porcelain 2, scarecrows, body bags, crucifixes, ghost oil lamps, shattered mirror fragments, and more. After all, venturing alone warranted a sense of security through an abundance of tools. Chapter 145. Arrival at the Island Nation, Exorcism Society branch. By the time Subai reached the airport, the exclusive plane dispatched from the Island Nation had already arrived. Following the attendants, he boarded the private jet and retreated to his room to conserve his energy. Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed at the door, heralding the arrival of a spirit exorcist from the Island Nation. He came bearing tidings of the current situation regarding the ominous spirit rope incidents. The exorcist, with utmost reverence, produced a tablet and placed it before Subai. After a brief manipulation, images began to materialize on the screen, all captured by drones. Esteemed Subai, he began, 10 cities have now succumbed to the spirit rope crisis, 6 of which have tragically devolved into realms of horror. Here are the visuals we have recorded. You may wish to review them and prepare accordingly. Subai gazed intently at the tablet. Some images depicted a haunting stillness, with countless bodies hanging lifelessly, remnants from those 6 domains of despair, where survivors had all but vanished. Other footage was rife with the sounds of distress. intermingled with the clash of battle as the exorcists fought valiantly in the remaining 4 cities. Despite their efforts, the footage suggested little success in their endeavors. Silently, Subai continued to observe the tablet, his voice absent. Recognizing the gravity of the moment, the exorcist discreetly excused himself, quietly closing the door behind him. A thud resounded as the landing gear of the aircraft touched down. Subai understood that they had arrived at the island nation. Upon exiting the cabin, he was met by 2 captains from the Exorcist Society, Takahashi and Kamegawa. Having previously collaborated with Subai, the society had sent these 2 to welcome him. Lord Subai, it is a pleasure to have you in our empire. We are confident you will resolve this dreadful spirit rope crisis. I owe my life to you after that bizarre instance. Your protection was invaluable. I trust you have received the rewards from our last encounter. Takahashi, visibly excited to see Subai again, spoke at length. Let us proceed, Subai replied coolly, weary from the journey. Sensing his demeanor, Takahashi promptly guided him toward the Hokkaido branch of the Exorcist Society. Upon their arrival at the branch's entrance, they were met with a throng of imposing figures clad in black suits, all echoing in unison, Lord Subai. There was an unsettling aura, reminiscent of a clandestine organization. A middle-aged man in traditional Japanese attire approached. Esteemed Subai, I am Matsuda, the vice president of the Exorcist Society. The Empire has long awaited your arrival. There is a saying in your esteemed country. The humble abode becomes splendid with your presence, and it could not be more fitting in this context. Please, follow me. After a few exchanges, Matsuda escorted Subai into the grand hall. Upon entering, he beheld several women adorned in traditional attire, gracefully performing a dance at the center. Tables brimming with various seafood delicacies lined the periphery. Lord Subai, we have prepared a sumptuous welcome feast for you. Please, indulge yourself. However, upon seeing an array of seafood laid out on the dining table, Subai immediately lost his appetite. The seafood from the island appeared to have been tainted by some peculiar pollution, despite their repeated assurances of its purification. Such claims seemed merely self-serving, and Subai was not inclined to take any risks. Let us forego the banquet. I am here on business. Let us not squander time. Subai outright declined. Matsuda was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Very well. You truly are the esteemed Subai of the blood-red ghosts. Let us proceed directly to the matter at hand. He then instructed his subordinates to clear the table, and the dancers withdrew, leaving behind a single girl clad in a school uniform with twin ponytails. Subai regarded her coldly. Who is this? This young lady is a distinguished student we invited from Tokyo University, serving as your translator, Matsuda promptly explained. After all, not everyone on the island speaks Chinese. And as Subai would likely interact with others, a translator had been arranged. Come forward. Matsuda beckoned the girl closer. As she approached, Matsuda's tone grew serious. Subai, you are our esteemed guest in the Spirit Exorcism Society. Ensure you treat him well. The girl promptly complied, stepping beside Subai and softly introducing herself. Esteemed Subai, I am Mihono. I shall serve as your translator. Should you have any other requests, please feel free to ask. Observing this delicate girl, Subai's keen eyes swiftly assessed her, noting the absence of any ghostly aura within her. She was merely an ordinary person. Casually, he remarked, Are you seeking your demise? I am here to address supernatural occurrences, dealing with spirits. As an ordinary person, you could lose your life in an instant. If you wish to survive, keep your distance from such matters. Mihono's complexion paled, yet she resolutely insisted, Esteemed Subai, it is my honor to work for you. Whether this was voluntary or born from some other compulsion, Subai chose to disregard her further. Having issued a warning once, if she was intent on courting danger, it would be her own fate to determine. Turning to Matsuda, Subai stated, I have already viewed the video of the ghost rope on the plane. According to the latest standards, it has reached the second stage of resurrection as a malevolent spirit, which differs from what you previously described. Matsuda's expression immediately darkened. Are you suggesting a price increase, esteemed Subai? We had already agreed upon terms. How can this be altered? Subai snorted, interrupting Matsuda. I am not one to renege on my word. Since we have previously settled upon terms, they shall remain unchanged. However, I cannot incur losses without recompense. Here is the arrangement. You shall assist me in gathering information regarding the Snow Woman, and this matter will be settled. Matsuda breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was no price increase, the items they had provided to Subai previously were already their utmost limit. Very well, esteemed Subai. I will arrange for someone to address this matter promptly. The discussions here have concluded, and Subai is eager to resolve the ghost rope incident swiftly, as he wishes to allocate more time to the ascension of the Snow Woman and Sadako. Thus, he hastily remarked, in that case, let us resolve this issue swiftly. I have my own affairs to attend to. Let us prepare to head towards the city afflicted by the ghost ropes. Surely, your exorcism society has not neglected to assign personnel, has it? Matsuda quickly responded, Lord Tsubai, the ghost rope incident is currently concentrated in the Kanto region, where our personnel will gather directly. We will ensure their utmost cooperation with you. Tsubai nodded in agreement. Very well, time is of the essence. Let us proceed to Kanto at once. Understood, I shall make the necessary arrangements for you. This way, please. Tsubai followed Matsuda, and the two prepared to depart for Kanto. Meiho, who had been silent for quite some time, quickly followed suit upon seeing Tsubai move. Glancing back at Meiho trailing behind him, Tsubai did not refuse her company. If she wished to accompany him, so be it. Chapter 146. The Haunted City of the Islands. Patterns of ghost rope murders. The island nation is not vast, and the Exorcism Society has arranged specialized transportation. Soon, Tsubai and Meiho arrived at the area ravaged by the ghost ropes. Matsuda, the vice president of the Exorcism Society, had other matters to attend to and did not accompany them. He had mentioned that 4 exorcists were already waiting for Tsubai upon their arrival. This location is one of the 6 completely fallen regions, having transformed entirely into a ghost city, shrouded in an eerie atmosphere, as if an indescribable, sinister force were quietly at work. Upon reaching the entrance of the ghost city, 4 individuals awaited them, 3 men and 1 woman. They were indeed the 4 exorcists Matsuda had mentioned. Upon seeing Tsubai's arrival, they appeared somewhat exhilarated. Having heard of or witnessed Tsubai's exploits, they believed that his presence would surely resolve the ghost rope incident. As Tsubai stepped forward, they gathered around him, chattering animatedly, indicating a lack of proficiency in Mandarin. The translator provided by the island nation proved fortuitously useful. Meiho, an exceptional student from the University of Tokyo, adeptly handled the translation, effectively providing simultaneous interpretation. With Meiho's assistance, they could finally communicate normally. Lord Tsubai, we are from the Exorcism Society. The group introduced themselves. The strongest among them was a middle-aged man, commanding 2 spirits, one of a higher rank and the other of a lower rank. The higher-ranked spirit was a ghost princess, while Tsubai found little interest in the lower-ranked one, failing to remember its details. The remaining 3 individuals each wielded a single spirit, all of the lower rank. After listening to their introductions, Tsubai shook his head. It was evident that the Exorcism Society had no genuine intention of exerting their full strength. The 4 individuals arranged to assist are merely bystanders, capable only of performing menial tasks. When genuine issues arise, it falls to Tsubai to take charge. According to the current classification of Onmyoji in the Dragon Kingdom, these 4 are undoubtedly of the non-ascending tier, as none of them has even a single grade of malevolent spirit under their control. In such a vast nation as Japan, it is inconceivable that they would be unable to produce a few ascending Onmyoji. It stands to reason that this incident involving the ghost rope should have someone competent enough to handle it. However, Japan appears reluctant to incur excessive costs. In comparison to the bizarre and renewable tools, the lives of high-ranking Onmyoji are deemed far more precious. Hence, they have expended a substantial sum to invite Tsubai. There may be an ulterior motive as well, perhaps an intention to recruit Tsubai into the empire, as there have been several prior invitations, all of which were declined. Now that Tsubai is personally visiting Japan, they may have additional means of persuasion. It is what it is. A lack of strength is simply a lack of strength. One is beholden to those who provide remuneration. Although Tsubai felt a twinge of helplessness, he did not dwell on it too much. The capability of the accompanying Onmyoji was of little consequence, for he held great confidence in his own abilities. Nonetheless, aside from the grade A Onmyoji, the short-haired female Onmyoji wielded a spirit that possessed the capability to sense the presence of other spirits, which could prove useful as a scout. Tsubai familiarized himself with the basic circumstances of the group and interrupted their incessant chatter. Enough, I have gathered sufficient understanding. Please enlighten me about the situation in the ghost city. The group paused momentarily before enthusiastically sharing various details about the ghost city. Tsubai mentally collated the information he received. The ghost city before them harbored virtually no living souls, having been entirely dominated by the ghost rope. The method of murder executed by the ghost rope was brutally straightforward, suspected strangulation. Once an individual is ensnared by the ghost rope around the neck, they succumb to immediate death. Japan has attempted to ensnare other body parts without any adverse effects. The accuracy rate is claimed to be 98, according to the data provided by Japan. When Meiho translated this, she seemed somewhat proud, believing this accuracy to be remarkably high. Did she not realize that this figure was derived from the lives of countless citizens? Tsubai shook his head, bemused by her naivety. He did not doubt the veracity of their claims, as the ramifications of the ghost rope incident were far-reaching. Any deceit regarding such matters could lead to a catastrophic escalation of the bizarre occurrences. while Subai was confident in his ability to safeguard himself. The same could not be said for Japan. The uncontrolled spread of these bizarre events would be swift, and considering Japan's relatively small size, it would not be long before the entire island succumbed. Japan could hardly afford such a tremendous cost. Having grasped the current situation, Subai turned to the translator and coldly instructed, relay a warning to them. Absolute obedience is required, or face dire consequences. Although the group lacked significant strength, any disobedience could lead to complications that would disrupt Subai's plans. Upon hearing Subai's stern tone, which was not directed at her, Meiho felt a flicker of fear within her. As Subai accumulated more experiences, his imposing presence increasingly commanded respect. Zhen Fan trembled as he translated for the group. They nodded eagerly, promptly acquiescing. It must be said that the people of the island nation excel in this regard, perhaps due to their rigorous education and obedience, which emphasizes strict adherence to authority. The hierarchical structure is quite rigid, and instances of subordinates defying their superiors are exceedingly rare. Upon noticing that the others comprehended his intent, Subai gestured for them to enter the city. Upon entering, an overwhelming stench assaulted their senses, reminiscent of decay. The malevolent influence of the ghost rope had ravaged this place for some time, leaving in its wake countless victims. Many corpses, suspended in grotesque positions, had begun to decompose, emanating a foul odor. The entire group grimaced, and Zhen Fan, the only ordinary person among them, succumbed to nausea. Ignoring the retching translator, Subai observed his surroundings. The buildings appeared dilapidated, as if they had withstood the ravages of time and nature for innumerable years. Shattered windows and crumbling walls were adorned with mottled plaster, while tattered electronic billboards swayed in the night breeze, emitting creaking sounds. The flickering city lights suggested unstable electricity, casting an erratic glow that heightened the unsettling atmosphere. Strange noises occasionally echoed from the alleyways, howls and murmurs, as if unseen entities were lurking in the shadows, scrutinizing every corner. Yet, these sounds quickly faded, leaving behind a profound silence tinged with unease. Gazing at the scene before him, Subai felt a stir of concern. The infiltration of the ghost rope had reached alarming levels, necessitating swift action. He prepared to investigate further, but refrained from activating the ghost eye, as doing so would attract unwanted attention from the ghost rope, complicating their mission. Instead, he instructed the short-haired female ghost wielder to utilize her abilities to sense the direction of the supernatural entities within the city. Complying, she knelt and pressed her hands to the ground, a faint wave of ghostly energy radiating outward. Moments later, she stood upright and announced a finding: several excavators. Zhen Fan, having regained his composure, quickly translated, to the south. Very well, let us proceed, Subai affirmed. Chapter 147. The Erie subway station with the direction confirmed. The team set off. Subai led the way, taking the forefront, while the remaining ghost wielder brought up the rear. They moved steadily southward, traversing a landscape marred by desolation, where corpses dangled from every conceivable structure: overpasses, traffic lights, rooftops, wherever they could be suspended. Each lifeless form had closed eyes, darkened lips, and limbs that hung limply. Their necks stretched grotesquely, some even showing signs of skin torn and raw. Some heads drooped low, while others faced downward. Upon closer inspection of the ropes from which these bodies hung, they appeared to be nothing more than ordinary, ancient hemp ropes, devoid of any distinguishing features. Several ropes hung in the air, devoid of any corpses, leaving one to ponder whether they had fallen or simply remained suspended. As the wind swept through, they swayed gently, resembling the branches of willow trees. Some corpses also moved with the breeze, creaking ominously where they dangled, teetering on the brink of collapse. The group advanced cautiously, when suddenly, the lifeless form suspended above jolted its eyes open, fixing its gaze upon them. Its limbs flailed grotesquely in the air, as if it had sensed the presence of the living and sought to launch an attack. Zhen Fan, trailing closely behind Subai, nearly gasped in horror. But Subai swiftly covered her mouth. The others fared little better, their faces betraying sheer terror. One relatively younger spirit master even trembled with fear. The more seasoned spirit master maintained a semblance of composure, having encountered bizarre occurrences before, though traces of panic still lingered on his face. After all, they were in a place ravaged by ghostly ropes, and he was aware that his abilities would be futile against such entities. Observing their reactions, Subai felt exasperated. How could the leadership of the island nation be so reckless? The experienced spirit master was somewhat reassuring, capable of assisting with minor threats. However, the remaining three were mere novices, entirely unacquainted with supernatural events. It seemed they had been dispatched to this perilous scenario solely to serve as fodder. Subai cast a glance at Zhen Fan, whose presence was even more absurd. She was not even a spirit master and lacked the courage to be here. Faced with even the slightest apparition, her life would be in jeopardy. With no viable alternatives, Subai feared that any noise could attract the ghostly ropes and spoke up. These corpses are ghostly thralls, transformed from those who perished at the hands of the ghost ropes. Their combat prowess is generally weak, and since they are primarily suspended by the ropes, they cannot descend for the time being. They are merely here to instill fear. Remain calm. Upon hearing Subai's words, the group felt somewhat reassured as they proceeded. By this point, Subai had begun to discern the situation. This city had been abandoned by the island nation, leaving scarcely any traces of conflict behind. The derelict vehicles were all oriented towards the city's exit, entangled by the ghost ropes during their desperate attempts to flee. The strategic approach of the island nation was clear: focus efforts on safeguarding a select few significant cities, leaving the survival of those in other locales to fate. This was a stark contrast to the Dragon Kingdom's strategy, which resembled firefighting. Every city possessed its own spirit master department, tasked with suppressing invading supernatural entities. When faced with incidents that local authorities could not resolve, headquarters would promptly dispatch assistance. Much like when Subai was called upon for the theater incident in the previous city. Firstly, the geographical disparity between the two nations is evident. The island nation comprises several islands, rendering it fragmented, and thus even the most severe anomalous incidents are unlikely to impact the entire country. Therefore, strategically abandoning cities plagued by high-level supernatural occurrences emerges as the most prudent choice. However, the Dragon Kingdom is renowned for its extensive infrastructure, with highways sprawling across the nation. The frequent connectivity among its provinces means that once anomalous events begin to spread, they pose an unstoppable threat to adjacent cities. Furthermore, the Dragon Kingdom upholds the principle of mutual assistance in times of crisis. Whenever a city faces peril, neighboring regions are compelled to extend their support. As the group ventured deeper, they soon arrived at the epicenter of the supernatural disturbances. The short-haired female ghost hunter continued to sense the energy, directing her hand toward a specific location. "That's it," Jinfan interjected. Subai followed her gaze, which pointed to a dilapidated subway station, now overgrown with weeds, obscuring its original appearance. The lights within appeared to be malfunctioning, leaving only a shroud of darkness. After a moment of contemplation, Subai instructed Jinfan to have the others remain on guard while he assessed the situation. Subai opted to proceed alone, deeming it a nuisance to bring along those whose abilities were lacking and whose experience was insufficient. Should they encounter a supernatural entity, their demise would be swift and unfortunate. The loss of life was not the primary concern. Rather, Subai would be burdened with the task of disposing of their remains to prevent the resurgence of malevolent spirits. Thus, it was far more sensible for Subai to enter alone, as he possessed a clear understanding of the lethal patterns of the ghostly threads. By venturing in solo, he could unleash his full potential and, even in the face of unforeseen circumstances, ensure his own safe retreat. After assigning a few individuals to remain vigilant at the entrance, Subai meticulously checked his inventory of supernatural items. Finding no discrepancies, he promptly made his way into the subway station. The escalators had long ceased their operation, and he descended slowly. Upon entering the ticketing hall, he was met with dimness. Only a few flickering lights remained, casting intermittent glimmers upon the ceiling, where numerous corpses dangled from ropes. Subai scrutinized the height of the bodies. So low, it was uncertain whether the ghostly threads lurked among the piles of corpses. If that were the case, then all must be dealt with. A surge of ghostly energy enveloped Subai, as a chill radiated from his feet, howling like a tempest. A frigid storm sweeping through the ticketing hall. The bodies suspended from the ceiling were soon coated in a layer of frost. As time elapsed, all the corpses became frozen. Once the freezing process reached a satisfactory state, Subai focused his thoughts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless spectral threads shot forth, encircling the bodies, tightening, severing, and tugging. The sound of cracking echoed continuously. In a matter of moments, the corpses hanging from the ceiling were reduced to fragments, scattered across the floor. The ceiling was instantly cleared. Subai nodded in satisfaction and continued his exploration. The only sound echoing through the entire subway station was the crunch of frozen fragments beneath his feet. As he delved deeper, Subai grew increasingly cautious. The blood-red ghost barrier had already been established, guarding against sudden attacks from ghostly ropes. Chapter 148, The Missing Little Demon. The eerie trained Subai maintained the ghost barrier within a 2-meter radius, advancing slowly. Fortunately, this subway station did not possess the overwhelming suppression of the previous bizarre scenario. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand such a vast expenditure of ghostly energy. Along the way, no further anomalies occurred. and Subai arrived at the second underground level without incident. This was the subway waiting platform. The lights at the station had all been extinguished, offering even less visibility than the subway hall. The only illumination emanated from the right side of the platform, where an abandoned train was stationed. The lights inside the carriages flickered incessantly, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity, suggesting they would not last much longer. To the left of the platform, the tunnel was desolate, occasionally filled with the sound of a baby's cry, likely caused by the howling wind. Taking advantage of the flickering light, Subai peered into the right-hand carriage, where dense ropes swayed as if they were rice plants growing in a field. Below, something seemed to be hanging, but his vision was obstructed, preventing him from discerning what it was. Subai furrowed his brow. The range of the ghost barrier gradually expanded, effortlessly encompassing the nearest carriages without any hindrance. Yet, Subai remained vigilant. Previously, the short-haired demon hunter from the island had sensed the most significant ghostly fluctuations emanating from this subway station. Having traversed much of the surrounding area, Subai surmised that the abandoned train was now the most likely hiding place for any lurking spirits. Although the ghost barrier detected no anomalies, something peculiar undoubtedly lingered within. Millie's master. The little demon Millie's appeared in an instant, clad in a cute outfit, her head adorned with a pair of small, pointed demon ears, and her heart-shaped tail swaying freely in the air. Her doll-like, rosy face was filled with longing for Subai. As soon as she materialized, she leaped into Subai's embrace and planted a kiss on his face. Her small hands, however, were not idle, exploring Subai's body as she attempted to unfasten his clothing. Subai quickly halted her actions. Ahem, this is not the time. It's quite dangerous here. We can talk later. First, help me investigate this abandoned train. Millie shot a resentful glance at Subai. You summoned me just to work. Despite her words, the little demon complied obediently. Ahem, obedient in every sense. She spread her shadow domain, her body transforming into a pool of darkness, swiftly entering the abandoned train. As an expert in shadow domains, this dark environment was her domain, making her more suited than any other specter for the task at hand. Had Mealy's the ability to detach herself during the previous bizarre instance, her endeavor would have been considerably less arduous. The earlier level of intrusion by the uncanny game had only permitted the manifestation of lower-tier specters. However, with the relentless encroachment of this strange game, even higher-tier apparitions could now exist in a detached state, albeit for a limited duration. Their combat efficacy diminished post-detachment to roughly 50 or 60% of their original strength. Upon witnessing Mealy successfully enter the subway, Subai examined the body bag and retrieved a rusted bone knife, the infamous ghostly slaughterer. He had acquired this weapon while resolving the lamenting specter incident, yet had never found the opportunity to wield it. Subai had previously tested its capabilities. Its unique attribute allowed it to lock onto the ethereal forms of corporeal beings, enabling him to inflict harm from a distance. This ability, however, was limited in usage and would vanish once exhausted. Surprisingly, despite its dulled exterior, the blade was remarkably sharp, capable of slicing through iron with ease. Yet, it remained uncertain whether it could sever the ghostly tether. Adhering to the principle of do not provoke the spirits if they do not provoke you, Subai refrained from assaulting the ghostly rope, having previously focused solely on clearing the suspended corpses. This was a lesson gleaned from a decade of apocalyptic experiences. When confronting bizarre occurrences, one must avoid unnecessary actions if not in immediate danger, lest one inadvertently provoke strange mutations that could unveil new patterns of lethal behavior. With the knife in hand, Subai vigilantly scrutinized the subway before him. Suddenly, an acute sense of peril emanated from Mealy's. The bond between a ghost master and their spectral companion allows for an intuitive connection. As her host, Subai could effortlessly perceive the thoughts of the contracted specter. This was troubling. Had they encountered a formidable apparition? Subai felt a disquieting sense of foreboding, yet hesitated to act rashly. He attempted to contact Mealy's to urge her to withdraw, but his efforts were met with silence, as if his plea had vanished into the abyss. The abrupt cessation of their communication sent a shiver through him, igniting a flicker of panic. How could this be? Mealy's was a formidable specter of considerable rank, possessing robust survival instincts. Even if the ghostly tether was a resurrected specter of the second tier, she should have been able to withstand the onslaught for a time. It must be that she had been constrained. A realization dawned upon Subai, connecting the dots as to why their communication had been severed. There was no time to ponder further. Rescuing the spirit took precedence. He immediately summoned the blood-red specter, intending to teleport into the subway car, only to discover himself barred from entry. While the specter should have easily penetrated the barrier, it was unable to exert influence within. How peculiar. Yet, time was of the essence, and Mealy's fate hung in the balance. Resolute, Subai decided to forge ahead into the subway. Nevertheless, he maintained a semblance of composure, recognizing the necessity of avoiding the doors, which could very well ensnare him in the bizarre trap. Thus, he invoked the spirit bride. Li Shang understood Subai's intentions as his sharp, ghostly claws effortlessly sliced through the thick subway carriage, creating a passage wide enough for a normal person to traverse. Subai leaped into the newly formed opening, with Li Shang closely following. Once they stood firm, Subai began to assess their surroundings. The carriage was indeed densely draped with hemp ropes. However, what was not visible from the outside was that beneath the ropes dangled something sinister, corpses of those slain by the ghostly strands, but strangely, only their heads and necks remained. Below the necks, it appeared as though they had been violently torn apart, blood vessels oozing from the severed ends, dripping with a gruesome fluid, creating an unsettling sight. Yet, Subai had long grown accustomed to such horrors, feeling no discomfort. Mealies, Mealies. Subai attempted to call the little demon, yet silence persisted. The carriage echoed with only his voice amidst the flickering lights. He proceeded toward the end of the subway. As he approached the last carriage, a foul stench suddenly assaulted his senses, indicating something strange lay ahead. Lanji, the ghostly actress, clad in costume, revealed herself alongside the ghostly bride Li Shang. Forming a protective barrier around Subai, a sense of security surged within him. Once more, he unfolded the blood-red, ghostly banner. The ghostly actress braced herself. As the sounds of gongs began to resonate in the vicinity, awaiting Lanji, the leading figure, to commence her performance. Chapter 149, The Ball of Flesh and Bone. A new oddity. Subai placed the scarecrow and the eerie ceramic doll within easy reach. Fully prepared, he ventured into the last carriage. Upon entering, he was greeted by a grotesque mass of flesh, spherical in shape, its surface drenched in blood. The blood-soaked orb was punctuated with severed limbs, and within, various organs seemed to be entangled. The hemp ropes in the preceding carriage had only suspended heads and necks, while the rest of their bodies were unaccounted for. It appeared that they had been concentrated here, though the perpetrator remained unknown. A bizarre force seemed to have twisted them together, resulting in this abhorrent form. The flesh ball appeared to sense Subai's presence, bouncing twice before rolling toward him. Subai frowned slightly, sheathing his ghostly butcher's knife. The knife's unique ability could only affect intact beings, and the orb was clearly composed of dismembered parts, rendering it ineffective. Li Shang and Lanji, poised to unleash their powers, hesitated, one requiring attention, the other focusing on mental assault, both seemingly incapable of inflicting harm upon the flesh ball. Subai halted their movements, having already devised a plan. With a thought, the icy domain spread forth. The optimal way to deal with such a grotesque creature was to freeze it into shards. The chilling air ravaged the carriage. Soon, the flesh ball ceased its movement, becoming immobilized in place, transformed into a white mass. Whoosh! The silken thread shot forth, ensnaring the severed limbs of the white lump, gently tugging at them. Suddenly, Subai's eyes flew open, halting his actions. Something was amiss. Just moments prior, while pulling on the fleshy sphere, he had felt a sharp pain, as if his own flesh were tearing apart. No longer willing to persist in this endeavor, he resolved to devise an alternative approach. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, the fleshy sphere trembled violently, breaking free from its frozen constraints, and, in the blink of an eye, rolled to rest before Subai. Swiftly, he retrieved the scarecrow and the peculiar ceramic doll, preparing to fend off this impending assault. Surprisingly, despite its sudden proximity, the fleshy sphere refrained from launching a further attack, remaining eerily still before him. What could be the cause of this? The earlier tumult had suggested it would crush him, yet now it was so tranquil. As Subai pondered the odd behavior of the fleshy sphere, a voice pierced through the silence. "Beware behind you, my lord." It was Li Xiang's voice. Turning swiftly, Subai noticed another fleshy sphere had appeared behind him, hurtling towards him with alarming speed. Once again, he positioned the scarecrow and the eerie doll in front of him. The two female spirits beside him understood their abilities were insufficient to inflict harm. Their ghostly energy surged as they stepped forward, determined to intercept this wave of attack. However, the fleshy sphere contorted, transforming into a pool of shadow that effortlessly passed through Subai's form, merging with the previous sphere. Remarkably, no harm was inflicted. Yet, Subai discerned the movement of the sphere. It was the shadow distortion ability of the little demon. "My lord, it seems that the earlier fleshy sphere contained the ghostly energy of Mealies." Indeed, the words of the ghostly bride and the ghostly actress confirmed that Subai's observation had been correct. Mealies was within that sphere. No wonder the second sphere's attack had failed to harm him. Now understanding that Mealies was encased within the second fleshy sphere clarified why he had escaped unscathed. However, The first sphere remained enigmatic. It clearly possessed offensive capabilities, yet chose not to strike. The sensation of his own flesh tearing during the tugging raised questions. Was its method of killing based on reflection? Had it merely been luring him to flee or to engage it? With no time to linger on these thoughts, Subai resolved that since the fleshy spheres posed no immediate threat, he would first rescue Mealy's. He retrieved a pair of golden gloves from the body bag. The gold would shield him from the corrosive ghost energy, preventing any harm to his own body. Gazing at the motionless fleshy sphere, Subai steeled himself and commenced his dissection. As he extracted the chunks of flesh from the sphere, a small passageway began to emerge. "Is that you, master?" came Mealy's voice. In the moment Subai excavated the flesh and blood orb, his connection with Mealy's was instantly restored. "It's me. Hurry and come out," he urged. The shadow realm unfurled from within the orb, and with a swift movement, Mealy's returned to Subai's body. "Master, I'm so frightened. It was so dark inside. I was worried I might perish," came Mealy's aggrieved voice within Subai's mind. Subai was momentarily at a loss for words. "You are a ghost. How could you possibly die again?" Nevertheless, he sought to console Mealy's. "Do not be afraid. You are out now. That thing is nothing to fear, merely a fade. When we return, I shall treat you to something delicious." Although Mealy's was a formidable ghost, her mentality was still rather immature. Having remained by Subai's side, she had not encountered any perilous situations, mostly overwhelming others with ease. Little did she expect that her first experience of leaving her body to assist would lead her to confront such an eerie entity as the flesh and blood orb. Other spirits were manageable. If they were too strong, the little demon could swiftly escape using her shadow realm. However, this orb had ensnared her, akin to being trapped in a pitch-black chamber, justifying her immense fear. While reassuring the distressed little demon, Subai produced a ghost candle. After igniting it, the candlelight enveloped them, forming a protective shield. He gestured to Li Shang to cut open the compartment, preparing to depart. He had no intention of dealing with the remaining orb. The terms of his transaction with the island nation were limited to the ghost ropes. And since the orb posed no threat to him, he was disinclined to exert effort in sealing it. The origins of this orb were unknown. It seemed capable of reflecting any inflicted harm back to the attacker, which was quite troublesome. The island nation resembled a vast breeding ground for malevolent spirits, where they thrived and evolved by consuming one another, leaving the nature of their lethal patterns shrouded in mystery. The flesh and blood orb they had just encountered had not even been mentioned by the Exorcism Society of the island nation, indicating their complete ignorance of its circumstances, let alone their capacity to manage such spirits. No wonder the island nation fell first in the previous life. It was also the site of the highest emergence of second-stage resurrected malevolent spirits. The inaction of the Exorcism Society bore a significant share of the blame. Furthermore, after the island's downfall, survivors flocked to other countries. As the closest nation, the Dragon Kingdom received the most survivors from the island, who, upon entering, wreaked havoc, seizing territory and forcibly relocating themselves, adopting a bandit-like demeanor. This was one of the reasons Subai harbored such disdain for the island nation. Chapter 150. Decayed and Corrupted. The Ghost Rope Strikes. All right, I promise you. After considerable effort, Subai finally managed to comfort Mealy's at the cost of great personal sacrifice, as his own kidneys would face dire consequences upon his return. Exiting the compartment, Subai recalled both the ghost bride and the ghost actress back into his body. Maintaining their existence was no small drain on his energy. The situation has significantly improved, rendering the continued presence of the women outdoors unnecessary. After tidying away the ghostly candles and other peculiar implements, I prepared to exit the abandoned subway station. Subai had thoroughly explored this forsaken locale, encountering only the eerie flesh and blood orb, which seemed devoid of any distinct purpose. It was evident that the ghostly thread had once wreaked havoc here, as the hall and carriages bore the remnants of hanging hemp ropes and corpses, signifying its prior presence. However, the reason for its retreat remained a mystery. Additionally, the short-haired ghost master had sensed disturbances in this very area, and the female ghost within Subai had indeed detected fluctuations emanating from the ghostly thread. It was certain that it lingered nearby. Since it wasn't found within, I resolved to search outside the subway station. Suddenly, as I walked, I halted abruptly, sensing a surge of ghostly energy emanating from a corner. Upon closer inspection, I discovered a mass of flesh and blood, with a bone embedded within it. The ghostly energy radiated from that very bone. I donned my golden gloves once more and extracted the bone from the grotesque pile. Holding it in my hand, I examined it closely. The bone, smeared with blood and flesh, appeared to be a human fibula. However, it was unnaturally elongated and sporadically. A faint ghostly essence coursed through it, clearly indicating it was no ordinary bone. After rifling through my memories, I found nothing that matched its description. With determination, I struck the elongated bone several times with my left hand. It emitted a crisp sound, bang, 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 but exhibited no change. Never mind, confronting the ghostly thread took precedence. This object appeared to possess intriguing properties. Regrettably, I lacked the time to delve into the specifics of the bone's function. I only recognized it as an enigmatic artifact of considerable hardness. I decided to set it aside for later examination, securing it within my corpse-wrapping bag as I continued towards the subway station's exit. Meanwhile, outside the subway station, the 4 ghost masters dispatched by the Exorcism Society, along with Meiho, were vigilantly adhering to Su Bai's instructions. After waiting for some time, without any sign of movement, 2 of the ghost masters began to lower their guard, engaging in conversation that inevitably turned to Su Bai. One of the ghost masters turned to their captain, the only high-ranking ghost master among them, and voiced his concerns. "Captain, it has been quite a while, and Su Bai is yet to emerge. Could he have perished inside? The ghostly thread has proven too formidable even for the ghost masters sent from the Tokyo headquarters. Perhaps we should retreat. Let us not all perish here." Beyond his worry, this ghost master was gripped by a deeper fear. He had once been a ghost master of this haunted city. When the ghostly thread swept through, he had experienced its terror firsthand. The ghost masters of their city had mounted a resistance, yet it had proven futile, resulting in significant casualties. Consequently, the Exorcism Society had issued orders to abandon the city, preserving whatever strength remained. Under the guise of a strategic retreat, he successfully followed the surviving spirit exorcists to another city. However, during their withdrawal, he witnessed the gruesome scene of ordinary civilians being ensnared by the ghostly ropes. A task simpler than crushing a grasshopper. His heart was already filled with dread towards these ghostly bindings. Were it not for the immense benefits promised by the Exorcism Society, coupled with the reputation of Su Bai, he would have never considered returning. As he noticed Su Bai's prolonged absence, thoughts of retreat began to take root in his mind. Another spirit exorcist nearby nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, Captain, I had heard tales of Su Bai's prowess, particularly in the eerie instances of the alternate dimension, yet I never imagined he was merely a silver-plated crayon. We should withdraw. At worst, we forfeit the rewards from headquarters along with a few verbal reprimands. It's better than losing our lives." The captain of the Japanese spirit exorcists remained vigilant, not turning to face the 2, though a flicker of emotion crossed his face. Ultimately, he remained silent. The short-haired exorcist, adept at sensing spirits, seemed contemplative yet chose to maintain his silence. However, the translator could no longer hold back and interjected. "Lord Su Bai will not perish. We need only wait patiently." "How can you be so certain? You are not an exorcist. Do you truly comprehend the gravity? I have experienced the ghostly ropes firsthand, and their terror is beyond your imagination. Lord Su Bai is incredibly powerful." The 3 engaged in a heated debate, oblivious to the 2 ancient ropes that had silently ensnared the necks of the arguing exorcists. Suddenly, the ropes tightened violently, lifting the 2 exorcists off the ground. "Ah!" The translator, Mommy, gasped in horror as she witnessed the sudden assault on the 2 exorcists, unable to contain her fear. The captain turned in shock, his eyes widening as he beheld a mass of ghostly ropes advancing toward them, a dark wave akin to a monstrous tide at sea, threatening to engulf them all. After a moment of stunned silence, the captain quickly reacted, invoking the spirit of the ghostly maiden. His face turned ashen, as though coated in a thick layer of powder, yet his lips bore an unsettling crimson hue. The juxtaposition of the ghostly maiden's visage with his typical masculine features rendered him grotesque. Once the possession was complete, the captain's fingernails elongated, imbued with ghostly energy, as he struck out at the approaching ropes. Yet, to no avail. Though the oncoming ghostly ropes appeared to be mere ordinary strands, they retained the essence of a formidable spirit, far beyond what an exorcist of his caliber could contend with. Another scream, laced with terror, escaped his lips, only to be abruptly silenced by an unseen force. The translator, too, fell victim to the ghostly ropes, her vulnerability as an ordinary human rendering her defenseless against the supernatural assault. The ropes dragged her toward the encroaching tide of spirits. The captain yearned to rescue her, yet felt utterly powerless. In that moment, despair consumed him, as he grappled with the stark reality that he could not withstand the onslaught of the ghostly bindings. In the blink of an eye, 2 combatants had already perished, and it seemed only a matter of time before the entire army would be annihilated. Suddenly, the ghostly ropes that were dragging the translator came to a halt. Unbeknownst to anyone, a portion of these spectral cords had been encased in frost. Whoosh! A slender, dark thread shot forth, ensnaring the frozen ghostly rope, and with a violent tug, it was reduced to a pile of icy shards. The suffocating sensation dissipated in an instant, and the translator discarded the remnants of the ghostly rope from around his neck. Kneeling upon the ground, he gasped for breath, punctuated by bouts of coughing. After a brief respite, Jinfan gazed towards the source of the intervention, exclaiming in delight, "Lord Subai." Chapter 151. Subai takes action to resist the ghost tide. The crowd turned towards the voice. A figure shrouded in a crimson glow stood at the entrance of the subway station. It was Subai. After stowing away the eerie bone, he had been hastening towards the exit. Just as he was about to emerge, he sensed a formidable ghostly presence descending upon the ground. A sense of foreboding gripped him. It was undoubtedly the ghostly ropes launching an attack. The four above were nothing but refuse, and with one ordinary person among them, they could hardly endure for long. Subai unfurled the crimson ghostly presence and instantaneously teleported outside the station. Upon emerging, he beheld the surrounding walls decaying at an alarming rate, mottled and disintegrating, with the ground exhibiting the same dreadful fate. The ghostly ropes were eroding a vast expanse. Subai expanded the range of his crimson presence to repel the encroaching ghostly assault. He then turned his gaze towards the island's ghost masters and the translator, discovering that several individuals had become ensnared by the ghostly ropes. Two ghost masters were suspended in midair, their necks ensnared. He initially intended to intervene and rescue them, but was suddenly startled by a cry. Translator Jinfan had also fallen victim to the ghostly ropes and was being dragged towards the ghost tide. Subai silently acknowledged the translator's worth. After all, he did not comprehend the island's language, and communication would be difficult without him. Thus, he swiftly intervened to save Jinfan. As for the two ghost masters hanging helplessly, Subai chose not to concern himself with their fate. He was not their guardian. Having chosen to partake in the ghostly rope incident, they should be prepared for the possibility of death. At that moment, the surviving captain from the island and a short-haired female ghost master had already spotted Subai's silhouette and hurried towards him. Translator Jinfan, having regained his composure, joined Subai. The three of them advanced towards the subway station's entrance from different directions. Jinfan, being the closest, quickly reached Subai's side. "Lord Subai, I am grateful for your timely arrival. Otherwise, I..." His voice quivered with emotion, as if he were on the verge of tears. Yet he struggled to maintain his composure. "Enough with the pleasantries. Tell those two to come here quickly." Subai interrupted, dismissing the translator's impulse to express his emotions. For there was no time for such sentimentality. Understood, Lord Subai." Jinfan was momentarily taken aback and quickly shouted at the two individuals. Upon hearing Jinfan's voice, the two on Myoji hastened their pace. Subai produced a piece of ghostly porcelain and infused it with his ghostly energy. A radiant aura enveloped the two. "Protect this." He casually tossed the ghost porcelain to Jinfan. Its emanating glow could fend off malevolent ghost attacks, yet it was impervious to shattering. Jinfan, momentarily stunned, caught the porcelain. Although uncertain of its nature, the tone of Subai suggested that it was exceedingly precious. Jinfan promptly cradled it closely. Subai then retrieved a straw doll, a promised reward from the team leader Takahashi of the island nation. He bit his finger, smearing his blood onto the doll's eyes. The doll's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, and in an instant, it transformed into a figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to Subai. Quickly, Subai directed the effigy to flee in the opposite direction, diverting some of the ghostly rope's attention. However, its effectiveness was limited. At that moment, the ghostly ropes began to encroach upon Subai's blood-red aura. Surrounding them were ghostly ropes resembling willow branches, dark and oppressive. Some of these ropes were dragging clawing ghostly minions, launching an assault on the group. The peculiar artifact in hand proved insufficient. Subai decisively summoned the Snow Woman. Her freezing ability was formidable against ordinary ghostly ropes, although unable to immobilize their essence. After all, the ghostly ropes were entities of the second phase of resurrection, a level above the Snow Woman, rendering her efforts less effective. The team leader from the island nation sprinted towards Subai, shouting frantically, "Jawajawa! Jawajawa!" The translator beside Subai clutched the ghost porcelain tightly, and upon hearing the leader's exclamations, hurriedly translated, "Lord Subai, he urges you to devise an alternative strategy." At this moment, Subai focused on coordinating with the Snow Woman using the silk threads. Their combination constituted a powerful area-clearing technique. Vast swathes of ghostly ropes and minions were frozen, subsequently torn apart by the silk threads. The sound of cracking echoed continuously, and the ground was soon blanketed with icy debris. Yet, the number of ghostly ropes and minions was overwhelming and seemingly inexhaustible. Each area cleared was immediately replenished. The ghostly ropes had developed unchecked for far too long. The Exorcism Society had failed to intervene promptly, resulting in countless ordinary civilians perishing. thus swelling the ranks of ghostly minions. Moreover, the essence of the ghostly ropes refrained from attacking, opting instead to deplete Su Bai's ghostly energy with these inconsequential minions. Truly infuriating. The Exorcism Society here had allowed the ghostly ropes to flourish to such an extent. As Su Bai continued to eliminate the threats, he couldn't help but voice his frustrations. Suddenly, he heard Jinfan's call. Glancing towards the island nation's leader, he noted that he had become ensnared by the ghostly minions. Explaining his desperate cries for help, shaking his head, Su Bai acknowledged the inadequacy of their strength. He instructed the Snow Woman to freeze the ghostly minions surrounding the island nation's leader and swiftly cleared the area. The captain freed himself from the clutches of the ghostly minions and cast a grateful glance at Su Bai before continuing to flee in his direction. However, just a few steps later, several ghostly ropes ensnared his neck, gradually tightening their grip. Su Bai shook his head, realizing there was little he could do. A doomed soul was beyond salvation. He redirected his focus to eliminating the nearby ghostly minions. "Thank you, Lord Su Bai." The voice of Jinfan resonated at the opportune moment. Su Bai turned to see that the captain from the island nation had not succumbed to the ghostly ropes after all. It turned out that his second ghostly entity, albeit of a lower level, possessed abilities akin to that of a hanging ghost, which somewhat countered the lethal nature of the ropes, allowing him to escape and join Su Bai's side. Su Bai, though surprised, did not dwell on it and nodded at the island captain. His thoughts remained primarily on the ghostly ropes. The endless sea of ropes and minions surged like a tidal wave, making it nearly impossible to locate the true essence of the ropes for an effective counterattack. Su Bai and his companions felt like a solitary vessel striving to withstand the tempest of ghosts. Continuing in this manner was unsustainable. Observing the surrounding conditions, Su Bai realized they would be exhausted by the relentless ghostly ropes. The short-haired female ghost master with sensing abilities was nearing their location. She could still be of use. Expanding the blood-red ghost mist, Su Bai enveloped the area and teleported to the subway entrance. The 4 survivors gathered at the subway entrance, but the first 2 likely had been reduced to nothing. Su Bai instructed Jinfan, "You all should head inside. Also inform those 2. Jinfan promptly relayed the message to the other 2 ghost masters. The 3 glanced at Su Bai but obediently proceeded into the subway station. Yuki-onna, understanding his intent, Yuki-onna unleashed her freezing powers, conjuring a frigid storm that temporarily cleared an area, allowing Yuki-onna to enter his body. Su Bai turned and hastily made his way into the subway station. Chapter 152, 2 Great Evil Spirits, Driving the Tiger and Swallowing the Wolf. The 4 retreated into the subway station, with Su Bai taking up the rear, ever vigilant for any movements of the ghostly ropes. Although Yuki-onna managed to control the ghostly tide, her hold would only last a short while. The ghostly ropes, commanding the minions, surged into the subway station, intent on not letting them escape. "Damn, they're truly relentless. Follow me, and you shall learn the meaning of pain." Su Bai cursed inwardly as he observed the pursuing ghostly ropes. Yet, there was little he could do at the moment but delay the offensive of the ghostly tide as much as possible. Fortunately, having entered the subway station, the entrance was limited in size, significantly alleviating Su Bai's defensive burden and reducing the consumption of ghostly energy. Fighting and retreating simultaneously, they successfully reached the subway hall. Upon witnessing the scene before them, the 3 who entered first halted in their tracks. The hall's floor was littered with shards of ice, interspersed with fragments of flesh. The ceiling was adorned with broken strands of hemp rope. In the minds of the 3 individuals, an image of Su Bai engaging in battle within the grand hall materialized, intertwined with the chaotic scene before the subway station, leading to a deeper appreciation of the formidable prowess of the blood-red specter, Su Bai. The captain from the island nation, astonished, gaped in disbelief. Truly, he thought, Su Bai is remarkable. The captain's remark echoed the awe shared by his comrades, all of whom were captivated by Su Bai's strength. Swiftly, Su Bai caught up with the trio, observing them standing in confusion, a wave of darkness washing over him. Were they courting death? Did they not comprehend the terror of the ghostly ropes? He bellowed at them. "Are you seeking your demise by lingering here? Move forward." Su Bai had entered the subway station with the intention of utilizing the peculiar blood and flesh orb within the train carriage to confront the ghostly ropes. The orb's ability to exist within the territory of the ghostly ropes indicated that they were powerless against it. "Oh." Jinfan suddenly grasped the situation and hastily translated Su Bai's words to the 2 ghost masters. The group resumed their advance, striking as they retreated. They successfully reached the 2nd underground level. Pointing at the first breach created by the ghostly bride, Su Bai commanded, "Quickly board that subway." He then turned his back, focusing intently on fending off the onslaught of the ghostly ropes. Jinfan conveyed Su Bai's instructions to the others. As the trio approached the carriage, they abruptly halted. Terror etched on their faces as they gazed towards the train. Noticing their pause, Subai turned to assess the situation. To his surprise, the peculiar blood and flesh orb had somehow emerged from the carriage. The three were paralyzed with fear at the sight of the orb. Suddenly, Jean Fan exclaimed and fell to the ground, having been pushed. The short-haired female ghost master from the island nation, realizing the orb's ferocity and her own lack of combat ability, understood she could not withstand the impending threat. Observing the orb's speed, she chose to push the translator forward, intending to sacrifice her in a desperate bid to buy time. Furrowing his brow, Subai instantaneously teleported to her side, whisking the translator away. The short-haired ghost master, witnessing Subai's arrival, urgently implored him for assistance. "Help me, please." The translator, having just been shoved and still in shock, was unable to provide any translation. Subai, unable to comprehend her words, decided to let her fate unfold. Even if he could understand, he had no inclination to assist her. Such individuals, who readily used their teammates as shields, could not be trusted. One could never know when they might betray you. Initially, he had recognized her perceptive abilities and deemed her somewhat useful. However, it was now clear that she was not worth the investment of time. Alas, the short-haired ghost master failed to escape the orb's lethal range, becoming ensnared and rolling along with it. The captain from the island nation, gripped by trepidation, hastened to Subai's side. With the ominous orb advancing menacingly from the front and the ghostly rope army relentlessly pursuing from the rear, their sole recourse now lay in entering the carriage. Moments ago, Subai made an attempt, and the compartment was indeed capable of instantaneous movement. It remains unclear whether this phenomenon is a result of the bizarre flesh and blood sphere or the two openings created by the ghostly bride. However, the current dilemma lies in the fact that the ghostly rope's malevolent aura has begun to encroach, gradually constricting the reach of Subai's crimson spectral domain. Presently, Subai's crimson aura cannot encompass such a vast area. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, and then, an idea. He retrieved a blood-red, tusk-like object from the corpse bag. This was a reward promised by the ghost tamers from the Bear Country during a previous bizarre instance, delivered promptly after the completion of that peculiar endeavor. As he embarked on this solitary journey to the island nation, he thought it prudent to be well prepared, thus bringing it along. This ghostly tusk possesses the ability to breach the ghostly aura of malevolent spirits, proving to be quite opportune. With a surge of ghostly energy, the tusk rose from Subai's hand, levitating in the air, vibrating violently, its spectral aura intensifying, radiating a sharpness akin to a blade drawn from its sheath. Whoosh! The tusk ceased its trembling and hurtled towards the ghostly rope with remarkable speed. As the tusk soared, an invisible and eerie force sliced through the malevolent aura of the ghostly rope. Though imperceptible to the naked eye, Subai was acutely aware that a fissure had been torn in the ghostly barrier. Seizing the moment, the crimson aura expanded, enveloping the compartment. With one hand clutching the tusk and accompanied by the translator and the island nation's captain, Subai instantaneously transported them inside the compartment. Just as they arrived, the ghostly rope's aura swiftly mended itself. The efficacy of the tusk lasted a mere second. After all, the ghostly rope was a formidable entity. Having reached the second stage of revival, sustaining the rift for that long was already pushing its limits. Nevertheless, it sufficed, as they successfully entered the compartment. At that moment, the ghostly rope, unimpeded by Subai, surged forth with great vigor. The bizarre flesh and blood sphere could not halt its momentum, rolling towards the ghostly rope. The two formidable spirits collided. The ghostly rope initiated the assault first, ensnaring the flesh and blood sphere with its empty tendrils. Ghostly minions clawed and scraped at the surface of the sphere. Yet, the bizarre flesh and blood sphere was unfazed, relentlessly consuming the ghostly minion's flesh, propelled by its peculiar rules. Meanwhile, an unending stream of ghostly minions continued to pour forth from the ghostly rope. The two uncanny forces clashed within the compartment, locked in a stalemate. The short-haired female ghost tamer, ensnared by the bizarre flesh and blood sphere, had long since been reduced to a puddle of blood and gore. Inside the compartment, the three stood transfixed, witnessing the chaotic scene outside. Flesh and blood flew in all directions, with droplets occasionally splattering against the compartment's glass. The translator's eyes were filled with terror, and the gruesome spectacle threatened to induce nausea. She bit down on her lip, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit, her lips bleeding yet disregarded. Clutching Subai's arm tightly, she feared losing him. Subai shrugged her off, frowning as he gazed out, contemplating the current situation. The captain of the island nation regained his composure, glancing at the scenery outside the carriage and then at Subai, filled with admiration. He then expressed his gratitude to Subai with a flurry of gestures, bowing and nodding. Su Bai, however, was utterly perplexed until Jinfan translated, revealing that the captain was first thanking Su Bai for saving his life, and then marveling at Su Bai's formidable strength and adaptability. Chapter 153, The Sinister Scarecrow. Using itself as bait. Inside the carriage, Su Bai and his companions continued to observe the scene outside. The bizarre blood mass and the ghostly rope were still entangled, with the former seemingly gaining the upper hand. It incessantly devoured the flesh of the ghostly slaves controlled by the rope, its body growing larger. Upon reaching a certain size, it astonishingly split into a second and third blood mass. If this continued, the small subway platform would hardly accommodate so many strange blood masses. Initially, Su Bai speculated that this eerie blood mass might be some sort of peculiar artifact. However, witnessing its continuous division led him to realize he was mistaken. This blood mass was undoubtedly a type of specter, and it was certainly of a formidable level, at least grade 5 or above. Otherwise, it would not be able to contend with the ghostly rope to such an extent. The two strange entities were locked in a stalemate. Although the blood mass continued to grow, it was unable to deal with the essence of the ghostly rope. It could only consume flesh. Observing the situation outside the window, Su Bai furrowed his brow. He could not allow the eerie blood mass to continue its unrestricted expansion. It was already nearing the carriage, if not halted. The three of them would soon fall under the influence of the blood mass's rules. A plan was needed. Su Bai turned to Jinfan and instructed, "Inform the captain that you two should remain here. I will go outside to assess the situation." Jinfan obediently nodded and translated Su Bai's words to the captain of the island nation. Then, with a tone of concern, she cautioned Su Bai, "My lord Su Bai, please be careful." Su Bai paid her no mind and summoned the ghost bride and the ghost actress. He broke open the carriage and stepped out into the abandoned subway. The primary objective remained the ghostly rope. As long as the rope was sealed, the continuous supply of ghostly flesh would cease, preventing the eerie blood mass from further expanding. This blood mass exhibited no proactive aggression, and his dealings with the Exorcism Society were solely concerning the ghostly rope. Inside the carriage, the two remained in a daze. "Saito-san, can your ghost taming also summon spirits? Are all female ghosts this beautiful?" Jinfan suddenly spoke. Having witnessed for the first time a spirit tamer capable of separating spirits from their bodies, and all of them were strikingly stunning. The captain of the island nation, Saito, shook his head, smiling wryly. "You overestimate me. Even now, only spirits of grade 5 or higher can separate. I possess only a grade 1 spirit, which is far from sufficient. As for the appearance of female ghosts, others are not like this at all. Lord Su Bai is indeed a collector of female spirits. Unlike myself." Saito's voice grew fainter, and Meiho could no longer hear him clearly, only noticing the increasing envy in the captain's gaze. Su Bai stepped outside the carriage and ascended to the roof, standing tall and surveying the vast expanse. The two individuals and their spirits began the search for the essence of the ghostly rope, which lay hidden among the myriad strands of hemp. "My husband, look over there." The ghostly bride Li Shang seemed to have made a discovery, pointing in a certain direction. Upon hearing this, Su Bai turned his gaze to where Li Shang indicated, the peculiar, grotesque mass of flesh that had initially caught their attention. It had grown immensely, yet the surrounding ghostly ropes remained numerous. Su Bai focused intently and discerned that among the multitude of ghostly ropes encircling the bizarre flesh sphere, one stood out as distinctly different. While the ghostly ropes appeared as ancient hemp strands, primarily in a quaint pale yellow hue due to their woven nature, this particular rope, though also pale yellow, exhibited a faint, flowing crimson hue. The blood-colored hemp rope flickered in and out of visibility, continuously shifting its position around the grotesque mass. Indeed, such uniqueness must signify its true essence. Su Bai felt a surge of joy, but it quickly faded as he furrowed his brow. They had located it. But this ghostly rope was exceedingly cautious, refraining from initiating an attack. It merely circled the grotesque mass, remaining at a distance. Moreover, the ghostly rope could shift at will. If they did not strike decisively, it could easily escape into the sea of hemp strands, making future attempts even more challenging. Su Bai's mind raced with various strategies until he suddenly smacked his forehead. He had an idea. He retrieved a scarecrow from the body bag, the very one he had previously employed near the subway station. This scarecrow was not a disposable prop, as long as it was not completely destroyed. It could be reclaimed and reused. Before retreating into the subway station, Su Bai had noted that the figure remained intact, so he had taken it back. Biting his index finger, he followed the same procedure as before, smearing his blood on the scarecrow's eyes and tossing it to the ground. Soon, a replica of Su Bai, indistinguishable in attire and form, emerged. However, merely having the scarecrow was insufficient. His prior summoning was intended to divert the attention of the ghostly rope's avatars. This time, he needed to attract the essence itself, which was still at a considerable distance. Without protective measures, the scarecrow would easily fall prey to the attacks of the ghostly rope's avatars and other minions. Thus, he had to ensure it could approach unscathed. Gritting his teeth, Subai produced a piece of ghostly porcelain once more, infusing it with ghostly energy. This time the luminescence enveloped the scarecrow rather than protecting Subai. With this protective layer of ghostly porcelain, it should suffice. As Subai cleared the path of obstacles for the scarecrow, he simultaneously guided it towards the ghostly rope's essence. Along the way, some avatars and ghostly minions launched attacks against the scarecrow, but they could not breach the protective barrier of the ghostly porcelain. Currently, the majority of the offensive maneuvers by the ghost rope are concentrated around the eerie blood-flesh sphere. The scattered manifestations of the ghost rope and the ghostly servants are, at this moment, unable to contend with the decoy, Subai, to breach the defenses of the ghost porcelain instantaneously. The corporeal form of the ghost rope must personally engage in the assault. Inside the carriage, the two individuals watched as the decoy Subai advanced toward the center of the battlefield. This decoy bore an uncanny resemblance to the genuine Subai, making it nearly indistinguishable from the original. They believed Subai intended to charge recklessly forward, which elicited a sense of anxiety. However, it was soon that the translator, Jinfan, realized Lord Subai would not act so recklessly. This must be a falsehood. Observe, he has never utilized any supernatural abilities. The captain from the island nation, Saito, upon hearing this, took a moment to observe. Indeed, as Jinfan had stated, this Subai had not invoked any powers, merely advancing with a veil of protective radiance. After a brief respite, the two began to ponder the whereabouts of the true Subai. They leaned against the car window, scrutinizing the surroundings, yet made no discoveries. Then, following the trajectory of the assault aimed at clearing obstacles, they noticed it was emanating from the roof. Realizing this, Captain Saito gritted his teeth. He felt it was unwise to remain idle and decided to assist Subai. He turned to Jinfan and said, "You stay hidden. I shall lend aid to Lord Subai." With that, he summoned the ghost princess to possess him, and with sharp claws, he tore through the car roof. With a light leap, he ascended. Upon reaching the top, he indeed found Subai and moved towards him. Chapter 154, The 9-Inch Nail Emerges. Reawakening the second phase of the malevolent spirit. Before Saito could approach, a surge of ghostly energy emanated from Subai, already poised for action. The baiting strategy was nearing fruition. The decoy Subai was now approaching the location of the ghost rope's corporeal form. The crimson ghost rope circled the enigmatic blood-flesh sphere, directing the surrounding manifestations and ghostly servants in their assault. Suddenly, it sensed a foreign presence within its ghostly domain. Summoning several manifestations and ghostly servants to eliminate the intruder proved futile. The crimson ghost rope executed a swift maneuver among the ordinary ghost ropes, positioning itself beside the decoy Subai. Tentatively, it assessed the situation and, sensing no imminent danger, began to coil around the neck of the decoy Subai. Observing as the crimson ghost rope gradually breached the defenses of the ghost porcelain, it was nearly ensnaring the neck of the decoy. Subai atop the roof revealed a faint smile. The trap was set. Even the most cunning fish would take the bait when it is presented so readily. It was nearly time. Li Xiang, Lanji, the two female ghosts instantly comprehended Subai's intent upon hearing his call. The ghostly bride, Li Xiang, slightly bent forward, preparing to lift her red veil. The ghostly actress, Lanji, formed her hands into a flower-like gesture, her figure twisting as melodious theatrical tones escaped her lips, accompanied by the resonant sound of theatrical gongs in the vicinity. Meanwhile, Subai unleashed his ghostly power, the Snow Woman's frigid domain fully activated. As icy tendrils enveloped the crimson ghost rope, whoosh, 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 a piercing sound shattered the air as countless threads manifested in the sky, entwined with rapidly growing ghostly hair, all converging upon the crimson ghost rope's core. The captain of the island nation, Saito, intended to approach Subai, but was taken aback by the overwhelming force unleashed by Subai, momentarily frozen in place. How could a mere spirit master wield such an abundance of ghostly powers simultaneously? It was utterly terrifying. Just as he uttered a word, he was violently thrust back into the carriage by the formidable wave of Subai's ghostly energy. Fortunately, he returned to the carriage, for had he witnessed the scene of the ghost bride lifting her veil, he would likely have met his demise in an instant. Nonetheless, he was still affected by the ghostly opera, evidently trapped within an illusion. Luckily, having undergone relevant training, he was striving to resist the potent mental assault of the ghostly actress. The scene shifted back to Subai, with 5 formidable abilities unleashed. The ferocious ghostly energy swiftly suppressed the ghostly rope's essence. Subai produced a coffin nail, tarnished with copper rust, and the blood-red essence instantly expanded, teleporting beside the crimson ghost rope. At that moment, the ghost rope had yet to sense the impending danger and was preparing to deal with the foe Subai as its prey. The rope tightened around the foe Subai's neck. The protective aura surrounding the foe Subai had contracted to the surface of its skin, but under the onslaught of the ghost rope, it held for merely an instant. The ghost rope had now ensnared the foe Subai's neck. Being merely a scarecrow, the foe Subai could not transform into a ghostly servant like an ordinary human. With the ghost rope's attack, the foe Subai erupted into a cloud of decaying straw. The moment the blood-red ghost rope obliterated the scarecrow, it sensed the danger and prepared to flee. However, it was too late. The pressure from the lifted veil and ghostly opera slowed its movements. The chilling aura, the threads, and the ghostly hair further restricted its mobility on a physical level. Coupled with the enveloping ghostly essence, Subai had already teleported beside it. 9 suns. Bow to the earth, a nail to bind yin and yang. Subai's fingers intertwined, with the 9-inch nail positioned at the center. Ghostly energy surged frantically into the 9-inch nail along his arms, causing the copper rust to flake away. A colossal shadow of a copper nail emerged from the 9-inch nail. Amidst the swirling, decaying straw, Subai distinctly sensed the position of the blood-red ghost rope. He lifted his hands above his head, aiming the nail at the restrained ghost rope. With a resounding thud, he drove it into the ground. An intangible wave of ghostly energy erupted from within the blood-red ghost rope, radiating outward. Yet, Subai maintained his blood-red protective essence, withstanding this wave of impact. His hands remained tightly gripping the 9-inch nail, denying the blood-red ghost rope any chance of escape. However, being a malevolent spirit in its second phase of revival, the blood-red ghost rope struggled desperately, akin to a gigantic python seized by its vital point, writhing vigorously. The surrounding ghostly essence contracted, concentrating near Subai, and the stench of decay intensified. Meanwhile, the surrounding ghostly rope entities and numerous ghostly servants abandoned their assault on the eerie flesh orb, surging towards Subai. Subai contracted the blood-red ghost rope into a compact form, pressing it against the base of the 9-inch nail, relentlessly applying pressure. Yet it proved insufficient. Feeling the incessant vibrations of the nail in his grasp, Subai shouted, "Li Shang." The ghost bride, upon hearing his call, required no further prompting. Their thoughts aligned, and she transformed into a beam of crimson light that entered Subai's body. Subsequently, a surge of red light emanated from him, draping him in a blood-colored bridal gown. The ethereal figure of the ghost bride, Li Shang, materialized behind him, her delicate hands encircling his, gently covering his tightly clenched grip on the copper nail. Together, she urged softly, her tender voice resonating within Subai's heart. In unison, they exerted their strength, driving the 9-inch nail deep into the heart of the ghost rope. A more intense wave of ghostly energy surged forth, causing the very air to feel as though it had solidified. Subai was instantly propelled backward. The blood-colored ghost rope writhed violently, akin to a frenzied serpent. Then, as if a pause button had been pressed, its chaotic movements froze mid-air, before succumbing to gravity and collapsing to the ground. In an instant, the oppressive force of the ghost rope dissipated, and the foul stench that accompanied it vanished. The ghostly strands fragmented into minuscule black specks, subsequently vanishing into the ether. The sound of thuds echoed continuously. The ghostly slaves, once suspended by the rope, fell silent, transforming into ordinary corpses that scattered across the ground. Subai stood up from Lanji's embrace, having been flung away by the final surge of ghostly energy from the blood-colored rope. Fortunately, the ghostly actress had caught him in time. Approaching the now motionless ghost rope, he discovered it had completely ceased its movements. With the surrounding ghostly energy and the disintegration of the rope, Subai confirmed that the blood-colored ghost rope had been thoroughly sealed, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. After momentarily recuperating his depleted ghostly power, dissatisfaction with the exorcism society filled his mind. Damn, such a wretched ghost rope. Allowed to grow so formidable due to the inaction of those incompetent fools from the island nation. It cost me so many resources and immense effort to seal it. Truly infuriating. However, he was relieved to have finally resolved the matter. Cursing under his breath, he stored the ghost rope in a body bag and turned his gaze toward the carriage. He had previously noticed Captain Saito from the island nation climbing onto the roof of the vehicle, but there had been no time to attend to him. Now, he was uncertain of the situation. Inside the carriage, Saito appeared to be in dire straits, blood trickling from his mouth, seemingly having battled the ghost rope as well. In truth, he had merely been affected by the ghostly actress's performance. Fortunately, The duration was brief. Otherwise, he would have long since perished. Chapter 155. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva statue. Captain Saito of the island nation regained his composure, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he stood upright. His heart brimmed with admiration for Su Bai's prowess. Truly, the esteemed Su Bai, master of the blood-red ghost rope. Merely the aftermath of the battle nearly cost me my life. If the Empire possessed such formidable individuals, perhaps the current predicament would not have come to pass. Sighing, Saito decided to seek out Meiho first before proceeding to Su Bai's location. After all, he was unable to communicate in the Dragon Kingdom's language. Relying on Meiho's translation for dialogue with Lord Su Bai, turning to the direction where Meiho had previously been, Saito found it devoid of any presence. A sense of unease creeping into his heart. Had she hidden away, or was it something else? He hastened towards the next carriage. Upon entering, he beheld Meiho lying on the ground, surrounded by remnants of mangled flesh and blood. Alarmed, Saito rushed toward her, but suddenly halted upon noticing the faint aura of malevolent energy emanating from the disfigured remains, unmistakably the work of the eerie flesh orb. With caution, the spirit of the ghostly princess possessed him as he approached to examine the grotesque mass. Finding no immediate threat, he breathed a sigh of relief, quickly moving to Meiho's side to clear away the remnants. A brief check of her breathing revealed that she was still alive. Though her body was smeared with blood and disfigurement, she bore no serious injuries. Observing the scene around him, Saito deduced that the eerie flesh orb had indeed attacked Meiho. This was confirmed as, during Su Bai's battle with the ghostly rope, the orb had evaded its grasp and stealthily returned to its lair in the abandoned subway. In that moment, Meiho had been left alone, facing the orb head-on. It was perplexing how an ordinary person like her had survived such an onslaught. Suddenly, Saito noticed that Meiho's right hand seemed to clutch something. He gently pried her fingers apart to retrieve the object, a clay statue of a Buddha, roughly the size of an adult's palm. Upon closer inspection, it depicted Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, meticulously crafted despite its humble material. The statue featured a round visage, delicate brows, and elongated eyes, with a teardrop-shaped white hair tuft between them. Its eyes were slightly lowered, exuding a compassionate demeanor, and it held a precious pearl in its left hand while brandishing a six-ringed staff in its right. The flowing robes were intricately detailed, exuding a soft and harmonious texture. Curiously, the robe of this Ksitigarbha statue was a striking crimson, as though it had been drenched in blood. Delving deeper into the statue's essence, Saito sensed residual traces of malevolent energy within. This object was indeed peculiar, and it was likely this Ksitigarbha statue that had granted Meiho the means to survive the assault of the eerie flesh orb. Although it remained unclear why an ordinary individual like Meiho could wield such an uncanny artifact, her survival was a blessing in itself. After all, fortune and misfortune often intertwine. It remained uncertain whether Meiho would be able to utilize this clay statue in the future. If she could, this extraordinary object might just enable her to become a postnatal spirit wielder. Su Bai finished tidying up the ghost rope and began to assess his consumption. This battle against the ghost rope had cost him 2 pieces of ghost porcelain. The scarecrow provided by Takahashi had also been depleted, marking the most significant loss. However, the request from the island nation to resolve the ghost rope issue came with 4 pieces of ghost porcelain, a peculiar ceramic doll, and 100 tons of gold. Overall, this transaction was profitable. Additionally, he had acquired a slender bone of unknown purpose. He could take the ghost rope back to Professor Guo for examination, which should yield considerable rewards. Yet, the most crucial gain from this venture was the commitment from the Exorcism Society of the island nation to gather pertinent documentation. Su Bai's primary aim in coming to the island was to uncover the advancement clues for the Snow Woman and Sadako. The Exorcism Society, being an official organization, possessed far more resources than Su Bai. Their assistance in collecting relevant leads could save him a significant amount of time. He wondered how their collection efforts were progressing, especially since he had already dealt with the ghost rope. He hoped the Exorcism Society would be well prepared. If the gathered materials could facilitate the advancement of both the Snow Woman and Sadako, this journey to the island would be flawless. If not, advancing just one would still be acceptable. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed within the subway station. Captain Saito of the island nation approached slowly, carrying the unconscious Meiho on his back. Su Bai glanced at Meiho and then cast a questioning look at Saito. Understanding the unspoken inquiry, Saito pulled out his phone and began to type. A mechanical voice filled the air. My lord, Meiho was attacked by a bizarre flesh and blood sphere. She has been unconscious ever since. However, I have checked and found no injuries. I suspect that the Ksitigarbha statue protected her. It appears to be an anomalous object. Once the voice concluded, Saito revealed the clay statue of the Buddha he held. Su Bai examined the statue, noting the ghostly energy emanating from it. Observing Sato's reluctance to relinquish the statue, Subai refrained from attempting to seize it. It was merely an anomalous object, not worth resorting to force. This statue did not align with any of the powerful anomalous items he recalled. Meiho was just an ordinary person and was not supposed to wield such objects. The fact that she could activate this clay statue indicated that it had chosen her. Although the reasons remained unclear, it was her own matter. Being chosen by an anomalous object could be either a blessing or a curse. He would let her navigate that path. What truly occupied Su Bai's mind was the disappearance of the bizarre flesh and blood sphere. Could it be related to the ghost rope? It seemed unlikely. Based on previous encounters, the ghost rope had been utterly ineffective against the sphere, with the ghostly servants being continuously devoured instead. If it wasn't the ghost rope, then what could it be? He decided it was futile to ponder over it any longer. The transaction details with the Exorcism Society are solely related to the ghost rope incident. Now that it has been resolved, we must hasten our return. This island is a bizarre breeding ground for malevolence, rife with chaos. It is unwise to linger here. We should promptly retrieve the files from the Exorcism Society to seek any clues regarding the advancement of the Yukiana and Sadako. Subai ceased his contemplation and addressed the now-awakened translator. Inform your captain to send a message to the Exorcism Society stating that the ghost rope has been dealt with. They should come to the entrance of the ghost city to collect us, though there is no need for them to enter, as this city harbors other formidable spirits. Although Jean Fan still felt somewhat dazed, she conveyed Su Bai's words to Saito. The captain quickly contacted the Exorcism Society, and soon after, the three made their way toward the outskirts of the ghost city. Unbeknownst to them, the clay Buddha statue hanging nearby glimmered with a hint of blood red in its eyes. Chapter 156, Survivors of the Ghost City, Eerie Ghost Faces. As the trio traversed the desolate streets of the ghost city, the crisp sound of their footsteps resonated sharply in the eerie silence of the abandoned metropolis. They wondered if the Exorcism Society had sent someone to meet them. Was this city truly devoid of life? Jean Fan walked between Su Bai and Saito, her mind wandering. Her gaze roamed across the ghost city, once a thriving urban center, now reduced to ruins by the onset of the supernatural. Su Bai, look, Jean Fan exclaimed, pointing excitedly in a certain direction. Following her gesture, they spotted several faint lights flickering rhythmically. Could there still be survivors? Might we invite them to join us? Although this city was indeed a ghost town, a scant few fortunate souls had managed to endure. But what did survival mean in such a place? Ultimately, they were merely awaiting death. Subai offered no response to Jean Fan, choosing instead to continue walking in silence toward the city's edge. Yes, there were indeed remnants of humanity here, a realization he had come to long ago. But what did survival signify? Ultimately, they were merely awaiting death. The Exorcism Society had completely abandoned this place. They had ceased to offer any assistance. How could they expect me to save them? It was laughable. Seeing that Subai remained unresponsive, Jean Fan persisted, using the island's language to inquire of Saito. Captain Saito, is there truly no way to call them out? Will the Exorcism Society not send anyone? Saito shook his head, a pained expression on his face. It's futile. If we were to call the survivors out, they would all likely perish at the hands of the malevolent spirits. There is more than just the ghost rope lurking here. I have been to that place. It is a temple where a large stockpile of food is stored, allowing those inside to survive for a while longer. If we were to call the survivors out, they would all likely perish at the hands of the malevolent spirits. Unless the headquarters dispatches a considerable number of demon exorcists to reclaim this city, their salvation remains a distant hope. Alas, Sato's voice trailed off, leaving behind a profound sigh. He was acutely aware that it was implausible for the headquarters to send reinforcements. If they intended to reclaim the area, they would have done so long ago. The exorcists at headquarters valued their lives dearly. It was sheer folly to expect them to risk their lives to come here. The handling of the ghost rope incident was merely a response to its growth rate, which had far exceeded the Exorcist Society's expectations. In less than 2 months, the situation had escalated from a localized disturbance to a large-scale supernatural event affecting 10 urban regions, necessitating urgent intervention. At this juncture, even the exorcists at headquarters dared not approach. They preferred to incur substantial costs to summon Lord Su from the Dragon Kingdom. Sato's response poured cold water over Junfan's flickering hopes. She fell silent, her expression somewhat dazed. Having lived in Tokyo, the capital of the island nation and a primary stronghold of the Exorcist Society, she had always felt secure. It was the city with the highest concentration of exorcists in the empire. Although supernatural incidents occasionally occurred, they were typically resolved swiftly. Junfan had never fathomed the dire state of the world outside. Once a bustling metropolis, it had been reduced to ruins, its inhabitants decimated. The few survivors had retreated to a single location, relying on their dwindling supplies of food as they awaited the arrival of death. Had the world truly descended to such depths? This encounter had made Jinfan acutely aware that for an ordinary person, merely surviving in this apocalyptic landscape was an extraordinary stroke of luck. The atmosphere grew heavy, and the three fell into silence. As they neared the outskirts of the city, Su noticed that the Exorcist Society's reinforcements had yet to arrive, prompting them to wait by an abandoned gas station. Saito extracted a cigarette from his pocket and began to smoke. Observing the vending machines still present in the gas station, he approached and kicked one with considerable force, causing it to wobble violently. Soon, several bottles of beverages tumbled down with a clatter. Saito crouched down and retrieved the fallen items from the vending machine's access point. Instead of drinking immediately, he handed a can of coffee to Su. Care for a drink? Along the way, he had picked up a few basic words in the dragon language from Jinfan, such as eat, drink, and run. Su nodded and accepted the coffee. Upon glancing at it, he noted it was a brand he had never seen before. After sensing no malevolent aura, he opened it and took a sip, only to spit it out almost immediately, his expression changing. What on earth is this? It's utterly disgusting. He discarded the can and resumed his meditative state. Jinfan had already leaned against a wall, sitting in a crouch with her eyes tightly shut. She was, after all, just an ordinary university student. Throughout this journey, I have encountered terrifying sights previously unimagined. Coupled with a profound realization of the apocalypse and the truth behind the Exorcism Society, my nerves have remained taut. Now, having finally found a moment of respite, I succumb to slumber. Without the translations of the diligent Jinfan, Saito's meager vocabulary rendered him incapable of communicating with Subai. Furthermore, observing Subai's apparent disinterest in conversation, the captain wisely silenced himself, maintaining vigilance in the surroundings. Rather than merely resting his eyes, Subai engaged in a silent exchange with the female spirits. Master, do remember your promise. Do not renege when the time comes, echoed the voice of Mealy's. How could I possibly go back on my word? Who is unaware of my reputation as an honest and reliable young lord? Subai retorted. You lie, General. You still owe me for last time, Wanji interjected sharply, reminding him of a previous promise made during an eerie quest for a day of solitude that had yet to be fulfilled. Caught off guard, Subai had no retort and swiftly sought to divert the conversation. Let us discuss something else. Sadako, Yukiana, do you possess any clues regarding your ascension? Humph, wicked master. Do not think to escape your debt. As he bantered with the spirits, the tension from battle began to dissipate, and a hint of a smile graced his usually stoic visage. Suddenly, an unfamiliar male voice emerged from behind him. Who are you? Initially, Subai assumed it was Saito speaking, but quickly realized that Saito was stationed at the front, vigilant, while he stood before a wall. Turning to investigate, he found a grotesque visage protruding from the wall, a ghastly face of earthy hue, its features deliberately distorted, presenting an unnaturally twisted semblance, as if a contorted shadow danced upon the surface. Its eyes, resembling two profound orbs, emitted an eerie green glow that instilled dread. The mouth gaped open, revealing a row of menacing fangs, while a blood-red tongue slithered forth, akin to a serpent's flickering tongue, exuding malevolence and cruelty. On the surface of the ghastly face, pale, dust-like patterns seemed to have formed, accentuating the passage of time and the imprint of death. Chapter 157. The Clay Buddha, a new eerie artifact startled by the bizarre visage. Subai quickly regained his composure. After all, with a decade of apocalyptic experience, he had encountered countless demons and specters. Despite its eerie nature, the face fell within his realm of acceptance. He glanced at the sleeping translator, Jinfan, and a thread of silken essence shot forth, binding her form. The blood-red specter expanded and instantly transported to a secure location. As he steadied himself, a chill surged from within, spreading rapidly towards the wall where the ghastly face resided. A thick layer of frost swiftly enveloped the wall, yet the eerie visage remained absent. Subai was certain that what he had witnessed was no mere illusion. Few entities could silently draw him into a phantasm under the watchful eyes of the ghostly Lan Ji. Hence, the question lingered. Where had the ghastly face vanished? Subai's gaze sharpened, searching for the trace of the ghastly visage. Suddenly, the eerie face materialized on the ground at his feet. This time, Subai observed it more clearly. Although the face boasted teeth and a tongue, its overall structure unmistakably revealed it to be crafted from clay. Mud? The thought flitted through Subai's mind. In the next instant, the translator, who had been lying nearby, abruptly opened his eyes, leaping towards Subai. His pupils, once ordinary black, had transformed into a sinister shade of blood red. His hands grasped the thread tied around his waist, and then soil surged from his palms, spreading along the thread towards Subai. The blood-red figure of the ghoul remained suspended, and with a mere thought, Su Bai teleported to another direction. The malevolent energy in his hand severed the thread connecting him to the translator. Not far away, the captain of the island nation's team, Saito, noticed the unfolding situation. Initially taken aback by how Zhenfan had suddenly transformed into a ghoul master, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that Su Bai must be attacking. However, he deduced that Su Bai could not possibly be their enemy. Given Su Bai's prowess, he would not need to resort to such convoluted tactics to eliminate them. Su Bai used his teleportation to distance himself from Zhenfan, observing her hands, which had turned to mud, with a slight frown. He retrieved the ghoul butcher knife from the body bag, infusing it with malevolent energy. Instantly, the world within Su Bai's eyes transformed, revealing several phantoms. Locking onto the phantom of the translator Zhenfan, he struck downward without a moment's hesitation. Though the blade sliced through the air, it constituted an attack against Zhenfan. This was the formidable essence of the ghoul butcher knife. Once a target was locked, it could inflict damage from thin air. Zhenfan's movements froze as a black line appeared at the center of her body, extending from her crown downwards. The line widened continuously until light permeated through its center. Her entire form was cleaved in two, collapsing left and right towards the ground. However, the anticipated scene of blood spraying and entrails spilling forth did not materialize. Within her body now lay only earth. Su Bai remained vigilant, keeping his gaze fixed on the bifurcated form. He observed that abundant sludge poured forth from both halves of her body, continuously reshaping. In a matter of moments, the mud receded, and two Zenfins materialized before Su Bai's eyes, identical to the original, even their garments meticulously recreated. Ah, so she hasn't perished. This is rather intriguing. Su Bai let out a cold chuckle, sheathing the ghoul butcher knife, for it bore no effect on this peculiar Zhenfan. Revived, is she? A doppelganger, perhaps? Engaging in play with mud, is it? Let me witness how you persist from here on. Su Bai's malevolent energy erupted within him, the blood-red figure shifting into a realm of extreme cold. The chill swept forth, a frigid tempest rushing toward the two bizarre Zenfins. As the swirling snow and wind dissipated, only two lifelike ice sculptures remained in the clearing. Threads of silk flew forth, entwining the sculptures tightly before abruptly contracting. A series of cracking sounds echoed, and under the strain of the threads, the two sculptures crumbled into a heap of ice shards. Lord Su Bai, the true Miko, had just been joined by Saito, who stood frozen in place, muttering incoherently in his native tongue, which Su Bai could not comprehend. Saito was bewildered. In the blink of an eye, the true Miko had perished. Was my assistance not required? He glanced at the pile of ice remnants, recalling the bizarre earthen form of the Miko, and suddenly felt a jolt of realization. Earth? Could it be that the clay Buddha statue was at play? With sharp nails extending, he made a swift incision on his arm, watching as blood oozed slowly from the wound. Saito breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, I have not transformed into a clay creature. He had previously encountered the clay Buddha statue, and, upon witnessing the Miko's strange appearance, feared he might succumb to a similar fate. Ignoring Sato's thoughts and actions, Su Bai directed the silk threads to sift through the pile of ice shards in search of the clay statue. In a short while, he located it. The threads ensnared the clay statue and drew it toward Su Bai. Hesitant to make direct contact, he allowed the threads to suspend it in midair for careful examination. The clay statue appeared unchanged, save for its once kind eyes, which had transformed into a sinister blood-red reminiscent of the Miko's own gaze, paired with its striking crimson robe, creating a truly terrifying sight. He discerned within the eyes a crimson hue akin to that of the Miko. Indeed, you are the source of this mischief. Su Bai confirmed the situation and retrieved a golden cross from the body bag. He plunged it directly into the statue's head, the entirety of the cross sinking in. Instantly, the blood-red hue in the statue's eyes faded. After conducting a thorough examination with his spiritual energy, he ascertained that the clay statue had fallen completely silent before discarding it into the body bag. Yet another peculiar artifact. Although this island nation was plagued by rampant spirits and vengeful apparitions, it was precisely this chaos that had led to the proliferation of such strange items. Su Bai had previously pondered how a small island could possess so many remarkable artifacts, only to realize they were amassed through the lives of its people. He let out a cold laugh, but chose not to speak further. He intended to depart from this place immediately. The exorcist from the society might arrive at any moment. Remaining here would only risk attracting more malevolent spirits. He had no desire to work for free. Meanwhile, Saito remained silent, feeling a sense of melancholy as the last member sent from his homeland stood alone. He refrained from suggesting they seek a true translator, well aware that the Miko had little chance of survival. When ordinary individuals encounter the bizarre, survival is a rare occurrence. The second challenge lay in the barrier of language, rendering communication with Su-bai utterly impossible. As Su-bai ventured towards the outskirts of the city, Saito silently trailed behind him. They had scarcely taken a few steps when a chilling and somber tolling of bells resonated through the air. Boom, boom, boom. The sound seemed intermingled with anguished moans, echoing as if from the depths of hell, instilling a profound sense of dread. Chapter 158. The sinister toll of bells and the inescapable haunted city. The deep, eerie chimes compelled both men to halt. Su-bai cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The Crimson Spectre had already unfurled, yet for the moment, no ominous presence was imminent. Boom, boom, boom. The haunting bells persisted, growing increasingly distinct, amplifying the unease within their hearts. Something is not right, Saito suddenly exclaimed, pointing frantically in a particular direction. Although Su-bai could not comprehend the island's tongue, he could distinctly sense the urgency in Saito's tone. Following the direction of his finger, Su-bai beheld the very spot where he had previously clashed with the clay effigy of Shinban. Logically, it should have been a mere heap of shattered clay. Yet, in conjunction with the eerie tolling, that pile of debris was rapidly coalescing, gradually taking on a humanoid form. Witnessing this bizarre resurrection of clay, Su-bai hesitated not for a moment and turned to depart. He intended to vacate this perilous locale, feeling no compulsion to engage further with the clay effigy. It had been reduced to fragments, yet could somehow revive. What a futile endeavor, a waste of precious time. Moreover, the ghostly rope incident had been resolved, and his dealings with the Exorcism Society had reached completion. The remaining malevolent spirits were their responsibility to confront. Engage only in what one is compensated for was Su-bai's guiding principle. He was not like Wang Shi, a meddlesome do-gooder. Saito, observing Su-bai's abrupt departure, felt a pang of confusion, yet promptly followed suit. After their recent skirmishes, he had come to realize the gravity of their situation. Within this haunted city, teeming with vengeful spirits, his level of capability as a spirit master was woefully inadequate. Without Su-bai, he feared he would not survive a single day. The two moved in tandem, seeking refuge in a more secure location. Time flowed quietly until suddenly, a cacophony of mechanical engines erupted from the sky. They halted, gazing upwards to see a helicopter dispatched by the Exorcism Society approaching. Upon sighting the helicopter, a wave of relief washed over them. This haunted city was exceedingly bizarre, with an unknown number of resurrected second-stage spirits lurking within. Given the island's strategy of fostering calamity, one could only speculate whether even more formidable spirits might emerge. Indeed, the inexplicably vanished blood-in-flesh sphere and the clay effigy with its extraordinary regenerative abilities were already enough to instigate considerable trepidation. As the helicopter confirmed their location and descended swiftly, a powerful gust of wind accompanied its approach. The surrounding thicket swayed like ocean waves under the gust generated by the rotating helicopter blades, producing a faint rustling sound. The helicopter gently touched down, the vibrations resonating throughout its frame, as dust billowed from beneath the landing gear. Once the swirling dust settled, the cabin door opened automatically. Two individuals hastily advanced and leapt inside to inspect the interior. Only two pilots occupied the cockpit, with no other personnel in sight. The pilots, noticing the newcomers, did not inquire about the whereabouts of anyone else, but remained focused on the horizon ahead. Once Su-bai and his companion settled, one on each side, the helicopter roared back to life. In a short while, the vibrations steadied, and they entered a state of stable flight. At that moment, silence enveloped them, interrupted only by the faint hum of machinery, the whisper of the wind, and the engine's growl, instilling an inexplicable sense of security. Saito had begun to relax, the pressure and tension from previous encounters with malevolent spirits gradually dissipating. His heavy eyelids began to ease, and the tension in his face slackened, accompanied by steady breathing. He unexpectedly fell asleep. Su-bai glanced at the slumbering Saito and shook his head. How could he dare to sleep? He had always been a cautious individual, and with a decade of apocalyptic experience, he would not lower his guard even in this moment. Moreover, they had yet to fly beyond the haunted city's perimeter. The ominous and chilling chimes had finally ceased. Observing from above, Su-bai noted that aside from the peculiar clay figure that had revived at the outset, he had not witnessed any other oddities within the ghost city. The helicopter's rotor blades continued to spin at high speed, accompanied by the engine's roar. As they neared the exit of the ghost city, Su-bai felt a slight sense of relief. He ceased his observations, closed his eyes, and began to recuperate his depleted energy and spiritual power, while the numerous female spirits within him remained vigilant, ready to alert him at the slightest disturbance. After flying for over an hour, Su-bai estimated they were nearing their destination, his spirit and energy nearly restored. He opened his eyes to gaze out the window, intending to gauge how much longer they would be in transit. However, upon seeing the exterior view, shrouded in the same grayish, ghostly aura, he immediately tensed up. Something was amiss. They should have exited this realm an hour ago, yet they were still enveloped in the ghost city's grasp. Checking the surrounding density of the ghostly aura, he found it had not diminished. This city could not possibly be so vast. He had observed it previously and knew it was merely a small island. An hour of flight should have allowed for multiple exits. Were the two pilots merely circling above the ghost city? Or was the pervasive, ghostly energy causing them to lose their sense of direction? Subai kicked Saito, who was dead to the world, waking him from his slumber. Awakening from a slumber, Saito found himself enveloped in a haze of confusion, his eyes half open, yet brimming with a sense of uncertainty, instinctively yearning to voice his inquiries. Subai swiftly raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Observing Subai's gestures and demeanor, Saito swallowed the words that had been poised on his tongue, his expression shifting to one of solemnity. Although he was unaware of the unfolding events, Subai's actions and countenance indicated that the situation was decidedly amiss. With a glance, Subai urged Saito to peer out the window. Understanding the cue, Saito turned to observe the scene outside. Upon returning his gaze, a flicker of unease had settled in his eyes, as it became apparent that the aircraft's trajectory was indeed askew. They could not possibly still be within the confines of the ghost town. His attention then shifted to the two pilots, who had remained silent throughout. Saito found solace in the fact that the pilots exhibited no signs of distress, their focus unwavering as they navigated the aircraft. Perhaps they were merely ensnared in a phantom wall or confronted by an overwhelming density of ghostly energy, resulting in a painfully sluggish pace. He reassured himself that it was still within the realm of normalcy. However, his self-soothing was abruptly interrupted by the sight of a slender black thread gliding through the air. The head of the co-pilot detached from his body, landing with a thud on the aircraft's interior. Overwhelmed by instinct, Saito disregarded Subai's warning and blurted out in shock, his eyes wide with terror. In Chapter 159, The Resurrected True Meiho, is it a beginning or an end? Saito was taken aback as Subai suddenly attacked the co-pilot. Acting on reflex, he became possessed by the ghostly spirit. Not only that, but he also summoned the powers of a second specter. A rope materialized around his neck, one end tethered to the aircraft, and in a swift motion, he approached the helicopter's door, poised to leap into the void. The act of fleeing felt instinctual, as if he had performed it numerous times before. However, Subai's spectral thread shot out, ensnaring Saito and dragging him back to his original position. Startled, Saito glanced around. Disoriented. Had he not just attempted to jump from the plane? Why did everything feel unchanged? It soon dawned on him, and his expression morphed into one of heightened fear. Fortunately, Subai had secured him with the thread, even binding his mouth, averting a potential uproar. As Saito began to regain his composure, Subai pointed toward the pilot's seat, urging him to assess the current situation. Although his body and mouth were restrained, Saito could still turn his head. Following Subai's gesture, he gazed towards the pilot's seat, only to discover that the captain remained utterly undisturbed, continuing to operate the aircraft as if oblivious to the gruesome events that had transpired around him, completely unaware of the decapitation that had just occurred. Upon glancing towards the passenger seat, the pilot who had just been decapitated by Subai remained frozen in the posture of his former self. Strangely, the headless corpse was not oozing blood, but rather a thick sludge. Saito, filled with horror, turned his gaze to Subai. Observing that Saito had comprehended the gravity of the situation, Subai retracted the threads that bound him, freed from his restraints. Saito was eager to inquire but recalled that Subai had no understanding of the island's language and had previously gestured for silence. In a flurry, he retrieved his phone, typing furiously, then turned the screen to face Subai. The display was inundated with a barrage of Saito's questions, and it was fortunate he typed swiftly, otherwise he could not have posed so many inquiries in such a brief span. Your Excellency, what is happening? How could the personnel sent from headquarters end up like this? Are those two pilots equally bizarre? What should we do now? Should we jump out of the plane directly? Or is there another method of resolution? The text was excessive, and Subai could not read it all, most of it being futile content. Saito, in his state of panic, provided little in the way of constructive assistance. Subai remained silent, using his gaze to convey the need for calmness. Soon, another dark flash flickered within the cabin, accompanied by the same threads that swiftly severed the neck of the other pilot. Unsurprisingly, that pilot's body, too, was filled with sludge. When Subai sensed that something was amiss with the flight duration, he instructed Mealy's to probe the two pilots, discovering that they possessed no normal organ structures, prompting his decisive action. Both pilots were already deceased, yet the aircraft remained aloft, continuing its eerie yet steady flight. Saito had located two parachute packs and handed one to Subai. Although he had never used a parachute before, he felt compelled to proceed, thinking a spirit wielder should at least know how to jump with a parachute. However, Subai shook his head in refusal at the offered pack. Instead, he unleashed a wave of ghostly energy, allowing the specter to extend downward. Grasping Sato's arm, he teleported them directly to the ground. Having previously assessed the altitude, Subai noted that the aircraft had not been flying very high, rendering a parachute unnecessary. A simple teleport would suffice. Saito found himself on the ground in an instant. Momentarily dazed, as realization dawned, he wished to commend Subai's formidable prowess but was reminded of their language barrier. He promptly abandoned the notion and simply offered Subai a universally recognized thumbs up. Subai, having no time to spare for Saito, began to survey their landing site. Discovering that they had arrived at the abandoned gas station where they had awaited the exorcism team's arrival. This was also the location where the mud sculpture translator had shattered into fragments, only to be resurrected by the eerie chimes. Saito also realized the position they were in. Feeling a twinge of fear, this cursed place was utterly sinister. The clay statue seemed impervious to destruction, and even a helicopter could not escape. Beside him, Subai had already begun to contemplate a course of action. Everything was undoubtedly linked to that clay Buddha statue. However, it had been suppressed by a golden crucifix and sealed within a shroud, seemingly ensuring its immobility. Could it be that the eerie chime had triggered some unforeseen transformation? It appeared that the origin of all this turmoil lay with that strange sound. Subai suddenly recalled that the clay figure, Jinfan, had previously mentioned a temple in the ghost city, which supposedly harbored several survivors. The chimes sounded as if it belonged to some temple or Taoist monastery. Perhaps it emanated from that very temple. Should they venture there? Mr. Subai, a clumsy attempt at the dragon tongue, interrupted his thoughts, originating from Saito, who had learned only a few phrases. Subai regained his composure and turned to Saito, who maintained his ghostly feminine guise, vigilantly watching the direction of the subway station. Following his gaze, Subai spotted a figure emerging from the darkness, gradually approaching them. As time passed, the silhouette became increasingly discernible. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was none other than the translator, Jinfan. Subai furrowed his brow and silently instructed the female spirits to remain vigilant and ready for action. Was this Jinfan truly who she appeared to be? Had the clay Buddha statue killed her, or had she merely been hidden away? Or was this yet another manifestation of the clay figure, resurrected by the eerie chime and now feigning ignorance as she drew near? All of this remained shrouded in uncertainty, necessitating utmost caution. Jinfan, oblivious to their thoughts, had just recognized Subai and Saito, hastening her steps and beaming with joy. Lord Subai? Saito-san, I finally found you, she exclaimed. Upon awakening earlier, she had discovered both Subai and Saito missing, filling her with dread as she cautiously surveyed her surroundings in search of them. Now that she had finally located them, her heart swelled with uncontainable happiness and excitement. Yet, instead of a joyful reunion, she was met with Saito's icy command, "Stop." At that moment, Saito, still adorned in his ghostly guise, had elongated his sharp nails and was watching Jinfan with a wary gaze. Chapter 160, The Temple of the Ghost City, Golden Artifacts. Jinfan was taken aback by Sato's sudden words, frozen in place, unsure of what had transpired. How could it be that in such a brief span, Captain Saito and Lord Subai had become so foreign to her? After finally finding them, what had happened? Tears shimmered in her eyes as she pondered deeply, disregarding the pitiable expression on Meiho's face. After confirming that the translator was at a safe distance, Saito finally spoke. His sharp nails still pointed at Meiho. "Are you human or a specter?" he inquired, his accusatory gesture unwavering. Meiho wiped her eyes, stifling the tears that threatened to spill. Her voice trembled slightly as she replied, "Of course I am human. Captain Saito, what is the matter? It's me, Meiho. Can you not recognize me?" Saito remained silent, maintaining a defensive posture, his gaze meticulously scanning Meiho, as if attempting to ascertain the authenticity of the translator before him. In that moment, he was at a loss for words. Observing Sato's silence, Meiho turned to Subai and, in dragon tongue, asked, "Your Excellency Subai, what is happening? Why does Captain Saito seem inclined to act against me? Did something occur just now?" Subai, taken aback by Meiho's sudden appearance, felt a twinge of frustration. He too was unable to discern the situation. After all, the translator was merely an ordinary person. If it were a matter involving a demon slayer, he could rely on the fluctuations of demonic energy and the presence of commanding spirits to determine the truth. Furthermore, while the clay effigy masquerading as a human was composed entirely of mud, it emitted no trace of demonic aura. When we exited the subway station, a strange entity impersonating you launched an attack. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to maintain your distance for the time being, Subai explained succinctly. Upon hearing that someone had impersonated her, Meiho's voice rose in agitation. Someone impersonated me? How could that be possible? Even if there was, I am the real one. Earlier in the subway station, Mr. Saito said he was helping you and advised me to hide. So, I found a place to conceal myself. After listening to Meiho's account, Subai began to piece together the puzzle. In her understanding, Saito had seen her confronting the specter and, wishing to assist, had instructed her to take refuge. Realizing she could not contribute, she had hidden beneath a seat in one of the train cars. Only when the area had fallen silent did she dare to emerge, only to find a scene of carnage, with Subai and Saito nowhere to be seen. She had tremulously exited the subway station and wandered for a considerable time before locating them. It was likely during her concealment that the clay effigy had taken her place. Though Meiho's narrative appeared logical, the methods of the uncanny were treacherous, and trust should not be granted lightly. Subai felt the necessity to reconfirm with Saito, stating, "Please recount to Saito what you just shared." The translator relayed her words to Saito in their entirety. Upon hearing this, Saito finally lowered his accusatory gesture. Yet he maintained a cautious distance. "Indeed, Your Excellency Subai, it was I who advised her to hide." Saito nodded slightly, subconsciously speaking to Subai. Confusion clouded Subai's expression as he looked at Saito, who suddenly realized that he had been speaking in Japanese, a language Subai could not comprehend. Hastily, he pulled out his phone and continued to articulate the situation through text. Although he found Minami's reasoning quite persuasive and was inclined to believe her, he hesitated to ask her for a translation. While communicating via phone was somewhat cumbersome, it at least ensured the accuracy of the information conveyed. Upon seeing the confirmed response on Saito's screen, Subai chose to trust this translator for the time being. The team indeed required a translator, as previous communications had been exceedingly troublesome. In a critical situation, Saito might inadvertently hinder his progress. Furthermore, Subai was on his way to the temple, where there were rumors of survivors, making effective communication essential. As long as there were no ominous signs, he could tolerate the current circumstances. However, Saito still raised suspicions. So maintaining a certain distance was prudent. Should an attack occur, Subai could respond promptly. He informed Saito that they were heading towards the temple. Though Minami felt a twinge of grievance upon hearing Subai's words, she understood that this was not the time for defiance. At the very least, a modicum of trust had begun to develop between her and Subai. Thus, she maintained a respectful distance while continuing her duties as a translator. With her assistance, communication between Subai and Saito became significantly more fluid as the trio made their way to the temple. Even though Minami followed closely behind, Subai remained vigilant. It was indeed suspicious that an ordinary person like her had managed to survive in this haunted city for so long. He had activated the recording function on his phone, ensuring that all dialogues from this point forward would be documented. He intended to verify Minami's translations with a software tool later, should any discrepancies arise. He would not hesitate to take decisive action. They soon arrived near the temple, which was located in the central area of the ghost city, a place that could be considered the city center by previous demarcations. It was surprising to find such a secluded temple in a seemingly urban locale. The surroundings were eerily quiet, almost unsettling, with tall temple walls obscuring the view of what lay within. The imposing wooden gate stood firmly closed. Normally, a plaque would hang above the entrance, but it was conspicuously absent, leaving them unaware of which temple this was. Rather than entering recklessly, the three observed the temple from the outside for a while. Subai surmised that their inability to escape was likely due to the strange tolling of bells, which had led them to this very temple. However, they seemed to find no significant discoveries. Subai hesitated, contemplating whether to venture further inside. Suddenly, a young man appeared in the distance, making a beeline for the temple and oblivious to the presence of the trio. It was only when he drew near that he finally noticed them. Startled, he ran away in the opposite direction, distancing himself from the trio. Subsequently, he retrieved a golden artifact from his bosom, raising it high with both hands, seemingly perceiving the three as peculiar. The young man elevated the golden object towards them. Observing the cautious demeanor of the youth, Saito spoke. "Hello." The sudden voice caused the startled young man to falter, nearly dropping the artifact from his grasp. However, upon hearing Saito's greeting, he momentarily confirmed that the trio were indeed human. Gradually, he approached them, yet he did not lower the golden artifact. As he drew nearer, the young man discerned the three figures more clearly, confirming their human appearance. He then inquired, "Who are you? Are you locals, or have you come from another city? Were you drawn here by the sound of the bell?" Chapter 161. Temple, Survivor Base of the Haunted City? Jinfan quickly translated the words. Upon hearing the mention of the bell, Subai's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to ask about its significance and whether there were many survivors in this place. Jinfan translated in tandem. However, the young man hesitated to respond, stating that the outside was unsafe, and led the three into the temple. With a creaking sound, He pushed open the heavy temple doors and stepped inside, followed closely by Su Bai and the others. Previously, the temple doors had been firmly shut, and the walls were high, so the trio had not anticipated the bright scene within. They traversed through the main hall and into the temple's backyard, where numerous makeshift beds and sleeping arrangements were visible. As they walked, the young man spoke while Jinfan translated. Through the introductions, Su Bai and his companions learned that the young man's name was Yang Tai. He provided the trio with an overview of the temple's situation. Indeed, this temple served as a refuge, housing many survivors. Most of these survivors were residents of the city. Previously, the Spirit Exorcism Society's practitioners suffered heavy casualties, and the remaining members had abandoned any thoughts of resistance, opting for retreat. Unfortunately, the ordinary citizens bore the brunt of this turmoil. A fortunate few managed to escape the city alongside the practitioners, while the majority remained trapped within its confines. Most of those who stayed had already perished, leaving only a handful to hide away. Yet, they had no opportunity to escape the city. The malevolent spirits were too numerous, making exit impossible. The scant survivors soon exhausted their supplies and began to seek out resources. Drawn by the bell's sound, they discovered this place appeared relatively safe, with supplies still somewhat adequate, and thus chose to reside here. The earliest arrivals had been living in the temple for several months, and even Yang Tai had been at this sanctuary for half a month. As they ventured deeper, they gradually began to see more figures. As Yang Tai passed by, he engaged in brief conversations with them. Yang Tai, how far did you venture this time? What is the situation outside? Not good, it remains dire. The malevolent spirits continue to wreak havoc. Previously, the ghostly ropes caused quite a commotion. Indeed, even within the temple, one can witness the overwhelming number of corpses, which is quite terrifying. Alas, I wonder when we will be able to venture out again. I think we should just stay here. Life is quite comfortable in this place. Some individuals inquired about Su Bai and the others. Yang Tai, are these newcomers? You all should stay put and acclimate to this environment. The outside world is perilous. Surviving in this city is no easy feat. Su Bai merely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further conversation. The reasons were twofold: a language barrier and his keen observation of the temple's surroundings. From his current observations, it appeared that many individuals resided within the temple, and all exuded a kind-hearted demeanor. Yang Tai led Su Bai and the other two, greeting everyone warmly with smiles. It was a congregation of unfortunate souls, where strife was scarce. The survivors had likely witnessed significant death and understood that merely existing was a stroke of fortune. As they passed a hall dedicated to Buddha, an elderly monk emerged. Dressed in a modest gray robe, he wore it loosely and casually. The corners of his eyes were adorned with many wrinkles, and his gaze was gentle yet profound, radiating warmth. A faint smile graced his lips, evoking a benevolent presence. Upon seeing the old monk, Yang Tai quickly greeted him. Master Beiyuan. Ah, it is you, young Yang Tai. Have we new arrivals? The monk, known as Beiyuan, had long been the abbot of this temple. Indeed, master. I noticed these three at the temple entrance, likely drawn by the sound of the bells. Beiyuan nodded, retrieving an ancient mirror from his robe to inspect the newcomers. As soon as Su Bai saw the old monk produce the mirror, he instinctively prepared to act, but upon noticing nothing amiss, he relaxed his stance. Throughout their journey, although Su Bai appeared calm, he remained silent and focused, ready for any eventuality. After inspecting them with the mirror, Master Beiyuan offered no explanation but instructed a nearby young acolyte to bring water and food for the three. He then addressed Yang Tai, saying, Young Yang Tai, let them rest in that pavilion. Assist them well. In these times, surviving is a challenge. Turning to the newcomers, he assured them, settle in comfortably. This place is quite safe. With that, he retreated back into the hall. Yang Tai watched as the abbot entered, then led the three to a pavilion adjacent to a corridor. Inside, there were several sleeping bags, indicating this was a designated resting area for newcomers. You shall sleep here. Do not mind the simplicity. Resources are limited, but endure for a while. How could it be otherwise? Having a place to rest is already a blessing. Jinfan returned, engaging in conversation with Yang Tai throughout the journey. Occasionally, Su Bai would pose a question, which Jinfan would translate. Both Jinfan and Su Bai nodded in agreement. Yang Tai even assisted by setting up a campfire nearby. The haunted city grew increasingly chilly at night. A fire was essential. With a nod to you, the cold would be less biting. Rest assured in this place. The vengeful spirits will not enter here. Su Bai, somewhat perplexed, inquired, they won't come in? Indeed, Jinfan replied. I cannot fathom the reason. Perhaps it is the Buddha's protection. Vengeful spirits have never crossed this threshold, which is why we have been able to dwell here for so long. There are already 78 of us. Wait, is it 76 now? Jinfan mused. How does the count fluctuate between 78 and 76? Sighing, she continued, some still entertained thoughts of leaving the city. After all, remaining in this haunted place indefinitely is no easy fate. However, there have been no further updates. In this world, merely surviving is a stroke of fortune. But let's not dwell on that. You should rest early. I have other matters to attend to. With that, Yantai departed. Once Yantai left, the trio did not immediately crawl into their sleeping bags, but lingered around the campfire. Having been in constant motion, they could finally test Jinfan. Subai tightened his grip on the ghostly butcher's knife within its shroud, channeling ghostly energy, and observed a medium materialize around Jinfan that could be severed. This brought him a modicum of reassurance. Subai spoke first. There is undoubtedly something amiss in this place. My lord Subai, it seems quite fine here. The people appear decent. Jinfan responded with naive optimism. Subai shook his head. When the bell tolled, the grotesque clay statues sprang to life. That bell is certainly suspect. Moreover, all these people congregated here because of it. This temple must be connected to that eerie chime. Jinfan fell silent, lost in contemplation, while Saito pondered the authenticity of Jinfan. Subai, too, refrained from speaking, quietly reflecting on certain details in his mind. Chapter 162, The Enigmatic Buddhist Hall. Time passed slowly. Subai urged the captain to attempt contacting the Exorcism Society headquarters once more. Firstly, to inquire about the arrival time of the plane sent to retrieve them. Secondly, to check on the status of the two pilots from the previous flight and whether there were any leads. Saito retrieved his phone and made the call. The line connected, but the information relayed from the other end remained the same. The plane had taken off, and Subai was advised to await its arrival with patience. As for the muddied pilot, the Exorcism Society had no knowledge of him. Saito wished to speak further, but Subai silenced him with a glance. Turning to Jinfan, Subai said, "Let him hang up the phone. We cannot rely on the Exorcism Society anymore. This place is truly uncanny. It appears they cannot enter either. Moreover, the voice on the other end may not genuinely belong to the Exorcism Agency. It could very well be a malevolent spirit in disguise." Jinfan hurriedly translated Subai's words. Saito opened his mouth, seemingly with something to express, yet ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts, abruptly terminating the call. Once he stowed away his phone, Saito turned directly toward Subai, hoping he could devise a plan. At this moment, Subai was the pillar of strength for the trio, possessing the most formidable abilities while being most adept at confronting such enigmatic circumstances. However, Subai shook his head, finding himself equally at a loss. "Let us wander about. Perhaps we shall uncover some clues. Remaining here is not a viable option. As for resting, who would dare? Once one succumbs to slumber, who can predict whether a vengeful spirit might strike?" Though the young man, Yantai, previously assured them of the safety of this locale, Subai harbored an unsettling feeling that something was amiss. In such a ghostly city, how could any place be truly secure? The trio began to explore the vicinity, making some discoveries along the way. It appeared that the survivors had been assigned specific living areas, divided into several circles. While they could mingle and converse, their resting places were strictly designated. Yantai had previously mentioned this, advising them to rest in a particular pavilion and refrain from wandering about. Despite being a refuge populated by survivors, such a rigid hierarchy seemed perplexing to Subai. Thus, he approached a middle-aged couple engaged in conversation to inquire about the situation. The couple had been there for a while, and, while their knowledge was limited, they shared what they could. The temple, which appeared quite benevolent, actually operated under a management system akin to promotion. The inhabitants would periodically relocate their living arrangements, with the temple as the focal point, divided into several circles. The criteria for relocation were based on the duration of their stay. After residing in their designated area for a certain period, they would be moved closer to the temple. This meant that the closer one was to the temple, the longer they had lived there. Currently, those residing at the temple's entrance had been there for over a month. Subai, perplexed, prompted Jinfan to ask, if those who have lived here for over a month are at the temple's entrance, then what of those who have been here longer? Do they reside within the temple itself? As soon as Jinfan translated Subai's inquiry, the matron appeared taken aback, clearly hesitant to utter such irreverent words. The interior of the temple is not a place for us to enter. It is home to the true Buddha. It is precisely because of the Buddha's protection that malevolent spirits dare not attack here. The entrance to the temple is the closest proximity to the Buddha, the safest spot. You newcomers will understand the situation once you settle in. After hearing Jinfan's translation, Subai fell into contemplation. If one could reside only at the temple's entrance, and that entrance had occupants for merely a little over a month, what then lay beyond? What of those who have lived longer? Have they vanished? Furthermore, a new group ascends periodically. Where have those who were promoted gone? Saito, harboring the same curiosity, directly inquired, "Annie, what about those who were here before? Where have they gone if not to the temple?" The aunt remained silent, while an elder nearby clasped his hands together in a Buddhist gesture. Addressing Sato's question, those individuals were fortunate souls. They have wholly returned to the Buddha's realm, under the protection of the divine, free from the fear of strange attacks. One can only wonder when we might achieve such a fate. Enough of that. Dear wife, let us go and pray together, striving for an early return to the Buddha's land. With that, the elder took the aunt back to their place of residence. Subai keenly sensed something amiss. A return to the Buddha's realm? Such a notion seemed too fortuitous. The earlier eerie clay figure resembled a Buddha statue. There must be something amiss within that temple. An investigation was necessary. However, with the others still awake, a rash approach could alert them, disturbing the peace. Thus, Subai led the two back to the pavilion. As night deepened, the remaining survivors had succumbed to slumber. Seizing this opportunity, Subai took the pair to the temple. At the entrance, two guards stood, one on each side, leaning against the doorframe, yet both appeared to be asleep. A surge of relief washed over Subai. Their slumber was fortuitous. He whispered to his companions, "Quickly, let us enter," and led the way forward. However, as they drew near, the two guards stirred awake, still somewhat groggy. Eyeing the approaching trio, they spoke gently. "Ah, new arrivals. Why are you still awake at this hour?" Subai gestured for Zhenfan to respond. We have some matters we wish to discuss with the head priest. The priest has already retired. I will convey your message, and you may return tomorrow," came the reply. "But it is indeed very important." Zhenfan persisted. "That is not permissible." The guard's tone grew firmer, their demeanor less amiable than before. Realizing that prolonged dialogue was fruitless and concerned that the commotion might awaken others, Subai summoned the power of the blood-wedding dress, aiming to incapacitate the guards. Yet, as his hands approached, a radiant golden light emanated from the guards, repelling his strike. Subai was taken aback. These individuals appeared ordinary. How could they thwart his assault? He had invoked the formidable power of the vengeful bride. Was it an enigmatic artifact at play, or perhaps a protective force? Upon witnessing Subai's audacity in attacking, the guards lunged towards him and his companions. Subai, unwilling to engage in further entanglement, prepared to respond. As the commotion from the corridor roused someone, they hurried towards this direction. With a swift motion, the crimson ghostly veil was unfurled, transporting the two individuals to a different location. "Let us go." Subai seized the opportunity to enter the Buddhist hall, with Sai and Meiho closely pursuing him. Once they were inside, Subai shut the door to the hall. Outside, a considerable crowd had gathered, their furious shouts echoing, yet none dared to approach the grand entrance of the hall, seemingly out of reverence for the Buddha. Chapter 163, The Gate of Ghosts, the Savior. The trio had entered the Buddhist hall, yet the head priest, Kitahara, was conspicuously absent. Surveying the surroundings, Subai discerned no abnormalities within the hall. The interior exuded a solemn and orderly ambience, elegantly adorned. At the center stood a golden statue of the Buddha, draped in a robe and etched with a compassionate smile, seated upon a throne embellished with precious stones and jewels. The statue loomed large, emanating an aura of majesty. Yet the benevolent smile rendered it approachable. Before the statue, an incense burner emitted swirling smoke, the fragrant sandalwood wafting a gentle aroma into the air. Surrounding the hall were exquisite murals, vividly illustrated with tales from Buddhist scriptures. It appeared to be an ordinary Buddhist hall, yet an unsettling unease gnawed at Subai. He sensed an insidious charm emanating from the statue. "Be cautious, my lord," the voice of the ghostly bride echoed within his thoughts. Awakened from his reverie, Subai turned just in time to see a clay blade slicing towards him. The assailant was none other than the translator, Meiho. Indeed, it was implausible for an ordinary person to survive in this haunted city for long. Meiho was an impostor. Employing the same tactic once more, Subai summoned Mealy's, who swiftly disarmed her, dismantling her limbs entirely. With a thud, Meiho collapsed in pieces upon the ground. Glancing at the remains, Subai let out a cold chuckle. "Ah, I never placed my trust in you. Oh, this time you've learned to be clever, mixing in some flesh and blood." This iteration of Meiho bore a closer resemblance to a human, which explained Subai's earlier doubts. She had enveloped herself in a layer of flesh outside the mud, making her indistinguishable from an ordinary person to Mealy's senses. Yet, despite this, Subai had never extended his trust towards her. Even if there was a mere 1 in 10,000 chance of her being a Fade, he would treat it as a certainty. After dealing with Meiho, a surge of ghostly energy coursed through Subai, as several female spirits began to possess him. The crimson ghostly veil, the icy ghostly veil, and the shadowy ghostly veil all coalesced, initiating his most formidable form. Raising his gaze towards the statue, its visage had transformed entirely. The gilded exterior was merely an illusion. Not a clay sculpture, but rather a grotesque amalgamation of various flesh and blood. The face of the statue was adorned with the heads of numerous beings, humans and animals alike, eyes wide open, seemingly tormented in their former lives. The body was composed of various dismembered limbs and fleshy organs, some of which still writhed grotesquely. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Subai understood the truth. The bizarre mass of flesh had collected all the bloodied corpses here. The frigid domain enveloped the area, with thread-like tendrils and ghostly hair acting as relentless cutting instruments, dismantling the eerie giant Buddha. The roars of the onlookers outside grew increasingly intense, evidently ensnared by the allure of the sanguine idol. Yet, it appeared that some unspoken rule governed the temple, as they dared not enter. With no interruptions, Subai methodically dismantled the enormous flesh Buddha. A statue, roughly the size of a palm, emerged. Adorned with golden gloves, Subai lifted it. Its entirety a hue of raw flesh, yielding a peculiar softness, seemingly composed entirely of flesh. He retrieved a golden pouch, encased the statue within, and stowed it in a body bag. After stretching his muscles slightly, he acknowledged his exhaustion. While there had been no fierce battle, the task of obliterating the colossal Buddha had drained him considerably. Glancing at Saito, he noted that he had ceased all movement. Upon entering with Subai, he had become ensnared by the flesh Buddha's influence, destined to succumb like the other survivors outside. Fortunately, as a ghost master, Saito's own spirit aided him in resisting the Buddha's power. Although Subai had stored the flesh Buddha away, the source of its bizarre energy had been severed. Yet Saito remained a mere intermediate ghost master, unable to fully eradicate the residual malevolent force. Thus, the two powers were momentarily at a stalemate. Leaving Saito in a catatonic state, Subai furrowed his brow. Forcibly expelling the malevolent energy from Saito's body might result in his own destruction from the ensuing clash. Sighing, he decided it best to leave Saito for the authorities in Japan. As for the survivors outside the temple, they had long lost their senses, a state deeply ingrained and impossible to cleanse. Subai unleashed his ghostly prowess, employing the frigid domain and tendrils to eliminate all threats. Once the area lay strewn with debris, he paused to regain his ghostly energy. He then wrapped Saito in tendrils, making his way toward the designated rendezvous point outside the ghost city as arranged with the Exorcism Society. Unimpeded by the influence of the flesh Buddha, this meeting proceeded smoothly. With a helicopter arriving directly at the headquarters of the Exorcism Society, Subai entrusted Saito to their care and began to peruse the documents provided by the society. Discovering that they bore no relation to the ascensions of the Snow Woman or Sadako, he hastily returned to the Dragon Kingdom. He had more pressing matters to attend to. At the headquarters of the Ghost Masters in the Dragon Kingdom, within Professor Gua's laboratory, Subai stood before a stone archway, emanating an enigmatic energy. Touching the arch, he inquired of Professor Gua, "Have we succeeded?" Professor Gua, visibly excited, pointed at the stone archway and exclaimed, "Indeed, Subai. Now you can claim to have salvaged the entire Dragon Kingdom. This archway, which we have named the Gate of Ghosts, can be regarded as the nemesis of malevolent spirits. It has the capacity to banish these vengeful entities to the lost realm and possesses an inexplicable allure for those who have lost their sanity. Once erected in the heart of the city, all malevolent spirits within 100 miles will be drawn to it and subsequently exiled. We owe it all to the blood and flesh statue you acquired." Upon returning from the island nation, Subai collected several strange artifacts, among which the blood and flesh statue was paramount. Through Subai's research, it was discovered that this statue could exorcise malevolent spirits to a place known as the Lost Realm. Spirits that enter this realm gradually succumb to despair until they dissipate entirely. When Subai first tested the efficacy of this peculiar artifact, he could hardly believe his eyes. It is known that malevolent spirits cannot be destroyed, they can only be sealed or suppressed. Yet, this lost realm could allow them to vanish. Subai hurriedly handed the blood and flesh statue to Professor Gua, who did not disappoint expectations and successfully developed the Gate of Ghosts, heralding the doom of malevolent spirits. Subai, delighted, exclaimed, "Excellent! Excellent! The name of the Gate of Ghosts is also quite fitting." Professor Gua continued, "However, only you possess the ability to wield this gate. Others lack the requisite power." Subai replied, "As long as I can wield it, it may take a little time, but I shall manage." Over the ensuing years, Subai traversed the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom with this Gate of Ghosts. After vanquishing all malevolent spirits, he became the savior of the Dragon Kingdom, earning the moniker Blood Siyama. Subsequently, Subai retired with his companions, the ghostly maidens and the school beauty, Ling Ruoyao, leading a life of blissful indulgence. Chapter 164. Epilogue: the year in which the Dragon Kingdom's headquarters of spirit tamers completely eradicated the malevolent spirits is referred to as the inaugural year of the post-Strange Era. Now a year has passed. In a canyon on the border plateau, nestled between mountains and waters, The scenery is picturesque, and the air is refreshingly pure. Within this canyon lies a manor, sprawling over 500 acres, exquisitely decorated and brightly lit. Inside a certain room of the manor, the sounds of heavy breathing from both a man and a woman can be heard, seemingly engaged in some form of vigorous activity. Suddenly, the sounds cease, and a crimson glow spills forth. "How reckless," a cold male voice echoed. "It has been ages since I've stirred, and this aberration dares to linger in the vicinity. It seems time to cleanse the surroundings." No sooner had the words left his lips than a withered corpse was drawn into the stone archway by the crimson light. Its mouth agape in a silent scream as the light obscured any sound. This entire process lasted merely a few breaths, and thus, a malevolent spirit was exterminated. Humph. Should my wife's rest be disturbed, even the most peculiar of men would think twice. The man intended to maintain his audacity for a while longer, yet was abruptly interrupted by a delicate and melodious voice. "My dear, please continue." Without waiting for the man to respond, the sounds of exertion from their activities resumed, echoing throughout the estate. The male voice belonged to Subai. After vanquishing all the malevolent spirits within the country through the use of the Ghost Gate, Subai stepped into retirement, embarking on journeys with his harem to savor the breathtaking landscapes of their homeland. This estate served as their summer retreat. The scenery was exquisite, but it bore one drawback: its proximity to the border of Long Country, occasionally attracting malevolent spirits. Upon their arrival, Subai had undertaken several cleansing missions. Whether facing lesser spirits or awakened malevolent entities, none could withstand his prowess, each swiftly subdued by the Ghost Gate. Ordinary malevolent spirits, deterred by his formidable presence, dared not approach, while the more formidable ones, devoid of reason yet guided by primal instinct, also refrained from nearing this sanctuary. Thus, life here had remained relatively peaceful. However, today's peculiar entity inexplicably drew near the estate and was promptly eradicated. Although the Ghost Gate was sufficient to suppress the malevolent spirit, Subai chose to employ his own malevolent prowess, fearing that the spirit's howls might frighten the inhabitants, particularly the pregnant women. Indeed, there were 2 expectant mothers within the estate, both having successfully conceived under Subai's diligent care, Ling Ruoyao and Yao Ningxin. As the initial exertions came to a close, Subai reclined on the bed, entering a state of tranquil contemplation, only to be interrupted by the shrill ring of his phone. A glance revealed it was Minister Jean, formerly the deputy minister of the Ghost Exorcist headquarters and now elevated to the position of minister, basking in newfound prestige due to Subai's influence. With a sigh, his eyes filled with impatience, he answered the call. "Minister Jean, which leader from which country seeks your counsel this time? I have made it clear that I am thoroughly retired, wishing only to spend time with my wife and children. Kindly decline on my behalf." "Very well, I shall refuse directly. I will let you resume your rest." Minister Jean was forthright, having anticipated Subai's response. He had only made this call due to persistent requests from the leaders of the beautiful country. Since Subai had eradicated the malevolent spirits within the nation, Long Country had become the sole safe haven in the world. With the threat of the supernatural eliminated, life had largely reverted to what it was before the advent of the anomalous game, and with the presence of the Ghost Exorcists, productivity had flourished. Presently, only areas bordering other nations experienced supernatural occurrences. Other countries were well aware of how Long Country addressed these anomalies and had consistently sought Subai's assistance. Nations such as the Beautiful Country, the Bear Country, and the Island Nation had reached out, not once but multiple times, which was precisely why Subai felt such impatience. Moreover, the eradication of the peculiarities plaguing the Dragon Country took a span of 3 years. One can only imagine how long it would require to assist in purging the malevolent spirits haunting the entire world. Subai now enjoys a tranquil existence with his wife and children, far removed from the tumultuous affairs of the outside world. Furthermore, the fact that these nations have yet to be entirely overrun by vengeful specters is largely due to the significant assistance provided by the Dragon Country. During the years Subai was engaged in suppressing the anomalies, Professor Guo continued his research. With the voluntary sacrifice of the ghostly skeletal entity, Wang Shi, he ultimately developed the Longting serum, capable of stabilizing and sealing these aberrations within ordinary human hosts. Presently, any adult citizen of the Dragon Country aged 18 or above may receive a vial of Longting serum free of charge, provided they pass the examinations and assessments conducted by the local Ghost Wrangler departments. Individuals can then select a suitable spirit among those subdued by the Ghost Wranglers to become a postnatal Ghost Wrangler themselves. As a result, the number of postnatal Ghost Wranglers in the Dragon Country has surged, no longer a rarity, but rather a commonplace occurrence. This proliferation has significantly bolstered productivity as ordinary Ghost Wranglers. endowed with spectral abilities, have greatly enhanced the development of various industries. Meanwhile, the more formidable ghost wranglers have been conscripted into the military. The Dragon Country meticulously selected 144,000 individuals from among the Ghost Wranglers to form the four great Ghost Wrangler armies: the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, each comprising 36,000 personnel, tasked with overseeing the four cardinal regions of the nation. These formidable armies possess extraordinary strength. Their sheer numbers and individual prowess render them unmatched by other nations. With relative peace restored to the Dragon Country, the government, adhering to humanitarian principles, has dispatched troops to assist friendly nations in resisting the incursion of malevolent forces. Conversely, for those nations that had previously harbored animosity towards the Dragon Country, military aid has also been extended, not out of benevolence, but rather because these nations have paid a heavy price, either in vast resources or by entering into unequal treaties, effectively becoming vassals of the Dragon Country. Although the Dragon Country harbors no ambition of global domination, it has, through its sheer strength, effectively emerged as a global leader. Immigration to the Dragon Country has become one of the most sought-after avenues, particularly due to the absence of threats from aberrations, prompting individuals from abroad to seek ways to relocate. Unfortunately, the Dragon Country's immigration policies remain stringent, especially during this exceptional period. Thus, only the most distinguished individuals in their respective fields are granted entry. With Su Bai's presence, the strength of the Dragon Country has been greatly augmented, and he has come to symbolize the nation, serving as a spiritual totem. Many young Ghost Wranglers aspire to emulate Su Bai in their pursuits. As for Su Bai himself, he has been previously introduced as one who traverses the mountains and rivers, occasionally engaging in all-night discussions with his harem regarding the plans for a new humanity.